D-level talent in alchemy, enough to barely get by in life. Next. On the podium, Teacher Yang, dressed in a black uniform, was calling the students up one by one to awaken their talents. Some students awakened excellent talents, their eyes shining with excitement. They were filled with hope for the future, killing fierce beasts, growing stronger, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, even attaining a golden body and a prolonged lifespan. But some students awakened mediocre talents, feeling hopeless about their futures. Most talents were of D-level or E-level. C-level talents were rare, and so far, no B-level talents had appeared. In the corner under the podium, Chu Feng sat quietly, his heart filled with anticipation for his own talent. He was a transmigrator, having arrived in this world many years ago, fully aware of its circumstances. This was a world where humans and fierce beasts coexisted. Human life was constantly under threat from these beasts. High-level beasts were so powerful that even nuclear weapons were ineffective against them. A high-level beast could easily destroy a city, threatening countless lives. Only those who awaken powerful talents and cultivate it to become high-level warriors could counter these beasts and protect humanity. A talent was the latent ability awakened within humans. There were combat-type talents capable of controlling lightning to defeat beasts. Some could enhance their physical bodies, becoming unrivaled in battle. Others could manipulate flames, engulfing the world in fire. Even low-level combat talents weren't weak, as they could use their abilities to slay beasts and acquire resources for cultivation. However, life-type talents weren't nearly as strong, their combat power was far too weak. For example, alchemists relied on making potions to survive. Even with a B-level talent, they only lived slightly more comfortably. Low-level life-type talents could barely make ends meet. Chu Feng's aunt, Han Shui, was a prime example. Her talent was E-level in cooking, offering almost no combat capability. She ran a small restaurant to make a living. In this world, beast meat was a super nutrient, greatly aiding warriors in their cultivation. Without beast meat, restaurants could barely make a profit. No matter how good the food was, it could only attract ordinary people, just enough to make a living. Chu Feng had grown up under his aunt's care, leading a tough life. He knew that if he didn't awaken a combat-type talent, he would likely live an ordinary life. Over the years, Chu Feng had deeply realized how hard it was to earn money. He also understood how much effort his aunt put into running the restaurant to support his education. His dream was to awaken a combat-type talent, slay fierce beasts, and use high-level beast meat to help his aunt expand the restaurant and give her a better life. Next. Chu Feng. The voice of their homeroom teacher, Yang, rang out from the podium. Chu Feng slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and walked toward the podium. His future life depended on the talent he was about to awaken. He approached the podium and placed his hand on a purple stone. Teacher Yang initiated the awakening ceremony. A faint energy surged into Chu Feng's body. Suddenly, the purple stone emitted a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire school and drawing everyone's attention. Wow, what is this? Golden light. It must be an S-level talent, and a very rare hidden S-level talent at that. Normal S-level talents wouldn't shine this brightly. Rumor has it that only 1 in tens of millions can awaken an S-level talent. Chu Feng is really lucky. Even if it's a life-type talent, an S-level can still make you a top figure. That S-right high-level life talents are sought after by major companies. So enviable. The golden light gradually faded away. A stream of information flooded into Chu Feng's mind. S-level hidden talent, talent amplification. Talent amplification enhances the effects of all other talents by 100%. When active skills are triggered, effects are further amplified by 100%. In simple terms, the talent effect was doubled, and when actively used, it was quadrupled. This meant the effect of one talent would be equivalent to 4 combined, greatly enhancing the potential for any talent. If it was a combat-type attack talent, the attack power would become terrifyingly strong. If it was a combat-type recovery talent, the speed of regeneration would be astonishing. The amplification brought by talent amplification was overwhelmingly powerful. However, standing nearby, Teacher Yang frowned deeply upon seeing Chu Feng's talent. Talent amplification could indeed enhance other talents, with a minimum of doubling the effect. It could even increase the effect by 4 times, essentially turning one S-level talent into the equivalent of 4. Moreover, talents could be upgraded. After several advancements in the future, the enhancement could reach tenfold or even 20-fold. But the problem was Chu Feng had no other talents. Warriors could awaken a second talent, but only after reaching the 7th tier and unlocking soul power. Before reaching the 7th tier, a warrior had only one talent. Chu Feng's SS-level talent amplification could only enhance other talents. The result? It was completely useless. Even if the enhancement reached 20-fold or a million-fold, without another talent, it was still zero. Unless Chu Feng could cultivate to the 7th tier, this talent was utterly unusable. And reaching the 7th tier was extremely difficult, requiring massive resources. Chu Feng lacked combat power, making it very hard to slay beasts and obtain resources for cultivation. Even worse, even if he reached the 7th tier, the talent he awakened might not be reliable. If it turned out to be a life-type talent, this S-level talent would remain useless. In summary, although Chu Feng's talent was S-level, it was practically worthless. Teacher Yang felt helpless. What a pity such a powerful hidden talent, yet sigh. She cleared her throat and announced, S-level talent amplification. High-level talents allow for faster cultivation. Keep working hard, maybe you'll have a chance to become a 7th tier expert. The higher the talent grade, the faster the cultivation speed. Although Chu Feng's talent had no combat power and was even less practical than some F-level talents, it was still S-level. This meant he could cultivate body strengthening techniques at an extremely fast rate. As long as he had enough resources, he could break through realms far quicker than others. With powerful body strengthening techniques and martial arts, he might become an expert in some sect. Of course, becoming the strongest warrior was nearly impossible. Chu Feng also risked becoming a target for others to surpass. Teacher Yang felt regret but had no choice but to move on. Next. Her voice echoed through the classroom. The students were silent for a moment before breaking into a flurry of chatter. Isn't this the most useless of the hidden talents? What's the point if you can't use it? Such a pity. I thought Chu Feng was about to turn his life around, but he is still a loser. Even life-type professions seem better than this. Reaching the 7th tier is way too hard. Fierce beasts are naturally powerful. For humans to contend with them, they must possess exceptional talents. As for Chu Feng's talent, it's really a pile of trash. On the podium, facing the whispers of the crowd, Chu Feng's expression remained unchanged. Because before his eyes, a faint blue screen appeared, something invisible to others. Ding! 10,000 Realms Mall successfully activated. Talent section. Skill section. Weapon section. Pill section. Daily Special, S-Rank Talent Random Pack includes one S-Rank talent. Buy one, get one free. Plus, receive an additional S-Rank talent. Shocking price, 9.9 Dragon Coins. Free shipping. Limited stock, only one left. Events section. Looking at the interface, Chu Feng's heart raced with excitement. It had arrived, the benefit of a transmigrator, the Golden Finger. He glanced at the special offer section and saw that for just 9.9 Dragon Coins, he could get an S-Rank Talent Random Pack, buy one, get one free. Chu Feng was stunned. This cheap? In Long Country, an average person's monthly income was 2,000 to 3,000 Dragon Coins. With some effort, they could earn 4,000 to 5,000. His aunt made 6,000 Dragon Coins a month. And here, two S-Rank talents were just 9.9 Dragon Coins. Chu Feng pulled out a 20 Dragon Coin bill and immediately purchased the S-Rank Talent Random Pack through the interface. Though random, S-Rank talents were still S-Rank talents. Purchase successful. His Dragon Coins disappeared into thin air, replaced by a 10 Dragon Coin bill and a 1 Dragon Coin coin. Then, a delivery package appeared in his system space. Without hesitation, he opened the package. Opened successfully. Congratulations! You have obtained the S-Rank talents Heavenly Thunder of Nine Skies and Tide of Life. The delivery box opened, and a surge of immense energy accompanied by the system notification flooded into Chu Feng's body, significantly enhancing his physical attributes. This strange sensation caused Chu Feng to momentarily collapse, losing control and falling sideways. Class teacher Yang Xiaolei quickly moved to support him. She thought Chu Feng was devastated from awakening a useless talent and comforted him. It's all right. If your talent isn't sufficient, just focus on studying liberal arts. You won't have trouble making a living in Long Country. In her hand, she held the basic body tempering technique, ready to hand it to Chu Feng. This was the foundational cultivation method for martial artists, only usable after awakening. It enhanced physical fitness and paved the way to becoming stronger. After breaking through to the 7th tier, one could awaken a second talent. Given Chu Feng's talent, his cultivation speed might indeed be fast, but his lack of combat power meant he would likely fall behind martial artists of the same level in the later stages. Insufficient combat experience would greatly increase the difficulty of hunting fierce beasts. Without fierce beasts, he wouldn't gain resources. Without resources for cultivation, no matter how high his talent, he could only move forward step by step. Forget about tomorrow's S-class division exam. Even if you make it into the martial arts class, it'll be hard to get into a good university, Yang Xiaolei said, unaware that Chu Feng had just awakened 2 S-rank talents. She was only concerned about Chu Feng's well-being. In high school, students were divided into liberal arts and martial arts streams. The martial arts class was meant for those who would fight on the front lines, risking their lives against fierce beasts. Though the rewards for killing fierce beasts were high, without sufficiently strong talents, one might lose their life. I still want to try, Chu Feng said, feeling the powerful energy surging through his body as he casually accepted the basic body tempering technique from Yang Xiaolei. With the 2 newly awakened S-rank talents, combined with his existing S-rank gigantification talent, his combat power had multiplied several times over. Thus, he saw no reason to enter the liberal arts stream. He was determined to hunt fierce beasts relentlessly and rapidly increase his strength. To give his aunt a better life, Chu Feng decided he would pass tomorrow's S-class division exam and become a true martial artist. Yang Xiaolei sighed as she watched Chu Feng take the basic body tempering technique. She understood his determination and desire to try. If he could truly break through to the 7th tier martial artist level and awaken another combat type talent, it would be a qualitative leap. Even if the talent awakened upon reaching the 7th tier was a D-rank combat talent, it would be enough for Chu Feng to compete with ordinary S-rank combat talented martial artists. For tomorrow's S-class division exam, you just need to kill a 1st tier, level 1 fierce beast to make it into the martial arts class. If you can use this body tempering technique to break through to 1st tier, level 1 today, you'll have a chance. If you don't break through and have no talent, you can't defeat a fierce beast and will have to join the liberal arts stream. Yang Xiaolei explained the rules of the exam in detail, not stopping Chu Feng. For those without talents, reaching the 7th tier was extremely difficult, but some martial artists had managed it. 7th tier martial artists were essentially the pinnacle of Long Country's combat power. No matter where they went, they were considered strong. If Chu Feng could truly break through to the 7th tier, he would undoubtedly be the pride of Nanxiang High School. However, breaking through to 1st tier, level 1 martial artist in a single day was indeed challenging. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 7 days, even with rapid progress and without harming one's foundation. Unless one used high-quality potions or powerful pills like the body tempering pill, relying on external forces to assist, it would be nearly impossible to achieve a breakthrough in such a short time. Of course, breaking through in a single day might leave lasting side effects. Moreover, the price of pills wasn't cheap. The saying went, poor kids study liberal arts, rich kids practice martial arts. If Chu Feng's family was struggling financially, the resources required to break through to the 7th tier of a martial artist would be astronomical. All of these resources would have to be earned by Chu Feng himself. The difficulty was comparable to reaching the heavens. At this thought, Yang Xiaolei realized that there was no point in saying more. Martial arts were a challenging path, especially for children from ordinary families. It was even harder. Next, Chu Feng, holding the basic body tempering technique, thanked teacher Yang Xiaolei and left the podium. There were many kinds of cultivation methods. The most basic body tempering techniques could only help Chu Feng strengthen his physique. The cultivation speed was slow, with no special effects. To acquire powerful cultivation methods, he had to enter the martial arts class and gain access to better resources. The martial arts class had specialized martial artist teachers teaching cultivation techniques. Students could also select powerful methods suited to them from the school's library. For instance, the heavenly thunder of Nine Skies talent Chu Feng had just awakened was perfect for lightning attribute body tempering techniques, using the power of thunder and lightning to temper the body. Its effects would undoubtedly be outstanding. Thinking about his talents, Chu Feng slowly returned to his seat and opened the interface to check. Name, Chu Feng. Cultivation, none. Talents: Heavenly Thunder of Nine Skies S, Tide of Life S, Gigantification S. Heavenly Thunder of Nine Skies, the thunder of divine punishment, destroys the body, scorches the soul, and possesses boundless power. Master unparalleled lightning energy. Tide of Life, the tide of vitality, revives the withered, nourishes the soul, and never ceases. Greatly enhances physical and soul recovery, doubling cultivation speed in body tempering and soul tempering techniques. 10,000 Realms Mall. Today's special, purchased. Refreshes daily at noon. Special event: Killing Fierce Beasts offers a chance to obtain a lucky bag. In the lucky bags, there are various rewards such as dragon coins, spirit stones, cultivation techniques, weapons, and more. The stronger the ferocious beast, the better the lucky bag. Not bad. Chu Feng looked at his 3 talents with satisfaction. They were all extremely powerful. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder provided immense offensive power. Even though he currently had no cultivation base, killing a first-tier, first-stage ferocious beast shouldn't be a problem. Whether he could defeat a first-tier, fourth-stage ferocious beast was uncertain, as he hadn't tested it yet and didn't know the true power of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. However, he estimated that it was likely to be an easy victory. If not, he could combine it with the Gigantification talent to quadruple the power and slay it outright. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, paired with thunder-based martial arts, could exponentially increase its power. For instance, a first-tier thunder martial art, when combined with the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, could reach the level of a second-tier martial art. Add in the Gigantification talent, and the power would be unimaginable. Apart from the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, there was also the Lifetide talent, which could greatly enhance endurance, allowing Chu Feng to fight continuously. It could also accelerate his cultivation speed. When Lifetide was paired with body-strengthening techniques to boost defense, it could make warriors of the same tier despair. High defense, rapid recovery without sufficiently strong attacks, Chu Feng would be almost untouchable. This was an incredibly practical talent. 2 talents, one for offense and one for defense, combined to make him practically invincible. However, Chu Feng currently only had the basic body training manual. To fully unleash the potential of his talents, he needed to be admitted into the martial arts class. He had to figure out a way to acquire more advanced cultivation techniques. There was also a special activity where killing ferocious beasts could earn lucky bag rewards. Therefore, in tomorrow's trial, he had to go all out. After all, the rules didn't state that ferocious beasts couldn't be killed. He might as well try his luck. What if a lucky bag dropped? The items in the marketplace were worth tens of thousands of dragon coins each, making the potential rewards quite lucrative. In addition to examining his talents, Chu Feng carefully studied his attribute panel. The myriad marketplace had a vast array of items, including talents, cultivation techniques, and things he wasn't too familiar with, like artifact crafting, alchemy, and formation arrays, everything imaginable. The Void Cosmic Ring contains an independent small world, the Void Realm, with an area of 1,000,000 miles. Time flow is adjustable up to 1:1000. Suitable for growing spiritual herbs, raising spiritual beasts, and setting up formations. Price: 9.8 trillion premium spirit stones. 9-turn golden pill, greatly enhances cultivation base upon consumption, forms a golden body immune to spells, and allows regeneration from a drop of blood when injured. Price: 6.8 trillion premium spirit stones. Chaos Primordial Pill, imprints memories within chaos. If the body is destroyed, it can be reborn in primordial energy with all memories intact. Price: 9.9 trillion premium spirit stones. There was also the Stellar Sword formation of slaughtering immortals. These items dazzled Chu Feng, but their prices were exorbitantly high. He currently had only 10 coins and a dime to his name, making them completely unaffordable. Moreover, the currency listed premium spirit stones was something he'd never even heard of. He couldn't afford any of it, not even close. But that was okay. He could still manage the daily specials, which, though random, were within his reach. Chu Feng had researched this section and found that all items here were priced at just 9 dragon coins, making them very affordable. In fact, there were quite a few things that could be purchased with dragon coins. For example, Body Training Pill, refines the physique. Price: 20,000 dragon coins. First tier Ferocious Beast Meat, enhances vitality. Price: 1,000 dragon coins per pound. Thunder Body Forging Technique, strengthens the physique using lightning. Price: 390,000 dragon coins. Thunder Palm greatly enhances palm strength, power doubles when combined with a thunder talent. Price 190,000 dragon coins. Thunderstorm technique cultivates thunder attribute spiritual energy. Price 630,000 dragon coins. Chu Feng looked at these prices and realized he couldn't afford any of them. But it wasn't hopeless. With effort, he could kill a few ferocious beasts and sell their meat to save up enough dragon coins to buy pills and techniques. First-tier ferocious beast meat sold for 1,000 dragon coins per pound. He was particularly eager to acquire those thunder-based techniques. Combined with his Nine Heavens Divine Thunder talent, the effects would undoubtedly be astonishing. And then there were the lucky bag rewards. For now, the most urgent task was passing tomorrow's S-class placement exam. Without learning any techniques or gaining cultivation, hunting ferocious beasts would be a death wish. Even with 3 S-grade talents, Chu Feng wouldn't stand a chance against beasts with vastly superior strength. He needed teachers to guide him step by step. Soon, the ceremony ended. Aside from Chu Feng, there was one other person in the class who awakened a B-grade talent Dragon Warrior, which greatly enhanced the body, making it the strongest combat-type talent in the class. The room erupted with congratulations. With such a talent, that person had a good chance of getting into a top university and securing a bright future. Chu Feng didn't pay much attention. After school, he left with his basic body training manual in hand. Tomorrow's assessment was critical, and he would do his best to achieve a good result. At the very least, he needed to see if he could use the body training technique to raise his cultivation to first tier, first stage. With cultivation, he would have more confidence in battle. Only when talent and martial artist realm complemented each other could their effects be multiplied. Chu Feng returned home. His family lived in an old district in Tomato City, where they rented a small restaurant. The upper floor was a simple 2-bedroom apartment where Chu Feng and Han Shui lived. The door was half open, with a sign hanging on it that read temporarily closed. Chu Feng pushed the door open and immediately saw a table full of steaming dishes: braised pork, twice-cooked pork, stir-fried pork with chili, a feast. "Auntie, I'm back." Chu Feng casually tossed his bag aside and walked into the kitchen to help prepare dinner. Inside the kitchen was Han Shui, whose fair skin and youthful appearance made her look 18 or 19, though she was actually 25. She was busy cooking. Han Shui's delicate features made it hard to believe her age. "So many dishes? Are we having guests today?" Chu Feng asked as he started washing vegetables and helping out. "Xiao Feng, you're back." Han Shui greeted him with a warm smile that filled Chu Feng's heart with warmth. "No guests. Isn't today the day you awakened your talent? So, how did it go? Any good news?" Chu Feng almost blurted out that he had awakened 3 S-grade talents. But he stopped himself. A martial artist could only awaken 1 talent. 3 talents were too shocking. If anyone found out, both he and his aunt would face endless trouble. Although the S-grade gigantification talent was already public knowledge, Chu Feng decided to keep it under wraps for now. He planned to tell his aunt that his talent had mutated into the S-grade Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. This talent would inevitably be revealed, as he couldn't hold back during tomorrow's assessment. Without showing his abilities, he wouldn't even make it into the martial arts class. In just one day, he couldn't guarantee reaching the first-tier martial artist rank. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder talent would have to be used. As for the other 2 talents, there was no need to reveal them. After all, apart from the teacher who knew about them during the awakening, no one could usually find out. If Teacher Yang asked tomorrow why his talent had become lightning-based, he would just say it was due to a genetic mutation or a ritual error. The mutation of his talent into the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder was undoubtedly stronger in terms of power. This was beneficial for everyone, and there was no need to let others dwell on it. If it really couldn't be concealed, at most, he would expose 2 S-rank talents. He still had trump cards in hand, no problem. Thinking about this, Chu Feng pushed aside his distracting thoughts and prepared to share the news of his S-rank Nine Heavens Divine Thunder talent with his aunt, so they could celebrate together. Han Shui seemed to have noticed Chu Feng's hesitation. She wiped her hands, then pulled Chu Feng into her arms to comfort him. "It's okay. Any talent is fine. Liberal arts isn't bad either. Your aunt can afford to put you through college. Martial arts are too dangerous. If you accidentally get eaten by a vicious beast. I don't know how I'd manage alone," she said, tears streaming down her face without her even realizing it as she hugged him tighter, lost in her emotions. Chu Feng took a deep breath, catching a faint fragrance from her body, which felt soothing. However, he was starting to feel like he couldn't breathe. She was hugging too tightly. Han Shui was already a second-tier martial artist, and Chu Feng, who had just awakened his talent, was no match for her in terms of strength. "Auntie, don't worry. I awakened an S-rank talent. Even in martial arts, I'll be among the top elites," Chu Feng explained. He actually had 3 S-rank talents. Plus, he had rapid regeneration abilities, like an indestructible cockroach. He wouldn't die so easily. S-rank talent? Han Shui looked at Chu Feng in disbelief. Such a level of talent was one in millions. Once awakened, no matter the type, it would immediately elevate the person to expert status, making them highly sought after. Even top-tier chefs, using meat from vicious beasts in their dishes, could enhance martial artists' strength. These meals were both filling and effective. Who wouldn't fight over such things? In every industry, there were experts, and top-tier talents were naturally even more powerful. Really? Han Shui couldn't believe that the sudden happiness left her stunned. Really? Chu Feng nodded vigorously. At the same time, deep blue electric arcs danced on his right hand, lively like small snakes. The power of the arcs made even Han Shui, a second-tier martial artist, feel her heartbeat quick and definitely S-rank. That's wonderful. Quickly, set the dishes. I've got a surprise for you. Han Shui exclaimed, then hurriedly ran upstairs. Watching her retreating figure, Chu Feng felt a warm glow in his heart. He set the dishes, served 2 bowls of rice, and prepared everything quietly in the dining room, waiting for his aunt to join him for dinner. Soon, Han Shui came running down with a bankbook in hand. Sitting at the table, the first thing she did was hand it to Chu Feng. "This is my savings over the years, 30,000 yuan. It's not much, but it's my heartfelt gift. Take it." Martial cultivation required resources. Since Chu Feng had awakened an S-rank talent, as his aunt, she would definitely support him with all her might. Chu Feng looked at the bankbook but didn't take it. He knew he needed money, but his aunt needed it too for things like shop rent, buying ingredients, and running the store. Though her monthly income was 6,000, after deducting rent and living expenses, she could only save about 1,000. She also helped pay for his tuition fees. He remembered that his aunt had planned to save 500,000 to buy the shop. If he took this 30,000, it would put significant financial pressure on her. "Auntie, I can't take this money. Martial cultivation isn't something that happens overnight. If I take the money, we'll have trouble even putting food on the table. I understand your kindness, but I absolutely can't accept this money." Han Shui felt a pang of sorrow when she saw Chu Feng refuse. This child had been considerate since he was young. Now, even with an S-rank talent that everyone envied, he remained humble and low-key, a rare and admirable character. But still, relying on her second-tier martial artist strength, Han Shui forcibly stuffed the bankbook into Chu Feng's hands. "Take it. Are you not even going to listen to your aunt? This money is for you to save, to help you take your first steps on the martial path. Don't worry about the family, you have me." Chu Feng wanted to refuse again. After all, 30,000 might not be much for martial cultivation, but for a regular person like his aunt, it could ensure a more comfortable life. "Eat." Han Shui interrupted Chu Feng, cutting off his words. She placed several pieces of meat into his bowl. Chu Feng responded, eating his meal without further argument. He silently resolved to save the money and, once he had enough, he would help his aunt purchase the shop to give her a surprise. "This meat is delicious." "Of course it is. It's beast meat, very nourishing," Han Shui said as she added more pieces to Chu Feng's bowl. "Ah! Isn't that 1,000 yuan per gene?" Chu Feng exclaimed in surprise. He had seen the price in the Universal Mall, which was shockingly high. First-tier beast meat was outrageously expensive. "Where did you get that number?" First-tier beast meat costs at most 500 yuan per gene. Second-tier meat, on the other hand, could be over 10,000 yuan per gene. "We can't afford that." 500? Chu Feng frowned. "So, the Universal Mall was even more expensive than prices here? If you don't believe me, check for yourself. Your aunt wouldn't lie to you. Alright, just eat your dinner." Chu Feng nodded, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. He picked up some of the beast meat and placed it in his aunt's bowl. "Auntie, you should eat some too." After dinner, Chu Feng returned to his room. The first thing he did was pick up the basic body tempering technique and begin practicing. The beast meat he had just eaten made his body feel hot, his blood surging. The cultivation effect was bound to be excellent. Striking while the iron was hot, he started practicing the body tempering technique. The body tempering technique was a method for strengthening the body, greatly enhancing strength and defense. It was divided into 9 stages: skin refining, bone tempering, flesh purification, meridian condensation, organ refinement, marrow fortification, blood transformation, tendon evolution, and golden body, corresponding to the 9 tiers of martial artists. The skin refining stage was further divided into 3 substages: bronze skin, silver skin, and jade skin. These corresponded to levels 1 to 3, 4 to 6, and 7 to 9, respectively. Once Chu Feng reached the bronze skin level, his skin would take on a faint bronze hue, significantly enhancing his defense, marking his successful entry into the technique. He carefully studied the steps of the basic body tempering technique and began practicing. Reciting the mantra silently, he used his fists to strike his body, feeling slight pain, then combined it with the mantra to circulate his blood energy. Repeating this process, those with the best talents, combined with medicinal baths, could typically achieve results within 7 to 8 days. The essence of skin refining lay in injuring and repairing the body to enhance its toughness. While injury was easy, recovery required time. Of course, resources were also needed to accelerate the process. If injuries weren't healed in time, forced training could easily lead to worsening damage, causing permanent harm to the body. However, Chu Feng had 3 S-rank talents. Note: Jin is a traditional Chinese unit of weight, approximately equal to 500 grams. The S-level talent naturally came with the effect of accelerating cultivation, and with the S-level life-tide ability enabling rapid recovery from injuries, his cultivation efficiency was exceptionally high. After practicing the basic body refinement technique just twice, Chu Feng already felt his whole body heating up. An opportunity had come. Under the blessing of 3 S-level talents, his cultivation speed was abnormally fast, with no need to worry about injury. At this critical moment, he activated his talent gigantification without hesitation, doubling the effects of all his talents. The enhancement from Life-Tide, in particular, caused his cultivation speed to soar once more. In the next moment, his blood surged, and Chu Feng's entire skin emitted a faint bronze glow. A powerful force circulated within his body. Bronze Skin Realm. He lightly clenched his fist, feeling the toughness of his body and the strength in his fist, full of confidence to face tomorrow's major exam. At this point, Chu Feng reckoned he could punch a regular ox to death with one blow. Dealing with ferocious beasts would be another matter. After breaking through to the new realm, he felt that even without the divine-level lightning talent, he could easily gain admission to the martial arts class. Moreover, it was still early, only 11:30. The discounted goods were about to hit the shelves. After the breakthrough, his mental state was excellent. There was no reason to rest now. He decided to continue cultivating. He might even have a chance to reach the silver skin realm, which was the 4th stage of the 1st rank. The higher his cultivation, the more respect he would naturally gain at school, along with greater access to resources. With a sufficiently high level of cultivation, Chu Feng could even venture out to hunt low-level ferocious beasts on his own, earning a fortune in dragon coins to exchange for better cultivation resources and allowing his aunt to live a better life. Thus, improving his cultivation was of utmost importance. Chu Feng took a deep breath, preparing to continue his physical training and practice the basic body refinement technique. Just then, a wave of hunger suddenly surged within him. Gore! Cultivation consumed a significant amount of blood energy and stamina, necessitating constant replenishment. Feeling weak and hungry, Chu Feng had no choice but to head downstairs to find something to eat. Opening the fridge, he found quite a bit of leftover food. Within moments, he had emptied the fridge of its contents. Although his stomach was full, the hunger pangs remained. The energy from the food was too low, leaving Chu Feng with an uncomfortable feeling of being both full and hungry at the same time. Do martial artists really have to eat ferocious beast meat? But ferocious beast meat cost hundreds of dragon coins per pound. He only had 200 dragon coins as pocket money. If he wanted to buy enough ferocious beast meat for cultivating, he would have to dip into his aunt's savings. But that was her money, he wouldn't dare spend it carelessly. After some thought, Chu Feng decided to endure the hunger and return to his room, determined to give it his all and secure admission to the martial arts class tomorrow. Martial arts classes not only provided ferocious beast meat but also gave students opportunities to go hunting. A single ferocious beast could yield dozens of pounds of meat, solving the issue of ferocious beast meat entirely. By now, the clock quietly ticked toward midnight. The system notification popped up. Today's special offer: 1 pound of hand-torn mountain bull meat. Mountain bull, second rank ferocious beast. Shocking price, 9.9 dragon coins, buy one get one free, limited time only. Chu Feng stared at the screen, his heartbeat accelerating. It was here. Second rank ferocious beast meat at a discounted price. A pound of second rank ferocious beast meat was worth tens of thousands, yet now it was being sold for just 9.9 dragon coins, practically a giveaway. The system truly came through. Buy. Chu Feng pulled out the 10.1 dragon coins he had in his pocket, leaving him with only 0.2 dragon coins. Purchase successful. 2 plates of mountain bull meat suddenly appeared in his system space. With a single thought, the mountain bull meat materialized before him, its rich aroma causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. Although he had just eaten, he managed to make some room and had no problem eating a bit more. Without hesitation, he grabbed the mountain bull meat, stuffing it piece by piece into his mouth. The feeling of fullness disappeared entirely. The mountain bull meat was incredibly fragrant, irresistibly delicious. As the meat entered his body, the hunger gradually subsided. The second-rank mountain bull meat transformed into blood energy, strengthening Chu Feng's body. Seizing the opportunity, he followed the body refinement technique's mantra, tempering his physique and advancing his cultivation. Time passed bit by bit. The sky gradually brightened. By the time he swallowed the last piece of mountain bull meat, his aura surged dramatically. His entire skin gleamed with a faint bronze hue, and upon closer inspection, a subtle silvery white sheen could also be seen. First rank, third stage. In just one night, with 2 pounds of mountain bull meat, Chu Feng had directly advanced to the late stage of the bronze skin realm, only one step away from the silver skin realm. His strength and endurance had improved significantly. He casually picked up the handcrafted knife on the table and lightly slid it across his skin, leaving only a shallow white mark. His defense was notably robust. His strength had also increased several-fold. At this moment, Chu Feng felt that he could easily punch a first-rank, first-stage ferocious beast to death. His attack power had risen dramatically. If he combined it with the 9 heavens divine lightning, he could effortlessly defeat a first-rank, sixth-stage ferocious beast. He glanced out the window, where the sun was slowly rising. That's about it. I'll definitely pass today's placement exam. Chu Feng went downstairs to have breakfast. His aunt had woken up early to prepare the day's ingredients, as well as Chu Feng's breakfast. When Han Shui saw Chu Feng coming downstairs, the first thing she noticed was the faint bronze hue on his skin. Was this the skin refinement realm? Han Shui was a bit surprised. She remembered that Chu Feng had only awakened his talent yesterday, so how had he already broken through to the skin refinement realm today? Only after awakening a talent could one begin practicing martial arts without harming the body. So, Chu Feng must have started cultivating yesterday and, in just one night, directly advanced to the skin refinement realm? That was unbelievable. She recalled that even the fastest breakthrough to the skin refinement realm took 7 days. Chu Feng's speed was astonishing. Han Shui found it hard to believe. She hurried to Chu Feng's side, holding his shoulders to take a closer look. After confirming that he had indeed reached the skin refinement realm, she was stunned. Xiao Feng? Did you break through? First rank, third stage, Chu Feng nodded casually. After all, it was just 1 night and 2 pounds of mountain bull meat, nothing too difficult. But as Han Shui listened, her eyes widened in disbelief. Breaking through from 0 cultivation to the 3rd stage of the first rank in just 1 night, his speed was like something out of a cheat code. It seemed that Chu Feng's S-level lightning talent must be closely tied to martial arts cultivation. Otherwise, there was no way to explain such rapid progress. Good news. A little more strength meant a little more safety in this world. Han Shui gently patted Chu Feng's head, a warm smile on her face. Go eat your breakfast. All right. Chu Feng ate his breakfast, bade farewell to his aunt, and headed for school. Han Shui watched his departing figure, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. She remembered that Chu Feng's parents had both died fighting ferocious beasts. As his aunt, she actually hoped that Chu Feng wouldn't take the path of martial arts. It was too dangerous. She only wished for him to live a safe and peaceful life. But there was no other way. With Chu Feng's talent, he was destined to walk further and further down the martial arts path. As his aunt, the best she could do was support him to the best of her ability. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shui took out her phone and dialed a long-forgotten number. Nanjing First High School. Chu Feng returned to school and sat back in his seat. The classroom was as lively as ever. As long as there was even a sliver of hope, everyone wanted to try their luck at getting into the martial arts class. Even those who awakened life-type talents refused to give up. A Tier 1 Level 1 ferocious beast was indeed powerful. But with some combat skills, even someone without cultivation could have a chance to defeat it. Everyone wanted to give it a shot. After all, even if they failed, it would only result in some injuries. With teachers watching over them, no one would lose their life. If they succeeded, they could gain direct entry into the martial arts class and earn the qualification to cultivate. For those with poor talents, they had no choice but to desperately chase after higher martial realms. Chu Feng, do you have any plans for the upcoming battle? A short boy approached him. It was Zhang Kai, one of Chu Feng's classmates, who had awakened a D-grade alchemy master talent, a skill with little connection to combat. He wanted to know how Chu Feng planned to pass the upcoming class division exam. After all, Chu Feng's awakened talent was gigantification, which was about as useful as an alchemy master talent in combat, perhaps even less so. The alchemy master talent, whether early or late stage, had decent economic potential. But gigantification, though rated as an S-grade talent, might actually be less helpful to a martial artist than some F-grade combat talents. Even an S-grade talent could only accelerate cultivation speed. To break through to the skin refining realm at the fastest pace would still take 7 days. In just 1 day, there was no way Chu Feng could achieve any cultivation progress. For the upcoming class division exam, without some strategy, Chu Feng was unlikely to make it into the martial arts class. And Chu Feng's attitude yesterday had been crystal clear. He was determined to get into the martial arts class. So he needed to prepare a solid plan. Thus, Zhang Kai came to ask Chu Feng for advice, hoping that Chu Feng's method could also help him. Although their talents differed greatly, their current strengths were about the same. Tell me, man. I'm planning to pick a spear. The longer the reach, the stronger it is. I'll just stab that beast to death with it, Zhang Kai said casually, as if he'd known Chu Feng for months and they were old friends. Chu Feng remained silent for a moment and then shook his head. No tricks. Just one punch. He was already at the late stage of the Copper Skin realm, Tier 1 Level 3. Could he not handle a Tier 1 Level 1 ferocious beast? If all else failed, he could just use the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder to strike it down. What? One punch? Bro, are you even awake right now? Zhang Kai was stunned. Ferocious beasts were known for their strength and physical resilience. Martial artists of the same level, without any special talent, were generally weaker than ferocious beasts. For an ordinary person without any talent, defeating a Tier 1 Level 1 beast was nearly impossible. The class division exam was essentially risking one's life. But Chu Feng claimed he could kill a ferocious beast with a single punch. Was he joking? Had he even woken up properly? To kill a ferocious beast with one punch, one would need to be at least 2 or 3 levels above it. Did that mean Chu Feng was already a Tier 1 Level 3, or even Level 4? Was that possible? How much time had passed? In just 1 day, the injuries from practicing the body refining technique Shun Ti have even healed yet. Zhang Kai could still clearly feel the wounds left by yesterday's training. They still ached. The body refining technique was notoriously difficult to cultivate. Forget Tier 1 Level 3, even breaking through to Tier 1 Level 1 overnight would have shattered human limits. Zhang Kai looked at Chu Feng suspiciously, convinced he was bluffing. No talent, no cultivation level, claiming to kill a ferocious beast with one punch was surely just empty bragging or a dream. However, just as Zhang Kai was staring at Chu Feng, he suddenly noticed a faint bronze glow emanating from Chu Feng's neck. This was... You didn't already reach the skin refining realm, did you? Zhang Kai stared in disbelief at Chu Feng's bronzed skin. Yes, Chu Feng nodded after a brief pause. He felt there was no need to hide his cultivation level. After all, with an S-grade talent, advancing quickly was only natural. I'm at Tier 1 Level 3, Chu Feng added. Hearing this, Zhang Kai felt his head spinning. Zhang Kai grabbed Chu Feng's hand and examined it closely for a full quarter hour. His eyes lit up with excitement. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Chu Feng's skin was nearly indistinguishable from that of a genuine copper skin realm martial artist. Excited, Zhang Kai leaned toward Chu Feng and whispered, "Brother, what pill did you take? Could you spare me one? I'll pay you handsomely." Pill? Chu Feng was baffled. He hadn't taken any pills, he'd only eaten 2 pounds of mountain ox meat. Zhang Kai gave him a knowing look and said, "Don't play dumb. I've got you all figured out. Even with an S-grade talent, it would take at least 7 days to break through to the copper skin realm. We only awakened our talents yesterday. It's been just one night, how could you have broken through? Forget Tier 1 Level 3, even reaching the copper skin realm is impossible. That excuse might fool others, but do you think you can fool me, Zhang Kai? Not a chance. You must have taken some pill that temporarily boosts your strength to pass the class division exam. Give me one. I'll pay the original price, and we'll both pass the exam together. What do you say?" Chu Feng shook his head firmly and replied, "No, I didn't take any pills. My Tier 1 Level 3 cultivation is the result of genuine, hard-earned training. The class division exam prohibits any external aids. If caught using external forces to advance, you'll be disqualified. I didn't use any pills for temporary boosts. I won't admit to something I didn't do." Hearing this, Zhang Kai began to pester Chu Feng relentlessly. Chu Feng's physical enhancements were too convincing, they were nearly indistinguishable from a true copper skin realm martial artist. Even if such pills were used, it would be nearly impossible for the invigilators to detect. If I could use one of those pills, Zhang Kai thought, even with an ordinary talent, I could easily pass the exam and enter the martial arts class. Seeing that Chu Feng remained silent, Zhang Kai's patience wore thin. He issued a warning. "I'm warning you. If you don't hand over the pill, I'll report you for using it. Then neither of us will get into the martial arts class." Chu Feng, helpless, responded calmly, "Go ahead and report me. I've done nothing wrong and have nothing to fear." Just then, the class bell rang. Teacher Yang walked into the classroom and cleared her throat. "Class is starting. Stand up." "Good morning, teacher." "Good morning, students. Please take your seats." After the customary greetings, Yang Xiaolei began explaining the rules for the class division exam. The exam will be held in the combat arena. The content of the exam is to defeat a Tier 1 Level 1 Tun Pig. If you defeat it, you'll be admitted to the martial arts class. The martial arts class focuses on practical combat and is highly beneficial for martial arts cultivation. Interested students shouldn't miss this opportunity. As she spoke, Yang Xiaolei's gaze landed on Chu Feng. Ordinary people need exceptional combat skills and an unyielding will to defeat the Tun Pig. Without a strong martial heart, stepping into the arena would mean getting crushed by the Tun Pig without a chance to fight back. Seeing the determination in Chu Feng's eyes, Yang Xiaolei nodded slightly. "Excellent. Even with average talent, as long as one fights with all their might, there is a chance to defeat the Tun Pig." Yang Xiaolei continued, "Of course, the martial arts classes are divided into levels. The school has a total of 6 martial arts classes, from Class 1 to Class 6. The teachers of Class 1 are powerful, having reached the 5th stage of the Tongzong realm. Meanwhile, the teachers of Class 6 are only at the 3rd stage of the Karu realm. Therefore, during the exam, try to challenge higher-level fierce beasts. Getting into Class 1 allows you to access resources far superior to other classes." As she spoke, Yang Xiaolei glanced at Zheng Hao. Zheng Hao, who had awakened a B-level battle talent, the Dragon Warrior, was the most likely student to get into Class 1. To enter Class 1, one must challenge a first rank, for stage fierce beast, equivalent to a silver skin realm warrior. Performing exceptionally would guarantee a spot in Class 1. Even if one doesn't win, causing harm to a first rank, for stage beast might still provide an opportunity. For students without cultivation, defeating a first rank, for stage beast is extremely difficult. Even with a B-level battle talent it carries significant risk. Without talent or cultivation, it's almost impossible to succeed. Zheng Hao met the homeroom teacher's gaze and nodded confidently. He had faith in his Dragon Warrior talent, even believing he could defeat a first rank, for stage fierce beast. His goal was to secure a spot in martial arts class 1. After all, if even he couldn't defeat a first rank, for Stage Beast, it was unlikely anyone else in the class could. Chu Feng was no exception. His S-level talent didn't enhance combat power and wasn't even in the same league as Zhang Hao. Alright, the rules are simple. Defeating the fierce beast completes the task. After briefly explaining the rules, Yang Xiaolei waved her hand, signaling the group to follow. Zhang Hao, with his B-level talent, took the lead, striding ahead confidently. Chu Feng walked steadily in the middle. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai trailed behind, alternating between threats and desperate pleas, trying to uncover Chu Feng's breakthrough secret. Bro, stop joking. If you really broke through to the third stage of the first rank in a single day, I'll change my surname to yours. Just tell me how you did it, or I'll report you. Then we'll both look bad. The most powerful S-level talent takes at least 7 days to break through to the first stage of the first rank. Aren't you an S-level talent too? How could you possibly reach the third stage in just 1 day? Unless you have more than one S-level talent? Stop joking. A warrior can awaken at most 2 talents. How could anyone have 3 S-level talents accelerating their cultivation simultaneously? Zhang Kai pestered Chu Feng relentlessly, bringing up all sorts of reasons. But Chu Feng remained completely unresponsive, forcing Zhang Kai to give up. You're forcing me. Zhang Kai gritted his teeth in silent determination. He swore to report Chu Feng. He'd report him to the homeroom teacher. He would wait until Chu Feng defeated a fierce beast and was about to enter the martial arts class before exposing him. He'd bring him crashing down, humiliating him in front of the entire school. He'd ensure this cheating brat couldn't enter the martial arts class. The arena. A circular field resembling a Roman Colosseum, with the center serving as the combat zone against fierce beasts. The stands around it were packed with students taking the martial arts exam. At this moment, a male student from Nanjiang No. 1 High School was battling in the arena. His opponent was a plump, pink-skinned pig, the Tunton Pig, a first-rank, first-stage fierce beast. The Tunton Pig was over 2 meters in size, with thick layers of fat that appeared both sturdy and solid. A single charge from it could send a person flying. Currently, it was locked behind the iron gate on the west side, ready to enter the fray. Prepare yourselves. Begin the battle. The referee blew the whistle, and with a rumbling sound, the iron gate opened. The Tunton Pig charged out immediately, rushing toward the male student. The student, holding a short dagger, clearly planned to fight at close range. As the Tunton Pig approached, the student seized the opportunity, raising his hand to stab fiercely with the dagger. The blade sliced through the pig's thick hide, leaving a red wound from which blood began to flow. However, the injury barely affected it. Instead, it enraged the Tunton Pig. With a sudden, airborne collision, it sent the male student flying 3 meters away. The dagger dropped from his hand, leaving him without a weapon to attack. The Tunton Pig didn't stop. It continued ramming the student with its snout. The male student, apparently without a battle talent, was almost defenseless after losing the dagger. Against the tough and powerful Tunton Pig, he stood no chance. I give up. He didn't want to get hurt anymore. A liberal arts class was fine. He had accepted his fate. No surrender. The referee interrupted his plea sternly. It was Wei Tian, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 and a 5th stage Tongzong realm expert. He explained, fierce beasts see you as nothing but food. Only by persisting to the end do you have a chance. To surrender is to face certain death. Unless you pass out or your life is in danger, stand up and fight to the end. The students outside the arena started murmuring among themselves. Those who had entered the exam with a glimmer of hope began to feel discouraged upon hearing the referee's resolute stance. This is way too strict. It's just an exam, after all. Yeah, if we can't win, so what? A liberal arts class is just as good, isn't it? I'm starting to think I shouldn't take this exam. Getting knocked around by a pig? Just imagining it is embarrassing. And with that size, it's definitely going to hurt. Forget it, I'll just head home. I'm not taking this anymore. Watching is enough. Inside the arena, the male student's mind buzzed upon hearing the rules. He had thought the martial arts class provided good benefits, but he hadn't expected the brutal reality of fighting fierce beasts. He tried to struggle and fight back, but it was already too late. His weapon was gone, and he had no defenses against the Tunton Pig. With a sudden, powerful charge, the Tunton Pig rammed its snout into his head, knocking him out cold. The battle was over. At this moment, Wei Tian stepped in, effortlessly subduing the Tunton pig and saving the male student. No matter how much the Tunton pig struggled, it couldn't escape Wei Tian's grasp. The disparity in strength was evident. Wei Tian quickly tidied up the scene and brought in a new Tunton pig. Next! He shouted. At that moment, most of the students in the stands fell silent. Even those with combat-related talents began questioning whether pursuing liberal arts might not be a better idea. I can't earn any points. With my life skills talent, I might as well go home and farm. Being a chef doesn't sound too bad. This is brutal. He got knocked out cold. Fighting fierce beasts was indeed dangerous. Zhang Kai trailed behind Chu Feng, looking somewhat dejected. Seeing the confidence in Chu Feng's eyes, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Hey, is it really worth going all out like this? What's so great about sneaking into the martial arts class? Your talent doesn't improve combat ability at all. If you step onto the stage, won't you end up as miserable as that person?" Chu Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at hearing this. He thought to himself, if he could, he'd really want to give Zhang Kai a good beating. Taking a deep breath, he patiently explained, "I really am at the third tier of the first stage. You'll see in a bit." Zhang Kai still didn't believe him and shook his head, saying, "Either you've taken some drugs or used some secret technique, I can't tell otherwise. Though I admire your courage, don't blame me if I report you later." You see that, referee? That's Wei Tian, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 in the martial arts department. He's a 5th-tier master. I don't believe he wouldn't find out. Besides, no matter how powerful the secret technique, it would eventually be exposed over time. Could Chu Feng's rapid cultivation speed forever escape everyone's notice? Now he was acting so formidable, but once he got into the martial arts department, he would definitely have a tough time. The key issue was that Chu Feng's talent was useless. Even if his cultivation was high, in real battles, he'd still be targeted by opponents stronger than him. Report me if you want. Chu Feng didn't care at all. He glanced at the cleared training ground, eager to get started. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Zhang Kai anymore and got ready to step into the arena. He was curious to see the strength of a first-tier, first-stage Tunton pig. This was also a chance to let Zhang Kai know that not only was his cultivation level high, but his talent was also monstrous. He had already made up his mind yesterday to showcase his S-rank talent, the power of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. In the future, he'd undoubtedly get into fights, and this talent would definitely come in handy. A martial artist awakening 2 talents at once? That had never happened before. If anyone asked why he'd awakened the gigantification talent but could still use thunder, he'd just say it was a talent mutation. Or he could simply claim he had awakened 2 talents. No one had done it before, but now he had. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Feng was ready to enter the arena. At that moment, Zhang Hao, who possessed the B-rank combat talent Dragon Warrior, leapt into the arena first. "I'll go." Although Zhang Hao had no cultivation level, his entire body exuded an invincible aura, like a mighty dragon descending to dominate everything. Standing nearby, Wei Tian caught sight of Zhang Hao's energy and nodded slightly. Martial artists should have this kind of fighting spirit. Only with such momentum could one make rapid progress in the martial path. In the stands, homeroom teacher Yang Xiaolei clenched her fists, cheering for Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's B-rank talent, Dragon Warrior, was the strongest combat-oriented talent in the class, giving him a great shot at entering the martial arts department. If he got in, Yang Xiaolei's bonus as his homeroom teacher would also increase. Naturally, she hoped he'd win. Prepare. Begin the battle. At Wei Tian's command, the Tunton pig charged into the arena without hesitation, rushing straight at Zhang Hao. Facing a first-tier, first-stage Tunton pig, Zhang Hao showed no fear. He let out a roar, his muscles swelling as if a massive dragon had possessed him, his strength surging. Zhang Hao raised his right fist and slammed it hard into the Tunton pig's head. Boom! Under the immense impact, Zhang Hao stood firm, unmoving, while the Tunton pig stumbled back a few steps and collapsed unconscious. A creature capable of easily flipping over an ordinary person was taken down by Zhang Hao with a single punch. This was the power of a B-rank Dragon Warrior talent. The students watching began whispering among themselves. He's so strong, took it down with just one punch, and without any cultivation level, too. If he trained in body strengthening techniques and martial arts, his combat power would be terrifying. That's a B-rank talent. Our school only has 2 of those. And there's one A-rank and one S-rank talent as well. I heard the A-rank talent, Frozen Domain, is incredible, can summon ice. Wow, just hearing the name sounds amazing. Then the S rank must be even more powerful, right? S rank talent? It's pretty useless, can't be utilized early on. Looks like the guy with the A rank talent is probably the strongest in school. Zhang Kai was stunned to see Zhang Hao knock out the Tunton pig with one punch. He turned to Chu Feng, subconsciously comparing Zhang Hao with him. Is your S rank talent this strong? Much stronger, Chu Feng said confidently. Although he hadn't tested his 9 Heavens Divine Thunder yet, just by the description of his 2 talents, he knew their immense potential. A single 9 Heavens Divine Thunder would turn that Tunton pig into roasted pork on the spot. Humph. All you do is brag. When you're finally exposed, you're the one who's going to suffer. Zhang Kai dismissed him. After all, Chu Feng's eventual embarrassment would reveal everything, and he'd be the one to lose face. Since Chu Feng was being so stubborn, Zhang Kai couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. He'd just wait and see the results. In the arena, Wei Tian, impressed with Zhang Hao's aura, nodded and asked, "Not bad. What's your name?" "Zhang Hao. Do you want to continue?" Defeating a first-tier, second-stage beast earns you 2 chi and blood pills, a third-stage beast earns 3 pills, and there is no cap on rewards. Chi and blood pills. Zhang Hao inhaled sharply at the mention of the reward. Each pill cost 10,000 dragon coins, making them a precious item for ordinary families. The effect of one pill was equivalent to the blood essence of 10 first-tier beasts, and since it was concentrated, it was even more beneficial for martial artists in cultivation and breakthroughs. Coming from a modest background, Zhang Hao didn't hesitate to nod. He wanted to earn more resources for his training. "I want to challenge a first-tier, 4th-stage beast directly." "Is that allowed?" After all, this was a key requirement for entering Class 1 of the martial arts department, and he didn't want to waste effort on lower-tier beasts. "Of course." Wei Tian waved his hand, signaling the staff to prepare for the next challenge. Moments later, Wei Tian announced, "Prepare. Begin the battle." The heavy iron gate on the west side of the arena opened swiftly. Immediately, a massive wild boar, 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, covered in black fur, appeared before everyone. This wild boar wasn't just enormous, it had razor-sharp half-meter-long tusks protruding from both sides of its snout. A single strike from those tusks could easily disembowel someone. A frenzied wild boar, a first-tier, 4th-stage beast. Among beasts of the same level, its combat ability ranked near the top. The students in the arena began to chatter nervously at the sight of the wild boar. How do you even fight that? Defending against it already seems impossible. Those tusks look terrifying, one hit and you'd be seriously injured. 2 meters tall? The pressure of facing it head-on must be immense. I don't stand a chance. Compared to this, the Tunton pig actually seems kind of cute. Getting rammed by a Tunton pig doesn't sound so bad after all. I think I'll just stick to studying liberal arts. Martial arts isn't for me. Zhang Kai, upon seeing the frenzied wild boar, began to feel a sense of dread. He had only seen illustrations of beasts in books before, and he'd always imagined them as large and ferocious. But seeing such a massive creature in person, with its wild, primal energy overwhelming him, made him instinctively want to retreat. The treatment in the martial arts class was indeed excellent, but you needed to have a life to enjoy it. The ferocity of the beasts was terrifying, and the judges standing by the arena didn't even regard the students as human. What kind of hell awaited him in the martial arts class? He was already mentally prepared. Turning his head, Zhang Kai saw the confidence brimming in Chu Feng's eyes, which made him question again. "Aren't you afraid?" "Why should I be afraid?" Chu Feng countered with a question. "Come on, you can fool your friends, but don't fool yourself. That wild boar is so fierce, you have no talent at all. How on earth can you win?" Hearing Chu Feng's response, Zhang Kai started to understand a little. It must be the fearlessness of the young and naive. That wild boar could ram into you with such force that it might as well knock your very soul out. Even a B-rank dragon warrior, specialized in combat, wouldn't have much of a chance against that beast. Zhang Kai glanced back at the arena. At this moment, the berserk wild boar had already approached Zhang Hao. Its massive head was slightly lowered, its sharp tusks ready to strike. The next moment, the boar's head jerked upward fiercely, aiming to rip its opponent apart with those deadly tusks. Zhang Hao knew the situation was dire. Facing such a colossal beast, his palms and back were drenched in sweat. He let out a roar, boosting his courage by +3. His muscles swelled, ripping through his school uniform to reveal a solid, muscular frame. Faint crimson scales appeared on his skin, providing exceptional defense. The dragon's bloodline was fully activated. Taking advantage of the wild boar lowering its head, Zheng Hao raised his fist and slammed it down hard onto the boar's skull. Boom! Fist collided with skull. Using his tremendous strength, Zheng Hao forcefully suppressed the berserk wild boar. With a sharp crack, it was unclear whose bone had broken. The piercing sound reverberated through the arena. The wild boar, realizing its initial strike had failed, quickly pulled back, preparing for another attack. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao's face twisted in pain. His right hand, which had landed the punch, was already deformed, clearly severely injured in the clash. The hardness of his fist couldn't compare to the boar's skull, and his right hand's bones had fractured upon impact. The intense pain surged through Zheng Hao's consciousness. Losing the use of his right fist and with the added burden of the agony, his combat effectiveness plummeted. At this moment, the berserk wild boar retreated and dug its hooves into the ground, aiming its long tusks at Zheng Hao's vital points for a lethal strike. Zheng Hao was in extreme danger. As for Wei Tian, the referee, he remained calm and stood by indifferently, showing no intention of intervening. In the stands, many spectators shut their eyes, as though the outcome had already been decided. Blood was about to stain the arena red. Inside the arena, the wild boar's tusks struck ferociously toward Zheng Hao's body. Zheng Hao's injuries were severe. Even before being hurt, he had already been at a disadvantage against the boar. Now with his injuries, the situation was even grimmer. But he knew he couldn't easily admit defeat in this trial. He could only grit his teeth and muster all his strength to fend off the boar's attacks. At the critical moment, Zheng Hao suddenly felt as though everything around him slowed down. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect or the influence of adrenaline, but in this slow motion-like perception, he spotted the wild boar's weaknesses and even saw a chance to counterattack. As the wild boar charged toward him, Zheng Hao slightly shifted his body. Using his agile movement, he brushed past the sharp tusks, effortlessly dodging the strike. But merely dodging wasn't enough, one couldn't win by just evading. As Zheng Hao skimmed past the boar's tusks, he raised his right elbow and smashed it hard against the middle of the tusk. With a sharp crack, the tusk broke. His target had been to disable the opponent's primary weapon of attack, buying himself more time to recover. However, the wild boar, now in pain, thrashed about wildly. Even though its tusk was broken, the remaining half became an even more dangerous close-range weapon. With a swish, the broken tusk slashed across Zheng Hao's body, leaving a deep gash from the tremendous force. Blood splattered across the dragon's scales on his body. This blow left Zheng Hao gravely injured, and the overwhelming pain caused him to lose consciousness instantly. The wound on his chest was terrifying, with bones faintly visible through the open gash. The berserk wild boar, unsatisfied after severely injuring Zheng Hao, lowered its head, preparing to attack him repeatedly with its tusks. At this moment, Wei Tian finally made his move. His body didn't seem to visibly shift, but the crowd only caught a fleeting glimpse of him. The next moment, a loud bang resonated from within the arena. The massive berserk wild boar rolled its eyes back and collapsed unconscious. Wei Tian walked over to Zheng Hao and began inspecting his injuries. After a brief examination, he found that they were merely superficial wounds. He quickly pressed a few points on Zheng Hao's body and successfully woke him up. He pulled out a pill and forcibly fed it to Zheng Hao. The medicinal power was potent, swiftly halting his injuries. Your combat experience is too lacking. There is still much for you to improve on. Go rest for now. Understood. Zheng Hao slowly stood up, staggering as he left the arena and returned to the stands. The berserk wild boar was simply too powerful. Reflecting on the fight, he saw no hope of victory at all. Back in his seat, Zheng Hao refused to lie down. He still wanted to see who could possibly defeat this terrifying wild boar. In the stands, many spectators felt pity for Zheng Hao. There is still a chance. A first-tier, fourth-layer beast like this is strong but not intelligent. He did his best. After all, he is just a rookie. Breaking one of the wild boar's tusks was already impressive. The last one couldn't even handle a piglet. For a rookie, today's performance was remarkable. In the arena, Wei Tian casually dealt with the unconscious wild boar. Before the bloodstains could dry, Wei Tian called out, "Next." A new round of trials began. This time, the stands grew completely silent. The shocking display of the berserk wild boar was still fresh in everyone's minds. Especially Zhang Hao's near disembowelment, with his chest bones exposed, such a gruesome and harrowing scene. What was more concerning was that the wild boar hadn't sustained any fatal injuries. Though it had lost a tusk, its combat prowess was barely affected. This level of berserk wild boar far exceeded everyone's expectations. "I'll go." At this moment, Chu Feng stepped forward, leaping into the arena with unwavering confidence as he looked directly at Wei Tian. In the stands, Zhang Kai watched the energized Chu Feng, hesitating to speak. In the end, he gave up on reporting him. While the benefits of the martial arts class were good, Zhang Kai could only admire those willing to risk their lives for it. He gave Chu Feng a thumbs up. After witnessing the brutal battles earlier, Zhang Kai admitted he fully supported anyone brave enough to join the martial arts class. The harsh reality of martial arts far surpassed their imagination. Martial arts students were warriors who fought with their lives, and with such good benefits, Zhang Kai didn't feel the slightest bit envious. However, while Zhang Kai refrained from exposing Chu Feng, Wei Tian in the arena whitened his eyes. "Wait, weren't you a student from Nanjiang No. 1 High School here for the class division exams? A cultivation level of first stage triple layer is plain to see. Do you think I, a 5th stage martial artist of the cleansing organs realm, wouldn't notice? Get lost, stop meddling." Wei Tian instinctively assumed Chu Feng was not a student from their school and hurriedly told him to leave. "You just awakened your talent yesterday and started cultivating. And in one day, you broke through to the first stage triple layer? What kind of joke is this? Why? I'm also a student of Nanjiang High School. I'm eligible to participate in the class placement exam." Chu Feng questioned, confused. Being told to leave the moment he arrived, this was utterly unreasonable. "Which class are you from? If you can't say, don't blame me for being rude." Wei Tian was so angry he almost laughed. Did this kid really think he was blind? If this boy turned out to be his own student, that would be fine, but if not, he'd surely give him a beating. Taking the class placement exam as a joke? I'm from class 7 of grade 3. My homeroom teacher is Ms. Yang Xiaolei. She is over there on the stands, Chu Feng explained, looking toward Ms. Yang on the stands. Yang Xiaolei stepped forward. Chu Feng was her student, and he had awakened an S-grade talent. She remembered him vividly. Chu Feng is a student of my class. He has also awakened an S-grade talent. Zhang Hao can confirm this. Any doubts, Mr. Wei? Not far away, the severely injured Zhang Hao spoke with difficulty. Chu Feng is indeed my classmate. He has awakened an S-grade talent gigantification. Even the awakened talent was mentioned, leaving no room for doubt. Chu Feng was indisputably Zhang Hao's classmate. However, the mention of the S-grade talent gigantification sparked a small discussion among some individuals. So, he is the one who awakened the S-grade talent? What a pity. Gigantification has the highest potential ceiling among S-grade talents but is also the most useless. If Chu Feng reaches the 7th stage and awakens another S-grade talent, with the effect of gigantification doubling, he'd be a monster practically having 4 talents. But if he accidentally awakens a life-oriented talent or an F-grade one, then gigantification would be completely wasted. High potential ceiling, but the floor is frighteningly low. And it requires reaching the 7th stage, which is an extremely stringent condition. At the early stages, it's practically useless in combat. It feels worse than some C-grade talents. Indeed. Among the students, the evaluation of gigantification was rather lukewarm. However, Wei Tian, standing below the stage, froze in shock upon confirming Chu Feng had only awakened his talent yesterday. Wait, a classmate? Are you kidding me? Even with an S-grade talent, the fastest one could break through to the first stage first layer would be 7 days. You reached the first stage triple layer in just 1 day? Is cultivation a rocket ride for you? Does the body tempering technique not take time? Does recovering from injuries suffered during body tempering not take time? Even if you cultivate faster, breaking through in 1 night is understandable. But what does reaching the first stage triple layer mean? Chu Feng's bronze-colored skin faintly shimmered with a silver glow, clearly on the brink of reaching the silver skin realm. The more Wei Tian thought about it, the more confused he became. Could he have used some secret technique that overdraws potential? Wei Tian wondered. He quickly moved to Chu Feng's side, grabbed his arm, and carefully examined him. The unique flow of qi and blood in a martial artist coursed through Chu Feng's body. After a moment, Wei Tian was stunned. Not only had Chu Feng not used any secret techniques, but his body didn't even bear a single scar. The body tempering technique is a process of repeatedly damaging and then repairing the body. If there is no bodily harm, how could there be training? Since there must be harm, where were Chu Feng's injuries? Even with miraculous pills, residual medicinal energy would remain, and potent pills could even harm low-level martial artists. Thus, even for S-grade talents, the fastest breakthrough would take 7 days. Yet Chu Feng. Could he naturally possess a special physique for rapid bodily recovery, which allows him to cultivate so quickly? Wei Tian speculated internally. His gaze regained clarity as he continued examining Chu Feng. On the stage, homeroom teacher Yang Xiaolei noticed Wei Tian handling Chu Feng and felt puzzled. What's wrong? Is there an issue? She observed closely and noticed the faint bronze glow on Chu Feng's skin. This is a first-stage martial artist, the bronze skin realm. Yang Xiaolei, whose own cultivation level wasn't high, hadn't paid much attention to Chu Feng earlier. Now that she noticed his cultivation level, she was both astonished and flustered. Wait, all she did yesterday was casually tell Chu Feng to try cultivating. Who would ve thought he'd actually break through to the first stage of martial artistry? And his cultivation speed, goodness, it was faster than if he had taken performance-enhancing drugs. Yang Xiaolei knew Chu Feng's family background wasn't affluent. There was no way he could have access to top-tier resources for idle squandering. Under such tight circumstances, he had managed to break through to the bronze skin realm in just 1 day. If he had abundant resources, then what? Could Chu Feng directly break through to the second stage bone forging realm within a week? Yang Xiaolei fell silent. It felt as if the 7th stage of martial artistry wasn't much of a challenge for Chu Feng. If he awakened another powerful S-grade talent, Chu Feng's future would be simply unimaginable. Beside her, Zhang Hao was also dumbfounded. What was going on? Wasn't he just a supposedly useless S-grade talent? Why all the fuss? He felt that Chu Feng's S-grade talent wasn't even as good as his own. Zhang Hao, lacking any foundational training, had never considered pursuing martial arts and thus had no idea Chu Feng had already become a first-stage triple-layer martial artist. At this point, even without relying on any talents, Chu Feng could go toe-to-toe with his dragon warrior. Not to mention Chu Feng had 3 S-grade talents. Chu Feng has already reached the first-stage triple-layer. Wei Tian's voice slowly spread across the arena, resounding loud and clear. As a 5th-stage martial artist of the cleansing organs realm, Wei Tian confirmed that Chu Feng indeed possessed an extraordinary ability for rapid bodily recovery, a 1 in a million cultivation prodigy. It didn't take him long to piece together the reason behind Chu Feng's rapid cultivation. After all, Chu Feng was his student. The faster Chu Feng cultivated, the better. It would be ideal if Chu Feng could break through to the 9th stage golden body realm within a year. Every additional top-tier combatant in the golden body realm meant humanity could better expand its territory and fend off feral beasts. Although Wei Tian's declaration of Chu Feng's first-stage triple-layer wasn't loud, it felt like a bomb going off in Yang Xiaolei's mind. She immediately stood up, her almond-shaped eyes locking onto Chu Feng. Seeing the faint silver glow on his skin, she couldn't help but gasp. He had already reached the late stage of the bronze skin realm. The late stage of the bronze skin realm wasn't particularly strong, but for someone with no familial support, Chu Feng breaking through to this stage overnight was astonishing. His martial talent was simply beyond belief. Yang Xiaolei sank back into her seat, feeling as though her entire worldview had been turned upside down. Her eyes were hollow. Although Chu Feng's talent was S-grade, it wasn't considered particularly exceptional. Yet his cultivation speed had already surpassed the bounds of common understanding. Unprecedented, he directly shattered the fastest breakthrough record for martial artists. She remembered that all she had given him was an ordinary foundational body tempering technique, devoid of any special effects. Yang Xiaolei was at a loss for words. Beside her, Zhang Hao's eyes widened when he heard that Chu Feng had reached the 3rd stage of the first tier. He had practiced the foundational body tempering technique himself and knew how challenging it was. Right now, his entire body ached terribly. After tempering the body, recovery from injuries wasn't quick, and there were limits to the speed of cultivation. Zheng Hao estimated that, with his B-grade talent, he would need to temper his body hundreds of times to break through to the skin refining realm. He could only train a few times a day. Overdoing it would hinder his recovery and even cause injuries. Simply put, it was impossible for him to break through to the skin refining realm in less than a month. Yet Chu Feng had reached the third stage of the skin refining realm in just a single day. Utterly impossible. On the spectator stand, Zhang Kai was dumbfounded. He had thought Chu Feng's cultivation level was fake, but it turned out to be real. Reporting him would only make him look foolish. Chu Feng's cultivation talent was too monstrous. Wasn't he it said that S-grade talents were useless? Why was Chu Feng so overwhelmingly strong? However, fortunately, Chu Feng was only fast at cultivating his talent. Wasn't he particularly powerful? Even at the third stage of the first tier, he would at best be on par with a B-grade talent Dragon Warrior. It would be easy for someone stronger to defeat him. All in all, while Chu Feng's cultivation speed was astonishing, his overall strength wasn't overwhelmingly formidable. Around him, many classmates who heard about Chu Feng's achievement in reaching the third stage of the first tier started discussing. A cultivation genius. He broke the historical record, didn't he? Before this, the fastest breakthrough to the first stage of the first tier took 7 days. He reached the third stage in 1 day? It feels like he's using cheats. Is S-grade talent really this powerful? Could Chu Feng have awakened multiple S-grade talents? Only stacking talents could make him this fast. Doesn't it matter? Body tempering techniques require the body to be injured. No matter how efficient the cultivation, the body still needs time to recover. Besides, Chu Feng couldn't possibly have multiple S-grade talents. Exactly. A person can only awaken at most 2 talents. No one has ever heard of someone with 3. This just means his physique is extraordinary. The arena fell silent. Chu Feng knew his cultivation speed was indeed a bit too fast. He remained quiet for a moment, giving everyone time to process their shock. After referee Wei Tian snapped out of his daze, Chu Feng finally asked, "Can we start now?" Chu Feng was eager to test if killing a ferocious beast would earn him a reward pouch from the Universal Mall. If he could obtain a cultivation technique, it would be a massive profit. He had already noticed that even the cheapest technique in the Universal Mall cost at least 300,000 dragon coins. 300,000 dragon coins. No one would buy him even if he were sold by weight. Alright, I have no objections. Wei Tian confirmed that Chu Feng was indeed a student from their school, so he had no reason to make things difficult. He raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Get ready! Battle start!" Opposite Chu Feng, an iron gate slowly opened. A pink-skinned Tun pig waddled out, snorting as it did. Facing this first stage first-tier ferocious beast, Chu Feng decided to go all out and kill it with full strength. 9 Heavens Thunder! A sizzle rang out as blue lightning instantly enveloped Chu Feng, amplifying his attack power to the maximum. As the 9 Heavens Thunder emerged, an intense oppressive aura spread throughout the arena. The next moment, the lightning cascading from Chu Feng's body poured down like a waterfall, surging straight into the Tun pig's body. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Tun pig was instantly killed, unable to resist at all. The battle was over in seconds. Chu Feng retracted the 9 Heavens Thunder. Simultaneously, a system prompt appeared: "You have slain a ferocious beast and obtained a first-tier reward pouch by luck." In the entire arena, Chu Feng's summoning of lightning and the slaying of the Tun pig took mere seconds. The destructive aura left by the 9 Heavens Thunder still lingered. Not far away, referee Wei Tian, who had witnessed the entire process, had his mouth agape. This didn't make sense. Wasn't your talent supposed to be the so-called least useful S-grade gigantification? It wasn't even considered promising. How did it suddenly turn into a lightning ability known for its terrifying attack power? And this lightning, capable of killing the Tun pig in one strike, had to be an A-grade or even S-grade talent. A powerful talent combined with Chu Feng's absurd cultivation speed. Classmate, are you hacking the system? Wei Tian, struggling to believe what he had just seen, trembled as he approached Chu Feng and asked with a glimmer of hope, "Is this a martial skill of yours?" Even though Wei Tian knew most martial skills couldn't achieve such effects, the scene before him was hard to accept as reality. Chu Feng was too dazzling, so dazzling that even Wei Tian, a 5th-tier expert, found it hard to bear. Besides, even if it were a martial skill, it would be a miracle for Chu Feng to master it in just 1 day. I don't know, Chu Feng replied, puzzled. I just felt like I could use it, so I did. Martial skill? Of course, it was his talent. It was just that his talent had some peculiarities, and he needed to find a way to cover it up. Anyway, I don't understand it either, so you can interpret it however you like. Upon hearing this, Wei Tian was almost certain it was a talent. Either the detection instrument malfunctioned, or Chu Feng's talent had mutated. In any case, Chu Feng had awakened a lightning talent with immense attack power. A strong talent was far more enviable and frustrating than a powerful martial skill. Martial skills could be learned, but talents were insurmountable differences between martial artists. Chu Feng not only had a strong talent but also cultivated at an extraordinary speed. His future was now beyond anyone's ability to measure. On the stands, everyone who witnessed the dazzling blue lightning unleashed by Chu Feng was stunned. Ha! Who said earlier that this guy's talent was gigantification? Can't they see how thick that lightning was? This is clearly an exceptionally rare lightning-type talent, with unmatched attack power. With Chu Feng's rapid cultivation speed and such an incredible talent, I feel like our Dragon Kingdom is about to produce another peerless expert. This is too crazy. Chu Feng must be cheating. To the uninformed classmates, they only realized that Chu Feng's talent was exceptional. But for Yang Xiaolei, Chu Feng's homeroom teacher who had personally witnessed his talent awakening, she was utterly baffled. Impossible. She knew Chu Feng's awakened talent was gigantification. How could it suddenly become such a strong lightning talent? One move to kill the Tun pig. Chu Feng's cultivation speed was fast, his combat strength was strong. Was his luck maxed out too? Did all the good things in the world fall into Chu Feng's lap? Fortunately, it was just an S-grade lightning talent, not enough to break humanity's records. Compared to cultivation talents, Chu Feng's awakened talent wasn't even that significant. Unless he awakens 2 or even 3 S-rank talents, his talent is just average. After all, others have also awakened S-rank lightning talents before. Beside Yang Xiaolei, Zhang Hao, who possessed a B-rank talent of Dragon Warrior, bitterly smiled after witnessing Chu Feng's attack. He had initially thought that even if Chu Feng trained quickly, that would be the limit. Sooner or later, stronger individuals would undoubtedly surpass him. In fact, just moments ago, Zhang Hao was confident he could fight evenly with Chu Feng. But now, Zhang Hao's rare sense of superiority was utterly shattered by Chu Feng's Blue Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. Whether it was speed of cultivation or the intensity of his talent, Chu Feng completely crushed him. If they were to really fight, Zhang Hao felt he wouldn't even be able to take a single move from Chu Feng. Not far away, Zhang Kai, who had followed Chu Feng, was in complete shock. Wasn't there supposed to be some secret technique? How could your cultivation increase and your talents still remain so monstrous? How is someone with a life support type talent even supposed to compete with you? Recalling his earlier threats to Chu Feng, Zhang Kai now felt like a complete joke. His threats and plans to report him were all meaningless. Chu Feng had real strength, no underhanded tactic could faze him. At that moment, Zhang Kai also felt relieved. Luckily, he hadn't really gone to inform Wei Tian about Chu Feng earlier, otherwise, he would have made a complete fool of himself. In the arena, Wei Tian glanced at the charred, roasted pork-like body of the Tun pig that Chu Feng had electrocuted with a single strike of lightning and gestured for someone to clear the battlefield. Turning around, he asked, "How about directly challenging the Tier 1 Stage 4 Berserk Wild Boar? I acknowledge your strength. The chi and blood pills will still be yours." Chu Feng shook his head. Killing beasts had the chance to drop luck bags. If he didn't kill, it would be a wasted opportunity. Venturing out into the wild alone was too dangerous. Here, it was safe and reassuring. He explained, "I'd like to test the power of my talent more. I'm not in a hurry to jump levels." Wei Tian nodded. That's reasonable. Talents need practice to master, especially powerful ones. It's best to pair them with martial techniques to maximize their potential. He then signaled for the staff to release a Tier 1 Stage 2 black-haired boar for Chu Feng to challenge. During this pause, Chu Feng opened a delicate blue luck bag from his system inventory. Congratulations on obtaining Inherited Memory, 3000 Lightning Movement incomplete. 3000 Lightning Movement, a body technique originating from a strong cultivator in a parallel universe. A surge of intense memories flooded into Chu Feng's mind. Since it was inherited knowledge, Xu Feng didn't even need to learn it. Every technique of the 3000 lightning movement was instantly engraved into his mind. 3000 lightning movement was a type of body technique. When fully operational, it could make a cultivator move as fast as lightning, traversing hundreds of thousands of meters in an instant. However, it required spiritual energy and mastery over a certain type of lightning. The stronger the lightning, the faster the speed. Xu Feng's rank 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder was more than sufficient, allowing for perfect synergy with the 3000 lightning movement. However, he lacked spiritual energy, preventing him from unleashing its full potential. Moreover, the inherited memory was incomplete, limiting its effectiveness to about 5%. Currently, Xu Feng could only utilize less than 1% of its full power, but even this allowed him to move hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, an already astonishing speed. He realized that moving hundreds of meters in an instant typically required a Tier 2 cultivator paired with top-tier body techniques. As a Tier 1 cultivator, relying on his 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder to achieve this meant he could already escape from most Tier 2 ferocious beasts. Even though the 3000 lightning movement was incomplete, and Xu Feng couldn't yet fully utilize its potential, it was already immensely practical. Once he obtained the complete technique and mastered spiritual energy in the future, traversing the entire blue star in an instant would no longer be an issue. Are you ready? Wei Tian saw Xu Feng lost in thought and kindly reminded him. Talented students always garnered admiration, especially those as gifted as Xu Feng. No problem, let us do this. Xu Feng nodded. In the next moment, the heavy iron gate below the stands was lifted, and a strong black-haired boar was released. This time, Xu Feng didn't immediately use the 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder to obliterate it. Instead, he swiftly approached, his right hand gathering the radiant blue lightning of the 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder, preparing to eliminate the black-haired boar with minimal effort. Killing ferocious beasts earned Xian blood pills from the school, and the system might also reward luck bags. Therefore, Xu Feng wanted to kill as many beasts as possible to maximize the system's benefits. Opportunities to safely slay ferocious beasts were rare. Although Xu Feng could undoubtedly defeat a Tier 1 Stage 4 Berserk Wild Boar, using the 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder consumed physical energy. Considering there were still plenty of beasts left to kill, Xu Feng decided to conserve energy by condensing the Divine Thunder in his palm. This was also why he hadn't used the 3000 lightning movement. It was reserved for critical moments. Soon, Xu Feng arrived in front of the black-haired boar. The boar, unwilling to back down, raised its head and charged at Xu Feng with all its might. Without hesitation, Xu Feng struck the boar's forehead with his right palm, using his full strength as a Tier 1 Stage 3 cultivator. With a sizzling sound, the 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder coursed from Xu Feng's palm into the boar's head, killing it instantly. This time, the beast didn't drop a luck bag, but Xu Feng didn't mind. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Next!" brimming with confidence and an imposing aura. The crowd, watching Xu Feng radiate energy and charisma, couldn't help but feel envious. That brilliant blue lightning is so strong and so cool. He can annihilate enemies from a distance and even infuse lightning directly into opponents in close combat, making it terrifyingly destructive. It's a pity Xu Feng hasn't learned any martial techniques yet. If he mastered something like a Lightfoot technique, he'd be a walking artillery platform. Don't rush. Xu Feng just awakened his talent. It's only been a day. Mastering body techniques or martial arts isn't realistic yet. It'll happen soon. With his talent, learning martial techniques will be a breeze. After all, he is still young and lacks experience. In the arena, Wei Tian noticed Xu Feng conserving his energy and couldn't help but praise him. Well done. Defeating a Tier 1 Stage 4 ferocious beast allows you to select a Tier 3 body refinement technique from the school. Defeating a Tier 1 Stage 7 ferocious beast lets you choose a Tier 3 breathing technique. I know a thunder body refinement technique that is perfect for you. Once mastered, your physique will be twice as strong as other cultivators of the same level. There is also a breathing technique that can significantly enhance stamina recovery. After learning it, you can almost use your talent without restraint. If you manage to defeat the strongest Tier 1 Stage 9 ferocious beast, the school will reward you with an additional 10 million dragon coins. Hearing this reward, everyone on the scene was shocked. A Tier 3 body refinement technique. The official price in the Dragon Nation costs over 1 million dragon coins, and Tier 3 breathing techniques are even more expensive. The cheapest one is over 4 million. And there is also the direct reward of 10 million dragon coins. Chu Feng, go for it. A Tier 1 Stage 9 ferocious beast? Has anyone ever defeated one before? Can Chu Feng do it? His lightning is strong, but his cultivation level is too low. Without complementary martial techniques, even challenging a Tier 1 Stage 7 beast will be difficult. He is basically relying on his talent. No wonder he didn't use his lightning to instantly kill earlier. He is saving his energy. Can Chu Feng's lightning defeat a Tier 1 Level 6 ferocious beast? Hard to say. It depends on the beast's size and type. Some have thick hides and tough bodies, making them resistant to electric damage. Some beasts even understand lightning and have resistance to thunder attributes. It'll come down to luck. In the arena, Wei Tian stared at Chu Feng, analyzing the rewards, wondering if Chu Feng, with his cultivation and nearly S-grade lightning talent, could surpass his level and defeat a Tier 1 Level 9 ferocious beast. In the history of Nanjiang High School, the strongest student had only ever defeated a Tier 1 Level 7 ferocious beast. If Chu Feng could pull it off, it would definitely shock the entire Nanjiang city. To awaken his talent and defeat a Tier 1 Level 9 ferocious beast within a single day, this feat was enough to go down in history. Soon, a Tier 1 Level 3 beast was released. With a single move, Chu Feng annihilated it using the Divine Lightning of 9 Heavens. Even without the Divine Lightning of 9 Heavens, with Chu Feng's Tier 1 Level 3 cultivation, he was confident in handling a beast of the same level. Unfortunately, he didn't get the lucky bag this time either. Immediately afterward, Wei Tian released a furious wild boar, massive in size, 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, resembling a small house. A Tier 1 Level 4 ferocious beast. Zhang Hao struggled bitterly, only managing to snap one of its tusks after great effort. However, he caused no substantial harm and instead suffered severe injuries due to the broken tusk. The strength of the furious wild boar was enough to make most novice warriors despair. Snort! As soon as the furious wild boar appeared, it charged straight at Chu Feng, its long tusks gleaming with a sharp, deadly light. Its 2 tusks were intact, clearly indicating it was a brand new furious wild boar. Faced with this, Chu Feng showed no fear. Blue lightning condensed in his right palm. When the furious wild boar approached, Chu Feng raised his hand and struck fiercely toward its head. At that moment, the furious wild boar seemed to sense the power of Chu Feng's lightning and suddenly sidestepped to avoid Chu Feng's strike, countering with a sweeping attack using its long tusks. The half-meter-long tusks cut through the air in a wide arc, leaving Chu Feng with almost no room to dodge. The tusks were both sharp and thick. If struck, he would at least be gravely injured or, at worst, torn apart. The situation was extremely dangerous. The students in the stands held their breath. This is bad. Too bad he hasn't learned martial techniques. If he knew some Lightfoot skills, the wild boar wouldn't even get close. Chu Feng doesn't have a weapon. Otherwise, he might be able to block it. This is the cost of inexperience. If it were me, I'd have dealt with such a tusk-wielding beast from a distance. If he gets injured here, he probably won't get that 10 million dragon coins, right? There are still 5 beasts left, each stronger than the last. I thought Chu Feng was really strong, but it seems he is only on par with a B-grade talent. Zhang Hao, a dragon warrior with a B-grade talent, felt a little worried seeing Chu Feng in crisis. After all, they were classmates. But more than that, he felt a long sigh of relief. He had always thought that no one could excel in both physical and martial skills. Such a thing was too unrealistic. Fast cultivation and strong talent, how could both exist simultaneously? At most, Chu Feng cultivated a little faster, but his talent was surely average, possibly even inferior to Zhang Hao's dragon warrior abilities. Otherwise, how could he be struggling so much against a Tier 1 Level 4 ferocious beast? Now Zhang Hao was almost certain that Chu Feng's awakened talent was S-grade gigantification. Although his lightning ability was a mutation, its power was probably only C-grade or D-grade, far inferior to Zhang Hao's dragon warrior talent. Chu Feng, without cultivation, fought the furious wild boar to a standstill but didn't win. With Tier 1 Level 3 cultivation, he was pushed to the brink by the furious wild boar, likely unable to prevail. At this thought, Zhang Hao couldn't help but exhale deeply. He concluded that Chu Feng was merely average. His own talent was still the strongest. In the arena, facing the furious wild boar's sharp sweeping tusks, Chu Feng knew he couldn't dodge. If hit, he would undoubtedly be injured. There were still several more ferocious beasts waiting for him. So, he couldn't afford to fall here. 3,000 lightning strides. Using his mind, Chu Feng directed the divine lightning of 9 heavens. The lightning on his right fist instantly spread across his entire body. Dazzling blue lightning illuminated the entire arena. Then, Chu Feng suddenly vanished from where he stood. As Chu Feng disappeared, a deep wound, bone visible, appeared on the furious wild boar's massive head, with blue lightning still flickering around the wound. The moment the wound appeared, the furious wild boar convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. You have defeated the ferocious beast and luckily obtained a Tier 1 Level 4 lucky bag. In the stands, everyone was stunned. Where did he go? Why did the wild boar fall? What just happened? I didn't even blink. Was that martial arts? Too terrifying. I just said Chu Feng didn't know martial arts, and he immediately used it. What a slap in the face. How could that be martial arts? What kind of martial art is that fast? It must be Chu Feng's talent. Yeah, learning martial arts in one day would be crazy. What kind of talent is this? It's ridiculous. He disappeared in a flash and casually killed the wild boar. Killing the furious wild boar looked as easy as chopping vegetables. It must be an S-grade talent. Otherwise, it couldn't be this strong. A top-tier S-grade talent, no less. Zhang Hao stood up as soon as he saw the furious wild boar collapse. His sudden movement caused the wound on his chest to throb with pain, but he couldn't care less. His eyes were filled with shock. He knew better than anyone how strong the furious wild boar was. When he had fought it earlier, his fists had been fractured, but the boar's head remained unscathed. This proved the boar had exceptionally high defense and vitality. Ordinary warriors couldn't even scratch it. Now, Chu Feng had effortlessly inflicted a deep wound on its head. This demonstrated that Chu Feng's attack power far surpassed the dragon warrior talent. And that sudden vanishing technique, it was unheard of. Zhang Hao felt powerless. He hadn't expected that his B-grade talent compared to Chu Feng's was like that of a primitive human. The dragon warrior could only enhance strength and defense, but against Chu Feng, he couldn't even imagine a way to win. He felt his entire body go limp. He was wrong. He should never have compared himself to Chu Feng. Chu Feng was practically a cheat. Not only did he cultivate rapidly, but his talent was also absurdly strong, leaving someone with a B-grade talent like him far behind. Class teacher Yang Xiaolei watched the scene in the arena with a complex expression. She had thought that Chu Feng getting into the martial arts class was already a miracle. She never imagined that he would possess such an outrageous talent. The speed Chu Feng displayed earlier, she, as a Tier 2 warrior, felt she couldn't handle it. If she had to fight Chu Feng, as his teacher, she probably wouldn't last a single move. Zhang Kai, who had come with Chu Feng, watched him effortlessly slay the furious wild boar, feeling a sourness in his heart. Originally, everyone thought their abilities were about the same, with no one standing out much. But unexpectedly, the gap between people turned out to be even greater than the gap between humans and dogs. In the arena, after slaying the rampaging wild boar, Chu Feng cautiously adapted to the extreme speed of 3,000 thunder moves. Finally, he appeared before everyone. The blue lightning around his body dissipated, and at the moment he reappeared, the referee Wei Tian was too shocked to speak. Wei Tian was a 5th rank expert, and he had clearly seen Chu Feng's movements just now. What Chu Feng displayed was undoubtedly martial arts, and not just any martial arts, but an advanced one. It perfectly complemented his lightning attribute talent, belonging to the category of movement techniques. Martial arts. Wei Tian found it unbelievable. Was this kid really someone who awakened his talent just yesterday? Based on his combat performance alone, Wei Tian felt Chu Feng seemed like a seasoned martial artist who had been practicing for a year. He was nothing like a novice who had just started. What kind of beginner could break through to the 3rd level of the 1st rank within a single day? And also manage to learn a high-level martial art in the same day? Even for a 1st rank martial art, it would take 3 to 4 months just to get the basics down, and several years of honing to master it. 3 to 4 months. That's far harder than breaking through in cultivation levels. Not to mention, the martial art Chu Feng learned wasn't low level. To transform lightning talent into speed and propel himself forward, it had to be at least a 4th rank martial art. Martial arts below the 4th rank were merely simple punches and kicks. To master a 4th rank martial art in a single day? Wei Tian was certain Chu Feng's talent far surpassed that of any martial artist in this world. He looked at Chu Feng, his gaze complicated. Such a genius, yet he constantly challenged ferocious beasts to hone his control over his talent. His effort far exceeded that of ordinary people. Wei Tian opened his mouth, wanting to speak but unsure what to say. In the end, he could only wave his hand to signal the staff to release a ferocious beast of the 5th level of the first rank. At the same time, he shouted, "Next!" Chu Feng had just emerged from 3,000 thunder moves and hadn't yet recovered from his fatigue when he heard Wei Tian's voice. Another wild boar slowly walked into the arena. "Wait, I'm not ready yet!" Chu Feng exclaimed. He hadn't even opened the lucky bag he just got. Moreover, the explosive use of 3,000 thunder moves consumed a massive amount of stamina. At this point, he could only use 3,000 thunder moves twice more at most. Any more, and he'd exhaust himself completely. Couldn't they give him a moment to rest? But Wei Tian had already determined that Chu Feng was capable of continuing the challenge and directly released the 5th level ferocious beast. With Chu Feng's attack power, he wouldn't have any trouble facing a ferocious beast below the 7th level of the first rank. However, Chu Feng raised his hand to halt the match. "Wait! I have a question." "What question?" Wei Tian moved swiftly to the side of the 5th level wild boar, holding it down and patiently waiting for Chu Feng to speak. "Can I challenge all the remaining ferocious beasts at once?" Chu Feng asked. He wanted to use 3,000 thunder moves in one go to take down all the beasts. Otherwise, if he had to fight them one by one, his stamina wouldn't last. As soon as Chu Feng said this, the audience burst into laughter. Wow, his tone is way too big. He almost couldn't handle the 4th level wild boar earlier. How does he dare to challenge all the beasts from the 5th to the 9th level of the first rank at once? Chu Feng's abilities are indeed impressive, but a 9th level first rank ferocious beast's durability isn't just for show. Even with lightning, it's not guaranteed he could one-shot a 9th level first rank ferocious beast. Otherwise, humanity wouldn't still be constantly threatened by ferocious beasts. Unless Chu Feng's lightning power doubles, there's no way he can defeat a 9th level ferocious beast. The crowd buzzed with discussion, but most doubted Chu Feng's chances. It wasn't hostility, they simply thought the ferocious beasts were too powerful. The key point was that Chu Feng had awakened his talent less than a day ago, with almost no combat experience. Lightning talents are indeed strong. If combined with gigantification talent, that would truly be invincible. That's right, but everyone knows that martial artists can only have a maximum of 2 talents. Chu Feng currently only has the lightning talent, there's no way he also has gigantification. Solely relying on lightning to kill a 9th level first rank ferocious beast while being at the 6th level himself, it feels like he is bound to lose miserably. Failing once isn't a big deal. Flowers grown in greenhouses can never truly thrive. Exactly, geniuses need to go through trials. Chu Feng's homeroom teacher, Yang Xiaolei, saw his determination and pursed her lips slightly, saying nothing. She wasn't very optimistic about Chu Feng either. After all, the pressure was immense. Facing 5 beasts stronger than the rampaging wild boar at once was an extremely high difficulty challenge. However, based on his previous performance, Yang Xiaolei felt that Chu Feng might be someone who could create miracles. Perhaps he really could succeed. On the other side, Zhang Hao clenched his fists as he listened to Chu Feng's words. Regardless of anything else, the courage to simultaneously challenge 5 ferocious beasts was worthy of admiration. One must know that in battles against ferocious beasts, unless severely injured, Wei Tian would never intervene to help. If Chu Feng couldn't handle it, the scene would surely turn into 5 ferocious beasts ganging up on him. The thought of such a scenario made Zhang Hao feel a faint ache in his bones, and he couldn't even summon the courage to attempt such a challenge. Sitting on the same stand, Zhang Kai's gaze was complicated. He felt that Chu Feng and he were on completely different levels. In the arena, Wei Tian was taken aback when he heard Chu Feng's request. He knew Chu Feng's stamina was limited. Was this his plan to take out all his opponents in one go? If he could defeat 5 ferocious beasts at once, it might indeed be possible to win. But with 5 beasts attacking simultaneously, there would be virtually no room for error. Even a single mistake could lead to Chu Feng being overwhelmed by the powerful beasts. Are you really sure about this? Fighting ferocious beasts is a life or death matter, and unless it's absolutely critical, I won't step in to save you. Wei Tian asked, giving Chu Feng a chance to reconsider. He also reminded him that the consequences of failure were severe. He might end up bedridden for several days. I'm sure. Let us do it. Chu Feng answered without hesitation. To win the $1 million prize, this was his only opportunity. One-by-one battles would only drain his stamina, leaving him to potentially collapse at the finish line. In his heart, Chu Feng thought about using the prize money to buy his aunt's shop. With that money, his aunt wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. Additionally, his cultivation required a significant amount of resources. 3,000 thunder moves consumed spiritual energy to reach its full potential, and he urgently needed a technique that could help him cultivate spiritual energy. Moreover, Chu Feng realized his attacking methods were too limited. Apart from Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, he had almost no other offensive techniques. And Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, when used solely for direct attacks, couldn't unleash its full power. He needed another martial art to complement it. His stamina was lacking, and his cultivation level was too low. Chu Feng was in urgent need of a large amount of resources, so this battle was one he had to win completely. All right. Wei Tian nodded, looking toward the staff and signaling them to release the battle beasts. Immediately, 5 black-furred wild boars were released, each larger than the previous berserk wild boar. The largest one stood a towering 4 meters tall, so high that Chu Feng had to tilt his head back to see its eyes. These are all from the berserk wild boar family. The strongest among them is a first-rank, 9th-level berserk wild boar king. Do you need some preparation time? Wei Tian's aura was overwhelming. Although he remained stationary, the wild boars didn't dare to act recklessly. Even without moving, the sheer presence of the 4-meter-tall berserk wild boar king was suffocating. Its massive body resembled a small mountain, exuding immense power. Its thick tusks were wide enough for 2 people to wrap their arms around. A single sweep of those tusks could cause grave injuries, possibly even instant death. In the stands, many students turned pale. Just feeling the aura of the wild boar king made it hard for them to breathe. Can a novice really handle this? I can't believe Chu Feng dares to challenge this. It's unbelievably brave. Those massive tusks, even a slight touch could crush a body. Almost 4 meters tall, it feels like even lightning wouldn't harm it. Thick skin and tough flesh, how can it even be killed? As the homeroom teacher, Yang Xiaolei had no confidence in the face of so many ferocious beasts, even though she was a second-rank martial artist. But without powerful offensive techniques and with a life-based talent, she couldn't defeat these 5 wild beasts, not even the strongest berserk wild boar king. Zhang Hao, who possessed a B-level dragon warrior talent, looked at the intimidating wild boar king in the arena, his face slightly pale. Forget fighting. Zhang Hao felt like he lacked the will to battle. Even the weakest of the 5 beasts seemed insurmountable to him. Zhang Kai, on the other hand, stared unblinkingly at the arena. He admired Chu Feng for daring to challenge so many ferocious beasts at once. Such courage, unafraid of death, was something to respect. In the arena, Chu Feng said calmly, "No need to prepare. Start." Lightning danced across his body, and 3,000 thunder movements was ready to be unleashed. Wei Tian withdrew his aura, and the 5 ferocious beasts beside him prepared to attack. Battle! Begin! With Wei Tian's command, the 5 wild boars let out a unified snort. Oink! Led by the strongest berserk wild boar king, the 5 boars charged at Chu Feng simultaneously. The ground trembled under their steps, and dust filled the air. The massive creatures advanced in unison, bringing an overwhelming pressure that suffocated everyone. In the stands, many people panicked at the scene. All 5 beasts are charging together, completely blocking any escape routes. How is this even possible to play? Even a second-rank martial artist with a combat-type talent would have to fight with their life on the line, right? No matter how strong Chu Feng's earlier move was, it doesn't seem like it could take down all 5 beasts at once. This is too difficult. The highest record in Nanjiang High School's history was defeating a first-rank, 7th-level beast. He's definitely going to lose this one. Zhang Hao stared at the situation in the arena, unconsciously imagining himself in Chu Feng's position. If it were him, facing the desperate charge of these 5 beasts, what would he do? As a B-level dragon warrior, could he even hold his ground? Could he manage to counterattack and take down one beast? Or even make an effective strike? Deep down, Zhang Hao knew that just keeping his legs from giving out would already be his limit. Faced with the charge of ferocious beasts over 4 meters tall, he saw no possibility of victory, no hope of survival. In the arena, Chu Feng showed no signs of panic as he faced the 5 beasts. His body erupted with lightning, instantly enveloping him. The Azure Nine Heavens Divine Thunder turned him into a streak of blue light. The next moment, Chu Feng's figure disappeared from where he stood. Then, a deafening thunderclap echoed across the field. Boom! It was as if heavenly thunder had descended. Deep, bone-revealing wounds appeared on the heads of all 5 wild beasts, blue electric arcs dancing within the injuries. 2 of the beasts were especially badly wounded, with their brain matter faintly visible from their cracked skulls. The technique was identical to the one Chu Feng had used to defeat the previous berserk wild boar. Using the extreme speed of 3,000 thunder movements, Chu Feng had instantly slashed deep wounds into the heads of all the wild boars with the divine thunder. The 9 heavens divine thunder penetrated through the wounds directly into their skulls, striking their vital points. With a series of muffled thuds, 2 wild boars collapsed, motionless. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1/3 of the beast's fighting power was wiped out. Chu Feng's attack was overwhelmingly powerful. Seeing this, the students couldn't help but exclaim in awe. He's so strong. That move of Chu Feng's is at least at the level of a second-rank martial artist. Those first-rank beasts can't even touch him. I didn't even see Chu Feng's figure, just a streak of blue light, and the beasts fell. His talent must be lightning incarnation, with incredible speed. The strength of this talent must be S-level insane. Those were 2 first-rank, 4th-level beasts. Even the beasts that Zheng Hao struggled to defeat are just appetizers to Chu Feng. Zheng Hao watched as the beasts he had struggled so hard to defeat were effortlessly taken down, and he felt a pang of discomfort. But there was nothing he could do. The gap was too wide. Chu Feng was far too strong. In both cultivation and strength, he was beyond reach. However, Zheng Hao's gaze returned to the arena. Chu Feng had only taken down 2 of the beasts. Weren't there still 3 left? Victory was still far away. Among the remaining 3 wild boars were the strongest ones, including the wild boar king. They wouldn't be easy to defeat. These beasts' defensive capabilities were no mere exaggeration. In the arena, the remaining 3 wild boars were all first rank, 6th level or higher. Though their movements faltered and they paused momentarily, they quickly regained their footing. Chu Feng's attack had been heavy, but it hadn't broken through their tough skulls. Instead, the pain had awakened an even fiercer, more savage side of them. The berserk wild boar king, in particular, had bloodshot eyes and exuded a suffocatingly terrifying aura. At this moment, Chu Feng's figure reappeared, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The continuous attacks had consumed a significant amount of his 9 heavens divine thunder and physical energy. The skulls of the wild boars were incredibly tough. To break through their defenses, Chu Feng had to expend a large amount of divine thunder in a brute force assault. Otherwise, even with a steel dagger, he might not have been able to pierce their skulls. Without breaking the skulls, the injected 9 heavens divine thunder lost much of its power. There was no other way. The skulls of first rank, 7th level wild boars were despairingly tough. Chu Feng, moving at high speed, had to simultaneously break through the tough skull defenses and inject lightning into the brain. This complex maneuver was prone to errors in such a short time. If he failed, he would face the onslaught of 5 wild boars. These beasts would show no mercy in close combat. Chu Feng's mastery of the 3,000 thunder movement was still insufficient. Under various constraints, the amount of 9 heavens divine thunder he could release wasn't much, and he failed to break through the skull defenses of the 3 strongest wild boars. He could only inflict minor injuries, not fatal ones. Unfortunately, his life-tide ability could only restore health but not energy. Otherwise, by now, Chu Feng's stamina was nearly depleted, while the 3 wild boars, each at the 6th stage of the first tier or higher, had already adapted to the lightning attacks and were launching a new round of charges. On the sidelines, Wei Tian noticed the beads of sweat on Chu Feng's forehead and his disordered breathing. His body was tense, ready to step in and save him at any moment. The attacks of the wild boar king were no joke. If they landed, the consequences would be severe. As a referee, he couldn't just watch Chu Feng suffer serious injuries, or worse, damage to his foundation. That's enough, Wei Tian thought. Geniuses shouldn't be subjected to excessive pressure. Taking down 2 ferocious beasts in one go was already remarkable. Chu Feng had only recently awakened and had been training for just a single day. Losing was understandable. Once he mastered more combat techniques, like faster movement skills or stronger martial arts, these first-tier, 9th-stage beasts wouldn't be so difficult to deal with. Right now, it seemed to Wei Tian that Chu Feng might not last much longer. The enemy's defenses were too tough to break through. What could Chu Feng possibly do? His attack power was indeed strong, but the Boar King's defense and vitality were incredibly resilient. Ordinary people struck by lightning might still survive, let alone these massive, powerful beasts. It was wise of Chu Feng not to rely solely on lightning strikes for a direct kill. While such attacks were fierce, they consumed a lot of stamina and weren't guaranteed to work. If Chu Feng had ample stamina, a full-force lightning strike might have been a viable option. But with limited energy, his current strategy of close-range skull penetration was the most efficient approach. However, the problem remained: he couldn't break through the defense. There was no way around it unless Chu Feng could instantly double the power of his 9 Heavens Divine Thunder or somehow hit the exact same spot as before in high-speed motion to maximize the damage. Only then would he have a chance to take down the 3 Wild Boar Kings. But temporarily doubling the power of his lightning was clearly impossible. Wei Tian didn't believe that a newly awakened warrior like Chu Feng could possess so many tricks up his sleeve. The only feasible approach for Chu Feng was to continuously attack the same point, forcibly breaking through the Boar King's skull defenses. However, this required an extremely high level of precision. After all, the wound Chu Feng created earlier was tiny, and the Boar King's head was massive. To hit the same small wound within such a large target was exceedingly difficult. For a warrior, this level of precision was too demanding. More critically, Chu Feng's stamina was almost depleted, and he likely only had one more 9 Heavens Divine Thunder attack left in him. Just one chance could he turn the tide? In the stands, the students watching Chu Feng knock down 2 wild boars in one strike were initially full of exclamations. But seeing the 3 strongest beasts unharmed, their expressions turned to worry. It's over. Chu Feng's attacks can't break through the defenses of the remaining 3 beasts. He is clearly not proficient with the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder yet. If only he had learned an offensive martial art. Did you see him earlier? His head was drenched in sweat. He looks like he is running out of stamina. This is dangerous. No stamina left. How can he handle 3 wild boars? One he might manage, but all 3 attacking together will corner him. He is definitely going to lose. Who told him to challenge 5 ferocious beasts at once? Now he won't get any rewards. Unless Chu Feng has saved his final burst of energy, or he can somehow double the damage of his lightning, he is doomed to fail. Double the lightning damage? Stop joking. What, do you think he is cheating or something? Even a 50% increase in lightning power would be impressive. Doubling it is impossible unless he has the gigantification talent. Otherwise, he has no chance. On the battlefield, the 3 ferocious beasts, each at the 6th stage of the first tier or above, charged forward together. Each step caused the arena to tremble slightly. They were like tanks, their momentum terrifying, and their tusks capable of easily tearing through mountains and rocks. As the 3 giant boars charged closer, the battle reached its climax. Chu Feng stood his ground, unmoving. Watching the approaching beasts, he took a deep breath, feeling his remaining stamina. He knew this was his final chance to attack. If he couldn't take down the 3 ferocious beasts in one go, he would lose. The 3000 Thunder movement was incredibly fast and could easily strike the beasts' heads. Now, Chu Feng possessed the gigantification talent, which could amplify the power of his lightning. However, using this talent consumed stamina, and the gigantification ability could double the power of his lightning. Chu Feng had been saving this skill to conserve energy. But now, he had no choice but to use it for one last desperate strike. Chu Feng wasn't certain how thick the Boar King's skulls were. If the doubled power of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder still couldn't break through, he would be completely out of energy and finished. Unless this attack could overlap with the previous one, maximizing the damage through stacking, his victory would slip away. But this maneuver was incredibly challenging. A slight error wouldn't just miss the same spot but could even render the lightning ineffective. Even when he was at full strength, Chu Feng wasn't confident. Now, with his diminished stamina, the risks of a direct assault were even greater. Simultaneously attacking 3 beasts had an almost 100% failure rate. The main issue was his lack of proficiency with the 3000 Thunder movement. He hadn't practiced it enough to achieve muscle memory. This was why Chu Feng's mastery of this attack method was insufficient. His brows furrowed as he thought for a moment before finally coming up with a plan. Activate the gigantification talent. Double all innate effects. ZZZZT. This time, before summoning the Divine Thunder, Chu Feng's entire body was naturally enveloped in the blue nine heavens Divine Thunder. The bright blue electric arcs were noticeably thicker than before, radiating an aura of destruction that made anyone instinctively shudder with fear. Nearby, Wei Tian's eyes widened as he saw the nine heavens Divine Thunder covering Chu Feng. No way, student. Your nine heavens Divine Thunder is actually enhanced? He could tell at a glance that Chu Feng's current lightning was on an entirely different level from before. Its power had more than doubled. This doesn't make sense. The doubled effect of an innate ability can only be achieved with the gigantification talent, right? And if his innate ability mutated, wouldn't his S-grade gigantification talent have disappeared? How is he still able to retain this effect? Could it be that his innate ability only partially mutated, evolving into lightning powers while still retaining the gigantification talent for doubled strength? Wow, that is terrifying. Wei Tian was well aware that talent gigantification directly doubled the power of a talent. If Chu Feng's talent retained this effect, then his lightning talent alone would be equivalent to the strength of 2, or even 4, talents combined. Judging by the sheer power of the lightning summoned by Chu Feng, it was highly likely to be an S-grade talent. Coupled with the amplification from talent gigantification, Chu Feng now possessed power equivalent to almost 4 S-grade talents. Thinking this through, Wei Tian's gaze toward Chu Feng changed. While others might at most awaken a single S-grade talent, Chu Feng seemed to have awakened the equivalent of 4, utterly overwhelming his opponents in strength. His talent rendered him nearly invincible, surpassing even the majority of 7th-tier martial artists. More crucially, Chu Feng's cultivation speed was astonishing. Breaking through realms seemed as effortless for him as drinking water or eating food. This young man was simply terrifying. Wei Tian had never encountered such a formidable martial artist, someone whose abilities were maxed out across the board. On top of that, Chu Feng had mastered a movement technique with at least 2nd-tier power. And most importantly, he had only awakened his talent a single day prior. Aside from a lack of combat experience and refined techniques, Chu Feng was practically the perfect martial artist. Wei Tian believed that someday in the future, Chu Feng might lead all of humanity in eradicating the ferocious beasts that plagued Blue Planet, allowing everyone to live in peace and safety. Inside the arena, Chu Feng wasn't thinking about any of that. Following his plan, his figure flickered, and a streak of lightning flashed across the field. His speed was so fast that most people could barely see him. In an instant, he severed the necks of 3 first-tier ferocious beasts. This time, he adjusted his tactics, no longer opting to ram directly into the skulls of the beasts but instead using his enhanced lightning to slice through their unguarded necks. The devastating nine heavens Divine Thunder surged violently into their brains through their necks. Chu Feng reappeared, his gray school uniform soaked in sweat, his entire body aching, and his right hand trembling uncontrollably. His stamina was almost entirely depleted now, even the slightest movement felt draining. Before him, the 3 first-tier, 6th-layer ferocious beasts had already stopped moving. Their bodies trembled slightly, wobbling as if they could barely stand. However, Chu Feng knew they wouldn't last much longer because the system notification had appeared. You have killed a ferocious beast. Lucky reward, 1st-tier, 7th-layer gift bag. You have killed a ferocious beast. Lucky reward, 1st-tier, 9th-layer gift bag. 2 more gift bags. In the stands, the students watched Chu Feng, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, along with the 3 unmoving, massive wild boars before him. They began whispering among themselves. What is going on here? The beasts look like they're drunk. Could they have been killed? No way. I didn't see any wounds on the wild boar king's head, which means Chu Feng didn't attack their heads. Yeah, I didn't see it either. If Chu Feng didn't attack their heads, how could he defeat the Wild Boar King in one blow? He must use lightning to somehow control the Wild Boar King. Otherwise, those 3 massive boars would collapsed already. That's right, Wei Tian hasn't even declared Chu Feng the winner yet. Everyone was chattering. Zhang Hao stared intently at the 3 ferocious beasts, waiting to see the outcome. Zhang Kai also hoped that Chu Feng would win, killing the 3 ferocious beasts and breaking the historical record of Nanjing No. 1 High School. If that happened, Chu Feng's name would resonate throughout the Dragon Country. Chu Feng had only awakened his talent for a day, yet he could already defeat 1st-tier, 9th-layer ferocious beasts. His strength was simply astounding. From then on, anyone who said, "Chu Feng is my classmate," would make Zhang Kai feel immensely proud. In the arena, the heads of the three colossal ferocious beasts had already been obliterated by the nine heavens' divine thunder, their bodies still struggling instinctively. Moments later, with a thunderous crash, all three beasts finally collapsed and died. As they fell, their necks tilted, revealing gruesome, bloody wounds. Blood flooded the ground, and even white brain matter could be seen gushing from the wounds. This was the result of Chu Feng's attack on their necks. With double the attack power, the fragile necks of the ferocious beasts couldn't withstand it. The students in the arena stared at the brutally killed wild boars, utterly stunned. Holy crap! That's it? That was way too easy. It looked as simple as eating or drinking. What a sharp mind! Knowing the beasts' skulls were hard, he directly attacked their vulnerable necks instead. Incredible! His combat awareness is insane. In such a short time, he adjusted his strategy and chose the simplest, most efficient attack method. It shows that Chu Feng has an extraordinary sense for battle. He is a born warrior. His speed is terrifying, beyond anything normal. No matter the angle of attack, it's nearly impossible to defend against. In Chu Feng's hands, these ferocious beasts were like wooden dummies. So strong. If I didn't know Chu Feng had just awakened his talent yesterday, I'd believe he was a third-tier body-tempering realm expert. Chu Feng's overall strength is flawless. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted Chu Feng. He really is a genius. With such a powerful talent, rapid upgrades, and terrifying combat awareness, I'm certain that before long, our Nanjing No. 1 high school will produce a legendary top-tier martial artist. Chu Feng's homeroom teacher, Yang Xiaolei, watched as he effortlessly took down 5 ferocious beasts. Her gaze was complicated. She had initially held little hope for Chu Feng and had been more optimistic about Zhang Hao. But who would have thought that Chu Feng's strength was on an entirely different level than Zhang Hao's? If the two were to fight, Chu Feng could easily kill hundreds or even thousands of Zhang Haos. The gap between them was no longer one that could be bridged by numbers. Yang Xiaolei admitted to herself that she had misjudged him. Moving forward, if she encountered martial artists with talents like Chu Feng's, she would have to pay much closer attention. Beside her, Zhang Hao slumped powerlessly in his seat. Faced with Chu Feng, he had completely lost the will to compete. Chu Feng's strength was something he simply couldn't contend with. While the difference between a B-grade talent and an S-grade talent might seem like just 2 levels, the gap was as vast as heaven and earth. From now on, I'll probably only be able to look up to him, Zhang Hao sighed softly, his gaze filled with absolute conviction. He fully acknowledged Chu Feng's strength. Sitting nearby, Zhang Kai clenched his fists tightly, his mind consumed by a single thought: strong. He seemed to have forgotten his earlier doubts about Chu Feng, now feeling only pride that Chu Feng was his classmate. After chatting with him earlier, he even felt like Chu Feng was a close brother. If his brother was basking in glory, then as his little brother, he'd bask in it too. In the arena, Wei Tian, acting as the referee, took a deep breath as he observed the scene. Others might not understand, but as a 5th-tier martial artist, he had seen everything clearly. Just now, Chu Feng's speed had doubled, reaching the level of a martial artist at the 7th layer of the 2nd tier or higher, a speed typically achievable only with a perfected martial technique. At the 1st tier and 3rd level, possessing such speed indicates that Chu Feng's martial arts techniques are of an extremely high level. However, the burst of doubled speed Chu Feng demonstrated earlier was not solely due to his martial arts skills. It was because of lightning. That's right, Chu Feng's lightning power doubled in intensity for a short period. This also doubled his speed. His attack power followed suit, doubling as well. Don't just focus on the beast's neck being slashed open, even its cervical bones were brutally shattered by Chu Feng's 9 heavens divine lightning. It's important to note that earlier, Chu Feng's attacks couldn't even break through the defensive skull of the beast. Now, to directly sever its neck vertebrae proves that his attack power has undergone a qualitative leap. It's estimated that his power has increased by a full fold. With such a significant improvement, Chu Feng could have directly broken through the beast's skull from the front. Yet, he still chose the safer option, attacking its neck for a one-hit kill. This was extremely prudent. Neither arrogant nor impulsive, his combat instincts were exceptional. Once an opportunity presented itself, he would never leave his opponent any chance of survival. Like a lion hunting a rabbit, he gave it his all. This quality is something many martial artists lack. Most fighters, once gaining the upper hand, become arrogant, even mocking their opponents, thus giving their adversaries a chance to retaliate a foolish mistake. Xu Feng not only possessed a talent that could double the power of lightning but also displayed such outstanding combat qualities, indicating that his future achievements would undoubtedly be extraordinary. At this thought, Wei Tian announced, "The battle is over. Xu Feng wins." He then quickly handed Xu Feng a qi and blood pill to help him recover his stamina. At the same time, he cautiously asked, "The lightning's power doubling just now, was that the effect of an extreme talent amplification?" Xu Feng swallowed the qi and blood pill. Faced with Wei Tian's question, his eyes flickered for a moment before returning to a blank expression. "I don't know. I just felt like I could use it, so I did, and the effect was pretty good." Of course, he couldn't tell the truth. If others found out that he possessed 3 S-tier talents, they'd probably drag him away to be experimented on. As far as anyone was concerned, the answer was simple: "I don't know." Wei Tian pondered for a moment after hearing this, then slowly concluded, "Your talent is incredibly strong. Just the lightning alone can reach S-tier power. And with this ability of yours to enhance the talent's power by 100%, this mutated talent of yours is equivalent to having 2 S-tier talents, practically a dual S-tier talent." Wei Tian's voice was firm and powerful. As he explained to Xu Feng, he ensured that everyone around could hear his words clearly. In the stands, the students were stunned by Wei Tian's statement, their eyes wide open. "What? An S-tier talent that can rival 2 S-tier talents? Are you kidding me? Didn't someone just say he couldn't enhance the power of lightning? Now it's doubled? That's insane. This mutated talent is absolutely absurd. It not only retains immense power but also introduces a new super lightning ability. Combined, they're practically unbeatable. The talent itself is one thing, but his cultivation speed is absolutely monstrous. Xu Feng's talent even allows for instantaneous movement. I bet beasts below the first tier don't stand a chance against him. That lightning embodiment ability for instantaneous movement must be a martial art, right? Martial art? Impossible. Xu Feng only awakened his talent a day ago. How could he have mastered such a powerful martial art? Does that even make sense? I think it's more likely to be a talent ability." The debate among everyone was heated and unrelenting. At this moment, Xu Feng's homeroom teacher, Ms. Yang Xiaolei, stepped forward. With years of teaching experience, she possessed a clear understanding of talents and martial arts. The lightning strikes Xu Feng used to kill the beast were part of his talent. However, the rapid movement technique he had just displayed was undoubtedly a martial art, a practical application of his talent, but not the talent itself. Yang Xiaolei explained, "The skill Xu Feng used to embody lightning is an extremely advanced martial art, at least of the 4th tier. Because this martial art utilizes his talents so well, it appears to be part of the talent itself. But in essence, it's martial art." Her words immediately silenced all the students present. For a full 15 minutes, the venue remained eerily quiet before the faint murmurs of discussion resumed. Martial art? And such a high-level one? A 4th tier martial art, mastered in a single day? Please slap me awake, I must be dreaming. Do you think Xu Feng had learned it beforehand? Learn it beforehand? Impossible. Talent awakening is random. How could he possibly predict what talent he'd awaken? Exactly. Without awakening a talent, no matter how much you study martial arts, it's useless. Ordinary people who haven't awakened their talents can't even begin cultivating. The only possibility is that he mastered the martial art within a single day. Otherwise, Xu Feng wouldn't still be a high school senior. Wait, one day? As they reasoned through it, the more they thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. In just one day, he awakened a mutated talent equivalent to dual S-tier, advanced his cultivation to the 1st tier and 3rd level, and even casually mastered a 4th tier martial art. Is this conclusion even possible? Breaking through the 1st tier and 1st level would take at least 7 days for the fastest cultivators, and as for a 4th tier martial art? Forget it, most can't even grasp its basics in a few years. Is Xu Feng even human? No matter how you look at it, he is already beyond the realm of geniuses. It's like he is using cheats. This is absurd. Who could possibly match him? Zheng Hao and Zhang Kai were completely silent. They knew Xu Feng had reached a level they could never hope to attain. Fortunately, they were still classmates, and no one was foolish enough to mock him. Otherwise, their future would only become more miserable. Zhang Kai's actions were merely a misunderstanding, nothing too serious. On the battlefield, after consuming Wei Tian's pill, Zhu Feng felt his stamina had mostly recovered. Next up should be the distribution of rewards. He remembered there was a third-tier body refining technique, which would allow him to easily cultivate to the third tier and ninth level. It should complement his Nine Heavens Divine Lightning body refining technique perfectly, doubling its effect. It was far superior to the foundational body refining technique he had used before. That basic technique was slow, lacked special effects, and could only be cultivated up to the first tier and ninth level. It had many shortcomings, making it unsuitable for long-term use. In addition to the body refining technique, there was also the crucial third-tier breathing technique, which would significantly accelerate stamina recovery. If Zhu Feng had already mastered the breathing technique, the wild boar King Wen Ti have stood a chance against him. For example, he could have used the Nine Heavens Divine Lightning for long-range strikes, outputting continuously for dozens of seconds. With the power of the Nine Heavens Divine Lightning, almost no beast could withstand it. Zhu Feng's lack of stamina was the only reason he opted for the 3000 Thunder Movement technique. If his stamina were sufficient, he could use 3000 Thunder Movement freely, rendering any beasts incapable of even grazing him. Finally, there was a reward of 10 million dragon coins. With this money, Zhu Feng could first help his aunt purchase that 50,000 dragon coin shop front, so she wouldn't have to pay rent in the future. Buying a house would also mean finally having a true home. Moreover, casually taking out 500,000 yuan would mean that his aunt probably wouldn't need to work anymore. She could enjoy her days at home, living a life of luxury and retirement. Besides that, he could also head to the Myriad Worlds Mall to purchase his own cultivation techniques. He remembered that 3000 lightning movement required the use of spiritual energy to unleash its full potential. Therefore, Zhu Feng planned to buy a cultivation method that could help him train in spiritual energy and completely unleash the power of 3000 lightning movement. Movement techniques were equally important. If he could run fast, he would rarely encounter any real danger. He also needed some offensive martial arts techniques, such as Palm Thunder or Thunder Palm, which could greatly enhance the power of lightning-based moves. Otherwise, relying solely on the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder to kill enemies not only consumed too much energy but was also highly inefficient. Learning a powerful martial art could not only increase the effectiveness of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder but also help him utilize his physical strength more efficiently, a necessity indeed. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Zhu Feng turned to Wei Tian and asked, "How are the rewards distributed? Do we have to wait until all the competitions are over to get them?" Wei Tian shook his head. His figure blurred momentarily, moving so fast it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, he disappeared and returned, bringing along a staff member. "I'll take you to claim your reward. Leave this side of things to Xiao Chen." Wei Tian then added with a smile, "By the way, I'll introduce you to the school principal. Once he learns about your talent, he'll definitely treat you like a treasure. At that point, you can put forward some requests." "Principal Chen rarely says no," Wei Tian whispered into Zhu Feng's ear. "Let me tell you something in secret. Our school has a 4th-rank martial art called Shocking Thunderfinger. Its attack power is incredibly strong. Combined with your lightning-fast movement techniques, the effect will be extraordinary. 4th-rank martial arts cost tens of millions on the outside, so you better seize this opportunity." With that said, Wei Tian led Zhu Feng out of the competition arena, leaving Xiao Chen to continue organizing the matches. Nanjiang No. 1 High School. Principal's office. A middle-aged man in formal attire paced back and forth in a spacious office. He was the principal of Nanjiang No. 1 High School, named Chen Ming, and was currently troubled by the upcoming inter-school exchange competition. Seated before him were 3 highly skilled students. Among them, 2 had skin that glimmered with a metallic silver sheen, indicating they were at the 5th stage of the first realm, the silver skin stage. The one in the middle had skin as lustrous as jade, signifying he had reached the 7th stage of the first realm, the jade skin stage. These 3 were the most outstanding students of the senior year. After a year of rigorous training, their combat abilities were quite impressive. The strongest among them had the capability to easily secure admission to one of the top 100 universities nationwide during the college entrance exam. Chen Ming had spent a fortune convincing them to repeat their senior year, all for the sake of tomorrow's for-school tournament. The four-school tournament was a competition jointly organized by Nanjiang's four major high schools to showcase their teaching capabilities. The stronger the students, the better the school's teaching resources appeared. Outstanding resources attracted more outstanding students, bringing vitality to the school. This tournament was the most important promotional tool for the school. Whether they could attract good students and whether the school could develop depended on securing a good ranking in the tournament. Ugh! Chen Ming frowned deeply. Although a 7th-stage jade skin cultivator was strong, he had just learned that Nanjiang No. 2 High School had produced a second realm, 1st-stage bone refinement cultivator. A bone refinement cultivator's bones were as hard as steel, granting them immense strength. A second realm bone refinement stage could easily crush a first realm skin tempering stage cultivator. The power gap was immense. Does this mean our No. 1 high school is destined to fall behind? The ranking in the four-school tournament determined the quality of students the school could attract. The first-place school would draw in 80% of the top students, leaving the remaining 20% to be split among the other schools. If they failed to secure first place, it would be nearly impossible to recruit good students next year. Worse yet, a significant portion of the current senior students might even transfer to other schools. If they didn't win first place, the school's reputation and income would both plummet. If there was any chance, Chen Ming would push his students to train relentlessly. But with no hope of victory, knowing they were doomed to lose yet still having to participate was what made it so despairing. If only the heavens would send me a second realm, first-stage cultivator, anything with the strength of that level would do. Chen Ming thought to himself in anguish. But he knew such thoughts were pure fantasy, impossible to achieve. At that moment, a sudden voice appeared in the mind of the jade skin cultivator sitting in front of him. Xiao Hao, don't you plan on fighting for your school's honor? With the 8 extremes fist I taught you, you could easily defeat a second realm, first-stage bone refinement cultivator. This first realm, 7th-stage cultivator was named Zhang Hao. He shook his head slightly and explained in his mind. I'll make an appearance, but there's no need to be too flashy. If I accidentally defeat the opponent, giving Principal Chen a pleasant surprise will suffice. Dan Lao. Don't forget, our ultimate goal is the Violet Heaven Divine Thunder outside Nanjiang City. Once we subdue it, we'll essentially possess an S-rank talent. This kind of treasure requires us to act discreetly. The soul known as Dan Lao was silent for a moment before nodding in agreement with Zhang Hao's reasoning. However, he couldn't help but sigh and say, "What a pity. If you had awakened a lightning attribute talent, you could have devoured the Violet Heaven Divine Thunder and elevated your talent beyond S rank." Zhang Hao's eyes glinted slightly at these words. Talent awakening isn't something you can force. The Divine Thunder is about to appear soon. Let us focus on subduing it first. Just as the two were quietly conversing, a knock came at the door. Come in. Chen Ming said without hesitation. He was in a foul mood and welcomed anyone who could help solve the problem or at least someone to vent his frustrations to. Wei Tian pushed the door open and walked in, bringing Chu Feng along with him. This is? Chen Ming's gaze fell on Chu Feng, his brow furrowing slightly. As the strongest martial artist in the school, with a cultivation level of the 6th realm marrow tempering stage, Chen Ming's senses were keen. He could immediately discern Chu Feng's level 1st realm, 3rd stage. This cultivation level was weak, especially for a senior student. It was barely passable, far from impressive. Clearly, Wei Tian had brought this person intending to use connections to get him into the senior year, hoping he might try his luck at getting into a decent university. Could this kid still be a junior student? If he remembered correctly, junior students' talents had only awakened yesterday. To reach the 3rd stage of the 1st realm in just one day, was someone joking with him? Don't be ridiculous. This kid could only be a failed senior who had come back to repeat the year. So, before Wei Tian could even respond, Chen Ming spoke first. As long as you have money, our school welcomes all repeat students. His meaning was clear. He wanted Chu Feng to leave immediately. If you have the money, register yourself. If not, don't bother me. Martial arts depend on talent. Without talent, there is no point in forcing it. Chen Ming's attitude was straightforward. He didn't want to waste time. Wei Tian listened and glanced at the other 3 students in the room. The strongest among them was only at the 7th layer of the 1st stage, still far from the bone refining realm. He knew that the 2nd high school had produced a genuine bone refining realm student. In the upcoming 4-school tournament, the first high school's position was under threat, and the principal was probably worried about it. Wei Tian first introduced Chu Feng to the principal and then got straight to the point. Chu Feng has a chance to help you win first place in the for-school tournament. I'm asking you, do you want it? As soon as those words were spoken, Chen Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this a joke? Are you still dreaming? The Chu Feng you're talking about is only at the third layer of the first stage? A third layer copper skin realm going up against a first layer bone refining realm? A martial artist in the bone refining realm has hardened bones and incredible strength, capable of sending 10 copper skin realm fighters flying with a single punch. And now you're telling me this kid behind you can defeat a first layer bone refining realm fighter? Are you out of your mind? Chu Feng had awakened 2S grade talents, otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance against someone in the bone refining realm. Forget the bone refining realm, even against Jiang Hao, who was at the late 7th layer of the first stage, Chu Feng wasn't confident he could win. Are you sure? Letting a third layer first stage martial artist participate in the for-school tournament? You'll have to take responsibility for the consequences. Chen Ming, being the principal, thought for a moment and realized Wei Tian had no reason to deceive him. This young man named Chu Feng might indeed have some hidden strength. But a third layer first stage challenging a first layer second stage? No matter how you look at it, it seemed impossible to win. Even with special abilities, the risk was too high. The gap in strength wasn't something that could be bridged with tricks. I didn't come to participate in the for-school league, I came to receive the award, Wei Tian explained. He had just mentioned it briefly, but whether to participate or not ultimately depended on Chu Feng himself. He continued, Chu Feng killed 5 ferocious beasts in one go, 3 of which were late stage tier 1 and 2 were early stage tier 1, breaking the historical record for the class placement exam. This time, I came to bring Chu Feng to claim his award. The prizes include a tier 3 body refinement technique, a breathing technique, and 10 million dragon coins for killing a tier 1 9th level ferocious beast. Of course, there are also vitality pills. All these rewards must be given to Chu Feng. Ha? What? Chen Ming was a bit stunned. What did you just say? A tier 1 3rd level cultivation killing a tier 1 9th level ferocious beast? Is Chu Feng really that powerful? Wait. Isn't Chu Feng just a high school senior who recently awakened his talent? Isn't he here as a repeat student for the 4th year of high school? Chen Ming was puzzled. The talent awakening for high school seniors only started yesterday, right? In just one day, Chu Feng managed to break through to tier 1 3rd level? Is this real? With 90% doubt and 10% resignation, Chen Ming asked, Are you sure? Chu Feng broke through to tier 1 3rd level in just one day? Don't forget, even with S-level cultivation, it takes 7 days to break through to tier 1 3rd level. Did he use some secret technique that consumes his foundation? Has he exhausted all his potential, and is his martial path already at its end? Chen Ming rolled his eyes internally. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? Just saying things randomly? Even lying shouldn't be done so casually. Do you really think breaking records is that simple? Absolutely. Why don't we find a tier 1 9th level ferocious beast to test it? With Chu Feng's strength, he can easily defeat it. Wei Tian had personally witnessed Chu Feng's achievements. Faced with the principal's doubts, he firmly supported Chu Feng. The strength is evident no matter how much you question it. Once the actual combat begins, you'll see just how extraordinary Chu Feng is. In the room, all right. Chen Ming certainly wanted to witness Chu Feng's combat power firsthand. The stronger, the better. If it's really as Wei Tian said, there might be a chance to defeat the tier 2 martial artist from 2nd high school. Breaking through to tier 1 3rd level in one day, with only 1 day left until the for-school league. If Wei Tian wasn't lying, Chu Feng would have trained for a total of just 2 days. In fact, to push it to the extreme, Chu Feng might even have a chance to break through to tier 2 tomorrow. Chen Ming thought about it and found it unbelievable. Too exaggerated. Others take 7 days to break through 1 tier, and you take 2 days to break through 2 tiers? How is that possible? Don't forget, among the 3 students he brought, the strongest took a year to reach Tier 1 7th level. The one from second high school took a full year to break through to Tier 2 bone refinement realm. So, the speed at which Chu Feng broke through to Tier 1 3rd level in one day is unimaginable to everyone. The key is, he can still fight across levels, which shows his cultivation is quite solid. Otherwise, with a weak physique, he would have been defeated in a cross-level battle long ago. Chen Ming knew that to truly understand how powerful Chu Feng was, they needed real evidence from actual combat. Words alone wouldn't suffice. He slowly turned to look at the 3 students behind him, especially the leader, Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao felt Chen Ming's gaze and his eyelid twitched slightly. Was he going to use him as a test subject? He looked at Chu Feng and saw the confidence in his eyes, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Could he really be a genius? Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask Dan Lao in his mind, do you think Chu Feng is really that strong? Breaking through the first stage, 3rd level in one day, and still easily defeating a first stage, 9th level ferocious beast? Dan Lao waved his hand dismissively and said, there are indeed geniuses who can reach this level. With the help of powerful treasures, such as flying swords or formations, a first stage martial artist can even leap levels to defeat 3rd stage or even 4th stage martial artists. Chu Feng might have obtained some kind of inheritance, which is why his realm advanced so quickly. Whether he can defeat a first stage, 9th level opponent, I don't know. But if Chen Ming lets him compete with you, unless he has an extremely powerful treasure for protection, he will definitely lose. The 8 extremes fist I taught you is enough to shake a 2nd stage, 7th level bone refining martial artist. A first stage, 3rd level martial artist Wu Ti lasts a single move against you. Even if Chu Feng has mastered advanced martial arts, the gap in cultivation is a hard limitation. Rest assured. Hearing Dan Lao's words, Jiang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Otherwise, having Dan Lao as his cheat in training for a year longer than others, yet still losing, would be utterly embarrassing. Since Dan Lao said so, he just needed to act a little. He Wu Ti used the 8 extremes fist right away, to avoid defeating Chu Feng too miserably. At this moment, Chen Ming spoke in a calm tone, you're up. He pointed at Jiang Hao, then turned to Wei Tian. As long as Chu Feng can defeat Jiang Hao, a first stage, 7th level jade skin martial artist, I will acknowledge Chu Feng's cultivation speed and combat talent. Not only will I give you the previous rewards, but you can also freely choose from all the martial arts in the South Jian High School library. How about it? Wei Tian looked at Chu Feng, seeking his opinion. Chu Feng clenched his fists, feeling the limited strength within his body, and shook his head with a bitter smile. His current stamina could probably only support one use of 3,000 thunder movements, and his combat power was far from its peak. Moreover, the power of 3,000 thunder movements was too strong, and he wasn't skilled enough yet. He feared that if he accidentally injured Jiang Hao, it would cause trouble. Chu Feng explained, let us forget it. There should be battle footage, right? Showing that would be enough to prove my strength. As for Senior Jiang, we can find another time to spar. Wei Tian nodded. There was indeed battle footage, and it was in the principal's office. I'll go retrieve the battle replay. He walked through the crowd to the principal's desk and turned on the computer. After some operations, the computer finally played Chu Feng's battle replay. Chen Ming patted his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about this, but it didn't matter now. He was curious to see just how strong this Chu Feng, who had been hyped up so much, really was. Did he truly rely on his own abilities to kill a first stage, 9th level ferocious beast? Honestly, he didn't quite believe it, thinking Chu Feng probably used some tricks with his talent to wear the beast down. Defeating the beast head-on? Almost impossible. Jiang Hao also leaned in, wanting to see what Chu Feng was capable of. Anyone can brag about their skills, but battle footage is the most authentic proof. He also wanted Dan Lao to analyze who would have the upper hand if he fought Chu Feng. As the replay unfolded, the group went from initial skepticism to stunned silence when they saw Chu Feng's figure moving like lightning at incredible speed. Forget about his first stage, 3rd level cultivation. What level of martial arts was this, with such speed that the ferocious beasts couldn't even react? Those beasts seemed like fools during the battle, completely toyed with by Chu Feng. After reading the last part, Chen Ming turned his head and asked, are you sure Chu Feng only awakened his talent yesterday? Saying he's a senior high school student would make more sense. It was simply too exaggerated. Whether in cultivation or martial arts, it didn't seem like something a novice who had just awakened for a day could achieve. Even for a senior high school student, Chen Ming dared to assert that no one could match Chu Feng's speed just now. That movement technique allowed Chu Feng's speed to reach the level of a late-stage Tier 2 sevenfold bone refining realm. The key was not only reaching the late bone refining realm but also mastering a top-tier Tier 2 movement martial art to compare with Chu Feng's performance in the video. Yet Chu Feng was only at Tier 1 threefold cultivation. Clearly, Chu Feng was not yet proficient in his movement martial art, but he could still achieve the speed effect of a late-stage bone refining realm in a perfected martial art. This indicated that the level of movement technique Chu Feng had mastered far exceeded ordinary imagination. Advanced martial arts require long-term study. Without 5 or 6 years, it's hard to even get started with advanced martial arts, yet Chu Feng learned such an abnormal martial art in just one day. His talent was truly astonishing. Chen Ming thus doubted whether Chu Feng was really a senior high school student. It was hard to believe. Yes. You can check the student records. Chu Feng has studied at our school for 2 years, and the records are detailed, Wei Tian confirmed. After all, the teachers and classmates had testified, and there was no reason to falsify it. Chen Ming nodded, immediately sat down at the computer, and searched for Chu Feng's student records. The records should include information about his awakened talent. Wait. Chen Ming suddenly thought of the lightning talent Chu Feng had just displayed. It seemed exceptionally powerful. At least grade A, possibly even grade S. Such a high-level lightning attribute talent was top tier among combat talents, and it should have left an impression on him. Why was there no reaction in his memory regarding Chu Feng? Thinking this, Chen Ming quickly clicked the mouse, searching through Chu Feng's records. Beside him, Jiang Hao, after watching Chu Feng's battle, took a sharp breath. He couldn't help but ask in his heart, Dan Lao, do you think I can defeat Chu Feng? In the silent sea of his mind, the white-haired and bearded Dan Lao paused for a moment and countered, do you want the truth? I do. Jiang Hao nodded. You wouldn't last a single move against Chu Feng. Dan Lao's gaze carried a hint of reminiscence as he slowly said, although Chu Feng is only a Tier 1 threefold cultivation, the martial arts or rather, techniques he has mastered far surpass our level. If I'm not mistaken, Chu Feng's movement technique, combined with the use of spiritual energy, can multiply its power several times. Multiply? Really? Jiang Hao was shocked. He thought Chu Feng was already strong enough, but he hadn't expected his actual strength to far exceed his imagination. Humph. There's always someone stronger out there. He took a deep breath, while a trace of doubt arose in his heart. No, such a powerful technique. Did Chu Feng really learn it in just one day? I remember it took me 9 months to practice my 8 extremities fist. Learning a martial art even stronger than the 8 extremities fist in one day seems too unrealistic. Dan Lao shook his head and explained, it wasn't learned in one day, it was inherited. It should be inherited memory, with the technique directly infused into Chu Feng's mind. The power of the inheritance also allowed him to break through to Tier 1 threefold in one day. Chu Feng has received an extraordinary opportunity. Such a powerful inheritance isn't something one can encounter casually. Just how powerful is this inheritance? Jiang Hao's eyes turned red with envy. He also wanted to learn that movement technique that seemed like teleportation. By then, as long as his opponent's strength wasn't several levels higher than his, they wouldn't be able to catch him during a chase. Moreover, its attack power was astonishingly strong, capable of both offense and defense. Except for his lack of talent, Chu Feng's movement technique was practically perfect. Stop dreaming. That movement technique can only be learned with a lightning attribute talent. You have a fire attribute talent, so even if the inheritance is placed right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to learn it. Once I obtain the purple sky divine thunder, I'll teach you a technique even more powerful than Chu Feng's lightning movement technique. As long as you can master it, he definitely won't be your match. Dan Lao said confidently. He had mastered countless advanced martial arts. Running fast was no big deal. However, the higher the level of the technique, the harder it was to learn. Jiang Hao had spent 9 months learning 8 extremities fist, and to learn Chu Feng's kind of movement technique, it would probably take him 7 or 8 years just to get started. Of course, Dan Lao wouldn't directly tell Jiang Hao this, fearing it would dampen his enthusiasm. Besides, martial arts become easier to learn the more one practices. Gradually mastering higher-level techniques wouldn't be difficult. Chu Feng had relied on inherited memories to achieve instant success, which was unfair. People are different. Moreover, inherited memories are static content, while he himself was a living, breathing person. Dan Lao was confident that he was far superior to Chu Feng's inherited memories. At this moment, Jiang Hao asked in his mind, Dan Lao, do you have any inherited memories you can give me? In his sea of consciousness, Dan Lao's figure flickered and suddenly gave Jiang Hao a flick on the forehead. You brat! I am your greatest inheritance. Learn alchemy from me properly, and in the future, people as powerful as Chu Feng will beg to be close to you. Always thinking about fighting and killing, what kind of behavior is that? Dan Lao said he had indeed received many inherited memories. But good things are either used or given to another traitorous disciple, who ultimately betrayed him, leaving him with only his soul. So, while he had received them, Dan Lao hadn't kept a single one. Meanwhile, Principal Chen Ming had also looked into Chu Feng's file. After carefully verifying Chu Feng's information and confirming he was a senior student, he was utterly shocked. Connecting Chu Feng's previous achievements, he was left speechless. Amazing! Tomorrow's for-school tournament finally had hope. Chen Ming stared at Chu Feng's file excitedly, his emotions overflowing, until he noticed Chu Feng's talent. It was listed as S-level talent gigantification. Something was off. He was very familiar with the gigantification talent. It was useless. This talent was ineffective in the early stages and might not even be useful later. If Chu Feng's awakened talent was indeed this, then how could he have displayed the lightning talent earlier? Chen Ming immediately pointed out this discrepancy, believing Chu Feng's talent didn't match and there was an issue. He was right, such a strong lightning talent should have left an impression. He looked at Chu Feng, waiting for an explanation. Why does your talent not match the information? Of course, this wasn't a major problem as long as the talent was strong and could help him win tomorrow's competition, it was fine. Facing Chen Ming's gaze, Chu Feng didn't know how to respond. He couldn't possibly admit he was cheating, could he? At this moment, Wei Tian stepped forward to explain. Chu Feng's talent is S-level gigantification, but his talent has undergone a mutation. As he spoke, he moved through the crowd and replayed the surveillance footage of Chu Feng slaying 3 late-stage first-tier ferocious beasts in one go. Then, he personally provided an explanation. Chu Feng's talent mutation is exceptionally powerful. Not only does it bring terrifying thunder damage, but it also directly doubles the power of lightning. At first, Chu Feng couldn't even break the skull of a fierce beast, but later, he shattered the beast's neck bone with a single strike, indicating a qualitative leap in his attack power. Although the surveillance footage was unclear, under Wei Tian's guidance, everyone could clearly see the beast's head bending as it fell, a clear sign of a broken neck bone. Chen Ming stared at the footage, his eyes wide open. He snatched Wei Tian's mouse and carefully replayed the footage. After confirming that Wei Tian wasn't lying, he was completely stunned. He never expected that talent gigantification could mutate in such a way. Not only did it retain the doubled power of gigantification, but it also developed into a powerful S-level thunder damage talent. With the S-level thunder talent's power doubling again, didn't this mean that Chu Feng now possessed 2 abnormal S-level talents? And both were incredibly powerful S-level talents. Thinking of this, Chen Ming was utterly dumbfounded. It took him a full 15 minutes to recover from the shock. He turned to look at Chu Feng, trembling for a long time, unable to utter a single word. Finally, he waved at the other 3 senior students. You guys go back to class first. If there's anything, I'll contact your teachers. Jiang Hao and the other 2 exchanged glances, full of helplessness. They understood in their hearts that the principal was sidelining them. Tomorrow's For Schools League had almost nothing to do with them anymore. They wouldn't be able to get any benefits from Principal Chen either. From now on, all resources would undoubtedly be poured into Chu Feng, who would become the invincible dark horse of the For Schools League. Jiang Hao and the other 2 walked out of the principal's office together. Just as they reached the door, they heard Principal Chen kindly say, "Here's 10 million dragon coins as a reward for defeating the fierce beast. Take it. Also, this storage ring contains many qi and blood pills and bone refining pills. Use them as you wish. You haven't learned any breathing techniques yet, have you? Come with me. The school library has more techniques than you can imagine. There are at least dozens of thunder attribute body refining techniques, and even a 4th-tier thunder attribute martial art, Thunderclap Finger." Listening to Principal Chen's words, Jiang Hao and the others felt a pang of bitterness in their hearts. It seemed as if Chen Ming hadn't just found hope for the For Schools League but had discovered a long-lost son. Jiang Hao felt uncomfortable. He had never received such treatment. The library was never freely accessible, and borrowing a single technique required endless hassle. Let alone Chu Feng, who was given pills to consume at will and 10 million dragon coins just like that. Jiang Hao couldn't help but mutter to himself, is a mutated talent really that powerful? Thunder abilities are strong, and their power is doubled. It's simply unreasonable. Elder Dan's eyes sparkled as he recalled the footage he had just seen. After a full 15 minutes, he finally spoke, it's just good luck. Mutated talents can manifest in all sorts of ways. I remember some demonic sects using sinister methods to force talent mutations in martial artists, selecting the powerful ones for cultivation and discarding the useless ones. Which sect? Jiang Hao asked. The Blood Fiend sect, a massive force and one of the 3 major demonic sects in the central region, far stronger than your enemies. Your area is remote, so it's normal not to know about them. Elder Dan continued to recount the deeds of the Blood Fiend sect, abducting people to make them disciples, torturing them to force talent mutations, and using Blood Fiend pills to control their lives and deaths. Once forcibly recruited, there was no chance of escape for the rest of their lives. The leader of the Blood Fiend sect was only at the 7th stage of the Blood Transformation realm, but his 3 disciples were all at the 9th stage of the Golden Body realm. Yet, these 9th stage disciples obeyed the 7th stage leader without question. The control power of the Blood Fiend pill was evident. Hearing this, Jiang Hao felt a deep sense of crisis. He feared that one day he might accidentally get captured and find life worse than death. Why don't we stop hiding our strength? Although Chu Feng is formidable, with your 8 extremes fist, Elder Dan, taking down a 2nd stage fierce beast should be no problem, right? If we fully display our strength, our treatment will surely improve significantly. Elder Dan shook his head and explained, no need. No matter how much talent you show, you can't surpass Chu Feng. If you can't surpass Chu Feng, you won't be able to seize the resources Principal Chen provides. Showing off would be pointless. That was true. Jiang Hao thought of Chu Feng's lightning-fast speed and scratched his head with a bitter smile. He had no way to counter Chu Feng's speed. Chu Feng's strength was utterly despair-inducing. Nanjiang First High School Library. The library not only housed various techniques but also had well-equipped training rooms. Students could borrow techniques and directly practice inside, which was very convenient. Inside one of the training rooms, Chu Feng sat quietly in a meditative posture, focusing on studying the 3rd stage Thunder Roar breathing technique in his hands. The Thunder Roar breathing technique could instantly restore a large amount of stamina, making it particularly suitable for his highly explosive 3000 Thunder movement. The downside was that continuous use would place a significant burden on the body, so it was best used intermittently, combined with the 3000 Thunder movement to slay enemies. In addition to the Thunder Roar breathing technique, Chu Feng had also obtained a large batch of high-quality vitality pills and body-tempering pills. Vitality pills, akin to fierce beast meat, could quickly restore vitality and aid in cultivation. Body-tempering pills accelerated the process of body strengthening. On his left hand, he wore a black iron storage ring worth at least 1 million dragon coins, with an internal space of 3 cubic meters. All the pills were stored inside. The ring also contained a bank card with 10 million dragon coins, a 4th stage martial art thunderclap finger, and a 3rd stage heavenly thunder body tempering technique. These were the best and most suitable techniques for Chu Feng at Nanjiang First High School. After all, it was just a high school, and there were no particularly advanced techniques. 4th stage techniques were already considered top tier, and most others didn't align with Chu Feng's talents. To find more advanced techniques, he would need to go to a higher level institution. Inside the training room, Chu Feng carefully studied the Thunder Roar breathing technique. Although it was a 3rd stage technique, his comprehension ability had been greatly enhanced thanks to the inherited memories of the 3000 Thunder movement. This 3rd stage technique was not difficult for him. After reading it once, he understood the principles of the Thunder Roar breathing technique. Chu Feng silently recited the technique's mantra, guiding the 9 heavens divine thunder within his body to flow along his meridians. With each breath, it felt as if wind and thunder roared. A large amount of air exchanged in his lungs, bringing with it a surge of powerful energy that alleviated his fatigue. Whoosh! With just one breath, Chu Feng felt significantly more refreshed. The stamina recovery effect was remarkably evident. Not bad, the entry stage is quite simple. Chu Feng felt the changes in his body and was very satisfied with the Thunder Roar breathing technique. If he had mastered this breathing technique earlier, when facing the 5 fierce beasts, he could have used the 3000 Thunder movement at least 2 more times. Those 5 fierce beasts wouldn't have been able to fight back at all. Now, this breathing technique was only at the entry stage. Once he mastered it and cultivated it to perfection, he estimated that he could use the 3000 Thunder movement continuously. By then, he would transform into lightning itself, moving so fast that it would be impossible to track with the naked eye. Chu Feng maintained his breathing rhythm, continued practicing the thunderous breathing technique, and then took out the Tier 3 Heavenly Thunder body refining art. This technique uses lightning to temper the body. The stronger the lightning, the better the effect. The 9 Heavens Divine Thunder is an S-grade talent, with quality close to the pinnacle. Combined with the Heavenly Thunder body refining art, Chu Feng's cultivation speed was more than doubled compared to yesterday. Following the method described in the technique, Chu Feng guided the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder to stimulate the major acupoints in his body, beginning to temper his physical form. Zap! Blue electric arcs danced across his body. Chu Feng seized the opportunity to swallow several body-tempering pills and vitality pills, simultaneously adjusting the power of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder to its maximum. Under the stimulation of the Divine Thunder, the pills quickly dissolved, integrating into his body and helping to enhance his physical strength. His power began to increase rapidly. The surface of his skin was torn by the power of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, but it quickly healed with the help of his S-grade talent, Life Tide. The cultivation speed of the Heavenly Thunder body refining art was fast, but the damage it inflicted on the body far exceeded that of ordinary body refining techniques. Fortunately, Chu Feng had the S-grade Life Tide. Otherwise, recovering from the injuries would have consumed a significant amount of time and resources. With his talent, he only needed to expend vitality, making the process convenient and efficient. As the body refining progressed, his skin gradually took on a silver sheen, eventually becoming entirely covered in a bronze glow. At the same time, Chu Feng's aura surged. First tier, 4th level, Silver Skin Realm Warrior. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, clenched his right fist tightly, and found that his strength had increased by nearly 50%. Now, if Chu Feng encountered the same first tier, 4th level Berserk Wild Boar as before, he was confident he could defeat it head-on without relying on any talents. Moreover, the breakthrough in his realm enhanced the power of both the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder and the 3000 Thunder movement. The speed of the 3000 Thunder movement increased, allowing him to teleport 120 meters instead of 100 meters. His attack power also saw a significant boost. If he were to face the first tier, 7th level Wild Boar King from the competition arena again, Chu Feng was confident he could shatter its tough skull with a single strike. Chu Feng took a deep breath and continued consuming large quantities of body-tempering pills and vitality pills, fully activating the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder to push his realm higher. Lightning flickered, and the silver sheen on his skin deepened, eventually revealing a faint cyan hue. First tier, 6th level. He was now just one step away from the first tier, 7th level Jade Skin Realm. His speed and attack power with the 3000 Thunder movement had also improved accordingly. Excellent ample pills and a compatible technique allowed his realm to advance as swiftly as flying on an airplane. At this moment, Chu Feng felt a slight heat in his body, realizing he could not continue training further. Overdoing it would be counterproductive. The body needed time to adapt to the newfound strength. Forcing further advancement could lead to an unstable foundation and hollow power, which would be more harmful than beneficial. He put away the Heavenly Thunder body refining art and then took out the Tier 4 martial art, Thunderclap Finger. This technique could unleash devastating damage with lightning. Its power was immense, and although its attack range was small, Chu Feng could compensate for this shortcoming with the speed of the 3000 Thunder movement. Chu Feng flipped through the technique and, following its description, concentrated the power of thunder into his fingers, using vitality as an auxiliary force. A tremendous amount of energy gathered in his joint index and middle fingers, making them feel tense and uncomfortable, eager to release the power. Chu Feng looked around and found a strength testing machine in the training room. At the center of the machine was a target with a strength display screen. Chu Feng walked up to the machine, aimed at the center of the target, and thrust his fingers forward with force. Thunderclap Finger. The immense power erupted without reservation, and the numbers on the machine's screen began to jump rapidly. Quickly, it stopped at 3,110 pounds, which corresponds to the level of second stage, 4th tier. Chu Feng looked at the attack power he had unleashed and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Setting aside the fact that it exceeded 3,000 pounds, the meaning of second stage, 4th tier is that Chu Feng's strike could break through the defense of a second stage, 4th tier martial artist. Don't forget, Chu Feng's current cultivation level is only first stage, 6th tier. Previously, even with a full force strike, Chu Feng couldn't break the skull of a first stage, 9th tier ferocious beast. But now, just by mastering the basic techniques of Thunder Finger, he could break through the defense of a second stage, 4th tier martial artist. This alone demonstrates the power of Thunder Finger. What's more crucial is that Chu Feng has only just begun learning this martial art, yet it already possesses the power of second stage, 4th tier. If he were to cultivate it to its peak, could he possibly leap levels and instantly defeat third stage martial artists? And if combined with his innate gigantification ability, his attack power would double. Chu Feng thought for a moment and decided to test his full force attack to fully understand his strength. Without hesitation, he activated his innate gigantification. Lightning flashed, and the power of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder instantly doubled. He once again activated Thunder Finger and fiercely struck the machine's target center. Sizzle! This time, Chu Feng directly poked a large hole in the target center. The numbers on the machine's screen all lit up, but no value was displayed. What was going on? Did he break the machine? Chu Feng stared at the machine and studied it carefully, only to discover that this machine could only measure power below second stage, 7th tier. In other words, any attack power exceeding second stage, 7th tier couldn't be measured by this machine. After all, this machine was designed for high school juniors and seniors. The strongest among these students were only at first stage, 7th tier. Second stage, first tier bone refining realm was already an extremely rare existence in high school, and it might not appear even once in dozens of graduating classes. So the machine's upper limit of second stage, 7th tier was more than sufficient. But who would have thought that Chu Feng, being so abnormal, would surpass second stage, 7th tier in one go and directly break the machine? Even he hadn't anticipated this. This shouldn't be expensive, right? Chu Feng thought to himself as he opened his phone to contact the principal to inquire about the machine's situation. He didn't realize that his attack power was so high that even a casual strike could. In the principal's office, Chen Ming and Wei Tian were sitting together, pouring tea and discussing Chu Feng. Old Wei, are you just letting Chu Feng study on his own? Aren't you going to guide him a bit? No need. Chu Feng was able to master such an impressive movement technique. A few low-level martial arts or nothing, he'll learn them easily. Wei Tian still vividly remembered Chu Feng's movement technique, which was astonishingly fast. Even more shocking was that Chu Feng had mastered it in just one day. Who would dare say he wasn't a genius? For someone like him, it's best to let him train on his own. Intervening might actually hinder him. We'll leave him our contact information. If he has questions, he'll naturally come to us. Helping him at that time will be more effective than giving him extra guidance now. Chen Ming nodded in agreement, took a sip of tea, and began calculating plans for the 4-school tournament in his mind. In just one day, we must make the other schools look bad. Even if Chu Feng doesn't improve further, with his movement technique alone, he could probably defeat those second stage bone refining realm martial artists from second high. By then, the news of a first stage, 3rd tier copper skin realm martial artist defeating a second stage, 1st tier bone refining realm martial artist would spread, and first high's reputation would absolutely skyrocket. Moreover, with Chu Feng's exceptional talent, the top 3 universities in Dragon Country would definitely compete to recruit him. At that time, bringing Chu Feng along would also earn him a significant reward. Thinking of this, Chen Ming couldn't help but laugh as if he had hit the jackpot. Do you think Chu Feng can break through to Tier 1 Level 4 tomorrow? Although Chu Feng reached Tier 1 Level 3 in just one day, the further one progresses in cultivation, the harder it becomes. Between the copper skin stage of Tier 1 Level 3 and the silver skin stage of Tier 1 Level 4, there is still a threshold. It's not that easy to cross. Tomorrow? I think Chu Feng can break through to Tier 1 Level 4 today. Don't forget, he also learned an advanced movement technique. Wei Tian retorted. Chu Feng didn't take much time to reach Tier 1 Level 3, and the remaining time was spent learning the movement technique. Chu Feng's movement technique is of a very high level, so high that even Wei Tian couldn't discern its exact grade. Being able to master such a technique indicates that Chu Feng's cultivation speed is already astonishingly fast. So fast. Chen Ming sighed. He still remembered that it took him a full 2 months to break through to Tier 1 Level 4. Chu Feng could achieve it in less than 2 days. This gap was simply too vast. The future heights of Chu Feng's cultivation realm would surely be unimaginable for them. Just then, Chen Ming's phone rang. He glanced at it was Chu Feng calling. A smug smile appeared on his face. See, Chu Feng is here. He must have encountered some issues in his cultivation. Perfect timing, let me, a grandmaster at Tier 6 bone refining stage, lend him a hand. After all, breaking through to Tier 1 Level 4 isn't that easy. Encountering some difficulties is normal, even geniuses can't always progress smoothly. Saying this, Chen Ming answered the call. On the other end, Chu Feng's voice carried a hint of embarrassment. Principal, I accidentally broke the school's strength testing machine. But don't worry, no matter how much it costs, I'll compensate fully. Chen Ming listened and frowned slightly. It wasn't a cultivation issue? It seemed it wasn't his turn to step in yet. Oh, it's fine, just a strength testing machine. If it's broken, it doesn't cost much. Just switch to another training room and continue practicing. Chen Ming had thought he could offer Chu Feng some guidance, but it turned out to be just a testing machine. He felt a bit disappointed. Beside him, Wei Tian, who was listening, felt something was off and a question popped into his mind. Broke the strength testing machine? Just as Chen Ming was about to hang up the phone, Wei Tian suddenly realized the key point: the machine's strength limit could only be broken by a Tier 2 Level 7 martial artist. And Chu Feng's current strength was only at Tier 1 Level 3. Tier 1 Level 3 strength, yet he broke a machine that could withstand the power of a Tier 2 Level 7 martial artist? As soon as Wei Tian thought of this, he became excited, slammed the table, and shouted loudly, "The strength testing machine! What's wrong?" Chen Ming was about to hang up the phone but noticed Wei Tian's excitement and felt suspicious. It was just a machine, worth at most a few $100,000, not something to make a fuss about. He looked at Wei Tian, and from Wei Tian's shocked expression, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Wait! How exactly did Chu Feng break the strength testing machine? This was no simple matter. Chen Ming immediately picked up the phone and asked for Chu Feng's training room location. Don't move, I'll come over to fix it right away. After saying this, he moved so fast he was like a flash of lightning, instantly appearing at the spot, acting swiftly, even crashing through the office's wooden door. The mahogany door flew high into the air, attracting the attention of many students. Then, it was steadily caught by Wei Tian, who followed behind, and placed beside the flower bed. The two of them hurried towards the library one after the other. The library, Chu Feng's training room. Chu Feng held his phone, feeling a bit confused. It was just a machine for testing strength, it shouldn't be too expensive, right? No need to make such a fuss. Thinking about it, he opened his phone and searched on Taoduo. Sorting by price, the most expensive one was only 180,000. For Chu Feng, who had 10 million dragon coins, it was nothing, just pocket change. No big deal. At that moment, a gust of wind blew through. Principal Chen Ming rushed into Chu Feng's training room, quickly approaching the strength testing machine to carefully inspect where it was damaged. It was indeed malfunctioning, and it really had been broken by Chu Feng's punch. If it were a machine defect, it would be understandable, and Chu Feng wouldn't be to blame. But if it was truly broken by a punch, that would be incredible. Chen Ming stared at the two finger holes on the machine's target, his face full of confusion. What was going on with these holes? Could it be that they weren't made by a punch but were poked out with fingers? No, wait, fingers. Not long ago, he had just taught Chu Feng the 4th tier martial art, Thunder Finger. Chen Ming examined the finger holes at the center of the target closely and noticed scorch marks on them. He took a deep breath. It really was Thunder Finger. You've mastered the 4th tier martial art, Thunder Finger? Chu Feng nodded, saying Thunder Finger wasn't difficult. But isn't that beside the point? The point is, I broke the strength testing machine. No matter how much it costs, I'll compensate for it. Chen Ming looked at Chu Feng's sincere expression, his jaw practically dropping. A strength testing machine? What does that matter? Your talent is the real key. That's the point. 4th tier martial arts. No matter how solid the foundation of a 4th tier condensed vein realm martial artist, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to learn. Even for someone like me, a 6th tier bone refinement realm martial artist, it would take 3 or 4 days just to grasp the basics. But Chu Feng. Chen Ming's voice trembled slightly. This is the real point. Your talent, once known, will surely shock the entire martial artist world. You don't need to compensate for the strength testing machine. Just help me out in tomorrow's for-school tournament. The rewards for winning will far exceed your imagination. At that time, top-ranked university professors from Dragon Country will be watching. I'll handle them for you, and you'll be satisfied with high-tier techniques and powerful weapons. The third-tier Heavenly Thunder body refinement technique is too simple for you. I believe you'll soon break through to the fourth tier, maybe even surpass me as the principal." As he spoke, Chen Ming patted Chu Feng's shoulder with satisfaction. Having such a talented student made him genuinely happy. Just then, he suddenly noticed Chu Feng's cultivation level. Chu Feng's skin shimmered with a silver-white glow, faintly tinged with a hint of green. What was going on? First tier 6th level? Chen Ming stared at the silver-white skin on Chu Feng's neck, utterly shocked. Was this a joke? It was already impressive enough to have just learned the 4th tier Thunder Finger, but now his cultivation had directly advanced to the first tier 6th level? He remembered that when he left earlier, Chu Feng was only at the first tier 3rd level. A 3rd level cultivation advancing so quickly? This speed, it's not even fully dark yet. Chen Ming's words became stammered. At this rate, Chu Feng might reach the 2nd tier 3rd level by tomorrow. He had seen S-level talented martial artists before. After all, he'd been a principal for so many years and had encountered all kinds of genius students. But someone like Chu Feng, with such absurdly fast cultivation speed, was a first for him. At this moment, Wei Tian also rushed in, immediately running to the strength testing machine to check Chu Feng's results. Looking at the bullet hole in the bullseye, his quicker reaction immediately connected it to the Thunder Finger technique. As expected, Chu Feng can even master such an advanced movement technique, so a mere 4th tier Thunder Finger is no challenge for him. To grasp a 4th tier martial art in just one afternoon, this speed absolutely leaves most martial artists far behind, even faster than myself. Chu Feng's talent is undeniable. However, compared to martial arts, cultivation strength is clearly more important. A martial artist with a higher realm can easily crush opponents of lower realms. The higher the cultivation, the deeper the understanding of martial arts, and naturally, the faster the martial arts training progresses. Chu Feng has just stepped into the martial path, so it's normal for him not to fully understand this yet. As a senior, Wei Tian felt he should remind him of a few things. He turned to look at Chu Feng, ready to talk about the importance of cultivation and share his wealth of experience as a high-level martial artist. But the first thing he saw was the look of shock on the principal's face. Feeling a bit puzzled, he turned to look at Chu Feng's skin, which had a faint silvery white sheen with a light blue tint. This is the Silver Skin Realm? And not just the initial stage, but the late stage of the Silver Skin Realm? Just one step away from the Jade Skin Realm? Wei Tian's eyes widened, and he immediately moved closer to Chu Feng, carefully examining him. He could hardly believe it. He had heard before that Chu Feng cultivated quickly, but he had never seen it with his own eyes and didn't think it was that astonishing. Now, seeing it firsthand, Wei Tian's understanding was completely overturned. It was simply too outrageous. He carefully observed Chu Feng's skin, trying to find any signs of deception. But no matter how he looked, it was real, genuine late-stage Silver Skin Realm. However, Wei Tian also had a new thought. Chu Feng might have paused his martial path training temporarily due to his rapid breakthroughs, instead focusing on martial arts. After all, martial path cultivation is an intense physical exercise that inevitably causes some damage. Chu Feng deliberately slowing down his martial path progress could be to maintain his body's peak condition and avoid leaving hidden dangers for his future martial path. Such foresight, such talent, even the 3 strongest humans today aren't as remarkable as him, are they? Wei Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. Facing a genius like Chu Feng, he was completely at a loss for words. As long as Chu Feng doesn't encounter any accidents, achieving the 7th tier in the future is almost certain. He might even one day completely eliminate all the ferocious beasts and unify the entire Blue Star for humanity. Thinking of this, he patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, trying to keep his voice calm. No matter what difficulties you face in the future, you can always come to me. Principal Chen Ming quickly chimed in, me. I'm a 6th tier bone refining realm martial artist, stronger than Wei Tian, who's only in the 5th tier organ refining realm. At that moment, Wei Tian noticed Chu Feng's breathing. As Chu Feng's chest rose and fell, there was a faint thunderous rumble. This is the thunderous breathing technique. Damn. How long has it been? Less than an hour, right? Chu Feng has already mastered all 3 techniques he just received? This is simply too outrageous. Chu Feng's martial path cultivation speed is faster than flying on a plane. Tomorrow, at the 4 schools tournament, Chu Feng will undoubtedly use his terrifying strength to easily suppress the second-tier bone refining realm martial artists from second high school. By then, all the spectators will surely be shocked by Chu Feng. But Wei Tian was a bit worried. With such talent, what if those lunatics from the demonic path target him? Chu Feng hasn't truly grown yet. If the demonic path sets their sights on him, his life might be in danger. Neither he nor Qin Ming has strong enough cultivation, they haven't even reached the 7th tier or awakened a second talent. If they encounter the demonic path, they probably won't be able to help. Chu Feng, you'd better not participate in tomorrow's for-school tournament, right? From what I know, some demonic martial artists particularly like recruiting highly talented novices as disciples. Once you become their disciple, you'll be controlled by special means and never be able to turn things around. Demonic path? After hearing this, Chu Feng's expression turned serious. It made sense. He was currently at the 6th level of the first stage. If he were to defeat a second stage, first-level bone-refining martial artist with his heaven-defying talent in front of everyone, it would easily cause a sensation. In that case, he would become the focus of everyone's attention. Moreover, Chu Feng's current strength was still weak. If possible, he certainly wanted to protect himself. However, the principal mentioned that the rewards for the for-school tournament were very generous. He had already mastered all the techniques he had on hand and believed he could soon reach the great perfection stage. By then, he would need more and better techniques in martial arts to improve himself. Without resources, how could a martial artist reach the peak? Therefore, Chu Feng decided to participate in the competition and strive for more benefits for himself. Thinking of this, he shook his head. I'm going to participate. The principal said that top universities will be recruiting at that time. These top universities hold significant weight in the Dragon Nation and are excellent safe havens. They also have more advanced techniques waiting for me to learn. So, I've decided to participate in tomorrow's for-school tournament to pave the way for my future. Chu Feng's gaze was firm. Being cautious was fine, but being overly cautious wouldn't work. He needed cultivation resources, elixirs, dragon coins, techniques, he needed them all. Strength was the foundation. Once his strength improved, who would dare threaten him? However, I won't act recklessly either. When the time comes, I'll use the strength of a first stage, 9th level martial artist to barely defeat a second stage, 1st level martial artist. This way, I shouldn't be seen as a genius, right? I'll just slightly fake my strength. Of course, my identity will need your help to disguise. I'll pretend to be a senior high school student, otherwise, my talent will be exposed upon investigation. Chen Ming was the first to nod. Facing a genius with limitless potential like Chu Feng, he was naturally willing to help. Besides, he was counting on Chu Feng to help him win tomorrow's for-school tournament. No problem. The group discussed the plan for tomorrow, leaving only Chu Feng in the training room to continue cultivating. He still had a few fortune bags unopened in 10 million dragon coins, which he could use to buy techniques and cultivation resources in the Myriad Realms Mall. To maximize the power of the 3000 Thunder movement, he had to enhance his spiritual energy. Body refining techniques didn't improve spiritual energy, so he needed to learn other techniques that could cultivate spiritual energy. Chu Feng had a total of 3 fortune bags, corresponding to the 4th, 7th, and 9th levels of the first stage. Previously, he had opened a first stage, 1st level fortune bag and obtained the incomplete inheritance of the 3000 Thunder movement, which directly elevated his combat power to a new level. Now, with just the 3000 Thunder movement, he could already fight against most second stage martial artists. The 3000 Thunder movement had even helped him defeat a first stage, 9th level ferocious beast, proving its immense practicality. This showed how valuable the fortune bag rewards were. Of course, the Myriad Realms Mall stated that the rewards were random, and it might have just been good luck to get a beginner's gift pack. The rule was that the higher the fortune bag's level, the better the rewards. However, low-level fortune bags could also yield good items, and high-level fortune bags could still produce trash. His fortune bags were all first stage, not particularly impressive. However, the highest one reached the 9th level, and he hoped to obtain a high-level inheritance to directly boost his combat power. While pondering, Chu Feng decisively opened 3 fortune bags in the system space without hesitation. Opening first tier level 4 fortune bag. Congratulations on obtaining the Qi refining technique, Thunder Control Art. Thunder Control Art, cultivates Thunder attribute spiritual energy, significantly enhancing the power of Thunder attribute attacks. It is the foundational technique of the Purple Sky Thunder Control True Art, perfect for building a solid foundation. Opening First Tier Level 7 Fortune Bag. Congratulations on obtaining 10 low-grade Spirit Stones. Low-grade Spirit Stones, stones containing spiritual energy that cultivators can absorb to enhance their strength. Spiritual energy, a special and powerful force. Opening First Tier Level 9 Fortune Bag. Congratulations on obtaining the Chi Refining Spell, Illusory Reality Technique. Illusory Reality Technique consumes spiritual energy to alter one's aura, making it stronger or weaker. Not bad, not bad. Chu Feng was very satisfied with these 3 rewards. The Thunder Control Art could cultivate spiritual energy, perfectly complementing the 3000 Thunder movement to enhance his speed. It could also boost the power of Thunder attribute attacks, making it an excellent match for his 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. As for the Spirit Stones, they were likely to accelerate cultivation, an essential resource just like pills. Chu Feng found in the Universal Mall that a single low-grade Spirit Stone was worth 1 million Dragon Coins. 10 stones equaled 10 million. The value of this fortune bag was truly astonishing. Finally, there was the Illusory Reality Technique. Chu Feng looked at the description of this spell and found it particularly practical. Not only could it conceal his cultivation level, but it could also catch opponents off guard at critical moments. It could even enhance his aura, making others mistakenly believe he was a master, thus intimidating opponents into retreating. With the Illusory Reality Technique, Chu Feng thought, could he pretend to be at the 2nd Tier Level 3 Bone Refining Realm in tomorrow's for school tournament and directly scare off his opponents? If he first displayed the aura of the 2nd Tier Level 3 Bone Refining Realm and then easily defeated a 2nd Tier Level 1 martial artist, wouldn't that seem reasonable? The cultivation level couldn't be too high. The 2nd Tier Level 3 Bone Refining Realm wouldn't make him stand out as a genius. Chu Feng calculated in his mind and felt this plan was quite feasible. As for whether he could deceive the principal and others, that was still uncertain. If he couldn't, his talent would be exposed, and he would need to quickly improve his strength. But if he could, the power of the Illusory Reality Technique would be immense. Whether for ambushes or overwhelming victories, the Illusory Reality Technique would be a great help. The key was that Chu Feng believed he might be able to fool the principal and others. After all, the Illusory Reality Technique consumed spiritual energy, which was entirely different from his current martial arts system. If spiritual energy and martial arts were not interconnected, he might just pull it off. Thinking this, Chu Feng opened the Thunder Control Art. The most urgent task now was to quickly cultivate spiritual energy, as both the Illusory Reality Technique and the 3000 Thunder movement required spiritual energy as a foundation. The Thunder Control Art was quite complex and difficult to understand. Chu Feng read it word by word, gradually comprehending the Chi Refining cultivation system. The cultivation stages were as follows: Chi Refining, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Soul Transformation, Void Return, Integration, Tribulation Crossing, and Great Ascension. The final stage was ascending to the Immortal Realm, achieving eternal life. Eternal life. This was the lifelong dream of countless martial artists. Chu Feng knew that even 9th tier Golden Body Realm martial artists had a lifespan of only 300 to 400 years. Years of battles would further shorten their lifespan. When their time was up, no matter how strong they were, even an indestructible body couldn't stop death. Golden Body Realm martial artists would also perish. Although their bodies would remain intact and could be preserved for tens of thousands of years through special means, what use was a body if the person was dead? Longevity has always been humanity's greatest challenge. However, Thunder Command Technique clearly states that it can achieve longevity, indicating that its cultivation system far surpasses the existing martial artist system. Chu Feng's eyes sparkled, feeling that this system was truly remarkable, offering a completely new way of cultivation. After a brief rest, he continued his research. The more he studied, the more Chu Feng discovered that Chi Refining cultivators could fly using spells. Foundation Establishment cultivators, with the help of magical tools, could fly even faster. Golden Core cultivators, using their own power, could hover in the air and instantly traverse tens of thousands of meters. Chu Feng had learned from textbooks that in the current world, only 7th tier blood-moving martial artists could fly. The 7th tier blood-moving to 9th tier golden body seemed to correspond to the early, middle, and late stages of the Golden Core in the Chi Refining system. Thinking of this, Chu Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This qi refining system was indeed quite powerful. After gaining a general understanding, Chu Feng didn't delve deeper. After all, whether Thunder Command technique was truly strong or not would only be revealed through personal cultivation. Chu Feng flipped through the book while starting to cultivate according to the technique. The first step, guiding qi into the body. He needed to sense the surrounding spiritual energy and try to guide it into his dantian to open up the qi si. This step depended on one's aptitude. Those with good aptitude could succeed instantly, those with poor aptitude might not sense spiritual energy even after half a day. Chu Feng closed his eyes and followed the technique's mantra, carefully sensing the surrounding environment. He could feel that the spiritual energy around him was as sparse as a dried-up riverbed, almost non-existent. Is it my poor aptitude? Or is there simply no spiritual energy here? Chu Feng believed it was the latter. Otherwise, if qi refining was so powerful, someone would have already achieved immortality. With such sparse spiritual energy, he couldn't guide qi into his body. Fortunately, he had another method. Chu Feng silently took out a low-grade spirit stone, worth millions, but now was the time to use it. As a surge of spiritual power was extracted from the spirit stone and flowed into Chu Feng's dantian, his qi si was successfully opened. The faint spiritual power nourished his body through the qi si, making him feel full of strength, his mind clear, and his vision much sharper. Spiritual power seemed to naturally enhance the body. Immersed in cultivation, Chu Feng frantically absorbed the spiritual energy released by the spirit stone in his hand. Every strand of spiritual energy injected into him improved his physique in a unique way. This transformation was gradual, from the inside out. Chu Feng's flesh, bones, and meridians began to emit a faint glow. On his skin, some black, foul-smelling liquid was expelled from his body. The spiritual power seemed to cleanse his muscles and bones, further enhancing Chu Feng's martial arts talent and greatly strengthening his body. The previously slightly loose strength from continuous physical training now became solid. He could clearly feel that his physical condition was excellent, and his martial arts realm could continue to improve rapidly. In the training room, as the last spirit stone was completely consumed, Chu Feng's aura suddenly surged, and his cultivation successfully broke through to the second level of qi refining. Although it was only the second level of qi refining, Chu Feng felt that his physical strength at this moment was roughly equivalent to the power of 2 silver-skinned martial artists. In other words, the physical strength brought by the second level of qi refining was already on par with the silver-skin realm. Chu Feng stood up and stretched his muscles. Now, even without using his gigantification talent, relying solely on the 4th-tier martial art Thunder Finger he had just learned, he could destroy the strength testing machine in the training room with a single strike. With the enhancement of his qi refining cultivation, his strength was twice that of an ordinary silver-skin realm martial artist. If combined with the support of his gigantification talent, he was even confident in breaking through the defenses of a Tier 3 tempered flesh realm martial artist. The key was, this was just his physical strength. The spiritual energy in his dantian had even greater uses, such as casting powerful spells like Fireball, Ice Spike, Thunderstrike, and so on. Of course, the most important was still Thousand Thunder movement. He couldn't help but want to test its power. Chu Feng glanced out the window. It was already late, dusk had fallen, it was time to go home. He pushed open the window and looked toward the school gate. Many students were leaving the school one after another. He had initially thought of using Thousand Thunder movement to go straight home, but there were too many people there, and it would be too conspicuous. Better to try it tomorrow, when he could showcase the power of Thousand Thunder movement without any reservations during the competition. Chu Feng already had some understanding of the 4-school tournament. Humanity's ultimate enemy was still the ferocious beasts, so the competition mainly involved killing them. The 4-school tournament required each of the 4 high schools in Nanjiang to select 3 students to compete in the Nanjiang Great Forest. Whoever killed the most and strongest beasts would win. The competition not only allowed for killing beasts but also defeating students from other schools to seize points. Thus, when Second High produced a Tier 2 bone refining realm martial artist, and no other school had anyone who could counter them, the competition turned into a game of cat and mouse. Victory was almost guaranteed for Second High. A Tier 2 bone refining realm martial artist was far superior to a Tier 1 skin refining realm martial artist in strength, defense, and attack. They weren't even on the same level. Not to mention, they also had teammates. Unless the other 3 schools united, there was no chance of winning. But unity was impossible. Each school wanted to claim first place, vying for fame and the attention of specially recruited teachers. The three schools would never align their interests. As a result, this year's championship was essentially reserved for second high. Chu Feng walked while pondering the competition rules. This competition was perfect for him. Killing ferocious beasts was his forte. With the speed of Thousand Thunder movement and the attack power of Thunder Finger, he estimated he could even instantly kill Tier 2 Level 7 ferocious beasts. His beast killing would undoubtedly be swift and ruthless. Moreover, killing beasts also provided the chance to obtain fortune bags. The more he killed, the more benefits and rewards he would receive. Chu Feng would never pass up such a great opportunity. The items in the fortune bags were all practical, especially spirit stones. The more spirit stones, the better. The 10 spirit stones he had previously obtained were all used up, and he had just broken through to the second level of Qi refining. To reach the 9th level of Qi refining or even foundation establishment, he would need a massive amount of spirit stones. A single low-grade spirit stone was worth 1 million dragon coins. Chu Feng currently had only 10 million dragon coins, enough to buy 10 spirit stones, which would likely only allow him to cultivate to the 3rd level of Qi refining. The higher the cultivation level, the more spiritual energy was required. There was no other way. The spiritual energy in the air of this world was too scarce. Relying on absorbing air to break through realms would take years, and even reaching the 3rd level of Qi refining would be difficult. Let alone foundation establishment or the golden core stage, it was simply impossible. Chu Feng still had 10 million dragon coins left. He mainly planned to go home and help his aunt buy a shop, then see where else money was needed to support the household. After that, he would go to the Myriad Realms Mall to buy spirit stones and continue cultivating. As for the Void Real Law, Chu Feng hadn't started cultivating it yet. It was getting dark, so he decided to head home early to avoid worrying his aunt. He could cultivate the Void Real Law at home just the same. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace toward home. On the way, Chu Feng contacted the landlord of the house rented to his aunt and directly bought the entire building for 500,000 yuan. He transferred another 500,000 yuan to the bank card his aunt had given him, which originally had only 30,000 yuan. As for the remaining 9 million yuan, Chu Feng planned to use it all to buy spirit stones to enhance his cultivation as much as possible and prepare for tomorrow's 4 schools tournament. After buying the house and arranging everything, he finally returned home. Opening the door, he saw his aunt had already prepared a sumptuous dinner and was still busy cleaning, waiting for him to come back. "Auntie, I'm back." Han Shui heard his voice, her eyes lit up, and she put down her work to invite Chu Feng to eat. Although the table was full of dishes, Chu Feng still felt guilty because there was almost no beast meat in the meal. As a martial artist, proper nutrition is essential for cultivation, requiring beast meat or blood essence pills. Without these nutrients, practicing martial arts could harm the body. His aunt could only do so much and couldn't even prepare a decent meat dish. Feeling distressed, Han Shui picked a few rare pieces of beast meat and placed them in Chu Feng's bowl. "Here, eat some meat." At this moment, Chu Feng noticed the unnatural expression on his aunt's face. He sat down beside Han Shui and handed back the bank card she had given him earlier. "Auntie, are you facing some difficulties?" Han Shui saw Chu Feng returning the card and quickly pushed it away. That was the cultivation fund she had given him. How could she take it back? 30,000 yuan is indeed too little. But don't worry, Xiao Feng. I've already arranged your cultivation. Tomorrow, someone from the military will come to pick you up. The training in the Dragon Nation's military is tough, but the cultivation resources are abundant. At least there won't be a shortage of beast meat. With your talent, as long as you have enough resources, you'll definitely achieve great things in the future. Huh? Chu Feng was a bit confused. He felt there was no need to join the military. He was strong enough now, and earning cultivation resources wasn't difficult. The main issue was that the Dragon Nation's military was very strict. Once inside, freedom would be almost non-existent. "Auntie, we've grown up now and can earn money ourselves. This card has 530,000 yuan. You can use it for groceries and cooking." As he spoke, Chu Feng picked a few pieces of beast meat and placed them in Han Shui's bowl. "I also bought this restaurant, so you don't need to worry about housing. I'm not going to the military, it's too strict there, and once inside, it would be hard to see you again." 530,000 yuan? Han Shui was stunned by Chu Feng's words, finding it hard to believe. She had worked hard for years and only saved 30,000 yuan. Could Chu Feng earn over 1 million in a single day? She wasn't doubting him, it just seemed too unbelievable. Xiao Feng, don't tease your aunt. Making money isn't that easy. Even the most skilled beast hunters with first-tier skin refining cultivation can't earn 1 million a day. First-tier beast meat costs a few hundred yuan per pound. To earn 1 million, you'd need 10,000 pounds of beast meat. A wild boar weighs only a little over 100 pounds. Unless you hunt large beasts, but large beasts are highly combative and risky. Chu Feng had just awakened his talent, how could he possibly defeat a first-tier, 9th-level beast? So, Han Shui didn't believe Chu Feng's words at all. But considering his good intentions, even if he was lying, it was a kind-hearted lie. She didn't refuse and silently accepted the bank card. Let's eat. She didn't say more, as Xiao Feng was a boy, and checking the card or counting money in front of him would be too awkward. I'll find a way to gather more money myself. Practicing martial arts is really expensive. Just the qi and blood pills and body refining pills are priced in the tens of thousands. Good quality ferocious beast meat costs several thousand per pound. Then there are the techniques, which often cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. Many martial artists prepare medicinal baths to speed up body recovery and improve training efficiency, and the price of medicinal herbs starts in the tens of thousands. Without enough money, the martial path becomes increasingly difficult. All right. Let us eat. Chu Feng saw his aunt accept the bank card, and his mood relaxed. He happily ate his meal. The two chatted while eating, and after finishing, they went about their own tasks. Chu Feng washed the dishes, took a bath, cleaned off the dirt on his body, and returned to his room to continue training with 9 spirit stones. His goal was to break through to the 3rd level of qi refining and reach the 9th stage of the 1st rank in martial arts cultivation. He also needed to master the final technique of the void and reality method, which would be useful for tomorrow's S4 School League. Han Shui picked up her phone, intending to ask relatives if she could borrow some money to help Chu Feng with his training. As soon as she opened her phone, she saw a pile of messages and documents sent by the landlord, Sun Qi. The general content was that the house had already been sold to her, and now the transfer procedures were being prepared to register the house and complete the final steps. Wait. Han Shui froze. When did she buy this house? Although the house was a bit remote, it was worth 500,000. She couldn't afford it at all. After some communication, she found out that Chu Feng had actually paid the full amount for her. So, Chu Feng really earned over 500,000? Earning 500,000 in a day, did he really become a ferocious beast hunter and kill a top-tier beast? No, it's not just 500,000. If Chu Feng bought the house, that means there is still 500,000 in her bank card. Altogether, that is 1 million dragon coins. Thinking of this, Han Shui's mouth opened wide, and she couldn't speak for a long time. She quickly opened her mobile banking app and saw a balance of 530,000, completely stunned. Xiao Feng really earned 1 million in a single day. She hadn't expected that after just one day of not seeing him, Xiao Feng had earned more money than she could in her entire life. Han Shui said emotionally, "Brother and sister-in-law, did you see that? Xiao Feng, he has really accomplished now." She didn't plan to return the 500,000. This wasn't greed, she wanted to buy more good quality ferocious beast meat to improve Xiao Feng's meals. She would save the extra money for a dowry in the future. If Chu Feng encountered an emergency, she could also take it out immediately. Chu Feng's room. He sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, holding a crystalline stone in his hand, silently reciting the incantation of the thunder control technique and absorbing spiritual energy. In front of him were 8 stones that had lost their luster scattered around. The one in his hand was the last spirit stone. Chu Feng's internal technique circulated, slowly absorbing all the spiritual energy. He opened his eyes, and a sharp aura flashed across his entire being. With the help of 9 spirit stones, he successfully broke through to the 3rd level of qi refining. Unfortunately, I'm still a bit short of reaching the 4th level of qi refining. He had no spirit stones left. If he could break through to the 4th level of qi refining, Chu Feng could rely on his physical body to contend with martial artists in the bone refining realm. He needed to find a way to earn more money. Chu Feng thought for a moment. Being a ferocious beast hunter seemed pretty good. Each ferocious beast was worth at least tens of thousands. Like the 1st rank 9th stage wild boar from earlier in the day, it must weigh several tons, and 1 ton is 2,000 pounds. A single beast could earn tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Killing a few more would naturally bring in money. After thinking for a while, Chu Feng dismissed the idea. No rush, he decided to focus on preparing for tomorrow's for-school tournament first. It was said that the rewards were quite generous. Today, the principal had already given him 10 million in cash as a reward, and if he could take first place in the tournament, Principal Chen certainly wouldn't be stingy. Moreover, many university special recruitment teachers were paying attention to him. Principal Chen mentioned that as long as he performed well, he could bid aggressively and earn a fortune. Simply put, performing well in the tournament would definitely bring substantial benefits. Chu Feng set aside his distractions and took out the illusory reality technique he had obtained earlier to begin his cultivation. This technique could alter his aura, making him appear either strong or weak. Using it in tomorrow's tournament to intimidate opponents with fierce beasts or to ambush enemies would be very effective. Besides the illusory reality technique, Chu Feng also consumed qi and blood pills while training his body. Cultivation level was the real foundation. Breaking through to a higher level as soon as possible was the key to making big money. A night of cultivation passed. At midnight, the daily special offers in the Universal Marketplace were updated. Today's special, Bladeless Soft Armor, Tier 2 equipment, capable of withstanding most attacks from Tier 2 martial artists. Explosive price, 9.9 dragon coins. Without hesitation, Chu Feng purchased it. With this equipment, his defense problem was solved. Putting on the silver-gray soft armor, Chu Feng was filled with confidence for tomorrow's tournament. He then continued cultivating, determined to use up all his pills and push his strength to its peak. The next morning, after consuming all the pills given by the principal, Chu Feng's martial arts level reached Tier 1, 9th stage. He was just one step away from breaking through to the bone refining stage. However, this step was not easy. Chu Feng still lacked the necessary accumulation, making the breakthrough challenging. He estimated it would take about 3 days. Once his body fully adapted to the power of the jade skin stage, he could easily break through to the bone refining stage. If he had enough pills, he could succeed within a day. Sigh, still too poor. This was just the skin refining stage, and the resources required for the subsequent bone refining, flesh tempering, and vein condensing stages would be even greater. Perhaps becoming a beast hunter would suit him better. Killing a Tier 1, 9th stage fierce beast could earn tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Defeating a Tier 2 beast could easily bring in millions or even tens of millions. Chu Feng fell into deep thought. He put on a clean school uniform, with the bladeless soft armor from the system underneath. After breakfast, he bid farewell to his aunt and set off for school. Stay safe. Han Shui watched Chu Feng leave. Wait for my return. Chu Feng waved goodbye. As for the beast hunter idea, it wasn't urgent for now. Winning today's for-school tournament came first. At this moment, although Chu Feng's cultivation had reached Tier 1, 9th stage, his skin not only emitted a faint green glow but also had an almost imperceptible layer of black iron color. Using the illusory reality technique he had learned, he disguised his cultivation as Tier 2, 1st stage. Tier 2, 1st stage in the bone refining stage was just right, comparable to Li Wei from 2nd high school. It wouldn't make him stand out too much and attract attention, but it could deter some lower-level martial artists from challenging him recklessly. This time, Chu Feng mainly wanted to test the disguise effect of the illusory reality technique to see if high-level martial artists like the principal could see through it. If they couldn't, he wouldn't have to worry about being exposed when hiding his cultivation or enhancing his aura in the future. Soon, he returned to Nanjiang First High School. In the principal's office, Chen Ming was sitting at his desk, repeatedly studying the information on Second High School. Frowning deeply, he had spent the entire night researching, all to help his student find an advantage and strive for good results in the league. At that moment, Chu Feng knocked on the door and walked in. Seeing Chu Feng, Chen Ming's tightly furrowed brows immediately relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. So early? Come here, let me tell you about your opponent, Li Wei. He's a 2nd stage bone tempering realm martial artist. The bone tempering realm strengthens the bones, making the body much stronger than that of a skin refining realm martial artist. In terms of attack, defense, or reaction, the skin refining realm is no match for the bone tempering realm. Chen Ming explained the differences in detail. Of course, he also knew that Chu Feng had already mastered the 4th stage Thunder Finger, which had extremely strong attack power. However, he still reminded him to be cautious, as understanding the opponent was key to winning every battle. But you don't need to worry too much. Your strength is impressive, it's just that your realm hasn't caught up yet. Li Wei took a whole year to break through to the bone-tempering realm, so it's normal for his combat power to be strong. When facing the bone-tempering realm, maintain a calm mindset. You've only been cultivating for 2 days. At this point, Chen Ming's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at Xu Feng, especially at the faint black glow on Xu Feng's body, filled with disbelief. No way, you've already tempered your bones? The initial stage of the bone-tempering realm is called the iron bone stage, where the bones are significantly strengthened, carrying a faint silvery gray hue. This silvery gray hue manifests on the skin as a slight black iron glow. As a 6th-stage martial artist, Chen Ming keenly noticed the black iron glow on Xu Feng's body, which was clearly a sign of the bone-tempering realm. You've broken through? It felt completely effortless? In truth, Xu Feng hadn't truly broken through, he was merely using the illusionary reality technique to maintain this realm, deliberately disguising his cultivation as 2nd stage 1st level to see if Chen Ming could see through it. Now it seemed that Chen Ming hadn't detected Xu Feng's actual cultivation, which was only 1st stage 9th level. If even Chen Ming couldn't see through it, the illusionary reality technique could likely deceive most martial artists. Chen Ming was stunned. First came shock, then excitement. He quickly walked to Xu Feng's side, grabbed his arm, and carefully examined his bones. A quarter of an hour later, he exhaled deeply. It really is 2nd stage 1st level. Although the cultivation seemed slightly unstable and the bones hadn't fully ironized, it was evident that he had just stepped into 2nd stage 1st level. What shocked Chen Ming the most was Xu Feng's astonishing cultivation speed, and yet he showed absolutely no signs of any side effects. Martial artists cultivate by damaging their bodies to enhance their strength, inevitably suffering injuries in the process. The faster the cultivation, the more hidden injuries accumulate, requiring high-grade pills for recovery to adapt to the newfound power. Thus, many martial artists, including Chen Ming, carried some hidden injuries caused by carelessness during cultivation, which were difficult to fully heal. But Xu Feng's body was completely intact, whether skin or bones, almost flawless. To achieve such a physical state, there were only 2 possibilities. Either the martial artist was extremely meticulous, ensuring every step of cultivation was perfect and avoiding any damage. Or, they possessed a talent that accelerated physical recovery, a self-healing talent that allowed martial artists to cultivate freely without worrying about bodily harm. This talent could repair 99% of injuries. Xu Feng's rapid cultivation speed, coupled with a body free of hidden injuries and even lacking traces of cultivation, could only mean he had awakened a high-level talent with recovery abilities. However, martial artists can only awaken one talent, unless they reach the 7th stage, therefore, the conclusion is drawn. Xu Feng's 9 Heavens Divine Thunder not only possesses astonishing attack power but also has extremely strong recovery abilities, even capable of doubling his lightning damage. This 9 Heavens Divine Thunder is simply exaggerated to the extreme. Calling it an S-level talent is an understatement. It wouldn't be excessive to directly label it as an SSS-level talent. Hiss. Chen Ming took a deep breath. After half an hour of silence, he tossed aside the materials he had studied all night. It doesn't matter anymore. You already have the strength of the 2nd-tier bone refining realm, combined with the Thunder Finger and that freakish movement technique. In today's 4 schools tournament, no one can rival you. By the way, what's the name of your movement technique? 3000 Thunder Motion, Xu Feng replied. Chen Ming nodded, satisfied with the name, as it perfectly reflected Xu Feng's unparalleled speed. Everything was set. Once Jiang Hao and Lu Hu arrived, they would set off immediately. At this moment, voices of conversation came from outside the door. It was Xu Feng's other 2 teammates. Hao Ji, you're already at the 8th level of the 1st tier. Outside the door, Lu Hu sensed Jiang Hao's stronger aura and couldn't help but feel envious. Jiang Hao, this genius, had been breaking through realms as effortlessly as eating and drinking ever since he unlocked his potential not long ago. It hadn't been long, and he had broken through again. Jiang Hao felt a bit smug upon hearing this. Of course, with Dan Lao's assistance, his cultivation efficiency had doubled. However, Jiang Hao did not let it go to his head. He waved his hand and said, "It's all about hard work and sweat, nothing extraordinary." After being provoked by Xu Feng yesterday, he went back and trained desperately all night, successfully breaking through a minor realm. With Dan Lao as his cheat, the gap between him and Xu Feng was surely growing smaller. No, it should be said that the gap was growing larger. Chu Feng was only at the third level of the first tier. If it weren't for his strong inheritance, Jiang Hao believed Chu Feng wouldn't even be his match. Once he broke through to the second tier, the gap would definitely be easily closed. Thinking this, he confidently pushed open the principal's office door, fully displaying the aura of his newly achieved 8th level of the first tier, ready to suppress Chu Feng's momentum from yesterday and elevate his position in Chen Ming's eyes to secure more resources in the future. "Good morning, Principal Chen." Before he could finish saying principal, Jiang Hao's gaze froze. He saw Chu Feng's skin emitting a faint green glow. Was this Jade Skin Realm? That was at least the 7th level of the first tier, right? Yesterday, he was only at the 3rd level of the first tier, and today he had broken through to the 7th level of the first tier. Was this even cultivation? It was more like riding a rocket. Jiang Hao found it hard to believe. Surely, he was seeing things, or perhaps he hadn't slept well and was mistaken. He closed the door, went out, and came back in, repeating this 3 times before Chen Ming grabbed him. "Stop wasting time here. Everyone's here, let's go." Chen Ming pulled Jiang Hao, along with Chu Feng and Lu Hu, onto the school bus, heading to the forest in the suburbs of Nanjing to participate in the 4 schools tournament. On the way, Jiang Hao's gaze was somewhat vacant. He couldn't accept that he had worked hard all night to break through to the 8th level of the first tier, while Chu Feng had gone from the 3rd level to the 7th level in just one day. It had taken Jiang Hao a whole year to cultivate from the 1st level to the 7th level of the first tier. In Jiang Hao's mind, Dan Lao, seeing his hollow expression, not only didn't comfort him but instead struck a blow, saying, "Who said Chu Feng is only at the 7th level of the first tier? Isn't he? The green glow on his skin is the mark of the Jade Skin Realm, isn't it?" Jiang Hao retorted that he himself was at the Jade Skin Realm and was very familiar with this mark. It's not just green, there's also a faint black iron hue. Chu Feng's cultivation is at the 2nd stage of the bone refining realm. Dan Lao accurately pointed out the subtle color on Chu Feng's skin, mercilessly striking a blow to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, breaking free from Chen Ming's grip, scrambled over to Chu Feng, grabbing his hand to examine it closely. He finally did find the black iron hue that Dan Lao had mentioned on Chu Feng's hand. You've already reached the bone refining realm?" Jiang Hao asked, trembling, unable to believe his eyes, hoping it was just an illusion. "Yes, I just broke through." "What's wrong?" Chu Feng explained softly. After all, his true strength was only at the 9th level of the first stage, not fully considered a true bone refining realm, so he naturally lacked confidence. "And nothing." Jiang Hao released Chu Feng's hand and slowly sat back in his seat. The gap between people. It was simply incomparable. He helplessly stared at the car roof. In front of Chu Feng, the harder he tried, the more he felt like a failure. At this moment, Dan Lao and Jiang Hao's mind spoke again. Dan Lao was a 7th-stage martial artist, not only having awakened his talent twice but also possessing powerful soul energy. During the close contact just now, he had already seen through Chu Feng's disguise. Chu Feng's 2nd-stage bone refining realm is fake. His true cultivation is only at the 1st stage. Fake? Jiang Hao took a deep breath. This was great. He had long felt that with all his effort, how could he possibly be inferior to Chu Feng? Then what exactly is Chu Feng's cultivation? The 9th level of the 1st stage. Dan Lao replied. Jiang Hao. What's the difference? Chu Feng was at the 3rd level of the 1st stage yesterday, and today he suddenly jumped to the 9th level. Will he directly leap to the 7th level of the 2nd stage tomorrow? How is this even fair? Don't rush, Dan Lao explained steadily. Chu Feng must have obtained a powerful inheritance. He even managed to fool me just now. This indicates that his inheritance is extremely strong, and it's normal for his early stage upgrades to be fast. But upgrading too quickly isn't necessarily a good thing. As a martial artist, you also know that cultivation inevitably harms the body. Advancing too quickly will definitely leave many hidden injuries. If not repaired in time, it will undoubtedly affect a martial artist's future realms. So I can be certain that Chu Feng's body must be faintly aching all over right now. These injuries are the price he pays for his rapid advancement. They will slow down his cultivation speed in the future. After hearing this, Jiang Hao felt as if he had seen hope. Indeed, he knew from his own cultivation experience that training the body inevitably caused injuries, and the body needed time to recover. Chu Feng's rapid cultivation must have left many injuries unhealed. These unhealed injuries would definitely affect his future cultivation speed. In simple terms, just because Chu Feng was advancing quickly now didn't mean he could always advance this quickly. Thinking of this, confidence reignited in Jiang Hao's eyes. On Chu Feng's side, he was completely unaware of all this, merely pondering silently about how to kill more fierce beasts and earn more rewards. Soon, the group arrived at a large sports stadium outside the Nanjiang Great Forest. The four schools tournament would take place within a designated area of the forest. The forest was filled with drones and cameras, transmitting footage in real time to ensure the fairness of the competition. The rules of the competition were simple: within the allotted time, the more fierce beasts killed, the higher the score. Students could also defeat participants from other schools to seize their points. Chen Ming led Chu Feng and the others into the stadium for registration. In the gymnasium, there was a massive screen. Upon closer inspection, the screen was composed of countless smaller screens, each broadcasting real-time footage of the Nanjiang Great Forest. While a few people were registering, a student wearing the second high school uniform stormed up to Jiang Hao aggressively. "Are you Jiang Hao, the strongest from first high school?" Jiang Hao was not surprised by the provocation. He had seen this kind of thing many times before. However, being the strongest was an exaggeration at most. He was the second strongest. "If you insist on calling me the strongest, I'll accept it. It's only a matter of time." Dan Lao had said that Chu Feng's rapid early upgrades would leave hidden risks, and later on, he would definitely not be as strong as Jiang Hao. Thinking this, Jiang Hao coldly retorted, "Who are you? Do I know you? Don't know me?" Li Wei could hardly believe it. As the only second-stage bone-refining realm martial artist among this year's Nanjiang City High School students, he couldn't believe that the strongest from first high school didn't know him. "Humph. You'll see how powerful Grandpa Li is soon enough." With that, he turned and left. Li Wei had originally intended to intimidate people before the competition, but now it seemed that first high school was so clueless that he would definitely have to teach them a lesson later. The league allowed students from other schools to be eliminated. When the time came, he planned to chase down the students from first high school, make them finish last, and teach them what it meant to respect the strong. After Li Wei left, Jiang Hao finally realized that the guy seemed familiar. It turned out he had seen his photo before. The strongest from second high school, a second-stage bone-refining realm martial artist. Although the bone-refining realm wasn't considered top-tier, Jiang Hao's Bajiquan was a fourth-stage martial art. With Bajiquan, Jiang Hao was confident he could go head-to-head with Li Wei. "All right." Chen Ming led the group to complete their registration. He waved and said, "The four-school league is about to start. Jiang Hao and Lu Hu, follow Chu Feng's instructions. Chu Feng is strong enough, at least to hold his own against Li Wei." With that, he led the group to the spectator seats. Patiently, he explained the competition rules to Chu Feng, who had just arrived yesterday and was unfamiliar with the four-school league. The rules were simple: kill fierce beasts, nothing too difficult. Just be careful not to break the rules, no killing people, no leaving the designated area. In addition to the competition rules, Chen Ming introduced several referees. The referees were teachers specially recruited by various universities, responsible not for scoring but for selecting talent. See the person sitting at the front of the referee's table, wearing a black martial arts uniform? He is a specially recruited teacher from Shenzhou University, the strongest school in Longhua. Shenzhou University is incredibly generous. Last time, they spotted a student with potential and directly offered 1 billion yuan to recruit them on the spot. Chen Ming explained. Hearing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised. 1 billion yuan converted to spirit stones would be about 1,000 pieces, right? 1,000 spirit stones would be enough to raise his realm to the 9th level of qi refining, equivalent to a 3rd stage 9th level flesh tempering realm martial artist. With abundant resources, Chu Feng's martial arts realm would definitely improve rapidly. Buying more advanced pills would make breaking through to the 2nd stage martial artist a breeze. Don't think 1 billion is a lot, that's just the admission fee. Other schools charge tuition fees for enrollment, but Shenzhou University pays tuition fees instead. Once you're in Shenzhou University, all kinds of techniques and pills are available. There are also dedicated teachers for guidance. As long as you pass the monthly assessments, earning hundreds of billions a month is effortless. Listening to this, Chu Feng was tempted. He hadn't expected Shenzhou University to offer such great benefits. Why bother being a fierce beast hunter? He had to get in. Besides the strongest Shenzhou University, there was also Baichao Tongji Medical Pavilion University, the strongest alchemy university in Longhua. Additionally, Lingxiao Polytechnic is the best weapon crafting university in Longhua, specializing in creating weapons. Powerful weapons can significantly enhance a warrior's combat abilities. For example, the Wufeng soft armor on Chu Feng greatly increased his defense and survivability. While wearing the Wufeng soft armor, attacks from a second-tier bone refining realm warrior could hardly break through Chu Feng's defense. Besides these top universities, other well-known universities also participated. Although it was called the Four-School League, it was essentially a critical special recruitment battle that could determine the future reputation or even survival of several schools. Soon, a deep broadcast voice echoed throughout the venue. All students, please prepare to enter. The league will begin in 10 minutes. Hearing this, Chen Ming led Chu Feng and the other two away from the audience seats to the outskirts of the Nanjiang Great Forest. He then showed Chu Feng a map and explained the rules. At the start of the competition, participants could enter the forest, hunt fierce beasts, and earn points. Each participant wore a special device, a wristband called the scoring ring, which could protect them from injury at critical moments and record their scores. To score, participants had to destroy the scoring device on the fierce beasts' heads, and the wristband would automatically record the points. Stealing other schools' students' wristbands would eliminate them. Ultimately, the school with the highest score would win first place in the league. While Chu Feng was preparing, Li Wei from second high school rushed over again. He didn't know Chu Feng but only knew that Jiang Hao was the strongest. So, Li Wei charged in front of Jiang Hao and began showing off his muscles. Humph. Now you know who I am? Second-tier warriors are naturally stronger than first-tier ones. Hand over your scoring ring, and I'll make sure you get hit less. Jiang Hao, helpless, could only nod in agreement. What else could he do? He couldn't make a move now, otherwise, one punch would kill him. Inside the gymnasium, university teachers observed the performance of the four high school students through surveillance. When they saw Li Wei, they began whispering. Is this the strongest high school student of this year? He seems a bit impatient. And being at the first level of the second tier isn't that impressive. I remember the strongest one reached the 7th level of the second tier in just 1 year. His talent is slightly above average, but his combat ability needs observation, and his mindset is a bit impulsive. Overall rating, C+. Fang Yu, the special recruitment teacher from Shenzhou University, silently stared at the screen and mentally marked Li Wei as unqualified. Their university preferred quality over quantity. If there were no suitable candidates, they would rather not recruit anyone. Of course, if there were suitable ones, they wouldn't hesitate to spend money. At this moment, the broadcast sounded again. All students, please enter the Nanjiang Great Forest. In 1 minute, the scoring rings will officially start recording points. At the forest's edge, Chen Ming handed 3 packs of fierce beast meat and qi and blood pills to the 3 of them. These could help warriors quickly recover their strength and were crucial at critical moments. Finally, he patiently said, the strongest fierce beasts in the forest center can reach the 9th level of the second tier and may even have special abilities. I don't recommend you go there. After all, almost no one can defeat a 9th level second tier fierce beast. However, challenging powerful fierce beasts is your chance to showcase yourself in front of the special recruitment teachers. If you want to get into a good university, you'll have to grit your teeth and try. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Feng, clearly hoping Chu Feng would give it a shot. After all, everyone had witnessed the speed of his 3000 thunder movement. Even a 9th level second tier fierce beast might not be a match for Chu Feng. Chu Feng nodded. Even if Chen Ming hadn't said anything, he would still go. After all, killing fierce beasts came with reward bags, and if he could kill them, he would. Afterward, he led Jiang Hao and the other person into the great forest. Once inside, Chu Feng suggested splitting up. His strength was sufficient to easily sweep through the entire forest, but bringing Jiang Hao and the other person along would only slow him down. The only risk of splitting up was that Jiang Hao might be surrounded by enemies. However, that wasn't a big problem. Chu Feng could just rescue him when the time came, right? With this thought, Chu Feng's body was enveloped in azure lightning. He transformed into a streak of lightning that tore through the sky above the forest, heading straight for the forest's center according to the map's guidance. The center of the great forest housed powerful beasts. Defeating them could earn high scores, and the reward bags they dropped were of higher levels. Most importantly, Principal Chen had mentioned that this was a great opportunity to showcase one's skills. With the generous rewards from the special recruitment, Chu Feng certainly wouldn't miss out. In the core area of Nanjiang Forest, the trees were dense, their thick trunks reaching skyward, and the surroundings were filled with powerful beasts. As soon as Chu Feng entered the core area, he encountered a giant python covered in green scales. Coiled into a massive heap, it was a full 6 meters long, and if stretched out, it would undoubtedly be a colossal creature. According to the map provided by Chen Ming, this green-scaled snake was at the 7th level of the second tier, with scales boasting extremely strong defense, capable of withstanding attacks from the 9th level of the second tier. Seeing the green-scaled snake, Chu Feng showed no fear. Perfect, he could use it to test the power of the Thunderstrike finger he had just learned. He launched his attack, unleashing 3,000 thunder movements at full force. Accompanied by a sharp crack, a dazzling bolt of lightning streaked through the air. Before the green-scaled snake could react, Chu Feng's Thunderstrike finger had already struck its body, unleashing its full power. The immense force shattered a scale on the snake's head and sent it flying, crashing into a large tree and startling a flock of birds into flight. However, despite being sent flying and having one of its scales shattered, the green-scaled snake wasn't seriously injured. Its defense was simply too strong. Even though Chu Feng's Thunderstrike finger had power exceeding the 7th level of the second tier, it couldn't deliver a one-hit kill. It only damaged the scale without piercing the skull or injecting the divine thunder of the 9 heavens into its body, thus failing to inflict fatal damage. The snake's defensive capabilities were truly frustrating. Chu Feng revealed himself, his right index finger twitching slightly. The previous attack had been almost full force. With the 4th-tier martial art Thunderstrike finger and his incredible speed, Chu Feng was confident his attack power had reached the 9th level of the second tier. Yet such an attack could only break a single scale. Clearly, the green-scaled snake's defense was even stronger than described on the map. At this moment, the attacked green-scaled snake moved swiftly and roared furiously at Chu Feng. Hiss! As the forest's ruler, being so easily struck by a human made it furious. It quickly sprang up, opening its blood-red maw and lunging at Chu Feng in a frenzy. In the forest, Chu Feng stared at the ferocious green-scaled snake, his eyes flickering. Should he just run away? He had only just arrived. Wouldn't fleeing be quite embarrassing? After all, the forest was filled with surveillance cameras. His performance was likely being recorded in full. If he ran, he'd miss the chance to showcase his strength in front of the special recruitment instructors. But if he didn't run, he couldn't break through the beast's tough scales. Continuing to clash head-on might just waste time. Chu Feng pondered as he looked at the airborne green-scaled snake. Soon, he came up with a plan. Azure lightning once again enveloped his body, and at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, he streaked past the green-scaled snake's head once more. The azure scale snake faced the attack without fear. It knew Chu Feng wouldn't be able to break its defense, so it twisted its body in mid-air, posing as if it intended to strangle Chu Feng to death. However, this time, Chu Feng approached the snake's head but did not attack its scales. Instead, he fiercely thrust his finger directly into the snake's eye. With one strike, he burst its left eye. This blow caused the azure scale snake to struggle in pain, but it wasn't fatal. It writhed its body, its desire to attack Chu Feng even more intense. However, Chu Feng hadn't finished his assault. A crackling sound echoed as the divine lightning of the 9 heavens coursed through the damaged left eye and surged into the snake's head. The powerful lightning instantly scorched its brain to charcoal. The azure scale snake died on the spot, collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud, its body convulsing uncontrollably. Chu Feng reappeared, walking over to the snake's body. He pried open its mouth and retrieved the scoring device, swiping it on his score tracker. Beep, eliminating the azure scale snake, points gained, plus 1,291. Over 1,000 points, not bad. If he recalled correctly, the highest record so far was only around 3,000 points, right? It was a pity no fortune pouch had dropped. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chu Feng stored the azure scale snake's corpse into the system's storage space. Such a large snake would surely sell for a good price. Then, he continued deeper into the forest, aiming to kill more ferocious beasts and increase his score. Of course, obtaining fortune pouches was an absolute priority. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium, the specially recruited instructors were intently watching the largest screen. On it, Li Wei from Second High and his 3 teammates were locked in a fierce battle with a silver-backed wolf. Li Wei was currently recognized as the strongest student on the surface. Naturally, the instructors focused all their attention on him, eagerly anticipating some extraordinary performance from this genius. At this moment, Li Wei was locked in a life-and-death struggle with the silver-backed wolf, whose strength was at the second rank, second tier. The instructors watched without blinking, completely engrossed, failing to notice that on the nearby leaderboard, Chu Feng's name had silently risen to the top. First place, Chu Feng, 1291 points. Second place, Jiang Hao, 99 points. Third place, Xian Mengmeng, 53 points. On the screen, Li Wei and the silver-backed wolf were evenly matched in their fierce battle. The wolf suddenly pounced on Li Wei, its massive maw full of sharp teeth aiming for his neck. Li Wei mustered all his strength, using his hands to forcefully pry open the wolf's jaws, determined not to let it bite him. If the wolf succeeded, the scoring bracelet's protective mechanism would activate, and he would be deemed eliminated. "Help me quickly!" Li Wei's two teammates frantically punched and kicked the silver-backed wolf, but their efforts had little effect. The difference in strength was too vast, and without any powerful martial techniques, the attacks of these two first-rank warriors on the silver-backed wolf were akin to scratching an itch. Li Wei himself only had first-rank martial techniques, which weren't particularly powerful. His talent was the Great Iron Wall, which primarily enhanced defense. More critically, he had already broken through one level of his rank, which made the battle so arduous. Fortunately, one of Li Wei's teammates was quick-witted. He fiercely jabbed the silver-backed wolf in the eye, causing it to howl in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wei broke free from its grasp and delivered a series of heavy punches to the wolf's head, repeatedly unleashing his first-rank martial technique 5 or 6 times. Finally, leveraging the power of his second-rank bone-refining realm, Li Wei managed to forcefully kill the silver-backed wolf. After this intense battle, Li Wei earned 226 points from the silver-backed wolf. It was a decent score. With the highest record being slightly over 3,000 points, Li Wei would only need to kill a dozen more silver-backed wolves to secure the top spot. He took a deep breath and lay exhausted on the forest floor, covered in fallen leaves. "Now, my score should be ranked first, right? It's a pity I can't see the rankings. I really want to see the shocked expressions of other schools when I take first place." Li Wei lay in the Nanjiang Great Forest, very satisfied with his performance. Over 200 points, enough to keep other martial artists from catching up for now. Generally speaking, first-tier fierce beasts score no more than 80 or 90 points at most. To surpass Li Wei's score, one would need to kill at least 3 first-tier 9th-level fierce beasts. But first-tier 9th-level fierce beasts are not easy to deal with. Even for Li Wei, a second-tier martial artist, it takes time to kill them one by one, let alone for other first-tier martial artists in the skin-refining realm. For a skin-refining realm martial artist to kill a first-tier 9th-level fierce beast would probably be as difficult as it was for Li Wei to kill that second-tier silverback wolf. On the surface, he was the only second-tier bone-refining realm martial artist, while all the other schools had only skin-refining realm participants. He vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a martial artist named Chu Feng from First High School, whose registered cultivation was first-tier 9th level. Although first-tier 9th level is the highest level in the skin-refining realm, the gap compared to his second-tier bone-refining realm is too large. Li Wei was confident that if he encountered Chu Feng, he could handle 2 of him with one hand. So, over 200 points were firmly in his grasp. Although he only knew first-tier martial arts, his combat power was definitely the strongest among the rookies. As for why he only knew first-tier martial arts? He had no choice. He spent all his time improving his realm and had no time to learn martial arts. Knowing first-tier martial arts was enough for now. He could learn advanced martial arts later when his realm was higher. This was the foundational stage. Li Wei thought, who would learn advanced martial arts so early and master them so well? Advanced martial arts are very difficult to learn. It's better to spend time improving one's realm. True strength lies in that. As he thought about it, Li Wei, along with his 2 teammates, continued deeper into the Nanjiang Great Forest, searching for stronger fierce beasts. He wanted to kill a few more second-tier fierce beasts and aim for the record of close to 3,000 points. He needed to find more second-tier fierce beasts like the silverback wolf. Each one was worth 200 points, so he would need to kill at least 15 of them. With 6 hours of competition time, he would need to kill 2.5 per hour on average, which was quite a challenge. Of course, stronger fierce beasts, such as second-tier 7th level or 8th level ones, would yield higher scores. But they were too difficult to defeat and could easily counterattack, so it wasn't worth the risk. Li Wei didn't believe that any fierce beast he, as a second-tier martial artist, couldn't defeat could be taken down by others. Even if all the first-tier martial artists joined forces, they probably wouldn't be able to kill a second-tier 7th-level fierce beast. High-level fierce beasts were too difficult to deal with. Without a powerful innate talent or mastery of advanced martial arts, it was impossible to fight them. Li Wei pushed these thoughts aside. As long as he didn't provoke high-level fierce beasts, he was the strongest among the participants. He just needed to focus on killing fierce beasts. When the competition was about to end, he could then go and snatch others' results to secure first place. On the big screen in the gymnasium, Li Wei and his teammates had just killed a silverback wolf. Several specially recruited instructors began whispering to each other. His strength is average. It took him so long to deal with this second-tier second-level silverback wolf. If he encounters something stronger, he'll definitely be eliminated. It seems this second-tier Li Wei has limited talent. Many talented martial artists spend time learning advanced martial arts while cultivating their realm. The more advanced martial arts mastered at the same realm, the more talented they are. Li Wei can barely be considered a genius. After all, among all the martial artists, his realm is the highest, and his combat power is also the strongest. That's indisputable. Indeed, being able to kill a second-tier second-level silverback wolf shows he definitely has talent. Judging by the level of previous competitions, Li Wei is definitely among the top. Last year, in the 4-school league of Nanjiang City, there wasn't even a single second-tier martial artist. I've got my eye on Li Wei. Me too, don't fight over him. Stop arguing, set a clear price, fair competition. The teachers argued fiercely, almost coming to blows over Li Wei. The principal of Second High School watched the scene, laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. He looked up at the principals of the other 3 schools, his eyes full of confidence, as if saying, "How about my genius?" Special recruitment benefits the students, but winning the league is more important for the school. Second High School took first place in the league, greatly boosting its reputation and attracting more outstanding students. Good students bring good results, forming a virtuous cycle. Sooner or later, Second High School would surpass the other 3 schools and become the strongest school in Nanjiang City. Principal Chen Ming of First High School merely sneered at Second High School's pride. He believed that Chu Feng would not disappoint him. Among the special recruitment teachers, those from the strongest university in Longwu did not express any opinions. They were not short of talented students. Li Wei's second-tier first-level strength couldn't even defeat a second-tier second-level fierce beast. He was simply too weak. If it weren't for his teammates' help, he would have been killed long ago. Therefore, the special recruitment teachers from top universities wouldn't even consider Li Wei unless there were connections involved. Fan Yu from Shenzhou University silently stared at the screen, not surprised at all. Looks like I won't have a chance this time either. But that's normal. There aren't many geniuses, so it's not surprising not to encounter one. Shenzhou University adheres to the principle of quality over quantity. Even if Shenzhou University lacked students, Fan Yu would never recruit someone like Li Wei. As Li Wei killed a second-tier second-level silverback wolf, the leaderboard slightly shifted. First, Chu Feng, 1291 points. Second, Li Wei, 226 points. Third, Jiang Hao, 99 points. Fourth. At this moment, a teacher noticed the leaderboard and was shocked to find that Li Wei was not in first place. The first place suddenly appeared, with a score as high as over 1,200 points, 6 times that of Li Wei. Quick, look at the leaderboard. A shout drew all the teachers' attention. Everyone stared at Chu Feng's score, stunned. Over 1,200 points, did this kid kill 6 silverback wolves? 6. Just now, 1 silverback wolf almost took down Li Wei. If 6 attacked at once, they could probably wipe out all the contestants. With such a high score, did Chu Feng kill a late second-tier fierce beast? Impossible. I'd rather believe he killed 6 silverback wolves. Do you know how strong late second-tier fierce beasts are? Forget 6, even 12 silverback wolves couldn't defeat a second-tier 7th-level fierce beast. High-level fierce beasts have thick skin and tough flesh. Just like the green-scaled snake Chu Feng encountered earlier, the silverback wolf's teeth would shatter trying to bite it, unable to break through its defense. The special recruitment teachers were all well aware of this. That's why Chu Feng's high score was so unbelievable. I think the system might have made an error, otherwise, Chu Feng's score couldn't be this high. Exactly, how long has the competition been going on? Killing a late second tier fierce beast already? It's simply impossible. The strongest should only be second tier first level, right? If Li Wei encountered a late second tier fierce beast, he wouldn't stand a chance. Even if Chu Feng could kill early second tier fierce beasts, killing them one by one would still take quite some time, wouldn't it? At this moment, Fang Yu stepped forward. He did not believe Chu Feng's score either. The speed was too fast, the score too high. It was simply unreasonable. If Fang Yu had participated in countless four-school tournaments in Nanjing City but had never seen anyone score over 1,000 points in such a short time. This made him suspicious of foul play. Someone must have cheated. Fang Yu let out a cold snort. The powerful aura of a 7th-stage blood-moving realm martial artist instantly suppressed a large group of people around him. Investigate. Thoroughly investigate. Perhaps Chu Feng truly had the strength, but whether it was cheating or genuine ability, Fang Yu had to immediately uncover all information about Chu Feng. The venue was filled with surveillance cameras. No matter what, no one could escape the all-seeing net. Under such comprehensive monitoring, no one could evade his watchful eyes. The specifics would become crystal clear as soon as the surveillance footage was reviewed. Fang Yu was a specially recruited teacher at Longwas top university, Shenzhou University, holding an extremely high status. His words were almost immediately executed. The staff began retrieving surveillance footage based on the scoring rings records for Chu Feng. The targeted screening was highly efficient, and the entire process could be clarified within minutes. Inside the gymnasium, in the audience stands, Principal Chen Ming of First High School couldn't help but lift his head after seeing Chu Feng's score. His gaze provocatively turned toward Principal Shenju of Second High School, his eyes brimming with confidence. How about the genius from my school? Principal Shenju gritted his teeth, feeling deeply displeased. Naturally, he found Chu Feng's score abnormal and angrily exclaimed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must have cheated. Once the surveillance footage is out, just wait to be disqualified from the tournament and have your reputation ruined across all of Nanjing City." Shenju simply couldn't believe Chu Feng's score. After all, their second-stage bone-strengthening realm martial artists had only barely managed to kill a second-stage level 2 silverback wolf so far, earning a hard-fought 200 points. Meanwhile, First High School, which on the surface had no second-stage martial artists, had a score nearly 6 times theirs. Was that reasonable? Clearly not. They must have used some special means, either hiring external help or using equipment explicitly banned by the competition. Otherwise, how could they possibly score higher than their second-stage martial artists? Chen Ming, faced with Shenju's doubts, remained completely unbothered, even too lazy to respond. He had personally witnessed Chu Feng's strength and truly believed in him. Words were powerless. Once the surveillance footage was out, the truth would be revealed. At this moment, the screen in the gymnasium switched. Chu Feng's figure appeared, showing footage from before the competition began, where he was still with Chen Ming. Principal Shenju of Second High School sneered upon seeing the footage being retrieved. "Humph. The evidence is irrefutable. Just wait to have your reputation ruined." On the big screen, as the competition began, Chu Feng entered the examination field. He decided to split up and suddenly transformed into a streak of blue lightning, disappearing from the screen at an incredible speed. Everyone who saw this scene, especially Chu Feng's astonishing speed, gasped in shock. What kind of martial art was that just now? That was way too fast. I checked the records. Chu Feng is only at the 9th level of the first stage, right? How does his speed seem as fast as a martial artist at the 9th level of the second stage? Can a first stage martial artist even have such speed? Principal of First High School, care to explain? Chen Ming scratched his head and said, Chu Feng just broke through to the second stage yesterday, so the records haven't been updated yet. The other teachers found this explanation reasonable. Breaking through from the 9th level of the first stage to the first level of the second stage overnight wasn't unusual. Wait, no. Even at the first level of the second stage, his speed shouldn't be this fast. The same second-tier Li Wei simply did not possess such combat power. Some special recruitment teachers wanted to ask further questions, but seeing that Chen Ming had no interest in answering, they refrained from saying more. They decided to keep watching to see how Chu Feng performed and how he managed to score over 1,200 points, all of which would be revealed in the surveillance footage. Beside Chen Ming, the principal of Second High, Shenju, felt somewhat uncomfortable. He couldn't find a point to refute. Xu Feng was young and highly skilled. Most importantly, judging by his speed earlier, Xu Feng's combat power was far beyond that of their only Wei. If Xu Feng was as strong as he appeared in the footage, then their second-tier bone-refining realm martial artist had been easily trampled underfoot by Xu Feng, even becoming his stepping stone. Xin Zhu turned to look at Chen Ming from first high. Seeing the relaxed and self-satisfied expression on Chen Ming's face, Xin Zhu felt even more displeased. He snorted coldly and said, "What are you so smug about? Whether or not some underhanded methods were used, we'll have to keep watching to find out." The special recruitment teachers gathered together. Fanya stared at the large screen, his eyes flickering with the excitement of discovering a genius. He could tell that although Xu Feng was only at the first level of the second tier, the same as Li Wei on the scene, the gap in their strength was obvious. Based on Xu Feng's movement technique earlier, even Tenli Weiss might not be able to defeat him. It seemed highly likely that Xu Feng had indeed killed a late second-tier ferocious beast. However, everyone was still a bit puzzled about how he managed to do it. Late second-tier ferocious beasts were all incredibly strong, with some having extremely tough defenses that were nearly impossible to penetrate without powerful attacks. Others were agile and roamed the forest at astonishing speeds, making it nearly impossible to even touch them. Not to mention their tenacious vitality, where minor injuries had almost no effect. Without a trump card, taking them down was extremely difficult. As Fang Yu was deep in thought, the screen changed again. This time, Xu Feng appeared on the screen facing a ferocious green snake. It was a green-scaled snake. A 7th-level second-tier ferocious beast, its defense was even stronger than some 9th-level second-tier beasts. The teachers were all shocked by the green-scaled snake's defensive power. How can a second-tier martial artist kill such a strong beast? If it were Li Wei, he'd probably just end up as a meal for it. Xu Feng is only at the first level of the second tier. Can he really win? Sure, Xu Feng is fast, but without attack power, he can't break through the green-scaled snake's defense. If he can't break its defense, how can he win? Exactly, Xu Feng might be able to outrun it, but killing the green-scaled snake is far too difficult. At this moment, the teachers suddenly noticed that the score for killing the green-scaled snake matched Xu Feng's current score exactly 1291 points. In other words, Xu Feng had indeed killed the green-scaled snake and earned its points. Everyone exchanged glances. Although they didn't know how Xu Feng had managed to kill it, the green-scaled snake had undoubtedly been slain by him. Not far away, Xin Zhu, the principal of Second High, still suspected that Xu Feng had used improper methods. However, he said no more. Whatever methods Chen Ming might have employed would soon become apparent, wouldn't they? Everyone just had to wait and see what happened next. Inside the gymnasium, the large screen continued to play the surveillance footage. In 2 confrontations, Xu Feng relied on his speed advantage. In the final move, he used the Thunderbolt finger to pierce the green-scaled snake's eye, then unleashed his full power with the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, blasting the green-scaled snake's head to pieces. The entire process took no more than 15 minutes. The teachers present watched in silence for a long time after finishing. They had to reassess the strength of a second-tier martial artist. You said Xu Feng is a senior high school student and has only been training for a year? You said he's at the second-tier bone refining stage? Forget bone refining stage, many third-tier flesh tempering stage martial artists can't reach Xu Feng's level. His speed is astonishing, not only suppressing the green-scaled snake but also displaying terrifying attack power. The teachers present were all at least 4th-tier martial artists. They could accurately capture the key points of the battle. During Xu Feng's first clash with the green-scaled snake, the snake was sent flying by Xu Feng's powerful strike, clearly showing that its strength was inferior to Xu Feng's. Moreover, a scale on the snake's head was shattered, indicating Xu Feng's attack power was extremely strong, at least at the level of second-tier 9th stage. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to shatter the snake's scale. But the key was the move that pierced the snake's eye. If Xu Feng had only shattered the scale, he wouldn't have been able to kill the green-scaled snake. The snake's vitality was tenacious, and its 5-meter-long body was not something that could be easily killed. Judging by the intensity of Xu Feng's first attack, such an attack could easily kill a silver-backed wolf, but to kill the green-scaled snake would require dozens of attacks. Yet Xu Feng managed to kill this highly defensive and resilient green-scaled snake with his second attack. Xu Feng's talent is definitely S-grade, and it's a lightning attribute combat talent focused on attack power. He must have infused lightning into the snake's head just now, delivering a fatal blow. That attack power is truly astonishing. The first attack must have involved martial arts, otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to shatter the snake's hard skull. The key is his lightning-fast movement technique, which gives him incredible mobility. His speed and movement technique are perfectly coordinated. It feels like there's no beast in the entire forest that could defeat Chu Feng, right? The observing coaches discussed fervently. Fan Yu from Shenzhou University quietly watched the playback, feeling so shocked that he was at a loss for words. This student, he must recruit him. This is a true genius martial artist. Even though both are at second-tier first stage, Chu Feng's performance far surpasses Li Wei's. Just think, if both were at ninth stage, how strong would Chu Feng be? Defeating opponents through superior levels only proves longer training time and slightly better talent. But being able to challenge across tiers is the true mark of a genius. Chu Feng, at second-tier first stage, can slay a second-tier 7th stage beast. If he trains to 9th tier first stage, could he easily take down a 9th tier 7th stage beast? And if he reaches 9th tier 9th stage, who could possibly be his match? He might even break through the legendary 10th tier. From Fan Yu's perspective, Chu Feng's currently displayed talent ranks easily in the top 10 among all geniuses. He is undoubtedly a top-tier martial artist with limitless potential. In the audience, Principal Shinju of Second High School watched Chu Feng's performance and confirmed that he hadn't used any cheating methods. Relying entirely on his own strength, he successfully defeated the tenacious green-scaled snake. Chu Feng's combat power was a whole level higher than their only way. Thinking of this, Shinju's face showed a trace of bitterness. The Li Wei he had painstakingly recruited was effortlessly crushed by Chu Feng. It seemed that Chu Feng didn't even regard Li Wei as a worthy opponent. He couldn't help but glance at Chen Ming beside him, only to find that Chen Ming completely ignored him. At that moment, Shinju felt like a clown, wasting his efforts in vain. With Chu Feng's strength, he is capable of dispelling 99% of doubts. This time, the championship of the 4-school league is likely out of his reach. Chu Feng firmly secures first place. As for him, he can only compete for second place. After the league ends, Chu Feng is expected to be directly recruited by Shenzhou University, gaining access to abundant cultivation resources and entering the most prestigious university in Longhua. The reputation of No. 1 high school will also soar to its peak. Sigh. Shinju sighed, wishing Chu Feng were his student. At this moment, the leaderboard changed again. First, Chu Feng, 1291 points. Second, Jiang Hao, 417 points. Third, Li Wei, 226 points. Fourth, Jiang Hao gained 318 points, successfully surpassing Li Wei and rising to second place. However, despite adding over 300 points and surpassing 400 in total, the gap with Chu Feng's 1200 plus points remains significant. Some noticed the leaderboard change, but no one paid much attention. In the South Jiang Great Forest, Jiang Hao collapsed on the ground, in front of him the corpse of a giant spider he had shattered. The spider's body had suffered heavy blows, and its gruesome green blood spilled everywhere. A second-tier, third-level beast, earning 318 points. This time, we should be in first place, right? Jiang Hao calculated in his mind, then thought of Chu Feng. He wondered how many points Chu Feng had earned and whether they would surpass his own. He really wanted to see if he could surpass Chu Feng. Don't worry, you're definitely first. The Bajikwan I taught you, though a 4th-tier martial art, has attack power comparable to 5th-tier martial arts. Dan Lao said proudly in Jiang Hao's mind. Not to mention 2nd-tier, 3rd-level beasts. Even if a 2nd-tier, 6th-level beast came, you could still take it on with Bajikwan. Chu Feng may have fast movement techniques, but when faced with slightly stronger beasts, he can't even break through their defenses. In the core area of the South Jiang Great Forest, Chu Feng, after killing a green-scaled snake, did not stop and continued searching for beasts to challenge. High-tier beasts in the core area were scarce. Considering the participants' strength, this area was more for intimidation purposes, and most people dared not challenge here. Chu Feng wanted to earn more points and impress the special recruitment teachers to secure higher-level rewards, so he directly ventured into the core area. As he roamed the core area, he quickly found his target. Not far away, a 2-meter-tall ape appeared. Its arms were particularly long, hanging below its knees, and its body was well-proportioned, lacking the oppressive aura typical of beasts. At this moment, the ape was playing with a tile-sized piece in its hand, engraved with mysterious runes and emitting strange energy. Chu Feng stared at the ape, slightly taller than himself, and his vigilance instantly heightened. On the map given by Principal Chen, This ape was named the Long-Armed Ape King. There were only two in the forest, one male and one female, both second-tier, ninth-level beasts. They were the strongest beings in this competition forest. If he could kill one, he would earn a reward of 2,300 points. Now, the Long-Armed Ape King happened to be alone. If Chu Feng could kill it, the other one would surely come. If Chu Feng could kill both, his score would easily surpass 5,000, breaking historical records. With over 5,000 points, he might attract the attention of Shenzhou University's special recruitment teachers, win the 1 billion prize, and smoothly enter Shenzhou University for study. Chu Feng calculated in his mind. At this moment, a dazzling blue lightning glow appeared on his body. Nearby, a hidden camera was live streaming everything to the sports hall in real time. All the teachers could see the scene inside the gymnasium. The teachers had just finished watching Chu Feng's battle with the green-scaled snake and now directed all the screens toward him. They watched the images of the Gibbon King and Chu Feng's eager figure on the screen and couldn't help but start discussing. This can't be serious, right? The Gibbon King is a powerful beast meant to hold the field, not for challenges. Don't be fooled by its height of less than 2 meters. It has mastered formidable combat techniques, with strength comparable to a third-tier ferocious beast. These techniques, combined with its ferocious beast strength and extraordinary vitality, make it difficult to deal with even for warriors of the same tier. And there are two of them, almost inseparable. If Chu Feng can't resolve this quickly, he might be surrounded and attacked by both. Two second-tier, ninth-level ferocious beasts against a second-tier, first-level warrior. No matter how you look at it, the odds of winning are almost zero. Even among the teachers, Fang Yu from Shenzhou University, who had high hopes for Chu Feng, now felt it would be extremely difficult for him to win. Avoiding provoking the Gibbon King was the wise choice at this moment. However, judging by the lightning surrounding Chu Feng, it was clear he intended to face the Gibbon King head-on. In the spectator seats, Principal Shinju of No. 2 High School stared at the screen showing Chu Feng preparing to challenge the Gibbon King, feeling thrilled. He had initially planned to give up. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng dared to challenge the second-tier, ninth-level Gibbon King. If Chu Feng were eliminated, with his score of 1,200 points, the students from Shinju's school would have a chance to surpass him. Thinking of this, Shinju kept his eyes fixed on the big screen. As long as Chu Feng couldn't defeat the Gibbon King, No. 2 High School would have a chance to turn the tables. In the core of the Nanjiang Great Forest, Chu Feng was enveloped in lightning, instantly transforming into a bolt of lightning and charging straight at the Gibbon King's head. This ferocious beast's defense was clearly not strong. As long as his thunderstrike finger hit, he was confident he could kill it in one blow. Zap! While thinking, Chu Feng had already reached the Gibbon King. The divine thunder of the 9 heavens gathered at his fingertips. His finger, carrying immense power, fiercely pointed at the Gibbon King's head. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. The Gibbon King slowly turned, looking at Chu Feng with a puzzled expression. Chu Feng and the Gibbon King locked eyes, and his heart trembled. He realized this wasn't time slowing down. The beast had seen through his movements. This was the first time since mastering 3,000 thunder movements that his speed had been seen through. During the battle with the green-scaled snake, the opponent couldn't react at all. Chu Feng's speed far exceeded the green-scaled snake's, allowing him to crush it effortlessly regardless of its resilience. But the Gibbon King's reaction speed completely kept up with his movements. Its combat power was undoubtedly on par with his. The Gibbon King stared at Chu Feng, instantly sensing the intense killing intent emanating from him. This human wanted to kill it. Its eyes flashed with ferocity as it gripped the tile in its hand tightly. Then, it slightly tilted its head, dodging Chu Feng's lethal finger. Immediately, it turned swiftly, delivering a heavy punch straight to Chu Feng's chest, sending him flying. Boom! The force of this punch was immense, combined with Chu Feng's high-speed movement, making it resemble a badminton shuttlecock being struck by a racket. Chu Feng was sent flying by the Gibbon King's blow, crashing through several large trees. Trees fell, birds scattered. Chu Feng was finally stopped by a large rock, his chest aching heavily, his injuries severe. Fortunately, he was wearing the no-edge soft armor purchased from the System Mall. Otherwise, this blow would have triggered the scoring ring's protection mechanism. Once the scoring ring activated, it would mean elimination. Chu Feng knew the situation was critical. The long-armed Ape King was too powerful, and he could be eliminated at any moment. Gritting his teeth to endure the pain, lightning flashed again as he continued to fight. Running away was the wise choice. There was no need to fight to the death if he couldn't win. Killing a few more second-tier, 7th-level ferocious beasts would have the same effect. This time, Chu Feng underestimated the combat power of the long-armed Ape King, thinking it would be as easy to deal with as the azure-scaled snake, so he didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, this beast was so strong. As Chu Feng prepared to flee, a strong sense of danger suddenly surged in his heart. Without hesitation, he pushed the speed of his 3000 thunder movement to the limit. All the spiritual energy in his body was unleashed, and his innate gigantification was instantly activated, maximizing the power of the Nine Heavens' divine thunder. Boom! A violent sound of shattering rocks came from behind. It was another long-armed Ape King. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise, he would have been done for on the spot. Just as Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized that the long-armed Ape King that had injured him was right in front of him. In the urgency of the moment, Chu Feng had instinctively fled without choosing a direction, and he had rushed straight toward the long-armed Ape King that had knocked him away. This was bad. His speed was too fast, and it was too late to turn. He could only take a gamble, trying to avoid injury and escape past it directly. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng was beside the long-armed Ape King. Focusing intently, he summoned the Nine Heavens' divine thunder with 2 fingers, preparing to fight again. At this moment, Chu Feng noticed that the long-armed Ape King's movements had become sluggish. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't that it had slowed down, he had become much faster. Chu Feng's mind raced, and he quickly understood the reason. His 3000 thunder movement was already fast, not much slower than the long-armed Ape King. Previously, he had used the technique without the support of spiritual energy, operating at its lowest speed. Why not use spiritual energy? Because it was precious, every bit used was a bit less available, and he also needed to sustain the energy consumption of the illusory reality technique. Normally, the spiritual energy absorbed from the air was weak, just enough to maintain balance. He couldn't afford to use it recklessly. But in the critical moment earlier, Chu Feng had poured all his spiritual energy into his body. His innate gigantification doubled the power of the Nine Heavens' divine thunder. With the dual enhancements, the speed of 3000 thunder movement skyrocketed, while the long-armed Ape King's speed remained unchanged. Thus, in Chu Feng's eyes, the long-armed Ape King's movements appeared extremely slow. Chu Feng passed the long-armed Ape King without hesitation, slashing its neck with his thunder strike finger. The Nine Heavens' divine thunder instantly invaded its brain, shredding it to pieces. You have killed a ferocious beast and luckily obtained a second-tier, 9th-level lucky bag. It exploded. Chu Feng was overjoyed but didn't open the lucky bag immediately. He turned and charged toward the other long-armed Ape King. Both long-armed Ape Kings were second-tier, 9th level, equally powerful. The other one also had no chance to fight back against Chu Feng. You have killed a ferocious beast and luckily obtained a second-tier, 9th level lucky bag. Another lucky bag. After killing 2 long-armed Ape Kings in a row, Chu Feng slowly revealed himself. The spiritual energy in his body was almost depleted, and the illusory reality technique could no longer be sustained, reverting him to first-tier, 9th level cultivation. His physical strength was greatly drained due to his innate ability. Chu Feng crouched to rest for a moment before starting to clean up the battlefield. The scenes from the recent battle were transmitted in full to the stadium through cameras hidden throughout the forest. Inside the stadium, the big screen froze at the moment the second long-armed Ape King appeared, when Chu Feng transformed into blue lightning. This wasn't a deliberate pause by the staff. The nearby surveillance had been severely disrupted by strong electromagnetic interference, causing signal chaos and a temporary interruption of the live broadcast. It was likely an accident caused by the overwhelming power of Chu Feng's lightning ability, but it's not a big problem. The staff is working hard to fix it. Once Chu Feng leaves or the lightning subsides, the live stream will resume. Inside the venue, the teachers watched the scene of Chu Feng being knocked down and sighed. It's over. Even one long-armed Ape King can't be defeated, let alone 2. He's definitely going to lose. Now we can only hope Chu Feng doesn't get eliminated. With his speed, escaping shouldn't be an issue. Escape? Where to? He's surrounded front and back, there's no way to get away. Although Chu Feng is fast, he hasn't created enough distance. If the long-armed Ape King chases him, he won't be able to escape. 2 long-armed Ape Kings have completely surrounded him. At best, he can delay, but sooner or later, he'll lose. What a pity. Losing to the long-armed Ape Kings means his final score is only over 1,000, falling short of the 3,000-point record by more than 2,000 points. The teachers discussed fervently, and no one believed Chu Feng could escape the siege of the long-armed ape kings. Even Fang Yu, the strongest participant on the field, thought the same. Fang Yu, a specially recruited teacher from Shenzhou University, had a sharp eye. But even he, putting himself in Chu Feng's position, couldn't think of any way to avoid elimination. One long-armed ape king might be manageable for Chu Feng for a while, but with two appearing simultaneously, it was a dead end. Unless Chu Feng could suddenly burst out with several times his current speed, he was no match for the long-armed ape kings. But thinking about it, how difficult would it be to increase one's speed by that much? Chu Feng was already fast. Being able to fight against Tier 2 level 9 beasts with his Tier 2 level 1 cultivation was already impressive. Asking him to double his speed was almost impossible. However, in Fang Yu's view, even if Chu Feng were ultimately eliminated, it wouldn't overshadow his talent. Not getting first place in the league didn't matter, nor did breaking records. Fang Yu recognized Chu Feng's talent. No matter how badly Chu Feng lost, Fang Yu was determined to recruit him into Shenzhou University. It would be a real pity not to bring back such a genius. The only issue was his fiery temper and sharpness. It's normal for young people to be adventurous. Once his strength grows in the future, he'll naturally become more composed. In the gymnasium, on the spectator seats, Principal Shinju of Second High School couldn't help but smile as he saw Chu Feng struggling. The hope of victory was here. Chu Feng was no match for the long-armed ape kings, let alone now that there were two. In this situation, Chu Feng was almost forced into a dead end. Even if Chu Feng could temporarily burst out, it was impossible to defeat the long-armed ape kings. With Tier 2 level 1 cultivation, no matter how much he broke through, he couldn't surpass Tier 2 level 9. So, Second High School's opportunity had arrived. Chu Feng's score was only over 1,000 points now. As long as Li Wei put in some effort, surpassing Chu Feng was absolutely achievable. Shinju thought about how Second High School would soon surpass First High School and how this genius Chu Feng would be crushed by his Second High School. He was extremely pleased. He looked at Chen Ming beside him and couldn't help but ask, "Is this your student? He's way too confident, isn't he?" Chen Ming didn't respond. He knew Chu Feng still had a way to double his speed. Once he used it, escaping would be no problem. It seemed dangerous, but for Chu Feng, it wasn't a real challenge. Recalling yesterday, when Chu Feng was at Tier 1 Level 3, he had consecutively slain 5 fierce beasts, 3 of which were in the late stages of Tier 1. Now, with even greater strength, facing 2 Tier 2 Level 9 beasts, he wasn't afraid. However, seeing Chen Ming ignore him, Shinju became even more smug. Not talking anymore? When Chu Feng gets eliminated, don't cry, he sneered, clearly displeased with Chen Ming's calm demeanor. Chu Feng was clearly injured, so why was Chen Ming still so calm? Shouldn't he be worried? With Chu Feng eliminated, the first place in this 4-school league would be his. Just as Shinju was feeling smug, the large screen returned to normal and resumed broadcasting Chu Feng's battle with the long-armed ape king. Shinju stared at the screen and couldn't help but glance at Chen Ming. Here it comes, are you ready to accept defeat? In the gymnasium, everyone was fixated on the large screen at the center. As the footage resumed, Chu Feng transformed once again into a brilliant blue lightning bolt, charging at the long-armed ape king that had just sent him flying at an incredible speed. He's heading the wrong way. Is he still trying to take down the long-armed ape king? Continuing the fight will only lead to a 2-on-1 situation. Just as these doubts arose in the teachers' minds, a flash of lightning appeared on the screen. Immediately after, a streak of blood burst from the neck of the long-armed ape king, shooting straight into the sky. The long-armed ape king had no reaction and fell stiffly to the ground. The strongest Tier 2 Level 9 beast in the entire league was defeated just like that. Dead, it's dead? Almost no one saw what had happened. All they knew was that the previously invincible long-armed ape king couldn't withstand a single move from Chu Feng. Shortly after, the other long-armed ape king was also unsurprisingly killed by Chu Feng in one strike. 2 dominant tier beasts were slain right before everyone's eyes. Gulp! The scene remained silent for nearly 15 minutes before someone swallowed hard. Is Chu Feng really a Tier 2 Level 1 martial artist? Even Tier 3 might not be as strong as him. How did he suddenly explode with such speed just now? The 2 long-armed ape kings died way too cleanly. He's too strong. Chu Feng's score is going to break the 4-school league record. A score of 5,000 points, nearly 80% higher than the previous record. Chu Feng is this incredible? Why is he still in his 4th year of high school? Yeah, during the college entrance exams, he should be able to directly get into a top university, right? The special admissions teachers were discussing fervently, all turning their attention to Fang Yu from Shenzhou University. Fang Yu was helpless. He had no idea about Chu Feng's specific performance in the college entrance exams. In his memory, there didn't seem to be anyone named Chu Feng who would apply to their university. But that didn't make sense based on the strength Chu Feng was displaying now. Even if he had been slightly weaker a few months ago, he would still have been one of the top contenders in the skin refining realm. For Chu Feng, getting into Shenzhou University should have been a piece of cake. Fang Yu thought for a moment but still couldn't come to a conclusion. Forget it, it didn't matter. Regardless of Chu Feng's past, today he was determined to bring this outstanding talent to Shenzhou University. A martial artist who had just entered Tier 2 Level 1 and could consecutively kill 2 Tier 2 Level 9 beasts. His combat talent was simply top-notch. Especially the speed boost at the end. With Fang Yu's keen eye, it was clear that Chu Feng's speed had instantly doubled, an extremely exaggerated increase. The sudden surge in speed was the key to Chu Feng's ability to defeat the 2 Tier 2 Level 9 long-armed ape kings. From this, it could be inferred that Chu Feng's talent not only carried a lightning effect but also included a short-term burst ability that could instantly enhance his strength and speed. Judging by its manifestation, his talent level was undoubtedly S-grade, no question about it. Without an S-grade talent, it would be impossible to achieve such results. Moreover, it was one of the strongest types of S-grade talents. Otherwise, there was no way he could defeat 2 Tier 2 Level 9 long-armed ape kings across levels. The key is not just having a high talent level. Chu Feng's martial arts talent is equally extraordinary. His speed and agility are beyond what ordinary people can achieve. From every perspective, Chu Feng is almost flawless. Fang Yu looked at the screen, watching Chu Feng clean up the battlefield, his eyes filled with admiration. No wonder he had chosen Chu Feng as a promising candidate. His performance far exceeded expectations. At that moment, Fang Yu suddenly noticed a crystalline glow emanating from Chu Feng's body. Normally, the skin of a martial artist at the skin refining realm would have a faint black iron hue. But Chu Feng's black iron hue had completely disappeared. What was going on? Fang Yu's mind couldn't process it for a moment. Just now, during Chu Feng's battle with the green-scaled snake, his body still had that faint black iron hue. How could it vanish now? Could it be that Chu Feng was hiding his true realm? Was his actual realm the ninth stage of the first tier? Wow! Too shocking. A ninth stage skin refining realm martial artist, relying on his own strength, managed to single-handedly kill 2 ninth stage second tier fierce beasts. If this were told to others, no one would believe it, right? No, this is too exaggerated. Fang Yu felt that Chu Feng probably wasn't deliberately hiding his realm. Instead, his earlier burst of power might have temporarily lowered his realm. After all, a talent that doubles speed instantly is too extraordinary, and some side effects are understandable. As for hiding his realm, Fang Yu believed Chu Feng didn't have that ability. He himself was a dignified 7th stage blood-moving realm martial artist, with broad experience and sharp insight. Could Chu Feng, a second-tier martial artist, conceal his realm right under his nose? Impossible. Most likely, his realm temporarily dropped due to the talent burst. That was Fang Yu's thought. But none of this mattered. What mattered was the ability to kill the 9th stage second-tier long-armed ape king. That was true skill. Chu Feng's realm could be clarified after the competition ended. Not far from Fang Yu, in the spectator seats, Shenju, the principal of second high school, watched Chu Feng counter-kill 2 long-armed ape kings, feeling utterly uncomfortable. All the students were in their senior year and were second-tier martial artists. Why was it that his student, Li Wei, struggled to challenge a second-stage silver-backed wolf, while Chu Feng effortlessly killed 2 ninth-stage second-tier long-armed ape kings as if it were as easy as eating and drinking? The most critical point was that Shenju recalled his earlier words of doubt. At this moment, he turned to see Chen Ming from first high school staring at him. "This is my student," Chen Ming said calmly. Shenju's face instantly turned red upon hearing this. He wanted to refute but couldn't find any reason. Chu Feng's strength was undeniable. On the leaderboard, the score changes were striking. First place, Chu Feng, 5,903 points. Second place, Zhang Hao, 417 points. Third place, Li Wei, 226 points. Fourth place, Chu Feng, in first place, was far ahead, with a score more than 10 times that of the second place. Even the combined scores of the second to fourth places didn't amount to a fraction of Chu Feng's score. The highest score in history was only over 3,000 points. Chu Feng not only broke the record but his score was nearly double the historical high. Shen Zhu stared at the leaderboard, feeling utterly humiliated. The words he had just said to Chen Ming now felt like knives cutting into his face. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Is Yurli Wei really a second-tier bone refining realm martial artist? Why is he only ranked third? Chen Ming suddenly realized that Jiang Hao was in second place, with a score surpassing Li Wei's, and couldn't help but feel surprised. Jiang Hao, with only the strength of the first stage 8th level, actually managed to defeat Li Wei, who was at the second stage 1st level. When Shen Zhu heard Chen Ming's words, he finally noticed that the second place was unexpectedly a martial artist from First High School. He immediately felt dizzy, his whole body collapsing weakly into his seat. The second stage bone refining realm martial artist he had painstakingly invited was utterly defeated. He knew that this time, in the four-school league, he had completely lost. The cost he had spent earlier was likely all in vain. Core area of the Nanjiang Great Forest. Chu Feng had killed 2 long-armed ape kings and, after a brief rest, began clearing the battlefield. He collected points and took the corpses of the long-armed ape kings. The long-armed ape kings were only about 2 meters tall, weighing 1 to 200 pounds, with not much meat. However, these ferocious beasts had extremely strong combat power. If Chu Feng hadn't been wearing the no-edge soft armor, he might have suffered a major setback. If sold for money, compared to the 5-meter-long green-scaled snake, the green-scaled snake was more cost-effective. The green-scaled snake had more meat and was less troublesome to kill. However, Chu Feng wasn't just aiming to sell meat for money. He valued the opportunity to earn higher points, showcase his skills in front of the teachers, and ideally be offered a $10 billion price to be recruited on the spot. Plus, there were generous lucky bag rewards, making it worthwhile no matter how he looked at it. That's why he chose to challenge the troublesome long-armed ape kings. His current score had already exceeded 5,000, 2,000 more than the highest score in history. After this competition, Shenzhou University was basically secured. As Chu Feng thought about this, he was preparing to store the last long-armed ape king's corpse into the system space when he suddenly noticed a tile that had fallen from the long-armed ape king's hand. The tile was engraved with mysterious runes and looked unusual. Chu Feng studied it carefully for a while and discovered it contained faint spiritual energy. Could it be related to the Qi refining cultivation system? Could it be a fragment of a powerful inheritance, like 3,000 thunder movements, which could greatly enhance combat power upon acquisition? Or perhaps it could yield more spirit stones, which would also be good. Chu Feng was currently in need of spirit stones for cultivation. After some thought, he tried injecting his internal spiritual energy into the tile. The tile immediately emitted a faint glow. The glow gradually spread, enveloping the entire tile, and eventually transformed into a palm-sized disc. At the same time, scattered information entered Chu Feng's mind. It was a fragmented map, with unclear and blurry content. It seemed the tile was just a fragment, and only by collecting all the fragments to assemble the disc could the complete map be revealed. Chu Feng casually stored the tile into the system space. It wasn't useful for now, but it might be in the future, though it was uncertain at the moment. After storing the last long-armed ape king's corpse, Chu Feng planned to hunt more ferocious beasts to rack up points and lucky bags. Competition time was precious and couldn't be wasted. At this moment, Chu Feng noticed that his illusory reality technique had failed, and his first stage 9th level realm was fully revealed. However, he didn't continue maintaining the second stage 1st level realm. The reason was simple: he wanted to recover more spiritual energy, as the earlier burst had consumed too much, leaving more than half of the spiritual energy in his Qi depleted. Without spiritual energy, 3,000 thunder movements couldn't be quickly executed, which significantly reduced his sense of security. Thus, Chu Feng abandoned the illusory reality technique and focused on absorbing spiritual energy from the air to replenish his dantian. Once his spiritual energy was fully restored, he would return to the second stage 1st level realm. Thinking this, Chu Feng took out the pills given by the principal, swallowed them to recover his physical strength, and transformed into lightning to continue searching for ferocious beasts in the forest. In this examination field, the strongest second stage 9th level beast had already been slain by him, and the other ferocious beasts were basically no match. Chu Feng relied on his incredible speed, slashing his way through and rapidly increasing his score. You killed a ferocious beast and luckily obtained a Tier 2 Level 4 Lucky Bag. You killed a ferocious beast and luckily obtained a Tier 2 Level 6 Lucky Bag. The notifications for Lucky Bag rewards kept popping up. However, Chu Feng noticed a problem: he lacked scouting abilities and couldn't accurately detect nearby ferocious beasts, which limited his combat efficiency. Most of the time, he could only wander around the core area. His highest score came from encountering a pack of silver-backed wolves, the strongest of which had reached Tier 2 Level 4. But at this level, they were no challenge for Chu Feng. In the blink of an eye, all the silver-backed wolves were harvested by Chu Feng, turning into cold, hard points to boost his score. Of course, he didn't forget to collect their corpses, along with the rewards like lucky bags, amassing a huge haul. Once the competition ended, he could finally settle everything properly. Time ticked away. Soon, there were only 5 minutes left until the 4-school league ended. The players' score rankings were as follows. First, Chu Feng, 12,981 points. Second, Li Wei, 1,906 points. Third, Xian Mengmeng, 553 points. Last, Jiang Hao, 0 points. In the gymnasium, the teachers were all staring at the leaderboard in silence. There was nothing they could say. Chu Feng was simply too strong. His performance throughout the competition was utterly overwhelming. He easily defeated the azure-scaled snake and even counter-killed the 2 strongest long-armed ape kings in the competition. His final score was astonishing, reaching 12,981 points, far surpassing the historical record. Even the second-place Li Wei's 1,906 points seemed insignificant in comparison. Chu Feng's brilliance overshadowed everyone else. This score will definitely go down in history. Chu Feng's awakened talent and martial arts aptitude are both at a monstrous level. I'm getting more and more curious, why is Chu Feng still in his 4th year of high school? With his strength, wouldn't he easily get into Shenzhou University? Exactly. Even if you cut Chu Feng's strength in half, he'd still rank in the top 10 in the province for the college entrance exams. The exams were just 2 months ago. His strength shouldn't have declined much since then, right? I really don't get it. The teachers turned their attention to Fang Yu from Shenzhou University. Here, Fang Yu had the highest status and the most authority to speak. At this moment, Fang Yu was on the phone with the president of Shenzhou University and had no time to address them. I've discovered an unparalleled genius. He scored over 12,000 points in the 4-school league. Do you know? The highest score in Nanjiang province's history was only 3,000, and the highest in the entire Dragon Nation for this competition was just 8,000. If we recruit Chu Feng to Shenzhou University, we'll undoubtedly secure our position as one of the top 3 universities in the Dragon Nation. However, the person on the other end of the line sounded a bit impatient. Of course, he knew about the 4-school league. It was just a competition for 4th-year high school students, those who either hadn't gotten into college or hadn't been admitted to their desired university and were repeating the year. What was so impressive about it? No matter how strong they were, they couldn't compare to the new talents he had just recruited. 4th-year high school students, no matter how powerful their combat abilities, didn't necessarily have exceptional talent. If they were truly gifted, why hadn't they gotten into Shenzhou University in the first place? Why would they need to repeat the year? With that thought, Shenzhou University's president, Xiang Jin, said, "All right, just bring him back. There's no need to make such a fuss." After saying this, he hung up, leaving Fang Yu alone in the Nanjiang Gymnasium, feeling a bit at a loss in his excitement. Nanjiang Great Forest. Chu Feng looked at his score of over 12,000, feeling completely satisfied. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. After using 3,000 thunder movement for several hours, he finally pushed his score to 12,981 points, nearly 10,000 points higher than the historical record. Prolonged use of his talent left Chu Feng almost completely exhausted, his school uniform soaked through. Fortunately, his dantian was brimming with spiritual energy. The energy nourished him, helping him recover his stamina and even allowing him to forcibly restore part of his combat strength. However, Chu Feng chose not to use the spiritual energy for recovery. It was too precious. He wanted to save it to maintain his illusory reality technique. The realm of first stage 9th level couldn't be easily exposed. Besides, while Chu Feng was physically drained, he could still grit his teeth and defeat some second stage 4th level beasts. Moreover, the competition was nearing its end, so there was no need to fight anymore. With this in mind, Chu Feng headed toward the gymnasium outside the Nanjiang Great Forest to settle his score. At that moment, a disheveled figure was thrown in front of him. It was Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was tightly bound, his mouth stuffed with something. He struggled desperately on the ground like a worm, and upon seeing Chu Feng, he twisted even harder, his face turning red. That despicable Li Wei. Once he got out, he would make him pay dearly. Jiang Hao had been seriously grinding monsters, killing several second-stage beasts in a row, and his score had been skyrocketing. Feeling confident, he decided to venture deeper into the forest to fight mid-level second-stage beasts and rack up even more points. But unexpectedly, he was ambushed by a venomous snake along the way. The poison was severe, and if it weren't for Elder Dan using his pressure to drive the snake away, Jiang Hao would have been eliminated on the spot. Although he had external help, the snake's venom was too potent, and even after taking an antidote pill, Jiang Hao still passed out. When he woke up, he had already been captured alive by Li Wei, and his score had been completely wiped out. During this time, Elder Dan had considered intervening, but there were too many surveillance cameras around. He couldn't openly rescue Jiang Hao for fear of leaving evidence, so he could only watch helplessly as Jiang Hao was treated as a trophy by Li Wei. Mum. Jiang Hao struggled desperately, trying to break free from the ropes, but it was all in vain. Chu Feng looked at the bound Jiang Hao in front of him, his brows furrowing slightly as he glanced around. Soon, he spotted Li Wei. Li Wei's clothes were in tatters, and there was a noticeable claw mark on his chest. Clearly, he had just been through a fierce battle. At this moment, he paid no attention to his injuries, instead staring smugly at Chu Feng while signaling his two teammates to encircle him. With full confidence, he said, "I've been waiting for you. After hours of fighting, you're tired, aren't you? Hand over your score obediently, and I promise you'll suffer less. Otherwise, take a good look. This is what will happen to you." Relying on his second-stage bone-refining realm cultivation, Li Wei blocked the path back. Anyone who came through had to pay a toll. Unfortunately, he had no idea how strong Chu Feng really was, otherwise, he would have avoided him long ago. Li Wei hadn't figured out Chu Feng's true strength, but the teachers in the gymnasium were well aware. On the big screen, the teachers watched as Li Wei threatened Chu Feng, stunned. Is Li Wei really that strong? Chu Feng's score is over 10,000. Even if Li Wei stole Jiang Hao's points, he still wouldn't match Chu Feng. But Li Wei doesn't know Chu Feng's actual combat power. Although they're both in the second-stage bone-refining realm, Chu Feng's strength is at least equivalent to 5 or 6 Li Wei's combined. Li Wei is truly out of luck. After some quiet discussion, almost everyone sided with Chu Feng. In the spectator stands, the principal of Second High, Shenju, turned pale and nearly fainted when he saw Li Wei preparing to make a move. With Li Wei's strength, he could have easily secured second place, but he deliberately chose Chu Feng, this formidable character. Chu Feng's battle record was astonishing. He could easily defeat even second-tier 9th-level ferocious beasts. Li Wei was just an ordinary second-tier bone-refining realm martial artist, struggling even to kill a silverback wolf, so how could he possibly fight Chu Feng? Shenju helplessly covered her face and turned to leave the gymnasium. In the Southern River Great Forest, Li Wei was completely unaware of the surrounding discussions and confidently threatened Chu Feng. Chu Feng ignored him, and Li Wei, unwilling to explain further, prepared to use his fists to make Chu Feng submit. He raised his fist and aimed straight at Chu Feng's head, showing no mercy. Li Wei's speed was extremely fast, fully displaying the power of a second-tier bone-refining realm martial artist, which ordinary skin-refining realm fighters couldn't possibly withstand. Chu Feng stared at Li Wei's fist, his gaze resolute. He had little energy left and initially didn't plan to use spiritual power. But he hadn't expected Li Wei to insist on picking a fight. This was truly intolerable. Zzz. Lightning instantly enveloped Chu Feng's entire body. In the next moment, almost no one on site could clearly see what had happened. All they saw was Li Wei and his two teammates being violently struck and sent flying as if hit by a heavy blow. They fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Each of the three had a blackened palm print on their chest. Fine, if even this can't secure admission to Shenzhou University, then probably no one in the entire Nanjiang city can achieve it. 10 billion dragon coins are definitely guaranteed. Chu Feng plans to use most of the money to buy spirit stones in the Myriad Realms Mall. There's no other way. The spiritual energy in this world is too scarce. To improve his cultivation, he can only rely on spirit stones. Once he breaks through to the 4th level of Qi refining, he can learn a thunder technique from the Thunder Command. The attack power of the Thunder technique is enough to injure the body of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, equivalent to harming a 4th-level condensed vein martial artist. Its attack power is definitely much stronger than the Thunder Finger. After mastering this thunder technique, if he encounters the green-scaled snake again, he can directly shatter its head with one strike. Besides improving his cultivation level, Chu Feng feels he lacks reconnaissance methods. Earlier, when hunting fierce beasts in the forest, he wasted too much time searching for them. If not for this, his score could have been thousands of points higher. Moreover, powerful detection methods can not only help him locate fierce beasts but also avoid critical ambushes. If he encounters a trap, he can discover it in time and save his life. Chu Feng has already planned how to allocate the 10 billion dragon coins. Of course, his martial arts cultivation can't be neglected either. He intends to ask the special recruitment teachers at Shenzhou University for more resources. The extra resources will be used to buy essential cultivation pills like body tempering pills and vitality pills. He has also collected quite a few fierce beast corpses, which are valuable. They can be used for his own cultivation or sold for money. He killed many fierce beasts today, most of which he plans to sell, leaving only a few large beast corpses for him and his aunt to eat. After all, they are 2nd-level fierce beasts. When his cultivation level improves, 2nd-level meat will naturally be replaced with 3rd-level meat. Thinking about this, Chu Feng left the Nanjiang Great Forest and immediately saw a place for recycling fierce beast corpses. Here, dragon coins are exchanged based on the weight and level of the beasts. Many people were lining up, and Chu Feng joined them. It was a good opportunity to clear out the spoils in his system space. Everyone handed over their fierce beast corpses to the recycling staff one by one. Most of them were 1st-level beasts, so the recycling process was quick. When it was almost Chu Feng's turn, suddenly, a burly man rushed out from the nearby forest, carrying a massive wolf corpse on his shoulder. Like a fishing expert showing off a big catch, the man proudly shouted, "Everyone, make way! Look at the fierce beast on my shoulder. This is a 2nd-level silver-backed wolf." His voice attracted everyone's attention. When they turned to look, they saw the silver-backed wolf on the man's shoulder, nearly 3 meters long, and exclaimed in amazement. He actually hunted a 2nd-level fierce beast. This guy is incredible. I remember only Li Wei among the contestants is at the 2nd-level bone tempering stage. Could this guy be Li Wei? No, I know him. His name is Wang Dagang, a senior at 3rd high school. He's only at the 6th level of the 1st stage. 6th level of the 1st stage and able to kill a 2nd-level silver-backed wolf? That's amazing. He must be the strongest person besides Li Wei. Looks like 3rd high school will take 2nd place in this competition. Wang Dagang's strength is not to be underestimated. Then who will take 1st place? 1st place is definitely Li Wei. He's a 2nd-level martial artist, far stronger than everyone else. I heard 2nd high school is really lucky. Well, Li Wei did break through to the 2nd-level bone tempering stage. In the queue, Chu Feng listened to everyone's discussion while looking at the silver-backed wolf on the man's shoulder. With one glance, he noticed a blood hole on the wolf's head, clearly caused by his thunder finger. Chu Feng remembered that he had slaughtered a pack of silver-backed wolves, killing about 20 or 30 of them. Perhaps 1 or 2 had escaped, and Wang Dagang had picked up the leftovers. A 2nd-tier silverback wolf is worth over 200 points. This kid is really lucky. Chu Feng had no intention of taking it back. After all, there were still plenty in the system space if it was missed, so be it, consider it his good fortune. The most important thing now was to quickly exchange the beasts for money and settle the scores. There was no need to waste time here. The queue wasn't too long, and soon it was Chu Feng's turn. He raised his hand, preparing to release all the beast corpses from the system space. The beasts he had killed were at least 2nd tier. Among his spoils, the silverback wolf was considered relatively weak. However, just at that moment, Wang Dagang rudely barged in front of Chu Feng and directly threw the silverback wolf from Chu Feng's shoulder to the recycling staff. Check this one for me first. This is a 2nd-tier beast. I bet it's the first time you've seen something this good, right? Wang Dagang said smugly. Behind him, Chu Feng's veins bulged. Without hesitation, he delivered a fierce kick to Wang Dagang's waist. With an explosive force, Wang Dagang was sent flying 5 meters away with a loud bang. Get lost. Damn it, he had killed so many beasts without cutting in line, and now this guy shows up with a silverback wolf he picked up from who knows where and jumps the queue right in front of him. If Wang Dagong had picked up a second tier, 9th level long-armed ape king, wouldn't that be even worse? After speaking, Chu Feng turned to the recycling staff and said, "The silverback wolf is mine." Chu Feng was certain that the silverback wolf was one he had killed, so taking it back was justified. Initially, he didn't plan to make a fuss, but Wang Dagong's unreasonable behavior demanded a lesson. The crowd fell silent upon witnessing this scene. The atmosphere grew tense. After a moment, whispers began. "This kid is so fierce? He even soloed a second-tier silverback wolf. His strength is probably just slightly below Li Wei, who is at the second-tier bone refining realm. A fight is about to break out. We'll soon see Wang Dagong's prowess. Everyone, step back a bit, don't get caught in Wang Dagong's crossfire." Everyone doubted Chu Feng, believing Wang Dagong would easily win this fight. Including Wang Dagong himself, who had just been enjoying the crowd's attention, only to be kicked away, losing face completely. Not to mention, Chu Feng was trying to claim the silverback wolf he had picked up. That was a second-tier beast, worth 10,000 dragon coins per pound, with a single beast selling for millions, a significant amount of cultivation resources. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Wang Dagong stood up, clenched his fists, and charged at Chu Feng in a fury. Seeing Wang Dagong rushing over, Chu Feng frowned. He quickly made up his mind. Earlier, he had held back, otherwise, Wang Dagong wouldn't have been able to stand up after that kick. Now, since Wang Dagong was being unreasonable, Chu Feng wouldn't go easy on him. Like a thunderbolt, Chu Feng struck swiftly, instantly appearing in front of Wang Dagong and delivering a fierce rising dragon punch to his chin. In front of Chu Feng, Wang Dagong was like a child, completely unable to react. With one punch, he was sent flying. This time, Chu Feng didn't hold back, leaving Wang Dagong with only his life intact. The powerful force of the punch knocked Wang Dagong unconscious on the spot. Wang Dagong flew several meters backward, landing with a thud in front of a group of special recruitment teachers, unconscious. The crowd, expecting a balanced fight, was shocked to see it turn into a completely one-sided battle. Didn't Wang Dagong kill a second-tier silverback wolf? Isn't his strength second only to Li Wei? How could he not withstand even one move from this guy? I've never seen this kid before. He is clearly not Li Wei, but how is he so strong? This strength completely crushes Wang Dagong. Could he be another second-tier martial artist? Chu Feng, truly impressive. Lu Hu shouted. He is also a student of second high school. Just now, he saw Wang Dagong cutting in line and fully supported Chu Feng punching Wang Dagong and sending him flying. When everyone heard Lu Hu speak, they just glanced over without saying much. After all, Chu Feng's strength was evident. Wang Dagong wasn't even a match for him. It seemed only Li Wei could compete with Chu Feng. It looks like the championship this time will be between Chu Feng and Li Wei. I wonder who's stronger. By the way, where's Li Wei? The students discussed while searching for the most famous bone refining realm martial artist on the field, Li Wei. They didn't see Li Wei, who had been knocked unconscious by Chu Feng, but they did see Wang Dagong lying in front of the special recruitment teacher and the principal. The competition was over, and the teachers and principals had arrived. Don't forget, Wang Dagong was a student of 3rd high school. Seeing his own student being bullied, the principal of 3rd high school definitely wouldn't let it slide. Chu Feng might be in big trouble. Moreover, the special recruitment teachers, seeing someone using their strength to bully others, might also form a negative impression of Chu Feng, making it harder for him to get admitted. Simply put, although Chu Feng was strong, his behavior this time was too impulsive. No matter how strong you are, you have to consider the teacher's impressions. Otherwise, getting into a good university will be difficult. If the principal of 3rd high school pursues this, Chu Feng won't escape the pressure. Unless his grades are excellent, that punch just now might come at a high cost. Yeah, I heard top universities value character more than just strength. Although Chu Feng had his reasons for acting, if the principal of 3rd high school criticizes him, the impact could be huge. Lu Hu, also from 2nd high school, heard everyone's discussions and his expression changed. He sighed. Sigh. He shouldn't have been so impulsive. It's just cutting in line, endure it and it would have passed. Chu Feng listened, his expression still calm, showing no guilt toward Wang Dagong. If someone wanted to use this incident to stir trouble, then he didn't care about attending that university. On the side of the special recruitment teachers, everyone looked at Wang Dagong lying on the ground. Fong Yu was the first to step forward. He was a 7th-rank martial artist and had seen the entire incident from afar. Fong Yu stepped over Wang Dagong and walked to Chu Feng's side, speaking in a low voice. Xiao Feng, I am Fong Yu, a special recruitment teacher from Shenzhou University. Do you know Shenzhou University? The top university in Longhua. Before he could finish, several other teachers crowded over, eager to introduce themselves. I am a special recruitment teacher from Baichao Tongji Medical Pavilion University. As long as you get into our school, you'll never have to worry about the supply of elixirs. Training can't happen without elixirs. Join our Baichao Tongji Medical Pavilion University, and your future will be absolutely promising, another teacher chimed in. Lingxiao Institute of Technology, our school has the most advanced weaponry. The soft armor you're wearing saved your life at a critical moment. The teachers scrambled to surround Chu Feng, forming an impenetrable circle. As for Wang Dagong, who had been kicked away, no one paid him any attention, not even the principal of 3rd High School bothered to help him up. After all the teachers had seen Wang Dagong's behavior, which had utterly disgraced 3rd High School. The principal sighed and quietly left. The students present were stunned by the scene. What is going on? Chu Feng kicked Wang Dagong away, and instead, he gained the favor of the special recruitment teachers? Not to mention, he even took Wang Dagong's silverback wolf. Even if Li Wei showed up, he wouldn't get this kind of treatment, right? Top universities are vying for him, truly unprecedented. How high are Chu Feng's scores to make these teachers go crazy? Everyone was discussing fervently. At this moment, Jiang Hao left the Nanjiang Great Forest with over 2,000 points. As soon as he came out, he saw Chu Feng surrounded by teachers. This scene left him somewhat puzzled. Chu Feng is so popular? He's not that strong, just a first-tier 9th level cultivation. Although Jiang Hao himself is first-tier 8th level, only one level lower, he was confident he could exchange a few moves with Chu Feng. At the same time, he felt a bit excited. He had over 2,000 points, less than 1,000 points away from the highest score in history, and felt the gap between him and Chu Feng wasn't that big. If Chu Feng could receive such treatment, surely he wouldn't be far behind. Of course, Jiang Hao's goal wasn't too ambitious. He just wanted to get into Shenzhou University through special admission, saving himself the effort of studying hard in his 4th year of high school. Thinking of this, he cleared his throat. Humph. Then he displayed the score on his wristband. 2,208 points. This score was extremely high among all participants, easily ranking 2nd. To put it into perspective, the 3rd place only had over 500 points. Jiang Hao's score instantly attracted everyone's attention. Wow, another big shot has arrived. Seems like it's Jiang Hao from 1st High School? Over 2,000 points, isn't this a solid 1st place? 1st place? Li Wei hasn't shown up yet, why say Jiang Hao is 1st? Li Wei definitely has a higher score. Li Wei is a 2nd-tier bone refining realm martial artist. But why aren't the special admission teachers paying attention to him? Everyone noticed that after Jiang Hao revealed his score, not a single special admission teacher approached him. Instead, all of them were surrounding Chu Feng, desperately promoting their admission offers. It seemed that as long as Chu Feng hadn't made a decision, these teachers were determined to take him away, their attitudes extremely resolute. The students present were all stunned. How many points did Chu Feng get to make over 2,000 points completely ignored? Definitely broke the record, maybe over 3,000 points? I think it might be 4,000 points, otherwise there's no way Jiang Hao would be ignored. Over 2,000 points is already very impressive. 4,000 points? That would require defeating powerful 2nd-tier late-stage beasts. That's a bit exaggerated. Chu Feng is even stronger than I imagined. The rankings will be announced soon. Jiang Hao felt a bit upset that no one paid attention to him. He couldn't help but ask Elder Dan, how many points did Chu Feng get? Why is no one looking for me with over 2,000 points? Elder Dan sighed. As a powerful soul entity, he had already seen the score on Chu Feng's wristband. Over 10,000 points. Jiang Hao's score didn't even compare to a fraction of it. Sigh, Xiao Hao, just let it go. Chu Feng is too strong. We should just focus on our own cultivation and not bother comparing with him. These words only piqued Jiang Hao's curiosity further. Chu Feng was just 1st-tier 9th level, not even breaking into the 2nd-tier bone refining realm. How could his score possibly be higher than his? Jiang Hao's over 2,000 points were earned by taking points from Li Wei and two others, combined with his own efforts in killing beasts. Jiang Hao had killed 4 second-tier beasts. If it weren't for being ambushed by Li Wei, his score would definitely have been even higher. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask Elder Dan again how many points Chu Feng had. But Elder Dan simply shook his head in silence. Jiang Hao could only patiently wait for the scores to be announced. Even if Elder Dan didn't say, he would find out Chu Feng's score sooner or later. Meanwhile, on Chu Feng's side, the special admission teachers were already fighting fiercely. Student Chu Feng, our Baichao University's Baichao Qi condensing pill can significantly accelerate cultivation speed. On the market, one pill sells for tens of millions of dragon coins, but our university provides unlimited supply. Learn alchemy, and you can easily earn tens of millions every day. Baichao Tongji Medical Pavilion University, abbreviated as Baichao University. Promoting the pills was an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a Taoist robe. After all, pills can only assist in cultivation and cannot directly enhance combat power. Although Baichao University is one of the top 3 prestigious institutions in the Dragon Nation, it ranks third and is eager to recruit exceptionally talented students. Chu Feng, don't listen to their nonsense. Relying on pills to boost your realm is just consuming your talent. Fan Yu from Shenzhou University stepped forward to refute. Pills can only assist. Relying on pills to forcibly elevate one's realm results in an unstable foundation. This is also why Baichao University ranks lower. Although they are wealthy, their students lack practical combat experience. At the same realm, Baichao University students are almost no match for Shenzhou University students. Join us at Shenzhou University. Our reputation is well deserved. We emphasize practical combat, with top-notch instructors teaching you how to slay fierce beasts and hone the most solid foundation through real battles with real weapons. As long as you agree, we'll immediately provide you with 10 billion dragon coins as startup funds. Besides Fan Yu, other universities also began making offers. Chu Feng considered carefully. Although Shenzhou University offered 10 billion, its conditions were far inferior to those of other schools. Lingxiao Polytechnic University directly promised to give him a set of 5th-tier soft armor. 5th-tier soft armor is used by martial artists in the Tongzong realm, allowing Chu Feng to be almost immune to attacks below the 5th tier and greatly enhancing his defense. Its market price is 70 to 80 billion, making it far more attractive than Shenzhou University's 10 billion. When it comes to money, Baichao University is the most generous, offering unlimited pill supply. With each pill worth millions, its value is immeasurable. Chu Feng wanted to slay fierce beasts and collect fortune bags, but that didn't mean he had to join Shenzhou University. Joining Baichao University would also allow him to kill fierce beasts, earn a fortune in dragon coins, and exchange them for cultivation techniques and spirit stones in the 10,000 Realms Mall to strengthen his cultivation. Thinking this through, Chu Feng looked at Fan Yu with doubt, feeling that Shenzhou University's offer was too low and not appealing. Fan Yu sensed his gaze, took a deep breath, and understood Chu Feng's meaning. He wanted more money. But 10 billion was his limit. Helpless, he dialed the principal's number. Principal Xiang, the funds are insufficient. The other 3 universities are offering much higher prices. Principal Xiang Jin sounded a bit impatient. He knew Fan Yu was competing for a senior high school student. What's the point of competing for a senior high school student? The truly outstanding ones had already been admitted in their junior year who would still be in their senior year. Then forget it, let them have him. Our Shenzhou University doesn't lack talent. When the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament comes, we're guaranteed to take first place. The 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament is an exchange competition among over 100 universities in the Dragon Nation. It determines university rankings and influences national funding. Shenzhou University has been the champion for many years, with unmatched strength. Thinking this through, Xiang Jin casually hung up the phone. There was no need to exert effort. Cultivating for a year and scoring tens of thousands in the league might make someone a genius, but not an extraordinary one. Shenzhou University could easily select 5 or 6 such students in one batch. Unless Chu Feng was a newly awakened junior high school student who had cultivated to this level in just one day, then he might be worth a second look and some money to compete for. But breaking through in one day without damaging one's foundation would take at least 7 days at the fastest. If Chu Feng truly broke through in one day, his foundation was likely already completely depleted. In an office at Shenzhou University, Xiang Jin shook his head, completely discarding his thoughts. No matter how powerful Chu Feng was, it wasn't worth paying such a high price to recruit him. Nanjing City, beside the Great Forest. Fang Yu hung up the phone, looking somewhat helpless. He glanced at Chu Feng and explained, "The principal is currently busy. The best offer I can make right now is 10 billion. There was no other way, he could only do his best. But even so, he couldn't secure better terms." Zhou Yanbai, a special recruitment teacher from Baichai University, observed the situation and understood Chu Feng's thoughts. The opportunity had arrived. Chu Feng wasn't fixated on Shenzhou University, he would choose a school based on the conditions offered. It was well known that Shenzhou University had such a prestigious reputation that many geniuses wouldn't consider any other school. But now, they had finally encountered a genius like Chu Feng, who was not only powerful but also not solely focused on Shenzhou University. They had to go all out to win him over. Zhou Yanbai immediately called his university's admissions office and explained Chu Feng's situation in detail. When the admissions office heard that Chu Feng, with the strength of a first stage, first level, could counter-kill 2 first stage, 9th level ferocious beasts, they were astonished. This was already very close to the level of a top-tier genius. In the history of the Dragon Kingdom, the strongest martial artist, Wu Badian, had his most proud achievement of defeating a 3rd stage, 9th level ferocious beast with the cultivation of a 2nd stage, 9th level, a leap of an entire stage. And Chu Feng was just a step away. His talent could almost rival Wu Badian's. His strength was absolutely astounding. The admissions office immediately contacted the principal and granted Zhou Yanbai significant authority. At all costs, they had to recruit Chu Feng. Money was no object. Baichai University had no shortage of funds. While Zhou Yanbai was contacting the admissions office, Chu Feng kept his gaze fixed on Fang Yu, the representative from Shenzhou University, asking if he could offer better terms. Fang Yu felt Chu Feng's gaze but was helpless. He couldn't make promises lightly. Even if he managed to recruit Chu Feng into Shenzhou University, there was no guarantee that Chu Feng would be given the attention he deserved. "If fate allows, we'll meet again at the 100 Schools Martial Meet." With that, Fang Yu turned and left. Without the support of his school, he was clearly no match for Chu Feng. If they were to meet again, it would only be on the martial stage of the 100 Schools Martial Meet. Before leaving, he inadvertently noticed the score on Jiang Hao's wristband, which exceeded 2,000, a decent result. The key point was that Jiang Hao's cultivation was only at the 1st stage, 8th level, far below Chu Feng's 1st stage, 1st level. He was a promising talent. Fang Yu turned back and gave Chu Feng a complicated look, feeling a tinge of regret. In that moment, he suddenly noticed that Chu Feng's realm seemed somewhat unstable. His curiosity was piqued. Could it be that Chu Feng's true realm wasn't 1st stage, 1st level, but rather 1st stage, 4th level, or even 1st stage, 7th level? If that were the case, then his previous cross-stage battle wasn't all that impressive. Could it be that Chu Feng wasn't actually such a genius? After some thought, Fang Yu discreetly extended his soul power as a 7th stage martial artist, spreading it toward Chu Feng to secretly probe his true cultivation level. His soul power carefully examined Chu Feng's physical condition. What he saw made Fang Yu gasping shock. Chu Feng's bones were almost pure white, with not a trace of black iron color. The black iron hue on the surface of his body, which was characteristic of a 1st stage tempered bone martial artist, was actually a secret technique he used to conceal his true strength. Chu Feng's real cultivation level was only 1st stage, 9th level. Yet, with just 1st stage, 9th level strength, he could easily counter-kill 2 1st stage, 9th level long-armed ape kings. Such combat talent was something even the strongest martial artist in history, Wu Badian, could hardly achieve. Chu Feng's combat talent utterly surpassed all the students of Shenzhou University. Not only that, the secret technique capable of blocking the detection of a 7th-rank martial artist was extremely powerful, completely deceiving Fang Yu. Seeing this, Fang Yu instantly felt like he had lost billions. He even thought about calling the principal, but considering that Chu Feng's talent was average, and it had taken him over a year to barely reach the 9th level of the 1st rank, his progress was too slow compared to those geniuses. Many freshmen at Shenzhou University were already at the 4th or even 7th level of the 2nd rank by now. Chu Feng's 9th level of the 1st rank was indeed at a disadvantage. More importantly, the conditions offered by Baichai University were too good, far beyond what he could compete with. Even if the principal disagreed, there was no way he could snatch Chu Feng back. Fang Yu withdrew his soul power and walked toward Jiang Hao. Looking at him, he couldn't help but feel a bit impatient as he recalled Chu Feng's extraordinary achievements. "Are you interested in studying martial arts at Shenzhou University?" he asked. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. His goal was precisely Shenzhou University. "Of course. Then come with me," Fang Yu said without hesitation, ready to take Jiang Hao away. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked puzzled. "Wasn't there supposed to be a 10 billion reward?" he asked, confused. Fang Yu ignored his question and walked straight ahead, only saying indifferently, "Are you coming or not? If not, forget it." Hearing Fang Yu's cold tone, Jiang Hao was so angry he almost ground his molars to dust. Why could Chu Feng get rewards of 10 or 20 billion, while he didn't even get a single cent? Chu Feng was only at the 9th level of the first rank, and he himself was at the 8th level of the first rank. Not much of a difference in rank, yet the treatment was worlds apart. Jiang Hao glared at Fang Yu fiercely, full of resentment. But faced with the invitation from Shenzhou University, he had no choice but to accept. It was, after all, the top university in Longhua. In the end, he could only reluctantly follow Fang Yu. The surrounding students, seeing Jiang Hao being recruited, cast envious glances. Shenzhou University was the top institution in Longhua. Even without additional perks, just getting into Shenzhou University means completely different treatment. Top-notch teaching resources, extensive connections, a gathering of countless geniuses. Jiang Hao was bound to have a bright future. Exactly, his score exceeded 2,000 points, not far from the historical record of 3,000 points. "I really didn't expect Chu Feng to reject Shenzhou University's invitation. That's so bold. I'm getting more and more curious about Chu Feng's score. If I could get into Shenzhou University, I'd even pay the tuition myself." Everyone was filled with curiosity about Chu Feng's score. On Chu Feng's side, he wasn't in a hurry at all as he faced the offers from various school representatives. He quietly waited for the highest bidder. Soon, Zhou Yanbai received an order from the admissions office to spare no expense in recruiting Chu Feng. He immediately walked up to Chu Feng and said loudly, 20 billion in cash rewards, plus full coverage of all your pill expenses during university. How about it? This is just the basic reward. As long as you complete your studies, Baichao University has countless resources waiting for you. Zhou Yanbai's voice was loud, clearly intending to suppress other competitors. The students present were all shocked upon hearing this offer. What kind of charm does Chu Feng have? The admissions teachers are practically emptying their wallets. Jiang Hao didn't get a single reward just now. Chu Feng, on the other hand, gets 20 billion, free food and drink, and unlimited pill supplies. The treatment is simply unparalleled. The difference in treatment between Jiang Hao and Chu Feng is truly worlds apart. Many teachers fell silent upon seeing Baichao University invest so heavily. Some specially recruited teachers chose to leave. The teachers at Lingxiao Polytechnic University also received instructions from their school. They shared the same opinion as the president of Shenzhou University and were not optimistic about Chu Feng, who was in his 4th year of high school. Their offer remained unchanged, still the original 5th-tier equipment. If he came, they would give it to him. If not, so be it. After hearing all the offers, Chu Feng was most satisfied with Baichao University. Lingxiao Polytechnic University also had good equipment, but they did not offer cash, only equipment, and the equipment could not be sold. Although Chu Feng needed powerful equipment, he needed cash even more to exchange for spirit stones, which he could use to enhance his strength. With enough dragon coins, he could also buy the techniques he needed, such as detection spells, from the Universal Mall. After several rounds of competition, Chu Feng ultimately chose Baichao University. Zhou Yanbai was overjoyed and very satisfied to have recruited a genius like Chu Feng. He thought that perhaps in the upcoming 100 schools martial arts competition, Baichao University could defeat Shenzhou University and take first place. Just as he was about to take Chu Feng to register, Chu Feng shook his head and declined. "I need to go back first." Although he had been specially recruited and was about to start university, he needed to inform his aunt first. Additionally, he had to sell the ferocious beast corpses in his system space. Zhou Yanbai completely understood after hearing this. After leaving his phone number, he handed Chu Yu a badge engraved with a small grass pattern. "Just come to the school to register before next Monday." After saying this, he operated something and directly transferred 2 billion into Chu Feng's bank account. As for the precious Baichao Qi nourishing pills, he also gave a bottle containing 10 pills. The Baichao Qi nourishing pills could significantly accelerate a martial artist's body refinement process with almost no side effects. They could be consumed like ordinary pills to greatly enhance one's realm. The downside was that they had limited effects on martial artists above the third tier. Moreover, the energy in the pills was extremely pure, requiring time for the martial artist to absorb. Holding the pills and looking at the money in his bank account, Chu Feng already had a training plan in mind. He then bid farewell to Zhou Yanbai and returned to the staff member who had previously purchased the ferocious beast corpses. The corpses had to be sold, leaving only a small portion as rations. Other students, seeing that Chu Feng had received 2 billion in cultivation resources and was still selling corpses, couldn't help but stare at him curiously. What kind of ferocious beast corpses could be worth more than 2 billion? A second-tier ferocious beast was worth about 10,000 dragon coins per pound. For example, the silver-backed wolf that Wang Dagang had just killed was worth only a few million. A few million was nothing compared to Chu Feng's 2 billion. Unless he could kill 20 or 30 silver-backed wolves. In that case, an entire wolf pack might be worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. But killing a pack of second-tier silver-backed wolves was almost impossible. Not far away, Jiang Hao, who had been about to leave with Fang Yu, couldn't help but stop. He really wanted to know what kind of achievements Chu Feng had made. In front of the recycling booth, Chu Feng stepped back from the staff and raised his hand to take out all the corpses he had collected from his system space. Everyone watched as countless ferocious beast corpses piled up into a small mountain. The silver-backed wolves that Wang Dagang had boasted about Chu Feng had at least a dozen of them. There were also many other large ferocious beasts. All the students present were stunned. Did he sweep through the entire competition venue? Wasn't that monkey just now the long-armed ape king? That's a tier 2 level 9 ferocious beast. And there are actually 2 of them. Even if Li Wei came, it would be hard for him to achieve this result, right? Did Chu Feng kill all of these? How high must his score be? In comparison, Jiang Hao's score of over 2,000 seems pretty average. This is just too unbelievable. In the distance, Jiang Hao saw Chu Feng take out so many corpses and fell completely silent. No wonder Elder Dan didn't let him look. Forget his 2,000 points. Even with 3,000 points, he would still seem too weak in front of Chu Feng. Just the score from that long-armed ape king alone would leave him far behind, not to mention the other ferocious beasts. There's simply no comparison. He hadn't expected the gap between him and Chu Feng to be this vast. Although Chu Feng was only one level higher than him, if he encountered a tier 2 level 9 long-armed ape king, he wouldn't stand a chance. Now you understand why Chu Feng is so popular, right? Fang Yu also stopped walking and said slowly. He really wanted to bring Chu Feng to Shenzhou University, but the school didn't support it, so he had to give up. Stop looking, let's go. You're definitely no match for Chu Feng right now. After saying this, he pulled Jiang Hao away. Continuing to watch would only hurt Jiang Hao's self-esteem and affect his cultivation. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and secretly made up his mind to surpass Chu Feng and then leave with Fang Yu. At this moment, Wang Dagang, who had been knocked unconscious by Chu Feng earlier, also stood up. As he recalled the scene of being sent flying in public, his face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Damn Chu Feng, making him lose face right at his doorstep. Wang Dagang shook his head and located the direction where Chu Feng was. When he saw the pile of corpses in front of Chu Feng, especially the tier 2 level 9 long-armed ape king, he was completely stunned. After a full quarter of an hour, he slapped himself hard. Wang Dagang, oh Wang Dagang, how could you be so stupid? How could a tier 1 martial artist possibly kill so many ferocious beasts? Even a tier 2 level 9 martial artist couldn't kill so many at once. Among the contestants, only Li Wei was a tier 2 martial artist, the rest were all tier 1. So, there was only one truth. Chu Feng cheated. Wang Dagang thought he was incredibly clever for uncovering the truth. These ferocious beast corpses must have been prepared by Chu Feng in advance. He stormed over to Chu Feng in a rage and shouted loudly, "Don't let this guy fool you. These ferocious beast corpses must have been prepared by him beforehand to deceive us. The highest score in history is only 3,000 points, and he's bringing out so many corpses. Does he think he can score over 10,000 points?" Some students, upon hearing this, also began to doubt Chu Feng. However, others dismissed Wang Dagang's words. What benefit would he get from deceiving us? Yeah, once the scores are announced, Chu Feng's true strength will be clear, won't it? Wang Dagang, did you get hit on the head?
What's the point of saying this? At this moment, the league officially ended, and everyone's scores and rankings were announced.
First place, Chu Feng, 12,981 points. Second place, Jiang Hao, 2,208 points. Third place, Xian Mengmeng, 553 points. Fourth place. Last place, Li Wei, 0 points. Everyone stared at the scores, especially Chu Feng's astonishing 12,000 plus points, and they were all utterly shocked. This is just too outrageous. Second place Jiang Hao's score isn't even a fraction of Chu Feng's? The highest record was only over 3,000 points, and Chu Feng actually scored more than 10,000. It's simply incomparable. Who can compete with that? Everyone now found Wang Dagong's earlier doubts laughable. Wang Dagong looked at the leaderboard, his face flushed red, unable to say a word. He lowered his head, ignored everyone, and turned to run away. Chu Feng paid him no attention, quietly waiting for the staff to count the beast corpses to exchange for money. At this moment, as the rankings were announced, everyone noticed that Li Wei was actually in last place, with a crucial detail: 0 points. Where's Li Wei? Isn't he a second-tier martial artist? How could he have 0 points? Even killing a random beast would earn you dozens of points. Did someone rob him? I remember Li Wei had snatched points from several classmates before. Probably Chu Feng's doing. Evil meets its match. Amid the discussions, Li Wei, with tattered clothes and a palm print still visible on his chest, crawled out of the forest. Remembering Chu Feng's overwhelming strength, he couldn't help but shiver. Too strong, he was clearly at the second-tier bone refining stage, yet he couldn't even withstand a single move from Chu Feng. This time, having his points taken by Chu Feng was just bad luck. Li Wei recalled seeing Chu Feng selling a pile of beast corpses when he had just left the forest. Among them was the strongest second-tier 9th-level long-armed ape king, as well as the silver-backed wolf he had struggled against. Taking a deep breath, his heart was filled with awe. Just how strong was this person? Li Wei turned to look at the leaderboard again, where Chu Feng's score of over 12,000 points left him frozen in place. He had actually thought about stealing points from Chu Feng earlier? Chu Feng's first-tier 9th-level strength was practically godlike. Chu Feng paid no attention to any of this, quietly waiting for the beast corpses to be collected. The corpses weighed over 10,000 pounds in total, and after calculating, the staff determined they were worth 480 million. Impressed by Chu Feng's incredible combat power, they generously rounded it up, directly transferring 500 million dragon coins to Chu Feng's account. With the money in hand, Chu Feng prepared to leave. He found Principal Chen Ming of First High School and greeted him. Chen Ming, beaming with pride, was extremely pleased with Chu Feng's performance. Over 12,000 points, this was undoubtedly the pride of their school and would be a great asset for promotional recruitment. Before parting, Chen Ming handed Chu Feng a silver wrist guard. This is third-tier armor. In critical moments, it can activate its power to block a third-tier attack for you. Chu Feng did not refuse. After expressing his gratitude, he stored the wrist guard in his system space and headed home. When Chu Feng returned home and opened the door, he saw the table filled with a sumptuous feast. A man in camouflage military uniform was looking around. The man had a tall and upright posture, an imposing presence that immediately conveyed his strength, likely even stronger than the principal. "You're back?" The man immediately looked at Chu Feng, his face softening into a warm smile as he spoke gently. "I'm Lin Zhanfeng, a comrade of your parents." As he spoke, he walked over to Chu Feng and casually ruffled his hair, not giving Chu Feng any chance to react. This man was even stronger than Chu Feng had imagined. "Xiaofeng, you're back? Come, sit down. This is your Uncle Lin. Back then, he was the one who brought your parents' ashes back." At that moment, Han Shui came out with the last plate of vegetables. She was the sister of Chu Feng's mother and father. "Thank you, Uncle Lin. Please join us for the meal," Chu Feng said sincerely, although he had been separated from his parents since childhood and had little memory of them. Knowing that Lin Zhanfeng came with goodwill naturally made him feel closer. The group sat down, and Lin Zhanfeng looked at Chu Feng, his heart filled with emotion. So many years had passed, and he hadn't expected his old friend's son to be about to enter university. However, Han Shui hadn't mentioned before that Chu Feng was only at the 9th level of the first stage, Jade Skin Realm, when she contacted him, and she also said the child had just started his senior year of high school. Nonsense. He remembered that senior high school students had only just awakened their talents.
How could someone awaken and immediately cultivate to the ninth level of the first stage? What a joke! Clearly, he was a fourth-year high school student. But then again, reaching the ninth level of the first stage within a year was still considered fast. Many students were still struggling in the copper skin realm after a year. If Han Shui had mentioned it earlier, Lin Jianfeng was confident he could have arranged for Chu Feng to be under his command. With his position in the military, creating a worry-free environment for Chu Feng to grow in would have been no problem. Moreover, Chu Feng had an S-level talent. With proper training, he might even become a great general of the Dragon Nation in the future. However, now that Chu Feng already had cultivation, entering the military would require passing various strict assessments. These assessments were mandatory, and he couldn't help with them. As he thought about it, Lin Jianfeng picked up a piece of meat for Chu Feng and asked gently, "I heard from your aunt that you've awakened an S-level lightning attribute talent?" "Yes." Chu Feng raised his hand, revealing a bright blue lightning glow. The lightning flickered like an arc, exuding a strong sense of attack. Lin Jianfeng stared at the arc for a long time before slowly nodding and saying, "A very strong talent. Its attack power is among the top of all S-level talents." "What's it called?" "Nine Heavens Divine Thunder." Lin Jianfeng nodded repeatedly. The name was good, and the talent was so strong that Chu Feng's future was destined to be extraordinary. After seeing Chu Feng display his talent, he decided to spare no effort in recruiting Chu Feng into the Third Corps. After some thought, Lin Jianfeng asked again, "Have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation recently?" An S-level talent can typically reach the fourth level of the second stage within a year. You're only at the ninth level of the first stage now, which is a bit slow. Reaching the ninth level of the first stage within a year was already very fast for an ordinary high school student. But for a martial artist with an S-level talent, it wasn't enough. Chu Feng listened to Lin Jianfeng's words, feeling puzzled. A year? He had only awakened his talent the day before yesterday, and he hadn't encountered any difficulties in cultivation at all. At this moment, Han Shui, who had been listening attentively, also noticed something unusual. She patiently explained, "Xiaofeng hasn't been cultivating for a year. He only awakened his talent the day before yesterday." Before she could finish, Han Shui froze because she saw Chu Feng's skin emitting a pale blue glow. This was a Jade Skin Realm martial artist? He had just awakened his talent the day before yesterday, reached the Copper Skin Realm yesterday, and broke through to the Jade Skin Realm tonight? That seemed plausible? No, wait. Han Shui was shocked. She recalled that it normally took at least 7 days for a martial artist to break through to the Copper Skin Realm. The fastest record for breaking through to the Jade Skin Realm was 30 days. How had Xiaofeng suddenly broken through to the Jade Skin Realm? Lin Jianfeng was also stunned after hearing Han Shui's explanation. What? You're saying Chu Feng only awakened his talent the day before yesterday? Honestly, what could be accomplished in a single day? Some martial artists couldn't even understand the body refinement technique in a day. Body refinement techniques weren't something you could just start practicing. They involved the process of continuously damaging the body and allowing it to repair and strengthen itself. Without fully understanding the body refinement technique, it was easy to injure oneself during cultivation. Therefore, the first step in cultivation is to understand the cultivation method. Only then can you begin the second step of cultivation. During the cultivation process, the body will inevitably get injured, and it must be repaired in time. If not repaired promptly, forcing oneself to practice will only backfire and may even cause permanent damage to the body. Chu Feng broke through to the Jade Skin Realm in just 2 days. How is that possible? Even with an S-level talent, it shouldn't be this fast. Unless he awakened 7 or 8 S-level talents simultaneously and had accelerated cultivation, it would be impossible to break through the Copper Skin Realm in 1 day and the Jade Skin Realm in 2 days. But such a possibility is almost non-existent. A martial artist can awaken at most 2 talents, and even then, the speed of cultivation has its limits. Unless one follows a demonic cultivation method, it's impossible to progress this quickly. So, it can be concluded that Han Shui must have made a mistake. She probably doesn't even know that Chu Feng is already in his 4th year of high school. Lin Jianfeng thought for a moment, looked at Chu Feng, and said gently, "It's okay. If you want to get into a good university, studying for an extra year isn't a big deal. If you're in your 4th year, so be it. There's no need to hide such a small matter." Besides, isn't Chu Feng studying at Nanjiang No. 1 High School? I can just check to see which grade he is in. Chu Feng frowned. On the surface, he was indeed in his 4th year of high school, a fact he had asked Principal Chen Ming to alter. But it didn't matter. Since Uncle Lin misunderstood, let him misunderstand. Cultivation is his own business, and misunderstandings are others' concerns. Misunderstandings could even help him conceal his abnormal talent. However, Han Shui didn't think the same way. She felt that Chu Feng's talent was clearly exceptional, and being misunderstood was frustrating. She was about to continue explaining when she suddenly felt her hand under the table being held by Chu Feng. Chu Feng signaled with his eyes. Let it go. Han Shui took a deep breath and decided not to say anything further. At the dining table, Lin Junfeng noticed the exchange of glances between the two and felt that something was off. There was definitely some hidden secret, but that was normal. Who doesn't have a few secrets? However, Lin Junfeng was the commander of the 3rd Corps of the Dragon Nation. With a little intelligence work, it would be easy to uncover Chu Feng's background. Given some time, the truth would surface. By then, with solid evidence in hand, no explanation would hold up. With this in mind, Lin Junfeng skipped the topic and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Chu Feng, are you interested in joining the military? Your S-level talent is extremely strong. As long as you pass the recruit assessment, I can bring you into my 3rd Corps. With my protection, your promotion in the military will be smooth. You don't need to worry about cultivation resources, all the methods and resources are provided. When I retire, you'll have a great chance to take over the 3rd Corps and protect a region. Join the military? To be honest, Chu Feng wasn't very interested. He felt that the military had too many rules and lacked freedom. Although Lin Junfeng said he would take care of him, the opportunities would definitely be fewer than outside. Of course, the most critical issue was whether he could hunt beasts and collect loot bags. Whether he could earn enough money. Chu Feng needed to hunt fierce beasts to obtain the System S loot bags and sell beast meat to earn money to buy various cultivation resources from the Universal Mall. Especially the spirit stones essential for chi refinement cultivation, which cost 1 million each. If the military's income couldn't match that of Baichao University, he would definitely prefer to attend university. On the other hand, if Uncle Lin's military benefits were better than those of a university, joining the military wouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Chu Feng asked, are there enough cultivation resources? I want to hunt a lot of fierce beasts and make a lot of money. Although it sounds straightforward, this is exactly what Chu Feng needs right now. Hunting fierce beasts to make money. Lin Junfeng fell silent. The main task of the Dragon Nation's military is to protect the safety of the people and guard the borders, primarily dealing with occasional beast tides. For beginners, there aren't many opportunities to hunt fierce beasts in the military. Such tasks are usually handled by high-level martial artists in coordinated operations. The duty of low-level martial artists is to focus on training. As for making money, the military is not the place for that. Lin Junfeng thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, the military can only provide a relatively stable training environment. If you want to hunt beasts and earn bonuses, you need to be at least a 4th-level martial artist. Chu Feng is only at the 1st level now. Even if he joins the military, he would likely spend every day in physical training with no chance to take on missions. It's not about denying him opportunities, it's that he's too weak. Forcing him to take on missions would only harm him. Even high-level martial artists face significant risks when fighting fierce beasts. Chu Feng's parents sacrificed their lives this way. Let alone low-level martial artists. Then forget it. Compared to joining the military, I'd rather go to university. Chu Feng declined. He needed a large amount of training resources, and Baichao University could perfectly meet his needs. Oh, by the way, Auntie, I was just specially admitted to Baichao University, the one ranked 3rd in the Dragon Nation. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? It wasn't surprising that she found it hard to believe. She remembered that Chu Feng had only awakened his talent 2 days ago. Other martial artists had to work hard for a year to get into university, yet Chu Feng was admitted to a top 3 university in the country in less than a day? It was simply too unbelievable. Lin Junfeng was stunned when he heard this. He hadn't expected Chu Feng to be directly admitted to Baichao University. He was very familiar with Baichao University.
The nation's top alchemists all came from there, and martial artists' training heavily relied on elixirs. In some ways, Baichao University's reputation even surpassed that of the nation's number one, Shenzhou University. Of course, this ranking was based on the 100 schools martial arts competition. Baichao University ranked third in the last competition, so its national ranking was also third. Perhaps one day, Baichao University would nurture a genius who could claim the top spot. Then it would become the number one university in the nation. Lin Zhanfeng understood why Chu Feng, having been admitted to a top university, would be unwilling to join the military. With such talent, focusing on his studies would undoubtedly lead to great achievements in the future. With this in mind, he took out an ancient brass bracelet from his storage ring and handed it to Chu Feng. "Take this. It could save your life in a critical moment. Study hard at university, and after you graduate, you can come find your Uncle Lin and join the Dragon Nation's Third Corps." Chu Feng looked at the bracelet, hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted it. After all, Lin Zhanfeng was his parents' comrade in arms and could be considered an elder. He couldn't refuse a gift from an elder. "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Chu Feng expressed his gratitude sincerely. He would repay the favor in the future. For now, he indeed needed some equipment to protect himself. Seeing Chu Feng accept the brass bracelet, Lin Zhanfeng smiled and placed a piece of meat on his plate. Taking the opportunity, he started discussing martial arts training with Chu Feng. Initially, he intended to teach Chu Feng a few techniques, but to his surprise, Chu Feng's understanding of martial arts was very unique. He grasped many concepts immediately, and even solved problems that Lin Zhanfeng hadn't considered before with ease. As they chatted, Lin Zhanfeng was secretly amazed. "This kid, are you sure you're not a senior high school student, a person who has just awakened their martial arts talent? How could they possibly understand it so thoroughly?" At this stage, most martial artists probably haven't even figured out the basic body strengthening techniques of martial arts, right? As they thought about it, the group happily finished their meal, exchanged contact information, and Lin Zhanfeng bid farewell to Chu Feng. He immediately rushed back to the temporary military camp, summoned his adjutant, and ordered a thorough investigation into Chu Feng's background. Chu Feng was definitely a senior high school student. However, Lin Zhanfeng felt that things were not so simple. The things Chu Feng said sounded too unbelievable. 1 day to reach the copper skin stage, 2 days to reach the silver skin stage, and 3 days to reach the jade skin stage. Wasn't that just nonsense? To dare to tell such an outrageous lie, did he think others were fools? There must be some secret hidden within. So, he immediately began the investigation to see if Chu Feng was in any trouble, and if he could help, he would. As a general, Lin Zhanfeng had significant authority. Soon, the adjutant had thoroughly investigated Chu Feng's background. The adjutant reported with the information in hand. Chu Feng is currently a senior at Nanjing City No. 1 High School and has clearly been training for over a year. Lin Zhanfeng listened and shook his head slightly. As expected, just as he thought, Chu Feng was a senior. But why did Han Shui say Chu Feng was a junior? As he pondered this, the adjutant added, "There are many strange discrepancies in the information that don't match up." "Speak." Lin Zhanfeng thought there must be more to the story, and indeed there was. If Han Shui truly had difficulties, he could lend a hand. Chu Feng's enrollment time is very strange. Based on the records, he should just be starting his junior year. Also, Chu Feng's birth year doesn't match. The most critical point is that Chu Feng didn't even register for the college entrance exam this year. If he were a senior, he would definitely have taken the exam. The adjutant shared his analysis, indicating that all this information suggested Chu Feng was actually a junior. "Are you saying?" Lin Zhanfeng vaguely guessed the answer but wanted confirmation. The adjutant explained seriously, "Chu Feng's academic records have been altered, likely by the principal himself. On the surface, everything seems fine, but upon closer inspection, it doesn't add up. Chu Feng is clearly a junior. A junior! And the college entrance exam had just passed a few months ago. Junior students had only awakened their talents a few days ago. So, could Chu Feng really have advanced to the copper skin stage in 1 day, the silver skin stage in 2 days, and the jade skin stage in 3 days? That was just too exaggerated." Lin Zhanfeng pondered for a long time before coming to a realization. His first instinct was to protect Chu Feng. Because Chu Feng not only possessed the S-rank 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder but also had an astonishing martial arts talent, he was destined to become a top-tier powerhouse of the human race in the future. Therefore, he must be protected. However, Lin Junfeng knew that Chu Feng had already been specially admitted to Baichao University and was about to report there. If he personally intervened to protect him, it might draw unnecessary attention. After some thought, he instructed the adjutant, alter Chu Feng's records to show he is a senior, and make it flawless. Baichao University could ensure Chu Feng's safety. Helping Chu Feng handle these matters was the only thing he could do. On Chu Feng's side, after finishing his meal and washing the dishes, he transferred 1 billion dragon coins to his aunt. This amount of money was enough for her, and giving more might cause trouble after all. Wealth invites trouble. He then reminded his aunt to take good care of herself and to ask him for more money if needed. After saying goodbye to her, he boarded a high-speed train heading to Magic City. Magic City was where Baichao University was located, as well as the city of Shenzhou University, and it was also the capital of the Dragon Nation. On the train, Chu Feng booked a small private compartment to facilitate his cultivation. Cultivation is divided into 3 parts: martial arts cultivation, Qi refinement cultivation, and opening the fortune bags obtained earlier. He also planned to visit the Myriad Realms Mall to find a technique that could detect the surrounding environment. The path to immortality begins at his feet. If he doesn't cultivate diligently, in 100 years, he will be nothing but a pile of yellow earth. Moreover, his aunt is still waiting for him. Thinking about how his dearest aunt would also grow old and eventually leave this world made Chu Feng feel a bit distressed. He knew he had to cultivate to a sufficiently strong realm. Only with immense power could he protect her. In the future, he would ascend to immortality, and his aunt would ascend to heaven. With this thought, Chu Feng first took out 100 herb spirit converging pill and swallowed it. Instantly, he felt a surge of powerful and pure energy flooding into his body. He focused all his attention and absorbed the energy with all his might. Under the influence of this energy, his bones began to gradually strengthen, faintly emitting a layer of dim black light. His cultivation also steadily advanced to the second stage of the bone refining realm. The 100 herb spirit converging pill is truly amazing. In just a few hours, I can officially become a strong practitioner in the bone refining realm. Chu Feng's heart was filled with joy. Originally, breaking through to the bone refining realm would have taken at least 3 to 4 days, but now, with this pill, it only required a few hours. This filled him with confidence for the future. Even better, this kind of pill was available in unlimited supply at the 100 Herbs University. With this thought, Chu Feng diverted a bit of his attention to enter the system space, preparing to open all the fortune bags he had obtained earlier to see what treasures he could acquire. This time, he had quite a number of fortune bags. Without hesitation, he opened 10 fortune bags in one go. Opening second tier 9-fold fortune bag. Congratulations, you have obtained inherited memory, Hongmeng Alchemy Technique Incomplete Version. Hongmeng Alchemy Technique, the legendary alchemy method used by the Hongmeng Saint. Opening second tier 9-fold fortune bag. Congratulations, you have obtained 35 low-grade spirit stones. Obtained technique, Dust Repelling Art. Dust Repelling Art can clear away dust and keep the environment around the body clean. Obtained low-grade magic weapon, Ice Condensing Flying Sword. Ice Condensing Flying Sword can control the flying sword to attack enemies. Obtained 21 low-grade spirit stones. A large number of items appeared in Chu Feng's system space. At this moment, Chu Feng was immersed in the memory of the Hongmeng alchemy technique and couldn't stop. Countless alchemy techniques and experiences poured directly into his mind, impossible to resist or forget. This kind of inherited memory was much faster than learning on his own. Moments later, Chu Feng slowly exhaled and opened his eyes. He began organizing the memories in his mind. Although the Hongmeng alchemy technique was an incomplete version, most of it consisted of experiential knowledge, with specific memories of only 3 types of pills. The first was the spirit gathering pill, which could help cultivators absorb spiritual energy faster and gently strengthen their physical bodies. Myriad Realms Mall price, 30 million dragon coins per bottle, with 10 pills per bottle. The second was the light wind pill, which could temporarily enhance a cultivator's speed. After consumption, the body would become lighter, and both spellcasting and movement speed would increase. Myriad Realms Mall price, 35 million dragon coins for 2 bottles. The last was the Foundation Establishment Pill, an essential pill for cultivators in the Foundation Establishment stage. Myriad Realms Mall price, 120 million dragon coins per pill.
Chu Feng silently recalled the refining methods for these 3 pills. The memories intertwined in his mind, and his hands itched to start. Unfortunately, he was currently on a train, and if an alchemy failure caused an explosion, he would be labeled a terrorist, but it didn't matter once he arrived at Baichao University, there would definitely be plenty of opportunities. Chu Feng temporarily suppressed his urge to refine pills and began to inventory the gains from his lucky bag. The most important items were the spirit stones. After a quick calculation, he had 203 spirit stones, worth about 2 billion dragon coins, a considerable harvest. Besides the spirit stones, there were also various techniques and magical artifacts, including the pill furnace he urgently needed. Among them, Chu Feng's favorite was a small sword, the condensed ice flying sword. He quickly took out the flying sword, which was only as long as his forearm. With a slight infusion of spiritual energy, the sword immediately floated lightly like a drone, circling around Chu Feng like an ice spirit. Chu Feng knew that with just a slight movement of his mind, the condensed ice flying sword would fly out and swiftly slay his enemies. The sword also carried an extreme cold power, capable of slowing down enemies' movements or even freezing them directly. After playing with it for a while, Chu Feng put away the condensed ice flying sword. Then, he took out the spirit stones and focused on cultivating. First, he aimed to improve his realm once his strength was sufficient. Practicing techniques and martial arts would yield better results. Time passed slowly. As Chu Feng absorbed the spirit stones one by one, his realm continuously broke through. Soon, the more than 200 spirit stones were completely absorbed. Chu Feng's aura surged, reaching the 7th level of the qi refining stage. The 7th to 9th levels of qi refining corresponded to the 3rd stage of martial artists, the body tempering stage. At this point, Chu Feng's physical strength was equivalent to that of a martial artist in the early body tempering stage, greatly enhancing his combat power. If he were to face the combined attack of the 2 long-armed ape kings from before, Chu Feng was confident he could handle it. Without relying on any techniques, just with his physical strength alone, he was confident he could counter-kill the 2 second-tier, 9th-level fierce beasts. Moreover, not only was his body formidable, but Chu Feng had also mastered a spell from the thunder control technique called the Minor Thunder Spell. The Minor Thunder Spell could summon lightning to attack enemies. The powerful lightning was enough to damage the body of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Simply put, if a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator stood still and let Chu Feng attack, he could use the Minor Thunder Spell to directly shatter their physical body. In other words, his Minor Thunder Spell could break through the defenses of a 6th-tier fierce beast. It was worth noting that previously, Chu Feng's 4th-tier martial technique, the Thunderfinger, couldn't completely break through the defenses of the azure-scaled snake in one strike. If he had mastered the Minor Thunder Spell back then, he could have killed the azure-scaled snake in a single blow. Chu Feng took a deep breath and had to admit that the qi refining realm was more practical than the martial arts realm. To further improve his realm, he spent 4 billion dragon coins in the Universal Mall to buy 400 spirit stones and continued cultivating. His goal was to break through to the 9th level of qi refining in one go. At this moment, Chu Feng's martial arts bottleneck also quietly broke through, and his entire skeleton became as hard as black iron. He had entered the bone refining stage. The 2nd-tier, 1st-level cultivation no longer provided much help to him. Chu Feng then swallowed a Baichao spirit nourishing pill. Holding a spirit stone in his hand, he cultivated using both methods simultaneously. The journey from Nanchur City to Moto City took about 14 hours, and half the time had already passed. Chu Feng had departed in the evening and would arrive at dawn. Tomorrow was a rest day, giving him plenty of time to cultivate. He calmed his mind and fully immersed himself in cultivation. During this time, Chu Feng also deliberately purchased some spirit-gathering pills to compare their cost-effectiveness with spirit stones. After some research, he found that spirit stones were more cost-effective. The effect of a spirit-gathering pill was equivalent to 2.5 spirit stones, but in the Universal Mall, 3 spirit stones were needed to exchange for 1 spirit-gathering pill. Unless Chu Feng bought the ingredients to refine spirit-gathering pills himself, spirit stones were the better deal. However, refining pills is troublesome and may fail. So now, directly absorbing the spiritual energy from spirit stones is the most cost-effective. Soon, the train arrived at the station. Chu Feng had finished absorbing the spiritual energy from the 400 spirit stones in his hand. His qi refining cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refining, equivalent to the strength of a 3rd-tier, 9th-level flesh-tempering martial artist. Only 700 herb spirit nourishing pills were left,
and his martial arts realm had broken through to the third level of the second tier. If it weren't for the 100 Herbs Spirit Nourishing Pills from 100 Herbs University, Chu Feng wouldn't have been able to achieve this breakthrough in such a short time. This breakthrough greatly increased Chu Feng's strength. His physical strength was equivalent to that of a third-tier martial artist, and his minor thunder technique could harm sixth-tier martial artists. He still remembered Feng Yu from Shenzhou University mentioning the 100 schools martial arts competition. When the time comes, he will definitely surprise Feng Yu. Thinking about this, Chu Feng found a nearby training room, ready to spend the remaining 2 billion completely. Next, he planned to use all the money to buy foundation establishment pills to help himself break through to the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment cultivators possess profound mana. Once the breakthrough is successful, techniques like the 3000 Thunder Movement, which he could previously only use at maximum power occasionally, should be usable in actual combat for several hours after foundation establishment. The abundant mana would also enhance the power of spells. The same minor thunder technique, when performed in the late Qi refining stage, could harm the body of a late foundation establishment cultivator. When performed by a foundation establishment cultivator, it could harm the body of a golden core cultivator. Of course, this assumes the opponent does not use spells. If both sides use spells, a foundation establishment cultivator is almost impossible to defeat a golden core cultivator. While thinking, Chu Feng booked a training room. He spent 1.5 billion to buy a foundation establishment pill and immersed himself in cultivation again. After taking the foundation establishment pill, Chu Feng focused his energy and mind, guiding the power of the pill according to the thunder control technique, refining the spiritual energy in his dantian into a Dao foundation, laying the groundwork for future cultivation. As the spiritual energy in his dantian gradually depleted, Chu Feng suddenly realized that foundation establishment required a large amount of spiritual energy, and the surrounding air was too thin to support him in completing the foundation establishment. In his dantian, the newly formed Dao foundation became unstable due to the lack of spiritual energy. Chu Feng immediately made a decision. He exchanged the remaining 1.85 billion dragon coins for spirit stones, totaling 1,850 low-grade spirit stones, which filled the entire room. He absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy without reservation, stabilizing the Dao foundation within his body. Chu Feng concentrated fully, cautiously completing the entire process. Time passed quickly. On Monday, at dawn, Chu Feng had absorbed nearly 1,700 spirit stones. The remaining 100 or so spirit stones had little spiritual energy left, so he absorbed them all to stabilize his cultivation. His foundation establishment realm gradually stabilized, and a powerful pressure erupted from his body. Now, his physical strength was equivalent to that of a fourth-tier vein condensing martial artist. If he returned to the southern river forest from before, he could defeat the second-tier, ninth-level Monkey King with a single punch. His strength had completely reached a new level. Moreover, after breaking through to foundation establishment, Chu Feng discovered a three-dimensional map of the surrounding environment in his mind. This was a manifestation of enhanced soul power. Now, he could use his soul to sense others and scout the surrounding environment. It was extremely practical. This directly compensated for his lack of detection spells. Of course, if he had detection spells, he could investigate even farther. Chu Feng also understood that for a martial artist to unlock soul power, they usually had to break through to the 7th tier. However, he had unlocked it in advance, and to some extent, his strength was not inferior to that of a 7th tier martial artist. This thought lingered in Chu Feng's mind. However, his martial arts cultivation was only at the 2nd tier, 3rd level. There was no way around it. Focusing on Qi refinement naturally caused his martial arts to lag behind. In terms of martial arts, even if he trained desperately, it would be difficult to break through to the 4th tier in a single day. But in Qi refinement, as long as he had enough resources, his breakthroughs would be very rapid. His talent was excellent, but unfortunately, he lacked resources. The next step of foundation building was still a challenge. His thunder control technique only had the Qi refinement chapter. To obtain the foundation building chapter, Chu Feng checked the Universal Mall. The price of the Thunder Control Technique Foundation Building Chapter was 180 billion dragon coins, a very high price. It seemed he needed to keep working hard to earn money. Now, his money was spent, and spirit stones had also become a problem, so his Qi refinement cultivation had to be temporarily set aside. It was time to report in. The morning light was faint.
Chu Feng walked into the gates of Baichao University and was immediately greeted by the strong fragrance of medicinal herbs. He activated the illusory reality technique to conceal his cultivation at the second tier, first level. After all, breaking through from the second tier, first level to the second tier, third level in just one day was too fast and would easily attract attention. If he encountered a powerful demonic cultivator, with only fourth tier strength, he would be at a disadvantage. After concealing his cultivation, he used his phone to contact Zhou Yanbai. Before long, an elderly man with white hair and a white beard, dressed in a Taoist robe, appeared, greeting him with a beaming smile. He then took Chu Feng on a tour of the expansive Baichao Tongji Medical Pavilion University. On campus, the towering teaching buildings stood tall, and the vast medicinal fields exuded a rich herbal fragrance. Zhou Yanbai introduced the history of the school while helping Chu Feng complete his enrollment procedures. During registration, the admissions office teacher, Yi Hongyu, widened his eyes in surprise. Yi Hongyu, a 7th-tier martial artist, had intended to use his soul power to probe Chu Feng's cultivation. However, during the attempt, he was blocked by some kind of force. It must be noted that only 7th-tier martial artists possess soul power. Did Chu Feng have it too? Could he be a 7th-tier martial artist? Chu Feng smiled faintly and refused Yi Hongyu's probing. After awakening his soul power, he had become very sensitive to such probes. Moreover, Yi Hongyu was just a stranger, so Chu Feng naturally wouldn't allow it easily. Yi Hongyu stared at Chu Feng in disbelief. He only sensed the aura of a second-tier, first-level martial artist from him. How could he possibly look like a 7th-tier martial artist? What's wrong? Zhou Yanbai, who was only at the 6th tier, couldn't sense Chu Feng's soul power and only noticed Yi Hongyu's astonished expression. Smacking his lips, Yi Hongyu quickly thought of the powerful uses of soul power. With soul power, one could not only probe but also launch powerful attacks. Soul attacks were impossible to defend against without soul power. This year's 100 Schools Martial Meet, are you interested in participating? Yi Hongyu asked. Another competition? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, recalling that the last 4 schools league had rewarded him handsomely, allowing his cultivation to soar rapidly to the foundation building stage. For his next stage of cultivation, he would still need a large amount of dragon coins to support him. Just buying the thunder control technique required over 10,000 spirit stones, equivalent to more than 100 billion dragon coins, not to mention the need to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. So, as long as the rewards were sufficient, he would definitely participate. What are the rewards? Chu Feng asked directly. Zhou Yanbai, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. Was this a joke? Participating in the 100 Schools Martial Meet, was he serious? The students participating in the 100 Schools Martial Meet were all 3rd or even 4th year students, all of them geniuses who had been cultivating for 3 or 4 years. Their realms were at least at the 3rd tier body tempering stage, and many were even at the late 4th tier vein condensation stage, letting Chu Feng, a newcomer who was only at the 2nd tier bone refining stage, challenge a 4th tier martial artist? Isn't that just sending him to his doom? No, at least let Chu Feng train for 2 more years first. If he participates in the 100 Schools Martial Arts tournament now, what else can he do besides being a sparring partner? Yi Hongyu shook his head after hearing Chu Feng's words. Chu Feng possessed soul power, and with this ability, dealing with martial artists below the 7th tier was effortless. Chu Feng, what is your talent? Yi Hongyu asked. He instinctively felt that Chu Feng's talent was related to soul power. Could it be that he consumed some rare spiritual herb? That possibility was too low. The spiritual energy on Blue Star was becoming increasingly scarce, making it impossible to cultivate the spiritual herbs recorded in ancient texts. Even at their 100 Herbs University, there was only one place with concentrated spiritual energy, barely able to cultivate a few spiritual herbs. Other places couldn't even find spiritual herbs. Without spiritual energy, spiritual herbs couldn't survive. My talent is the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Is there a problem? Chu Feng countered. Yeah, what's wrong with that talent? Zhou Yanbai chimed in. Yi Hongyu looked puzzled after hearing this. The talent wasn't the issue, but how did the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder trigger soul power? Then where did your soul power come from? Yi Hongyu asked, confused. Soul power. Chu Feng suddenly realized that this was a power that only 7th tier martial artists could awaken, yet he, at the 2nd tier, already possessed it. This was clearly abnormal.
Zhou Yanbai, standing nearby, was also shocked. After a while, he finally understood why Yi Hongyu wanted Chu Feng to participate in the 100 Schools martial arts tournament. It turned out to be because Chu Feng had soul power. This was a skill only 7th-tier martial artists possessed. If Chu Feng learned more techniques related to soul power, his combat strength would definitely rival that of 4th-tier martial artists, and he might even be able to contend with 6th-tier martial artists. Alright. Chu Feng, you must participate in the 100 Schools martial arts tournament. The rewards are incredibly generous. If you win first place, first of all, you'll receive the Immaculate Golden Pill from our 100 Herbs University. Consuming it almost guarantees becoming a 9th-tier golden body expert, paving the way for smooth cultivation. Then there's the 9th-tier Lingxiao battle armor from Lingxiao University. This armor can even withstand a full-force attack from a late 9th-tier martial artist. With it on, almost no one in the Dragon Country would dare threaten your life. Finally, there's the 9-turn profound technique personally taught by Shenzhou University. This is a divine body refining technique that allows a martial artist to continuously enhance their current tier 9 times, making them invincible at the same tier. As long as you refine your current tier 9 times with this technique, you can almost break through the existing levels. In other words, this technique gives martial artists the opportunity to break through to the 9th tier. All 3 rewards go to the first place winner. Zhou Yanbai spoke excitedly, while Chu Feng listened in confusion. It sounded good, but it seemed there was no direct reward in dragon coins. If the Immaculate Golden Pill were sold, how much dragon coins would it fetch? Chu Feng asked. After all, the Myriad Realms Mall only accepted dragon coins, other currencies were useless. Zhou Yanbai froze upon hearing this. After a minute of silence, he clutched his chest and said, "You spendthrift. You want to sell the Immaculate Golden Pill for money? Tell me how much you're short, and I'll cover it for you." Chu Feng scratched his head. He originally wanted to say he was short over 180 billion dragon coins, but it wasn't convenient to explain what the money was for, so he remained silent. Zhou Yanbai seemed to sense his thoughts and pulled out a golden yellow bank card, handing it to Chu Feng. "There's 10 billion here. As long as you train well, the money will definitely be enough." Chu Feng took the card, a bit surprised. This amount of money was far from enough. Just a foundation establishment level cultivation technique would cost 180 billion dragon coins. However, it was better than nothing. By hunting more fierce beasts and opening more treasure chests, money would naturally come in. Seeing this, Yi Hongyu didn't press further about Chu Feng's soul power. This might be Chu Feng's unique opportunity, and forcing the issue wouldn't benefit either of them. "Are you planning to participate in this year's 100 Schools martial arts competition? It's okay if you don't, you can join in 2 years instead." "I'll participate." Chu Feng nodded. Although there wasn't a direct reward of dragon coins, those 9th-tier pieces of equipment seemed like they could sell for a high price. If he sold them secretly, who could call him out for it? Alright then, the head teacher of the senior martial arts class is Wei Shuhan. Let Zhou Yanbai take you to register. After completing the enrollment procedures, Chu Feng bid farewell to Yi Hongyu and followed Zhou Yanbai to the martial arts class to register. On the sunny sports field, he found the martial arts class students who were doing morning exercises and Wei Shuhan, who was wearing a black training uniform. Wei Shuhan had long hair and looked gentle. But Chu Feng had just learned from Zhou Yanbai that Teacher Wei was actually a 9th-tier golden body expert, one of the top combat forces in the entire Dragon Nation. "Teacher Wei, I've brought you a new student," Zhou Yanbai introduced politely. After all, Baichao University's focus was on alchemy, and there was only one martial arts class per year. The task of the martial arts class was to win the championship in the 100 Schools martial arts competition. Therefore, not only was Wei Shuhan incredibly powerful, but her status in the school was also unparalleled. If she wanted to use the martial artists' training grounds, she could secure them with a mere wave of her hand. If Wei Shuhan ever clashed with other teachers, the principal would undoubtedly side with her. There was no choice, the martial arts class was too important to the school. The few students in the martial arts class were among the rare talents with real skills in the school. To maintain its reputation as the third best university in the Dragon Nation, Baichao University was going all out. After hearing Zhou Yanbai's words, Wei Shuhan frowned deeply. "A new student? Are you joking?" She taught only senior students who had been training for 4 years. The weakest among them had reached the 3rd-tier flesh refining realm, while the strongest had even reached the late stage of the vein condensation realm. They were all preparing to give their all in the 100 schools martial arts competition. And now, you're bringing a new student to compete? What's the meaning of this? Thinking this, she turned her gaze to Chu Feng. He was wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts, looking calm and composed, which puzzled her. This kid was clearly only at the first level of the second-tier bone refining realm. How could he remain so calm in front of her, a 9th-tier golden body expert? But that wasn't the point. Wei Shuhan furrowed her brows even more and turned to Zhou Yanbai. Second-tier bone refining realm? Sending him to the 100 schools martial arts competition is the school trying to ensure we don't even make it to the top 3? Zhou Yanbai shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, Teacher Wei. Chu Feng has awakened soul power. In terms of soul strength, he is on par with a 7th-tier martial artist. Perhaps he might bring some unexpected surprises in the competition. Soul power? Those two words immediately piqued Wei Shuhan's curiosity. Without much hesitation, she used her powerful soul force to probe Chu Feng directly. Chu Feng instinctively defended himself. After all, soul power was extremely sensitive, and once awakened, it certainly couldn't be casually probed by others. However, Wei Shuhan's interest was only further ignited by Chu Feng's resistance. She didn't offer much explanation, using her powerful soul force to forcibly break through Chu Feng's defenses and carefully scrutinize him. Finally, she nodded slowly and said, "It is indeed soul force, but..." During her investigation, Wei Shuhan was surprised to discover that Chu Feng's cultivation level was actually at the 2nd-tier, 3rd level. At first glance, she hadn't noticed and had been deceived by him. This kid's methods were not simple. Moreover, he had mastered soul force. If he participated in the month-long 100 schools martial meet, it might truly yield unexpected results. But what? Zhou Yanbai asked. Since there was an issue, it needed to be resolved. He was the teacher who had specifically recruited Chu Feng, so naturally, he had to arrange Chu Feng's placement properly. This kid's cultivation level is a bit strange. Without using soul force to investigate, I wouldn't have discovered that he had already reached the 2nd-tier, 3rd level. But it's not a big problem. Concealing one's cultivation is quite normal. Leave Chu Feng to me. You can go now, Wei Shuhan said, waving her hand to signal Zhou Yanbai to leave. Zhou Yanbai looked at Chu Feng, his eyes filled with doubt. Concealing cultivation? Could it be that when Chu Feng fought the 2nd-tier, 9th-level long-armed Ape King, his cultivation was already at the 2nd-tier, 3rd level? If that were the case, Chu Feng's combat talent rating would need to be downgraded by 1 level. However, it wasn't a major issue. Chu Feng was now relying on soul force, and his martial arts realm was secondary. However, Zhou Yanbai thought of another possibility. Chu Feng had previously been at the 2nd-tier, 1st level, and in just 2 days, he had broken through to the 2nd-tier, 3rd level. Advancing 2 minor levels in 2 days, this speed was astonishing. Zhou Yanbai couldn't believe it and found it too incredible. Instinctively, he chose to believe the first assumption. Afterward, he bid farewell to Wei Shuhan, arranged Chu Feng's dormitory, and left in a hurry. Baichao University covered a vast area, and students generally had single, independent rooms, ensuring privacy and providing enough space for martial artists to train. On the training field, Chu Feng stood there, feeling his whole body heat up. When Wei Shuhan had used soul force to investigate him earlier, he felt as if he had been completely exposed. That feeling made the perpetually single Chu Feng extremely uncomfortable. "Alright, stop spacing out," Wei Shuhan said nonchalantly, pulling Chu Feng along like an older sister and beginning to introduce him to her students. The martial arts class had a total of 15 students, and with Chu Feng, there were 16. However, there were only 5 spots available for the 100 schools martial meet, with the rest serving as backup participants. Therefore, if Chu Feng wanted to participate in the 100 schools martial meet, he would have to stand out in the upcoming selection process. Hearing that Chu Feng was only at the 2nd-tier, most of the students didn't take him seriously. A 2nd-tier cultivation level was simply too low, as even the weakest senior on the field had a 3rd-tier, 7th-level cultivation. Chu Feng's 2nd-tier bone refining realm clearly marked him as a backup participant at best. After introducing Chu Feng, Wei Shuhan had him join the group and begin a full day of training. Martial artist training included not only basic physical fitness but also combat techniques. Chu Feng's combat techniques were poor, though his combat talent was exceptionally strong.
After swallowing a Baichao spirit nourishing pill, he followed the group's rhythm and began honing his combat techniques.
Improving combat techniques was the most critical aspect for martial artists, aside from their realm and martial skills.
At the same realm and martial skill level, the one with superior combat techniques would gain the upper hand and secure victory. The day's training was relatively smooth, mainly involving explanations of combat theories followed by practical exercises for the students.
Mealtimes were entirely replaced with medicinal pills, which were both convenient and saved a lot of time. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xu Feng refined a 100 herbs spirit condensing pill, leaving him just one step away from breaking through to the 4th level of the 2nd tier.
He was confident he could succeed tonight.
As cultivation progresses, the speed gradually slows down, and breakthroughs become increasingly difficult. During this time, he also met a senior in the mid-stage of the condensed vein realm, at the 5th level of the 4th tier, named Tian Hai.
Tian Hai took good care of the newcomer Xu Feng, often giving him one-on-one guidance. "Xu Feng, keep your back straight.
This way, you can project your aura and suppress your opponent, which is very important in combat."
And here,
Xu Feng humbly accepted the advice. If someone was willing to teach, he was willing to learn. Over time, he developed a good impression of this senior, Tian Hai.
The day passed quickly.
After class, Wei Shuhan called out to Xu Feng, preparing to give him special individual training. After all, Xu Feng's soul power was unique, a capability that other students did not possess.
Wei Shuhan handed him a book titled Soul Refining Technique. "Take this book and study it carefully when you get back. It can strengthen your soul power."
She initially intended to give a brief explanation but decided it would be better for Xu Feng to read it first and come to her with questions later for better results.
"By the way, what is your innate talent? I need to arrange suitable training for you," Wei Shuhan asked.
9 Heavens Divine Thunder, a lightning attribute attack talent with immense power, Xu Feng replied, putting away the soul refining technique. This was exactly what he needed, so he was determined to study it seriously.
Wei Shuhan nodded.
This talent sounded like an S rank, but she didn't show much surprise.
She had encountered many S-rank talents before.
While the potential of a talent might be high, the ultimate combat strength still depended on how deeply it was developed.
Xu Feng was a freshman, and no matter how good his talent was, he couldn't compare to senior students in their 4th year. Therefore, Wei Shuhan didn't place too much emphasis on his talent. The priority is to quickly master the soul refining technique.
Only then will you have combat strength for the 100 schools martial meet.
As for your talent.
She took out another book from her storage ring and handed it to Xu Feng.
This is the Stellar Thunderstorm Technique, a 7th tier body refinement technique that uses the power of thunder to strengthen the body with excellent results. The downside is that the power of thunder is too intense and can easily harm the body. Ordinary medicinal pills can't repair the damage, requiring long-term recovery. High-tier techniques require gradual practice.
Unless one has a special constitution capable of absorbing thunder power, no matter how good the talent, growth still takes time. After cultivating the Stellar Thunderstorm technique, you can transform into a thunderstorm, covering a large area with overwhelming combat power. But the most important thing is to first master the soul refining technique.
Soul power is the key to competing with 4th year students. Alright, you can go back now.
Tomorrow morning at 8, meet at the training field as usual. Tomorrow there will be actual combat, giving you a sense of the strength of opponents in the 100 schools martial meet.
Don't be late.
Xu Feng patiently listened, waved goodbye with the 2 technique books in hand, and left. He first went to the cafeteria for a meal and then followed his phone's navigation back to his dormitory. The cafeteria at 100 Herbs University was free, allowing students to eat as much as they wanted as long as they didn't waste food. The dormitory was a single room equipped with a comfortable large bed, a private bathroom, a tidy wardrobe, a clean room, and even a dedicated practice room, making it overall very comfortable. Back in his dormitory, Xu Feng immediately opened the soul refining technique and began studying. Looking at this body strengthening technique, he gradually understood the soul cultivation system and some knowledge about the soul.
The cultivation of soul power is divided into 4 stages: soul condensation, wandering soul, soul core, and divine soul. Xu Feng was currently in the soul condensation stage.
Having just awakened his soul power, he could use it to detect the surrounding environment over short distances. His perception became sharper, and he could also foresee danger.
In the soul condensation stage, the soul was still fragile, with almost no combat power, only capable of assisting a warrior's actions in cultivation. When the soul gradually condensed, almost becoming tangible and able to leave the body to roam freely, that was the wandering soul stage. At this stage, warriors could detach their souls from their bodies and use soul power to perform techniques, with considerable combat strength. Techniques performed by the soul are called soul arts, which are attacks targeting the soul. If one's soul power wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to withstand such attacks. The technique Wei Shuhan gave Chu Feng was intended to help him cultivate to the wandering soul stage. In this way, even though Chu Feng was only a second-tier warrior, his soul attacks would be unstoppable for warriors below the 7th tier. Even for 7th-tier warriors, if their soul power wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to withstand Chu Feng's attacks. However, reaching the wandering soul stage required a significant amount of time. According to the soul refining technique, the fastest record was 6 months. That person had also been fortunate enough to find a spiritual herb capable of repairing soul damage, refining it into a pill, which greatly accelerated recovery and allowed them to break through from the soul condensation stage to the wandering soul stage within 6 months. But 6 months was still too long for Chu Feng. After all, 100 Schools tournament was only a month away. If cultivating to the wandering soul stage took at least 6 months, he wouldn't have any chance to shine in this year's tournament. Perhaps teacher Wei Shuhan has a way to make me, who has just mastered soul power, possess decent combat strength. After some thought, Chu Feng temporarily set this idea aside and fully immersed himself in the cultivation of the soul refining technique. Gently tearing the soul and then repairing it. Through this process, the soul would grow stronger and more solid, eventually being able to leave the body and achieve soul projection. After practicing for a while, Chu Feng was surprised to find that his soul recovery speed was unusually fast. According to the soul refining technique, it typically required tearing the soul 1,500 times to successfully advance to the wandering soul stage. Each tear was accompanied by intense pain. The intervals between practices usually needed to be 3 to 4 days, and the entire process would take 1.5 to 2 years. Many warriors couldn't endure it at all. The average time even reached 2.5 years. But as soon as Chu Feng tore his soul, it almost instantly recovered, and the pain quickly subsided. This was all thanks to his S-grade talent, Life Tide. This talent not only repaired physical injuries but also healed soul damage. Life Tide, the tide of life surges, bringing renewal, nourishing the soul, and greatly enhancing recovery. When cultivating body strengthening and soul refining techniques, cultivation speed is doubled. Extremely practical. Without hesitation, Chu Feng devoted himself entirely to soul cultivation. After a whole night, until dawn, Chu Feng had torn his soul nearly 60 times. At this rate, he could tear his soul at least 1,800 times in a month. He was fully confident that he could break through to the wandering soul stage before the 100 Schools tournament began. After a night of cultivation, Chu Feng was still full of energy. After becoming a foundation establishment cultivator, he could go several days without sleep and even replace eating by absorbing spiritual energy, yet he just didn't have money, or rather, he was unwilling to spend money on spirit stones, so he could only grab meals at the cafeteria of Baichao University. If I train under teacher Wei Shuhan, does that mean I'll always be broke? Chu Feng suddenly thought. The martial arts class students had their food and accommodation covered by the school, along with daily elixirs provided. So they didn't need to spend dragon coins. But it was different for him. He had to spend money on techniques and improve his chi refining cultivation to surpass those senior students who had been training for 4 years longer than him. As long as he had enough money, he was confident he could break through to the Golden Core stage within a month. A cultivator at the Golden Core stage was equivalent to a 7th-rank martial artist in the blood-moving realm. And in the 100 Schools martial meet, the strongest cultivators were only at the 4th rank. If he could break through to the Golden Core stage, combined with the soul power of the wandering soul realm, participating in the 100 Schools martial meet would be a complete domination. Although Zhou Yanbai had given him 10 billion, it was far from enough. The foundation establishment technique alone cost 180 billion, not to mention the need to buy spirit stones and other resources. The money was simply insufficient. While thinking, Chu Feng finished his breakfast, took another Baichao spirit nourishing pill, and headed to the training ground. I'll ask teacher Wei Shuhan later. If there's a way to make money, I'll continue training. If not, I'll have to leave school and hunt fierce beasts to earn money. The grand prize of the 100 Schools martial meet was very tempting,
and he had no reason to give up. Soon, at 7:30 in the morning, Chu Feng arrived at the training ground. Although it wasn't early, all the students were already there, training in an orderly manner. Wei Shuhan had also arrived early. As a teacher, she was responsible for supervising the students' training. Seeing Chu Feng, Wei Shuhan didn't ask him to join the morning exercises but instead called him over to her side. "How did you find the soul refining technique yesterday?" she asked. The soul refining technique was very difficult to practice, and only 7th rank martial artists could awaken soul power. This technique was specifically designed for 7th rank martial artists. For Chu Feng, a 2nd rank martial artist, the difficulty was naturally very high. Chu Feng approached Wei Shuhan, ready to report his progress. He was confident that within a month, he could elevate his soul realm from the soul condensation realm to the wandering soul realm, where it would have offensive power. However, Wei Shuhan didn't give him a chance to speak. "I believe you've gone through the content. To cultivate to the wandering soul realm, it will take at least 1 or 2 years. It's absolutely impossible to rush it. Just follow the steps and train steadily, don't be impatient. You're just a freshman. Even if you don't participate in this year's 100 schools martial meet, you can wait until your soul power matures in your junior year and then officially compete." Wei Shuhan spoke on her own, without particularly checking Chu Feng's progress in cultivation. She directly took out a technique book and stuffed it into Chu Feng's hands. "This is the soul splitting technique, which can be used by martial artists in the soul condensation realm. It can briefly confuse your opponent, and in evenly matched situations, this moment of confusion can determine the outcome. When you cultivate to the wandering soul realm, the soul splitting technique can directly knock your opponent down. At that point, you'll truly have combat power. For now, using the soul splitting technique can also make you a strong support." After saying this, she waved her hand, signaling Chu Feng to return to the team. As a support, teamwork with teammates was crucial. In the upcoming practical training, she would take care of him a little. During this period, Wei Shuhan hardly gave Chu Feng much chance to speak. It wasn't until the training ended and they were about to leave that Chu Feng mustered the courage to ask, "Teacher Wei, is there anywhere in Baichao University where I can make a lot of money? I'm really short on money for my cultivation recently." He didn't mention the time required for his soul cultivation. After all, the breakthrough hasn't succeeded yet, so it's pointless to talk about it now. Once the cultivation reaches the wandering soul realm, it won't be too late to discuss soul power. "Short on money?" Wei Shuhan asked in confusion. "The school covers cultivation pills, food, and accommodation. How could you be short on money?" Chu Feng remained silent and didn't answer. He couldn't reveal the fact that he had a system. It was too dangerous. Wei Shuhan didn't press further. It was normal for students to have secrets, and if he didn't want to talk about it, she understood. "How much money do you need?" Chu Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed to say. "About several trillion. 1.8 trillion wasn't enough. That was just for the cultivation technique. Later, cultivation would require purchasing spirit stones, and the expenses would be enormous. Even without learning advanced techniques, properly cultivating the late foundation establishment stage would cost at least 2 to 3 trillion. Wei Shuhan fell silent. This amount of money was already significant for a second-tier martial artist. Although the school wasn't overly concerned, she could help apply for funding. But without a valid reason and a clear explanation of where the money would go, the school definitely wouldn't approve it. So, she introduced Chu Feng to several ways to earn money. First is the alchemy room. Pills are the foundation of 100 Herbs University, and alchemy can be profitable. But with your second-tier cultivation, earning several trillion would be too difficult. Alchemy also requires a lot of time. Competition at 100 Herbs University is extremely fierce. If you can't produce high-quality pills, you won't even be able to support yourself. Everyone's pills are pretty good. If yours are inferior, who would buy them? You'd have to sell them at a lower price, reducing income significantly, or even incurring losses. Alchemy can indeed be profitable in the later stages, but without years of accumulation, don't expect to make a living from it. Besides alchemy, you can hunt fierce beasts, which only requires combat power and suits you well. I've reviewed your records. You once used second-tier first-level strength to single-handedly hunt 2 second-tier 9th-level long-armed ape kings, which shows you have talent in this area. Fierce beasts also sell for high prices. A second-tier beast can fetch several million, while a third tier one can go for tens of millions. However, Wei Shuhan hesitated for a moment before revealing her most recommended method: the annual 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. If you can take first place, any of the 3 rewards is worth trillions. I suggest you focus on preparing for the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. The first place reward in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament is the most prestigious on Blue Star. Converted into money, it's an easy fortune. Moreover, if Chu Feng wins first place, he could directly request several trillion from 100 Herbs University, and the school would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. After hearing this, Chu Feng nodded. The prize money from the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament was extremely important to him. He was worried that with his current foundation establishment cultivation, he might not be able to secure first place. Therefore, he planned to do his best to improve his strength before the competition. From Wei Shuhan's earlier suggestions, he realized that both alchemy and hunting fierce beasts could earn a considerable amount of money. In terms of alchemy, he had the Hongmeng alchemy technique, but he wasn't sure how it ranked at 100 Herbs University. As for hunting fierce beasts, he had the most experience. Last time, he killed many second-tier beasts and earned over 5 billion. Now that he was a foundation establishment cultivator and had mastered the Minor Thunder technique, a powerful skill capable of injuring 7th-tier experts, hunting 3rd-tier and 4th-tier beasts posed almost no threat to him. Based on his previous efficiency, earning tens of billions or even hundreds of billions a day was entirely possible. Clearly, hunting fierce beasts was Chu Feng's best option for making money at the moment. Alright, head back to the team. If you want to take first place, you need to prepare well, Wei Shuhan said. Having a goal motivates effort, and that's a good thing. Next, arrange some practical training sessions for Chu Feng, with higher intensity. Let him get a sense of the general strength of the opponents in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. Teacher, I want to hunt fierce beasts to earn some money. Can I take a month's leave? I'll definitely return before the competition. For Chu Feng, the fastest way to improve his strength is to continue enhancing his foundation cultivation. As long as he breaks through to the mid-foundation stage, his physical strength will rival that of a 5th-tier Tongzong realm martial artist. By then, in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament, he will surely sweep the field with absolute strength. Now, Wei Shuhan was a bit surprised, not expecting Chu Feng to be so eager, even to the point of skipping classes. Of course, skipping classes wasn't a big deal. After all, Chu Feng was only a freshman, and his real performance period should be in his junior year, which is the next 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. By then, Chu Feng's soul power would be fully developed, allowing him to easily defeat all opponents and help Baichao University win the championship. Wei Shuhan thought for a moment and said, "Do you want to first understand the strength of your opponents? That way, you'll know your target while training." Baichao University is one of the top 3 schools in the country, and the level of its participants generally represents the strength of the strongest students nationwide. Chu Feng considered this and nodded in agreement. It was indeed necessary to understand the opponent's strength. Currently, he was at the early foundation stage, equivalent to a 4th-tier martial artist, combined with the extremely powerful Little Thunder technique and the exceptionally fast 3000 Thunder movement. Chu Feng was confident about winning the championship. This was a good opportunity to test his progress over the past few days. No problem, arrange the strongest opponent for me. Ha! Wei Shuhan was stunned. He immediately asked to challenge the strongest? Wouldn't that put too much pressure on him? After all, Chu Feng was only at the 2nd-tier 3rd level. He couldn't even beat the weakest substitute, let alone directly challenge the strongest. Wei Shuhan shook her head. It's good for young people to be ambitious, but being overly ambitious can come across as arrogant. She didn't follow Chu Feng's request and instead called out, "Tian Hai, come up and spar with Chu Feng." Tian Hai, at the 4th-tier 5th level, wasn't the strongest but was in the 2nd tier and had strong combat power. He was chosen mainly because of his gentle personality. If it were the strongest in the class, Wang Xingyu, he could probably send Chu Feng flying in one round, which would hurt his confidence. While speaking, Wei Shuhan signaled Tian Hai with her eyes to take care of Chu Feng during the fight. This was a teaching-oriented battle, meant to show Chu Feng the gap between himself and top-tier players, not a real fight. A 2nd-tier 3rd level against a 4th-tier 5th level had no chance of winning. Tian Hai understood Wei Shuhan's intentions and walked to the field with a gentle smile, standing in front of Chu Feng. "Do you need to prepare?"
Chu Feng straightened his posture and shook his head, indicating he didn't need to. To his left were senior students preparing for the 100 Schools martial arts tournament, the most skilled fighters from Baichao University. To his right was Wei Shuhan, watching the match. Chu Feng turned to Wei Shuhan and asked, "Can I go all out?" The little thunder technique could injure 7th-tier martial artists, and if Wei Shuhan wasn't paying attention, he could accidentally reduce Tian Hai to dust with one move. Since they were all classmates, he didn't want any unpleasant incidents due to accidents. But Chu Feng's words, overheard by the surrounding senior students, shocked them and made their eyes widen. No way, a 2nd-tier martial artist challenging a 4th-tier martial artist is already bold enough, but he wants to go all out? Did I hear that right? Tian Hai may not be the top, but he can easily defeat ordinary 5th-tier martial artists outside. Besides, the gap between 3rd-tier and 4th-tier martial artists is enormous. The blood flow speed of a 4th-tier condensed vein realm martial artist can increase several times in a short period, making 3rd-tier martial artists no match for them. In the team, the strongest, Wang Xingyu, had a flash of recollection in his eyes. He was now at the 9th level of the 4th tier and even confident enough to challenge ordinary 6th-tier martial artists, crossing 2 entire tiers. However, back when he was at the 9th level of the 3rd tier, he had to give his all to barely defeat an ordinary 4th-tier martial artist. If he wasn't mistaken, Chu Feng's cultivation was only at the 2nd-tier bone refining realm, and it was still in the early stages. Meanwhile, Tian Hai was no ordinary 4th-tier martial artist. His combat strength could even rival some 5th-tier martial artists. So, the current situation was this: a 2nd-tier martial artist was crossing 3 major realms to challenge a 5th-tier martial artist. No matter how one looked at it, Chu Feng had no chance of winning. In fact, it was even questionable whether Chu Feng could withstand a single move from Tian Hai. Wei Shuhan, standing nearby, was also a bit surprised upon hearing this, but she merely pursed her lips slightly and said nothing. She silently thought to herself, "When you get suppressed by Tian Hai later, don't blame me for not stepping in to help." Clearing her throat, Wei Shuhan spoke up, "Both sides can go all out. With me here, there's no need to worry about any accidents." This time, Wei Shuhan did not signal Tian Hai to hold back. Her intention was to let Tian Hai thoroughly crush Chu Feng's arrogance and make him understand that there are always people stronger than him in this world. "All right. Prepare, battle begins." As soon as the words fell, Chu Feng launched the first attack. A blue light instantly radiated from his body, and an unparalleled force of thunder surged skyward, then suddenly descended from above. This thunder carried a destructive momentum, striking fiercely toward Tian Hai. Small thunder technique. This move was a terrifying spell capable of injuring 7th-tier powerhouses. Chu Feng showed no mercy, unleashing all the spiritual energy in his dantian to test his full combat power as a foundation establishment cultivator in this match. The surrounding students, seeing the thunder descending from the sky, felt their hearts race. The power of this lightning is insane. Is this really a 2nd-tier martial artist? Even with an S-rank talent, a 2nd-tier martial artist shouldn't be able to unleash such a powerful attack, right? Maybe it just looks intimidating, but the actual attack power might be average. Let's see how much damage the lightning does to the grass. The school's field grass is specially made. If Chu Feng's lightning can damage the turf, then he's truly impressive. At the front of the group, Wang Xingyu felt the momentum of the lightning and was secretly astonished. The power of this lightning was immense. Without knowing its exact strength, he wouldn't dare to take it head-on and could only dodge. Regardless of Chu Feng's actual strength, the sheer momentum of this lightning alone was enough to make many 4th-tier martial artists suffer. However, Tian Hai was no ordinary 4th-tier martial artist. In the arena, facing Chu Feng's small thunder technique, Tian Hai had no intention of dodging. He chose to confront it head-on, aiming to gauge the true strength of Chu Feng's attack. In Tian Hai's perception, the power of this lightning was no less than the attack of a 6th-tier martial artist. He glanced at Chu Feng and noticed the black iron-like glow on his body, muttering to himself in disbelief, "Is this guy really just a 2nd-tier martial artist?" Without hesitation, Tian Hai immediately activated his talent, Azure Sea. With a loud boom, a stream of water dispersed and vanished. Chu Feng's thunder technique struck the field fiercely. Bang! 7 or 8 patches of turf were torn up, leaving a pit several dozen centimeters deep in the ground. Seeing the flying turf and the deep pit, the students present were all stunned. Is Chu Feng really a 2nd-tier martial artist? His attack power could instantly defeat 7 of me. That's too exaggerated.
That lightning strike just now could easily take down a 6th-tier martial artist. I really wonder if Wang Xingyu can withstand it. Wang Xingyu recalled Chu Feng's attack and silently shook his head. He wasn't confident he could probably dodge it, but if hit directly, it might be fatal. Chu Feng's strength was truly overwhelming. If it weren't for the obvious second-tier aura emanating from Chu Feng, and if Wei Shuhan hadn't introduced him yesterday as a freshman, Wang Xingyu might have thought Chu Feng was a seasoned graduate of Shenzhou University, with such powerful attack capabilities. Wei Shuhan, who was also observing the battle, was completely stunned. As a teacher, she had clearly checked Chu Feng's cultivation level yesterday. It was indeed second-tier, third stage. But why could a second-tier martial artist unleash an attack that could harm a 7th-tier martial artist? As a 9th-tier Golden Body Realm martial artist, she was acutely aware of the power of Chu Feng's strike. Even a 7th-tier martial artist would be injured. Not to mention Tian Hai, who was only a 4th-tier martial artist. If struck by the lightning, he would die instantly, with no chance of survival. Earlier, if Tian Hai hadn't reacted quickly, she might have intervened herself. No wonder Chu Feng had asked her if he could go all out. Wei Shuhan had originally thought Chu Feng was just a second-tier martial artist. How strong could he be at full power? She hadn't expected his strength to be so overwhelming that he could knock out all the students present with a single strike. Even the strongest in the class, Wang Xingyu, wouldn't be able to withstand Chu Feng's attack. Wei Shuhan silently stared at Chu Feng, her gaze filled with complexity. She couldn't help but wonder where that old man Zhou Yanba had found such a monster. His second-tier cultivation level seemed unremarkable, but his 7th-tier attack power was undeniably real. If combined with the brief control of soul power, this year's 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament Championship was almost certainly going to belong to Baichao University. Wei Shuhan took a deep breath, filled with anticipation for the upcoming matches. On the field, although Chu Feng had unleashed an extremely powerful attack, it was easily dodged by Tian Hai due to insufficient speed. No matter how strong the attack, it was useless if it didn't hit. More importantly, Tian Hai transformed into a stream of water and instantly disappeared from his original position. Chu Feng frowned deeply. Were these the top-tier individuals from the nation's strongest university? He released his soul power and easily captured Tian Hai's soul, only to be shocked to find himself surrounded by Tian Hai's soul aura, densely packed. Tian Hai had somehow quietly approached him and completely enveloped him. Without hesitation, Chu Feng unleashed the maximum power of the Nine Heavens' divine thunder. His entire body lit up with deep blue lightning, preparing to activate the 3000 thunder movement to escape quickly. However, a broad hand suddenly grabbed the back of Chu Feng's neck. "You lost," Tian Hai's voice came from behind. Lost? Being grabbed by the neck, the 3000 thunder movement couldn't be activated at all. If Tian Hai applied just a bit of force, Chu Feng's neck would break, and even the life tide couldn't save him. Reflecting on the battle, Chu Feng silently pondered, unable to understand why he had lost. His soul power had been probing the surroundings the entire time. How could Tian Hai approach him so silently? Alright, the match is over. Tian Hai wins. Wei Shuhan exhaled deeply, the battle just now leaving her utterly astonished. She stepped forward and comforted him. Losing to him is normal. Your talent is still developing, so your combat power is naturally not as strong as Tian Hai's. But in terms of attack power alone, you've already surpassed all your classmates. Most of the students watching found it somewhat unbelievable that he actually lost to a second-tier martial artist. Even the strongest, Wang Xingyu, sneered disdainfully. He had to admit that Chu Feng's attack power was indeed far superior to his own. However, if he were to fight Chu Feng, Wang Xingyu was confident he could defeat him before Chu Feng unleashed his thunder. Having attack power alone was far from enough. His talent is strong, but who knows about his martial arts aptitude? A freshman only reaching the early bone refining stage in a year, his progress is a bit slow, Wang Xingyu thought deeply. On Chu Feng's side, he calmly accepted the fact that he had been defeated. It was normal for someone who had trained 5 years longer to be stronger. Yet, he still couldn't quite understand, how exactly did I lose? And how did Tian Hai manage to approach me instantly? Wei Shuhan explained, Tian Hai's ability is called Boundless Sea. He can control water currents and even merge into the sea, giving him extremely strong combat power. As his talent develops, he can even merge into the water vapor in the air and appear from anywhere. Once he stands in front of you, the match is essentially over. As she spoke, Tian Hai demonstrated his ability again. He could transform into a stream of water and disappear, reappearing suddenly from any location. He could evade attacks and teleport without leaving a trace. Your nine heavens divine thunder can also transform into a thunder form. When that happens, you won't have to fear Tian Hai anymore. Do you remember the technique I gave you? Train hard. Your attack power is incredibly strong, something Tian Hai can't compare to. He just has strong survival abilities. If he encounters a powerful beast, he can only delay it at best. But you're different. You can directly kill the beast, which makes you far more valuable than Tian Hai. Wei Shuhan continued to explain. In the competition, killing beasts was the true key to scoring points. The 100 Schools martial arts tournament had 3 scoring categories, 2 of which were related to killing beasts. Chu Feng now understood Tian Hai's ability and reflected on the earlier battle. He realized that no matter what method he used, it would be very difficult to defeat Tian Hai. Tian Hai's ability to transform into water vapor was too powerful. Unless Chu Feng could cover the entire arena with thunder or cultivate his soul power to the Wandering Soul stage to attack Tian Hai on a spiritual level, he could only rely on the 3000 thunder movement to create distance and barely achieve a draw. More importantly, Tian Hai was just a contestant from Baichao University. Baichao University ranked 3rd among national universities. If Shenzhou University was ranked 1st, how strong would their students be? Chu Feng now had a rough assessment of his own abilities. If he couldn't raise his strength to the mid or even late foundation establishment stage within a month, he would have almost no chance of winning the 100 Schools martial arts tournament a month later. And improving his strength required a large amount of dragon coins. Although Chu Feng had lost, he still turned to Wei Shuhan and said, "Teacher, I would like to request a month's leave." Recently, his cultivation had been severely lacking in funds. He had to kill enough beasts to quickly improve his cultivation. Wei Shuhan looked puzzled upon hearing this. Was martial artist training really so expensive? Baichao University covered all the costs of medicinal pills, so it shouldn't be an issue. However, since she had asked a similar question before, she didn't press further this time. Instead, Wei Shuhan recommended Chu Feng, Sky Battle Group, if you want to make money by hunting fierce beasts, this organization has many hunting missions with generous rewards. After recommending Chu Feng to join the Sky Battle Group, Wei Shuhan let Tian Hai and the others train freely, pulled Chu Feng aside, and gave a detailed introduction to the organization. The Sky Battle Group is a team established by the nation specifically for hunting fierce beasts. Currently, the greatest threat to humanity comes from fierce beasts. Fierce beasts not only reach the 9th tier but also include super powerful beasts above the 9th tier, which humans are no match for. It should be noted that the strongest humans at present are only at the 9th tier, and once they encounter stronger beasts, humans have almost no chance to resist. Therefore, it is necessary to strictly control the number of fierce beasts. Most fierce beasts, and even some above the 9th tier, grow step by step. Only a few are born strong, and in such cases, there is no solution. What humans can do is to eliminate weaker beasts as much as possible, prevent them from gathering, and stop them from growing. This is why the nation established the Sky Battle Group. The group has personnel dedicated to scouting beast nest locations and then issuing missions for others to hunt them. Eliminating beast nests not only earns rewards from the Sky Battle Group but also allows hunters to sell beast corpses for profit. Additionally, places where fierce beasts gather often hide precious treasures, such as high-grade ores or special spiritual herbs, making the rewards very lucrative. If Chu Feng can independently eliminate several 3rd-tier or even 4th-tier beast nests, earning billions is entirely possible. Most hunters act in teams. At the beginning, you can try joining some battle groups to familiarize yourself with the hunting rules. Hunting fierce beasts cannot be rushed. 1 month is too short. 2 years later, I look forward to seeing your performance at the 100 Schools martial arts tournament. Wei Shuhan said, unable to resist ruffling Chu Feng's hair. Chu Feng was truly strong. If not for the disadvantage in cultivation time, he would definitely sweep his opponents at the 100 Schools martial arts tournament. Then, Wei Shuhan took out a set of red soft armor from her storage ring and handed it to Chu Feng. This Red Eagle battle armor is 8th tier defensive gear. As long as you don't provoke beasts above the 7th tier, your life won't be in danger. Looking at the armor, Chu Feng felt deeply moved. The no-edge soft armor he was currently wearing was only 2nd tier, and he desperately needed high-grade protective gear. He did not refuse and accepted the Red Eagle battle armor. Don't worry, teacher.
I'll definitely come back in a month and help you take first place. Finally, Chu Feng learned the location of the Sky Battle Group, bid farewell to Wei Shuhan, and left Baichao University. He took a vehicle to the westernmost part of the Magic City, the front line of the human race. A massive city stood here, named Beast City, surrounded by high walls. The headquarters of the Sky Battle Group was located here, responsible for defending the western region of the Dragon Nation from monsters. Entering the city required no certification as long as one came to hunt fierce beasts. The city welcomed them. The buildings in Beast City were all tall, constructed with earthy yellow stone blocks, exuding a strong wilderness vibe. Along the way, there were many stalls selling beast meat, weapons, battle armor, pills, and more. Chu Feng entered the tallest building in Beast City, the Sky Hall, to apply to become a beast hunter. The hall was spacious, with many warriors inside, most bearing scars. Joining the Sky Battle Group was very easy. After joining, Chu Feng became a first-tier hunter, only able to take on first-tier beast missions. After completing a first-tier mission, he could upgrade to a second-tier hunter. Second-tier hunters could only take second-tier missions and were not allowed to take first-tier missions. This is to prevent high-level warriors from competing with low-level warriors for tasks and also serves as a measure to protect low-level warriors. After becoming a first-tier hunter, Chu Feng did not immediately take on tasks but instead searched for a third-tier battle group in a corner of the hall, intending to join. Most members of third-tier battle groups are second-tier warriors, and a group of second-tier warriors has the strength to eliminate third-tier beasts. Third-tier battle groups are qualified to take on tasks to hunt third-tier beasts. Chu Feng's martial arts cultivation happens to be at the second tier, capable of easily defeating second-tier beasts at the 9th level. He has not yet challenged third-tier beasts, and joining a third-tier battle group can save him the time of hunting first and second-tier beasts, allowing him to directly challenge third-tier beasts he has never fought before, which is just right for Chu Feng. He searched through the battle group recruitment information and found a group suitable for him, the Bear Battle Group. Bear Battle Group recruitment, looking for a warrior with strong long-range attack capabilities, the stronger the better. Leader, Xiong Zhan. Contact number. Chu Feng took out his phone and contacted Xiong Zhan, who said he would come over immediately. Chu Feng would receive reward bags from the system for killing beasts, and by joining the Bear Battle Group, he naturally wanted to become the main output of the team, taking on the task of killing. This way, he could not only share in the team's earnings but also receive additional rewards from the system's reward bags. Unfortunately, the system's recent 9 yuan and 9 cents special offers didn't have anything good. If 9 yuan and 9 cents could buy foundation building techniques, that would be great, but it still wouldn't be enough. Chu Feng lacked spirit stones and powerful techniques. Without enough spirit stones to provide spiritual energy, he couldn't cultivate. Without powerful techniques, he would likely still lose against opponents like Tian Hai. He was really short on money. While he was thinking, a burly man walked up to Chu Feng. After sizing him up for a moment, he asked in a deep and powerful voice, "I'm Xiong Zhan. Are you Chu Feng?" Chu Feng nodded, then covered himself with the 9 heavens divine thunder, the blue lightning flashing with destructive power. This was further enhanced by his immense innate talent. His attack, even without using the minor thunder technique, had definitely reached the 3rd tier level. If he used the thunder finger, it might even harm 4th tier beasts. Xiong Zhan looked at the lightning surrounding Chu Feng and was secretly shocked. As a 2nd tier warrior at the 8th level, he could clearly sense the threat and terrifying damage of Chu Feng's lightning. This is at least an A-level talent, right? He thought. Originally intending to test Chu Feng's strength, he now saw it was completely unnecessary. In the hall, many warriors sensed the lightning on Chu Feng and began whispering. Such strong talent, and so young too. He definitely has a bright future. That is, as long as he doesn't die prematurely. I've seen many geniuses, but few truly grow to their potential. The hall was filled with murmurs. Some even walked up to Chu Feng and tried to recruit him right in front of Xiong Zhan, but Xiong Zhan rejected them all. The atmosphere in the Sky Hall was quite harmonious, and Chu Feng didn't see anyone bullying the weak. Even when 4th tier warriors tried to recruit him and were rejected, they didn't persist. 4th tier warriors joined 5th tier battle groups. After understanding Tian Hai's strength, Chu Feng also developed a sense of awe for beasts and dared not challenge high-tier beasts lightly. If he couldn't defeat them, beasts wouldn't show mercy like Tian Hai did. Xiong Zhan was pleased that Chu Feng hadn't been snatched away by others. He helped Chu Feng complete the procedures to join the group.
The Bear battle group had 4 members, and with Chu Feng, it now had 5. Their mission was to clear out a nest of Tier 3 ferocious beasts. Inside were 2 Tier 3 Level 2 Earth Dragon lizards, while the rest were Tier 2 small lizards. As long as they could take down the 2 Tier 3 Earth Dragon lizards, the remaining Tier 2 beasts wouldn't be a problem. Xiong Zhan introduced the plan. He would hold off 1 Tier 3 beast himself, while Chu Feng and the other 3 would work together to kill the other Tier 3 beast, then assist him, and finally eliminate the nest. Chu Feng listened quietly. Tier 3 Level 2 beasts shouldn't be a big issue. The biggest problem was that they had to leave the human safe zone. Stronger beasts might be lurking near the nest. Moreover, no one would be there to protect them, and if something went wrong, they could really end up being eaten by the beasts. Do we need to prepare anything? If not, I'll head out now. Xiong Zhan asked, eager to complete the task quickly, claim the resources, and take on the next mission. Chu Feng shook his head. There was nothing to prepare. A month wasn't much time. Tier 3 beast meat was worth about 100,000 dragon coins per pound, with a single beast valued at tens of millions or even billions, but it still wasn't enough for Chu Feng. He needed 180 billion dragon coins. The ideal scenario would be to kill a large number of Tier 4 or even Tier 5 beasts. If he only hunted Tier 3 beasts, he might need to kill tens of thousands to save enough money to buy the Foundation establishment technique. Of course, recklessly challenging high-tier beasts carried significant risks, so Chu Feng decided to start with Tier 3 beasts and work his way up step by step. The mission reward is 100 million dragon coins, plus beast meat, which will all be converted into dragon coins and split equally among the 5 of us. Xiong Chang explained the team rules while leading Chu Feng out of the sky hall and into the camouflage-colored off-road vehicle outside. In the car, Xiong Chang contacted the other 3 members, 2 men and 1 woman, forming a 5-person team. They drove the off-road vehicle out of Beast City. To the west of Beast City lay a vast wilderness, teeming with ferocious beasts. Chu Feng slightly released his soul power and could sense the danger lurking under a nearby large rock. In the team, Lu Xiaoli was responsible for scouting the surrounding environment. Her martial arts skills allowed her to detect nearby beasts in time and direct Xiong Chang to lead the team away from danger. However, the wilderness was filled with too many beasts. After leaving Beast City for a while, despite having someone scouting ahead, they inevitably found themselves surrounded by beasts sleeping underground. Prepare for battle! Lu Xiaoli shouted. Immediately, Chu Feng saw a nearly 3-meter-tall giant scorpion with a hard black shell suddenly emerge from the ground. Its massive pincers, brimming with immense power, slammed fiercely toward the off-road vehicle. The attack came suddenly. Fortunately, Chu Feng's teammates were experienced. The 3 quickly kicked open the car doors, each using their skills to jump out and escape. Only Xiong Zhan puzzled Chu Feng. Why wasn't he running when the scorpion's pincers were about to strike him? Lu Xiaoli didn't give Chu Feng much time to think. She pulled him away from the off-road vehicle, leading him to hide behind a nearby large rock. Just as all 4 had left, Chu Feng saw Xiong Zhan move. His body suddenly expanded, growing to 3 times its original size. From his original height of 1.8 meters, he instantly grew to 6 meters. Under the force of Xiong Zhan's expansion, the off-road vehicle exploded with a loud bang. The blast impact didn't harm Xiong Zhan at all. Instead, the flames accentuated his even more imposing figure. A 6-meter-tall giant was an incredibly striking sight. The 3-meter-tall giant scorpion seemed insignificant in front of Xiong Zhan. After Bear Zhan expanded, he leapt into the air and landed heavily, striking the scorpion's head fiercely with his elbow, instantly killing the 2nd-tier, 7th-level beast. Green blood splattered everywhere. Like a war god, Bear Zhan smashed the scorpion's head with his fist. Both were late 2nd tier, but Bear Zhan's combat power completely overwhelmed the scorpion. His strength was invincible among those of the same tier. No wonder he dared to challenge the 3rd-tier Earth Dragon lizard alone. It turned out he had this confidence. Our captain is so strong, Lu Xiaoli said admiringly. He has an A-grade talent, gigantification. When activated, his physical strength triples. He's almost unbeatable among those of the same tier. Defeating enemies of higher tiers is normal for him. As long as we can hold off that 3rd-tier beast, the captain can take down all the Earth Dragon lizards by himself. Chu Feng nodded. Indeed, he was very strong. The 6-meter-tall giant was visually stunning and his strength crushed 2nd-tier beasts. However, we don't have an off-road vehicle anymore. What do we do next? The car was fine, and now it's just scrapped? Lu Xiaoli shook her head and explained, off-road vehicles cost tens of thousands of dragon coins, not expensive, and not even worth as much as a few first-tier beasts. The corpse of this second-tier black stone scorpion is worth millions. Losing the car is no big deal. The next stretch of road is full of beasts. Starting the car engine would only attract them, so bringing the car is useless. So that's how it was. Chu Feng silently noted this. His soul power had limited detection range, and he was unfamiliar with the terrain. Having experienced people lead the way made things much better. At this moment, Bearjean had already finished cleaning up the battlefield and changed his clothes. Naturally, he devoured the meat of the second-tier beast alone. Chu Feng and the others hadn't contributed, so they had no objections. Let's go. It's getting dark. Let's try to complete the mission before nightfall. Bearjean walked over to Chu Feng and signaled Lu Xiaoli to lead the way. Lu Xiaoli took out the mission map, activated her detection ability, and led the five of them forward. With Lu Xiaoli leading the way this time, they didn't encounter any beasts along the route. Soon, the five arrived at a sand dune several meters high. Below the dune, earth dragon lizards were densely distributed. They were entirely earth yellow, walking on all fours, with thick tails. Their skin was covered with hard, rock-like shells. Among them, the two largest earth dragon lizards were nearly 4 meters long. Their sturdy claws pressed against the sand dune, and their powerful tails swung forcefully. These two were the biggest challenges of this mission. Bearjean observed the movements of the earth dragon lizards below the dune and began planning the next combat strategy. Xiaoli, you're responsible for luring away the second-tier earth dragon lizards. I'll hold off the strongest third-tier earth dragon lizard. The remaining one is up to you guys. Bearjean said to Chu Feng, Wang Tao, and Li Jun. Wang Tao was the first to nod in response. Don't worry, Captain, I'll hold it off. Li Jun echoed his agreement. Chu Feng silently summoned the nine heavens' divine thunder, and powerful energy was about to erupt. On the dune, Lu Xiaoli took the lead. She pulled out a flute and began to play. The sound of the flute instantly attracted the attention of all the earth dragon lizards below the dune, including the two third-tier earth dragon lizards. The earth dragon lizards quickly gathered, kicking up dust as they charged toward Lu Xiaoli. Lu Xiaoli chose a direction and fled swiftly. At this moment, Bearjean shouted loudly, his body rapidly expanding to 6 meters tall. He charged toward the largest third-tier earth dragon lizard, leaving the other one to Chu Feng and the others. Xiongzhan grabbed the tier 3 earth dragon lizard in a bear hug, and the two wrestled fiercely on the sand dune. Xiongzhan punched the earth dragon lizard's head repeatedly, but its vitality and defense were incredibly strong. Although his punches were powerful enough to crush the skull of a tier 2 black stone scorpion, no matter what he did, he couldn't bring the earth dragon lizard down. Even when he unleashed the full power of his stone-shattering fist, he couldn't completely defeat it. However, the earth dragon lizard also couldn't pose a substantial threat to Xiongzhan, whose thick skin and tough flesh made him nearly impervious. During the fight, most of Xiongzhan's attention was focused on Chu Feng. He wanted to see just how strong Chu Feng really was. After all, Chu Feng had just joined the team, and they were unfamiliar with each other. If Chu Feng turned out to be all show and no substance, he would be kicked out of the team after this mission. Xiongzhan's requirements weren't high at the very least. Chu Feng needed to team up with the other two members to hold their own against the remaining tier 3 earth dragon lizard. If he couldn't manage that, there would be no reason for him to stay. On Chu Feng's side, he held nothing back after understanding the mission. Not only did the beasts need to be killed, but the more, the better. Zzz. The blue lightning of the nine heavens' divine thunder flickered across Chu Feng's body. We'll hold it off. Wang Tao and Li Jun said. Although they were tier 2 martial artists, they could manage to hold off a tier 3 beast together. At this moment, Chu Feng began to unleash his full power. He didn't respond. The small thunder technique was quickly cast, striking the tier 3 earth dragon lizard first. With a loud boom, the blue light completely illuminated the scene. You have killed a ferocious beast and luckily obtained a tier 3 double fortune bag. Moments later, the blue light dissipated. Wang Tao and Li Jun saw that the tier 3 earth dragon lizard, which they had expected to be a tough battle, had already turned into a pile of charred remains, lying motionless on the ground. It was dead without any suspense. It was killed just like that? Brother Chu, are you really a tier 2 martial artist? The two were incredulous. They had taken on many tier 3 missions and fought numerous tier 3 beasts.
Only after actual combat did they realize how tough Tier 3 beasts were immense strength and incredible vitality. To this day, they had only managed to kill a Tier 3 beast using poison powder. But Chu Feng had effortlessly killed one with a single lightning strike? Wang Tao and Li Jun turned to look at Chu Feng, as if they were gazing at a thunder god, filled with awe. Even Xiong Zhan, who was still fighting nearby, was stunned. He had thought Chu Feng had decent talent and wanted to confirm it further. He hadn't expected Chu Feng to be able to kill a Tier 3 beast in one strike. Wasn't Chu Feng also a Tier 2 martial artist? In fact, Xiong Zhan knew that Chu Feng's cultivation was only a Tier 2 level 3, significantly weaker than his own. So his earlier requirement was merely for Chu Feng to hold his own against the Earth Dragon Lizard. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng's strength far exceeded expectations, crushing the Earth Dragon Lizard with a single move. Xiong Zhan took a deep breath. It seemed he would have to work hard to prove himself, or else the position of leader of the giant bear battle group might be taken by Chu Feng. However, just as Xiong Zhan was about to exert his strength, a distant buzzing sound suddenly echoed. The ethereal sound resonated directly in their minds. Hearing this, Xiong Zhan's expression changed instantly. He used all his strength to lift the Earth Dragon Lizard on him and flung it away with great force. Retreat! Xiong Zhan roared, his voice filled with urgency. It was a matter of life and death. Chu Feng, seeing this, was puzzled but didn't ask further. He raised his hand and cast the small thunder technique, killing the Earth Dragon Lizard that Xiong Zhan had thrown away. The mission was successfully completed. Of course, the Earth Dragon Lizard's corpse still needed to be brought back to exchange for money. But at this moment, Xiong Zhan had no mind to care about such things. He turned his head toward the direction the sound had come from, his expression shifting unpredictably. Judging by the sound, it was clearly a very powerful, ferocious beast. More crucially, the sound came from the area where Lu Xiaoli had left, indicating that she might have encountered a fierce battle, possibly even life-threatening danger. Lu Xiaoli was not skilled in combat. If she encountered a high-level ferocious beast, her chances of survival were slim. Chu Feng, you and Wang Tao. Xiong Zhan initially intended to have Chu Feng and the others retreat. But the situation was complicated. They were now far from Beast City, and there were likely many ferocious beasts lurking around. Without Lu Xiaoli to guide them, running around aimlessly could lead them to an even stronger beast, resulting in certain death. Or they could be surrounded and overwhelmed by countless beasts. After thinking for a moment, Xiong Zhan said no more and directly sprinted toward the direction of the sound, which was also the path Lu Xiaoli had taken. Chu Feng stood in place, his mind a bit muddled. What's going on? Li Jun sighed, turned around, and began cleaning up the two corpses under the sand dune. Wang Tao, looking dejected, explained to Chu Feng, Sister Xiaoli probably provoked a powerful ferocious beast, and the boss went to save her. The boss didn't say much earlier, just told us to figure things out ourselves. If they can come back, we'll be able to return safely to Beast City. If they don't come back. Chu Feng listened and understood. If Xiong Zhan didn't return, the three of them would have to flee for their lives separately. But being so far from Beast City now, without Lu Xiaoli to lead the way, returning would be very difficult. Of course, Chu Feng controlled soul power, so as long as he was careful, he could return safely. But abandoning his teammates wasn't his style. No matter what happened, he had to go and check the situation. Shall we go together? See if we can help. Wang Tao, who had been silently upset for a while, heard Chu Feng's words and explained, if it's a 4th-tier ferocious beast, we'll only be a burden if we go. 4th-tier ferocious beasts have significantly enhanced defense and vitality. That's also why Xiong Zhan told us to stay behind. If we go, not only will we be a burden, but we might also lose our lives. Staying behind to escape might give us a slim chance of survival. Chu Feng nodded. Then you stay behind, I'll go take a look. After saying that, he sprinted toward the direction Xiong Zhan had left. Chu Feng's true strength was at the early foundation establishment stage, and his physical toughness could even rival that of an ordinary 4th-tier martial artist. So he wasn't afraid of facing a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Wait for me. Wang Tao saw Chu Feng running off and immediately shouted. In Wang Tao's eyes, Chu Feng was just a 2nd-tier martial artist, specifically at the 3rd level of the 2nd tier, with strength even inferior to Wang Tao's. To Wang Tao, Chu Feng was like a high-damage but fragile long-range fighter. How could he possibly have strong attacks, a tough body, and fast speed? It didn't make sense. Wang Tao thought that with Chu Feng's attack power, if he helped fend off the beast's harassment, they might actually defeat a 4th-tier ferocious beast. He didn't actually know what tier of beast Xiong Zhan was facing, it was just an instinctive thought. Li Jun, after cleaning up the 2 Earth Dragon Lizard corpses, initially didn't plan to follow. After all, if Xiong Zhan couldn't defeat the beast, there was no way he could help. If Xiong Zhan won, there would be no need for him to go. But seeing Chu Feng leave without hesitation, Li Jun finally gritted his teeth and chased after him. With Chu Feng's attack power, they still had hope against a strong ferocious beast. Chu Feng's speed was extremely fast. The physique of a Foundation establishment cultivator made his physical toughness outstanding in all aspects, even surpassing Xiong Zhan after transformation. It's just that the power of the Minor Thunder technique is too strong, leaving no chance for the body's full strength to be displayed. Soon, Chu Feng crossed numerous sand dunes and arrived at a flat desert. In the distance, a massive sandstorm covered the sky, and Bearjean, nearly 6 meters tall, looked like a speck of dust within the storm. When Chu Feng arrived, he saw Lu Xiaoli surrounded by a large group of 2nd-tier Earth Dragon Lizards. Her combat strength was weak, and she held a giant tooth in her hand, using it to intimidate the surrounding Earth Dragon Lizards. Seeing this, Chu Feng acted without hesitation to rescue her. The Minor Thunder technique descended from the sky. With several thunderous booms, the group of Earth Dragon Lizards was blasted into pieces. You killed a ferocious beast and luckily obtained a 2nd-tier triple blessing bag. You killed a ferocious beast and luckily obtained a 2nd-tier 6-fold blessing bag. A few Minor Thunder techniques resulted in a pile of rewards. It must be said, the harvest was quite good. The Minor Thunder technique is merely a spell from the Qi refining stage, and as a Foundation establishment cultivator, Chu Feng had an abundant supply of spiritual energy in his Dantian, allowing him to cast it over 100 times without issue. After clearing out the Earth Dragon Lizards, Chu Feng walked over to Lu Xiaoli. What's going on? Why is Bearjean trapped in the sandstorm? At this moment, Lu Xiaoli looked at Chu Feng with a somewhat dazed expression. Could it be that he had wiped out all those 2nd-tier Earth Dragon Lizards? That thunderbolt just now was a Chu Feng's innate ability? It seemed incredibly powerful. Could it deal with the 3rd-tier 9th-level Sky Dragon Lizard and rescue Bearjean? Lu Xiaoli felt a surge of urgency in her heart. That's a Sky Dragon Lizard about to break through to the 4th tier. 4th-tier ferocious beasts can control some natural forces. The 3rd-tier 9th-level Sky Dragon Lizard is about to ascend to the 4th tier, and it has already mastered the power of the sandstorm. It's using the sandstorm to trap the captain. 4th-tier ferocious beasts can wield natural forces? Chu Feng silently noted this information and gestured for Lu Xiaoli not to worry. I'll go take a look. With that, he headed in the direction of Bearjean. At that moment, the sandstorm suddenly intensified, the wind howled, and countless sand grains rushed forward. The powerful force nearly made Chu Feng lose his footing. Bearjean was violently thrown out by this force, his 6-meter-tall body crashing heavily onto the sand. His entire body was scraped by the sand, leaving blood marks. He tried to struggle to his feet, but due to excessive blood loss and severe injuries, he could only lie on the sand, gazing powerlessly at the sky. In the sky, a massive, sinister head appeared before the 3 of them. The head covered the sky, and its eyes alone were larger than the 6-meter-tall Bearjean. The oppressive presence made all 3 of them feel their hearts race. Bearjean looked at the head and sighed inwardly. It's over, there's no saving us. Lu Xiaoli hurried to Bearjean's side, tears streaming down her face as she cried uncontrollably. She seemed to have completely given up resisting, no longer holding out hope against the head in the sky. Chu Feng stared at the colossal creature, his heart racing. Was this really a 3rd-tier ferocious beast? Its eyes were nearly 10 meters wide, and its body was likely over 1,000 meters long. Was it the same species as the 3rd-tier Earth Dragon Lizards from earlier? Chu Feng took a deep breath and asked, "What kind of ferocious beast is this?" Bearjean heard the voice, his eyes suddenly widened, and he said weakly and tremblingly, "I didn't ask you to follow me. Stay where you were, at least you'd have a chance to survive." He didn't explain further, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Originally, one person could have lived longer, but now everyone was doomed. Lu Xiaoli, her eyes blurred with tears, choked out, "Yes, this is still just a 3rd-tier ferocious beast." The strength of 3rd-tier ferocious beasts varies greatly. The Sky Dragon Lizard is the strongest among them, with power that can even rival some 6th-tier ferocious beasts. The Earth Dragon Lizard is a branch of the Sky Dragon Lizard.
The Sky Dragon Lizard has extremely high talent and can easily grow to the 10th tier, a realm above 9th tier golden body martial artists. Chu Feng stared at the massive head in the sky, his heartbeat accelerating. He wasn't sure if his earlier thunder technique could pose a threat to such a colossal creature. Why would a Sky Dragon Lizard appear here? Such a massive and powerful ferocious beast, there's no way the Sky Battle Corps would let it grow unchecked. Chu Feng didn't sense any malice from the Sky Dragon Lizard, so he refrained from acting for the time being. Even though he knew such a large ferocious beast was incredibly valuable, if he couldn't defeat it, he would be doomed. He wanted to first gauge its strength and ideally find a weakness to facilitate future combat. Dimensional space. Xiongzhan explained hoarsely, ferocious beasts all escape from dimensional spaces. Since there's such a powerful Sky Dragon Lizard here, there might be a dimensional rift nearby, connecting to a strong dimensional space. It's just curious about us for now. Try to escape. As long as you leave its line of sight, you'll have a chance to survive. Cough, cough, cough. Xiongzhan knew his injuries were severe and that he likely wouldn't make it. So, he could only urge Chu Feng to escape first. Remember to take Lu Xiaoli with you, Xiongzhan reminded. Chu Feng understood and asked in return, can't we just kill it? Xiongzhan froze upon hearing this, his blood-covered face showing confusion. Such a massive ferocious beast, how could you even break through its defenses if it just stood still? Let alone the fact that it could control sandstorms, easily tossing aside his 6-meter-tall frame. Xiongzhan couldn't fathom how to kill it. I admit your attack power was strong earlier, but the Sky Dragon Lizard's vitality far exceeds your imagination. It's best not to attack it recklessly, Xiongzhan explained. This was because the Sky Dragon Lizard hadn't shown much hostility yet. It might just be curious about encountering new life forms. Once its curiosity passed, it would naturally leave. Maintaining the current situation might still offer a slim chance of survival. Chu Feng nodded, understanding. Indeed, even with his minor thunder technique, he wasn't confident he could defeat this massive Sky Dragon Lizard. If he failed to kill it, he might instead provoke it. He might be able to escape with his 3000 thunder movement, but Xiongzhan and Lu Xiaoli would almost certainly die. As he pondered, Chu Feng restrained his aura, preparing to wait for the Sky Dragon Lizard to leave. The Sky Dragon Lizard stared at the 3 humans in front of it, its eyes filled with curiosity, especially at the 6-meter-tall Xiongzhan. The burly Xiongzhan was much larger than Chu Feng and the others, which piqued its interest greatly. It occasionally stirred up a light breeze to test Chu Feng and the others' reactions. However, to the Sky Dragon Lizard, this was just an ordinary display of its might. But to Chu Feng and the others, this storm was deadly. They had to focus all their energy on resisting it, otherwise, being blown into the sky and then crashing down would mean certain death. While the Sky Dragon Lizard was testing them, Chu Feng kept thinking of ways to counter it. Soon, he looked at his lucky pouch, wondering if he could draw something useful, like a powerful weapon, a formation to conceal his presence, or an advanced inheritance. That way, he wouldn't be so passive. Of course, Chu Feng knew the rewards from the lucky pouch were highly random, so he could only hope for the best. Opening Tier 2 Level 4 Lucky Pouch. Congratulations, you have obtained 23 low-grade Spirit Stones. Opening Tier 2 Level 6 Lucky Pouch. Opening the 3rd Tier Double Blessing Bag. Congratulations on obtaining the Foundation Establishment spell Great Thunder Technique. As the last blessing bag was opened, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. This was a Foundation Establishment spell. The small thunder technique he was currently using was merely a chi refining spell, yet it could injure Golden Core cultivators, equivalent to the power to kill a 7th tier martial artist. If replaced with the Great Thunder technique, his attack power would multiply. The Great Thunder technique was a Foundation Establishment spell, and when cast by him, a Foundation Establishment cultivator, it would be more than enough to annihilate a 9th tier powerhouse. Thinking of this, Chu Feng immediately opened the Great Thunder technique manual in the system space. As he delved deeper into it, he quickly realized that after mastering this spell, killing the terrifying Sky Dragon Lizard before him would be no problem. He didn't necessarily have to kill it, but at the very least, if the Sky Dragon Lizard tried to harm him, he wouldn't be helpless. Better safe than sorry. Beside Chu Feng, the Sky Dragon Lizard summoned a raging sandstorm, with sand and gravel cutting into Xiongzhan's skin, drawing blood. However, the same gravel brushing against Chu Feng's body didn't even scratch his skin. A mere sandstorm was far from enough for the Sky Dragon Lizard. It extended its massive claw, effortlessly grabbing Xiongzhan like a toy. The strength of that claw was astonishing, completely overwhelming Chu Feng and his companions. Even the 6-meter-tall Xiong Zhan was no more than the size of a fingernail under its claw. As for Chu Feng and Lu Xiaoli, they were almost invisible, like ants being toyed with by a human. The Sky Dragon Lizard, when interested, would glance around. When bored, it would turn and leave. Beastmaster City, the top floor of the Sky Hall. In a spacious conference room, dozens of imposing martial artists were seated. Each one of them was a top-tier 9th-tier Golden Body Realm expert, representing the strongest combat power of the Dragon Nation. At the head of the group was Jiang Chen, his expression solemn. Everyone, a dimensional rift has appeared again. There are 10th tier or even stronger ferocious beasts within the rift, posing a significant threat to us. But since there are ferocious beasts above the 10th tier, it also suggests that there might be a method for humans to break through the 10th tier hidden inside. The power of 10th tier beasts is well known to all of you, and 11th tier beasts are even beyond our ability to contend with. If you wish to climb higher in martial arts, join me in exploring the dimensional rift. The risk is immense, and death is a possibility. Those who don't wish to go, don't force yourselves. The nation needs you to stay and protect it. The Sky Dragon Lizard that emerged from the dimensional rift must be dealt with. It is estimated that many battle groups will suffer, and it must be expelled or killed. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, all the martial artists in the room stood up in unison, with not a single one unwilling to go. They had all climbed to the peak of martial arts and sat here with lofty ambitions. Pushing their limits was their lifelong pursuit. Even those martial artists who enjoyed indulgence understood that humanity constantly faced threats from ferocious beasts far beyond the power of any nation. If these beasts were not dealt with, humanity's future could be controlled at any moment. They refused to live in the shadow of ferocious beasts, which was why they joined the Sky Battle Group, using their lives to resist the beasts. Thus, almost everyone present stood up. However, seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed tightly. The nation needed powerful martial artists to protect it. If all the high-level martial artists ventured into the dimensional rift, and the dangers there proved too great even for 9th-tier martial artists to withstand, their failure to return could lead to the collapse of the western defense line of the Dragon Nation. We'll have to draw lots. Only half of you can go. The risk is too great. The drawing of lots ended quickly. The warriors who were chosen showed determined expressions, resolute and unwavering. Those who were not chosen didn't mind too much. After all, the situation in the dimensional rift often changed, and 9th-tier warriors were replaced one after another. Jiang Chen said, "Those chosen, follow me. Those not chosen, stay here and continue to protect the Dragon Nation." Also, a few Sky Dragon Lizards have appeared outside Beast City. Make sure to deal with them promptly and don't let them harm our people. With the final order given, all the 9th-tier warriors left the meeting room. Half went to the dimensional rift, while the other half went to deal with the Sky Dragon Lizards that had emerged. On Chu Feng's side, the Sky Dragon Lizard, while dealing with Xiong Zhan, began to grow increasingly impatient. To the Sky Dragon Lizard, toying with creatures as insignificant as ants and then crushing them effortlessly was nothing out of the ordinary. For Chu Feng, however, this was the most dangerous moment. A single mistake could result in them being swatted to death by the Sky Dragon Lizard's claw. At this moment, relying on his talent, Chu Feng had already mastered the Great Thunder technique. This spell required charging, and once completed, its power was enough to easily defeat the Sky Dragon Lizard. The divine thunder of the 9 heavens accumulated within Chu Feng, and his spiritual energy was mobilized. As soon as the Sky Dragon Lizard attempted to attack him, the full force of the Great Thunder technique would be unleashed upon it. Before long, the Sky Dragon Lizard began to feel bored. It lost interest in the humans in its grasp, and storms began to gather around it. Just then, Li Jun and Wang Tao arrived late. Seeing the Sky Dragon Lizard, as massive as a mountain, they were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground. They had intended to protect Chu Feng, but now, they felt they could barely hold themselves together. No matter how strong Chu Feng's attack power was, it seemed impossible to shake such a colossal creature. The Sky Dragon Lizard's sheer size was beyond what human strength could contend with. As Li Jun and Wang Tao were paralyzed with fear, the Sky Dragon Lizard completely lost interest. Its massive claw slowly closed, ready to end the lives of the humans who had been studying it for so long. Chu Feng, of course, would not sit idly by. The Great Thunder technique was ready. Azure lightning instantly enveloped his entire body, and the 3000 Thunder movement was pushed to its limit. Following the Sky Dragon Lizard's claw, he charged toward its head at an incredible speed. In his foundation establishment stage, with the enhancement of the 3000 Thunder movement, Chu Feng's speed was so fast it was almost impossible to track with the naked eye. He easily broke through the powerful sandstorm created by the Sky Dragon Lizard. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing atop the Sky Dragon Lizard's head. The terrifying thunderous power erupted from his body like a sea of lightning, completely engulfing the Sky Dragon Lizard's head before it could react. Great Thunder Technique. The incomparably powerful thunder force violently invaded the Sky Dragon Lizard's head through its facial features. In just an instant, the Sky Dragon Lizard's head was charred black by the electricity. You have defeated the ferocious beast and obtained a Tier 3 9-fold lucky bag. Chu Feng's movements were swift, so fast Xiongzhan took a deep breath. We'll need at least half a month of rest after going back. Without the help of a high-level warrior, we would have been dead by now. Lu Xiaoli patted her chest. We must properly thank that warrior. Although she wanted to express her gratitude, the ability to kill such a powerful Sky Dragon Lizard would require at least a 7th-tier warrior. They were only at the 2nd tier, and even if they wanted to thank him, they had nothing to offer. All they could do was say thank you. Lu Xiaoli thought for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed, and knelt on the powerless claw of the Sky Dragon Lizard. Her gaze was fixed on the thunderstorm atop the Sky Dragon Lizard's head. Although she couldn't offer anything tangible at the moment, she at least wanted to remember the appearance of their savior. Once her cultivation improved, it wouldn't be too late to visit and express her gratitude. By the way, where's Chu Feng? Lu Xiaoli asked. Chu Feng had been beside her just moments ago, but now he was nowhere to be seen. Xiongzhan looked around but couldn't find Chu Feng either, feeling puzzled. Could Chu Feng have been blown away by the storm? The sandstorm summoned by the Sky Dragon Lizard earlier was incredibly powerful. Even Xiongzhan, who had grown to 6 meters in length, couldn't stand steadily, let alone Chu Feng, who was only at the 2nd tier 3rd level. It made sense that Chu Feng couldn't withstand the storm's force and was swept away. Thinking of this, Xiongzhan grew anxious. After being saved, was their team about to lose a member? Xiongzhan acknowledged Chu Feng's attack power with Chu Feng's long-range firepower. Completing 3rd-tier missions in the future would be much easier. Let's search everywhere. At that moment, there was a loud boom, and the massive Sky Dragon Lizard collapsed to the ground. Xiongzhan took a deep breath, jumped off the Sky Dragon Lizard's claw, and began searching for Chu Feng. He didn't see Chu Feng but did spot Li Jun and Wang Tao, who had caught up. At this moment, Li Jun and Wang Tao were staring blankly at the top of the Sky Dragon Lizard's head, full of disbelief. They were muttering softly, "Impossible, this is impossible." Earlier, as they approached, they not only saw the Sky Dragon Lizard in the sky but also saw Chu Feng and the others caught in the Sky Dragon Lizard's claws. Li Jun and Wang Tao had witnessed it firsthand. Just as the Sky Dragon Lizard was about to crush Chu Feng and the other two, Chu Feng suddenly erupted. Chu Feng transformed into a blue lightning bolt, leaping onto the Sky Dragon Lizard's head in an instant. Then, an incredibly powerful surge of lightning energy erupted from Chu Feng's body. The lightning poured madly into the Sky Dragon Lizard's ears and eyes, ultimately killing the massive creature and giving Xiong Zhan and Lu Xiaoli a chance to survive. However, if they remembered correctly, Chu Feng was only a second-tier warrior, and at the third level of the second tier. How could someone at the same tier as them possess such strong attack power, capable of injuring the Sky Dragon Lizard? His speed was astonishing as well. The Sky Dragon Lizard couldn't even react in time. Even Xiong Zhan and Lu Xiaoli hadn't realized when Chu Feng had already reached the Sky Dragon Lizard's head and, with one explosive attack, took it down. Fast speed, strong attack power. Li Jun and Wang Tao, both at the late stage of the second tier, figured that if they faced Chu Feng, they'd probably lose before they could even make a move. Xiong Zhan looked at the puzzled Li Jun and Wang Tao, intending to ask what had happened. Just then, Lu Xiaoli let out a startled cry. "Chu Feng!" Lu Xiaoli saw that as the lightning atop the Sky Dragon Lizard's head gradually dissipated, the figure revealed was none other than their teammate Chu Feng. It was Chu Feng who had acted at the critical moment, killed the Sky Dragon Lizard, and saved her and Xiong Zhan. However, Lu Xiaoli was certain that Chu Feng was a second-tier martial artist. How could a second-tier martial artist possibly kill a Sky Dragon Lizard with strength equivalent to a sixth tier? Hearing the sound, Xiong Zhan immediately turned around. At first glance, he saw Chu Feng slowly sliding down from the head of the Sky Dragon Lizard. Chu Feng seemed unconscious, unable to stand steadily on the creature's head. Wait, why was Chu Feng on the head of the Sky Dragon Lizard? Xiong Zhan instantly guessed the answer but found it hard to believe. Without thinking further, he gritted his teeth, stepped forward quickly, and caught the exhausted Chu Feng with his sturdy arms under the fallen head of the Sky Dragon Lizard. At that moment, a powerful aura descended from the sky. A martial artist of extraordinary strength arrived beside Xiong Zhan and the others. Xiong Zhan recognized this person, Qian Feng, a ninth-tier martial artist from the Sky Dome Battle Group, who often lectured on martial arts in the Sky Dome Hall. Xiong Zhan had attended several of his classes. "Senior," Xiong Zhan said respectfully, holding the unconscious Chu Feng. Qian Feng glanced at Xiong Zhan and then at the collapsed Sky Dragon Lizard, his eyes filled with doubt. As a ninth-tier martial artist, he could clearly sense that the slain Sky Dragon Lizard was a third-tier beast, with strength equivalent to some sixth-tier beasts. Among the people present, the strongest was likely Xiong Zhan, whose second-tier 8th-level strength might barely allow him to contend with a third-tier beast using some techniques. But against a third-tier Sky Dragon Lizard, survival was nearly impossible. Qian Feng hadn't witnessed the process of Chu Feng killing the Sky Dragon Lizard. Curious, he asked, "What's your name? Did you kill the Sky Dragon Lizard?" Xiong Zhan quickly replied, "I am Xiong Zhan from the Giant Bear Battle Group. The Sky Dragon Lizard was killed by Chu Feng." As he spoke, he gestured with his eyes toward Chu Feng in his arms. Qian Feng looked at Chu Feng, his confusion growing. This kid was Chu Feng? He killed the Sky Dragon Lizard? Qian Feng could clearly see that Chu Feng's strength was only second-tier third level, even weaker than Xiong Zhan. Judging by surface combat ability, how could Chu Feng possibly kill the Sky Dragon Lizard? Thinking this, Qian Feng stepped forward to examine Chu Feng's condition. He discovered that Chu Feng had fainted due to excessive use of his innate talent, leading to physical exhaustion. It seemed that Chu Feng had indeed given his all in the battle. However, no matter how hard a second-tier martial artist tried, it was impossible to harm a third-tier Sky Dragon Lizard in the slightest, right? With these thoughts in mind, Qian Feng took out a pill from his storage ring and fed it to Chu Feng. To figure out what happened, why not wake Chu Feng and ask him directly? As a ninth-tier martial artist, the pill Qian Feng provided was a top-tier 9th-grade healing elixir. After consuming it, Chu Feng immediately felt better. Soon, Chu Feng regained consciousness. Seeing Xiong Zhan holding him, he struggled to stand up. Turning to look at the already dead Sky Dragon Lizard in the distance, he sincerely remarked, "Good thing I killed it."
If the Great Thunder technique hadn't killed the Sky Dragon lizard, he would surely have died. There was no choice. The Great Thunder technique consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy and physical strength. After the battle, Chu Feng had fainted from exhaustion. According to his judgment, the Great Thunder technique was likely a late Foundation establishment skill, one tier higher than the Small Thunder technique. With his current early Foundation establishment strength, using a late Foundation establishment skill and fainting from overexertion was normal. However, the result was worth it. Such a massive Sky Dragon lizard, even as a third-tier beast, was easily worth hundreds of billions or even trillions based on its weight. No surprise, his Foundation cultivation method and the issue of spirit stones for training were temporarily resolved. Just as Chu Feng was pondering, a voice came through. "Did you kill the Sky Dragon lizard?" Shen Feng was very concerned about who had killed the Sky Dragon lizard. Although it was hard to believe, the facts were right in front of him. A group of second-tier martial artists had actually slain a Sky Dragon lizard with strength equivalent to the 6th tier. This indicated that this group of second-tier martial artists had extremely high talent, which was very rare. Chu Feng nodded. "I killed it. Is there a problem?" He didn't know Qian Feng, the 9th-tier martial artist, and Qian Feng didn't exude a strong aura. In Chu Feng's eyes, Qian Feng was just another beast hunter like himself, so he naturally admitted it openly. Of course, even if he knew Qian Feng was a 9th-tier martial artist, he would still admit to killing the Sky Dragon lizard. After all, he planned to use the Sky Dragon lizard's corpse to exchange for cultivation resources. "How did you kill it? Can you demonstrate it again so I can see?" Qian Feng asked. He couldn't just rely on Chu Feng's words. Since Chu Feng admitted it, Qian Feng naturally wanted to witness Chu Feng's strength firsthand. He was really curious about what kind of attack could kill a Sky Dragon lizard with strength equivalent to the 6th tier. After all, Chu Feng was only at the 3rd stage of the 2nd tier, still in the bone refining phase, and his talent hadn't even been fully developed. Qian Feng found it hard to believe. He stared at Chu Feng, his eyes filled with a desire to uncover the truth. Chu Feng was puzzled upon hearing this. There was no need to demonstrate. His teammates could all vouch for him. Moreover, he couldn't demonstrate it at all. The spiritual energy in his dantian was already depleted, and he couldn't use the Great Thunder technique. Chu Feng looked around and asked his teammates, "You all saw it, right? Can you vouch for me?" Xiong Zhan and Lu Xiaoli hadn't seen the entire process. But Xiong Zhan remembered the thunderstorm that appeared on the Sky Dragon lizard's head. It was that thunderstorm that killed the Sky Dragon lizard. And Chu Feng had fallen from the Sky Dragon lizard's head. So, the thunderstorm must have been released by Chu Feng. Naturally, the Sky Dragon lizard was killed by Chu Feng. He was the first to nod. "I didn't see the whole process, but I can confirm that the Sky Dragon lizard was killed by Chu Feng. I can vouch for him." Qian Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this. Chu Feng didn't demonstrate his strength, and Xiong Zhan hadn't seen the entire process. This made it impossible to fully confirm that the Sky Dragon lizard was indeed killed by Chu Feng. Perhaps a 9th-tier martial artist had passed by and killed the Sky Dragon lizard casually, and Chu Feng had just taken advantage of the situation. After all, Qian Feng simply couldn't believe that a 2nd-tier martial artist could kill a 6th-tier ferocious beast. Even the most powerful martial artist in Long Country's history, Wu Badian, had only defeated a 3rd-tier martial artist during his 2nd tier's most glorious achievement. Now Chu Feng had directly killed a 6th-tier Sky Dragon lizard. Was that reasonable? At this moment, Wang Tao and Li Jun, standing nearby, both stated that they had witnessed the entire process. They exchanged glances and said simultaneously, "We saw the whole thing." Chu Feng was like a flash of lightning, instantly rushing to the Sky Dragon lizard's head and releasing the thunderstorm technique, electrocuting the Sky Dragon lizard to death. After hearing this, Qian Feng looked around. Everyone present almost believed that Chu Feng had done it. Qian Feng naturally wanted to believe it too. After all, the more geniuses among the human race, the greater the hope of driving those ferocious beasts out of this land. However, without solid evidence, who would believe it just based on words? Qian Feng thought for a moment and finally spoke, "As long as you can demonstrate how you killed the Sky Dragon lizard, I'll reward you with 10 trillion dragon coins." How about that? It was worth noting that the corpse of this Sky Dragon lizard would at most sell for 70 to 80 million. Offering 10 trillion was a significant increase, a condition full of sincerity, purely to see just how powerful Chu Feng really was. Hearing this condition, Chu Feng was naturally excited.
He finally had a way to obtain a foundation establishment technique and could also buy a large number of spirit stones to continue his cultivation. However, the spiritual energy in his dantian was already depleted, and the spiritual energy in this world was particularly scarce. Recovering all his strength in a short time to perform the Great Thunder technique again was almost impossible. After thinking for a moment, Xu said, "I can do it, but I really can't unleash the same attack right now. Could I get your contact information? Once I recover by tomorrow morning, I'll show you how I defeated the Sky Dragon Lizard." "All right." Xianfeng nodded. Seeing the sincerity in Xu Feng's eyes, he still had his doubts but chose not to ask further. After all, he would only give the 10 trillion dragon coins if Xu Feng could demonstrate his strength. They exchanged contact information. Xianfeng glanced again at the Sky Dragon Lizard's corpse behind Xu Feng and slowly said, "This Sky Dragon Lizard is only 3rd tier, and its market price definitely doesn't exceed 10 trillion. How about I buy it for 10 trillion dragon coins?" Xianfeng thought to himself that such a large corpse would surely be a hassle for Xu Feng to take back. Since they had exchanged contact information, Xianfeng decided to temporarily trust that Xu Feng had killed the Sky Dragon Lizard and conveniently offered to buy the corpse. "All right, thanks." Xu Feng quickly nodded. Xianfeng buying the corpse was a huge help, saving him a lot of trouble and directly giving him 10 trillion dragon coins. Next, Xu Feng would definitely need to go into seclusion for cultivation. With this money, he could aim for the late stage of foundation establishment. At the late stage, his physical strength would rival that of some 6th-tier martial artists. If he could advance to the golden core stage, although his physical body would only be comparable to a 7th-tier martial artist, combined with his techniques, Xu Feng was confident he could even defeat a 9th-tier martial artist. The power of the Great Thunder technique just now had already fully demonstrated the might of his techniques. As he pondered, Xianfeng stored the Sky Dragon Lizard's corpse into his storage space and transferred the 10 trillion dragon coins to Xu Feng's bank card. The entire process was straightforward and efficient, without the slightest delay. "Alright, I have other Sky Dragon Lizards to deal with, so I'll take my leave for now. Once you've recovered, remember to find me. As long as you can prove your strength, this 10 trillion dragon coins reward will be yours." With that, Xianfeng stepped into the air and left. The remaining members of the Giant Bear Battle Group stood there, staring blankly at Xianfeng's departing figure. It took a full half a quarter of an hour before someone reacted. 10 trillion! Unbelievable! Li Jun and Wang Tao looked at Xu Feng, their eyes filled with envy. 10 trillion dragon coins. How many years of struggle would that save Xu Feng? It was worth noting that the reward for this 3rd-tier kill mission was only 1 billion, and the Sky Dragon Lizard Xu Feng killed was equivalent to completing 10,000 3rd-tier missions. Even if one completed one 3rd-tier mission per day, it would take 10,000 days, roughly 30 years. 30 years? How many 30 years does a martial artist have? Xu Feng glanced at his teammates around him, knowing how hard they worked on missions. The reward for this mission wasn't much, and the 10 trillion dragon coins, along with the 3rd-tier beast's corpse, far exceeded what they had earned. Xu Feng waved his hand and said to his teammates in the Giant Bear Battle Group, "I won't take a share of the rewards for this mission. Also, I plan to leave the Giant Bear Battle Group. Thank you all for taking care of me along the way." With enough money, Xu Feng naturally wanted to focus on cultivation and break through his current level. In the 100 Schools martial arts tournament a month later, he aimed to claim 1st place. A month was enough time to utilize 2 trillion dragon coins, which would ensure he secured the top 3 rewards in the tournament. The members of the Giant Bear Battle Group quickly refused after hearing Xu Feng's words. In this mission, the 2 3rd-tier ferocious beasts were both killed by Xu Feng himself. The Giant Bear Battle Group had hardly contributed much. Moreover, if Xu Feng hadn't acted in time to save Xiong Zhan and Lu Xiaoli, they might have already died at the hands of the Sky Dragon Lizard. Thus, Xu Feng's contributions were undoubtedly the greatest in the team. Everyone present agreed to give all the mission rewards to Xu Feng. Not only was this a sign of respect for his contributions, but more importantly, they all wanted to build a good relationship with him. Xu Feng's combat strength was incredibly powerful. Being able to kill the Sky Dragon Lizard spoke volumes about his strength. The key point was that Xu Feng was only a 2nd-tier martial artist, yet he could easily slay a 6th-tier ferocious beast. Who wouldn't want to get closer to someone with such talent? After some discussion, Xiong Zhan forcibly handed the rewards to Xu Feng. The group pooled their money and gave him a total of 1 billion, directly transferring it to Xu Feng's account. The mission's earnings were at most 2 to 3 billion, but compared to the trillion dragon coins Chu Feng had just received, this amount was insignificant. Therefore, Xiong Zhan and the others contributed from their own pockets to make it a full billion for Chu Feng. They couldn't offer more, as they were also second-tier martial artists. Of course, Chu Feng was also a second-tier martial artist. For him, this billion dragon coins wasn't particularly enticing. This amount of money wouldn't significantly aid his cultivation, but it was very important to Xiong Zhan and the others. However, seeing how insistent they were, Chu Feng didn't refuse and accepted the billion dragon coins. He also decided not to leave the giant bear battle group. Once he became stronger, he planned to lead the team on missions, where earning this billion would be effortless. Xiong Zhan was delighted to see Chu Feng accept the reward. He took out an off-road vehicle from his storage ring and drove everyone back to Beast City. Aside from completing the mission, it was also an opportunity for the team to rest. The life and death battles had been extremely draining. As night fell, Chu Feng soon returned to Beast City. After bidding farewell to Xiong Zhan and the others, he rented a training room in the city to cultivate for the night. The next day, he planned to find Qian Feng to collect the promised trillion dragon coins. Upon entering the training room, Chu Feng spent 180 billion to purchase the Thunder Command Technique Foundation chapter. The Thunder Command Technique could be cultivated all the way to the Purple Sky Thunder Command True Technique, eliminating the need to switch techniques midway or waste time dispersing internal spiritual energy to change techniques. Switching techniques required a significant amount of time to adjust internal spiritual energy, otherwise, cultivating a new technique would be very difficult. However, continuously cultivating the same technique avoided this hassle. The Thunder Command Technique was of a very high level, and the Foundation chapter included a foundational spell called 10,000 Thunder Net. The 10,000 Thunder Net could transform lightning into a thunder net, wrapping around oneself. It could be used to detect enemies or tighten the net to trap them. If he mastered this move, defeating Tianhai would be no problem. As he thought about it, Chu Feng spent another 20 million to buy a large number of spirit stones for cultivation, absorbing spiritual energy, replenishing his Dantian, and studying the thunder control technique, continuously enhancing his foundation establishment strength. Besides focusing on foundation establishment, Chu Feng did not neglect martial arts this time. During his last encounter at Baichao University, Tianhai's strength was overwhelming, and he did not want to lose again. He casually took out the Starlight Thunderstorm technique given to him by teacher Wei Shohan. This technique, when cultivated to its later stages, could transform oneself into actual thunder, granting mysterious and unpredictable abilities similar to Tianhai's. He planned to spend a month striving to reach Tianhai's level. After a night of cultivation, with the help of a large number of spirit stones, Chu Feng steadily advanced toward the mid-stage of foundation establishment. During this time, he also discovered several pills in the Myriad Realms Mall that could enhance martial arts realms. Bone Condensing Pill, after consumption, it could directly raise one level in the bone refining realm, priced at 30 million dragon coins. 30 million was a significant amount for an ordinary third-rank martial artist. However, for Chu Feng, who possessed 1 trillion dragon coins, this amount was negligible. Without hesitation, he purchased 6 bone condensing pills and consumed them one after another. With the help of the pills, his second-rank third level quickly broke through, and his cultivation advanced to the second-rank 9th level in a short time. Rapid advancement in martial arts realms often brought about negative effects like loss of control over power. However, Chu Feng's body was equivalent to that of a 4th-rank martial artist, so he did not experience any sense of power loss. At the very least, Chu Feng would only face issues with power control after breaking through to the 5th rank. Therefore, he could confidently and boldly advance his realm at this stage. In addition to the bone condensing pills, Chu Feng also purchased many other pills from the Myriad Realms Mall to enhance his realm. Flesh Tempering Pill, after consumption, it could directly raise one level in the 3rd rank Flesh Tempering realm, priced at 1 billion dragon coins. 1 billion was an astronomical sum for an ordinary 3rd rank martial artist. To put it into perspective, the reward for a 3rd rank mission that Chu Feng had previously taken was only 100 million dragon coins. A flesh tempering pill, which only raised one level, cost 1 billion dragon coins. For an ordinary 3rd rank martial artist, it was impossible to spend so much money on pills. Chu Feng's actions were primarily driven by the Starlight Thunderstorm technique, which stated that to unlock one's innate talent, one must at least reach the 4th rank. At the 4th rank, a martial artist's innate abilities would awaken new powers.
Therefore, Xu Feng was determined to accelerate his strength improvement. He focused not only on his qi refining cultivation but also on enhancing his martial arts cultivation. Currently, Xu Feng was at the second rank 9th level. He purchased 9 flesh tempering pills at once, and with the powerful medicinal effects of the pills combined with the cultivation bonuses from his 3S grade talents, Xu Feng easily broke through to the 3rd rank 9th level. With the help of potent pills and his terrifying talents, his martial arts cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket. Next, he aimed to break through to the 4th rank. At the 4th rank, a martial artist's talents could be upgraded, and they could begin cultivating their talents. Xu Feng's S-grade talent, Gigantification, could significantly enhance the strength of his other talents. After upgrading, the enhancement multiplier would be even higher. Previously, it was at most 3 times. After upgrading, it might increase to 4 or even 5 times. If the talent strength could be enhanced 5-fold, Xu Feng's single S-grade talent could rival 5 S-grade talents of others. Thinking of this, Xu Feng did not hesitate to purchase a pulse-gathering pill worth 20 billion dragon coins. The pulse-gathering pill had effects similar to the previous pills but was specifically designed to help break through to the 4th rank. Xu Feng bought it and consumed it immediately, forcefully pushing his cultivation to the 4th rank 1st level. At the moment he broke through the 4th stage, he felt as if an invisible lock within his body had been opened, and a powerful force surged throughout him. Xu Feng clearly sensed that his 3 talents had been greatly enhanced. Among them, the S-level talent Gigantification could triple the talent's effect when not activated, and when activated, it could reach 6 times the effect. With this talent, the combined strength of Xu Feng's 3 S-level talents was equivalent to 13 S-level talents of others. The power was incredibly astonishing. Then there was Life Tide. After upgrading, Xu Feng distinctly felt that this talent could help him regenerate severed limbs. In other words, as long as a limb was severed, under the effect of Life Tide, it could grow back. Coupled with the effect of Gigantification, as long as he wasn't decapitated, Xu Feng was almost impossible to kill. Even if his heart was crushed, he could survive for a short time. Of course, if he were burned to ashes, he would still die. Additionally, if his brain were damaged, if his head were gone, even if he could survive, he would only become a vegetative state. Losing his memory would mean he was no longer himself. Life Tide was powerful, but not strong enough to resurrect from a single drop of blood. Lastly, there was 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. After enhancement, Xu Feng could control lightning more skillfully. Most notably, he could truly transform into a bolt of lightning. 3,000 Thunder movement merely allowed one to run fast. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder enabled him to become lightning itself, with extremely terrifying destructive power. He could also release small bolts of lightning, like Tian Hai, letting them freely roam through the air. Xu Feng's control over lightning was still not proficient, mainly relying on the ability of Gigantification to double the talent's effect. This allowed him to achieve the results of Tian Hai's years of training in a short time. Otherwise, even as a 4th-stage martial artist, Xu Feng estimated it would take him several years to transform into lightning at will. The enhancement of the 3 major talents caused Xu Feng's combat power to soar. Most notably, if he were to release Great Thunder Technique again, its power would be several times greater than before. Now, even if Xu Feng only used Small Thunder Technique, he could easily defeat a 6th-stage Tianlong lizard. Seeing his strength rapidly increase, Xu Feng gazed at the slowly rising sun outside the window and couldn't help but sigh. Money is truly a wonderful thing. Then, he took a shower and picked up his phone to contact Qianfeng. After a whole night of training, he had mainly focused on martial arts and restoring his spiritual energy. He only had 60 million dragon coins left. When he reached the golden core stage, he would need a large amount of spiritual currency to improve his cultivation. Therefore, the trillion dragon coins in Qianfeng's hands had to be secured. Upon seeing Xu Feng's message, Qianfeng quickly replied, "I'm currently giving a lecture in the Sky Hall. You can come and listen, or come later. This is an alchemy class, if you're interested." Xu Feng looked at the message, his eyes flashing as he remembered that he also possessed an alchemy technique, the Hongmeng alchemy technique. However, he had never used this technique until now. It was a good opportunity to see how Qianfeng taught alchemy and learn more about the industry. With this thought, Xu Feng stored his extra spiritual stones in the system space and left the training room. Using the virtual real technique, he concealed his cultivation at the 2nd stage, 3rd level. Breaking through 2 major stages in one night was astonishingly fast. It was better to keep a low profile.
With this thought, Chu Feng walked along the streets of Beast City toward the Sky Hall. The Sky Hall. In the vast space, a corner was crowded with martial artists. Qian Feng stood at the highest point, demonstrating his alchemy techniques. Although it was called alchemy, Chu Feng saw Qian Feng clearly using an induction cooker to cook. It's completely different from the Hongmeng alchemy technique. Thinking this, Chu Feng squeezed into the crowd, wanting to see clearly. On the stage, Chen Feng, a 9th-rank martial artist, immediately recognized Chu Feng. Seeing Chu Feng's interest in alchemy, Chen Feng raised his voice slightly. Everyone, pay attention. Next, I will be refining one of Baichao University's signature pills, the Baichao Yunling pill. Baichao University's signature pill had powerful effects, but few people could make it. Why? Because it was difficult to refine. It's like having a math book in front of you, telling you it contains the secrets to success, yet many people still can't learn it. What Qian Feng was explaining this time was the Baichao Yunling pill, which had a difficulty level akin to advanced mathematics. The key to alchemy is controlling the heat. Mastering the heat allows you to extract the pill's medicinal properties to the fullest and refine the best Baichao Yunling pill, Qian Feng said while demonstrating. Chu Feng watched, but his face was full of doubt. Using a pot to boil medicinal ingredients, wouldn't that mix all the medicinal properties together? In the Hongmeng alchemy technique, the medicinal liquid must be extracted and preserved separately before being used for refining, which is the only way to produce top-grade pills. If Qian Feng did it this way, wouldn't the medicinal properties of the ingredients be wasted? Just as Chu Feng was pondering, he suddenly realized the issue. Extracting medicinal liquid from flames requires the help of soul power, and mastering soul power requires at least a 7th-rank martial artist. In other words, many alchemists simply don't have soul power. Naturally, they can't use the Hongmeng alchemy technique to refine pills. Thinking of this, Chu Feng understood why Qian Feng used an induction cooker for alchemy. It turned out to be for the convenience of lower-rank martial artists. After all, the Baichao Yunling pill was a pill consumed by 2nd-rank martial artists. On the stage, Qian Feng was focused on refining the Baichao Yunling pill. Below the stage, Chu Feng tried to set aside his soul power and understand Qian Feng's alchemy method. With the help of the Hongmeng alchemy technique, he easily grasped the refining method for the Baichao Yunling pill. The ingredients for this pill were very simple and inexpensive, consisting of only one 2nd-rank main ingredient, while the rest were 1st-rank ingredients. However, during refining, the fire poison in the 2nd-rank main ingredient, blood spirit vine, must be addressed. Diluting the fire poison would also diminish the medicinal properties of the blood spirit vine. How to neutralize the fire poison became the key to refining the Baichao Yunling pill. According to Qian Feng's explanation, if handled well, up to 100% of the fire poison could be removed. This would result in a top-grade Baichao Yunling pill, which could be consumed without any issues. Removing 95% of the fire poison would also meet the standard for a Baichao Yunling pill. The remaining fire poison wouldn't cause major problems during consumption. If less than 95% of the fire poison was removed, the pill could only be called a Yunling pill. Yunling pills shouldn't be consumed in large quantities, as excessive consumption could lead to fire poison toxicity. Chu Feng silently watched Qian Feng refine the pill, not only understanding the explanation but also gaining new insights by combining it with the Hongmeng alchemy technique. Fire poison certainly needed to be removed, but simply eliminating it seemed wasteful. Chu Feng wondered if the fire poison could be transformed into a power that martial artists could absorb, making it part of the pill. In this way, leveraging the power of the fire poison, the medicinal efficacy of a single blood spirit vine could be increased to 150%, or even 200%. The key was that this method had no side effects. The only additional material required was a 1st-rank spirit icegrass. Spirit icegrass itself was a pure toxic herb, but it could neutralize the fire poison in the blood spirit pill. After neutralization, not only can it eliminate the toxicity of fire poison and ice poison within the body, but it can also transform these two poisons into nutrients needed by martial artists. This greatly enhances the effect of the 100 Herbs Spirit Converging pill. At this moment, Qian Feng completed the pill refinement. He solidified the medicinal liquid, rolled it into a pill, looked around, and asked, "Does anyone have any questions?" Below the stage, many students listened with partial understanding and remained silent. However, there were also skilled alchemists present. These alchemists were already capable of refining the 100 Herbs Spirit Converging pill, and after listening to Qian Feng's explanation, they felt their alchemy skills had improved to a new level. No, they answered in unison. The other alchemists, who still didn't fully understand, were too embarrassed to ask questions and could only echo. No. Chu Feng also nodded, as there were indeed no issues. Qian Feng's explanation was very clear. There were only two areas that could be improved. First, when using an electric stove for alchemy, the medicinal properties of the pill could become mixed, affecting the pill formation efficiency. Second, the 100 herb spirit converging pill could still be improved not only to remove fire poison but also to significantly enhance its medicinal properties. However, Chu Feng did not point these out. Alchemy was not his strong suit, and even if he knew how, he wouldn't bother refining it. After all, this was a second-tier pill, worth at most a few million, which was insignificant to Chu Feng at this point. What he cared about most now was how to secure 10 trillion. At this moment, Qian Feng keenly noticed Chu Feng's nod. A sense of doubt arose in his heart, feeling something was off. Does Chu Feng also know how to refine the 100 herb spirit converging pill? Otherwise, why would he have no questions about my refinement process? Isn't Chu Feng known for his exceptional combat strength? A second-tier martial artist defeating a sixth-tier ferocious beast is no problem for him. Could it be that this kid is not only strong but also highly skilled in alchemy? Thinking of this, Qian Feng's curiosity was completely piqued. He himself was a martial artist from Baichao University, well versed in alchemy. He had always been eager to discover hidden alchemy talents among the public. He had even recommended several skilled alchemists to further their studies at Baichao University. If Chu Feng truly had a talent for alchemy, he would also recommend him to Baichao University. With this in mind, Qian Feng cleared his throat and said loudly, "Since no one has any questions, I will invite someone to come up and demonstrate, so we can see how well everyone has learned." His voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the alchemists present. Many of them had not yet mastered the refinement of the 100 herb spirit converging pill. If they were called up to the stage, wouldn't it expose how poor their alchemy skills were? That would be too embarrassing. If they performed poorly, it might even ruin their reputation in the alchemy community. Everyone silently prayed, hoping they wouldn't be chosen. At this moment, Qian Feng looked at Chu Feng and said, "You, come up and demonstrate the method I just explained for refining the 100 herb spirit converging pill." In the crowd, Chu Feng, being called out, appeared somewhat surprised. "Me? Wait, Qian Feng clearly knows who I am, so why is he asking me to go up and refine pills? Isn't this the time to showcase the Great Thunder technique, secure the 10 trillion, and leave directly? Why is alchemy involved now?" Around Chu Feng, the alchemists all turned to look at him, most of them secretly relieved that it wasn't them. What bad luck! If he can't refine it, won't he lose face completely? Not to mention, it might make Elder Qian have a worse impression of him. Elder Qian is a 9th tier expert and a big shot in the Sky Vault Battle Group. The Sky Vault Battle Group was not just an organization but an elite battle group composed of countless 9th tier martial artist elites, being able to enter, without exception, they are all top experts of the Dragon Kingdom. If his alchemy skills are truly remarkable and he successfully refines the 100 herb spirit concentrating pill, he will instantly become famous. Remarkable? Have you seen him? Impossible. I've asked several people, and none of them know him. If he were truly an alchemist, he would have some reputation in the circle. This guy, I don't even know his name yet. The surrounding people were discussing fervently. After being called to the stage, Chu Feng quickly waved his hand to refuse. "Mr. Qian, don't we have serious business to attend to?" Qian Feng nodded but still pressed on with a persistent tone, "I saw you nodding earlier. You said you know alchemy, so don't blame me." Chu Feng's face showed a trace of awkwardness. It seemed there was no escaping this time. The surrounding people, hearing the conversation between Chu Feng and Qian Feng, began to chatter. "Who is this guy, daring to bargain with Mr. Qian? I think he's just a second-tier bone refining realm, and the kind that's just entered. A second-tier martial artist daring to cozy up to a 9th-tier martial artist. His background must be extraordinary. If it were me, even if I didn't know alchemy, I'd bite the bullet and try. This guy actually dares to refuse Mr. Qian. He's got guts." Chu Feng pondered for a moment and finally stepped onto the platform, standing in front of the alchemy furnace. There was no choice to get that trillion, he first had to get the money from Qian Feng. Refusing him now wouldn't make sense. Seeing Chu Feng step up, Qian Feng, though somewhat reluctant, still comforted him. "It's okay, even if you don't know, just treat it as practice."
He actually didn't expect Chu Feng to succeed in alchemy. Alchemy and martial arts are two completely different paths. To reach the pinnacle of one must devote oneself entirely, making it nearly impossible to excel in both. Chu Feng's ability to defeat the Sky Dragon Lizard, whose strength was equivalent to a 6th-tier martial artist, with just a 2nd-tier cultivation already showed he was extremely strong in martial arts. Therefore, his alchemy skills naturally wouldn't be very high. Of course, whether Chu Feng actually killed the Sky Dragon Lizard was still uncertain. Regardless, today Qianfeng just wanted to see Chu Feng's alchemy skills. He was curious about Chu Feng's reaction when he nodded earlier. Chu Feng stood in front of the alchemy furnace. This was his first time attempting alchemy, and it was to refine the highly challenging 100 Herbs Spirit Concentrating Pill. He recalled Qianfeng's alchemy process earlier. Raising his hand with a gentle swipe, a cluster of azure spiritual fire appeared before him. Since it was alchemy, he naturally had to use his most proficient Hongmeng alchemy technique. Chu Feng was unfamiliar with Qianfeng's alchemy method, and attempting it recklessly would likely lead to failure. Although the flame Chu Feng summoned wasn't large, it instantly shocked everyone. What is this? I've never seen it before. A martial artist can summon flames out of thin air? Are you dumb? This is a talent. Martial artists with flame summoning talent have alchemy efficiency several times higher than others. Those with flame talent are particularly sensitive to temperature changes, making it much easier to refine high-grade pills. Unfortunately, this talent is extremely rare. Among the alchemists I know, only one has flame talent. I don't know even one. The observing alchemists all assumed Chu Feng was naturally gifted with flame summoning talent. But standing beside Chu Feng, Chen Feng knew very well that this was not talent at all. It was spiritual power. As a 9th-tier martial artist, Chen Feng had some understanding of the true nature of this world. Apart from martial arts, there is another mysterious power called spiritual energy. Some ancient texts in the Dragon Kingdom have recorded spiritual energy. Modern alchemy is derived and improved from these ancient texts. This is the key. Spiritual energy in this world is extremely scarce, and even for a genius martial artist, it is almost impossible to cultivate using spiritual energy. At most, one can only cultivate to the 9th level of qi refining, and anything higher is unattainable. Chen Feng himself had tried qi refining but could only reach the 1st level. The strength of the 1st level of qi refining is not even comparable to a 2nd-tier martial artist, let alone being able to easily transform spiritual energy into spiritual fire like Chu Feng. To achieve this, one would need to be at least a 4th-level qi refining cultivator. This kid is no ordinary person. Qian Feng thought to himself. Without a strong background in talent, it would be impossible to enter the path of qi refining so quickly. He began to look forward even more to Chu Feng's alchemy skills. After summoning the spiritual fire, Chu Feng checked the herbs on the table. Then, he threw the herbs into the spiritual fire in sequence to extract the medicinal essence, using his soul power to separate the essence. His movements were smooth and natural. For Chu Feng, who was already at the 4th level, refining a 2nd-tier 100 Herbs Spirit Nourishing Pill was a piece of cake. The alchemists below the stage were dumbfounded as they watched his actions. Is this how alchemy is done? It looks amazing. Incredible. Even Master Qian probably can't achieve this level. This is insane. Where on earth did Master Qian find such a genius? Many were envious, but some who understood alchemy knew not to judge by appearances. They retorted, "Don't jump to conclusions. Whether he's truly skilled depends on the quality of the pill. If he can't even refine the 100 Herbs Spirit Nourishing Pill, then it's all just for show. Technique isn't as important as the result." However, did you notice Master Qian's expression? He seems a bit shocked. Shocked? His eyes are practically popping out of their sockets. As a 9th-tier martial artist, Chen Feng naturally understood the methods Chu Feng was using. Spiritual energy was one thing, but using soul power in alchemy was another. This was no ordinary power. Soul power could only be awakened by 7th-tier martial artists. Yet Chu Feng was only at the 2nd tier. How could he possess such power? Moreover, as an alchemy master, Qian Feng could tell at a glance that Chu Feng's alchemy method was highly unique. This method significantly reduced the loss between medicinal essences, preserved the efficacy of the pill, and maximized its effects. This alchemy technique was incredibly advanced, far surpassing the skills Qian Feng had learned over the years.
Of course, the threshold was also high. Spiritual fire could be substituted with talent or special firestones, but soul power could only be mastered by 7th-tier martial artists. Chu Feng's case was completely unexpected. "Do you have spirit ice grass? Give me one," Chu Feng suddenly ordered while refining the pill. He felt that something was missing in the process, making it less than perfect. Initially, he planned to make do, but he ultimately decided to go all out, using his full strength and requesting spirit ice grass. He intended to use it to neutralize the fire poison in the blood spirit vine, doubling the effectiveness of the 100-herb spirit nourishing pill. Qian Feng was puzzled upon hearing this. Spirit ice grass was a poisonous herb. Could the pill still be consumed after adding it? However, seeing Chu Feng's serious and professional demeanor, he didn't ask further and directly took out spirit ice grass from his storage ring and handed it to Chu Feng. Chu Feng took it and immediately threw the spirit ice grass into the spiritual fire, instantly refining it into medicinal essence. Then, using his soul power, he infused all the medicinal essences, entering the final pill-forming stage. The alchemists on site saw Chu Feng adding poisonous herbs and even incorporating them into the formula for the 100-herb spirit nourishing pill, and they all expressed doubt. Is he modifying the formula on the spot? The 100-herb spirit nourishing pill is the signature pill of 100 Herbs University. It's already perfect. How could there be room for improvement? Is this kid just messing around? Not sure, but Elder Qian is watching right next to him. He's a 9th-rank martial artist. Could he really be fooled? In the vast sky hall, as Chu Feng's alchemy progressed, Xiong Zhan and his group returned here, preparing to find suitable tasks to recover from their injuries while gathering information. The four of them chatted about yesterday's events as they walked. Chu Feng is really amazing. We're all 2nd-rank martial artists, so how can the gap be so big? If it weren't for Chu Feng, our giant bear battle group would probably have disbanded yesterday. Xiong Zhan listened to Wang Tao and Li Jun's discussion and nodded. Indeed, if Chu Feng hadn't killed that sky dragon lizard in time, none of them would have survived. That was a 6th-rank sky dragon lizard. Even after using his innate ability, Xiong Zhan was like a child in front of the sky dragon lizard, completely unable to fight back. Beside him, Lu Xiaoli also chimed in. Chu Feng is still listed as a member of our battle group. When he becomes famous, our giant bear battle group might benefit from it too. As she spoke, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye of a group of white-robed alchemists gathered in a corner of the vast sky hall. On the platform, Chu Feng was focused on alchemy. The distance was too far for Lu Xiaoli to see clearly. She said in disbelief, "Look, is that Chu Feng?" The other three turned their heads upon hearing this. When they saw Chu Feng refining pills, their eyes widened. No way? It's already impressive that Chu Feng is strong in combat, but he can also refine pills? I heard that talent in martial arts and alchemy rarely go hand in hand. Even top geniuses can only choose one path. Xiong Zhan pondered. His eyesight was excellent, and he was almost certain that it was indeed Chu Feng. Standing next to Chu Feng was Qian Feng, the one who had bought the sky dragon lizard's corpse yesterday. Moreover, Chu Feng seemed to be refining pills under Qian Feng's guidance? No, he must just be trying out alchemy. No one can reach the pinnacle in both martial arts and alchemy. Wang Tao and Li Jun agreed. Exactly. Elder Qian is a master alchemist. It's normal for him to teach Chu Feng a little. He is probably refining some beginner-level pills. Let's go over and ask. As they spoke, Xiong Zhan, who hadn't taken on a task due to his injuries, had some free time. Let's go. Let's take a look together. He waved his hand and led his teammates toward the corner where Chu Feng was. Standing at the back of the crowd, they finally got a clear view of Chu Feng's alchemy technique. In front of Chu Feng floated a cluster of azure spiritual flames, and a few drops of medicinal liquid revolved around the flames, as if an invisible hand was controlling them, subjecting them to the tempering of the spiritual fire. The group stared at Chu Feng's alchemy, their faces full of astonishment. Xiong Zhan couldn't help but ask, "Have you ever seen this kind of alchemy method?" Although Lu Xiaoli wasn't strong in combat, she was skilled in logistics and reconnaissance. The healing pills for the team were all procured by her. She looked at Chu Feng, her brows furrowed. I've never seen it before. Does Chu Feng not even need a pill furnace? Wang Tao and Li Jun also shook their heads. They had attended Qian Feng's lectures. Even Qian Feng, a 9th-rank alchemist, needed a pill furnace to refine pills. They had never seen anything like Chu Feng's method of summoning a flame and refining pills in mid-air. Although Xiongzhan didn't quite understand this method of alchemy, seeing Chu Feng's relaxed and effortless demeanor, he couldn't help but feel that Chu Feng was incredibly skilled. It seemed as if Chu Feng was the true alchemy master, while the 9th-tier Qian Feng beside him was merely a student, watching Chu Feng demonstrate profound alchemy techniques. Thinking of this, Xiongzhan was startled. Qian Feng was a 9th-tier martial artist and a top-tier alchemy master. How could he possibly be learning from Chu Feng? Chu Feng was only a 2nd-tier martial artist. Although his combat power was strong, at most, he had killed a 6th-tier sky dragon lizard. One must understand that in front of the 9th-tier Qian Feng, a 6th-tier sky dragon lizard was like a small ant on the roadside, easily crushed. Qian Feng learning from Chu Feng? Absolutely impossible. No matter how he thought about it, Chu Feng was a novice in alchemy, and Qian Feng was the true alchemy master. It should be Qian Feng guiding Chu Feng in alchemy. On the stage, Chu Feng, now a foundation establishment cultivator, combined with the inheritance of the Hongmeng alchemy technique, faced no pressure in refining 2nd-tier pills. As the process continued, Chu Feng's techniques became increasingly proficient. Finally, he formed a hand seal and shouted, "Condense!" The medicinal liquid gradually took shape within the spiritual fire, eventually transforming into 3 crystal-clear Baichao Yunling pills. The pills floated in front of Chu Feng, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Just a whiff was enough to confirm that these were top-quality pills. On the stage, the alchemist stared at the 3 pills in Chu Feng's hand, remaining silent for a full quarter of an hour before beginning to whisper among themselves. The pills look good, but I wonder if they're edible. Refining 3 pills from one set of ingredients, his skill level is probably on par with old Qian. I think the Lingbing grass he added must hold some secret. As long as all 3 are genuine Baichao Yunling pills, Chu Feng's ability will be beyond question. At the back of the crowd, Xiongzhan's expression turned grim as he listened to the discussions. He had initially thought that Chu Feng was merely refining ordinary pills, but to his surprise, they turned out to be Baichao University's signature pills, the Baichao Yunling pills. Although Baichao Yunling pills were 2nd-tier pills, a single one was worth as much as 1,000,000 dragon coins. Their greatest advantage was their lack of impurities, making them suitable for anyone to consume. The downside was their extremely high difficulty in refinement. Even though Baichao University had made the recipe public, few could successfully refine them. The fact that Chu Feng could produce 3 in one go was enough to prove his exceptional talent in alchemy. Moreover, being skilled in alchemy alone wasn't enough. More importantly, Chu Feng's combat power was equally astonishing. A 2nd-tier cultivator defeating a 6th-tier beast in reverse, it was simply shocking. Beside him, Lu Xiaoli also nodded. Listening to the discussions around her, she had roughly pieced together the situation. It's not that simple. Unless Chu Feng's pills are truly effective, none of this counts, she said. Xiongzhan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. He looked at Chu Feng on the stage and said, "Next, it all depends on old Qian's evaluation of Chu Feng's pills, doesn't it?" On the stage, after refining the 3 pills, Chu Feng used his soul power to send them to Qian Feng. "Old Qian, please evaluate the effectiveness of the Baichao Yunling pills I refined." Qian Feng took out a small porcelain bottle, placed 2 of Chu Feng's Baichao Yunling pills inside, and kept one. After observing for a moment, he reached into the spirit beast pouch at his waist and pulled out 2 white mice. He casually fed one of Chu Feng's pills to one of the mice and marked it. Then he took out a Baichao Yunling pill he had just refined and fed it to another one. These 2 white mice were specially bred by Qian Feng to test the effects of pills as experimental animals. The stronger the pill's potency, the faster the white mice would grow after consuming it. Everyone saw that after the 2 white mice ate the pills, their bodies began to grow rapidly. At first, the growth rates of the 2 white mice were about the same, and Xianfeng's mouse even slightly led. But soon, the white mouse that ate Xianfeng's pill stopped growing, while the one fed by Chu Feng continued to visibly grow larger. In the end, the white mouse that swallowed Chu Feng's Baichao Yunling pill was more than twice the size of Qianfeng's mouse. Moreover, Chu Feng's mouse was full of vitality, showing no signs of discomfort at all. This meant that the Lingbing grass Chu Feng had added earlier not only did not increase toxicity but actually doubled the pill's effectiveness. The alchemists present were immediately in an uproar upon seeing this result. Genius! To improve the signature pill of Baichao University and significantly enhance its effectiveness, this is unheard of. The most shocking thing is, this guy looks like he's only a 2nd-tier martial artist, right? This is unbelievable. With such strong alchemy skills, his future is bound to be extraordinary. I can see it in Qian Feng's eyes. He's looking at Chu Feng like he's a treasure. Of course. How could anyone not want to nurture such a promising talent? On stage, Qian Feng stared at Chu Feng. Despite being a 9th-tier grandmaster, he couldn't hide his astonishment. Setting aside yesterday's battle achievements, just this pill alone was enough to make Chu Feng's name resound throughout the entire Dragon Nation. He put away the white mice on the table and, like a student, sincerely asked, Chu Feng, can you explain your thought process in refining the pill just now? Why did you add Lingbing grass? Why did adding it double the effectiveness of the Baichao Yunling pill? Although Qian Feng was a 9th-tier golden body martial artist, at this moment, he appeared like a student eager to learn, earnestly seeking Chu Feng's explanation of the alchemy principles. As soon as Qian Feng finished speaking, the alchemists in the audience erupted again. Qian Feng couldn't understand Chu Feng's alchemy method? I thought Chu Feng was already impressive, but I still underestimated him. Even Qian Feng, a master alchemist, couldn't understand his alchemy principles up close. Where did this monster come from? His strength is absurd. Chu Feng, this kid, is probably going to spark a nationwide revolution in the alchemy world. He's simply a freak. At the back of the crowd, Xiong Zhan's eyes widened upon hearing Qian Feng's words. Qian Feng actually wants to learn from Chu Feng? This is too outrageous. If I'm not mistaken, Chu Feng is only a 2nd-tier martial artist, yet his alchemy skills surpass Qian Feng, a 9th-tier master. Beside him, Lu Xiaoli was also stunned. To a true genius, both alchemy and martial arts pose no challenge. Just like Chu Feng, whose combat power rivals 6th-tier fierce beasts and whose alchemy skills surpass 9th-tier masters. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Lu Xiaoli would never have believed that such an incredible genius existed in this world. As for Wang Tao and Li Jun, they couldn't utter a single word. Their faces flushed for a long time before they finally managed to squeeze out 2 words, awesome. On stage, Chu Feng heard Qian Feng's request and naturally shared his thought process. Actually, it wasn't complicated. The icy poison of the Lingbing grass can not only neutralize the fiery poison of the Shuling grass but also transform it into energy beneficial for a martial artist's cultivation. The key lies in mastering when to add the Lingbing grass, how much to add, and to what extent the fiery poison should be neutralized to eliminate it without leaving behind icy poison. This is extremely challenging. Of course, the most important aspect is the separation of the medicinal liquid, which greatly reduces the waste of medicinal efficacy. Not only does it double the effect of the pill, but it also allows for the simultaneous production of 3 times the amount of Baichao Yunling pills. As Chu Feng explained, the alchemists below the stage took notes attentively. It wasn't until Chu Feng mentioned the use of soul power that everyone stopped writing and froze in shock. The cultivation level of the alchemists present was at least tier 3. For Chu Feng, a mere tier 2 martial artist, to achieve something that even many tier 3 and above martial artists couldn't, was astonishing. Naturally, everyone wanted to learn Chu Feng's methods. But who would have thought that Chu Feng, a tier 2 martial artist, had actually comprehended soul power, something only tier 7 martial artists could master? Among the crowd, there were only a handful of tier 7 martial artists, and perhaps only Elder Qian could fully understand Chu Feng's alchemy techniques just now. Chu Feng is just too monstrous. A tier 2 martial artist awakening soul power? He must have gone through some extraordinary experiences to comprehend it. I listened carefully just now. Even without soul power, adding Lingbing grass can significantly enhance the pill's effects. Doesn't matter, I'll jot it down first. When I awaken soul power at tier 7, I can stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Feng. At the back of the alchemists, Xiong Zhan and his group were completely dumbfounded. Strong combat ability, exceptional alchemy skills, and even the awakening of soul power, which only high-level martial artists could possess. This guy, how does he resemble an ordinary martial artist at all? Xiong Zhan couldn't help but mutter, who could be as strong as Chu Feng? Even the top students of Shenzhou University might pale in comparison to him. Chu Feng only has 1 martial talent at most, Lu Xiaoli said. Chu Feng was indeed impressive, but martial talent wasn't something that could be easily changed. No matter how strong Chu Feng's martial talent was or how profound his alchemy skills were, before becoming a tier 7 martial artist, he could only possess 1 talent. That makes sense, Xiong Zhan nodded. However, this no longer mattered. Even if he himself had 2 talents, he likely wouldn't be a match for Chu Feng. Chu Feng was so overwhelmingly strong that it left no room for comparison. In a corner of the vast sky hall, numerous alchemists surrounded the platform. After finishing his alchemy and explaining the principles, Chu Feng turned to Qian Feng. Elder Qian, isn't it about time we discussed the main matter? The trillion-long coins were his true purpose for coming here. Refining a Yunling pill was merely a side task. At this moment, Qian Feng was still immersed in the knowledge Chu Feng had just shared. Learning how to enhance the effects of the Baicha Yunling pill, how could he resist trying it himself? Especially with Chu Feng's extraordinary alchemy techniques. With both soul power and qi cultivation, he could perfectly replicate Chu Feng's alchemy process. With this in mind, Qian Feng waved his hand to signal the end. Follow me. He then led Chu Feng to the 9th floor of the vast sky hall, the highest level in his exclusive training room. While taking the elevator, a group of martial artists suddenly crowded in. 6 individuals, each exuding an aura even stronger than Qian Feng's. Qian Feng was already a Tier 9 martial artist. Chu Feng had never heard of Tier 10 martial artists, therefore, this group of people is very likely at the late 9th tier, the top combat force of the Celestial Battle Regiment. Qian Feng's train of thought was interrupted, and upon seeing the leader of the group, he respectfully said, "Captain Jiang. How is the situation with this dimensional rift?" Captain Jiang, whose full name is Jiang Chen, is the strongest warrior in the Celestial Battle Regiment. He once single-handedly killed a 10th-tier ferocious beast and resolved a disaster that could have destroyed an entire city. Everyone knows Jiang Chen's strength. Although Qian Feng is also at the 9th tier, his main focus is alchemy. Even if 3 of him combined, they wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head at Qian Feng's question. Nothing particularly noteworthy. Then, he removed a storage ring from his hand and handed it to Qian Feng. These are some herbs I collected in the dimensional space. See if they are of any use to humanity. Qian Feng received it with both hands, as this was his job. When Jiang Chen handed over the items, he happened to notice Chu Feng standing nearby. With the sharp eyes of a 9th-tier warrior, he immediately saw that Chu Feng was only at the 2nd tier. Is this your disciple? His cultivation level is a bit low, Jiang Chen asked casually. It was normal for warriors to take on disciples, especially for an alchemist like Qian Feng to personally teach a disciple alchemy. It wasn't surprising. My disciple? Qian Feng was momentarily stunned. He glanced at Chu Feng's calm face and then understood. Earlier, he hadn't even considered Chu Feng as a disciple because Chu Feng's alchemy skills were definitely not inferior to his own. It was just that his martial cultivation was a bit weaker. In terms of martial arts, Qian Feng could still offer some guidance, but in alchemy, Chu Feng was on equal footing with him. Faced with this fact, Qian Feng did not hide it from Jiang Chen. His cultivation is indeed a bit low, but his understanding of alchemy is no less than mine. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the elevator turned their eyes to Chu Feng. Dozens of eyes scrutinized the 2nd-tier warrior from head to toe. It was important to note that Qian Feng was the chief alchemist of the Celestial Battle Regiment. The regiment's most powerful healing elixir, the 9-turn revival pill, was crafted by him and only by him. The effects of the 9-turn revival pill were incredibly potent. As long as you had a single breath left, consuming one could save your life. This life-saving elixir was something almost everyone in the Celestial Battle Regiment carried. Qian Feng's status and alchemy skills were evident. Yet now, he had personally admitted that this 2nd-tier young man's understanding of alchemy was on par with his own. Just how strong was this kid to earn the respect and admiration of a top-tier alchemist like Qian Feng? Ding! The elevator arrived at the 9th floor. No one got off. Everyone continued to stare at Chu Feng, wanting to see who he really was. Jiang Chen asked, "What's your name?" Chu Feng, feeling a bit nervous under the intense gaze of this group of 9th-tier warriors, was about to answer when Qian Feng stepped forward. His name is Chu Feng. His talent in alchemy is exceptional. Once he matures, he will definitely inherit my craft. The 9-turn revival pill is an extremely powerful 9th-tier elixir, considered a strategic resource. Very few alchemists can craft it, and its production is incredibly challenging. This has always led to a shortage of the 9-turn revival pill. Now, Qian Feng was saying that Chu Feng would definitely inherit his craft, meaning that Chu Feng would one day be able to produce the 9-turn revival pill. This demonstrated just how astonishing Chu Feng's talent was beyond the imagination of everyone present. Xianfeng introduced Chu Feng to the group of top-tier warriors, making his intentions clear. Chu Feng is my man. From now on, I'll have your back and help take care of you. Xianfeng, as a top-tier alchemist capable of refining the 9-turn revival pill, commanded great respect. Even Jiang Chen, the leader of the Sky Battle Regiment, couldn't help but nod in approval when he saw him. I understand. Let us go. Alchemy talents were important, but they couldn't change the current predicament of the Dragon Nation. Tier 10 or even Tier 11 ferocious beasts constantly threatened the safety of the entire nation. No one could afford to be careless in the face of danger, whether it was against top-tier beasts or for the sake of the Dragon Nation. It was the same principle. The seemingly peaceful Dragon Nation could very well be destroyed by a Tier 10 beast in the next moment. This was also why Jiang Chen risked his life to explore the dimensional secret realm. What the Dragon Nation needed most now was a top-tier martial artist capable of breaking through the 9th tier, a genius martial artist who could fight above their level, not just a talented alchemist. Jiang Chen merely glanced at Chu Feng twice before calling everyone to leave and sort through the spoils of the dimensional secret realm. Xianfeng, on the other hand, took Chu Feng back to his training room. The top floor was spacious and well-equipped, with massive floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of Beast City. Have a seat. Xianfeng gestured for Chu Feng to make himself comfortable. He tidied up the table cluttered with medicinal ingredients and then brewed a pot of tea for Chu Feng, preparing to discuss the ideas behind refining the 100 herb spirit nourishing pill. The formula needed improvement so that all alchemists could successfully refine a pill with double the effect. If successful, his name would go down in the history of the Dragon Nation, remembered forever. Oh, no, wait, it should be Chu Feng who would share the glory. Xianfeng also planned to take Chu Feng to 100 Herbs University to publicly demonstrate his miraculous alchemy skills and innovative methods. When the veteran experts at 100 Herbs University saw the improved 100 Herbs Spirit Nourishing Pill that Chu Feng had personally refined, they would surely be too shocked to speak. Then Xianfeng could proudly declare, "Look, this is my alchemist." At that moment, Xianfeng felt that even the top alchemists at 100 Herbs University were nothing special. Chu Feng took a slow sip of tea and got straight to the point. Elder Qian, I'm ready to demonstrate the attack power I used yesterday to defeat the Sky Dragon Lizard. He had never forgotten his goal of 1 trillion. Hearing this, Xianfeng slapped his forehead sharply, almost forgetting Chu Feng's monstrous talent in martial arts. He had been too focused on alchemy earlier and overlooked this. Xianfeng walked to a corner of the training room, where a dummy stood. The dummy's head was equipped with a display to show the strength of a martial artist's attack. Attack this dummy. If the display on its head shows data above Tier 6, the 1 trillion is yours, Xianfeng said, pointing at the dummy and stepping aside. He also understood how dire the situation was for the Dragon Nation. Although not many people realized it, Tier 10 and even Tier 11 ferocious beasts were present on this planet. If these top-tier beasts launched a frenzied attack, the Dragon Nation would be powerless to resist. Therefore, a genius martial artist was far more critical than a genius alchemist. Chu Feng didn't immediately attack the dummy. Instead, he asked curiously, "Can this dummy withstand a Tier 9 attack?" The attack power of the Great Thunder technique definitely reached Tier 9. If he unleashed it with full force, Chu Feng feared he wouldn't be able to control its destructive power. The immense thunder might even blow up the entire building. If the building got destroyed, wouldn't those Tier 9 martial artists from earlier chase him down for compensation? Tier 9? Xianfeng was stunned. You, a second-tier martial artist, can unleash 9th tier attack power? Don't joke around. Even boasting has its limits. Just because you defeated a Sky Dragon Lizard, you think you're impressive? That was merely a 3rd-tier Sky Dragon Lizard. A creature like that, Xianfeng, could crush 5 or 6 of them with one hand. Thinking this, Xianfeng assumed Chu Feng was just bragging. Patting his chest, he assured, "Don't worry, absolutely no problem. These dummies were specifically designed for 9th tier martial artists like him. They could barely withstand 9th tier attack power." Of course, he wouldn't recommend using 9th tier attacks on the dummies, as it might break them. Xianfeng's confidence stemmed from his disbelief that Chu Feng could unleash 9th tier attack power, which is why he dared to make such a claim. "If I accidentally break something, I won't pay for it," Chu Feng reminded again. The power of the Great Thunder technique far exceeded his control. This was an extremely powerful spell from the Foundation establishment stage, capable of easily injuring late-stage golden core cultivators, equivalent to 9th-tier martial artists.
Its power was absolutely astonishing.
Hearing this, Qian Feng chuckled inwardly.
Break something?
This kid really doesn't understand the difference between 6th-tier and 9th-tier martial artists.
Did he really think that killing a 3rd-tier Sky Dragon lizard put him on par with a seasoned Golden Body Realm martial artist? Impossible.
The gap between a 2nd-tier bone refining realm and a 9th-tier Golden Body Realm was like that between a tiny insect on the ground and the sun in the sky.
No matter how hard the insect tried, it could never touch the sun. Chen Feng's only concern was that Chu Feng's attack might damage the walls of the training room. The walls could withstand at most 7th-tier attacks. If the attack reached 8th tier, the walls would definitely collapse, and the entire floor might come down.
However, Chen Feng believed Chu Feng's attack power wouldn't even reach 7th tier, at most 6th tier. Killing the Sky Dragon lizard was purely luck, hitting a vital spot, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill it at all.
Alright, stop dawdling. Go all out and hit with full force. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility,
Qian Feng said confidently.
He wasn't worried about Chu Feng causing any trouble. Alright, you're responsible.
Chu Feng felt reassured.
With Chen Feng's guarantee, he dared to go all out. Sla!
Azure lightning enveloped Chu Feng. The enhanced 9 heavens divine thunder danced wildly around him like a lightning serpent.
To claim the $1 trillion reward, Chu Feng had no intention of holding back. Talent amplification. 6-fold boost.
The lightning serpent instantly transformed into a massive blue python, bearing its fangs and claws, exuding a murderous aura. Beside him, Chen Feng stared at the lightning, silently taking a few steps back. He secretly admired it. Not bad, this innate power is quite strong. Just relying on this talent, he could injure some 5th-tier martial artists.
But it's still not enough.
To take down a 6th-tier beast head-on, this attack power is far from sufficient, let alone injuring a 9th-tier martial artist. If this is the extent of his attack power, I might only get 1 trillion from Chu Feng at most. On Chu Feng's side, he had just activated his talent, and its power had skyrocketed after the upgrade. Even without relying on spiritual energy, Chu Feng was now confident he could kill the Sky Dragon lizard from yesterday.
If he unleashed the Great Thunder technique, how powerful would it be? Zzz.
Lightning surged across Chu Feng's body again, as the spiritual energy in his dantian was channeled around him. His innate power was enhanced, while his spiritual energy was consumed at an alarming rate. A terrifying force instantly condensed.
Great Thunder technique.
Lightning poured out in torrents, the lightning serpent on Chu Feng's body exploded instantly, and the sound of thunder roared.
All the lightning surged unreservedly toward the training room's dummy.
Nearby, Chen Feng noticed Chu Feng gathering the Great Thunder technique and immediately sensed something was off. He couldn't figure out what secret method Chu Feng had used to instantly amplify his innate attack power dozens of times. Originally only at 6th tier attack power, it suddenly skyrocketed to 9th tier in an instant, and it was still increasing. Qian Feng wanted to speak up to stop him, but the oppressive force released by the Great Thunder technique made him too afraid to utter a word. Under the might of Chu Feng's attack, he couldn't say a single syllable. At the same time, on the other side of the 9th floor, Jiang Chen, the captain of the Sky Dome Battle Regiment, was sitting in the conference room, tallying the gains from the previous dimensional rift.
Everyone, 11th tier ferocious beasts are too difficult to deal with. We must cultivate more talents as soon as possible.
Strength lies in numbers. As long as one person breaks through to the 10th tier, other 9th tier warriors can also seize the opportunity to improve.
Moreover, some warriors have studied this and found that the gap between the 10th and 12th tiers isn't insurmountable. Once someone breaks through to the 10th tier, advancing to the 12th tier becomes much smoother. Everyone present was aware of this and began sharing their opinions. See you at the 100 Schools tournament in a month, Shenzhou University.
At that moment, a wave of oppressive fear suddenly enveloped everyone's hearts. It felt as if an invisible giant hand had gripped their hearts, and all the 9th tier warriors found it difficult to breathe.
Enemy attack.
Jiang Chen was the first to react, sharply pinpointing the source of the abnormal heartbeat. He turned to look at the wall behind him, crossing his arms in front of his chest and assuming a defensive stance. As the strongest person present, if he retreated, the entire beast city would be in danger.
Boom! A loud explosion.
The wall in front of Jiang Chen shattered instantly, blue lightning flashing so brightly that no one could keep their eyes open.
The Golden Body Realm warriors present transformed their entire bodies into golden forms, using their most solid defenses to resist the violent lightning power. Damn it, it's a lightning attribute ferocious beast. When did it infiltrate Beast City? How did I not notice at all? Jiang Chen felt the power of this attack. It was comparable to the 10th tier ferocious beasts he had fought before. Extremely powerful. Fortunately, the target of the attack wasn't him, otherwise, most of the warriors present would have been severely injured. At this moment, Jiang Chen could only hope it wasn't an 11th tier ferocious beast. If it were, the entire Beast City would undoubtedly fall. The lightning from Chu Feng's Great Thunder technique shone dazzlingly bright. Its immense power erupted on the top floor of the Sky Dome Hall. Even in broad daylight, the warriors across Beast City were drawn to it, and many uninformed people looked toward the scene. What's going on? Are they fighting? With that kind of power, it must be a 9th tier warrior going all out, right? It feels like the entire Sky Dome Hall is about to collapse. We'd better stay away to avoid getting caught up in it. On the rooftop, the lightning quickly dissipated. Jiang Chen, who had been on high alert, looked through the large hole and saw Chu Feng and Chen Feng. It wasn't a ferocious beast invasion. Fortunately, it wasn't a ferocious beast, otherwise, Beast City would likely already be in ruins. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief but frowned deeply, striding quickly to Qian Feng's side and sternly reprimanding him. This is the headquarters of the Sky Dome Battle Regiment, not the wilderness. No matter how powerful the martial arts you're practicing are, you can't recklessly unleash them at headquarters. Jiang Chen had been nearly scared out of his wits by Qian Feng just now. And it turned out this old guy was just testing the power of a new martial art. The power is indeed significant. It could probably injure a tier 10 beast, but what's the point of using such a big move at headquarters? Are you trying to tear the place down? Qian Feng, as a veteran of the battle group, doesn't he even have this basic common sense? Jiang Chen couldn't help but reprimand him. The teammates behind Jiang Chen also chimed in to persuade him. Qian Feng's attack power was well known. Although he was a bit reckless, if this could be successfully developed, wouldn't it allow all tier 9 martial artists to injure tier 10 beasts? In that case, the problem of tier 10 beasts, the greatest threat to the Dragon Nation, could potentially be resolved. Everyone understood this logic and tried to dissuade him. Forget it, it's just some damaged buildings, no big deal. We can just repair it. The Sky Battle Group isn't short on money. No need to get angry, this is actually a good thing. As the leader, Jiang Chen understood that it was a good thing for martial artists to have strong attack power, especially someone like Qian Feng, an alchemist capable of unleashing such power. If it were him, he might even be able to elevate the attack power to a higher level, possibly surpassing tier 11. The reason he scolded Qian Feng earlier was mainly because he was startled. If it had been a real beast attack, few people present would have survived. Most of the martial artists in Beast City would have been sacrificed in vain. Thinking of this, his heart tightened, and he momentarily lost control of his emotions. Now that he had thought it through, Jiang Chen's attitude softened. That move just now was impressive. What martial art was it? He distanced himself from Qian Feng and asked slowly. Qian Feng's mind hadn't fully recovered yet. After a while, his eyes cleared, and he shook his head, saying, I don't know. What? Jiang Chen was stunned. You unleashed such a powerful attack and don't even know what it was? Are you joking? Or pretending to be clueless? What's the point of playing dumb now? Do you think everyone can't see the massive destruction? Do you think you can brush it off with a simple I don't know? At this moment, Qian Feng added, it wasn't me. It was Chu Feng who did it. As he spoke, he pointed to Chu Feng beside him. I really don't know what martial art it was. You'll have to ask Chu Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned their heads in unison to look at Chu Feng, who had an innocent expression. This is just a kid. He doesn't look older than 20, does he? Reaching tier 9 Golden Body Realm at such a young age is unheard of in history. Even the martial arts prodigy Wu Batian took 30 years to reach the Golden Body Realm. Qian Feng's explanation doesn't make any sense. Hearing this, Jiang Chen, the leader, was even more dumbfounded. This was even more absurd than what he had just heard. Chu Feng was only a tier 2 martial artist, and you're saying his attack could threaten someone like me, a tier 9 martial artist? If you're trying to make excuses, at least come up with something believable. Do you even believe what you're saying? Jiang Chen simply couldn't believe that a Tier 2 bone refining realm Chu Feng could pose a threat to him. So, he immediately turned to Qian Feng. Qian Feng was a Tier 9 martial artist, only he could have unleashed such a powerful attack. Faced with the continuous questioning, Qian Feng was starting to get annoyed. He took a deep breath and turned to ask Chu Feng, "What was that move called just now? Can you use it again?" It didn't matter if others didn't believe it, he himself hadn't believed it at first either. Now, if Chu Feng could use that move again, wouldn't everyone be convinced? At this moment, Chu Feng felt that his spiritual energy was completely depleted. He shook his head helplessly. That move is called Great Thunder Technique. It can only be used once in a short period. With his spiritual energy exhausted, the Great Thunder Technique naturally couldn't be performed again. After all, this was a late foundation establishment spell. For a cultivator in the early foundation establishment stage to be able to use it was already impressive, but using it continuously was impossible. Qian Feng nodded. Chu Feng can't use it now, but that attack was indeed his doing. The facts were clear. The intensity of that attack just now was something even a 9th tier martial artist couldn't achieve. He was merely an alchemist, not skilled in combat. However, Qian Feng's words reached the ears of the other 9th tier martial artists behind Jiang Chen, sparking a quiet discussion. It feels too fake. Even if it's an act, there's no need to pretend like this, right? I don't understand why Elder Qian insists on pinning the responsibility on that 2nd tier martial artist next to him. This is just too unbelievable. Could it really have been Chu Feng who did it? Impossible. If a 2nd tier martial artist were this strong, wouldn't I be no different from an 18th tier ferocious beast? I'd have been dominating Blue Star long ago. As the team leader, Jiang Chen also doubted Qian Feng's words. No matter how he looked at it, Chu Feng, as a 2nd tier martial artist, couldn't possibly possess such powerful attack strength. If he truly were that strong, then what use would there be for 9th tier martial artists like them? However, Qian Feng had mentioned that Chu Feng could prove his strength. As long as they saw Chu Feng release another attack with their own eyes, all doubts would vanish. Thinking this, Jiang Chen walked over to Chu Feng, placing his broad hand gently on his shoulder. He spoke earnestly, "The ferocious beasts on Blue Star are even stronger than you imagine. Besides the beasts, there are also dimensional spaces that could appear at any time, threatening the survival of us Long Nation people. If you truly possess such great power, I hope you can inform us in time. Whether it's long coins or pills, whatever you need, the Sky Battle Regiment will do its utmost to provide." Jiang Chen's words were sincere. The Long Nation indeed needed stronger martial artists or martial techniques capable of killing 10th tier ferocious beasts. Chu Feng's 2nd tier martial technique was already this powerful. If their 9th tier martial artists took action, wouldn't their attack power be even greater? Chu Feng nodded. Facing the ferocious beasts, humanity was in the same boat. If he mastered powerful martial techniques, he would certainly share them. However, what he mastered wasn't martial techniques but spells. Only foundation establishment cultivators could practice spells, and they required spirit stones to achieve such powerful attacks. Sharing spirit stones would mean risking the system being discovered. Currently, Chu Feng was still too weak and lacked the ability to protect himself. If someone harbored ill intentions toward him, he would be finished. Being able to unleash a 9th tier attack didn't mean he could defeat a 9th tier martial artist. Therefore, for safety's sake, Chu Feng planned to wait until he became a 9th tier Golden Body Realm martial artist before sharing the spirit stones. By then, his strength would be sufficient to protect the system's secret. Even if discovered, he would have the ability to defend himself. Thinking about this, Chu Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I will." Reaching the 9th tier wouldn't take too long. Jiang Chen was satisfied with the response. He didn't say much more, only gently squeezed Chu Feng's shoulder, his eyes full of approval. However, with just that light squeeze, Jiang Chen immediately sensed something unusual about Chu Feng. Chu Feng's body was exceptionally resilient. His physical strength was clearly far beyond that of an ordinary 2nd tier martial artist. Could it be that Chu Feng wasn't a 2nd tier martial artist at all, but a high tier martial artist in disguise? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen was utterly shocked. After all, the 9th tier martial artists present at the battle site were the top experts of the Sky Battle Regiment. There was also Qian Feng, who had close contact with Chu Feng. Every martial artist here, if placed outside, would be figures capable of shocking the Dragon Nation.
And Chu Feng, under the watchful eyes of so many experts, managed to hide his true strength as second tier, third level.
The key point is, not a single person noticed?
Just now, if it weren't for accidentally patting Chu Feng's shoulder, he would have continued to believe Chu Feng only had second tier cultivation. What kind of technique is this, capable of deceiving the eyes of all top tier experts? Jiang Chen's originally kind gaze instantly turned cold and sharp. Since Chu Feng was hiding his strength, he might have ulterior motives. He knew that there were still many cult organizations in the Dragon Nation, organizations that used martial artists as tools for cultivation, turning geniuses into puppets extremely terrifying. If Chu Feng was part of a cult, it would be very dangerous. At the same time, this could explain why he could unleash attacks close to 9th tier peak level. Chu Feng might very well be a 9th tier martial artist, merely pretending to be weak, waiting for the right opportunity. Trying to catch his attention and then sneak into the Sky Battle Group, using insidious methods to turn the entire group into his tool.
What's wrong? Is there a problem?
Chu Feng asked in confusion, wondering why Jiang Chen kept gripping his shoulder and wouldn't let go. Jiang Chen didn't answer but instead swiftly struck the back of Chu Feng's neck with a hand chop, creating a faint shadow and easily knocking Chu Feng unconscious. Chu Feng's true strength was only 4th tier, making him completely unable to resist an attack from someone like Jiang Chen, a seasoned 9th tier martial artist. Against Jiang Chen, he had no chance to fight back.
What are you doing?
Xian Feng, seeing his alchemist being knocked out, felt dissatisfied.
Not saying anything and directly taking action?
Chu Feng was someone he brought in, and he had to take responsibility. But Jiang Chen ignored Xian Feng, stopping him with a stern look, catching the falling Chu Feng, and calmly said, "He is hiding his strength. Su Qing, check what level of martial artist Chu Feng really is." After speaking, Jiang Chen casually tossed the unconscious Chu Feng precisely to a mature woman. The woman, dressed in a black martial arts uniform, gently caught Chu Feng and began a meticulous examination.
Her name was Su Qing, skilled in disguise and concealing strength. She could even help martial artists elevate their aura to the 10th tier to intimidate powerful beasts or completely hide their aura for covert operations. Entering dimensional space required her assistance, otherwise, the strong aura of martial artists might attract terrifying beasts, leading to the annihilation of the entire team. Therefore, Su Qing's ability to conceal strength was considered the best in the Dragon Nation. After her careful examination, she quickly unraveled the false disguise on Chu Feng. She sensed Chu Feng's strength, her expression somewhat complex, and checked him thoroughly again. Finally, she confirmed that Chu Feng wasn't disguised. His true strength was 4th tier, 1st level, cultivating the thunder attribute Starlight Thunderstorm technique. From head to toe, there wasn't a trace of evil cultivation.
It's just that his method of hiding strength was extremely advanced, making it difficult for ordinary martial artists, even 9th tier experts, to discern Chu Feng's true strength.
How is it? Confirmed he is not a 9th tier martial artist? What technique is he cultivating? Jiang Chen asked.
Evil cultivators generally practiced fast-track evil techniques, harming both themselves and others. And techniques aren't something that can be easily changed.
Even if an evil cultivator reforms, the evil aura remains deeply rooted.
Techniques can essentially determine whether someone is an evil cultivator. Su Qing gently placed Chu Feng down and reported the results of her examination. Chu Feng's true strength is only at the 1st level of the 4th tier, and the cultivation technique he practices is the Starry Thunderstorm art.
He doesn't seem like an evil cultivator at all.
Jiang Chen frowned deeply after hearing this.
You're saying his strength is at the 1st level of the 4th tier, yet he managed to deceive us 9th tier martial artists? That's incredible.
Wait, even if he is at the 1st level of the 4th tier, he shouldn't have been able to unleash an attack that could threaten a 9th tier expert like that. That strike just now was enough to make a 9th tier expert feel endangered.
Jiang Chen found it hard to believe and pressed further, "Are you sure?" Su Qing replied with certainty, "I'm sure."
His cultivation level is only that high, and his foundation is a bit unstable. He must have consumed too many pills recently. At this point, no matter how unbelievable it seemed, Jiang Chen had no choice but to accept it.
He let out a long sigh. In any case, it was good news.
A martial art that could allow someone at the 4th tier to injure a 9th tier martial artist was undoubtedly extraordinary. Beside him, Xian Feng was a bit dumbfounded.
4th tier? Wasn't he only at the 2nd tier yesterday?
Wait,
Could it be that Chu Feng was actually at the 4th tier yesterday but pretended to be at the 2nd tier to deceive him? But if he really had 4th tier strength, why would he join a 3rd tier battle group? The 3rd tier battle group was full of 2nd tier martial artists. Could it be that Chu Feng's cultivation level was truly at the 2nd tier yesterday, and he managed to break through to the 4th tier overnight? Didn't Su Qing just say that Chu Feng had consumed too many pills, causing his cultivation to rise too quickly and become unstable? So, breaking through 2 major tiers in one day wasn't entirely impossible. Wake him up. I made a mistake. Realizing the misunderstanding, Jiang Chen prepared to have a proper conversation with Chu Feng. Mainly, he wanted to apologize and clear up the misunderstanding, nothing more. On the top floor of the vast sky hall, a large hole had been blasted open. Through the opening, one could see that 2 rooms on the top floor had been pierced through by a powerful attack, merging into one. The floor had also been blown apart, revealing a storage room below filled with books. The test dummy from earlier had been burned to a crisp by Chu Feng's attack and now lay quietly as a piece of charcoal in the storage room on the 8th floor. At this moment, Chu Feng slowly regained consciousness after Qian Feng fed him 2 precious pills. What happened? Chu Feng felt a slight pain in the back of his neck, and his mind was a bit muddled. It seemed like Jiang Chen had knocked him out. At this moment, Jiang Chen approached Chu Feng to explain. Earlier, I discovered you were hiding your cultivation level and thought you were an evil cult martial artist, so I knocked you out. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, I'm here to apologize. I'm sorry. His attitude was sincere and full of earnestness. Even as the group leader, he lowered his head in front of Chu Feng. After hearing the apology, Chu Feng's eyes flickered. He thought to himself, if he mentioned the Myriad Realms Mall, he'd probably be tied up and studied immediately. These people acted so quickly that he didn't even have time to react. Jiang Chen's strike just now left him with no chance to fight back. However, despite his thoughts, Chu Feng smiled and said, it's fine. Evil cults are dangerous, so it's normal to be cautious. After a brief pause, Chu Feng's mind raced, and he looked at Jiang Chen. But, the back of my neck still hurts a bit. Could you give me some compensation for medical expenses? He was just trying his luck. If it worked, great more resources for cultivation would pave the way for his future. If it didn't work, it didn't matter, as he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen anyway. Jiang Chen listened and didn't refuse. He nodded solemnly. Chu Feng's talent was clear to him. With a 4th tier cultivation, he could conceal his level in front of a group of 9th tier martial artists and even deliver a strike that could harm them. His talent was undoubtedly commendable. Based on this aptitude alone, he deserved more cultivation resources. Moreover, he had accidentally injured Chu Feng earlier. Jiang Chen felt guilty and took out 3 shimmering green stones from his storage ring. Each stone was about the size of half a small ball and emitted a dense spiritual energy. Mid-grade spirit stones, you haven't seen them before, have you? Carry them with you. The spiritual energy inside can nourish your body and enhance your aptitude. They're extremely useful. Their effect is 1,000,000 times greater than ordinary spirit stones. As for the price, 1 stone is worth about 1 trillion dragon coins. Jiang Chen explained. These items were incredibly precious and didn't exist on Blue Star. They could only be found in dimensional spaces. However, even in dimensional spaces, mid-grade spirit stones were extremely rare, with most being low-grade spirit stones. Their quantity was limited, and many times, they couldn't be bought even with money. Now, Jiang Chen had taken out 3 at once, showing his sincerity. Chu Feng looked at the mid-grade spirit stones, his heart slightly moved. As someone with foundation establishment cultivation, he could clearly sense the concentration of spiritual energy within the mid-grade spirit stones. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant, but its purity was also extremely high. The denser and purer the spiritual energy, the easier it was to absorb, and the faster one's spiritual power would grow. With 1 mid-grade spirit stone, Chu Feng was confident he could break through to mid-foundation establishment within 10 days and reach late foundation establishment within a month. These 3 spirit stones were incredibly valuable. Moreover, in the marketplace, approximately 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 1 mid-grade spirit stone. He was very satisfied with this compensation. However, do you just wear these as decorations? Chu Feng asked. Such excellent mid-grade spirit stones seem too wasteful to simply carry around. Yes, although they can be used to practice certain special techniques,
the effect isn't great, and they can't enhance martial cultivation. Most of the time, they're just used as decorations, Jiang Chen explained, looking at Chu Feng with curiosity. Could there be another use for them? Chu Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head and saying, I'm not sure either. He used spirit stones to refine energy, which was probably similar to the special techniques Jiang Chen mentioned. As for other uses, Chu Feng hadn't discovered any yet. Alright, since you're interested, take them, Jiang Chen said, placing the 3 mid-grade spirit stones into Chu Feng's hand. The limited quantity of spirit stones was the main reason for their high price. Giving them to Chu Feng was mainly because he emitted a spiritual energy aura. Cultivating techniques that required spirit stones naturally left this kind of aura. So Jiang Chen guessed that Chu Feng needed spirit stones, which was why he gave him these. After placing the spirit stones in Chu Feng's hand, Jiang Chen couldn't help but remind him, martial cultivation is the most important. As long as you can reach the 9th tier, I can take you to various dimensional spaces to collect large quantities of spirit stones. After all, those special techniques that used spirit stones had limited effects and were far inferior to the power of martial cultivation. His intention was to encourage Chu Feng to focus on martial cultivation and not be distracted by other matters. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's eyes immediately lit up. Large quantities of spirit stones? That was great. With enough spirit stones, he could save a significant amount of expenses. Moreover, spirit stones could be directly used to purchase items in the universal marketplace. Hunting fierce beasts couldn't compare to the thrill of seizing an entire spirit stone mine. The key was that the members of the Sky Battle Corps didn't understand the true value of spirit stones. If he found spirit stones, wouldn't they be easily pocketed? Chu Feng thought of this and nodded firmly. Yes. I will definitely cultivate to the 9th tier as soon as possible. Good. Jiang Chen nodded approvingly. He was very satisfied with Chu Feng's attitude. With talent and youth, Chu Feng was bound to achieve great accomplishments in the future. In the end, Jiang Chen originally wanted to see Chu Feng's powerful attack, but Qian Feng had mentioned earlier that Chu Feng was temporarily unable to perform such an attack, so he had to let it go. He decided to wait for another opportunity in the future. Alright, continue refining pills. I'll send someone to clean up here, Jiang Chen said, then left the 9th floor of the Sky Hall with his team. He had important matters to attend to, as many dimensional secret realms required their protection. Chu Feng watched Jiang Chen leave and then turned to Qian Feng. Old Qian, were you satisfied with my attack just now? Qian Feng gave a thumbs up and said sincerely, strong. Being able to deliver an attack stronger than his own, even as a 9th tier martial artist, he couldn't produce such a terrifying strike. Chu Feng's attack was likely comparable to the full force strike of a top-tier martial artist like Jiang Chen. It was truly powerful. Qian Feng admired him inwardly, then took out 2 mid-grade spirit stones glowing with a green light from his storage ring and handed them to Chu Feng. 1 trillion dragon coins, exchanged for these 2 stones. Is that okay? Qian Feng also noticed Chu Feng's interest in spirit stones. It was a perfect excuse to give the stones to him. These 3 spirit stones were allocated to him as a top-tier pill refiner. Mid-grade spirit stones had limited uses, mainly for cultivating spirit plants and refining special pills. Keeping 1 for himself was enough, so he casually gave the extra ones to Chu Feng. Chu Feng accepted the 2 mid-grade spirit stones, very satisfied with the exchange. Now, with 5 mid-grade spirit stones in hand, he had enough to cultivate properly. At this moment, he prepared to bid farewell to Qian Feng and returned to seclusion to prepare for the 100 Schools martial arts tournament in a month. Old Qian, is there anything else? If not, I'll head back now, Chu Feng said, still a bit concerned about the results of his attack earlier. Qian Feng hesitated for a moment. He did have something to discuss, which was the reason he brought Chu Feng up here to talk about his pill refining talent. He originally wanted to take Chu Feng to Baichao University to showcase his skills. After all, improving the Baichao Spirit Nourishing Pill was a significant contribution that could benefit the entire Dragon Nation. The new Baichao Spirit Nourishing Pill had a high cost-performance ratio, and once promoted, the overall strength of the Dragon Nation would see a noticeable improvement. Thinking about this, Qian Feng hesitated again before finally speaking. Can I share your new formula? Qian Feng didn't invite Chu Feng to Baichao University to demonstrate his pill refining skills, mainly because Chu Feng's martial arts cultivation was more important than his pill refining talent. He could see that Chu Feng was destined to become a top-tier martial artist. His time shouldn't be wasted on pill refining. Chu Feng should aim to become a 9th-tier Golden Body Realm expert, then break through to the 10th tier, or even the 11th tier. He should drive away the fierce beasts and lead the Dragon Nation to secure a stable place to live on Blue Star. Therefore, Qian Feng simply asked if he could share the formula. When the time came, he would personally visit Baichao University to promote Chu Feng's improved Baichao Spirit Nourishing Pill. Of course, no problem. Chu Feng answered confidently. This pill refining technique was nothing to him. In the Hongmeng pill refining technique, there were many such techniques. Although it was only 5% of the inheritance in all basic level, for Qian Feng, who had never seen other pill refining techniques, this experience was extremely valuable, Chu Feng thought to himself, then found a table with paper and pen, spending some time writing down all the alchemy experience from his memory. However, it was just inherited knowledge, not worth much. Qian Feng watched from the side, his eyes growing brighter as he looked at the alchemy experience Chu Feng was writing. A whole new field of alchemy slowly unfolded before him. His existing knowledge collided and improved. Staring at the few scribbled characters Chu Feng had written, inspiration flowed endlessly in Qian Feng's mind. Good, good, good. The 3 consecutive good words expressed his excitement. He hadn't expected that, even at his current level, he could still make progress in the field of alchemy. Chu Feng wrote 3 sheets of paper, thousands of words, capturing only the essence of the Hongmeng alchemy technique. Writing more was unnecessary and impossible. He handed the 3 sheets of paper filled with writing to Qian Feng. That's about it. If you have any questions about alchemy, just contact me by phone. Qian Feng received the notes as if they were treasures. With the utmost seriousness, he carefully examined Chu Feng's scribbled handwriting. At this moment, Chu Feng, with his 4th-tier cultivation, was a top-tier alchemy master, while Qian Feng, at the 9th tier, seemed like a novice alchemy apprentice. See you later. Chu Feng waved goodbye and left via the elevator, leaving behind Qian Feng, who was deeply immersed in studying the notes Chu Feng had casually written. After leaving the Sky Hall, Chu Feng returned to the training room he had rented earlier. Next, he planned to focus entirely on cultivation to prepare for the 100 Schools martial arts tournament. He took out mid-grade spirit stones and followed the thunder control technique, striving to enhance his qi refining cultivation. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. His qi refining cultivation had reached the late foundation establishment stage, just a step away from breaking through to the golden core stage. Most importantly, he had consumed less than 1/10 of the mid-grade spirit stones, indicating their exceptional effectiveness. Additionally, Chu Feng purchased the Purple Sky Thunder Control True Technique for the Golden Core stage from the marketplace, spending 3 mid-grade spirit stones, leaving him with only 2. Condensing a Golden Core required opportunity and insight. Even with talent, it couldn't be achieved in a short time. However, once he broke through to the Golden Core stage, his magical power would increase nearly 100-fold. The Great Thunder Technique, which previously exhausted his spiritual energy with one use, could then be used without limit. His survival ability would also greatly improve. His spiritual consciousness would reside in the Golden Core, meaning that even if his head were damaged, he wouldn't die. As long as the Golden Core remained intact, combined with the S-grade Life-Tide ability, Chu Feng's survival capability would be astonishing. Of course, if his body suffered extensive damage, he would still die. For now, he couldn't rely solely on a Golden Core to survive in the outside world. Only upon reaching the nascent soul stage and condensing a nascent soul could Chu Feng use it to reconstruct his body. At the late foundation establishment stage, Chu Feng mastered the Thunder Control Technique's 10,000 Thunder Web, a spell highly suitable for trapping enemies. When the 100 Schools martial arts tournament arrived, he was sure to shine brightly. During this time, Chu Feng also took some time to lead Xiong Zhan and the others in completing a 4th-tier mission, killing a large number of fierce beasts. That mission earned the battle group tens of billions of dragon coins, with each member receiving at least 1 billion. Besides the mission, the marketplace's special offers over the month also included many valuable items. Among them, the most remarkable were 2 SSS grade talents. Chu Feng learned that above S grade talents, there were SS grade and SSS grade talents, which were even more powerful and direct. This time, the special offers in the marketplace included 2 SSS grade talents, Divine Substitution SSS level, Harness the Power of Deities to instantly gain immense combat strength, Beast Command Divine Art SSS level, allows control over beasts you have defeated and provides a beast space to store the beasts you can command. Both talents are extremely practical. One can instantly multiply combat strength several times, enabling him, with his late Foundation establishment stage power equivalent to a 6th tier martial artist to face 9th tier martial artists head-on without issue. The overall combat power increase is astonishing. The other talent, Beast Command Divine Art, allows control over beasts, which is immensely useful. If he defeats several 9th tier beasts, leveraging the advantage of numbers to defeat 10th tier beasts wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, the beast space allows him to form a beast army, showcasing tremendous potential. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Nanjiang City, in a desolate forest, the sound of thunder gradually subsided. A young figure emerged. It was Zhang Hao. His body was covered in lightning, his clothes tattered, yet the smile on his face was unstoppable. Ha ha ha. I've finally tamed the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Now it's like I've gained an extra S-level talent. How can Chu Feng even compare to me now? It's worth noting that no matter how strong Chu Feng's talent is, it's merely the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. The Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Zhang Hao subdued is comparable in power to the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, plus he has awakened the A-level Azure Lotus Earthfire. With these two talents combined, Chu Feng is definitely no match. Furthermore, his cultivation has broken through to the 3rd tier 6th level. At the 100 Schools Martial Meet 2 years later, he is bound to shine brightly. In this year's 100 Schools Martial Meet, Zhang Hao will participate as a reserve team member of Shenzhou University. When Chu Feng sees him on stage from the audience, he will undoubtedly be so shocked that he won't be able to speak. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao laughed even more recklessly. Finally defeating Chu Feng once felt like a worthy reward for his month of effort. He patted his tattered clothes and turned to leave Nanjiang City, preparing to head back to the Magic City to participate in the biennial 100 Schools Martial Meet. Beast Command City. On Chu Feng's side, he was organizing the abilities he had recently acquired. Over the past month, he hadn't neglected his soul power cultivation. Now, he had reached the Wandering Soul realm, significantly enhancing his soul strength. He had also learned a minor spell, Soul Control Technique, which could manipulate the target's soul and even influence their movements. In combat, this spell is extremely useful. Reflecting on his gains over the past month, Chu Feng felt very satisfied. He was full of confidence for the 100 Schools Martial Meet. Currently, his martial cultivation was at the 4th tier 1st level, but his chi refining cultivation granted him the physical strength equivalent to a 6th tier martial artist. Over the past month, he had focused on honing his martial foundation without rushing to break through. 4th tier cultivation was the perfect stage to begin comprehending talents and developing new applications. Regarding the Starlight Thunderstorm art, he had already reached a level almost identical to Senior Tian Hai. If he were to fight Tian Hai again, he was absolutely confident he could defeat him head-on. Thinking of this, Chu Feng stepped out of the training room, preparing to return to Baichao University to participate in the 100 Schools Martial Meet and compete for the championship. This time, he aimed to claim the 3 major rewards of the 100 Schools Martial Meet to lay the foundation for his future cultivation. Among them, the complete version of the 3000 Thunder Movement, which he found in the Myriad Realms Mall, required 10 mid-grade spirit stones. For Chu Feng, who only had a little over 1 spirit stone, it was an enormous expense. Looks like after claiming the rewards, I'll need to join the Sky Battle Regiment and explore dimensional spaces with them. Otherwise, as his cultivation improves, relying solely on dragon coins from the Dragon Kingdom might not be enough for him to spend. While thinking, Chu Feng decided to return to Nanjiang City to visit his aunt first. There were still a few days left until the 100 Schools Martial Arts competition, so he had plenty of time. Tomato District. Wearing a casual t-shirt, Chu Feng returned home. As he opened the door, he saw the restaurant crowded with martial artists dining. Most of them were at the first stage of cultivation, with average strength. There was also a young girl he hadn't seen before serving dishes to customers, likely a new employee his aunt had hired. Chu Feng skillfully walked into the kitchen. Naturally, he put on an apron and helped his aunt handle customer issues. After all, he had grown up in this environment, and doing some physical work was no pressure for him. However, when Han Shui saw Chu Feng return, she immediately put down what she was doing and grabbed him. "Look at you, coming back without even giving a heads up." Her voice was slightly choked. She could tell that Chu Feng had clearly lost weight. He must have endured quite a bit at school. After all, Chu Feng had just started his senior year of high school, awakened his talent not long ago, and directly entered university. Compared to his peers, they had already been cultivating for over a year. Chu Feng's cultivation progress was clearly lagging behind. To catch up, he could only work twice as hard, naturally enduring some hardships. Han Shui hugged Chu Feng tightly with a heart full of pity. You don't have to push yourself too hard in cultivation, just do your best. Your health is the most important. You haven't eaten yet since you just got back, right? Sit here, and Auntie will make your favorite stir-fried pork with chili. After saying this, she nagged for a while and pressed Chu Feng to stay in the kitchen, not letting him run around. Although Chu Feng was already a 4th stage martial artist, with strength comparable to the 6th stage, he still obediently listened to his aunt's orders. Staying in the kitchen, Chu Feng quietly listened to his aunt talk about her daily life over the past month and the gossip around the neighborhood. He learned that the new employee was named Lin Xiaowei, also a student at First High School, currently in her senior year. She worked here on weekends to earn some living expenses. His aunt mentioned that Lin Xiaowei had awakened an A-level talent, just one step away from the strongest S-level talent. She was an exceptionally talented student at First High School. Not long ago, she had just broken through to the mid-stage of the Copper Skin realm, which is the second level of the first stage, and her cultivation speed was among the best in her entire senior year. If all went well, Lin Xiaowei would definitely be able to get into Shenzhou University. Coincidentally, she and Chu Feng were in the same cohort. However, Chu Feng had been specially recruited and was already in university. Although they were in the same cohort, their lives and goals were completely different. In the kitchen, Chu Feng didn't idle. He helped his aunt wash vegetables, stir the wok, and occasionally praised, Lin Xiaowei's talent is really impressive. After all, awakening an S-level talent was extremely rare, and having an A-level talent was already remarkable. At this moment, a blushing young girl walked into the kitchen. It was Lin Xiaowei. She pretended not to hear, casually took a plate of stir-fried dishes, and left. However, the blush on her face betrayed her thoughts. In the afternoon, after all the customers had left, the three of them finally sat down at the dining table. The table was filled with meat dishes, all made from 3rd stage ferocious beast meat. The dragon coins Chu Feng had left behind were more than enough, ensuring Han Shui's future life would be worry-free. But running the restaurant had already become a part of Han Shui's life. It seemed that without this restaurant, her days would lose direction. So, no matter what, the restaurant had to stay open. During the meal, Han Shui naturally brought Lin Xiaowei into the conversation and even played matchmaker. She said that her little Feng's S-level 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder talent was absolutely outstanding, and his martial arts talent was even stronger. Being directly admitted to Baichao University was the best proof. She chatted enthusiastically while serving dishes. Lin Xiaowei looked at Chu Feng and felt that he seemed familiar. Suddenly, she remembered. During the class division exam for the martial arts program, there was a martial artist who had awakened the thunder talent and, with the strength of the first stage, 3rd level, had slain a first stage, 9th level ferocious beast. And it wasn't just one, it was 5 at the same time. From first stage, 5th level to first stage, 9th level, 5 ferocious beasts. Lin Xiaowei looked at Chu Feng, her pupils filled with shock. Memories surged like a tide, and all the details of that competition came flooding back. That's right, it was him. Chu Feng. 5 ferocious beasts. If it were her, even with a month of intense training, she wouldn't dare to guarantee she could handle 5 ferocious beasts alone. She couldn't even imagine how Chu Feng had managed to do it. What was even more crucial was that a month ago, Chu Feng was already at the first stage, 3rd level. And she had only just reached the first stage, 2nd level. After truly starting her martial arts training, Lin Xiaowei realized how difficult the path of martial arts was. Even though she worked desperately hard, her progress was as slow as a turtle. However, even at her pace, she was already considered fast among the senior high martial artists. But Chu Feng, what kind of extraordinary talent did he have to break through to the first stage, 3rd level in just one day? Now, had his strength reached the 2nd stage, 9th level, or even the 3rd stage, 3rd level? Lin Xiaowei speculated, trying her best to imagine. Her gaze at Chu Feng shifted from a hint of pride to a touch of self-doubt. She silently encouraged herself, Lin Xiaowei, your talent isn't strong enough, you need to work even harder. The meal was very enjoyable. Han Shui was the happiest. She could see the shy emotions hidden in Lin Xiaowei's eyes. This meant there was still a chance. Seeing his aunt happy, Chu Feng felt happy too. After all, wasn't the purpose of his hard work and cultivation to give his family a better life? From time to time, he met his aunt's gaze and looked at Lin Xiaowei gently. Even if it was just an act, he had to see it through to the end. In the end, they exchanged contact information as expected. However, Chu Feng was busy preparing for the 100 schools martial arts competition and didn't have time to linger. At that moment, he secretly decided to save the immaculate golden pill for his aunt. Although his aunt's martial arts talent was average, with the help of the immaculate golden pill, breaking through to the 9th stage of martial arts should not be a problem. While a 9th stage golden body realm martial artist couldn't achieve immortality, they could certainly extend their lifespan. Before leaving, Chu Feng also left behind 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and a chi refining technique he had obtained from a lucky bag evergreen art. He specifically reminded his aunt to practice diligently. The evergreen art had a calm nature, and once mastered, it allowed the practitioner to learn many minor spells and easily live to the limits of their lifespan. It was a cultivation technique particularly suitable for health and longevity. After completing all this, Chu Feng set off for Baichao University. On his phone, Lin Xiaowei had sent a message. "I will definitely work hard to get into Baichao University." Emoji Chu Feng looked at the message, feeling a bit puzzled. Could it be that she really took his aunt's matchmaking words seriously? Thinking of this, he immediately decided to clear up the misunderstanding. But then he worried that doing so might dampen Lin Xiaowei's motivation. Perhaps it would be better to wait until she got into the university to explain. Or maybe Lin Xiaowei had recognized him and just wanted to learn from him, and he was overthinking it. In the end, Chu Feng only replied with one sentence. "Good luck." The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Chu Feng once again stepped onto the campus of Baichao University. Relying on his memory, he headed toward the training field where Wei Shuhan was. On the way, many others were also heading in the same direction. Chu Feng followed the crowd and arrived at the sports field. The field was already surrounded by tens of thousands of students from Baichao University. In the center of the students stood a massive stage, clearly hosting a grand event. This event was highly unique, continuously drawing more students to join. The surging crowd almost swept Chu Feng away. Looking around, even the rooftops of the teaching buildings were packed with students. Chu Feng found a senior to inquire about the situation. He learned that a top-tier alchemy master had improved Baichao University's signature pill, the Baichao Yunling pill. Not only had the refining process been simplified, but the pill's efficacy had also doubled. More importantly, this master had introduced an entirely new alchemy technique, which was expected to bring about a significant revolution in the alchemy world. Since Baichao University primarily trains alchemists, those uninterested in alchemy rarely come here. Therefore, both the improved Baichao Yunling pill and the new alchemy technique were highly appealing to the students. Any alchemy enthusiast would not miss this demonstration. As a result, the entire sports field was packed to the brim, with everyone vying for a good spot to watch the alchemy technique up close. The senior, knowing Chu Feng was a freshman, emphasized, "The Baichao Yunling pill is one of the foundational pills for low-level cultivators. Once its efficacy is enhanced, the overall strength of martial artists across the Dragon Nation will increase significantly. Don't underestimate this improvement. Applied to millions of people, it becomes an absolutely terrifying force. This time, the contribution of that alchemy master is enough to earn him a prominent place in the history of the Dragon Nation." After hearing this, Chu Feng's expression became somewhat complicated. Could that master be Qian Feng? However, the senior didn't know the master's name, only that he was an alumnus of Baichao University who returned to benefit his alma mater after receiving new inheritance. Chu Feng felt it was likely Qian Feng. But that wasn't important. His current priority was to find teacher Wei Shuhan and prepare for the 100 schools martial arts tournament the day after tomorrow. That was the real task at hand. He took out his phone and sent a message to Wei Shuhan. She quickly replied, saying she was on the nearby stands with a good viewing spot and invited Chu Feng to join her for a better perspective. As a teacher at Baichao University, Wei Shuhan didn't practice alchemy. However, she understood the significance of today's event for the school and came to join the excitement. As for inviting Chu Feng, it was just a casual gesture.
After all, he couldn't even defeat Tian Hai, so there was no expectation for him to contribute to this year's 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. 1 month was too short for a significant improvement in soul power. A second-tier martial artist, how strong could he be? In the tournament, second-tier martial artists weren't even qualified to be substitutes. Only fourth-tier martial artists were eligible to be official participants. Therefore, Chu Feng's training pressure wasn't high, and he had plenty of time. Naturally, Wei Shuhan called Chu Feng over to witness the new alchemy technique brought by the master. Even if he didn't practice alchemy, it would be an eye-opening experience. As a freshman, Chu Feng likely didn't know alchemy techniques, and even if he did, he wouldn't be particularly skilled. Of course, if Chu Feng did know alchemy, it would be even better, as he could learn more from the master's methods. On Chu Feng's side, after receiving Wei Shuhan's invitation, he headed toward the stands by the sports field. On the stands, several formally dressed leaders of Baichao University sat upright. Among them was the university president. This was the exclusive stand for the school's high-level officials, gathering the most powerful individuals within the university. As the instructor for the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament, Wei Shuhan naturally had the qualification to sit here. Moreover, her seat was quite good, right behind the principal. Chu Feng arrived at the stands, but as a student, he could only stand beside Wei Shuhan. Many students around were standing next to their own teachers. They were likely the top talents of their schools, given the opportunity to observe alongside the leaders. When Wei Shuhan saw Chu Feng, she wanted to ask how he had been over the past month. Had he made any progress? How much had his realm advanced? After all, Chu Feng still needed to prepare for the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament 2 years later, so he definitely couldn't slack off in his cultivation. As his teacher, she had to keep a close eye on him to prevent laziness. Thus, she instinctively used her soul power to probe Chu Feng's martial arts realm. However, the moment Wei Shuhan sensed Chu Feng's cultivation, her eyes suddenly widened. She clearly felt that Chu Feng's realm had already reached the 4th tier. To think that just a month ago, Chu Feng was still a 2nd tier, 3rd-level martial artist. At that time, Wei Shuhan had personally confirmed his realm using her soul power, and there was no way Chu Feng had been lying about his previous level. In just 1 month, he had gone from 2nd tier, 3rd level to 4th tier, 1st level. How was that possible? Even the strongest student in her class, Wang Xingyu, had taken 4 years to advance from the 2nd tier to the 4th tier, 9th level. Yet Chu Feng had covered the same ground in just 1 month. Was this reasonable? His martial arts talent was simply too exaggerated. Wang Xingyu had an S-level talent, the fastest cultivation speed among martial artists. Martial arts talent was closely tied to the level of awakened talent. The higher the talent level, the faster the cultivation speed. If Chu Feng was cultivating this quickly, could it be that he had multiple S-level talents? That was impossible. Wei Shuhan immediately dismissed this idea. Martial artists could only awaken 1 talent at most, and Chu Feng currently had only 1. If he had just 1 S-level talent, there was no logical explanation for his rapid cultivation speed. Could it be that Chu Feng's current realm was fake? Had he used some secret technique to deliberately elevate his realm? Wei Shuhan remembered that Chu Feng was highly skilled at concealing his realm. When they first met, he had suppressed his cultivation to 2nd tier, 1st level, and if she hadn't forcibly probed with her soul power, she wouldn't have been able to discern his true realm. By the same logic, Chu Feng might have altered his realm now, intentionally displaying it as 4th tier to deceive her. With this thought, Wei Shuhan didn't hesitate to press her soul power onto Chu Feng, determined to uncover his true martial arts realm. As a 9th tier martial artist, Wei Shuhan's soul power was incredibly strong. Chu Feng instinctively used the soul power he had gained from breaking through to the wandering soul realm to resist. However, his soul power was like an ant compared to an elephant. When matched against Wei Shuhan's, it was completely ineffective. Wei Shuhan's strength far exceeded Chu Feng's imagination. Her soul power was at least hundreds of times stronger than his, if not more. Chu Feng couldn't resist at all and had no choice but to let Wei Shuhan thoroughly investigate. Before Wei Shuhan could probe Chu Feng's cultivation, she sensed the intensity of his soul power. Although Chu Feng's soul power was weak, it was solid and substantial, even capable of existing independently outside his body. It was clear that Chu Feng had already broken through to the wandering soul realm. Wait a minute. Wei Shuhan remembered that just a month ago, Chu Feng's cultivation was still at the condensed soul realm. At that time, he hadn't even started cultivating soul power.
Yet in just 1 month, he had gone from zero to the Wandering Soul Realm. This speed was simply outrageous. You should know that cultivating soul power to the Wandering Soul Realm requires at least half a year, and that's only if you're lucky enough to obtain top-grade spiritual herbs for assistance. Even if Chu Feng managed to acquire such herbs, it would be impossible to achieve rapid cultivation within just 1 month. Soul cultivation cannot be rushed. If done too quickly, it could harm the foundation of the soul, potentially leading to severe consequences like becoming mentally impaired. The repercussions are extremely serious. However, judging from Chu Feng's condition, his mental state is incredibly robust, and his soul power is solid and stable. He has cultivated steadily, step by step. His soul is exceptionally pure, showing no signs of having consumed spiritual herbs. In other words, he relied solely on his extraordinary talent to cultivate his soul power to the Wandering Soul Realm. This is simply defying the natural order. To break through from the condensed soul realm to the Wandering Soul Realm within a month, how terrifying must his talent be? Wei Shuhan looked at Chu Feng, unable to find the right words to describe him. She only knew that this young man's talent in soul cultivation was unprecedented and unparalleled. It was utterly absurd. Wei Shuhan took a deep breath, her eyes unable to hide her shock. Then, she examined Chu Feng's martial arts cultivation. His powerful soul allowed her to see everything clearly. 4th tier, 1st level. Chu Feng had already broken through to the 4th tier. And just a month ago, he was only at the 2nd tier. Breaking through to the 4th tier in just 1 month, what kind of heaven-defying speed is this? Even the genius students at Shenzhou University could never achieve such rapid progress. Take Tian Hai, who defeated Chu Feng previously, for example. He was already a senior and had spent 3 years cultivating to reach the 4th tier, 6th level. Only he knew how arduous that process was. Yet Chu Feng managed to break through in just 1 month. What kind of miraculous medicine did this kid take? How could he cultivate so quickly? More importantly, Wei Shuhan could sense that Chu Feng's martial arts cultivation was incredibly solid, not the result of a recent breakthrough aided by medicine. In fact, he might have already broken through to the 4th tier long ago and had been refining himself at the 1st level of the 4th tier. This means Chu Feng's actual breakthrough to the 4th tier took less than a month. His cultivation speed is simply beyond what humans can achieve. Wei Shuhan swallowed hard and slowly withdrew her soul power. Then she waved at Chu Feng, "Come here for a moment." She wanted to understand how Chu Feng had cultivated and why he could break through so quickly. At the same time, she felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, this year's 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament had granted Chu Feng official qualification to compete. Initially, the plan was just to let Chu Feng familiarize himself with the competition rules, even if his performance was average, to prepare for Baichao University's championship bid 2 years later. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng might very well become Baichao University's key player in this tournament. With a soul strength at the Wandering Soul Realm, his combat power was already astonishing, not to mention his martial arts cultivation at the 4th tier. Even if Chu Feng's martial arts foundation wasn't deep enough for this year's tournament, 2 years from now, he would undoubtedly lead Baichao University to defeat Shenzhou University and claim the title of the nation's top university. Thinking of this, Wei Shuhan's mood became excited. Baichao University finally had hope of shedding its long-standing reputation as 3rd place. At this moment, Chu Feng walked up to Wei Shuhan. To be honest, having teacher Wei use soul power to directly examine him made Chu Feng feel a bit uncomfortable. After all, soul power is the most sensitive aspect of a martial artist, and being scrutinized so thoroughly felt rather strange. Teacher Wei Shuhan was too straightforward. Sigh. Chu Feng silently sighed in his heart. Although he could unleash a 9th tier attack, he was still no match for a 9th tier martial artist. Once he became stronger in the future, he probably wouldn't be so easily seen through by others. Chu Feng helplessly stood next to Wei Shuhan. Wei Shuhan sized him up and was very satisfied with his cultivation level. "Your progress this month is quite impressive." The voice wasn't loud, but the tone of praise was evident. A dignified man sitting nearby heard this and turned his head. He was Su Jiqiang, the principal of Baichao University. Su knew that Wei Shuhan was responsible for training the contestants for the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. At this moment, Su Jiqiang could see that Chu Feng's cultivation level was only at the 1st stage of the 4th tier. Although a month's progress was commendable, such a level of cultivation was insignificant in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. Wei Shuhan shouldn't focus on a 4th tier, 1st stage martial artist. Su Jiqiang lightly coughed and slowly said,
The process isn't that important, the result is what matters. Since you're here, take a good look at today's alchemy conference. After all, this is also a historic moment. As the principal, Su Jiqian was merely reminding Wei Shohan not to misplace his focus. A fourth-tier, first-stage martial artist, regardless of talent, would only have limited strength. Not to mention, being in the fourth year of university and only at the first stage of the fourth tier indicated that the talent wasn't particularly outstanding. Wei Shohan should focus on properly guiding Wang Xingyu and the others, as they were the true hope for winning the 100 Schools martial arts tournament. At this moment, behind Wei Shohan's seat, Zhou Yanbai, the teacher who had specially recruited Chu Feng, suddenly widened his eyes. Chu Feng hadn't hidden his cultivation level, and his fourth tier, first stage martial arts realm was directly exposed. Zhou Yanbai stared at Chu Feng, almost thinking he was seeing things, and slapped himself hard to confirm. After confirming, he asked in disbelief, "You're at the fourth tier?" The sound of the slap was loud, and his voice was even louder, attracting almost everyone's attention at the scene. Chu Feng recognized Zhou Yanbai and seriously nodded. After all, this was the first teacher he had met at Baichao University, leaving a deep impression on him. You. Zhou Yanbai, hearing the confirmation, was at a loss for words. How long had it been? In just 1 month, he had directly broken through from the second tier to the fourth tier. This wasn't cultivation, it was practically like riding a rocket. He was excited and immediately thought of the 100 Schools martial arts tournament 2 years later. By then, what realm would Chu Feng reach? 8th tier? 9th tier? A 9th tier golden body realm martial artist participating in the 100 Schools martial arts tournament would easily crush those 4th tier martial artists. Even if the martial artists from Shenzhou University had exceptional talent, Chu Feng would have no problem defeating these geniuses. The gap in realms wasn't something that could be easily bridged, especially with such a significant difference in tiers. As long as Chu Feng maintained his current cultivation speed, Baichao University would sooner or later win the championship of the 100 Schools martial arts tournament and become the strongest university in the nation. On the viewing platform, everyone was stunned seeing Zhou Yanbai slap himself. Principal Su Jiqian was even more dumbfounded. A fourth-tier martial artist wasn't worth such a big fuss, right? Among fourth-year students, a fourth-tier, first-stage cultivation level was far from strong. Even as Wei Shohan's student, participating in the 100 Schools martial arts tournament would most likely mean being a substitute. Even if he were to compete, his strength would undoubtedly be at the bottom. As the principal, Su Jiqian was highly knowledgeable about the 100 Schools martial arts tournament. His level of attention to the competition even surpassed that of Wei Shohan. However, upon seeing everyone's shocked expressions, he instinctively asked, "Does this kid have something special about him? Why are you all reacting so strongly?" Among those present, many were high-level martial artists, and he himself was at the 9th rank, standing at the pinnacle of Longhua. Wei Shohan was also one of the top 9th rank experts, yet now he was shocked by a 4th rank martial artist, which piqued Su Jiqian's interest in Chu Feng. Wei Shohan heard the principal's question and paused for a moment before slowly saying, "Principal, you might not believe it, but Chu Feng is just a freshman." "A freshman? So what?" "Wait." Su Jiqian instantly realized. This kid is already at the 4th rank as a freshman? Many freshmen are still only at the 2nd rank, yet Chu Feng has already reached the 4th. The key point is, with 4 years of university ahead, Chu Feng is just starting his freshman year and still has the chance to participate in the 100 Schools martial arts tournament 2 years later. In 2 years, even if he doesn't reach the 9th rank, advancing to the 5th rank would already make him formidable in the tournament. If he could reach the 6th rank, he would possess overwhelming combat power, easily sweeping through opponents and helping Baichao University claim the national championship. Being the strongest university in the nation is not just about honor, it also comes with national funding support and access to top-tier students. The reason Shenzhou University ranks first every year is because it attracts the best students. Naturally, the most outstanding students choose the best school. If Baichao University could become the strongest in the nation, the issue of student recruitment would be resolved. Winning consecutive championships in the future would no longer be a dream. In other words, Baichao University's chance to rise lies with Chu Feng. As long as Chu Feng trains normally, the 100 Schools martial arts tournament 2 years later will be Baichao University's moment to shine nationwide. Thinking of this, Su Jiqian felt excited, stood up, and patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. "Train well. If you need anything,
Go directly to Wei Shohan or come to me. This promise was significant. It meant that if Chu Feng encountered any issues, he could bypass the usual reporting hierarchy. His words were not only directed at Chu Feng but also meant for the surrounding teachers to hear. The implication was clear: Chu Feng is under my protection, so watch yourselves and don't mess with him. Otherwise, bear the consequences. The surrounding teachers fell silent, not daring to offend the principal. Chu Feng listened and, without hesitation, took out a mid-grade spirit stone from his system space. He spoke directly: "Principal, do you have more of these stones? I need a lot." After all, he was fighting for the school in the 100 Schools martial arts tournament, so it was reasonable for the school to provide some funding. Now that his talent had been recognized, it was time to turn that talent into tangible benefits. Training hard is all about gaining more resources and becoming stronger, isn't it? Su Jiqiang gave Chu Feng a deep look. This kid really knows how to ask, and who knows if he'll come to him privately later. Asking in front of so many people was truly bold. Sigh, if he gives it to him now, what happens if others come asking for resources later? Should he give or not? Chu Feng is still too young. If it were someone else, he would have already told them to get lost. But Chu Feng carries the hope of Baichao University's rise. If not him, then who should be favored? Of course, he must give. He absolutely must. Su Jiqiang glanced at the spirit stone in Chu Feng's hand and immediately recognized it as a mid-grade spirit stone, a special resource essential for qi refining. Baichao University had plenty buried in the back mountain, used for cultivating spirit herbs. If Chu Feng wanted them, they could certainly be dug up. There are plenty. I'll have Teacher Wei hand them over to you later. After speaking, Su Jiqiang reminded, qi refining ultimately has its limits. Martial arts is the right path. I still have over a dozen mid-grade spirit stones here, but you must promise me to focus on martial arts cultivation. Even at its peak, qi refining strength is only equivalent to a third-tier martial artist, which is far from strong. Moreover, the process requires a large number of spirit stones, has many demands, and numerous restrictions. This system has a low ceiling, limited strength, and a complex cultivation process. Su Jiqiang had practiced it himself but didn't achieve much, so he specifically reminded Chu Feng. At this moment, he sensed a familiar aura and knew that today's main character had arrived, the alchemy master who would change the entire alchemy world. Thinking of this, Su Jiqiang said to Chu Feng, "Alright, since they're here, take a good look. Even if you don't know alchemy, you'll definitely gain something from today's alchemy conference." After speaking, he returned to his seat and quietly stared at the stage on the playground. At this moment, an elder in a white robe with an extraordinary demeanor slowly walked onto the stage. Chu Feng saw him, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Wasn't he this Qian Feng? Why had he come to Baichao University? Could it be that the demonstration to follow was the alchemy technique he had showcased a month ago in the Sky Hall? Based on the information he had, the improvement of the Baichao Spirit Nourishing Pill and the new alchemy technique were all things he had demonstrated in the Sky Hall. Thinking of this, Chu Feng's expression became somewhat complicated. He was very curious if Qian Feng saw him watching from the stands, what kind of reaction would he have? The playground was packed with people. Chu Feng silently watched Qian Feng on the stage. Listening to Qian Feng explain his alchemy technique, he fully understood the purpose of this alchemy conference. Thus, he didn't pay much attention to Qian Feng but instead turned his head and softly asked Wei Shohan, "Teacher, which opponents will we face in this Baichao martial meet?" Knowing oneself and the enemy is the key to winning 100 battles. Understanding the opponents was crucial for participating in the Baichao martial meet, and this was the real reason he sought out Wei Shohan, not to watch teacher Qian's alchemy technique. Wei Shohan nodded, took out a stack of documents from her storage ring, and handed them to Chu Feng. "Take a look yourself. These are what we've gathered at Baichao University, but they're only for reference. The opponents likely have hidden trump cards." Chu Feng nodded, indicating his understanding. The strongest techniques would never be easily revealed. None of his own talents, including the recently acquired SSS level talent, were known to anyone. Thinking of this, he opened the documents Wei Shohan had given him and began to understand the opponent's strengths one by one. Shenzhou University. Ji Xian possesses the S-level talent Heavy Profound, capable of creating powerful gravity to restrict opponents' movements. He is the team captain of Shenzhou University and a 4th-tier 9th-level martial artist. Investigations show that Ji Xian has long used the heavy profound talent for training, and his physical strength rivals that of a 5th-tier 9th-level martial artist. Extreme caution is required when facing him. Su Qingqing possesses the S-level talent beast control, allowing her to command multiple powerful ferocious beasts. She is a 4th-tier 9th-level martial artist. While the competition prohibits bringing helpers, if Su Qingqing can form a beast tied with her controlled beasts, her threat will surpass all other contestants. Her personal strength is not significant, so it's best to target her directly when encountered. Yi Fengchen possesses the S-level talent Blazing Flame, which allows him to absorb powerful flames and greatly enhance his strength. He wields the Earth Blazing Fire and once used this flame to directly confront a 6th-tier 9th-level martial artist, showcasing immense strength. The power of the Earth Blazing Fire is equivalent to a top-tier talent, and extreme caution is necessary when dealing with him. Most of the competition materials from Shenzhou University were here. Chu Feng noticed a familiar name among them. Substitute contestant. Zhang Hao, 2nd tier, level 4, average strength. His name was the only one on the list, as his cultivation was only at the 2nd tier, and no one paid much attention to him. But Chu Feng knew that Zhang Hao was just a freshman. Shenzhou University had likely sent him to participate in the 100 schools martial arts competition to gain experience for future contests. Thinking about this, Chu Feng continued to browse through the materials from other schools. At that moment, a few teachers around him suddenly started clapping loudly. On the stage, although Qian Feng was still somewhat unskilled, he successfully refined 2 improved versions of the 100 herb spirit nourishing pills using spirit fire. The entire alchemy process was identical to the technique Chu Feng had demonstrated earlier in the Sky Hall. At this moment, Principal Su Jiqian praised, Elder Qian is truly creative, coming up with the idea of using the ice poison of the spirit ice grass to neutralize the blood poison of the spirit blood. This method of using poison to counter poison not only saves many refining steps but also enhances the pill's effectiveness. Truly remarkable. As the principal of 100 Herbs University, Su Jiqian's alchemy skills were among the best in the entire Dragon Nation. Hearing the principal's praise, the surrounding teachers also shared their opinions. Indeed, the improved 100 Herbs Spirit Nourishing Pill has at least a 50% increase in effectiveness. Elder Qian's alchemy skills are so advanced, yet he shares them selflessly. Truly admirable. And that technique of using soul power to enhance alchemy efficiency, it's practically a revolution in the field of alchemy. Elder Qian's status will forever be recorded in history. This was the truth. Qian Feng had indeed refined effective pills and introduced a brand new alchemy method. Below the stage, Qian Feng, having finished refining the pills, quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was only during the actual process of alchemy that he truly understood how incredible Chu Feng's alchemy techniques were. In just 1 month, Qian Feng's cultivation had advanced to the late stage of qi refining, but his control over spirit fire was still far from being as effortless as Chu Feng's. His internal spiritual energy was always insufficient, and his spirit fire was unstable. This time, he could only refine 200 herb spirit nourishing pills. Compared to Chu Feng, who could refine 3 at once, the gap was evident. Thinking of this, Qian Feng's admiration for Chu Feng grew even deeper. Chu Feng's martial arts cultivation might not be impressive, but his alchemy skills had likely already surpassed his own. He looked around at the students below the stage and then spoke, "Do you know? This alchemy technique and the improved pill formula were not invented by me." As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted into a heated discussion. What? It wasn't created by Elder Qian? Then who is the true creator of this alchemy technique? If it was someone else, why didn't they come to demonstrate it themselves? Could it be that Elder Qian improved it from ancient texts? It's said that our alchemy techniques are all based on ancient texts. On the stage, Qian Feng paused briefly before continuing. What I just demonstrated was all created by a second-tier martial artist. I'm merely helping him promote it. He had asked Chu Feng about it a month ago and had wanted to showcase it at 100 Herbs University earlier. However, Chu Feng's alchemy techniques were difficult to learn, and it had taken Qian Feng an entire month to barely master them. But to reach Chu Feng's level of proficiency would be impossible without several years of practice. As soon as Qian Feng finished speaking, the audience immediately exploded. How is that possible? A second-tier martial artist can actually refine such incredible pills? Doesn't that mean everyone can become a top-tier alchemist?
Only alchemy techniques that everyone can learn are truly useful alchemy techniques. In the stands, Su Jiqiang, the principal, immediately stood up upon hearing Qianfeng's words. He had thought that the improved version of the 100 Herbs Spirit Converging Pill brought by Qianfeng was already remarkable. He never expected that behind it was a second-tier alchemy master. With only second-tier cultivation, this person could guide Qianfeng in alchemy. If he were to break through to the 9th tier, how powerful would his alchemy skills become? Thinking of this, Su Jiqiang was overwhelmed with excitement. He felt that his 100 Herbs University might usher in a new leap forward because of this martial artist. 100 Herbs University was already the strongest alchemy institution. If it could elevate the alchemy level of the entire Dragon Nation to a new height, what kind of achievement would that be? By then, during the 100 schools martial meet, his school might directly take a seat at the judges' table. Su Jiqiang's eyes shone like lights. He looked at Qianfeng below the stage and asked in a loud voice, "Elder Qian, who is that second-tier martial artist? I feel he has a special connection with our 100 Herbs University." No matter who it was or how high their status, Su Jiqiang had decided to spare no effort to recruit that martial artist into his 100 Herbs University. Such an outstanding talent could not be overlooked. Hearing the principal's words, Qianfeng turned and nodded in acknowledgement. Then, he continued, "That person is named Chu Feng, young and talented. I believe that in the near future, he will undoubtedly become the top alchemy grandmaster of the Dragon Nation." As for who Chu Feng was, Qianfeng did not elaborate. After all, without Chu Feng's consent, it would be impolite to casually reveal his information. Chu Feng held an extremely high position in Qianfeng's heart. The students below the stage began whispering among themselves upon hearing the name. "Do we have someone like that in our school? Never heard of him. He probably isn't a student here. Who would have thought such a powerful alchemy grandmaster is wandering outside?" Chu Feng had not spent much time at 100 Herbs University, so almost no one at the school knew him. However, in the stands, Principal Su Jiqiang's head buzzed upon hearing Chu Feng's name. Wait a minute. He turned to look at Chu Feng behind him. The 4th tier cultivation on Chu Feng was evident, which differed from what Elder Qian had just mentioned. Elder Qian said that Chu Feng was only at the 2nd tier, right? Su Jiqiang's face showed confusion. Beside him, Wei Shuhan, upon hearing Chu Feng's name, quickly connected all the clues in her mind. She knew that Chu Feng had left a month ago. In that month, he must have gone to the Sky Battle Group she had recommended. Qianfeng happened to be a member of the Sky Battle Group. The key point was that Chu Feng's cultivation was only at the 2nd tier a month ago. This meant that the martial artist before them, with his extraordinary martial talent and rapid cultivation speed, might also be a grandmaster of alchemy with formidable skills. At this moment, although Su Jiqiang was puzzled, with Qianfeng right in front of him, he directly shouted loudly, "Elder Qian, the Chu Feng you're talking about, is it him?" As he spoke, he stepped aside, placing Chu Feng in the most prominent position in the stands. Below the stage, when Qianfeng saw Chu Feng, he was so startled that he trembled all over. The 200 Herbs Spirit Converging Pills floating in front of him fell directly to the ground. You. Qianfeng was momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected that Chu Feng was a student at Baichao University and had just watched him refine pills the entire time. Thinking about how he had only managed to produce 2 Baichao Spirit Nourishing Pills, his face immediately turned red with embarrassment. He felt deeply ashamed. With such excellent pill refining techniques, he hadn't fully utilized his skills. Qianfeng felt he had let Chu Feng down, and the fact that Chu Feng had witnessed it all made him feel utterly humiliated. After all, he was the most outstanding pill refining master of the Zhengqiang Battle Group. On the viewing platform, Principal Su Jiqiang gasped at Qianfeng's reaction. "It really is you." Su Jiqiang hadn't expected such a formidable pill refiner to be hiding right under his nose. However, why had Chu Feng's cultivation already reached the 4th stage? Could it be that they had known each other for a long time? Su Jiqiang silently stared at Chu Feng. This handsome young man made it hard for him to associate him with someone like Qianfeng, a master pill refiner. At this moment, the students below the platform also noticed Chu Feng and began to question him. Is he really a 4th stage martial artist? He looks pretty young. Can he really have such impressive pill refining skills? Doesn't seem as good as Elder Qian. I heard Elder Qian uses soul power when refining pills. Can a 4th stage martial artist even use soul power?
On the platform, Su Jiqiang remained silent for a while before softly saying, "It seems like people aren't fully convinced yet. Why not let him give it a try?" Based on Chu Feng's talent, whether he succeeded or not didn't really matter. Even if it was just for show, Su Jiqiang wouldn't hold it against him. After all, Chu Feng was only a freshman and already had fourth stage strength. This alone made Su Jiqiang prioritize him highly. If he also had impressive pill refining skills, that would be even better. If not, it wouldn't matter, it wouldn't change anything. In truth, Su Jiqiang thought it was unlikely Chu Feng could do it. After all, Xian Feng had just used soul power while refining pills, a mysterious ability that only 7th stage martial artists could awaken. And Chu Feng, being only at the 4th stage, didn't have soul power. Could he really extract infused medicinal liquids so skillfully? It seemed highly unlikely. If he couldn't do it, no matter how good his pill refining skills were, it would be hard to surpass Qian Feng. Su Jiqiang's gaze held no particular expectation, he simply watched Chu Feng quietly. He left the decision to Chu Feng. If he didn't want to, that was fine, it wouldn't have any impact. And even if there were consequences, Su Jiqiang would shield him. Chu Feng felt a bit embarrassed to refuse, especially since he still needed to ask for some mid-grade spirit stones for cultivation. Demonstrating a few pill refining techniques wouldn't hurt and could even earn him some interest. After thinking it over, he jumped off the platform and walked toward Qian Feng. "Do you have any more medicinal ingredients? Let me give it a try." Hearing this, Xian Feng's eyes immediately lit up. To be honest, he had only watched Chu Feng refine pills once and noticed that Chu Feng's pill refining techniques still had several unresolved issues. He remembered Chu Feng saying that one set of ingredients could yield 3 pills, while he himself could only produce 2. If he could observe Chu Feng refining pills up close and ask him some questions, he was confident he could also refine 3 Baichao spirit nourishing pills in one go, just like Chu Feng. So, when Qian Feng heard Chu Feng ask for ingredients, he didn't hesitate to take out 5 sets of medicinal ingredients from his storage ring and hand them to Chu Feng. "Go ahead, refine as you like." Chu Feng took the ingredients and casually ignited his spiritual flame. With the support of his late foundation establishment stage spiritual power, the flame instantly grew larger, at least 3 times the size of Qian Feng's summoned flame. At the same time, Chu Feng threw all the medicinal ingredients into the fire together, refining them with his soul power. His actions left the students below the stage dumbfounded. His flames are so intense? Even stronger than Elder Qian's? Elder Qian is a 9th tier expert, how can Chu Feng's flames surpass his? The key is, he seems to be trying to refine all the ingredients at once. Is his soul power really that strong? Wait, he's only a 4th tier martial artist. Where did he get soul power from? On the viewing platform, Principal Su Jiqiang noticed Chu Feng's soul power, and his heart leapt into his throat. Something was off. This kid not only had soul power but had reached the wandering soul realm, stronger than the soul power of many 7th tier martial artists. Although his cultivation was only at the 4th tier, with this level of soul power, he could easily defeat some 6th tier martial artists in seconds. Chu Feng was simply too powerful. Su Jiqiang felt a chill down his spine. Looking at Chu Feng was like seeing the tip of an iceberg, unable to fathom how many secrets lay hidden beneath. At Baichao University, the sports field was packed with students eager to learn alchemy. They crowded onto the rubber track and even climbed onto the rooftops of the dormitories, all to witness this revolutionary moment in alchemy firsthand. In the center of the field, Chu Feng skillfully refined the Baichao spirit nourishing pill in his hands. Compared to Qian Feng's alchemy techniques, Chu Feng, with only 4th tier cultivation, appeared more like an experienced alchemy master. The students below the stage watched intently. "He looks amazing. Could it be that the improved Baichao spirit nourishing pill was really designed by him? Don't jump to conclusions. Looking impressive doesn't count, we need to see the results. Look, Elder Qian hasn't even blinked. He clearly recognizes Chu Feng's alchemy skills." On stage, Chu Feng used his soul power to extract the medicinal liquid, infuse it into pills in one seamless motion. This was his 2nd time refining pills, and with the experience from last time, his efficiency had greatly improved. Qian Feng watched Chu Feng's alchemy process, nodding continuously. The doubts he had before were all resolved through Chu Feng's demonstration. If he practiced for a while longer, he was confident he could replicate Chu Feng's previous feat of refining 3 Baichao spirit nourishing pills in one go. This session had been incredibly rewarding, and Qian Feng's eyes were filled with satisfaction. More importantly, he discovered that Chu Feng's soul power had already reached the Wandering Soul realm. Although not top tier, his cultivation speed over just 1 month was like a rocket. Chen Feng hadn't expected that Chu Feng not only had extraordinary talent in alchemy but also in combat, easily defeating opponents of higher tiers. His cultivation talent was equally astonishing. On the viewing platform, the teachers watched Chu Feng's alchemy in silence. Principal Su Jiqiang had never imagined that Chu Feng's talent in cultivation was not only extraordinary but that his alchemy skills were equally monstrous. He could even guide a seasoned alchemy master. Xian Feng was one of the few top-tier alchemists in the Dragon Nation capable of refining the 9-turn revival pill. If alchemy skills were ranked, Xian Feng would be in the top 5. Now, he stood quietly to the side, observing like a student of Chu Feng. It seemed that Chu Feng's alchemy skills far exceeded Su Jiqiang's expectations. More importantly, Chu Feng was still very young, with virtually limitless potential for the future. Faced with such a top-tier talent, Baichao University would undoubtedly spare no effort in nurturing him and would not hesitate to allocate resources. All the mid-grade spirit stones in the school are to be used by Chu Feng, Su Jiqiang ordered. Wei Shuhan immediately responded, understood. She hadn't expected Chu Feng to be such a well-rounded genius. Whether in martial cultivation, soul power, or alchemy, he far surpassed his peers. However, this time the opponent is a senior in their 4th year. In just 1 month, how much can Chu Feng improve in combat power? Can he defeat Tian Hai, who once beat him? Wei Shuhan felt it would be quite challenging. Although Chu Feng's soul cultivation had reached the Wandering Soul realm, he might not yet have mastered the technique of using soul power to suppress his opponent. Without the advantage of soul power, it would still be impossible to overpower the enemy. Therefore, when truly facing Tian Hai, Chu Feng might still lose. Thinking this, Su Jiqiang continued, Zhou Yanbai, was it you who specially recruited Chu Feng? Not bad. Are you interested in becoming the head of special recruitment? Beside him, Zhou Yanbai immediately responded, yes, yes. At this moment, he was extremely grateful for his foresight back then. He had always thought Chu Feng's talent was extraordinary, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. It was truly a pity that Shenzhou University hadn't managed to recruit Chu Feng back then. One wonders how Shenzhou University will feel when they see Chu Feng at this year's 100 Schools martial meet. Chu Feng is only a freshman and already has a 4th-tier cultivation. Even if his combat power is slightly weaker, 2 years from now at the 100 Schools martial meet, when Shenzhou University faces Chu Feng again, they might only feel despair. Fang Yu, who failed to recruit Chu Feng back then, might regret it when he sees his school defeated by Chu Feng himself. Thinking this, Zhou Yanbai turned to look at the stage. On the stage, Chu Feng formed a hand seal. Pills complete. 3 perfectly round and full 100 herb spirit nourishing pills appeared before everyone without any surprise. Not only did he refine 1 more pill than Qian Feng, but the color and texture of his pills were also clearly superior to those refined by Qian Feng. Most of the students in the audience were alchemy experts. Upon seeing these pills, all their doubts about Chu Feng vanished. Although these alchemy geniuses were proud and arrogant, just by looking at the pills before them, they knew that Chu Feng's alchemy skills far surpassed those of Qian Feng, who was a 9th-tier martial artist. Amazing, and he's only a 4th-tier martial artist? I'm already at the 7th tier, and my soul power has awakened, but I still feel far inferior to Chu Feng. His alchemy techniques are so skilled it's dazzling, and he managed to refine 300 herb spirit nourishing pills, completely outclassing Qian Feng. Clearly, when it comes to alchemy, Chu Feng is the real teacher. After refining the pills, Chu Feng briefly explained the principles of alchemy and even helped Qian Feng solve some of his alchemy-related questions. Finally, he stepped off the stage and returned to the stands. On the stands, the teachers looked at Chu Feng with a slightly different attitude this time. Wei Shuhan didn't greet Chu Feng again but instead walked directly to his side and handed him a cultivation technique. Soul locking technique. This was a practical soul attack spell that could temporarily lock an enemy's soul, rendering them immobile. Soul techniques are very difficult to cultivate. It's normal if you can't master it before the 100 Schools martial meet tomorrow. Don't worry, Wei Shuhan said, patting Chu Feng on the shoulder to comfort him. She hadn't expected Chu Feng to break through to the Wandering Soul realm within a month. That's why she hadn't given him this soul-locking technique earlier. Although it was a bit late now, it didn't matter, it could still be useful even with a 4th-tier cultivation. Chu Feng took the soul-locking technique, flipped through a few pages, and then put it away. This technique was good, but it wasn't as effective as the soul control technique he had already mastered, which could manipulate an enemy's soul, not only controlling them but also making them perform actions he desired. It was extremely practical. The key is that he has already mastered soul control technique, so this soul lot technique is not very useful to him.
Thank you, Teacher Wei.
Chu Feng still politely expressed his gratitude.
After all, it was a kind gesture, and he couldn't refuse it. All right, you can go back now. Remember to come to the training ground for class at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Wei Shuhan said.
The alchemy conference was nearing its end, and with Chu Feng's strength, there was no need for him to stay any longer. Currently, the most important event at Baichao University was the 100 Schools Martial Arts Competition. Tomorrow, Tianhai and Chu Feng would face off again to see who was stronger and to test Chu Feng's progress over the past month.
If nothing unexpected happened, Chu Feng was still likely to be weaker than Tianhai.
After all, he was only at the first stage of the 4th tier, while Tianhai was already at the 6th stage of the 4th tier, with a clear disparity in strength. Soul power was strong, but before mastering the soul lock technique, it couldn't directly determine the outcome of a battle, only exerting limited influence on the opponent.
Unless other abilities improved, Chu Feng might very well lose the fight in a single move from Tianhai. Chu Feng bid farewell to Wei Shuhan and walked back to his dormitory.
As the alchemy conference was nearing its end, many senior students recognized Chu Feng on the way and surrounded him, asking him endless questions about alchemy. I heard from Elder Qian that you mastered advanced alchemy techniques when you were at the 2nd tier.
Is that true? Chu Feng, which year are you in? Can I add you on WeChat? Can you teach me alchemy? I feel like I'm close to mastering it. Chu Feng patiently answered each question. It was already dark when he returned to his dormitory.
After taking a shower, he lay on his bed, exhausted. There was class tomorrow, so he needed to rest well, recharge his energy, and prepare for the 100 Schools Martial Arts Competition the day after tomorrow. As for tomorrow's class, Chu Feng planned to spar with Tianhai to test the new abilities he had developed over the past month. First was the soul control technique, to see how powerful this soul spell was, along with his soul power at the wandering soul realm. Then there was the thunder transformation he learned after breaking through to the 4th tier.
Chu Feng could now transform himself into thunder, just like Tianhai.
If Tianhai used the same method against him, he would undoubtedly lose. Besides these martial arts techniques, Chu Feng had also mastered the foundational spell 10,000 Thunder Net, which could summon an endless thunder net to cover the battlefield with immense power.
The Great Thunder technique could even threaten 9th tier martial artists.
The physical strength of the late foundational stage could rival that of 6th tier martial artists. Additionally, there was the SSS level talent Divine Descent Proxy, which allowed him to borrow the power of divine beings, greatly boosting his combat strength for a short time.
The key was that the SSS level talent could also be enhanced through talent gigantification.
This single talent was equivalent to several talents of the same level for others, making it extremely powerful. Chu Feng was full of confidence in his combat strength and vowed to win the championship in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Competition.
The next day, at the training ground, Chu Feng arrived early at the location Wei Shuhan had mentioned for class.
Many students were already present, using the early morning time to exercise and practice martial arts.
Tianhai saw Chu Feng and walked over. You're back? How's your training progress over the past month?
As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Chu Feng's different aura.
This was a 4th tier, 1st stage martial artist? Chu Feng didn't hide anything, openly displaying his 4th tier cultivation to everyone. Tianhai's eyes widened.
A month ago, Chu Feng was only a 2nd tier martial artist.
How had he broken through to the 4th tier in just 1 month?
The difficulty of 4th tier cultivation was immense, and Tianhai knew this well. As a genius of Baichao University, it had taken him 3 full years to reach the 4th tier. But Chu Feng had done it in just 1 month. This speed was unbelievable. At this moment, a disdainful voice sounded.
Humph. So you're Chu Feng?
Chu Feng turned his head and saw a burly 4th tier, 4th level martial artist, weaker than Tianhai.
Chu Feng nodded and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Ji Hong, and I'm here to challenge you."
Ji Hong was furious, as if he wanted to vent all his dissatisfaction on Chu Feng. Logically speaking, Ji Hong was a formal participant representing Baichao University in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Competition. However, Chu Feng's sudden appearance had taken his spot, relegating him to a substitute. Substitutes had no chance to compete and could only watch from the sidelines, making it nearly impossible for him to win the championship. Naturally, Ji Hong was not convinced. He had been admitted to Baichao University as a top-tier talent. Now that his official qualification had been taken away, how could he accept it? What made it worse was that Chu Feng had previously been a second-tier martial artist. If Chu Feng had been stronger than him, Ji Hong might have accepted his fate as a substitute. But now, a second-tier martial artist had taken the spot of a fourth-tier martial artist, which was clearly due to connections. Since Chu Feng had relied on connections to get in, Ji Hong was determined to teach him a lesson. After all, who didn't have connections? Fuming, Ji Hong rushed in front of Chu Feng, ready to issue his challenge. At that moment, he suddenly realized that Chu Feng's cultivation level had already reached the fourth tier. In just 1 month, he had advanced from the second tier to the fourth tier? This revelation shocked Ji Hong, but he quickly suppressed his surprise because Chu Feng was only a fourth tier, first-level martial artist. So what if he advanced quickly? Ji Hong was a fourth tier, fourth-level martial artist. He still remembered that last month, Chu Feng couldn't even withstand a single move from Tian Hai. In contrast, Ji Hong was confident he could beat Tian Hai 7 times out of 10, with a real chance of winning. In terms of combat talent, Ji Hong was confident that Chu Feng was no match for him. What's wrong? Afraid to accept my challenge? Ji Hong continued to provoke when he saw Chu Feng remain silent. He wanted to prove through defeating Chu Feng that he deserved to be an official participant. Chu Feng was silent for a moment before saying, "All right, do you need time to prepare?" He understood Ji Hong's challenge. After all, he had joined the team at the last minute, and his strength had yet to be recognized by everyone. He indeed needed to establish his authority through actual combat. Chu Feng also wanted to use this opportunity to gauge the strength of other opponents in the 100 Schools martial arts competition. Besides Ji Hong, he planned to challenge everyone present, aiming to secure the captain's position. This would make it easier to lead the team during the competition and increase their chances of defeating Shenzhou University. No need to prepare, let us do it now. Ji Hong, seeing Chu Feng's attitude, became even angrier. He couldn't wait to knock Chu Feng down and show him the gap between them. At this moment, Tian Hai stepped forward and raised his hand to stop the fight. Forget it, Ji Hong, there is no need. The official participant list has already been decided. Even if you defeat Chu Feng, it won't change anything. On the surface, he seemed to be comforting Ji Hong, but in reality, he was helping Chu Feng out of a tough spot. After all, if Chu Feng, as an official representative of Baichao University, were defeated by a substitute, how would that reflect on Baichao University? Would people think the university selected participants based on connections? Would they think the school didn't value talent or was even corrupt internally? Therefore, Tian Hai felt there was no need for this fight. If Chu Feng lost, the damage would be significant, and even if he won, it wouldn't bring much benefit. But could Chu Feng even win? Tian Hai thought Chu Feng was still too young. Teacher Wei Shuhan had chosen Chu Feng as an official participant not to expect immediate results but to give him experience in the 100 Schools martial arts competition and prepare him for the next one. This was Tian Hai's speculation, so he stopped the fight for Teacher Wei and for the overall interests of Baichao University. Chu Feng watched all of this but rejected Tian Hai's goodwill. If he couldn't even defeat Ji Hong, let alone compete for first place in the 100 Schools martial arts tournament, there was no chance of obtaining top-tier rewards like the Immaculate Golden Pill. Therefore, he had to fight. Not only did he need to defeat Ji Hong, but he also had to overcome everyone present. Ji Hong was merely his first challenge. Step aside, Senior Tian Hai, this fight must happen. Tian Hai heard Chu Feng's words but still didn't want to back down. He was not only considering Chu Feng but also the reputation of Baichao University as a whole. Tian Hai was strong enough to stop the two from fighting at any time. Even if he had to intervene forcefully, he was confident he could control both Chu Feng and Ji Hong on his own. At this moment, Wei Shuhan's voice rang out. Let them fight. Everyone turned their heads and saw it was Teacher Wei. They immediately lined up. Tian Hai quickly walked over to Wei Shuhan to explain the situation. If Chu Feng, as an official participant, lost to a substitute, wouldn't that bring disgrace to Baichao University? Considering this, Tian Hai had firmly stopped the fight to protect the school's reputation. Wei Shuhan nodded after listening, agreeing with Tian Hai's perspective. However, the current Chu Feng possessed soul strength at the Wandering Soul Realm, combined with a 4th-tier first-level cultivation and powerful attack capabilities. Chu Feng had a significant chance of defeating anyone on the battlefield. The Wandering Soul Realm allowed attacks on opponents from the soul level. Even without mastering soul locking technique, ordinary soul attacks alone were not something those 4th-tier martial artists could easily withstand. Wei Shuhan knew Ji Hong's chances of winning were slim. As long as Chu Feng won, his position as an official participant would be secure. Therefore, Wei Shuhan did not adopt Tian Hai's suggestion. She said, "Ji Hong challenges Chu Feng, both of you step forward." Then she gestured for Tian Hai to return to the team. Tian Hai looked at Chu Feng helplessly. He had done his best, but this challenge could not be stopped. Before returning to the team, Tian Hai patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. "If you can't win, just admit defeat. There's no need to push yourself for the position of official participant." If Chu Feng couldn't defeat Ji Hong, Baichao University losing a bit of face was no big deal. But if he got injured, the one truly suffering would be Chu Feng himself. In the team, Wang Xingyu, the strongest in Baichao University, clearly disagreed after hearing Tian Hai's words. Wang Xingyu added, "Chu Feng's combat strength is still quite strong. I think he can at least last 3 moves against Ji Hong." Although breaking through 2 major levels within a month was indeed impressive, Chu Feng's realm was similar to Ji Hong's. However, the time was too short, and he lacked practical combat experience. Many fighting techniques were still unmastered, or even unfamiliar. Facing Ji Hong, who had trained hard for 3 years, Chu Feng did not have a clear advantage in realm, and his chances of winning were very slim. Many classmates recalled the battle between Chu Feng and Tian Hai a month ago. Indeed, Chu Feng's attack power is strong, but his techniques are still very raw. Pure brute force attacks are easy to dodge. Unless he can control his opponent, he won't be able to defeat Ji Hong. I really don't understand what Teacher Wei is thinking. Using connections is one thing, but insisting on a fight? I think it's unnecessary. Yeah, once Ji Hong spreads the word, our Baichao University's reputation will be affected. I admit Chu Feng is great at alchemy, but that doesn't mean he's strong in combat. The classmates discussed among themselves, and almost no one believed in Chu Feng. They all thought Ji Hong was more likely to win. After all, they were the top young martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom. Facing ordinary opponents, they could easily fight across levels. Chu Feng neither had an exceptionally high martial arts realm nor much combat experience, so naturally, few believed in him. As soon as Wei Shuhan finished speaking, Chu Feng and Ji Hong stepped to the front of the group, and a battle became inevitable. "Prepare to begin," Wei Shuhan said calmly, without any unnecessary words. Among martial artists, only victory or defeat could dispel all doubts. Ji Hong stood in front of Chu Feng, his fists clenched tightly, full of confidence. He didn't say much either, fearing that if he spoke too much, the challenge might be called off, and he would lose the qualification to be an official participant. He might even lose the chance to land a single blow on Chu Feng. "Begin the battle," Wei Shuhan announced. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ji Hong's body temperature suddenly soared. Fiery red flames ignited on him like a blazing inferno. Immediately after, Ji Hong transformed into a burst of dazzling sparks, completely vanishing before Chu Feng. The classmates who witnessed this couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Who would have thought his S-rank talent, Crimson Flame, has been developed to this extent, allowing him to completely transform into sparks? Each spark represents Ji Hong himself, and the destructive power is astonishing. Wang Xingyu's eyes flickered. As the strongest student at Baichao University, he was well aware of Ji Hong's true strength. It won't be long before he catches up to Tian Hai's level. He definitely has the qualifications to be an official participant. But I wonder how Chu Feng will respond. In front of everyone, Chu Feng quietly observed the scattered sparks and the vanished Ji Hong. At this moment, relying on the soul power of the Wandering Soul Realm, he easily located Ji Hong's figure. Without much hesitation, soul control technique. A powerful soul force instantly penetrated Ji Hong's body. Ji Hong was completely unprepared and didn't even realize that the soul power within him was being manipulated. He only felt that Chu Feng had suddenly become terrifyingly formidable. From the void, Chu Feng extended a pair of invisible, massive hands and firmly grasped Ji Hong's vital points. The strength of these hands was incredibly terrifying. The key was that they were invisible and intangible, making resistance impossible. Under Chu Feng's control, Ji Hong couldn't even last a single round. The sparks failed to regroup, revealing his true form. He fell heavily to his knees, feeling indignant but utterly defeated, without any suspense. I lost. Nearby, all the classmates were stunned. What? He lost so quickly? Did the match even start? I was watching Chu Feng the whole time, he didn't even move. Is this some kind of act? Was it staged on purpose? He couldn't even last one move? Even Tian Hai, standing in the group, was puzzled. Logically, Ji Hong had a grudge against Chu Feng and wouldn't cooperate with him to stage a fight. Of course, there was always the possibility of unexpected variables. If it was indeed staged, then losing so quickly would make sense. But if it wasn't, what method did Chu Feng use to defeat Ji Hong? At this moment, Wang Xingyu, standing at the front of the group, had a thoughtful expression on his face. His combat experience was extraordinary, and he immediately sensed the method Chu Feng had used. Soul power. So that's it, I understand now. Yesterday, the soul power Chu Feng used during alchemy shows that his soul strength far surpasses that of ordinary people. Attacks on the soul level are techniques that only 7th level martial artists and above can use. We couldn't see it, which is why Ji Hong's defeat seemed so strange. All of this is because of Chu Feng's soul power, right, Teacher Wei? Wang Xingyu looked at Wei Shuhan, his eyes filled with anticipation, eager to get an answer. Wei Shuhan's phoenix-like eyes were full of shock. It was indeed soul power, but not just soul power, there was also a soul attack technique more advanced than the soul lock technique she had given to Chu Feng. It was precisely this powerful soul power that forced Ji Hong to admit defeat. Otherwise, with Ji Hong's proud personality, even if he lost, he would never admit it so easily. Thinking of this, Wei Shuhan's gaze at Chu Feng was full of delight. What is the name of that technique? Soul control technique, Chu Feng answered frankly. This was the first time he had used soul attacks against an enemy, and he hadn't expected the effect to be surprisingly good. Ji Hong had no chance to counterattack and was subdued in one move. Chu Feng felt that this was still too weak. He had many other ultimate moves he hadn't used yet. For instance, the SSS level talent Divine Descent Substitution and Starry Thunderstorm technique. If he went all out, Ji Hong would undoubtedly lose even more miserably. Very good. Your soul power is definitely a trump card. Use it well, and you'll surely shine at tomorrow's 100 Schools tournament. Wei Shuhan said, walking over to Chu Feng and handing him a storage ring. Inside were 20 pieces of translucent mid-grade spirit stones of fortune. These are the spirit stones the principal promised you yesterday. Keep them safe. The nearby students, upon hearing the word soul power, felt their heads buzzing. He can already use soul power to attack people? I thought Chu Feng could only refine pills, but I didn't expect he had already cultivated to the wandering soul realm. Everyone present was a top-tier martial artist and had a deep understanding of soul power. They knew that soul power was divided into 4 levels, and only upon reaching the 2nd level, the wandering soul realm, could it be used for attacks. Chu Feng not only awakened soul power before reaching the 7th stage, a rarity in itself, but had also cultivated to the wandering soul realm, which was practically 1 in a million. More importantly, with wandering soul realm soul power, Chu Feng could easily defeat martial artists of the same level, as effortlessly as cutting wood with a knife. In the team, Tian Hai carefully analyzed Chu Feng's soul power. He was surprised to find that Chu Feng could now match him in combat using soul attacks alone. A month ago, Tian Hai had completely overpowered Chu Feng. Now, Chu Feng truly had the qualifications to become an official team member, no longer relying on connections to get in. At the front of the team, Wang Xingyu was equally shocked. He had originally thought Chu Feng was just a weakling who got in through connections, but the soul power Chu Feng wielded made him stand out among university martial artists, becoming a crucial asset to the team. As the captain, Wang Xingyu couldn't help but nod, fully acknowledging Chu Feng. Chu Feng took the storage ring and casually put it on. With this batch of spirit stones, the 3000 thunder movement technique could be fully replenished to significant value. Wei Shuhan glanced around, her gaze sweeping over everyone, then pulled Chu Feng aside and said, "You should all have seen Chu Feng's strength. However, just seeing isn't enough. When the 100 Schools tournament begins tomorrow, anyone who wants to participate should take the time to understand Chu Feng's abilities more deeply. A team that doesn't understand each other can't cooperate." Chu Feng was strong, But just how strong, whether he had weaknesses, and how much he could contribute at critical moments, all of this required mutual familiarity. Previously, when Chu Feng was defeated by Tian Hai in one move, there was no need to delve deeper. He was too weak to be involved in important tasks. Now that Chu Feng's strength has improved, he must work on team coordination and understand each other's combat abilities and tactics.
Let me try. Tian Hai stepped forward upon hearing Wei Shihan's words. He was eager to find out just how strong Chu Feng had become in a month. He wanted to see if he could still counter soul attacks. With these questions in mind, he was the first to step forward. Ji Hong, who had just been defeated, silently returned to the team, casting a complex glance at Chu Feng. He felt unwilling but helpless. The soul power was too overwhelming, and he had no idea how to counter it. However, Ji Hong consoled himself inwardly. Soul power is very useful before the 7th tier, but once reaching the 7th tier, everyone can awaken soul power, and Chu Feng's talent would no longer be an advantage. By then, Ji Hong was confident he could defeat Chu Feng head-on. On the field, Tian Hai walked up to Chu Feng. After a month, they were facing off again. But this time, Tian Hai's palms were sweating uncontrollably, and he felt nervous, unsure if he could defeat Chu Feng. Chu Feng, on the other hand, was full of confidence. Although he was more eager to challenge Wang Xingyu and compete for the captain's position, how could a captain not earn the respect and conviction of his teammates? If he didn't defeat his teammates one by one, becoming captain would be meaningless. With this thought, Chu Feng glanced at Wei Shihan beside him. I'm ready. Me too, Tian Hai responded.
Wei Shihan nodded, stepped back, and swung his right hand down sharply.
Battle begins.
As soon as the words fell, the surrounding water vapor instantly spread, turning into mist that enveloped Chu Feng.
Tian Hai disappeared into the mist as well.
Unable to see him, Chu Feng extended his soul power to locate Tian Hai, only to discover that Tian Hai had completely dispersed his body and soul into countless tiny water droplets. Although Chu Feng could control some of the droplets, they were insignificant to Tian Hai.
Random attacks would only waste Chu Feng's soul power.
Using this method, Tian Hai instantly neutralized what should have been Chu Feng's lethal soul attack. Meanwhile, the surrounding water vapor twisted like waves, pressing toward Chu Feng, attempting to suffocate him with dense mist.
Tian Hai appeared at the right moment to deliver a fatal blow to Chu Feng.
Clearly, Tian Hai was using his full strength this time, treating Chu Feng as the strongest opponent. The students nearby couldn't help but marvel at the scene. Tian Hai's Moonlight on the Sea is truly impressive, utilizing his talent to the fullest in cleverly countering Chu Feng's soul attack.
Not only that, if Chu Feng hadn't developed his talent, he wouldn't stand a chance against Tian Hai's Moonlight on the Sea. Chu Feng's talent is called Nine Heavens Divine Thunder.
Unless he can transform into lightning, at best, he can only tie with Tian Hai.
At the front of the team, Wang Xingyu silently watched the battle.
This time, Chu Feng was at a disadvantage. Because Tian Hai knew in advance about Chu Feng's soul power, he was able to quickly deploy Moonlight on the Sea to counter it. Otherwise, if Tian Hai had no knowledge of Chu Feng's abilities, he might have been defeated right from the start.
Chu Feng's strength lies in the unpredictability of his abilities. Who would have thought a 4th-tier warrior could wield such powerful soul energy?
However, discussing this now was pointless. The two had already started fighting, and it remained to be seen what other moves Chu Feng had. If he could only rely on soul power, this battle was likely to end in defeat, and a decisive one at that. Ji Hong, who had just lost, also kept his eyes fixed on the two as they fought. Tian Hai had a deep understanding of martial techniques and possessed extremely strong combat power. Chu Feng clearly failed to defeat Tian Hai at the outset, and his soul power had yet to come into play.
Judging by the current situation, Chu Feng was locked in a tough battle.
If he couldn't use his soul power to counter Tian Hai, it was only a matter of time before he lost. Thinking of this, Ji Hong felt slightly comforted.
If he couldn't match Tian Hai, neither could Chu Feng.
This meant the gap between him and Chu Feng wasn't too large, and there was still hope. As long as he worked hard in cultivation, he would surpass Chu Feng sooner or later. At this moment, everyone saw Chu Feng suddenly radiate a dazzling blue lightning glow. The lightning, almost tangible, quickly formed a massive and powerful thunderstorm on the training ground, enveloping everyone's vision in blue light.
The water vapor that Tian Hai had transformed into was completely surrounded by Chu Feng's thunderstorm.
More importantly, Tian Hai could feel that the power of Chu Feng's thunderstorm was at least several times greater than the power of his own water vapor. It was worth noting that both of them had S-level talents. Logically, their martial techniques should have been of similar power. Tian Hai had spent many years honing his martial techniques, and with his mastery, he never suffered losses against any martial artist of the same level. However, Chu Feng's martial techniques were overwhelmingly powerful and carried an earth-shattering momentum. In terms of sheer power, they were at least 5 times stronger than Tian Hai's. For martial techniques of the same level to differ so greatly in power was astonishing. No matter how many techniques Tian Hai had mastered, he was completely unable to withstand Chu Feng's nearly all-destroying thunderstorm attack. In just a moment, without even using his gigantification talent to enhance the power of the Nine Heavens' divine thunder, Chu Feng forced Tian Hai to reveal himself. Tian Hai shouted loudly, "I admit defeat." His hair was a chaotic mess from the lightning, and his face was charred black. Clearly, in the brief exchange just now, he had been severely electrocuted by Chu Feng's thunder and suffered a significant loss. Meanwhile, Chu Feng calmly retracted the thunderstorm, completely unscathed, not even a corner of his clothing dampened by Tian Hai's talent. Judging by the outcome of this battle alone, the gap between the two was simply enormous. The surrounding students were left dumbfounded. Just a month ago, the image of Chu Feng's full-force attack being effortlessly neutralized by Tian Hai, and even being defeated in a single move, was still fresh in their minds. Now, seeing Chu Feng turn the tables and defeat Tian Hai, they could hardly believe their eyes. When did Chu Feng become this strong? He actually defeated Tian Hai head-on. Is this really the same Chu Feng who was one-shot a month ago? Not only is his combat power incredible, but he also has mastery over soul power. It's unbelievable. How could someone improve this much in just a month? In the group, Jihan looked at the disheveled Tian Hai, his eyes filled with shock. He hadn't expected that, aside from his monstrous soul power, Chu Feng's combat strength was also this formidable. He had thought that once he broke through to the 7th tier and awakened his soul power, he could surpass Chu Feng. But now, it was clear that Chu Feng's martial prowess was equally astonishing. Judging by the current situation, Chu Feng could defeat Tian Hai head-on without even using his soul power, which meant Jihan was no match for him at all. Thinking of this, Jihan felt a chill in his heart. He had initially harbored some thoughts of competing with Chu Feng, but now he was completely crushed by the latter's strength. Regarding Chu Feng earning the official contestant qualification, Jihan was utterly convinced. Chu Feng was truly strong, like the moon in the sky, inspiring awe and admiration. As for the strongest one, Jihan silently looked toward Wang Xingyu at the front of the group. This person was the strongest student at Baichao University in this generation, unmatched by anyone. At this moment, Wang Xingyu was reflecting on the battle just now, his brows tightly furrowed. He felt something was off. With his extensive combat experience, he could clearly sense that Chu Feng was not proficient in using martial arts. Logically, it was impossible for him to defeat Tian Hai. Both had S-level talents, but Tian Hai was at the 6th stage of the 4th tier, while Chu Feng was only at the 1st stage of the 4th tier. By all accounts, Tian Hai's martial techniques should have been more powerful. However, the reality was that Chu Feng's martial arts were at least 5 to 6 times stronger than Tian Hai's, completely overwhelming him in terms of martial prowess. This left Tian Hai unable to utilize many of his combat techniques. Chu Feng, relying solely on his own strength, broke through all defenses. His attack power was overwhelming. Even a basic attack from Chu Feng left Tian Hai unable to defend himself. The disparity so vast it was despair-inducing. Wang Xingyu fell into deep thought, unable to figure out how Chu Feng's martial techniques could be so powerful. He stepped forward a few paces, approaching Chu Feng. Patting Tian Hai on the shoulder, he signaled him to step aside and rest. Then he asked Chu Feng, "Do you want to take a break?" Although phrased as a question, it was clear he wanted to test Chu Feng's true strength. Chu Feng shook his head. The previous battle hadn't drained much of his stamina. The main reason was that his core strength lay in his qi refinement, with his physical strength equivalent to the late foundation establishment stage, already capable of contending with 6th-tier martial artists. Such minor skirmishes were hardly a drain on him. Nearby, Wei Shuhan, the teacher and referee, was still immersed in the shock of Chu Feng's instant defeat of Tian Hai. In just 1 month, Chu Feng had elevated the starry thunderstorm technique he taught to such a level, far exceeding his expectations. What surprised him even more was the exaggerated power of Chu Feng's martial arts. For a moment, Wei Shuhan even suspected that Chu Feng might actually be a 7th-tier martial artist. Not only was his soul power immense, but he had also awakened 2 talents. One was the S-level 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, and the other was Gigantification, which could enhance the power of talents. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Chu Feng could so easily crush Tian Hai with martial techniques of the same level. Wei Shuhan noticed that Chu Feng still had many areas of inexperience when using martial arts, with significant energy wastage and suboptimal power control. However, achieving this level in just 1 month already proved his extraordinary talent. But to defeat Tian Hai, this alone should not have been enough. By all logic, Chu Feng should have been destined to lose. Yet, who could have imagined that Chu Feng's innate power was so overwhelmingly strong that it was simply beyond what martial artists of the same tier could withstand? The power was so absurdly great that it even made Wei Shuhan suspect that Chu Feng had awakened 2S-level talents. It must be an effect inherent to the Nine Heavens' divine thunder, Wei Shuhan thought. He knew that martial artists couldn't awaken 2 talents before reaching the 7th tier. Therefore, Chu Feng's Nine Heavens' divine thunder was likely one of those S-level talents with an extremely high ceiling, capable of trading massive stamina consumption for extraordinary attack power. It seemed that Baichao University had truly found a treasure. Not only did he possess soul power and exceptional martial arts, but he was also just a freshman. This time, at the 100 Schools martial meet, Chu Feng would undoubtedly shock the prodigies from Shenzhou University. Wei Shuhan looked at Chu Feng, noticing his calm expression and lack of fatigue, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Releasing such powerful martial techniques, yet his stamina was barely affected? His S-level Nine Heavens' divine thunder seemed excessively powerful. As Wei Shuhan pondered, he saw Chu Feng facing Wang Xingyu, the strongest present, without a trace of fear. Was he aiming to compete for the captain's position? Whoever was strongest would become the captain without strength. It would be hard to convince others. Chu Feng wanting to challenge Wang Xingyu was perfectly normal, but the latter's combat power was truly terrifying. That's enough. Wei Shuhan reminded Wang Xingyu, meaning it was time to stop. The 100 Schools martial arts tournament was starting tomorrow, and if someone got injured, how could Chu Feng compete? In Wei Shuhan's view, Chu Feng had no chance of winning against Wang Xingyu. Even if his martial arts power increased several times, it would still be difficult to win. The reason was simple: Wang Xingyu was too strong. His talent, called gigantification, could instantly amplify his physical and soul power several times over. Currently, Wang Xingyu had trained this S-level talent to 9 times its effect. Upon activation, it could further increase by 9 times. His combat power was unimaginably monstrous. Even some 7th-tier martial artists might not be able to defeat him. Wang Xingyu's powerful physique was an absolute numerical advantage. Chu Feng was only at the first stage of the 4th tier, and even if his martial arts power increased 5 or 6 times, he could defeat Tian Hai, but defeating Wang Xingyu was almost impossible. Wei Shuhan understood this, which was why he asked Wang Xingyu to hold back. Wang Xingyu nodded, indicating he would restrain himself. As the team leader, he didn't want to lose Chu Feng, a strong teammate. Chu Feng briefly assessed his abilities and confidently asked, "Can we start now?" He was very confident about this battle. Defeating Wang Xingyu would earn him the position of team leader. The team leader not only had command authority but also received the most generous rewards for winning first place in the 100 Schools martial arts tournament. Chu Feng understood the rules of past tournaments. The 3 major rewards usually went to the team leader, with only exceptionally outstanding team members receiving a portion. Therefore, he had to do his best to fight for this position. "Alright, everyone step back," Wei Shuhan said, leading the observing classmates to retreat outside the field. The entire grass-covered field was left to Chu Feng and Wang Xingyu. The observing classmates stood outside the rubber track, nervously watching the duel between the two. Within the team, Tian Hai silently analyzed the reasons for his earlier defeat. He hadn't expected that Chu Feng's martial arts realm was inferior to his own, and he had only recently broken through to the 4th tier. After all, a month ago, Chu Feng was only at the 2nd tier. Yet his attack power was several times greater than Tian Hai's. If he had been more cautious and expanded the battlefield, perhaps he could have delayed the fight a bit longer. But when it came to defeating Chu Feng, Tian Hai couldn't find even the slightest chance, no matter how he thought about it. Chu Feng was too strong, making him feel hopeless. The most crucial point was that this progress had only taken a month. A month ago, he could easily defeat Chu Feng with 1 move. A month later, the gap between them was like the clouds in the sky and the mud on the ground, impossibly vast. Was this what a genius was? The speed of growth was truly astonishing. Tian Hai looked at the two on the field, knowing they were almost the strongest combatants in the school.
but he believed Wang Xingyu was superior. In Tian Hai's view, even if Chu Feng's martial arts power increased 5 or 6 times, it would still be difficult to harm Wang Xingyu. There was no way around it. Wang Xingyu's physique was too terrifying. His move Moonlight Over the Sea couldn't even take shape under Wang Xingyu's oppressive aura. As the team leader, Wang Xingyu's strength was undeniable. On the field, as the classmates stepped away, a powerful pressure followed. It was the physical strength of Wang Xingyu. The oppressive force of his powerful physique enveloped everything around him like a furnace, including Chu Feng. As soon as everyone dispersed, the battle quietly began. Facing this pressure, Chu Feng's expression remained calm and composed. His physical strength was comparable to that of a 6th-tier martial artist, so this level of pressure had no effect on him. At the same time, Chu Feng launched a soul attack on Wang Xingyu without hesitation. Soul Control Technique. This was the same move he had used earlier to defeat Ji Hong. In the team, Ji Hong felt the familiar soul fluctuations and trembled slightly. He recalled Chu Feng's fierce soul power and knew clearly that if he were to face Chu Feng again, he would have no chance of winning. Chu Feng's strength had already far surpassed his level. On the training field, when Chu Feng's soul power surged into Wang Xingyu's body, he was shocked to discover that Wang Xingyu's soul power was extraordinarily strong, like forged steel, completely unshakable. If Chu Feng's soul power was 1 meter high, then Wang Xingyu's soul power was a towering 18 meters. With such astonishing power, even without resistance, Chu Feng's soul control technique couldn't move him an inch. Fortunately, Wang Xingyu was only a 4th-tier martial artist and had not yet awakened his soul power. Otherwise, Chu Feng would definitely not be his match. At this moment, Wei Shuhan explained from the side, Wang Xingyu's talent allows his physical body and soul to become 9 times stronger. It's normal that your soul power can't affect him. The simple numerical disparity was enough to render most techniques ineffective. Facing this numerical monster, Chu Feng felt a trace of helplessness. Why don't you try the Stellar Thunderstorm move from earlier? Wang Xingyu said calmly, like a senior advising Chu Feng. He didn't care at all about the minor probing attack Chu Feng had just attempted. The gap in soul power wasn't something that could be bridged in a short time. Wang Xingyu had absolute confidence in his strength. He wasn't intentionally arrogant, he simply acknowledged Wei Shuhan's words and left it at that. He just wanted Chu Feng to experience his strength and recognize the gap between them. If he were to truly make a move, Chu Feng wouldn't stand a chance. Chu Feng said nothing in response and didn't use the Stellar Thunderstorm technique from earlier. He knew that the power of such a martial art likely wouldn't threaten Wang Xingyu either, his physical body was simply too monstrous. However, Chu Feng had more than just the Stellar Thunderstorm technique. ZZZ brilliant blue lightning began to gather slowly around Chu Feng. The spiritual pressure was terrifying. The Great Thunder technique was ready to be unleashed. On the grass-green training field, thick bolts of lightning surged out of Chu Feng's body like giant dragons. The immense power of the lightning summoned dark clouds, and the sky instantly dimmed. The Great Thunder technique. This move was powerful enough to harm a 9th-tier martial artist, putting immense pressure on Wang Xingyu and making his hair stand on end. In an instant, he instinctively realized that taking this move head-on would mean certain death. Without much hesitation, Wang Xingyu stomped his right foot on the ground. The immense strength of his physical body caused the grass field to crack with web-like fissures. Propelled by this tremendous force, he instantly moved out of Chu Feng's attack range. His powerful physical strength also granted him incredible speed, allowing him to easily evade this deadly strike. Boom! The Great Thunder technique struck the ground fiercely, creating a half-meter deep crater in the reinforced surface of the training field. The terrifying power left the surrounding students wide-eyed in shock. Seriously? His attack actually forced the captain to dodge? Wang Xingyu's greatest pride is his physical strength, with extremely strong defense. Ordinary attacks can't hurt him at all. What level is Chu Feng's attack? It feels a bit exaggerated. I think if Wang Xingyu gets hit, he might be defeated on the spot. With such fierce attack power, Chu Feng should be able to fight Wang Xingyu. Unexpectedly, he can actually compete with Captain Wang in strength. In the team, Tian Hai felt the deepest impact from Chu Feng's attack. Because he had fought Wang Xingyu before, he was well aware of Wang Xingyu's abnormal physical strength, which ordinary methods couldn't even touch. At that time, no matter how he attacked, Wang Xingyu remained completely unmoved, not even bothering to glance at him.
Unable to break through the opponent's defense, in Wang Xingyu's eyes, he was like an insignificant soldier. This left Tian Hai feeling both frustrated and helpless. The feeling of giving his all but failing to break through the defense became an indelible pain in his heart. Fortunately, Tian Hai could still console himself. Among his classmates, not a single martial artist could make Wang Xingyu take them seriously. It was normal for him to be unable to defeat Wang Xingyu. But now, Chu Feng's single strike forced Wang Xingyu to dodge. Just from this alone, Tian Hai knew the gap between himself and Chu Feng was not small. Thinking back to a month ago, when he could easily defeat Chu Feng, and comparing it to Chu Feng's current strength, he felt a huge disparity. He even began to doubt whether he was still the top figure in the county. Having worked hard to get into Baichao University, ranked among the top 3 nationwide, he was once a standout among his peers. But now, Tian Hai silently stared at the field, saying nothing. At the front of the team, as the teacher, Wei Shuhan was momentarily speechless, shocked by Chu Feng's performance. She was a 9th-tier martial artist and had a clear understanding of Chu Feng's attack power just now. That single move, not just Wang Xingyu, even she would have had to dodge. Chu Feng's attack could already injure her, a 9th-tier golden body martial artist. A 9th-tier martial artist. The top martial artists on Blue Star are 9th tier, standing at the pinnacle of the human food chain. Even if Wang Xingyu went all out, he couldn't possibly threaten her. But Chu Feng, with just one strike, made her feel the threat of death. This is a bit exaggerated, Wei Shuhan murmured to herself. To think, Chu Feng is only a 4th-tier martial artist. How could he have such strong attack power? If he breaks through to 5th tier or 6th tier, could he defeat 10th tier or even 11th tier martial artists in the future? Of course, there are currently no 11th tier martial artists. The only thing Chu Feng might be able to defeat would be 10th tier beasts. Wei Shuhan's regard for Chu Feng rose to another level. If he could kill 10th tier beasts, he wouldn't just be a genius. He would be a super martial artist capable of leading humanity to change its fate and break through its limits. Chu Feng's value had already surpassed the level he was currently at. Wei Shuhan looked at the field, her mind racing with thoughts. On the field, Wang Xingyu dodged Chu Feng's strike and swallowed hard. That was truly dangerous. Just now he had almost been instantly killed by this kid. Unknowingly, cold sweat had soaked his back. The life-threatening danger caused by his carelessness left a deep impression on him. "You are strong, worthy of my full effort in battle," Wang Xingyu said, his eyes fixed on Chu Feng. If Chu Feng used that powerful attack again, he would immediately dodge. Then, SSS. The sound of tearing clothes echoed as Wang Xingyu's body rapidly expanded. Gigantamax power fully unleashed. He was ready to test the strength of this new teammate. Chu Feng watched the scene, silently contemplating how to defeat Wang Xingyu. The Great Thunder technique was indeed powerful, but its accuracy was an issue. Perhaps he could first use the Thunder Net to restrain Wang Xingyu and then deliver a decisive blow with the Great Thunder technique. Chu Feng felt the majority of his spiritual energy within him, knowing this combination technique could only be used once. After all, he was still a foundation establishment cultivator, and the spiritual energy in his dantian was limited. ZZZ. Blue electric arcs danced across Chu Feng's body once again. This time, the arcs didn't transform into serpents but instead turned into countless threads of varying thickness, gradually weaving into a deep blue thunder net in front of Chu Feng. The thunder net had a wide coverage and could paralyze and control enemies. Once the net hit Wang Xingyu and restrained him, Chu Feng could use the Great Thunder technique to deliver the final blow and determine the outcome. The nearly 10-meter wide thunder net quickly took shape. Its area was large enough to cover a 3-story building. However, after activating Gigantamax, Wang Xingyu's body had expanded to nearly 20 meters. Like a giant, his sheer size was intimidating. His vital areas were covered with armor plates, making this giant appear even more imposing. Students outside the field saw Wang Xingyu's form and couldn't help but exclaim. A 4th-tier warrior actually made the captain go all out. After Wang Xingyu grew larger, his strength increased 9-fold, and his defense and other abilities multiplied several times. The key point is that after Gigantamax, a half-meter deep wound is nothing to him. Even if Chu Feng uses the same attack as before, if it doesn't hit a vital spot, it won't cause effective damage to Wang Xingyu. Strong vitality and even stronger combat power, that's why he's firmly seated as captain. I wonder how many moves Chu Feng can withstand. No matter how many rounds he lasts, forcing the captain to this extent means Chu Feng will definitely have bragging rights for a long time. On site, almost no one believed in Chu Feng. Even Wei Shohan, who acknowledged Chu Feng's attack power, didn't think he had a chance of winning. Wang Xingyu's strength was absurdly overwhelming. Chu Feng's attack had threatened this 9th-tier powerhouse, which was indeed impressive, but Wang Xingyu could dodge it and had already successfully dodged once. Whether he could hit was a question, and even if he did, the damage would definitely not be enough to defeat Wang Xingyu in one blow. In his current state, Wang Xingyu's vitality was undoubtedly stronger than most 9th-tier warriors. Relying solely on the previous attack to defeat him would be extremely difficult. On the field, Wang Xingyu's transformation was complete. The next second, his massive fist swung directly at Chu Feng's head without hesitation. The tightly clenched fist resembled a small mountain, and as the fist wind swept past, the trees outside the field rustled loudly. The power was immense. Chu Feng saw this and didn't dodge. He directly threw the thunder net over. As soon as the net touched Wang Xingyu's fist, a sizzle sound was heard. The lightning scorched the flesh, penetrating his blood and delivering a paralyzing thunder force that would incapacitate most warriors. But this level of thunder was like a mirror to the 18-meter-tall Wang Xingyu. His massive body granted him an unparalleled advantage in vitality. Even if his right fist was paralyzed, he could rely on inertia and the immense power within him to forcibly swing the punch. And its power remained completely undiminished. Chu Feng saw the situation and, without hesitation, unleashed the last wave of spiritual power within him. The lightning transformed once again into a giant azure serpent, lunging at Wang Xingyu. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated across the entire field. Wang Xingyu's right fist was blasted open with a deep hole exposing the bone, blood splattering everywhere. Blood rain even drifted across the field. However, although the wound was a meter deep, for the 18-meter-tall Wang Xingyu, it was merely a minor injury like a 10-centimeter cut on the hand of someone 1.8 meters tall. Serious, but definitely not fatal, especially since he was an exceptionally powerful martial artist. Wang Xingyu's right fist was almost crippled. But his left fist gave Chu Feng no chance to catch his breath. Suppress! Wang Xingyu roared furiously. A terrifying pressure instantly bore down on Chu Feng, even pressing his feet directly into the grass of the field. It was as if invisible hands were holding Chu Feng down tightly, awaiting Wang Xingyu's merciless strike with his left fist. The surrounding students, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but sigh. Ah, it's over. To have crippled the captain's right fist, Chu Feng's strength isn't weak, he has at least the power of one of Wang Xingyu's punches. That's right. Judging by his performance, Chu Feng can already hold his head high. I heard Chu Feng is just a freshman. To fight so fiercely, he definitely has a bright future ahead. In the team, Tian Hai watched as Chu Feng was about to be defeated by Wang Xingyu, feeling conflicted inside. The scene reminded him of a month ago, when he had defeated Chu Feng with a single move. But now, a month later, Chu Feng had far surpassed him, leaving him far behind. In Tian Hai's view, even if Wang Xingyu won, it was only because of the advantage of time, having trained for several more years. Soon, Chu Feng would undoubtedly leave him far behind. Tian Hai had seen many geniuses, but even someone as strong as Wang Xingyu had not reached the level of talent that Chu Feng possessed. The gap between people was truly immense. At the front of the team, Wei Shohan stared intently at the field, ready to step in and rescue Chu Feng the moment he lacked the strength to counterattack. But Chu Feng's gaze was resolute, clearly indicating he still had a trump card and didn't need her help. However, even the thunder capable of injuring a 9th-tier martial artist had been endured by Wang Xingyu. What other move could Chu Feng possibly use to counter such a powerful Wang Xingyu? Wei Shohan didn't believe Chu Feng had any other chance of winning. At that moment, buzz! A sudden hum echoed in everyone's ears. The entire field seemed to freeze in time. No one could move, though their consciousness remained clear. At this moment, Chu Feng's talent erupted to its limit. All talent effects were amplified sixfold on their original basis. SSS-level talent, Divine Descent Proxy. A sacred light enveloped Chu Feng's entire body. Following that, 6 pairs of wings as white as snow unfolded behind him, lifting him slowly off the ground. The Archangel Michael appeared. Chu Feng temporarily borrowed Michael's divine power, which was magnified countless times due to his talent. At the moment the supreme divine power descended, everyone was immobilized, unable to move. Even the teacher, Wei Shohan, who was a 9th-tier martial artist, was no exception. Everyone could only watch as Chu Feng summoned a golden holy sword out of thin air, its blazing light enveloping Wang Xingyu's 18-meter-tall figure. This light carried a terrifying divine power, enough to effortlessly annihilate a 9th-tier martial artist. However, Chu Feng did not use this light for attack, but for healing. He healed all of Wang Xingyu's injuries completely, then his divine power dissipated, and he returned to the playground. After a full 15 minutes, when Wang Xingyu felt he could move again, he reverted to his original form. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "I lost." Just now, Chu Feng's ability to heal his injuries proved that he had completely suppressed him. When Chu Feng released that power, Wang Xingyu had no chance to resist. That powerful and noble force left him with no thought of resistance. Chu Feng's combat strength was absurdly extreme, especially the move where 6 pairs of wings grew from his back, which left Wang Xingyu utterly hopeless. The surrounding classmates were all dumbfounded. They never expected Chu Feng to possess such an abnormal power. When that force descended, everyone was immobilized and felt the terror of Chu Feng's power. It was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Not only was Wang Xingyu unable to resist, but everyone present saw that even the teacher was frozen in place by Chu Feng. Wei Shuhan, a solid 9th-tier martial artist, was among the top martial artists in the entire Dragon Nation. Wei Shuhan, after regaining her ability to move, took a deep breath. Too strong. Was this kid Chu Feng really just a 4th-tier martial artist? For a moment, she almost thought a 10th-tier beast had descended. That kind of power exceeded the limits of a 9th-tier martial artist. Wei Shuhan could still break free from Chu Feng's control, but doing so might have injured Chu Feng, so she didn't forcibly resist. After experiencing that power, Wei Shuhan still felt a lingering fear. The key point was that Chu Feng's martial arts level was only 4th tier. At this moment, Wei Shuhan was filled with questions. Why could Chu Feng wield such immense power? What was his true background? She recalled when she first met Chu Feng, he was just a 2nd-tier martial artist, and it felt like ages ago. Could a martial artist progress so quickly in just 1 month? Or was Chu Feng already strong but had been hiding his abilities all along? Wei Shuhan thought of the legends she had heard about reincarnated immortals. Immortals were incredibly powerful humans who, after reincarnation, could retain memories of their past lives. With those memories, they excelled in alchemy and martial arts, easily defeating formidable enemies. The strength and potential Chu Feng displayed truly resembled that of an immortal. Wei Shuhan took a deep breath and walked onto the playground, preparing to appoint Chu Feng as the team leader. She also wanted to ask about the technique he used earlier, which not only crushed Wang Xingyu but even made her feel fear. The once orderly playground was now a complete mess. The massive crater Chu Feng had created in Wang Xingyu's enlarged footprints made the area look chaotic. Wei Shuhan walked up to Chu Feng and first checked Wang Xingyu's injuries, discovering that the wound on his right fist caused by Chu Feng's attack had completely healed. It was worth noting that the wound was severe enough to harm a 9th-tier martial artist. Although not fatal, instantly healing such a serious injury was not something ordinary methods could achieve. Even for her, healing such an injury would require medicinal pills. Yet Chu Feng, with only 4th-tier cultivation, managed to heal a wound that would trouble even a 9th-tier martial artist using martial techniques alone. Wei Shuhan had never seen such martial techniques before. She knew that some martial artists awakened talents that could help heal others, but it was rare for martial techniques to achieve this. Could this be Chu Feng's talent? Impossible. Martial artists below the 7th tier could only awaken one talent. Chu Feng couldn't possibly have 2 talents. Moreover, if it were a talent, the power of that move just now was too outrageous. Such strength is definitely beyond what an S-level talent can achieve. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Chu Feng to easily crush Wang Xingyu, who also possesses S-level gigantification. It must be some kind of powerful martial skill, or even a divine ability with immense power. After confirming that Wang Xingyu was fine, Wei Shuhan walked up to Chu Feng and asked, "What was the name of that move just now?" "Divine Descent Proxy," Chu Feng answered honestly. "This is actually an SSS level talent, and it has been further enhanced through gigantification. Only then can its power reach such a level. It is indeed very strong when used, but it is not very stable, as this talent does not specify which deity's power will be borrowed. This time it was able to heal Wang Xingyu's injuries, but next time it might not work." After hearing this, Wei Shuhan nodded and said, "Very impressive, it made me feel a completely different kind of power."
It must be Chu Feng's good fortune or some kind of powerful inheritance. While pondering, Wei Shuhan announced, Chu Feng has defeated Wang Xingyu. From today onwards, he will be the new captain of our Baichao battle team, while Wang Xingyu will serve as vice captain to assist Chu Feng. The Baichao battle team is the name of Baichao University's team participating in the 100 schools martial meet. The meet is set to begin tomorrow, and changing the captain at this time is indeed detrimental to team cohesion. Therefore, Wei Shuhan arranged for Wang Xingyu to act as vice captain, responsible for offering strategies and helping Chu Feng manage the entire team. As soon as she finished speaking, no one objected, not even Wang Xingyu, the second strongest. At this moment, Wang Xingyu's mind was still replaying the battle just now. No matter how he recalled it, Chu Feng's mysterious and powerful strength always made him feel a sense of helplessness deep inside. This feeling was something Wang Xingyu had never experienced since awakening his S-level gigantification. Gigantification had given him unparalleled strength, making his combat power far exceed that of his peers. But now, being directly crushed by Chu Feng's even stronger power had indeed dealt him a significant blow. He stood there, silent for a long time. The surrounding classmates also gathered around. They were very familiar with Wang Xingyu's combat power. His strong physique was enough to make most martial artists feel despair. This was also the reason he could become captain. No one doubted Wang Xingyu's strength, because those who did would personally experience the terror of his power. Now, Chu Feng had directly defeated Wang Xingyu in a head-on clash, using 4th tier 1st stage strength to defeat 4th tier 9th stage Wang Xingyu. This was enough to show how abnormal Chu Feng's talent and strength were, and no one opposed him becoming captain. Within the team, Tianhai stared at Chu Feng with a complex expression. He had originally thought Chu Feng was just a freshman, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be a powerful dark horse. His progress was astonishing. In just 1 month, he not only surpassed Tianhai but also outpaced all the senior students. Tianhai felt this most deeply, and his mood was also the most dejected. If Chu Feng could improve so quickly in just 1 month, what did that say about Tianhai, the so-called genius? Moreover, Ji Hong, who had previously been clamoring to challenge Chu Feng, had now completely let go of any thoughts of victory or defeat. I just felt fortunate to have the chance to face someone like Chu Feng, a true prodigy. Although I couldn't last a single round, at least I got to meet him. Alright, since everyone has no objections, I'll explain the rules for tomorrow's 100 schools martial arts tournament, Wei Shuhan said. The rules don't vary much each year. This introduction is mainly for the newcomer, Chu Feng. The 100 schools martial arts tournament consists of 3 main competitions: the ranking match, the team match, and the challenge match. The ranking match is a one-on-one competition, where the winner becomes the champion. The one-on-one matches are not restricted by school. If the final match happens to be between contestants from the same school, the champion is obvious. Unless there are special circumstances, the organizers will separate contestants from the same school. The ranking match tests individual strength and also involves an element of luck. Facing a top-tier contestant could mean elimination in the first round. The team match takes place in a designated area, where teams from over 100 schools face off against the strongest beast. The beast's strength is at least at the 7th tier. Most individual school teams can't defeat it. Even if they could, other teams wouldn't stand idly by. They would either interfere or steal the victory. The team match emphasizes strategy and teamwork. Some teams with excellent cooperation truly have a chance to defeat a 7th tier beast. On the other hand, some teams with poor coordination are weaker than even 5th tier beasts. Chu Feng has just become a team captain, so the team's coordination is certainly not mature yet. However, this doesn't mean Baichao University has no chance. With Chu Feng's strength, he can act as a sharp blade and break through on his own. As long as they don't encounter the top-ranked teams, Wei Shuhan believes Chu Feng will likely be fine. Even if they do, he can escape or even counterattack and take down a few opponents. Chu Feng's individual combat power has already reached its peak. Even Wang Xingyu is no match for Chu Feng, and there are probably very few people from other schools who can defeat him. The final challenge match involves continuous battles against increasingly stronger beasts. The higher the level of the beasts defeated, the more points earned. The challenge match is purely a test of individual strength. As long as one is strong enough, they can claim first place. Unlike the ranking match, luck plays no role here. If Chu Feng happens to face several opponents as strong as Wang Xingyu consecutively, expending a lot of energy, bad luck could make it difficult for him to win the championship in the ranking match.
Besides the competition rules, Xu Feng also learned about his teammates. There are 7 official participants, 13 substitutes, making a total of 20 people. Xu Feng couldn't recognize all of them in a short time, so during team battles, he would still need to follow Wang Xingyu's commands. This wasn't a big deal, as only one competition required teammates, the rest were solo battles, and Xu Feng was confident in those. Afterward, Xu Feng spent time familiarizing himself with the rules. The competition venue is at the neighboring Shenzhou University. Tomorrow, everyone will gather here and then head out together. As night fell, Xu Feng bid farewell to everyone and prepared to return to his dorm to rest. It was then that he realized his physical energy was quite depleted. After walking just a few steps, his legs felt weak. Using an SSS-level talent really drains stamina. The power is indeed immense, but it's best not to use it recklessly unless it's a critical moment, otherwise, it could affect the upcoming matches. Thinking about this, Xu Feng headed to the cafeteria for dinner. After returning to his dorm, he used healing pills to recover his stamina. At the same time, he opened the Universal Mall, planning to use the mid-grade spirit stones he had just obtained to purchase techniques and enhance his combat power. With the addition of the 20 mid-grade spirit stones given by teacher Wei Shuhan, Xu Feng now had a total of 22 mid-grade spirit stones. After using one, he was left with 21 and a half. In the Myriad Realms Mall, the first thing Xu Feng noticed was the complete version of the 3000 Thunder Movement Inheritance, which required 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, he purchased it. As the spirit stones disappeared, a surge of powerful memories flooded his mind, revealing all the techniques of the 3000 Thunder Movement. Xu Feng sorted through the memories and prepared to test the power of this move. He opened the window and looked at the pitch-black sky over the Demon City, ready to unleash the complete version of the 3000 Thunder Movement. At Shenzhou University, inside a training room, substitute player Jiang Hao was training overnight, striving for a good performance in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. Substitutes couldn't participate in team matches but could join ranking in challenge matches. If he secured first place, he might still have a chance to share in the tournament's top 3 rewards. How is Xu Feng doing now? Jiang Hao walked to the window, gazing at the cloudy sky, and murmured to himself. Recalling Xu Feng's outstanding performance in the 4 Schools League, he felt it wasn't impossible to surpass him. Now, he had obtained the powerful Purple Sky Divine Thunder, equivalent to an additional S-level talent. In terms of talent, he could almost rival Xu Feng. After absorbing the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, Jiang Hao's cultivation skyrocketed to the 6th level of the 3rd tier, far surpassing other martial artists of his age. It was worth noting that most freshmen were still struggling to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd tier, with the highest being only the 9th level of the 2nd tier. Yet he had effortlessly advanced to the 6th level of the 3rd tier. When Xu Feng saw his progress, he would undoubtedly be too shocked to speak. Jiang Hao smirked to himself, his lips curling slightly upward. In his mind, the voice of Elder Dan slowly echoed. "Little Hao, don't slack off. Mastering the Thunder Flash technique is crucial. Once you learn it, combined with the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, even 5th tier experts won't be able to catch up to you. When your speed is fast enough, both offense and defense become flexible, ensuring you perform outstandingly in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament." Jiang Hao nodded. He pushed open the window, and purple lightning danced around him, instantly transforming into a streak of purple thunder that streaked across the playground. His speed was astonishing, circling the track several times in the blink of an eye before returning to the training room along the wall. The sight of the purple lightning caused a stir among those present. "Wow, is that expert training overnight? The speed is insane. I couldn't even see his face clearly. That must be an incredibly strong lightning attribute talent. He is probably one of the top geniuses at our school." At that moment, Shenzhou Battle Team Captain Ji Xian happened to be on the playground. Watching Jiang Hao's display of speed, he couldn't help but marvel. It was incredibly strong even among 4th-year students. Jiang Hao's speed was considered top tier. The key point was that he was only a freshman. With such strength as a freshman, how powerful would he be by his 3rd year? The school had taken this into account, which was why they had made an exception to let Jiang Hao become a substitute player, allowing him to experience the atmosphere of the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament in advance. This would also lay the foundation for winning the championship in the next tournament. Besides Ji Xian, there was also the special recruitment teacher Fang Yu, who had brought Jiang Hao to the school. At this moment, Fang Yu was standing by a window in the teaching building, watching Jiang Hao's performance. Fang Yu had originally thought he had simply picked up a small genius by chance. But he hadn't expected Jiang Hao's talent to far exceed his expectations. Just entering university, Jiang Hao had already gained the powerful aid of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, equivalent to an additional top-tier talent. Moreover, his cultivation had skyrocketed like a rocket, rapidly advancing to the 6th level of the 3rd tier. It's only been a month. By the time he's in his 3rd year, how strong will Jiang Hao be? Even Chu Feng, who was missed before, is now surely far behind Jiang Hao. After all, no matter how strong Chu Feng is, he only has one top-tier talent. But Jiang Hao not only has the top-tier talent of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder but also an additional A-level talent. His overall combat power is undoubtedly far superior to Chu Feng. Truly unpredictable. Fang Yu sighed. At first, he thought he had picked up a sesame seed but lost a watermelon. Now it seems he actually picked up a watermelon and lost a sesame seed. Truly, divine providence favors Shenzhou University. Because of Jiang Hao, Fang Yu even became the coach of the Shenzhou battle team, responsible for helping Jiang Hao get familiar with the competition. The treatment for a coach is much better than that of a special recruitment teacher. Fang Yu had to admit, Jiang Hao was truly his lucky star. At that moment, a dazzling blue lightning bolt suddenly tore through the pitch-black night sky. The lightning was incredibly fast, and even from a distance, one could feel its overwhelming momentum. What was even more astonishing was that the lightning accelerated in the latter half, its speed visibly multiplying several times before disappearing in the blink of an eye. And this was in the sky, not on a track. The farther the distance, the longer the path the lightning traveled, and the more terrifying its speed became. The owner of that lightning was Chu Feng. He was using the full version of 3000 thunder movements, testing the maximum speed of the technique. The speed was so fast that even he was satisfied. At Shenzhou University, Fang Yu stared at the sky, comparing Jiang Hao's speed earlier with that lightning. The conclusion was obvious, there was no comparison. Jiang Hao's speed earlier, especially the acceleration in the latter half, was at most at the level of a newly advanced 9th-tier martial artist. This was not something a martial arts novice could match. Even if Jiang Hao's speed were 10 times faster, he still wouldn't catch up to the other's tail. There was no helping it, the gap in strength was just too vast. Of course, there was no need to compare. Once Jiang Hao's level increased, he would naturally reach that speed, and it wouldn't be anything extraordinary. On the training field, the captain of the Shenzhou battle team, Ji Xian, looked at the sky and sighed, so fast. He hoped that wasn't his opponent. Otherwise, Shenzhou University would have a tough fight in this year's 100 schools martial meet. But the possibility was slim. Such speed was difficult even for a 6th-tier martial artist to match. According to the information on competitors from other schools, the highest was a 4th-tier martial artist. Even if someone was hiding their true level, at most, they would be 5th tier. A 5th-tier martial artist achieving such speed was nearly impossible. Clearly, that couldn't be his opponent. With the competition approaching, there was no need to be overly tense. In the training room, Jiang Hao stared at the trail left by the lightning in the sky and sighed, Dan Lao, how long will it take for me to reach that speed? It was so fast, unbelievably fast. If his Thunder Flash could reach that speed, the 100 schools martial meet would be as easy as lifting a finger. Dan Lao stared at the sky, sensing a familiar aura from the lightning, but couldn't pinpoint who it was. The distance was too far, and the feeling was unclear. After a moment of silence, Dan Lao slowly said, not long, about 5 or 6 years, very soon. 5 or 6 years isn't long for a martial artist. Some high-tier martial artists get stuck at a certain stage for over a decade, or even a lifetime, without breaking through. For Jiang Hao to reach the level of that martial artist earlier, he would need to at least advance to the 7th tier. Breaking through to the 7th tier in 5 or 6 years would already be considered fast. Jiang Hao listened and pouted. He knew the gap between himself and that martial artist was immense. Like a frog at the bottom of a well looking at the moon, like an ant gazing at the sky, he could only look up, unable to compare at all. Prepare well for tomorrow's 100 schools martial meet. Even as a substitute, there's still a chance to place. Dan Lao said in Jiang Hao's mind. Watching the competition was for gaining experience. Diligent cultivation was the true path. Alright. Nighttime. Baichao University. Chu Feng flew a lap in the sky, panting heavily. He had to admit, the energy consumption of the SSS level Divine Descent proxy was truly immense. His stamina still hadn't recovered, so he couldn't unleash his full speed at most. He was at half his peak state. The cost of the Divine Descent proxy was indeed significant. Chu Feng pondered silently, then sat cross-legged in his bedroom, digesting all the memories of the 3000 Thunder Movement inheritance. The memory content of the 3000 Thunder Movement was vast. Even though it was all stored in his mind, it would take time to sort through it slowly. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was midnight. Chu Feng's Myriad Realms Mall refreshed accordingly. Daily Special Zone, Mahayana Dimensional Secret Realm can lead to a world with Mahayana cultivators, includes a teleportation bracelet for transportation special price, 9.9 Dragon Coins. Free shipping. Limited stock, only one left. Mahayana? A dimensional secret realm? Without hesitation, Chu Feng bought it immediately. No matter what appeared in the special zone, he would buy it. After all, it was only 9.9, practically a giveaway. After purchasing the Mahayana Dimensional Secret Realm, a light gray bracelet appeared on his right hand. At the same time, a stream of information entered his mind. With just a thought, he could use the bracelet to enter the Mahayana Dimensional Secret Realm and explore its abundant resources. However, Chu Feng didn't enter immediately. The Mahayana Dimensional Secret Realm seemed quite intimidating. It contained Mahayana cultivators and likely shortcuts to the Mahayana stage and cultivation resources. But with Chu Feng's current strength, how could he possibly seize those resources? Mahayana cultivators wouldn't just hand over resources for no reason. Even if there were spirit stone veins, as long as someone was guarding them, he probably wouldn't get them. The cultivation stages are divided into Qi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, soul transformation, void refinement, integration, tribulation transcendence, and Mahayana, a total of 9 levels, with Mahayana being the pinnacle of the cultivation world. It was extremely dangerous inside. He was just a small cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage. Entering recklessly would be courting death. If trouble arose, he wouldn't stand a chance. Unless the secret realm contained only spirit stones or was extremely safe with no fierce beasts or enemies, he wouldn't dare venture in lightly. Most importantly, he needed to first understand the situation inside the secret realm. So, Chu Feng decided not to enter for now. But he couldn't just leave the resources untouched. I need to think of a safe way to explore first, at least to see if the secret realm is safe. After some thought, Chu Feng opened the Myriad Realms Mall. He still had 10.5 mid-grade spirit stones in hand, intending to buy some equipment or techniques to ensure his safety before taking the risk. He browsed the mall for a while. Soon, he found a few techniques that caught his eye. Soul Splitting Technique can create a soul clone. The clone only possesses soul power and can assist in reconnaissance or perform soul attacks. Price: 8 mid-grade spirit stones. 1 Qi transforming into 3 pure ones, can transform into 3 avatars: Tai Ching, Yuqing, and Shangqing, each with unique abilities. A price: 113 medium-grade spirit stones. Chu Feng looked at the 2 techniques he had selected. The soul-splitting technique could create clones, but the clones didn't have any special abilities, and their reconnaissance capabilities weren't strong either. The advantage was that it was cheap, costing only 8 medium-grade spirit stones, which was entirely affordable. The other technique, 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities, sounded impressive, with 3 clones each possessing unique abilities, allowing for more tasks to be accomplished. However, the price was too high. Chu Feng barely hesitated and directly purchased the soul-splitting technique. 8 medium-grade spirit stones disappeared, and a jade tube emitting a green glow appeared in his hand. By channeling soul power into it, he could access the information. Chu Feng briefly examined it. This technique was quite complex, involving soul cultivation, and any carelessness could lead to mental impairment. Thus, extreme caution was necessary. He devoted himself entirely to training, staying up all night. The next morning, Chu Feng put away the jade tube, left the dormitory, and headed to the assembly point to prepare for today's 100 schools martial meet. It had to be said, the soul-splitting technique was not easy to cultivate. Typically, it required the aid of soul-repairing pills or spirit herbs for optimal results. However, Chu Feng had very few spirit stones left, only 2.5, and needed to save them for cultivation. This meant his training progress would be slower. But with Chu Feng's talent, it was estimated that he could successfully split off another soul fragment within 2 or 3 days and start using it soon. Thinking about this, Chu Feng left the dormitory, had breakfast, and arrived at the sports field. Many classmates had already lined up, and upon seeing Chu Feng, they greeted him warmly.
Good morning, Captain.
This included the vice-captain, Wang Xingyu. Wang Xingyu had been defeated by a peer for the first time, and although the loss was utterly decisive, he still felt a bit strange about it. He weakly followed the others in greeting, "Good morning, Captain." Chu Feng responded with a smile and then walked to the front of the team, ready to lead everyone. As the classmates gradually gathered, Wei Shuhan also arrived with her class at the sports field, preparing to head to Shenzhou University to participate in today's 100 Schools Martial Meet. The group left the school and boarded the bus that had been prepared in advance, heading to the entrance of Shenzhou University, also located in the Magic City. After getting off the bus, Wei Shuhan, familiar with the area, led a few people to the competition venue. It was a stadium capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people, with an extremely spacious interior. The first round of ranking matches would be held here. Walking through Shenzhou University, a voice suddenly called out, "Chu Feng?" Turning his head, he saw Jiang Hao, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Since they were from the same school, Chu Feng smiled and greeted Jiang Hao.
Long time no see.
Jiang Hao scratched his head, puffed out his chest, and spoke with a hint of pride.
Well, not too long, just a month.
Then, Jiang Hao's aura of third tier, 6th level cultivation burst forth, fully displayed before Chu Feng. He wanted to show off and let Chu Feng know how much progress he had made in the past month. Chu Feng sensed Jiang Hao's cultivation and was slightly surprised. Not bad, third tier, 6th level almost catching up to him. Seeing Jiang Hao's smugness, Chu Feng also prepared to show him his own strength.
At that moment, Wei Shuhan's voice rang out. "Keep up, Chu Feng, you're the captain." Hearing Wei Shuhan's words, Chu Feng didn't continue chatting with Jiang Hao.
He didn't bother to display his cultivation either, as the competition was more important. He waved goodbye and caught up with the team. Jiang Hao watched this scene, especially the surprise in Chu Feng's eyes, which made him even more excited. When Chu Feng sees me as a contestant later, he'll definitely be even more surprised. Dan Lao looked at Jiang Hao's expression and couldn't help but sigh. Chu Feng did not deliberately hide his cultivation level. With the power of the soul, it was easy to discern that Chu Feng had already reached the first stage of the 4th tier, though Jiang Hao hadn't noticed. Everyone had only spent a month, but Chu Feng's cultivation had already broken through to the 4th tier, indicating he had significant opportunities.
Just now, it seemed like someone called Chu Feng captain?
Dan Lao added, feeling that Chu Feng's title of captain might refer to being the captain of the 100 Herbs battle team.
Captain? So what?
Even leading a random tour group can earn you the title of captain. Jiang Hao heard this but didn't take it seriously. After all, Chu Feng had only been in college for a month. How could he possibly become the captain of the 100 Herbs battle team? Although Jiang Hao was only a substitute, he possessed the Purple Sky Divine Thunder. His cultivation level was similar to Chu Feng's, and in just 1 month, how much stronger could Chu Feng become?
Could he surpass the Purple Sky Divine Thunder in Jiang Hao's hands?
The Purple Sky Divine Thunder was a top-tier talent, comparable to an S-level talent, and S-level talents were the pinnacle in this world. Even so, Jiang Hao hadn't become an official team member yet. Therefore, Chu Feng couldn't possibly be an official member of the 100 Herbs University team, let alone its captain. The premise was that Jiang Hao was confident he had far surpassed Chu Feng. In the upcoming match, his Purple Sky Divine Thunder would surely leave Chu Feng speechless in shock. In Jiang Hao's mind, Dan Lao saw him grinning foolishly and couldn't help but remind him, Chu Feng's cultivation has already reached the first stage of the 4th tier. He is very likely participating in this year's 100 Schools Martial Meet. The 100 Schools Martial Meet was extremely important to all universities. Chu Feng's breakthrough to the first stage of the 4th tier within a month demonstrated his exceptional talent. No matter what, 100 Herbs University would definitely send Chu Feng to compete. Even if Chu Feng were defeated miserably, in 2 years, once his strength improved, he would surely bring glory to 100 Herbs University. When Jiang Hao heard Dan Lao say that Chu Feng had already reached the first stage of the 4th tier, his eyes widened immediately.
No way, Dan Lao, you're not lying to me, are you?
Jiang Hao had painstakingly subdued the Purple Sky Divine Thunder and barely managed to break through to the 6th stage of the 3rd tier. He had thought he was far ahead, with unparalleled talent.
And now you're telling me Chu Feng is at the first stage of the 4th tier? What kind of joke is this? Who can cultivate that fast? It's like he is using cheats. I'm not lying to you. Chu Feng will definitely participate in the 100 schools martial meet. You'll see for yourself then. After saying this, Jiang Hao finally believed Dan Lao's words. He swallowed hard and forced himself to stay calm. The first stage of the 4th tier ISNT, that impressive. Don't forget, I just learned Thunder Flash. Thunder Flash was incredibly fast. If Chu Feng couldn't keep up with the speed, even if his martial cultivation was slightly better, Jiang Hao could easily defeat him with speed alone. Dan Lao listened and remained silent. The logic was sound, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Chu Feng's aura was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Moreover, Chu Feng's demeanor and the confidence exuded in his every move instinctively made Dan Lao feel that he wouldn't be easy to deal with. Jiang Hao, what are you daydreaming about? The ranking match pairing is about to start. Come with me to see who you're matched against. The voice of Fang Yu, the lead teacher of the Divine Continent battle team, rang out. Over 100 schools were participating, with at least 1,000 contestants. The ranking matches were one-on-one battles, with tight schedules, skipping the opening ceremony and jumping straight to the main event, pairing and then fighting. Hearing Fang Yu's words, Jiang Hao snapped back to reality. Since Chu Feng was a contestant, Fang Yu, as the lead teacher, would definitely know. Teacher Fang, is Chu Feng also in the 100 Herbs University team? Jiang Hao wanted to confirm Chu Feng's actual strength. No way, Chu Feng was too strong, and he was from the same year as him, putting immense pressure on him. Jiang Hao's goal was to surpass Chu Feng, at least in some aspect. Otherwise, being completely overshadowed from head to toe was truly frustrating. After all, he was a man with a golden finger, with the powerful support of Dan Lao. There was no reason he couldn't surpass Chu Feng. Fang Yu still had a deep impression of Chu Feng. After all, he had once tried to recruit this genius into his team but failed. So the name Chu Feng remained vivid in his mind. Chu Feng is indeed a contestant for Baichao University, and he's an official participant. What? Jiang Hao's head buzzed when he heard the words official participant. He hadn't expected that after all his hard training, he only managed to secure a substitute spot for Shenzhou University. And Chu Feng was an official participant. Didn't that mean he truly had the strength of the 4th stage, 1st level? His realm was higher, and his combat power might also surpass his own. This was too outrageous. What on earth did Chu Feng grow up eating? Couldn't he let others have an easier time? However, Fang Yu noticed Jiang Hao's unwilling expression and knew he wanted to compete with Chu Feng. But Chu Feng would surely disappoint him. Chu Feng's cultivation is actually only at the 2nd stage, 3rd level. This is the data submitted by Baichao University themselves. He's not your match, just a runner-up. Don't worry. When Baichao University submitted the contestant data, Chu Feng hadn't returned to school yet, so they filled in his cultivation as the 2nd stage, 3rd level. However, this was just surface data. They could fill in whatever they wanted. The real test would be in the competition. Most schools wouldn't dare falsify cultivation levels. There was no need. Fang Yu understood this and was almost certain that Chu Feng's strength wouldn't be too high. He confidently patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder. The gap between a genius and an ordinary person is vast. Chu Feng used to be impressive, but now you've left him far behind. Fang Yu's words completely put Jiang Hao at ease. But he couldn't help recalling Dan Lao's claim that Chu Feng was already a 4th stage, 1st level martial artist, and he silently grumbled at Dan Lao. Old man, is it fun to lie to me? Dan Lao, hearing Jiang Hao's complaint, merely sighed silently. Forget it, once the competition starts, the truth will be revealed. There's no need to argue. Alright, let's go. If it's your turn and you're not there, you'll be disqualified. Fang Yu said, leading Jiang Hao toward the gymnasium to prepare for the first round of the ranking matches. The spacious gymnasium was packed with contestants and representatives from various universities. A large screen hung above the gymnasium, matching opponents for everyone. Chu Feng followed Wei Shuhan to Baichao University's exclusive viewing area and sat down. This was a privilege enjoyed by a few key universities. Behind Chu Feng was the judges' panel, where the principals of several universities were seated, including Su Jiqiang, the principal of Baichao University. Among them was a familiar face, Jiang Chen. He was the leader of the Sky Legion, and Chu Feng hadn't expected to run into him here. Jiang Chen keenly caught Chu Feng's gaze and turned to look. Seeing it was Chu Feng, he was a bit surprised. This kid was still a university student? Thinking about it, it made sense. With such strong attack power, he couldn't have come from nowhere. But with Chu Feng's ferocious attack power, could it really not cause fatalities? Recalling the destruction Chu Feng caused on the top floor of the Sky Hall, Jiang Chen still felt a bit uneasy. At this moment, a middle-aged man beside Jiang Chen turned to look at him. "Brother Jiang, I wonder if you've taken a liking to that prodigy from our Shenzhou University. I can introduce him to you." The speaker was Xiang Jin, the president of Shenzhou University. He was very polite to Jiang Chen, as Jiang Chen was the leader in exploring dimensional secret realms. If secrets to breaking through the ninth tier or mysterious resources to enhance human combat power could be discovered in the secret realm, building a good relationship with Jiang Chen would undoubtedly be beneficial. It might even give him a chance to explore entirely new martial arts realms. This was precisely why he recommended his student to Jiang Chen to strengthen their connection. Xiang Jin was well aware that Jiang Chen's Sky Battle Corps needed fresh blood, which was why he had come to watch the 100 Schools martial arts tournament. Recommending his own student was part of his duty as a university president. Moreover, Xiang Jin had great confidence in his student. Shenzhou University was the strongest university in Long Country. The most talented students in the school were undoubtedly the best geniuses in the entire country, and Jiang Chen wouldn't overlook them. When Jiang Chen heard Xiang Jin's recommendation, he didn't show much interest. Instead, he turned to Su Jiqiang, the president of Baichao University, who was seated nearby. "President Su, what are Chu Feng's plans after graduation?" Jiang Chen had already set his sights on Chu Feng and now had a reason to recruit him directly. Su Jiqiang looked puzzled upon hearing this. He knew Chu Feng, wasn't he just a freshman? How could he suddenly be graduating? "No plans for now. Chu Feng is only a freshman, he still has 4 years until graduation," Su Jiqiang explained. "Even if there were plans, it would be 2 or 3 years later." "A freshman?" Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly widened. "You're saying Chu Feng is a freshman? He's already this strong as a freshman? He nearly defeated a 9th-tier martial artist, you know? And Chu Feng only awakened his talent in his senior year of high school, with less than a year of training. Reaching the strength of Tier 4, Level 1 in just 1 year? Your Baichao University's freshmen are ridiculously talented." Beside him, Xiang Jin noticed Jiang Chen's shocked expression and felt a bit displeased. He had such talented students in his own university, yet Jiang Chen was more interested in a freshman? Being a freshman didn't mean much. Xiang Jin had seen plenty of talented freshmen who got stuck at a certain level for years without breaking through. True talent became more evident in junior and senior years. Besides talent, a martial artist's combat power was also crucial. If someone only had talent but lacked combat power, it was useless. Baichao University specialized in alchemy. How strong could a freshman's combat power really be? Xiang Jin was about to inquire about Chu Feng's situation when the broadcast suddenly sounded. "Chu Feng from Baichao University versus Yi Fenchen from Shenzhou University. Contestants, please prepare." In the spectator seats, Chu Feng scratched his head upon hearing his name. Was it already his turn? And his opponent was Yi Fenchen from Shenzhou University. He knew this person was very strong, a Tier 4, Level 9 expert who had mastered the powerful skill Earth Scorching Flame, which was particularly difficult to deal with. Facing such an opponent in his first match was truly unlucky. He would probably have to reveal many of his trump cards early. Be careful. Your opponent's strength might be similar to Wang Xingyu's. Wei Shuhan reminded Chu Feng not to underestimate him. Chu Feng had the ability to defeat Wang Xingyu, and it would be a shame to be eliminated in the first round. Chu Feng nodded, stood up, left the spectator seats, and prepared to enter the arena. At the judges' table, Xiang Jin's eyes widened as he trembled and asked, "Is this really a freshman? Have you ever seen a freshman with Tier 4, Level 1 strength? I originally thought that with Jiang Hao, a 3rd Tier 6th level student, our Shenzhou University would be invincible. I didn't expect Baichao University to have a student even stronger than Jiang Hao. Truly monstrous. Indeed, a 4th Tier 1st level strength is still considered weak." 2 years later, the 100 Schools martial arts competition will be Chu Feng's true stage, Baichao University's principal, Su Jiqiang, said calmly, his tone full of absolute confidence in Chu Feng. Hearing this, Xiang Jin suddenly felt that Jiang Hao wasn't as impressive anymore. Feeling a bit sour, he said, "So what?" This time, Chu Feng was assigned to our Yi Fenchen's group. "He's doomed. I guarantee Chu Feng will be eliminated in the first round. Yi Fengchen's strength was second only to the team captain, Ji Xian.
In strength evaluations, he was comparable to an ordinary 7th-tier martial artist and had mastered Earth-Scorching Fire, equivalent to possessing an S-level talent. He had never been defeated in direct combat against 6th-tier 9th-level martial artists. No matter how talented Chu Feng was, he was still only a 4th-tier first level. Facing Yi Fengchen, he was likely to be eliminated in the first round. So what? Let your Shenzhou University be arrogant for one more year. Su Jiqiang clearly didn't think Chu Feng had a chance of winning. But he also knew that Chu Feng's battlefield wasn't here. A freshman fighting a senior was naturally at a disadvantage. Once Chu Feng matured, Su Jiqiang wanted to see if Shenzhou University could still hold on to first place in the 100 schools martial arts competition.
I think Chu Feng has a chance. Jiang Chen spoke up.
He knew that Chu Feng possessed a unique skill capable of injuring 9th-tier martial artists, with an attack power so astonishing it was hard to believe. With such a trump card, facing a 4th-tier 9th-level Yi Fengchen shouldn't be a big problem. As long as he could successfully launch an attack, at the very least, he could force a draw.
A chance? Xiang Jin thought incredulously. Did they really think of Yi Fengchen as a pushover? How dare they casually challenge across tiers?
Chu Feng and Yi Fengchen's cultivation levels were a whole major tier apart. Surrendering seemed like the only option.
However, he didn't say much more. The outcome would be clear once they fought, wouldn't it?
In Shenzhou University's spectator area, Jiang Hao keenly noticed Chu Feng's name. According to Elder Dan, Chu Feng was at the 4th-tier first level, but teacher Fang Yu had said he was only at the 2nd-tier third level. This left him puzzled.
What was Chu Feng's actual strength?
4th-tier first level. The data was incorrect. At this moment, Fang Yu also saw Chu Feng and immediately recognized his true cultivation level. His feelings were complicated. He hadn't expected Chu Feng to truly have such talent.
Not bringing Chu Feng back then was a huge loss. Sigh.
There was nothing to be done. He had already tried his best during the special recruitment.
It was the principal who didn't allow it. Otherwise, Chu Feng would have been brought back long ago.
After confirming Chu Feng's cultivation level from Fang Yu, Jiang Hao fell silent. He had thought he was already working hard enough, but there was always someone better. Over the past month, Chu Feng must have seized many opportunities to surpass him. Jiang Hao accepted it. After all, this wasn't the first time he had been outclassed by Chu Feng, so he could handle it. However, thinking about how he had just shown off his 3rd-tier 6th-level cultivation in front of Chu Feng, Jiang Hao felt a bit embarrassed. Chu Feng was already at the 4th tier, yet he had flaunted such a minor achievement.
It was truly self-inflicted humiliation.
Thinking about this, Jiang Hao felt extremely awkward. If he had known, he would have been more modest. Of course, the moment had passed, and there was no use feeling embarrassed now. The ranking competition was the key. Although Chu Feng's strength surpassed his own, he was unlucky to be matched against Yi Fengchen, one of the top experts on their team. As a substitute, Jiang Hao had also faced Yi Fengchen a few times, losing even more miserably each time. Later, Yi Fengchen didn't even need to rely on his talent. He defeated Jiang Hao effortlessly with just his combat skills. With Yi Fengchen's strength, it was estimated that Chu Feng would be eliminated in the first round this time. In the spacious gymnasium, the center was a football field, now set up with 4 arenas to allow multiple matches to take place simultaneously, improving efficiency. Chu Feng slowly stepped onto his designated arena. After confirming his identity, a young man with fiery red hair also stepped up.
It was none other than Yi Fengchen.
After confirming Chu Feng's identity, Yi Fengchen immediately sensed that his cultivation level was at the first stage of the 4th tier.
To be honest, it was quite weak. A substitute player, huh?
I'll give you 3 moves to show off your skills. At least you 1T have come here for nothing, he said, full of confidence, exuding absolute self-assurance. Knowing the gap in their cultivation levels, he didn't take Chu Feng seriously at all.
Chu Feng nodded at his words, not refusing. Since his opponent was giving him a chance, it would be foolish not to take it. He hadn't even used his soul power yet.
If Yi Fengchen was this careless, who knew if he could withstand Chu Feng's soul-controlling technique? In the spectator seats, this match between Baichao University and Shenzhou University had drawn quite a bit of attention.
Who do you think is stronger? Do you even need to ask?
Of course, it's Shenzhou University,
the school that has been dominating the rankings for years. How could they be weak? I've read the records. Yi Fengchen is the vice-captain, second only to the strongest, Ji Xian. This Chu Feng is probably in for a tough time. Tough time? The strength levels aren't even close enough for it to be a tough fight. I think the battle will be completely one-sided. Yi Fengchen has a record of directly challenging a 6th tier, 9th stage martial artist. Chu Feng is only at the first stage of the 4th tier. How can he even fight? Not to mention the Earth-Scorching Flame, which is an S-level talent. It's like having two S-level talents combined, making his combat power off the charts. I heard even Wang Xingyu from Baichao University is slightly weaker than Yi Fengchen. Chu Feng is really unlucky to face such a strong opponent in the first round. Random matchups luck really matters. Inside the arena. Both sides, prepare. The referee confirmed their identities and announced loudly. He also explained the rules: if you step out of the arena or lose the ability to fight, you will be declared defeated. Then, begin the match. As soon as the words left the referee's mouth, Yi Fengchen, as promised, gave Chu Feng 3 moves, standing still and waiting quietly for him to make a move. The next moment, he suddenly felt a mysterious force invade his body, leaving him no time to react. His body moved uncontrollably toward the edge of the arena and directly stepped off, resulting in his defeat. It wasn't until Chu Feng's soul-controlling technique dissipated that Yi Fengchen slowly regained his senses. Looking around, his face was full of confusion. What just happened? How did I end up outside the arena, conceding defeat on my own? The referee, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but give Chu Feng a thumbs up. This kid was impressive. At just the 4th tier, he had already mastered soul attacks, defeating his opponent with no chance to fight back, winning in a single move. Chu Feng from Baichao University wins. The announcement echoed throughout the venue, leaving most of the spectators in shock. What? Yi Fengchen lost so quickly? Could this be a rigged match? The fight was clearly one-sided, but the outcome was reversed. It feels like someone bribed him to deliberately lose. Otherwise, how could Yi Fengchen have voluntarily stepped out of the arena? A match between Baichao University and Shenzhou University. This is definitely not simple. Many spectators couldn't understand what had just happened, but most of the martial artists above the 7th rank on the scene had already noticed something unusual. In the spectator area of Shenzhou University, Jiang Hao watched as Yi Fengchen stepped down on his own, his heart filled with unwillingness. What's going on? Why would Yi Fengchen admit defeat directly? His mind was full of questions. At this moment, Dan Lao's voice echoed in his mind, slowly explaining, Chu Feng has awakened his soul power and cultivated it to the 2nd realm, the Wandering Soul Realm. He has also mastered a soul attack technique. First of all, awakening soul power is extremely difficult, something generally only achievable by 7th rank martial artists. Moreover, even if one awakens soul power, it doesn't necessarily mean it can be used in combat. Only by cultivating to the Wandering Soul Realm does soul power gain preliminary offensive capabilities. At this stage, soul power is mainly used to intimidate opponents. Only after mastering a soul attack technique can one truly use soul power to harm enemies. All of this requires time to cultivate. Chu Feng, who is just a freshman, has already cultivated his soul power to this level. This indicates that either the kid has an extraordinarily high talent, achieving in a few months what takes others years, or he has been hiding his abilities all along, having already comprehended soul power but only now revealing it. Dan Lao leaned toward the former, as Chu Feng's talent was truly monstrous, and it made sense for his soul power to be exceptionally strong. Does that mean I can't even withstand a single move from Chu Feng? Jiang Hao felt deeply frustrated. He had thought the gap between himself and Chu Feng was narrowing, only to realize he had been left even further behind. Dan Lao was silent for a moment, then recalled, yes, it seems you've never been able to withstand even one move from him. However, as his teacher, Dan Lao comforted him, don't worry, with me here, his soul power is useless against you. If you encounter Chu Feng, you can completely crush him with martial techniques. Dan Lao, being a soul entity, had long reached the highest level of soul strength, the Divine Soul Realm. Chu Feng's Wandering Soul Realm soul power was insignificant in comparison. Hearing this, Jiang Hao still felt disheartened. He prided himself on being a young genius, but compared to Chu Feng, he had to rely on his teacher's help. This dealt a heavy blow to his self-esteem.
Nearby, Fong Yu, the team coach, silently watched the scene and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Soul power, ha! Who would have thought that Chu Feng not only broke through to the first level of the fourth rank but also mastered such powerful soul power? Taking advantage of Yi Fengchen's carelessness, Chu Feng defeated him in a single move. Yi Fengchen was clearly the second strongest member of the team, yet he couldn't withstand even one move from a freshman at the fourth rank. Once this news spreads, Shenzhou University's reputation will undoubtedly take a hit. No, with so many spectators present, the news has already spread. I should have insisted on keeping Chu Feng back then. Fong Yu sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, the principal didn't support it. Otherwise, it would have been Chu Feng returning with him, not Jiang Hao. At the judges' table, Shenzhou University's principal, Xiang Jin, was also somewhat shocked. As a ninth-rank martial artist, he could see that Chu Feng's soul power was extraordinary. It was one thing for a freshman to have cultivated to the first level of the fourth rank, but even more impressive was that Chu Feng had awakened soul power, cultivated it to the wandering soul realm, and learned a soul attack technique. Was this even reasonable? Many seventh-rank martial artists couldn't use soul power as effectively as he could. Where on earth did Baichao University find such a monster? Xiang Jin coldly glanced at Baichao University's principal, Su Jiqiang. Your Baichao University is really good at recruiting talent. Such a genius is truly rare, having one is absolutely lucky. However, Su Jiqiang is well aware of Chu Feng's background. He was specially recruited as a teacher by their institution, directly poached from Shenzhou University. Back then, because Shenzhou University was unwilling to offer better conditions, they ended up acquiring such a genius as Chu Feng. Just average, huh? I remember Chu Feng was almost snatched away by your Shenzhou University. Su Jiqiang teased. It was indeed luck. No one had expected Chu Feng to possess such astonishing talent. Oh? Xiang Jin furrowed his brows. He wasn't very clear about this matter. His specially recruited teacher had let such a genius slip away? Which teacher was so irresponsible? Clearly a top-tier genius, yet he slipped right under their noses? Thinking about how their second strongest, Yi Fengchen, was defeated in one move, Xiang Jin felt deeply aggrieved. Wait, this must be thoroughly investigated, and the responsible teacher must be held accountable and properly punished. But he forgot that he himself had personally rejected Chu Feng back then. However, the soul power technique, as a sneak attack move, can only be used once, right? Xiang Jin slowly said. Once someone is prepared, using soul power for a sneak attack won't be so simple anymore. Their strongest, Ji Xian, hadn't entered the stage yet. When he does, and faces Chu Feng, it will be the moment of Chu Feng's defeat. Su Jiqiang listened and couldn't help but nod. Indeed, it could only be used once. But Chu Feng was still just a freshman, and being able to defeat Yi Fengchen, ending it in one move, was already incredibly impressive. However, Jiang Chen, another judge, had a complicated expression. He remembered that Chu Feng still had a trump card he hadn't used. That martial technique was enough to threaten a ninth-tier expert, and even he might not be able to withstand it head-on. Coupled with the soul power of the wandering soul realm, if Chu Feng truly faced Ji Xian, the outcome was uncertain. Inside the arena, on the stage. After defeating Yi Fengchen, Chu Feng turned and left, preparing for the next battle. Although Yi Fengchen was baffled, a loss was a loss. If there were any issues, the referee and judging panel would immediately intervene. Chu Feng couldn't possibly cheat. He must have used a powerful technique to defeat Yi Fengchen. Yi Fengchen speculated it was soul power. He looked at Chu Feng and shouted loudly, "See you in the team competition." Losing so inexplicably left him feeling very unwilling. Next time, he would definitely regain his dignity. In the audience, many contestants with insufficient cultivation saw the scene and began to suspect match fixing. And it was too obvious anyone could tell it was fake. It seemed like the third-ranked Baichao University and the first-ranked Shenzhou University were collaborating in a fixed match. For a moment, everyone was furious, demanding an explanation. I don't accept this. I demand a thorough investigation of these two people. What kind of act is this? Do top universities monopolize the rankings? At least exchange a couple of moves, don't just surrender outright. It's like you don't care about the audience at all. The crowd was dissatisfied, and Shenzhou University's Xiang Jin stood up from the judging panel. Since Chu Feng had already used soul power, everyone had seen it.
Anyone with a higher cultivation level could discern Chu Feng's technique. Those who felt it was unfair were all martial artists with insufficient cultivation. So, he explained, everyone, Chu Feng did not engage in match fixing. He defeated Yi Fengchen using soul power. All the judges saw it. This was not match fixing. Yi Fengchen's arrogance and underestimation led to his one-move defeat. Soul power. The students present were all familiar with the concept. Wasn't that something only 7th-tier martial artists could awaken? Why did Chu Feng awaken early? Oh my, is this still a competition? Has Chu Feng already secured first place? Soul power? It's absolutely overwhelming. This is the first time I've heard of someone awakening soul power before reaching the 7th stage. Chu Feng's luck is incredible. His cultivation is a bit lacking, only at the 4th stage, first level. Otherwise, he'd definitely take first place. With the principal personally addressing the matter, the doubts gradually faded, replaced by astonishment. Chu Feng quickly became the favorite to win the championship. Of course, other contestants would certainly prepare defenses against soul power, just like Tian Hai did before. Most likely, they all have countermeasures. Chu Feng, however, was completely unconcerned. Soul power was just one of his trump cards, not his strongest. He hadn't even used the Great Thunder technique or his SSS level talent yet. Even if his soul power was countered, he was still confident he could win the upcoming matches and claim first place in the ranking competition. With this in mind, Chu Feng returned to his seat, took out the soul-splitting technique, and began training, preparing to explore the Mahayana secret realm as soon as possible. He aimed to obtain more resources and enhance his strength as much as possible. At this moment, Wei Shuhan walked up to Chu Feng, patted him on the shoulder, and praised him, "Nicely done." She was very familiar with Yi Fengchen's strength. His combat power was roughly on par with Wang Xingyu's, and defeating Yi Fengchen meant clearing a major obstacle for Baichao University. "It was nothing, he was just too careless," Chu Feng replied. He could sense the fiery intensity in Yi Fengchen's soul. Yi Fengchen's control over flames must be exceptional. Unfortunately, Chu Feng didn't get the chance to make a move. After Chu Feng left, the battles continued. New contestants were matched and sent to the stage, with the broadcast echoing throughout the venue. Baichao University's Wang Xingyu versus Shenzhou University's Ji Xian. As soon as this announcement was made, it immediately drew the attention of a large audience. These two were captains of top 3 universities, with outstanding strength. Although Chu Feng had defeated Wang Xingyu, his profile hadn't been updated yet, still showing him as an ordinary team member with cultivation at the 2nd stage, 3rd level, completely unremarkable. In contrast, Wang Xingyu and Ji Xian were captains of their respective universities, both belonging to top-tier institutions in Longhua. Naturally, their match garnered significant attention. As the broadcast ended, Wang Xingyu and Ji Xian stepped onto the stage. Even before the fight began, the audience was already engaged in heated discussions. Ji Xian should be stronger, right? After all, he's the captain of Shenzhou University. Not necessarily. Baichao University has won the ranking competition multiple times, while Shenzhou University excels in team and challenge matches. The ranking competition results are unpredictable. Sometimes, it's just bad luck being countered by an opponent, and losing is normal. Yeah, Yi Fengchen lost pretty badly earlier. On the judges' panel, Shenzhou University's principal, Xiang Jin, watched the stage with full confidence. He knew Ji Xian very well. In Shenzhou University's history, Ji Xian's strength ranked among the top 3, and no martial artist of his level could rival him. His mastery of the heavy profound talent was flawless. A few days ago, Ji Xian successfully broke through to the 5th stage, making him one of the rare university students to reach this level. His physical strength could already rival that of ordinary 6th stage martial artists. His martial art, air compression fist, could even break through the defenses of 7th stage martial artists. Saying Ji Xian possessed the strength of a 7th stage martial artist was no exaggeration. However, he lacked soul power. In contrast, Xiang Jin felt quite troubled by Chu Feng's mastery of soul power. It should be noted that even a 7th-tier martial artist would find it difficult to attack an enemy using soul power. This is because soul power, upon awakening, still requires honing and learning to unleash its offensive potential. Yet Chu Feng, at the 4th tier, could already use soul power to attack an enemy's soul, and his cultivation had also reached the 4th tier. More crucially, he was only a freshman in college.
To be honest, 2 years later, Ji Xian would definitely not be able to defeat Chu Feng. But for now, Chu Feng's short training time was his greatest weakness.
Xiang Jin pondered.
On the arena, after the referee confirmed the identities of both participants, he waved his hand to signal.
The battle begins. As the words fell, Wang Xingyu's body rapidly expanded, his gigantification talent instantly activated to its limit. An 18-meter-tall giant appeared in the arena.
Suppress! His fist, as heavy as a sandbag, smashed down fiercely toward Ji Xian on the stage. The immense force compressed the surrounding air, forming a transparent shield-like sphere.
Wang Xingyu intended to overpower Ji Xian with sheer strength, showing no fear.
He raised his right fist to meet Wang Xingyu's massive fist, several meters in size.
Boom! A deafening collision resounded. Wang Xingyu's strength, magnified dozens of times, was actually forced back half a step by Ji Xian. His power had been shaken by Ji Xian.
It must be noted that, both being fourth tier, Wang Xingyu's great gigantification talent made his strength dozens of times that of an ordinary martial artist. Generally speaking, no one could rival him.
Yet Ji Xian could physically withstand his punch. Just how astonishing was his strength? Good.
Ji Xian, knocked to the edge of the arena by Wang Xingyu's punch, instead praised him. Then, as if unscathed, he soared into the sky, directly flying to Wang Xingyu's enormous head.
Anti-gravity.
He reversed the application of his gravity-controlling heavy profound talent, effortlessly taking flight. He flew to Wang Xingyu's face without the slightest hesitation.
A white air vortex gathered on Ji Xian's fist. Compressed air punch. The vortex carried deadly power, instinctively instilling fear in Wang Xingyu. This move was immensely powerful.
He reflexively reached out to grab Ji Xian. But Ji Xian's gravity talent was now applied to Wang Xingyu's arm, pressing it down with immense force.
Gravity is related to an object's weight.
As Wang Xingyu's size increased, so did his weight, and the gravity he endured multiplied. His gigantification talent was unexpectedly countered by Ji Xian's heavy profound talent.
Wang Xingyu's arm couldn't even lift.
Subsequently, Ji Xian punched fiercely, delivering a powerful compressed air cannon onto Wang Xingyu's shoulder, creating a small hole.
The damage was minimal. Such strong defense?
Ji Xian muttered under his breath. Immediately after, he unleashed a relentless barrage of compressed air punches. If one punch wasn't enough, he threw 10, 100. Wang Xingyu tried to counterattack, but every time he raised his hand, the gravity restraining him would suddenly shift to accelerating gravity.
This constant change in force left Wang Xingyu unable to control his body.
He couldn't mount an effective defense, only flailing his arms wildly.
The gravitational constraints rendered him immobile, turning him into a massive sandbag, completely at Ji Xian's mercy. It seems that the outcome is already clear. Ji Xian wins.
In the audience, many supporters of Shenzhou University were thrilled to see Ji Xian's victory.
Amazing. Baichao University is practically a punching bag. They couldn't even fight back. Looks like the title of the strongest university will go to Shenzhou University again this time? Absolutely no suspense. Baichao University's Chu Feng seems pretty strong. Could he stand a chance? Hard to say.
Chu Feng's soul power is very unique, but as long as Ji Xian finds a way to counter it, Chu Feng definitely won't win.
In Baichao University's audience section, Wei Shuhan took a deep breath.
They lost, and there was no doubt about it.
Gigantification was restrained by gravity, there was no way around it.
Ji Xian's strength was overwhelming, completely suppressing Wang Xingyu, leaving him unable to fight back at all.
Wei Shuhan looked at Chu Feng.
Now that the vice-captain had lost, only Chu Feng could take the lead in the ranking matches.
Do you have confidence?
Others only knew that Chu Feng was a freshman, but they didn't realize he was actually the strongest in the team, even surpassing Wang Xingyu in strength.
Hard to say.
Chu Feng had also watched their battle and felt that Ji Xian still had many moves he hadn't used yet. If they truly fought, the two sides would be evenly matched.
His great thunderstorm technique was powerful but difficult to hit.
The 3000 thunder movement was fast, but it was uncertain how strong Ji Xian's gravity control ability was. If he ended up being restrained by gravity, he wouldn't be able to move at all, which would make the situation extremely tricky.
However, with his SSS level talent as a foundation, Chu Feng still had a lot of confidence.
At the judges' table, Shenzhou University's principal, Xiang Jin, straightened his chest upon seeing his student win. He turned to Jiang Chen beside him and asked, "Captain Jiang, what do you think of Ji Xian? Could he join your Sky Battle Corps?" Jiang Chen nodded. Although the Sky Battle Corps had strict requirements, with Ji Xian's strength, he was fully qualified to join. But speaking of strength, I think Chu Feng is stronger. Are you saying Ji Xian can't beat Chu Feng? Xiang Jin was incredulous. Chu Feng's soul power was indeed impressive, but it had already been exposed. With Ji Xian's talent, he would definitely find a way to counter it. Once Chu Feng's soul power was restrained, how could he possibly be a match for Ji Xian? Chu Feng's talent is indeed very strong. He's already reached Tier 4 Level 1 as a freshman, and his martial arts talent is remarkable. But in terms of strength, Chu Feng is definitely not Ji Xian's match right now. Xiang Jin added. Talent alone requires time to cultivate. For Chu Feng to defeat Ji Xian, it would take at least a few more years. Right now, Chu Feng might not even be able to beat Baichao University's Wang Xingyu. Xiang Jin continued. Judging by Wang Xingyu's defense earlier, Ji Xian's air compression cannon took dozens of hits to break through his defense. If it were Chu Feng, Wang Xingyu probably wouldn't even need to move to block the attack, right? I'm talking about now, Jiang Chen emphasized. He had seen Chu Feng's attack power, which was definitely much stronger than Ji Xian's. Wang Xingyu's defense was decent, but against Chu Feng's attacks, he absolutely wouldn't be able to withstand them. Most likely, he would have to rely on his size advantage to endure the attacks and survive long enough to counterattack. If he were hit in a vital spot, he might be instantly defeated by Chu Feng in one move. Listening to Jiang Chen's firm tone, Xiang Jin's eyes widened as he stiffly turned to look at Jiang Chen. Impossible. He instinctively refused to believe that Chu Feng was that strong, but seeing Jiang Chen's resolute gaze, he understood how much the regiment commander trusted Chu Feng. Just wait. If Chu Feng is truly strong, he will eventually face our Ji Xian. By then, it will be clear at a glance who is stronger and who is weaker. The ranking competition will ultimately determine the first place. If Chu Feng is really that formidable, he will undoubtedly defeat all opponents and compete with Ji Xian for the championship. They are bound to meet in the competition and decide the winner. Beside them, Baichao University's principal, Su Jiqiang, didn't say much. Regardless of whether Chu Feng could defeat Ji Xian, Chu Feng was undoubtedly the strongest student in their school, without exception. This fact was already unshakable in Su Jiqiang's mind. The competition continued, and Chu Feng was matched against opponents from various other schools. However, most of them had no confidence in resisting Chu Feng's soul power and directly conceded. Even those who tried to fight were instantly defeated by Chu Feng's soul control technique. Until the sun was about to set, no contestant had forced Chu Feng to use any skill other than soul control. Of course, this was also thanks to Chu Feng's luck, as his opponents were simply too weak. After a day of intense battles, over 1,000 contestants were eliminated, leaving only a little over 100. These remaining contestants were either exceptionally strong, having fought their way through, or incredibly lucky, advancing by facing a series of weak opponents. At this moment, the broadcast announced Chu Feng's name again, Baichao University's Chu Feng vs. Shenzhou University's Jiang Hao. In the audience, Chu Feng heard Jiang Hao's name and raised his eyebrows slightly. He remembered that Jiang Hao was at the third stage, 6th level of cultivation. To have made it this far was indeed impressive. After all, even the 4th stage, 6th level was considered low at this point. For Jiang Hao to reach this stage at the 3rd stage, 6th level, he must have some unique qualities. At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly felt a pair of sharp eyes on him. He turned to look. Jiang Hao, sitting in the Shenzhou University viewing area, was staring at him with a gaze full of fighting spirit, as if saying, "I must face you in battle." Could he have a way to counter my soul power? Chu Feng admitted that Jiang Hao's talent was good. Reaching the 3rd stage, 6th level was not far behind him. But soul power was not something easily dealt with. Judging by the battles so far, very few could resist soul power. Jiang Hao also understood how strong Chu Feng's soul power was. He knew he was no match. However, he still wanted to fight Chu Feng. He believed that if soul power was excluded, his Thunder Flash technique would definitely give him a chance to fight. During the day's battles, Jiang Hao had used Thunder Flash to defeat a 4th stage, 9th level opponent from Lingxiao University. Currently, Chu Feng was only at the 4th stage, 1st level. If Chu Feng didn't have soul power, Jiang Hao was confident he could defeat him. Jiang Hao couldn't quite explain why, but he was particularly eager to win against Chu Feng, even if the victory wasn't entirely honorable. That's right, Jiang Hao planned to rely on Dan Lao's soul power to protect himself, rendering Chu Feng's soul power ineffective. Then, he would compete with Chu Feng using martial techniques. Although it might not be entirely honorable, Jiang Hao decided to go all out for the sake of his ranking and to prove his martial prowess, regardless of his pride. At the judges' table, Xiang Jin, upon hearing that Jiang Hao would face Chu Feng, immediately focused her attention. After all, both were freshmen, and Jiang Hao was also one of the top talents in her school. Xiang Jin was eager to find out which of these two freshmen was truly stronger. Of course, in Xiang Jin's mind, Jiang Hao had almost no chance of winning. The soul power was too strong, and without special methods, it was impossible to deal with. Principal Xiang, who do you think has a better chance of winning? Su Jiqiang spoke up. Both were top talents in their first year. If Chu Feng could defeat Jiang Hao, Baichao University would undoubtedly surpass Shenzhou University in the future. Hearing this, Xiang Jin felt a bit helpless and unconvinced. Wasn't it obvious? Jiang Hao might not even make it past the first round. The soul power was too terrifying. But the reality was, Chu Feng was originally a student of his school, yet Baichao University had snatched him away. That special recruitment was the key. Thinking of this, Xiang Jin silently remembered the teacher who had specially recruited Jiang Hao. After the competition, he would definitely settle the score with him. Now, Jiang Hao's strength was inferior to Chu Feng's, so he could only make up for it in other ways. After some thought, Xiang Jin remembered that Jiang Hao was also skilled in alchemy. Baichao University had just developed a new type of Baichao Yunling pill, and Jiang Hao had already mastered its refinement. It should be noted that the Baichao Yunling pill was extremely difficult to refine, otherwise, it wouldn't sell for 1,000,000 dragon coins per pill. And the newly developed version of the Baichao Yunling pill had double the effect, making it naturally even more challenging. More importantly, the new pill had only been published for a few days. Jiang Hao had mastered and successfully refined it in just 2 days. This showed that Jiang Hao's talent in alchemy was exceptionally high, far beyond ordinary people. Although his combat talent might be slightly inferior, in terms of alchemy talent, Chu Feng was definitely no match for Jiang Hao. Thinking of this, Xiang Jin confidently looked at Su Jiqiang and said nonchalantly, "So what? Do you know about Jiang Hao's alchemy talent?" Alchemy talent? Su Jiqiang raised an eyebrow. He indeed didn't know much about Jiang Hao's alchemy talent, but he was well aware of how strong Chu Feng's alchemy talent was. Chu Feng had developed a brand new formula for the Baichao Yunling pill, nearly doubling its effectiveness and greatly enhancing its power. Even Qian Lao, a 9th-tier alchemist, had to learn from Chu Feng. Qian Lao was the chief alchemist of the Zhangqiang battle group, with an extraordinary status. In front of Chu Feng, he was as humble as a student. This alone was enough to show how astonishing Chu Feng's alchemy talent was. "That's right," Xiang Jin said confidently. Seeing Su Jiqiang's puzzled expression, he seemed to regain his confidence and said proudly, "Jiang Hao has already learned the newly improved Baichao Yunling pill formula from your Baichao University." This formula had been released for less than 2 days, and the Baichao Yunling pill was extremely difficult to refine. Jiang Hao being able to learn it in such a short time proved his extraordinary talent. However, Su Jiqiang's expression remained unchanged after hearing this. "That's the simplified version, right? The complete version of the Baichao Yunling pill required the support of soul power. Chu Feng had personally demonstrated it, refining 3 pills in one go, with their effectiveness increased by 100%. The results were outstanding. The key lay in the soul power in the spirit fire condensed by spiritual energy. Just now, Su Jiqiang had observed slightly and noticed that Jiang Hao clearly hadn't awakened his soul power, so it was naturally impossible for him to master the complete version of the Baichao Yunling pill. Simplified version? Xiang Jin was puzzled. He didn't know much about it, only that it was a powerful pill improved by Qian Feng of the Zhangqiang battle group. So he instinctively asked. But this wasn't important. What's so great about the simplified version? Can your Chu Feng refine it? Su Jiqiang's words left Xiang Jin silent. He felt that Xiang Jin must have come to make him laugh. Su Jiqiang stared at Xiang Jin for a long time, and after confirming that Xiang Jin truly had no knowledge of the Baicha Yunling pill, he slowly explained, "Is it possible that the complete formula for the new Baicha Yunling pill was developed by Chu Feng and Mr. Qian was only responsible for simplifying the process? The complete version requires soul power and spirit fire, with extremely high demands. Mr. Qian made some improvements, requiring only a pill furnace for refinement. The improvement process isn't complicated, just an adjustment of steps. But the greatest credit still goes to Chu Feng, as he was the one who developed the formula for this pill." What? Xiang Jin immediately stood up, staring wide-eyed at Su Jiqiang and questioning, "You're saying this pill was developed by Chu Feng? Nonsense, right?" Even though he was an outsider to pill refinement, he knew that researching pills and refining pills were entirely different. Refining pills is simple as long as you follow the formula step by step. Even if you're slow and waste more materials, you can eventually refine them. But researching pills isn't something that can be achieved with time alone, it truly requires talent. One must have a deep understanding of pills to create new formulas. It's not something that even a master refiner can achieve after decades of experience. Let alone someone like Chu Feng, a student who has only been in university for a few months and probably hasn't even encountered 1,000 pills. How could he possibly develop a new pill? Principal Su, if you're going to boast, at least make it believable. Claiming that the new Baichao Yunling pill was developed by Chu Feng, are you taking me for a fool? Xiang Jin didn't believe a word of it. Without evidence, saying the pill was developed by Chu Feng was just empty talk. I have no reason to deceive you. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qian Feng from the Tsangqiang battle group. He learned about the Baichao Yunling pill from Chu Feng. Su Jiqiang explained. He had no reason to make up such a thing. Qian Feng? Xiang Jin was puzzled. Isn't he a 9th-tier martial artist? Hearing Su Jiqiang's confident tone, he was completely stunned. A 9th-tier martial artist learning pill refinement from a 4th-tier martial artist? And this 9th-tier martial artist was also a renowned top-tier pill refiner in Longhua. Unbelievable. Xiang Jin knew Qian Feng, and Jiang Chen, who was present, was Chen Feng's team leader. Xiang Jin turned to Jiang Chen and asked, "Can you call Qian Feng? I want to confirm whether the Baicha Yunling pill was refined by Chu Feng." Jiang Chen's expression was somewhat complicated because he had already heard from Qian Feng that Chu Feng's talent in pill refinement was even more monstrous than his martial arts talent. The improved Baichao Yunling pill was indeed created by Chu Feng. No problem. Jiang Chen agreed and immediately dialed Qian Feng's number. Beep. The call connected. "Captain, what's up?" Qian Feng's voice came from the other end. "Nothing much, just the principal of Shenzhou University wants to talk to you," Jiang Chen said, handing the phone to Xiang Jin. Xiang Jin took the phone, first politely addressing Mr. Qian, then introducing himself. He then asked, "Was the formula for the Baichao Yunling pill developed by Chu Feng?" Qian Feng was a bit puzzled upon hearing this and asked why the sudden question, but without much thought, he casually replied, "Yes, it was Chu Feng. He should currently be a freshman at Baichao University. Does Principal Xiang have some business with him?" Upon hearing Qian Feng's confirmation, Xiang Jin's mind buzzed. The formula was really developed by him? Jiang Hao, who claimed to have talent in pill refinement, was nothing compared to Chu Feng. Chu Feng had paved a completely new path, even an experienced alchemy master like Qian Feng had to learn from him. As for Jiang Hao, he was merely following in Chu Feng's footsteps. In terms of alchemy skills, it was crystal clear who was stronger. As for martial arts, there was no need to mention it. Chu Feng, with his powerful soul force, could defeat Jiang Hao in a single move. Both were freshmen, possibly even students at the same school, but the gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Xiang Jin felt increasingly heartbroken. Who was it that specially recruited Chu Feng? Such an outstanding talent was actually let go by Shenzhou University and handed over to Baichao University. It was simply a waste. That special recruitment teacher must be fired. Staying at Shenzhou University would only tarnish the school's reputation and drag down its overall level. So, do you still think Jiang Hao's alchemy skills are impressive? Su Jiqiang pressed further. At this moment, Xiang Jin, faced with the questioning, was already speechless. With Chen Lao's guarantee, Chu Feng's talent was beyond doubt and didn't he need further verification. Verifying it again would only be slapping his own face. In front of Su Jiqiang, he, the principal, had completely lost face.
Xiang Jin silently stared at the arena. Chu Feng and Jiang Hao had already stepped onto the stage, and unsurprisingly, Jiang Hao was about to be defeated in a single move. Sigh. It was truly painful. Inside the arena, Jiang Hao was the first to step onto the stage. He stared at Chu Feng and silently said in his heart, "I'm sorry this time, but I must win against you." Yes, Jiang Hao was prepared to rely on external assistance, specifically the power of Dan Lao, to resist Chu Feng as sole force. Only then would he qualify to face Chu Feng head-on. Using Dan Lao's power, even if he won, it wouldn't be entirely honorable. But he truly wanted to win, at least once. So he could only apologize this time. He would use all his trump cards. Chu Feng, on the other hand, didn't feel anything special about it. As a former teammate, he simply nodded gently. After the referee confirmed their identities, he raised his hand and shouted, "Both sides, prepare. Match start." At the beginning, Chu Feng, as usual, unleashed his soul force, intending to end the match with a single move using his soul control technique. However, when his soul attack hit Jiang Hao, he discovered that Jiang Hao was surrounded by a powerful soul force, forming a thick protective shield. Chu Feng's attack was completely blocked. Jiang Hao, this guy, has also mastered soul force. Truly hidden depths. Chu Feng withdrew his soul force, and blue lightning flickered around him as he prepared to defeat Jiang Hao using other methods. Meanwhile, purple lightning lit up around Jiang Hao. Before the two even made a move, the audience had already noticed that Jiang Hao had used some method to resist Chu Feng's soul attack. Otherwise, he would have already been defeated and admitted defeat. I thought Chu Feng was already very strong, but I didn't expect Jiang Hao's talent to be even more extraordinary. I heard his cultivation is only at the 3rd stage, 6th level? This year's contestants are more impressive than ever. Looks like Chu Feng is going to face some trouble this time. Jiang Hao has performed well before, mastering the power of thunder, with incredible speed, and even defeating a 4th stage, 9th level expert from Lingxiao University. He is a hot favorite to win the championship this time. Jiang Hao's speed is so fast it's hard to see clearly. If you can't keep up with his speed, you won't even be able to hit him. That 4th stage, 9th level expert from Lingxiao University was dragged into defeat by him. Jiang Hao's strength is evident to all, even Baichao University's strongest, Wang Xingyu, might not be able to beat him. Chu Feng is only at the 1st stage of the 4th tier. Setting aside soul power, he might not be Jiang Hao's match at all. There's always someone stronger. Chu Feng might lose this time. Fan Yu, the leader of Shenzhou University, was shocked to see Jiang Hao able to withstand Chu Feng's soul attack. Jiang Hao is truly impressive. His soul power had been completely suppressed and not released at all. Perhaps he hasn't mastered the techniques for soul power attacks, making him unable to use it. It was fortunate that he encountered Chu Feng and successfully resisted his soul power attack. One has to admit, Jiang Hao has brought quite a few surprises. In the spectator seats of Baichao University, Wang Xingyu, the 2nd strongest in the team, couldn't help but smirk coldly when he saw Jiang Hao wasn't instantly defeated. This kid is really courting death. Chu Feng's strength surpasses his own, and in this match, Chu Feng is undoubtedly a top-tier expert. Even if their Ji Xian were here, he might not be able to defeat Chu Feng. For Chu Feng, soul power is just a basic skill and not particularly remarkable. Jiang Hao, being at the 6th stage of the 3rd tier, is almost certainly doomed against Chu Feng. At the judges' table, Xiang Jin, who had been despairing, immediately felt a glimmer of hope upon seeing Jiang Hao withstand Chu Feng's soul power. Failing at alchemy doesn't matter, winning is what counts. If Jiang Hao, with his 3rd tier 6th stage strength, defeats Chu Feng at the 1st stage of the 4th tier, it would prove Jiang Hao's exceptional talent and demonstrate that Shenzhou University's education system hasn't been in vain. Soul power doesn't seem all that impressive, Xiang Jin remarked. He was quite familiar with Jiang Hao's achievements. Setting aside soul power, Jiang Hao still had a good chance of defeating Chu Feng at the 1st stage of the 4th tier. Su Jicheng, hearing this, didn't say much. He wasn't very familiar with Chu Feng's combat abilities, so it was hard to say whether Jiang Hao could win. Nearby, Jiang Chen countered, "Your Jiang Hao is unlikely to defeat Chu Feng." He had a fair understanding of Chu Feng. Soul power was just one of Chu Feng's techniques. He had even stronger moves capable of injuring 9th tier warriors. Based on Jiang Hao's previous performance, it was truly uncertain whether he could defeat Chu Feng. In Jiang Chen's view, Jiang Hao's chances of winning were extremely slim. How is that possible? Xiang Jin was completely incredulous upon hearing the captain of the Sky Battle Regiment's words. He didn't dare to argue with someone of Jiang Chen's high status and could only stare at the arena, waiting for Chu Feng to lose the match. The true strength of each competitor would soon be revealed. Inside the arena, Jiang Hao took the initiative, deep purple lightning erupting from his body. Like a venomous snake, it lunged straight at Chu Feng. Chu Feng had no intention of holding back against Jiang Hao. After all, Jiang Hao's ability to resist his soul power indicated that he undoubtedly possessed extraordinary strength. Especially when Chu Feng had used soul power earlier, he sensed that Jiang Hao's soul aura was exceptionally powerful. Jiang Hao's soul power intensity definitely surpassed his own. Therefore, he couldn't afford to hold back. Great Thunder Technique. Azure lightning burst forth from Chu Feng's body, instantly engulfing most of the arena. If Jiang Hao's attack resembled a venomous snake, then Chu Feng's attack was a giant python, capable of devouring everything. Jiang Hao's attack couldn't last a second against Chu Feng's Great Thunder Technique. Even the referee on the arena, faced with Chu Feng's attack, had to focus entirely on countering it. It should be noted that the referee was a genuine 9th-tier warrior. The entire arena was shrouded in blue lightning. Jiang Hao's figure was instantly engulfed. The audience was stunned. What happened? Did Chu Feng just make a move? This is too terrifying. Even from this distance, I can feel that destructive power. Is Chu Feng really a Tier 4, Level 1? His attack power seems like something only a Tier 9 warrior could possess. This is ridiculous. Jiang Hao's attack looks like child's play in front of Chu Feng. The two aren't even on the same level. So he not only mastered soul power, but his combat strength is also insanely abnormal. At the spectator seats of Shenzhou University, Fang Yu initially thought Jiang Hao might bring a surprise and have a chance to defeat Chu Feng. But unexpectedly, Chu Feng's attack power turned out to be this overwhelming. From his perspective, this attack could at least injure a Tier 9 warrior. Beside Fang Yu, Ji Xian's expression also grew serious after witnessing Chu Feng's attack. Facing such an attack, he had no confidence at all. This kind of attack, could it really be unleashed by a Tier 4 warrior? If Chu Feng were his opponent, he would not only have to deal with the interference of soul power but also endure this terrifying attack power. The chances of winning would likely be less than half. At the judges' seats, Xiang Jin, who had been somewhat unconvinced earlier, felt his heart sink completely after seeing Chu Feng's attack. As a Tier 9 warrior, he could immediately tell that Chu Feng's attack had reached Tier 9 levels. In other words, if he stood still and let Chu Feng strike, Chu Feng could break through his defenses and directly injure him. The gap between Tier 4 and Tier 9 was immense, yet Chu Feng possessed attack power capable of harming him. Such an attack was impossible for Jiang Hao, who was only a Tier 3, Level 6, to withstand. If he took Chu Feng's attack head-on, defeat was almost certain. In the arena, after Chu Feng's lightning dissipated, everyone saw the referee suddenly appear in front of Jiang Hao, blocking Chu Feng's attack for him. With the referee intervening, Jiang Hao naturally lost. With the referee shielding him from harm, Jiang Hao was completely unscathed. However, the Tier 9 referee, after being hit by Chu Feng's attack, had his clothes completely torn, his hair entirely burned off, and his body surface covered in scorched marks, with faint black smoke continuously rising from him. It was evident that he had been severely injured by Chu Feng's strike. If Chu Feng hadn't held back, the referee wouldn't have been able to withstand the attack. I lost. Jiang Hao felt deeply unwilling but had no choice. Who could have expected that Chu Feng's soul power was not only abnormal, but his attack power was also terrifyingly strong? He didn't even give Jiang Hao any chance to react. The speed he prided himself on didn't even have time to come into play before Chu Feng defeated him with a single move. In Jiang Hao's mind, Dan Lao looked at Chu Feng, his eyelid twitching. Forget it, don't force it if you can't win. Chu Feng is too strong, we're simply not his match. Not to mention anything else, just the attack power Chu Feng displayed earlier made Dan Lao feel that even at his peak, he might not be able to withstand it. Let alone Jiang Hao, who was only a Tier 3, Level 6. Losing was completely expected. Who knows what Chu Feng has gone through to be able to unleash such an abnormal attack, something completely beyond what a normal person could achieve. The arena is too small. If it were a team battle, I'm confident I could dodge. Jiang Hao still refused to accept defeat. This time, he had indeed been careless, not expecting Chu Feng's attack to be so abnormal. If he had prepared earlier, relying on the speed of Thunder Flash, he could definitely have dodged that strike. Chu Feng couldn't hit himself, so what use was a strong attack? Dan Lao remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. You haven't even awakened your soul power. To put it bluntly, you're not even qualified to be Chu Feng's opponent. The truth was, Jiang Hao had no chance of defeating Chu Feng in a one-on-one fight. His speed couldn't be utilized, and he was instantly defeated. After hearing this, Jiang Hao silently clenched his fists, lowered his head, and left the arena. Only the injured referee remained, hoarsely shouting, Chu Feng wins. The audience witnessed Chu Feng's attack power, and his victory was without suspense. Everyone could see clearly that in order to protect Jiang Hao, the referee was hit by Chu Feng's strike and ended up in a terrible state. His clothes and hair were burned off, and he looked as if he had been electrocuted, with black smoke rising from his body. With such attack power, let alone Jiang Hao, almost no one on the field could withstand it. In the spectator seats, Fan Yu felt even more frustrated seeing Jiang Hao's inevitable defeat. The stronger Chu Feng was, the more it proved that he had made a mistake in the past. If he had tried harder to fight for Chu Feng back then, or even spent his own money, could he have brought Chu Feng back? Even if it meant defying the principal's orders and forcibly bringing Chu Feng back, after all, the resources Chu Feng wanted were insignificant to him. At the judges' table, Xiang Jin's face was full of bitterness. Jiang Hao managed to endure the first move but couldn't withstand the second. He couldn't understand why, despite both being freshmen from the same school, the gap between them was so vast. Chu Feng's attack could even injure a 9th-tier martial artist. And Jiang Hao? His martial arts cultivation couldn't keep up, his attack power was inferior, his soul power was no match for Chu Feng, and his alchemy skills were even worse. The genius he had once been proud of was completely crushed by the genius from Baichao University. What made him feel even worse was the possibility that Chu Feng might become a student at his school. Thinking of this, Xiang Jin felt an unbearable pain in his heart. At this moment, Su Jiqiang, remembering Xiang Jin's earlier words, said indifferently, soul power isn't that great, but your Jiang Hao doesn't seem much better. Indeed, Xiang Jin fell silent, unable to refute. Jiang Hao's complete defeat also meant that Shenzhou University would face total failure in the next Baichao martial arts tournament. He took a deep breath and slowly said, Chu Feng is indeed strong. The next Baichao martial arts tournament will be yours, but this one. Shenzhou University must firmly take first place. Ji Xian still had many cards up his sleeve that hadn't been revealed yet. When the time came, everyone would see the strength of Shenzhou University. After all, Chu Feng was just one person. And Shenzhou University produced several top-tier geniuses every year. Not necessarily. Jiang Chen retorted, refusing to believe that no one could withstand Chu Feng's attacks. Chu Feng's combat power had already reached the level of a 9th-tier martial artist. To truly defeat Chu Feng, there were probably very few 4th-tier martial artists who could do it. Xiang Jin wasn't worried at all. Even if they lost the ranking match, he still had the team match and the challenge match. In the team match, no matter how strong Chu Feng was individually, he couldn't withstand the combined assault of several universities. In the challenge match, he still had Su Qingqing, who could control fierce beasts. With the help of fierce beasts, Su Qingqing would undoubtedly sweep through everything in the challenge match. Moreover, the ranking match hadn't yet determined the final outcome. Whether Chu Feng could defeat Ji Xian was still uncertain. In Baichao University's spectator seats, after defeating Jiang Hao, Chu Feng returned to his seat to continue practicing the soul-splitting technique. He felt that he would soon master this technique, split off a brand new soul, and venture into the dimensional secret realm of the Mahayana stage. The sky grew darker. For martial artists, skipping a night's sleep had little impact. The competition would continue through the night, testing not only strength but also stamina, with luck playing a crucial role. Encountering several strong opponents in a row could quickly deplete one's energy, leading to elimination. As the competition progressed, Chu Feng faced several skilled contestants. Although they could resist his soul control technique, none could withstand his second move, the Great Thunder technique. With mid-grade spirit stones replenishing his energy, his spiritual power recovered quickly, allowing him to use the Great Thunder technique repeatedly without issue. Soon, the broadcast sounded again. Shenzhou University's Ji Xian vs Baichao University's Chu Feng. The match has started. Do you think Chu Feng can defeat Shenzhou University's strongest, Ji Xian? Jiang Hao earlier was just a substitute.
Baichao University's captain, Wang Xingyu, already lost, easily defeated by Ji Xian. I wonder if Chu Feng stands a chance. How strong is his soul power, and what about that terrifying thunder skill? Now, Chu Feng and Ji Xian were essentially in the final battle. There was one other pair of opponents, but they weren't very strong, just lucky and hard-working enough to make it this far. The outcome would likely be decided between Chu Feng and Ji Xian. At Baichao University's spectator area, Chu Feng heard his name and prepared to take the stage. At that moment, Wang Xingyu approached him and grabbed his arm, saying, "He is very strong. Be careful." He then quickly explained Ji Xian's characteristics. Ji Xian had precise control over gravity, making it easy to restrict movement during a fight with him through constantly shifting gravitational forces. This was how Wang Xingyu had lost, unable to fight back at all. "I suggest you finish the fight quickly. Ji Xian is like a quagmire. Once you're stuck, it's hard to escape." "Got it." Chu Feng thought carefully and nodded in response. This was Wang Xingyu reminding him to use his trump card right from the start, the SSS level talent that had defeated Wang Xingyu. Chu Feng had no objections. From yesterday to now, his stamina had mostly recovered, making it the perfect time to test the power of this top-tier talent. At this moment, Wei Shuhan also walked over, patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, and signaled him not to be nervous. "If you can't win, there is no need to force it. There is no shame in conceding." She had seen all of Chu Feng's abilities and believed he had a good chance of winning. But if Ji Xian was stronger, there was no need to fight recklessly. Getting injured would affect the team competition and the challenge matches later on. "Understood." Chu Feng waved his hand, left the spectator area, and stepped onto the stage. At the judges' table, several university presidents silently observed the excited audience and the tense arena. Xiang Jin, unusually, didn't say much. He didn't think Chu Feng was likely to defeat Ji Xian. But Chu Feng had delivered so many surprises. With a fourth stage, first-level cultivation, he had instantly defeated the team's second strongest member, Yi Fenchen, and even mastered a terrifying skill capable of injuring ninth-stage martial artists. To this day, Xiang Jin had never seen Chu Feng go all out. Judging by Chu Feng's calm and composed demeanor, it seemed that he hadn't yet shown his full strength. He must have even stronger trump cards. Without a doubt, Chu Feng was the biggest dark horse of this year's 100 Schools martial arts tournament. A strong contender for the championship. It is highly likely that the champion of this ranking competition will emerge between Chu Feng and Ji Xian. As the principal of Shenzhou University, Xiang Jin naturally hopes Ji Xian will win and take the championship. If Chu Feng wins, things will get complicated. After all, Chu Feng is only a freshman and can still participate in the next 100 Schools martial arts tournament. If he is unbeatable as a freshman, by his junior year, the championship would practically be in the bag. "Come on, Ji Xian." Xiang Jin stared at the arena, silently cheering for Ji Xian in his heart. On the stage, after the two ascended, Ji Xian raised his fist and decisively unleashed a powerful gravitational force. Immediately, a fierce aura shot straight into the sky. Ji Xian's martial arts cultivation rapidly ascended, instantly breaking through to the fifth tier, and his speed showed no signs of slowing down. It wasn't until he reached the 9th level of the 5th tier that his aura gradually stabilized. Then, he manipulated gravity to compress the air, forming a solid, semi-transparent battle armor around his body. This armor was indestructible, enveloping Ji Xian and making him look like a war god, his aura shaking the heavens and earth. To avoid being instantly defeated like Yi Fenchen, he went all out from the start, unleashing all his strength and releasing the suppressed realm. After all, the pressure Chu Feng brought was simply too immense. If he held back and got instantly defeated, Shenzhou University would be completely crushed by Baichao University in the ranking competition. In the audience, everyone watched the scene, especially Ji Xian's rapid breakthrough in a matter of minutes, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, he's actually a 5th-tier martial artist. Ji Xian's talent is truly extraordinary. Seems like he's the first contestant to reach the 5th tier, right? Chu Feng is only at the first level of the 4th tier. Can he really beat Ji Xian at the 9th level of the 5th tier? The gap is too big. Plus, the battle armor on Ji Xian looks really strong. I wonder if it can withstand Chu Feng's attacks. If it can, one of Chu Feng's major killing moves will be rendered useless. What about soul power? How will Ji Xian deal with that? He must have a way. After all, he's the captain of Shenzhou University's team.
In Baichao University's viewing area, Wang Xingyu stared intently at Ji Xian, his fists clenched. He thought to himself, when he fought Ji Xian probably didn't even use half of his strength, right? 5th tier cultivation, combined with this air battle armor. At that time, Ji Xian defeated him with just a bit of talent and a not-so-strong set of boxing techniques. Unexpectedly, even at the 9th level, the difference in combat power was so vast. Facing the real Ji Xian, Wang Xingyu had no chance of winning at all. Even among geniuses, there are differences. On the stage. The spacious arena. Ji Xian, fully armed, turned to the referee, assumed a combat stance, and said, "Referee, I'm ready." Chu Feng also nodded in response, "Bring it on." The referee, having received confirmation from both, raised his arm. "The match begins." As soon as the words fell, Chu Feng immediately prepared to use his SSS-level talent to face Ji Xian head-on. He wanted to catch his opponent off guard, not even using soul power to probe first. However, before Chu Feng could activate his talent, Ji Xian's fist was already smashing toward his face. Ji Xian's speed was incredibly fast, almost like teleportation, giving Chu Feng no chance to react. Ji Xian had no intention of letting Chu Feng strike first. Because Chu Feng's attack power was too strong, Ji Xian wasn't confident he could withstand it. So, to avoid taking a hit, he chose to strike first at the fastest speed, disrupting Chu Feng's rhythm and preventing him from unleashing powerful martial techniques. At the spectator seats of Shenzhou University, Zhang Hao's eyes widened, his pupils suddenly contracting. This speed? Ji Xian's physical speed was actually faster than his own prideful Thunder Flash. Zhang Hao had originally thought that by unleashing Thunder Flash at full power, he could at least compete with top-tier talents like Chu Feng. But now it seemed that Thunder Flash had no advantage in front of Ji Xian. His previous pride was nothing more than a speed that others could easily display. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. Fortunately, he was competing against Chu Feng, not Ji Xian. Ji Xian might be fast, but he was, after all, a senior. Zhang Hao only needed to be faster than Chu Feng, who was in the same grade as him. I wonder how fast Chu Feng really is. On the arena, the moment Ji Xian appeared, Chu Feng was enveloped in blue lightning. The 3000 Thunder movement was pushed to its limit. Chu Feng drew a blue arc across the arena, appearing in front of Ji Xian even faster, easily creating distance. Ji Xian's fist did not lose momentum, and with a loud bang, it blasted a massive hole in the arena. If this punch had hit an ordinary 4th-tier martial artist, it would have turned them into pulp. But Chu Feng dodged it effortlessly. So fast. Ji Xian was secretly amazed. He hadn't expected Chu Feng to not only have powerful attacks but also speed far exceeding his own. Earlier, Ji Xian had applied significant gravity suppression. Under such gravity, an average 5th-tier martial artist wouldn't even be able to move. Yet Chu Feng seemed completely unaffected, easily evading the attack. This indicated that although Chu Feng's martial arts cultivation was only at the 4th tier, his physical strength had at least reached the 6th tier. Otherwise, under such intense gravity, he wouldn't have had any chance to dodge. Looks like he's really something. Ji Xian muttered under his breath. He had initially thought Chu Feng was just skilled in special techniques, mastering soul power and an extraordinary ability. He hadn't expected Chu Feng's physical strength to be so exaggerated, almost comparable to the body Ji Xian had honed over many years. More importantly, based on the speed and performance just now, Ji Xian felt that Chu Feng didn't resemble a 4th-tier martial artist at all. He seemed more like a 7th-tier expert who had been training for years. In the spectator seats, especially in the Shenzhou University section, Zhang Hao had originally wanted to compare his speed with Chu Feng's. But Chu Feng's performance just now completely convinced him his speed far surpassed Zhang Hao's. His prideful Thunder Flash was utterly insignificant in front of Chu Feng. His soul power couldn't match Chu Feng's, his cultivation was inferior, and even his speed lagged behind. Zhang Hao fell silent. He felt his fragile sense of pride being shattered completely. They were all just freshmen, so why was the gap so vast? And this gap was still widening. In his mind, the soul power of Dan Lao was fixated on Chu Feng in the arena, feeling a chill down his spine. He suddenly remembered the blue light streaking across the sky last night was identical to the blue light from Chu Feng's movements just now. No wonder I found that aura so familiar, he thought. Even more shocking was that the speed Chu Feng displayed today was at least twice as fast as yesterday.
If yesterday's speed was roughly at the 7th or 8th tier, then today, Chu Feng's speed had definitely reached the 9th tier, allowing him to easily dodge Ji Xian's attack. Originally, Jiang Hao had thought it would take him 5 or 6 years to catch up to the speed of that light from last night. But now, it seemed that to even stand a chance against Chu Feng today, he'd need to train for at least 10 years. As for catching up to Chu Feng? Practically impossible. Chu Feng was simply too monstrous. On the judges' panel, several principals fell silent upon witnessing Chu Feng's speed. They were all 9th rank martial artists and could clearly see that Chu Feng's speed had reached the 9th rank level. In other words, martial artists below the 9th rank were no match for Chu Feng in terms of speed. This included Ji Xian. Though his speed was fast, there was still a significant gap compared to Chu Feng. Xiang Jin, the president of Shenzhou University, watched this scene with a heavy heart. The more he learned about Chu Feng, the more despairing it felt. In the arena, after dodging Ji Xian's attack, Chu Feng immediately launched a counterattack. Blue lightning gathered around him, instantly transforming into a thunder dragon radiating dazzling rainbow light, charging fiercely at Ji Xian. Great thunder technique. The lightning was blindingly bright, but Ji Xian was prepared. His translucent battle armor began to solidify further. He turned and stood upright, showing no intention of dodging. Boom! The great thunder technique exploded. The immense power blasted a half-meter deep crater into the arena. As the dust settled, Ji Xian slowly stood up from the pit. Although his battle armor was damaged, it was continuously repairing itself. He looked somewhat disheveled but was not seriously injured and remained fully mobile. Not bad, Ji Xian said indifferently. Chu Feng's attack was strong, but it had been blocked, which was another matter entirely. Moving forward, this move would have little effect on Ji Xian. The audience gasped in amazement as they watched. So strong! He actually withstood it. That battle armor must have compressed multiple layers of air to withstand the attack. Either way, the attack was blocked. Chu Feng's effort was wasted. If the attack has no effect, Chu Feng has already lost most of this fight. The captain of Shenzhou University is truly formidable. On the judges' panel, Xiang Jin finally relaxed his tense nerves. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Is that all this attack amounts to? Are these the only techniques you martial artists have?" The implication was clear: if Chu Feng had no other tricks, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Ji Xian in this battle. Without breaking Ji Xian's defense, the best Chu Feng could hope for was a draw, with little chance of winning. Su Jicheng, the president of Baichao University, was unsure whether Chu Feng had any other cards up his sleeve, so he said little in response to Xiang Jin's remark. After all, losing wasn't a big deal. Chu Feng's speed was fast enough to keep evading Ji Xian's attacks, so continuing to maneuver was still an option. Even if he couldn't break through the defense, he could drag the fight out and potentially end in a draw. A tie for first place wasn't unheard of. Nearby, regiment leader Jiang Chen watched as Chu Feng's attack was blocked and couldn't help but praise Ji Xian. Impressive. That was a lightning attack capable of threatening 9th rank martial artists. Logically, Ji Xian shouldn't have been able to block it. But he had cleverly compressed layers of air, ultimately increasing his defense several times over, barely managing to withstand Chu Feng's attack. Though it was a bit strenuous, the fact that he blocked it was already quite remarkable. Jiang Chen silently observed the arena, feeling that this battle was likely to end in a draw. Both had their strengths, and without additional techniques, neither could overpower the other, resulting in a stalemate. On the arena stage, Chu Feng saw his attack being blocked and deeply realized Ji Xian's strength. Even his great thunder technique could be defended against Ji Xian's power was not to be underestimated. It seemed he couldn't do without his SSS-level talent. Buzz! A mysterious force suddenly descended upon the arena. Divine Descent Proxy. Of course, Chu Feng activated the effects of his innate gigantification in advance. On the arena, Ji Xian sensed this power and immediately felt danger. His figure flickered, and in an instant, he charged in front of Chu Feng, raising his massive fist and smashing it down fiercely toward Chu Feng's head. The air under Ji Xian's fist was compressed to the extreme, roaring like a cannonball. This time, Chu Feng did not dodge. Because his divine descent temporarily granted him the divine power of the giant spirit god. Chu Feng extended his right hand and casually pinched, directly crushing the powerful air cannonball. Immediately after, the 3000 Thunder movement was activated to its peak. With the enhancement of innate gigantification, in the blink of an eye, Chu Feng was already in front of Ji Xian. He turned and delivered a simple, direct straight punch to Ji Xian's shoulder. Ji Xian had no time to react. Struck by this punch, his previously sturdy battle armor shattered like paper. His shoulder was directly smashed flat. His entire body, at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, was sent flying out of the arena by Chu Feng's punch, deeply embedding into the grass. Defeated, and without any suspense. In the spectator seats, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. Wait? Who's the real fifth-tier martial artist here? I think Chu Feng looks more like the fifth-tier one. His speed and strength completely overwhelmed Ji Xian. What martial technique did Chu Feng just use? I felt an extremely terrifying power descend. I felt it too. It was even more frightening than the aura of my principal. In the spectator seats of Shenzhou University, Jiang Hao was completely dumbfounded. He never expected Chu Feng to defeat Ji Xian head-on. Faster speed, greater strength. The key was that his cultivation was only at the fourth tier. This was practically cheating. Jiang Hao felt that Chu Feng also had a cheat, and it was even more outrageous than his own Dan Lao's cheat. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Chu Feng's combat power was so strong. Ji Xian's battle armor, which could withstand a ninth-tier attack from Chu Feng, was shattered like paper by a single punch. Chu Feng's strength had already surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. Coupled with his insane speed, no one could possibly be his match. In his mind, Dan Lao quickly reacted as well. What Chu Feng had just used was likely not an ordinary martial technique but his innate ability. Chu Feng's innate ability wasn't the Nine Heavens' divine thunder but the ability to rapidly enhance his strength. The level of this innate ability might even surpass S level. Only with this could Chu Feng suppress Ji Xian in his strongest state with a single punch. Although the strongest innate ability in the Dragon Nation currently is only S level, ancient records mention that there were once people in the Dragon Nation who awakened SS level or even SSS level abilities. However, for some reason, since humanity entered the martial path, high-level abilities have become increasingly rare, with the highest being only S level. And this kid Chu Feng might have been extraordinarily lucky to awaken an SSS level ability. With this super strong ability, he, at the first stage of the fourth tier, defeated Ji Xian, who was at the ninth stage of the fifth tier. Dan Lao sighed, looking at Jiang Hao, who had worked so hard to obtain an ability comparable to the S-level Purple Haze Divine Thunder. Yet, his combat power was probably still no match for Chu Feng's SSS level ability. This gap, who could accept it? Jiang Hao stared at Ji Xian, who was deeply embedded in the grass below, gritting his teeth and silently asking in his heart, Dan Lao, do I still have a chance to surpass Chu Feng? Dan Lao shook his head, saying that defeating Chu Feng was basically impossible. But in certain aspects, there might still be a very slim chance to surpass him. However, it wasn't necessary. Why must you compare yourself to Chu Feng? That kid is practically the embodiment of abnormality. Xiaohaozi, forget it, let's not watch horror movies anymore. Setting aside Chu Feng, Jiang Hao's talent was absolutely top-notch in the Dragon Nation, even slightly stronger than Ji Xian's. But Chu Feng was simply too monstrous. Having immense talent wasn't enough for him. He completely left Jiang Hao, who ranked second, far behind, giving him no chance to catch up. Dan Lao had seen many geniuses, but someone like Chu Feng, who stood peerless throughout history and at the pinnacle of the stars, was a first for him. I understand. Jiang Hao felt bitter inside but was powerless. At this stage, he was no match for Chu Feng. Nearby, Yi Fengchen, who had been defeated by Chu Feng not long ago, also fell silent as he watched Ji Xian lose. He had initially thought that Chu Feng's strength lay solely in his soul power, and that defeating him with a soul attack while he was off guard wasn't a big deal. But who could have imagined that Chu Feng's soul power was merely his most ordinary ability? That lightning-fast speed, attacks capable of threatening ninth-tier martial artists, and strength surpassing Ji Xian's were all Chu Feng's trump cards. Yi Fengchen knew in his heart that even if he could withstand the soul attack, he would most likely still lose to Chu Feng. In this ranking competition, Chu Feng was undoubtedly the rightful first place. His strength was indisputable. However, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. In the upcoming team competition, Chu Feng would undoubtedly become everyone's target. He was too strong. If they didn't eliminate him first, there would be no way to play. Chu Feng alone, relying on guerrilla tactics, could probably take out all the teams.
Chu Feng's combat power didn't need further validation, eliminating him was the key. Yi Fengqian's eyes flickered, unwilling to accept his loss to Chu Feng, with only the desire to defeat him. Even if it meant using numbers to overwhelm him. Behind him, Fang Yu's face darkened as he saw Ji Xian lose. Originally, Chu Feng was the one he wanted to bring back. He couldn't help but want to argue with the principal. Was the genius he had his eye on not good enough? Spending tens of billions more, what did it matter? Was their school short on money? Fang Yu felt helpless and speechless. This should have been the glory of Shenzhou University. With Chu Feng's strength, winning the 100 Schools Martial Arts Championship for 2 consecutive years wouldn't have been a problem. But now, this glory had been handed away by Shenzhou University. Sigh. He could only sigh inwardly and silently send a small complaint to the principal. In the spectator seats of Baichao University, Wei Shuhan smiled with satisfaction as she watched Chu Feng defeat Ji Xian. This kid was indeed always strong. With the strength Chu Feng was currently displaying, let alone Ji Xian, a 5th-tier martial artist, even someone like herself, a 9th-tier martial artist, might not easily defeat him. And Chu Feng was only a 4th-tier martial artist right now. To bridge a gap of 5 or 6 major tiers in strength was truly an unprecedented level of genius. Beside her, Wang Xingyu remained silent. He had fought Ji Xian before and knew how strong Ji Xian was. That fluctuating gravity was incredibly uncomfortable. At the time, he couldn't even control his body freely and was completely toyed with by Ji Xian. But against Chu Feng, Ji Xian's gravity ability was almost unused. It even felt like Ji Xian wasn't exerting his gravity at all. It must be noted that gravity was Ji Xian's most prized talent. How could he not use it in battle? The only explanation was that Chu Feng's physical strength was so abnormal that his body alone could resist most of Ji Xian's gravity interference. This essentially nullified Ji Xian's top-tier talent. This allowed Chu Feng to win effortlessly. Otherwise, under that swamp-like gravitational interference, it would have been impossible for Chu Feng to fight so smoothly. Chu Feng's physical strength is probably even stronger than my Gigantamax state, right? Wang Xingyu muttered to himself. The gravity that he himself couldn't escape from was easily overcome by Chu Feng. This indicated that Chu Feng's physical strength was undoubtedly superior to his own. Gigantamax was Wang Xingyu's core talent. It greatly enhanced his physical strength, making his 4th-tier, 9th-level body several times stronger. But even so, Wang Xingyu couldn't ignore Ji Xian's gravity with just his physical body. Yet Chu Feng managed to do it. Especially after that inexplicable power descended, it seemed as if the entire force field had been taken over by Chu Feng. Ji Xian's gravity had no effect at all. Even Ji Xian's semi-transparent battle armor was crushed effortlessly by Chu Feng with a single squeeze. It should be noted that Ji Xian's battle armor could withstand Chu Feng's 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. And according to Teacher Wei, Chu Feng's 9 Heavens Divine Thunder was powerful enough to harm 9th-tier warriors. This meant that Chu Feng had momentarily elevated his strength to the 9th tier, or even to a top-tier level, to easily shatter Ji Xian's battle armor in one strike. More importantly, Wang Xingyu knew that this wasn't even all of Chu Feng's abilities. Previously, Chu Feng had mastered a martial technique that allowed him to grow wings, a move that could even temporarily imprison space, an absolutely insane ability. If that move were unleashed, Ji Xian probably wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Chu Feng was simply too strong. He didn't seem like a 4th-tier warrior at all. Judging by his performance, calling him a 9th-tier warrior wouldn't be an exaggeration. The first place in the ranking competition undoubtedly belonged to Chu Feng. However, in the upcoming team competition, Baichao University would definitely be targeted. According to past conventions, the dozens of other universities would first join forces to eliminate the first-place Shenzhou University, then compete for the top spot among themselves. Shenzhou University had never been able to withstand the pressure of the team competition. Their first-place titles only appeared in the ranking and challenge competitions. In the team competition, Shenzhou University was often the first to be eliminated, always finishing at the bottom. Now the question was, could Chu Feng withstand the pressure of the team competition? At the judges' table, several university presidents exchanged silent glances. Looking at Chu Feng's combat power, who could possibly defeat him? Xiang Jin from Shenzhou University gritted his teeth. He swore that the teacher who had overlooked Chu Feng's ultimate move must be fired today. Such an extraordinary talent had been picked up by Baichao University, and Xiang Jin was truly indignant. Meanwhile, Su Jiqiang from Baichao University was beaming with excitement.
Seeing such an incredible talent at his university, he was practically ecstatic. Chu Feng not only had unparalleled combat power but also exceptional alchemy skills. He was a versatile genius, flawless and unmatched. In Su Jiqiang's view, even if Ji Xian could exchange a few moves with Chu Feng, he couldn't match even half of Chu Feng's strength. Chu Feng's alchemy talent alone could crush Ji Xian, not to mention his combat power, which was another level of dominance.
What could Ji Xian possibly use to compete with Chu Feng?
There was simply no comparison. Beside him, Jiang Chen, the leader of the Sky Battle Regiment, was even more thrilled. He not only saw Chu Feng's combat prowess but also glimpsed the hope of humanity's resurgence. At his current 4th tier cultivation, Chu Feng already possessed power comparable to the 9th tier.
Imagine what would happen when Chu Feng reached the 9th tier?
Although breakthroughs became increasingly difficult at higher levels, with Chu Feng's talent, a 9th tier Chu Feng could easily challenge 12th tier ferocious beasts. Moreover, Chu Feng is very likely to break through to the 10th level of martial arts.
With his current talent, if he can't even break through the 10th level, then probably no one in the Dragon Kingdom can.
Once Chu Feng breaks through the 10th level, this step will be a major leap forward for the entire Dragon Kingdom. If Chu Feng's breakthrough method is thoroughly studied, it could give most martial artists hope of breaking through the 10th level. Currently, there are dozens of martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom stuck at the peak of the 9th level, waiting for a new realm. They are likely to follow Chu Feng in breaking through, including Jiang Chen himself. By then, the combat power of the human race will see an explosive improvement. Therefore, Chu Feng's future is almost synonymous with the future of the human race.
His emergence has given everyone new hope of breaking through their limits.
How could Jiang Chen not be excited about such a good thing? He looked at Chu Feng in the arena, as if he could already see the human race completely defeating the fierce beasts and unifying Blue Star. On the stage, Chu Feng defeated Ji Xian and successfully advanced to the top 8.
Next came the following battle.
However, this time the opponent's strength was far inferior to Ji Xian, with the strongest being Wang Xingyu. Chu Feng won easily and ultimately claimed the championship of the ranking competition. He stood on the podium, receiving the enthusiastic cheers of the entire audience.
Wow, that's amazing. I heard Chu Feng is just a freshman. Never heard of him before. Ji Xian trained for 4 years and still couldn't match Chu Feng's 1 year. His talent is unbelievable.
At this rate, the champion of the next 100 schools martial arts tournament will definitely be Chu Feng. Winning the championship as a freshman, there's no need to even mention what he'll achieve by his junior year. It feels like Baichao University is getting stronger and stronger. Recently, they've improved their elixirs and now have a top-tier genius.
It seems they're going to surpass Shenzhou University. Absolutely. From now on, when people mention the top university, it will definitely be Baichao University. Looks like Shenzhou University is about to fall from its pedestal.
Offstage, Ji Xian slowly got up from the grass on the field. A heart-wrenching pain came from his right shoulder, but it was just a minor injury. Chu Feng's attack had avoided vital areas and only hit his shoulder. Although it hurt, it wasn't fatal.
With some healing elixirs, he would recover quickly.
Who? He admitted defeat wholeheartedly.
Chu Feng was simply too strong.
Ji Xian had to acknowledge that the power of that final explosive move was downright terrifying. Without personally facing him, it was impossible to imagine the monstrous strength hidden within Chu Feng's body. At the moment of Chu Feng's attack, Ji Xian felt like a small boat on the sea, only a few meters long, while Chu Feng was the overwhelming tidal wave that no one could stop. It must be noted that his own strength had already broken through to the 9th stage of the 5th level. Combined with his usual training and the enhancement of Chongshuan's power, his physical strength could completely rival some 7th level martial artists. Not to mention, he was also wearing armor capable of withstanding 9th level attacks. To deal with Chu Feng, he had set his defense to the highest level. Before going on stage, Ji Xian was full of confidence, thinking that with his air-condensed armor, even a 9th level martial artist would have to endure several of his moves. But against Chu Feng, his armor was crushed with a single squeeze. In the face of Chu Feng's strength, Ji Xian felt that even a true 9th level martial artist wouldn't last a single move. He replayed the entire battle in his mind and couldn't find a single chance to win. If Chu Feng were an enemy, he could only wait for death. Chu Feng's attack power was terrifyingly high, and his speed was absurdly fast. There was no need for him to engage in a direct confrontation. In the upcoming team competition, we must eliminate Chu Feng as soon as possible. Ji Xian secretly made up his mind. Since Chu Feng's strength was so formidable, he definitely had to target him with his moves. The night deepened, and the evening breeze gently blew by. After Chu Feng won the championship, the time had just passed midnight. At this moment, the special offers store refreshed. Daily Special Zone, 9th Tier Soul Pill. Buy one, get one free, significantly accelerating the cultivation of soul power. Shocking price, 9.9 Dragon Coins. Limited stock, only one left. Chu Feng silently stared at the light blue interface in front of him, feeling a bit excited. Without much hesitation, he directly purchased the soul pills. Buy one, get one free. He now held two in his hands. In the marketplace, a single soul pill cost 3 mid-grade spirit stones, and only 9th tier warriors could use such a special pill. Currently, he only had 2.5 mid-grade spirit stones, which was far from enough to afford it. Now, with this pill, he could finally begin cultivating the soul-splitting technique. Logically speaking, he could master it within the day. With the soul-splitting technique, he could then explore that Mahayana stage dimensional secret realm. While he was deep in thought, Wei Shuhan and the others came down from the spectator seats and approached Chu Feng. Amazing! I knew you could do it. Wei Shuhan praised him. Since the last battle, she had known that Chu Feng's strength was extraordinary, and his victory over Ji Xian this time was within her expectations. Even the classmates who had previously fought against him, though some were more or less injured, all smiled brightly upon seeing Chu Feng win the championship. At this moment, Principal Su Jiqiang also walked over. He squeezed in front of Chu Feng and stuffed 32 mid-grade spirit stones into his hand. Well done. I managed to get quite a few spirit stones for you. Chu Feng accepted the spirit stones with genuine gratitude. He truly needed these resources, the more, the better. Get some good rest. For the team competition the day after tomorrow, just take it easy. Focus all your energy on preparing for the challenge competition. Su Jiqiang continued. After all, the team competition would definitely target Chu Feng. If he got injured and didn't perform well in the rankings, it would jeopardize his placement in the challenge competition. With Chu Feng's strength, as long as he maintained peak condition, winning first place in the challenge competition would be a breeze. By then, with first place in both competitions, Baichao University would undoubtedly become the top university in Longhua. Chu Feng nodded, understanding the intensity of the team competition and not planning to overexert himself. Moreover, during this time, he could explore the Mahayana stage dimensional secret realm. Not far away, Xiang Jin silently watched Chu Feng, recalling his own past glory, feeling a twinge of bitterness. He glanced at Feng Yu beside him, his voice tinged with anger as he asked, "Investigate. Who was responsible for Chu Feng's special recruitment?" It was infuriating. Chu Feng should have been a student of Shenzhou University, but due to the negligence of the special recruitment teacher, such a top talent ended up at Baichao University. This matter had to be thoroughly investigated. Feng Yu, the team leader and the teacher responsible for Chu Feng's special recruitment back then, was also annoyed as soon as the topic came up. "Wasn't it you? Back then, I said to add some funds." Feng Yu directly pulled out the surveillance footage from that time, retrieved it from his storage ring, and threw it in Xiang Jin's face. "See for yourself." Xiang Jin hadn't expected that a minor teacher who missed out on Chu Feng would still be so arrogant. He decided to take a good look at what gave him the audacity to confront him like this. In the surveillance footage, the conversation was crystal clear. "Principal Xiang, the funds are insufficient, and the other 3 universities are offering much higher prices." "Then forget it. If they want him, let them have him. We have plenty of talent at Shenzhou University. We'll definitely take first place at the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament." But after watching the surveillance footage, Xiang Jin was dumbfounded. It turned out that he had personally turned Chu Feng away. At this moment, he was a bit flustered, not expecting himself to become the topic of others' idle chatter. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. After a long while, he slowly exhaled. From now on, the benefits for specially recruited students must be doubled, even for students in their 4th year of high school. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, holding the championship medal from the ranking competition, returned to his dormitory. This was a single dormitory specially arranged for him by Shenzhou University. As soon as he entered, Chu Feng immediately took out a divine soul pill, swallowed it in one gulp, and began silently reciting the incantation to cultivate the soul-splitting technique. When the divine soul pill entered his mouth, a cool and comfortable sensation quickly spread throughout his body, and Chu Feng felt as if his entire soul was floating. Amid this wondrous sensation, his soul power rapidly increased, and the cultivation progress of the soul-splitting technique also accelerated significantly. When the medicinal power was nearly exhausted, he took another divine soul pill. The powerful soul energy gradually condensed, eventually forming a small gray sphere that quietly floated in Chu Feng's mind. This was the third stage of the soul core. With his soul power greatly enhanced, Chu Feng's perception of his surroundings became even sharper. If he used the soul control technique, even the enormous Wang Xingyu would find it hard to escape his soul attacks. However, it was still not enough. Chu Feng estimated that when facing Jiang Hao's soul defense, he still couldn't break through on his own. He had to admit that Jiang Hao was indeed formidable, possessing powerful soul energy that had likely already reached the divine soul level. Otherwise, after forming his soul core, Chu Feng should have had enough confidence to break through Jiang Hao's defenses. It seemed he still needed to work harder. Thinking this, Jiang Hao's talent might not be inferior to his own. Chu Feng took a deep breath. He had thought his talent was unparalleled, but he hadn't expected to encounter a rival. Thus, he continued to immerse himself in cultivation. As his divine soul power advanced, the cultivation speed of the soul-splitting technique also increased several times over. Soon, the soul core in Chu Feng's mind began to indent in the middle, forming a ring. The indentation grew deeper and deeper, eventually splitting into two smaller soul cores. With a slight thought, one of the soul cores immediately appeared before him, slowly transforming into a semi-transparent humanoid figure. Although it was only in soul form, it could share memories and maintain a close soul connection. With this split soul, Chu Feng could explore the dimensional secret realms of the Mahayana stage without worrying too much about the dangers within. In the worst-case scenario, the split soul would explode, resulting in some loss of soul energy, but he himself would survive. When encountering a Mahayana stage expert, he could even sever the connection with the split soul to avoid the spread of danger. Overall, this was a method worth trying. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chu Feng moved his thoughts, and the split soul floated up, entering the bracelet on his right hand. His vision shifted, and a strong sense of spatial distortion came from the split soul. When Chu Feng's split soul opened its eyes again, it was already under a lush green tree, surrounded by low shrubs and weeds. The entire environment exuded a sense of peace and tranquility. Most notably, the spiritual energy here far exceeded that of Blue Star, making the split soul feel incredibly comfortable. Just a few days of casual cultivation here could lead to a breakthrough in a minor realm. The concentration of spiritual energy here was roughly equivalent to half a piece of low-grade spirit stone. Although not particularly intense, the spiritual energy was endless and inexhaustible. However, Chu Feng did not let his guard down, as this was the secret realm of a Mahayana stage cultivator, and danger could be lurking anywhere. He slowly released his soul power to scan the surrounding environment. Before long, Chu Feng discovered a village inhabited by many ordinary people. His soul fragment floated among the trees, and upon seeing these simple people, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least, this place seemed relatively safe. The village had many elderly people with white hair, indicating they had lived here peacefully for many years. "Big brother, are you also going to Qingyun sect to cultivate?" Suddenly, a tender voice sounded in Chu Feng's ear. It was a little girl, less than half a meter tall, dressed in simple cloth clothing. The voice startled Chu Feng. After all, his soul power had been constantly scanning the surroundings, capable of detecting any movement immediately. But when had this little girl approached him? Chu Feng stared at her carefully and noticed that her presence was extremely faint. If one wasn't paying attention, she would disappear from sight. Even his soul power couldn't track her, which was a very unique ability. Chu Feng pondered for a moment. He didn't sense any malice in the girl's voice, so he asked, "Qingyun sect? What is that?" "It's the most powerful and largest sect around here. Everyone here has to go to Qingyun sect to cultivate after they turn 6. If you have talent, you can become a disciple and eat delicious food every day." The little girl spoke with a sparkle of anticipation in her eyes. Chu Feng silently observed her, gaining a new understanding of this world. It seemed relatively safe here, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to raise such an innocent child. As for Qingyun sect, he definitely had to visit. After all, it was the strongest sect nearby and the best way to learn about the surrounding situation. It would also serve as his starting point to familiarize himself with this dimensional secret realm. If Qingyun sect had Mahayana stage cultivators and they recognized his 2 SSS level talents, his future cultivation would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. With this in mind, Xu Feng chatted with the little girl for a while longer. He learned that her name was Zhou Xiaodao, and she was only 6 years old but had to go to Qingyun sect to report by herself. She was a bit scared and wanted someone to accompany her. Xu Feng nodded and decided to personally visit Qingyun sect. This world gave him a sense of safety, and with his teleportation portal, he could escape at any time if danger arose. Of course, the more pressing issue was that his soul fragment was too conspicuous. It was purely composed of soul power, making it obvious at a glance that it wasn't human. Reporting in with just his soul form would surely result in rejection. Having thought it through, Xu Feng said to Zhou Xiaodao, "Wait for me a moment." After speaking, he quickly changed into simple cloth clothing similar to Zhou Xiaodao's, teleported over, retracted his soul fragment, and took her hand as they headed toward Qingyun sect. On the way, Xu Feng spent some dragon coins in the multiverse mall to buy some candies and chocolates for Zhou Xiaodao. "What is this?" she asked curiously, looking at the colorful packaging. "Try it?" Xu Feng unwrapped a piece of candy and handed it to her. Zhou Xiaodao took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. Her smile was full of comfort and satisfaction. "It's so delicious." It was a taste she had never experienced before. Looking at the remaining candies in Xu Feng's hand, she cautiously asked, "Brother Xu Feng, can I have 2 more?" Xu Feng nodded. These candies were inexpensive, so he handed all the remaining ones to her. "Take them." "Thank you, big brother." Zhou Xiaotao happily stuffed the candies into her pocket, planning to eat them slowly and save a few for her parents to try. Thinking about this, they unknowingly arrived at the foot of Qingyun sect's mountain. Xu Feng looked up and saw several towering peaks piercing the clouds, exuding an imposing grandeur. Amidst the swirling mist, he could even see cranes flying gracefully, giving the place an ethereal, fairyland-like atmosphere. This was definitely a major sect. At the foot of the mountain, there was a spacious platform, completely empty, which made it seem a bit desolate. Isn't this supposed to be the largest sect? Why is there hardly anyone here? Xu Feng wondered to himself. At that moment, he noticed a cultivator in a green robe dozing off at a table in front of the mountain gate. What was going on? Could it be that Qingyun sect had fallen into decline and become a ruined sect? That was Xu Feng's first thought, but since he was already here, he decided to take a look. Holding Zhou Xiaodao's hand, he walked up to the cultivator. "Brother? Wake up, is Qingyun sect recruiting right now?" The cultivator was startled awake, and after a moment of confusion, his eyes lit up when he noticed Xu Feng's cultivation level. A foundation establishment cultivator. And a young one at that. Could this be a gift from the heavens? Qingyun sect's fate might not be sealed after all. The sect was currently facing a severe shortage of talent, its combat strength had dwindled, and it couldn't compete with the surrounding sects. In fact, it had been unable to recruit new disciples for years and was on the verge of losing its sect qualification. If that happened, the sect's legacy and benefits would vanish entirely. So, the arrival of a newcomer meant there was still hope for Qingyun sect. How could this cultivator not be overjoyed? Perhaps this could truly ensure the sect's survival. Yes. Are you here to join Qingyun sect? Xu Feng nodded and pointed to Zhou Xiaodao beside him. Yes. Xu Feng himself could only stay for a day, as he had to return for team matches and challenges. The one who could truly remain in Qingyun sect was Zhou Xiaodao. He might have to leave at any moment. Good. The cultivator said good 3 times in a row, feeling like he had struck gold. My name is Ma Yang. What are your names? After introductions, Ma Yang briefly explained Qingyun sect. The sect leader was an incredibly powerful nascent soul cultivator, capable of flying through the skies and traversing the earth, almost omnipotent. Additionally, the Grand Elder was currently in seclusion, preparing to break through to the integration stage. So, the foundation of Qingyun sect was solid. Joining the sect wasn't just about food and shelter upon entry, one would become the sect leader's personal disciple and receive direct guidance from them. Having a nascent soul cultivator as a teacher was an unparalleled advantage. After listening for a while, Xu Feng remained silent. What kind of benefits were these?
It felt like they weren't offering much at all. Just one nascent soul sect leader? He guessed that person was probably the type who was as elusive as a dragon. Wow! That's amazing. Dad said that anyone who can fly and traverse the earth is an immortal. Zhou Xiaodao's eyes were filled with admiration. She was still young but already felt that immortals weren't so mysterious after all. Right? Impressive, isn't it? But if you want to join our Qingyun sect, we need to test your aptitude first. Ma Yang quickly said, noticing the impatience in Chu Feng's eyes. He wanted to hold on to this little girl and use her presence to persuade Chu Feng to stay. As he spoke, he took out a formation disc and quickly pressed Zhou Xiaodao's soft, white hand onto it to test her talent. In the next moment, the formation disc suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, and the screen displayed the letters SSS in bold. This. Ma Yang's mind buzzed as he saw Zhou Xiaodao's talent. It was the highest level SSS grade, you must know. It's incredibly rare for a genius like this to appear even among 100 million people. Yen Kingdom has over 300 million people, and only 2 SSS level talents have been officially registered in the past 10 years. This shows just how rare SSS level talent is. From today onwards, you are the direct disciple of our sect master and also my junior sister. As soon as Ma Yang finished speaking, a gust of cold wind blew past, and an elder with an immortal-like demeanor appeared beside Zhou Xiaodao with lightning speed. Staring at the SSS level mark on the formation plate, he couldn't help but jump for joy. Wonderful, wonderful. Qingyun's sect is saved now. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaodao, seeing the two men's excitement, tightly clutched Chu Feng's sleeve, feeling scared, and whispered, "Brother Chu Feng, can we go back?" Go back? Chu Feng gently shook his head. He definitely wouldn't go back. He still wanted to learn more about this world, and even if he had to return, he would leave secretly. Thinking this, Chu Feng rubbed Zhou Xiaodao's head. Let's stay a bit longer. I'm here with you. Beside them, the old sect master glanced over and quickly prepared to help, trying to find a way to make Zhou Xiaodao stay. But when he turned to look at Ma Yang, he decided to maintain some dignity, realizing his earlier excitement had almost scared them. He whispered to Ma Yang, who immediately understood and explained, "This is our sect master, Qingyun Zhenren. He was injured in the past, so his mental state is a bit unstable. Please don't mind him." After saying this, he pulled Chu Feng aside. "Why don't you test your talent too? Our Qingyun sect doesn't discriminate." Zhou Xiaodao, trusting Chu Feng's words, would surely try to make him stay. Keeping Chu Feng meant keeping Zhou Xiaodao. It was like getting 2 for the price of 1. No matter what Chu Feng's talent was, having Zhou Xiaodao was already a huge gain. Chu Feng nodded. He had 2 SSS level talents and 3 S level talents, but he wasn't sure what the test would reveal. He placed his hand on the formation plate, ready to see the result. Ma Yang performed a hand seal to activate the formation plate. To be honest, he didn't have high hopes for Chu Feng's talent. SSS level talent was so rare that a country might only produce 2 in 10 years. Now that they had Zhou Xiaodao, the chances of another Chu Feng appearing were practically 0 within 5 years. Thus, Ma Yang wasn't optimistic about Chu Feng. The formation plate began detecting Chu Feng's cultivation, and the light on the screen fluctuated unpredictably, sometimes showing SSS level, sometimes S level. It seemed to be switching back and forth between the two states, unable to give a final result. Ma Yang frowned. The formation plate wasn't responding? Impossible. Even SSS level talent could be measured. Could Chu Feng's talent be even stronger than SSS? That defied logic, as SSS was already the highest level. At that moment, with a bang, the formation plate couldn't withstand Chu Feng's power and exploded. What just happened? Ma Yang was stunned. The formation plate actually exploded? Beside him, Qingyun Zhenren immediately reacted. Could it be a special talent or dual talents? As the sect master, Qingyun Zhenren had vast experience. He quickly took out a brand new formation plate and placed it in front of Chu Feng. Try this one. This new formation plate could measure 2 talents simultaneously. If Chu Feng truly had dual talents, the sect would hit the jackpot. Even if he awakened 2 S-level talents, their combined power could barely rival an SSS-level talent. But Chu Feng had awakened 2 SSS-level talents. This kid was simply a heaven-sent treasure. Ma Yang saw the array disc taken out by the sect master and immediately understood. It turned out that Chu Feng possessed a dual talent. Dual talents are extremely rare, with strength that can even surpass ordinary SSS level talents. What is even rarer is that very few people can possess two talents simultaneously. Especially when both talents are powerful, it's almost impossible. In the past 10 years in Yen Kingdom, only two experts with SSS level talents have emerged. And Chu Feng not only has dual talents, but both are SSS level? This is practically a fantasy. Therefore, Ma Yang didn't think highly of Chu Feng. Even with dual talents, combined they might not necessarily match Zhou Xiaotao's single SSS level talent. However, at that moment, the array disc taken out by Qing Yunjinren emitted a sound of strain in Chu Feng's hands. Bang! With a loud noise, the array disc shattered once again. Ma Yang and Qing Yunjinren were both stunned. What was going on? Why couldn't the array disc, designed to detect two talents, recognize Chu Feng's talents? Could it be that Chu Feng possessed a special talent that was inherently undetectable? Or was he an exceptionally rare triple talent, a destined child born with three awakened talents? Qing Yunjinren instinctively leaned toward the former explanation but felt unwilling to let go of the possibility. What if Chu Feng truly had triple talents? It's worth noting that triple talents are even rarer than SSS level talents. In Yen Kingdom, only two individuals with SSS level talents have appeared in 10 years. Across the entire Qingzhou, including Yen Kingdom's 108 nations, only one cultivator who awakened three talents simultaneously emerges every 10 years. If Chu Feng truly had triple talents, even if all three were a level, he could barely rival a single SSS level talent. If the three A level talents could complement each other, surpassing an SSS level talent would be effortless. Especially after a cultivator condenses their golden core, they can awaken talents again. At that point, a triple talent individual might awaken three talents simultaneously, which would be utterly monstrous. Therefore, if Chu Feng truly had triple talents, his value would undoubtedly surpass Zhou Xiaotao, the SSS level talent holder. While pondering, Qing Yunjinren took out another array disc, placed it in front of Chu Feng, and asked excitedly, "Shall we try again?" Chu Feng glanced at Qing Yunjinren, feeling somewhat displeased. A sect that couldn't even detect talents, was it really so backward? Was it truly suitable for Zhou Xiaotao to join Qing Yun's sect? The answer was clearly no. But since he was still unfamiliar with this world and had nowhere else to go, this declining sect actually made it easier for him to understand the world. So, staying temporarily still had its advantages. Once he understood the situation better, he could switch sects later. With this thought, Chu Feng placed his hand on the array disc again. As expected, the array disc attempting to detect three talents exploded once more. Seeing this, Qing Yunjinren finally gave up hope. It seemed that Chu Feng had awakened a type of special talent that couldn't be detected, which caused the array discs to repeatedly shatter. As for Chu Feng awakening four talents? That was simply impossible. Qing Yunjinren had only read about cultivators who awaken four talents in ancient texts, and there probably wasn't a single one across the entire Xianyan continent. So, such a thing couldn't happen. If Chu Feng could truly awaken four talents? Qing Yunjinren shook his head, wondering when he had become so unrealistic. Chu Feng could only have awakened a special talent. There was no other possibility, Master Qing Yun thought to himself and carefully observed Chu Feng. Not yet 20 years old, with cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage. Calculating it, Chu Feng started cultivating at the age of 12. 8 years later, he had only reached the late foundation establishment stage, indicating that his special talent wasn't particularly strong. In comparison, Zhou Xiaotao would have reached the nascent soul stage within 8 years. Moreover, Master Qing Yun noticed that Zhou Xiaotao was only 6 years old now. By the time she turned 20, she would likely already be a divine transformation cultivator, far surpassing Chu Feng. Master Qing Yun looked at the two and said, "Alright, since you're both here, join my Qing Yun sect together." In truth, he didn't want to accept Chu Feng. His special talent was uncertain, and his strength was questionable, far less reliable than Zhou Xiaotao. However, since Chu Feng and Zhou Xiaotao had a good relationship, he feared that driving Chu Feng away might also drive Zhou Xiaotao away. So, he decided to accept Chu Feng as well. However, to become my true disciple, there is one test. Master Qing Yun originally intended to directly accept Zhou Xiaotao as his true disciple. But he didn't want Chu Feng to become a true disciple, so he deliberately set up a test. With Zhou Xiaotao's talent, she would surely pass, but Chu Feng might not.
Within 10 years, you must master the Qingyun sword technique of our Qingyun sect, or you will be expelled from the sect. Master Qingyun's tone was stern. Ma Yang stood nearby, looking utterly confused. Just 10 years, how could anyone possibly master it? The Qingyun sword technique consisted of 4 swords, named Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow. When the 4 swords were combined, they formed the immensely powerful Qingyun sword technique. He himself, with an A-grade talent, had spent 5 full years mastering the yellow sword and was only now beginning to learn the mystical sword. Even Zhou Xiaodao, with her SSS grade talent, would need at least 3 to 5 years to fully master the Qingyun sword technique. As for Chu Feng, who had awakened a special talent, it was clearly inferior to Zhou Xiaodao's SSS grade talent. Therefore, expecting Chu Feng to master the Qingyun sword technique within 10 years was nearly impossible. Thinking of this, Ma Yang glanced at Chu Feng with sympathy, understanding the situation, and said, "All right, I'll take you to your accommodations. Every month, the sect will provide you with 100 low-grade spirit stones. Zhou Xiaodao, since you haven't started qi refining yet, you'll need to first cultivate the basic Qingyun technique." Afterward, a simple initiation ceremony was held. Chu Feng and Zhou Xiaodao officially became sect disciples. However, this sect was indeed quite poor. The spirit stones provided were merely low-grade ones. For a cultivator like Zhou Xiaodao with SSS grade talent, shouldn't she be given a few higher-grade medium spirit stones? A single medium-grade spirit stone was worth 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones and had excellent effects. Combined with Zhou Xiaodao's talent, it would surely allow her cultivation to progress rapidly. Chu Feng thought for a moment, then quietly took out a medium-grade spirit stone and gave it to Zhou Xiaodao, urging her to cultivate well. Once her cultivation became strong, he could leave this impoverished sect without any issues. As for himself, Chu Feng figured he might have to flee within a day. "Follow me, I'll arrange your accommodations. Training officially begins tomorrow," Ma Yang said, leading the 2 away from the mountain gate. They arrived at a courtyard halfway up the mountain. Ma Yang himself had an A-level talent and spent a full 5 years learning the yellow sword before starting to study the mysterious sword. Even if Zhou Xiaodao had an SSS level talent, it would still take at least 3 to 5 years to fully master the Qingyun sword technique, which was almost impossible. As for Chu Feng, although his talent was unique, it was likely not as good as Zhou Xiaodao's SSS level talent. Therefore, expecting Chu Feng to master the Qingyun sword technique within 10 years was almost an impossible task. Thinking of this, Ma Yang glanced at Chu Feng sympathetically and said knowingly, "All right, I'll take you to your living quarters. The sect will provide you with 100 low-grade spirit stones every month. Zhou Xiaodao, since you haven't started qi refining yet, you need to first practice the basic Qingyun technique." Afterward, a simple ceremony was held, and Chu Feng and Zhou Xiaodao officially joined the sect. However, this sect was indeed very poor. The spirit stones they distributed were only low-grade ones. For a cultivator like Zhou Xiaodao with SSS level talent, couldn't they at least provide a few mid-grade spirit stones? A single mid-grade spirit stone was equivalent in value to 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones and was far more effective. With Zhou Xiaodao's talent, it would undoubtedly greatly accelerate her cultivation speed. Chu Feng thought for a moment, then secretly took out a mid-grade spirit stone and gave it to Zhou Xiaodao, urging her to cultivate well. Once her cultivation became strong, it wouldn't matter if he left this broken sect. As for himself, he was sure he wouldn't stay for even a day before running away. "Follow me, I'll arrange your accommodations. Training officially starts tomorrow," Ma Yang said as he led the 2 away from the mountain gate. They arrived at a courtyard halfway up the mountain called Bamboo Green Courtyard. Ma Yang also took out 2 copies of the Qingyun sword technique and the Qingyun technique, along with 200 low-grade spirit stones, and handed them to the 2 of them. While distributing the spirit stones, Ma Yang felt a bit distressed. Such good talent, yet they could only cultivate with low-grade spirit stones. It was such a waste. But there was no choice. Even he, the senior disciple, who was already at the golden core stage, could only use low-grade spirit stones. Mid-grade spirit stones were effective, but 1 mid-grade spirit stone was worth 1,000,000 low-grade ones, and the sect simply couldn't afford it. The sect's resources were scarce and had been running at a deficit for years. The only 2 remaining mid-grade spirit stones had to be saved for Zhou Xiaodao to use at a critical breakthrough moment to maximize their value. Study the techniques carefully. There's rice in the woodshed. I live next door, so come find me anytime if you have questions. With that, he was about to leave when Chu Feng called out to him. Does the sect have a library or something similar? Chu Feng wanted to quickly understand this world by reading. Asking Ma Yang too many questions directly might arouse suspicion. Zhou Xiaotao, being only 6 years old, had no such concerns. Yes, you can wander around freely, go anywhere you like. Just don't enter the execution sword formation in the back mountain, it's dangerous and you might get hurt. After saying this, Ma Yang left the courtyard. He needed to report the names of the two to the sect. As long as the sect accepted them, it could continue to exist. However, this was only a third-rate sect. Not to mention the entire Xianyun continent, it wasn't even considered a strong sect within the small Yin kingdom. They couldn't even distribute spirit stones properly. To upgrade to a second-rate sect, they would have to rely on Zhou Xiaotao. At next year's Qingzhou Martial Arts Conference, as long as she could make it into the top 1,000, the sect would qualify to become a second-rate sect. This would allow them to obtain more resources, such as spirit veins, spirit fields, and spirit beasts. With resources, the sect would have hope for development. In Bamboo Green Courtyard, amidst the somewhat messy surroundings, Chu Feng spent time helping Zhou Xiaotao tidy up her bedding. Zhou Xiaotao kept following behind him. Seeing that Chu Feng seemed about to leave, she felt a bit disappointed and lowered her head. "Brother Chu, are you going to leave?" "Yes, in a few hours," Chu Feng replied. If he didn't leave, he wouldn't make it in time for the team competition. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaotao lowered her head even further. Along the way, she could feel Chu Feng's care, and those candies had brought her the warmth of being cared for. Zhou Xiaotao didn't want to leave Chu Feng. She had no attachment to Qingyun sect and blurted out, "I'll go with you." "Go with me? That wouldn't be good." Chu Feng thought to himself, as doing so would expose the secret of his teleportation portal. Taking Zhou Xiaotao with him would be hard to explain. So he shook his head and said, "I'll come back. And very soon." This world, with its powerful cultivators at the Great Ascension stage, surely had resources far beyond his imagination. The spiritual energy in the air was exceptionally dense. If Chu Feng wanted to advance further in the qi refining stage, he had to return here. He could already feel the bottleneck of the late foundation establishment stage beginning to loosen. Before returning, he should be able to break through to the Golden Core stage. A cultivator at the Golden Core stage, even if surrounded by dozens of opponents in the team competition, would hardly be afraid. "Really? That's great. Then Xiaotao will wait for you here." Zhou Xiaotao, hearing that Chu Feng would return, finally felt relieved, and her face lit up with joy. "By the way, can you read?" Chu Feng suddenly thought of something. Earlier, while flipping through the techniques given by Ma Yang, he noticed that the characters here resembled the traditional script from Blue Star, which he himself couldn't fully recognize, let alone 6-year-old Zhou Xiaotao. At this moment, Zhou Xiaotao let go of the Qingyun technique and looked at the characters that seemed like a heavenly script to her, saying bitterly, "I can't read them." Chu Feng nodded, sat on the chair in the room, and began studying the Qingyun sword technique. The 4 swords of the Qingyun sword technique each had different effects. The yellow sword was merely a sword move, an upward strike that emphasized strength and precision. If one could use a wooden sword to sever a thigh-thick log without damaging the wooden sword, they would be considered to have mastered it. Generally, someone with an A-grade talent would take 3 to 4 months to get started and a year to become proficient. The black sword involved sword energy, condensing spiritual power into sword energy to greatly enhance the sword's power. It typically took about 10 years to learn. Luckily, Zhou Xiaotao has an SSS grade talent, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to learn the black sword within 10 years, Chu Feng muttered under his breath. He continued reading. The earth sword involved throwing the sword while maintaining the sword energy intact, successfully injuring the target. The heaven sword allowed for remote sword control, capable of taking an enemy's head from miles away. The combination of the 4 swords formed the Qingyun sword technique, enabling the flying sword to soar into the clouds with immense power and wide range. After mastering the Qingyun sword technique, one could then train in Qingyun sect's ultimate skill, the 4 immortal slaying swords, eventually forming the immortal slaying sword array, capable of slaying gods and demons with unparalleled power. Chu Feng studied for a while, then left the room, found a somewhat worn wooden sword, and walked to the practice stakes in the corner of the courtyard. He casually performed a sword flourish. "Although I've never used a sword, it feels pretty good," he thought, recalling the yellow sword's requirement in the Qingyun sword technique: kill the enemy without damaging the sword. After a moment of contemplation, swish! With an upward strike, The practice stake was split in half on the spot, while the wooden sword in Chu Feng's hand remained intact. Yellow sword, mastered. It doesn't seem that hard. Why would it take a year? Beside him, Zhou Xiaodao watched as Chu Feng split the stake with one strike, her eyes lighting up. That's amazing. She used to play with wooden swords before. Toys made by the elderly in the village during their leisure time. They were good for chopping rapeseed flowers, but trying to split a wooden stake thicker than her waist was impossible. The wooden sword would break first, leaving the stake completely unharmed. Once, Zhou Xiaodao's wooden sword accidentally struck a big tree. The tree was fine, but the sword broke. However, Brother Chu Feng could easily split a wooden stake with just a wooden sword. Brother Chu Feng's strength must be comparable to the legendary Qing Yun immortal, Zhou Xiaodao thought to herself. At that moment, Chu Feng turned around, handed the wooden sword to Zhou Xiaodao, and asked, "Want to learn?" "Yes." Zhou Xiaodao eagerly took the wooden sword. Seeing such an impressive sword technique, of course, she wanted to learn. "All right, come here, I'll teach you." Chu Feng began teaching her basic sword techniques and corrected her sword-wielding posture. Before leaving, he reminded her, "Practice well. I have to go out for a while." He needed to find the scripture pavilion to learn more about the background of this world. Time was running out. Chu Feng still had to return to participate in the team competition of the 100 Schools martial arts tournament. "Ha!" Zhou Xiaodao stopped practicing upon hearing this, ran behind Chu Feng, and cautiously asked, "Can you take me with you?" She was too scared to stay here alone. That senior brother and the real master made her feel uneasy. Only with Chu Feng did she feel safe and cared for. No, Chu Feng refused. The matter of teleportation was extremely important, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. "All right." Zhou Xiaodao lowered her head in disappointment, suddenly finding the wooden sword less interesting. "But I'll be back soon, before you master the yellow sword," Chu Feng added. After participating in the 100 Schools martial arts tournament, Chu Feng would definitely return. To become stronger, he needed to learn more about this world. "All right, it's a deal." Zhou Xiaodao's face lit up with joy upon hearing that Chu Feng would return. Her fair little hand hooked onto Chu Feng's pinky and said, "Pinky promise, no changes for 100 years." Chu Feng solemnly completed the promise, rubbed Zhou Xiaodao's head, and left the courtyard. Zhou Xiaodao watched Chu Feng's departing figure, tightly gripping the wooden sword in her hand, her face full of determination. She had to master the yellow sword quickly to see brother Chu Feng sooner. Chu Feng left the green bamboo courtyard and began wandering around Qingyun sect. The mountain peaks were tall, and there were many buildings on the mountainside, but they appeared somewhat dilapidated due to lack of maintenance. The alchemy pavilion, the weapon refining pavilion, and the scripture pavilion. Chu Feng quickly found his target and walked straight in. The scripture pavilion was spacious and covered in dust, clearly untouched for a long time. There were many books, and Chu Feng headed to the history section first to investigate the origins of this world. After browsing through the materials, he learned, this place is called the Tsangyan continent. The continent is divided into 5 major regions: Eastern Divine Province, Western Demon Province, Southern Wild Beast Province, Northern Soldier Province, and Central Heavenly Province. Each region is vast. Even the strongest cultivators in the Mahayana stage would need at least a year to traverse one region. Therefore, regions mainly rely on teleportation arrays for quick communication. Chu Feng was currently in the Yin Kingdom of the Great Xia Dynasty in the Eastern Divine Province, a remote location. However, the Yin Kingdom had a population of 300 million. The capital of the Great Xia Dynasty, Longyuan City, had a population exceeding 1 trillion, gathering nearly half of the strongest individuals in the Eastern Divine Province. This city was both majestic and bustling, far more powerful than the Yin Kingdom where Chu Feng resided. The Yin Kingdom belongs to Qingzhou of the Great Xia Dynasty and has 3 second-tier sects: Bloodblade Sect, Beast Manor, and 5 Elements Sect. The strongest forces in these sects are Void Return Cultivators, a level higher than Qing Yunjinrun's nascent soul stage. However, although Qing Yunjinrun's nascent soul cultivation is slightly inferior, it shouldn't be so difficult to attract talent. Why was it that when Chu Feng first arrived at Qingyun sect, there were only the sect master and the senior disciple? He instinctively felt something was wrong. Qingyun sect was likely being targeted, causing disciples to leave and no one daring to join, resulting in such desolation. Those capable of targeting nascent soul cultivators are probably only those major sections. Qingyun sect seems quite dangerous.
Chu Feng continued to delve into the continent's history, his thoughts complicated. Night fell. In the bamboo courtyard, Zhou Xiaotao was diligently practicing her swordsmanship, sweat dripping down. Her hair was soaked with sweat, yet her movements remained focused. As her understanding of the yellow sword deepened, she let out a clear shout and struck the wooden stake with her sword. The worn wooden sword in her hand sliced through the thick stake effortlessly, like a sharp blade. The yellow sword, she was close to mastering it. Is Brother Chu Feng coming back soon? Zhou Xiaotao instinctively glanced at the courtyard gate, but under the moonlight, the entrance was empty. She paused her sword, leaving the stake just an inch away from being completely severed. If I don't fully split it, it doesn't count as mastering the yellow sword, right? She thought. She didn't want Chu Feng to become someone who breaks promises, so she refrained from fully mastering the yellow sword. This way, no matter when Chu Feng returned, it wouldn't be too late. Zhou Xiaotao put away the wooden sword and couldn't help but smile. I'm so clever. Then she began preparing dinner. After all, she was still a mortal and needed to eat. Next door, Ma Yang was also practicing the yellow sword, preparing to teach the new junior sister better tomorrow. Of course, it was also to maintain his prestige as the senior disciple. During teaching, he had to showcase his strength, ideally, the kind of talent where the yellow sword was mastered at a glance and the profound sword could be executed in one move. If he could also earn Xiaotao's praise, that would be perfect. After all, Zhou Xiaotao was a cultivator with SSS-level talent and had limitless potential. Building a good relationship with Xiaotao now could mean riding her coattails when she became successful. In the future, if Qingyun's sect wanted to rise, it would undoubtedly rely on Zhou Xiaotao. Thinking about this, Ma Yang continued practicing the yellow sword. He had to admit, the yellow sword was truly difficult to master. Back when he first started, he had to practice tirelessly for 5 whole years to fully grasp it. There was no other way when he first joined. He only had C-level talent, and his A-level talent was the second talent that awakened during the Golden Core stage. Thus, mastering the yellow sword took him much longer. Now, Zhou Xiaotao's talent was SSS level, and mastering the yellow sword would still take at least several months. During this time, it was the perfect opportunity for him to become a peerless expert and a favored genius. As for Chu Feng, Ma Yang completely looked down on him. That so-called special talent was probably not even as good as his own C-level talent. Without years of grinding, Chu Feng wouldn't even grasp the basics of the yellow sword. The only reason Chu Feng was accepted into the sect was because the sect master considered Xiaotao's feelings. That guy's luck was truly extraordinary, having a sister like Xiaotao with such astonishing talent. When Xiaotao became successful, perhaps Chu Feng could strut across the Cangyun continent. Alas, poor me, still struggling to review the yellow sword. After practicing the profound sword for so long, I almost forgot the yellow sword. Keep going. Aim to cling to Xiaotao's coattails. Ma Yang silently cheered himself on. At the peak of Qingyun Mountain, in the Tongtian Hall. In the vast hall, only Qingyun Zhenren was present. He was holding a tortoise shell, divining the fate and fortune of Chu Feng and Zhou Xiaotao. The main purpose was to see if Zhou Xiaotao could lead the Qingyun sect to rise again. If Zhou Xiaotao's fortune was insufficient, no matter how strong her talent was, it would be difficult for her to grow, and staying in the Qingyun sect would only drag everyone down. Of course, the stronger the talent, the better the fortune tends to be. With Zhou Xiaotao's SSS level talent, her fortune would undoubtedly be exceptional. He also wanted to see just how strong Chu Feng's special talent was. Qingyun Zhenren formed a hand seal with his right hand, and the tortoise shell in his left hand began to emit a mysterious glow. Zhou Xiaotao's figure appeared on the tortoise shell. Immediately after, a dazzling light burst forth, and a fiery red phoenix spread its wings, with a wingspan of 5 meters, appearing before Qingyun Zhenren. This was a fortune beast. Normally, when detecting fortune, only a beam of light would appear. For example, his disciple Ma Yang's fortune was represented by a white beam of light, only 30 centimeters tall. The taller the beam, the stronger the fortune. The color of the beam reflected personality. Ma Yang's white light had a hint of gray, indicating he was somewhat slow-witted, occasionally clever, and his life path would be smooth, without major ups and downs. But fortune beasts were different. They were physical projections formed by destiny when fortune power reached a certain level. The phoenix, as the king of birds, signified that Zhou Xiaotao was highly likely to become a queen of her era. Most importantly, the larger the beast, the stronger the fortune. Zhou Xiaodao's phoenix, with a wingspan of 5 meters, indicated extremely powerful fortune, destined to become a renowned figure on the Tsangyun continent. Any difficulty she encountered along the way could almost always be resolved by her fortune. A fortune beast with a wingspan of 5 meters was undeniably formidable. Meanwhile, Ma Yang's fortune height was only 30 centimeters, pitifully weak. Even in Longyuan City, the recently appeared fortune beast, a white tiger with a body length of 3 meters, was already considered the top talent in the city. Zhou Xiaodao's 5-meter wingspan showed that her fortune was astonishingly extraordinary, likely the strongest on the entire Tsangyun continent at present. The Qingyun sect finally has hope of rising again. Qingyun Jinren was overjoyed. As long as Zhou Xiaotao was properly nurtured, the Qingyun sect would undoubtedly secure a place on the Tsangyun continent in the future. As for the strongest sect in Qingzhou, the Qingyun sword sect, Qingyun Jinren was confident he could reclaim it under the Qingyun sect's banner. The Qingyun sword sect was originally a branch of the Qingyun sect, but they split due to differing philosophies. Later, the Qingyun sword sect gained an opportunity and rose to become the strongest sect in Qingzhou, even attempting to annex the Qingyun sect. As the sect leader, Qingyun Jinren could not allow this. He decisively refused, but as a result, the Qingyun sword sect suppressed them, leading to a loss of talent in the sect, to the point where they could no longer maintain the status of even a third-rate sect. Once the Qingyun sect completely fell to third-rate status, the Qingyun sword sect would naturally be able to take over all of Qingyun sect's resources. Qingyun Jinren had already been in despair, but Zhou Xiaodao's appearance changed everything. Not only did she have SSS-level talent, but she also possessed a rare fortune beast. It could only be said that heaven had not abandoned the Qingyun sect. Once Zhou Xiaodao grew strong, the Qingyun sword sect would eventually learn who the true orthodox sect was. Qingyun Jinren indulged in his beautiful imagination for quite a while before dispersing the projection of the fortune beast before him. He then prepared to test Chu Feng's fortune value. After all, Chu Feng had a special talent, and although its level could not be accurately measured, its strength might be comparable to SSS level. Even if his talent was not strong, with sufficient fortune to form a fortune beast, he could still carve out a path for himself. Many powerful cultivators in the nascent soul stage have average talent but rely on hard work to eventually reach the pinnacle. There are many such examples. What if Chu Feng is one of them? I can't afford to miss out on this top-tier talent. As he pondered, the tortoiseshell in Qingyun Jinren's hand emitted a mysterious aura once again. Chu Feng's figure slowly appeared. Qingyun Jinren was about to use a spell to test Chu Feng's fortune when suddenly, a dazzling blue light shot up into the sky from within the sect. In the dark night, this light was particularly striking, visible to everyone in Qingyun sect. Holding the tortoiseshell, Qingyun Jinren looked outside the hall. That place, is it the scripture pavilion? Moreover, it seems someone is breaking through to the golden core stage? Qingyun Jinren immediately thought of Chu Feng. He was the only one in the sect who fit the criteria. How many lightning tribulations can he withstand? Breaking through to the golden core stage requires enduring the test of lightning tribulations. The stronger the tribulations, the harsher the test, but the resulting magical power after the breakthrough is also greater. His eldest disciple Ma Yan only endured 3 lightning tribulations, forming a gray inferior grade golden core. If it were silver, it would be a mid-grade golden core, 3 times more powerful than the inferior grade one. A golden core is a superior grade golden core, 3 times more powerful than the mid-grade one, but it requires enduring at least 7 strikes of lightning. A purple gold core is the ultimate grade golden core, and even enduring 9 strikes of lightning doesn't guarantee success in forming it. It all depends on luck. At most, 9 lightning tribulations occur during the formation of a golden core. Unless one has extraordinary talent, even if all tribulations are endured, the chance of forming a purple gold core is only 10%. Qingyun Jinren stopped divining and quietly watched the sky outside the hall. 2 other members of Qingyun sect, Zhou Xiaodao and Ma Yang, were also paying attention. Qingyun sect is usually very quiet, but such commotion naturally drew everyone's curiosity. Is it Brother Chu? Zhou Xiaodao felt the destructive aura continuously emanating from the sky and silently prayed in her heart, hoping Chu Feng would be safe. Ma Yang stopped practicing his swordsmanship, preparing to observe Chu Feng's performance in breaking through to the golden core stage. At the scripture pavilion, Chu Feng hadn't expected to break through while reading. The accumulation over this period, combined with the dense spiritual energy here, had accelerated his cultivation speed. The lightning tribulations had arrived perfect timing.
After becoming a golden core cultivator, even if targeted in the team competition, he would have the strength to fight back. Xu Feng left the scripture pavilion and stepped onto the open ground outside, looking up at the sky. Thunderclouds churned in the sky, and lightning danced like water splashing in a bucket. In the next moment, boom! Lightning surged down like a wild horse breaking free. Lightning tribulations are both a test and a baptism. Xu Feng did not resist, allowing the lightning to strike him, using its power to form his golden core. The first bolt of lightning struck Xu Feng, and he felt nothing. Then came the second, the third. In less than 15 minutes, 6 bolts of lightning had descended, and the storm remained intense, showing no signs of dissipating. Within Qing Yun's sect, Ma Yang watched in shock. He hadn't expected Xu Feng to endure 6 bolts of lightning, which meant at least a silver mid-grade golden core. Its quality was better than his own, indicating Xu Feng's talent was likely above a grade, otherwise, he wouldn't have activated so many lightning strikes. The higher the talent, the more lightning is activated. With SSS grade talent, 9 lightning tribulations are guaranteed during golden core formation, and the tribulations can even perfect the core further. In Tongtian Hall, Xing Yunjinren observed the situation and nodded slightly. Not bad, stronger than Ma Yang's talent. Entering the sect alongside Zhou Xiaodao, Xu Feng's talent was indeed extraordinary. However, the power of the 7th Thunderbolt grew increasingly stronger, making it harder to withstand the upcoming strikes. Boom! As if responding to Qing Yunjinren's words, several thunderbolts, like pillars of heaven, poured down toward Xu Feng. The imposing momentum was awe-inspiring, and Ma Yang of Qing Yun's sect watched in fear. If these thunder tribulations struck him, he would likely be finished on the spot. He wondered if Xu Feng could endure them, especially since he had already withstood 6 thunderbolts and was surely nearing his limit. Outside the Sutra Pavilion, the 7th Thunderbolt arrived as expected. With a loud crash, it struck Xu Feng, blasting a 1-meter deep pit into the ground. In the pit, Xu Feng stood almost unscathed. Apart from his clothes being burned away, he was nearly unharmed. Endless vitality surged from within him, relying on his S-grade talent Life Tide and Gigantification talent to easily face the tribulation. At the same time, adhering to the principle of not wasting, he fully activated the body refining technique Starry Thunderstorm Art, using the power of the tribulation to enhance his martial cultivation. Now, under the push of the thunder tribulation, Xu Feng's martial realm had reached the 4th stage, 8th level, with a solid foundation and no signs of weakness. Though dangerous, the benefits brought by the tribulation were immense. Xu Feng barely had time to think before the 8th and 9th thunder tribulations descended in succession. The rumbling thunder echoed throughout Qing Yun's sect. Ma Yang watched as the 9th thunder tribulation fell, unable to suppress his nervousness. He hadn't expected Xu Feng's special talent to reach SSS level, otherwise, it would have been impossible to summon 9 thunder tribulations. He truly hadn't anticipated that in accepting disciples, he would end up recruiting 2 SSS level geniuses at once. With this, the future of Qing Yun's sect was firmly secured. As long as these 2 were properly nurtured, Qing Yun's sect would undoubtedly hold a place in Yin Kingdom's future. In Tongtian Hall, Qing Yunjinren, seeing the 9th thunder tribulation fall, could no longer remain seated. It wasn't just Xu Feng's SSS level talent that shocked him. What stunned him even more was that the thunderclouds in the sky continued to churn, and the tribulation wasn't over yet. He recalled testing Xu Feng's talent when he first joined the sect. It wasn't dual-born talent, nor triple-born talent. But now, Xu Feng could summon the 10th Thunderbolt, indicating he definitely had more than one talent. It was highly likely that he possessed the extremely rare quadruple talent. Thinking of this, Qing Yunjinren felt unsteady on his feet. He never imagined he would encounter such a genius. For talents, if luck was favorable, would not be inferior to SSS level talent. Now it seemed that Xu Feng's ability to summon the 10th Thunderbolt indicated his talent strength had already surpassed SSS level. The only question was, how many thunder tribulations could Xu Feng ultimately summon? If he could summon 18, it would be equivalent to 2 SSS level talents. If he could summon 27, it would equate to the strength of 3 SSS level talents. What followed would depend on the boy's limits. However, Qing Yunjinren hadn't anticipated that the subsequent developments would completely overturn his understanding. After 9 thunder tribulations, the thunderclouds not only didn't dissipate but grew thicker and thicker. Then, the 10th and 11th thunder tribulations fell in succession, continuing all the way to the 18th.
At this point, Xing Yunjinren was utterly stunned, not because of Chu Feng's quadruple talent, nor because his talent was equivalent to two SSS-level talents. However, the heavenly tribulation in the sky showed no signs of diminishing. Could it be that he could truly summon 27 strikes of lightning? Within the Qingyun sect, Ma Yang was already dumbfounded, his sword slipping from his hand to the ground as he stood there in a daze, completely unable to react. Previously, he thought Zhou Xiaodao's talent was already unparalleled, but he hadn't expected Chu Feng's talent to be even more astonishing. Is there no justice in this world? He was well aware that Chu Feng's talent was equivalent to two SSS levels, an absurd level of strength that was hard to believe. It should be noted that even a single SSS level talent was extremely rare. To possess two SSS level talents simultaneously, forget about the Yin Kingdom, there were hardly any people in the entire Eastern Divine Continent who could compare. In Chu Feng's case, his talent far surpassed Zhou Xiaodao's by a wide margin. At this moment, Chu Feng's entire aura was fully activated by the heavenly tribulation, and his martial realm had broken through to the 5th tier, 3rd level. Even the 9 heavens' divine thunder began to show signs of mutation. Of course, there wasn't a single scratch on his body. His life recovery speed was incredibly fast. For the tribulation to deal a fatal blow, it would have to exceed Chu Feng's life limit. In the sky, the thunderclouds grew thicker and thicker. It seemed as though Chu Feng was still unsatisfied with this world. The 3rd round of heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. The time had just passed midnight. The daily special offers in the Myriad Realms Mall had refreshed. Daily Special Zone, Ancient Divine Demon Thunder Devouring Technique level? A legendary invincible technique derived from the primordial thunder demon, allowing one to infinitely enhance their power by devouring powerful thunder, forging divine blood, a true demon's battle body, and condensing supreme divine power. Shocking price, 9.9 dragon coins. Free shipping to your door. Limited stock, only one left. What a treasure! Chu Feng was thrilled upon seeing this. This technique seemed immensely powerful, to the point that its level couldn't even be displayed. Even the Myriad Realms Mall couldn't evaluate its level, making it clear just how strong the ancient divine demon thunder devouring technique was. According to the description, one could grow stronger simply by devouring thunder, and as it happened, the thunder gathering in the sky was the perfect nourishment. Divine blood, a true demon's battle body, supreme divine power. The power of this technique was self-evident. Without hesitation, Chu Feng purchased it. He had intended to start cultivating it immediately, but to his surprise, after purchasing it, the inheritance of the ancient divine demon thunder devouring technique was directly imprinted into his mind, saving him a great deal of cultivation time. Chu Feng quickly skimmed through the technique. Although there were still some parts he didn't fully understand, he had already grasped the process of devouring thunder. On Qingyun Peak, during a brief pause in the heavenly tribulation, Xing Yunjinren quickly used his soul power to examine Chu Feng's condition. Chu Feng had endured a total of 18 strikes of heavenly tribulation, with each strike more powerful than the last. If Chu Feng had been injured, Xing Yunjinren was prepared to immediately send him some healing pills to help him recover and also to strengthen their relationship. However, when Xing Yunjinren checked Chu Feng's condition, he was shocked to find that, apart from his clothes being completely destroyed by the lightning, there wasn't a single scratch on his body. In fact, his entire being exuded an aura akin to that of an ancient divine demon, causing even Xing Yunjinren's soul power to tremble slightly. This was simply too outrageous. 18 strikes of lightning couldn't even break through Chu Feng's defenses. Was this really just a Foundation establishment cultivator? At that moment, the raging thunder tribulation poured down like a flood, directly tearing apart Xing Yunjinren's soul power. Boom! The 19th thunder tribulation descended. The thunderbolt, thicker than Qingyun Peak, struck Chu Feng fiercely. This time, not only did it fail to harm Chu Feng, but it also made his aura even stronger. In the sky, the thunderclouds, realizing they couldn't deal with a mere cultivator, roared furiously, unleashing all their thunder tribulation power. The 20th, the 21st. The power of the thunder tribulations continued endlessly. The successive thunderbolts over Qingyun sect attracted cultivators from other sects nearby. Outside Qingyun Peak, many powerful cultivators hovered in the air. Their cultivation levels were at least at the golden core stage. Among them were nascent soul stage cultivators, and even a few transformation stage experts. Standing at the forefront was a man in a gray martial arts uniform, the surrounding space distorted, exuding the aura of the void return stage. A ferocious scar ran across his face.
He was none other than the Blood Blade Sect's master, Yuan Ba. What is going on? Yuan Ba had clearly sensed earlier that something was unusual about Qingyun Sect's Thunder Tribulation. Qingyun Sect was the mortal enemy of Qingyun Sword Sect. They absolutely couldn't allow Qingyun Sect to rise, or else how could their sects compete for status against Qingyun Sword Sect? Master! Someone is condensing Golden Core stage cultivation here. Golden Core? Yuan Ba was stunned. This Thunder Tribulation was thicker than a mountain peak, and you're saying someone is condensing Golden Core here? Could Golden Core cultivators withstand such Thunder Tribulation? He didn't believe it. Unfortunately, the Thunder Tribulation blocked detection, otherwise, he would have already figured it out. Yes. The cultivator beside Yuan Ba responded respectfully. Sensing the master's doubt, he continued, "It said this is already the 29th Thunder Tribulation." What? Yuan Ba was completely dumbfounded. Was this a joke? Even with SSS grade talent, the maximum would be 9 Thunder Tribulations. Twin talents, 2 SSS grade talents, would only summon 18 Thunder Tribulations. Now, there were 29 Thunder Tribulations? This meant the Golden Core cultivator below had at least 4 talents, 3 of which were SSS grade. This was absurd. How rare were SSS grade talents? Having 4 talents simultaneously was even rarer. And you're telling me, not only 4 talents, but 3 of them are SSS grade? Are you trying to ascend to the heavens? Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I'm an idiot? Yuan Ba was annoyed. Such things were obviously impossible upon a little thought. Master, I swear I'm not lying to you. This is the truth. The cultivator raised his right hand to swear. He had been monitoring the area all along. The number of Thunder Tribulations was absolutely correct. Yuan Ba fell silent but didn't leave, quietly waiting for the person below Qingyun Peak to finish their tribulation. Seal the information. Regardless of the number of Thunder Tribulations, such talent must be taken by the Bloodblade Sect. They absolutely wouldn't leave them to Qingyun Sect. Moreover, even with 4 talents, all SSS grade, the maximum number of Thunder Tribulations would be 36. It seemed that Person S tribulation was nearing its end. Besides, they were at most a Golden Core cultivator. Once the tribulation ended, with his Void Return stage cultivation, he could forcibly take them away. Rumble. The Thunder Tribulations in the sky continued to fall wave after wave. The power of the Thunder Tribulations far exceeded the imagination of Golden Core stage cultivators. Qingyun Jinren, along with Mai Yang and Zhou Xiaotao, moved far away from Qingyun Peak to avoid being affected. Generally speaking, SSS grade talent could summon 9 Thunder Tribulations, while S grade talent could summon 7. Chu Feng possessed 2 SSS level talents and 3 S level talents, allowing him to summon a total of 39 Tribulation Lightning Strikes. However, his talents were extremely powerful, capable of enhancing all other talents with their effects stacking multiple times. As a result, the number of Lightning Tribulations far exceeded everyone's expectations. As the one enduring the tribulations, Chu Feng's ancient God Demon Thunder Devouring technique was rapidly advancing. The powerful lightning tribulations were the best nourishment for his talent's growth. Chu Feng's body emitted a bluish-purple glow under the baptism of the lightning, and his strength was greatly enhanced. If Chu Feng were to encounter Wang Xingyu again, he estimated that he could easily suppress the gigantified Wang Xingyu with his formidable physical body. Even if Ji Xian wore armor capable of withstanding the Great Thunder technique, it would be completely useless. Chu Feng's body, strengthened by the ancient God Demon Heaven Devouring technique, had become so powerful that no defense could withstand it. And this was only a part of his physical strength. Chu Feng's martial arts realm was also advancing rapidly, having already broken through to the 6th tier. Compared to his initial 4th tier, he had improved by 2 full tiers. The power of the lightning tribulations grew stronger and stronger, but Chu Feng felt that this tribulation was nearing its end. In his dantian, a blood-red golden core floated quietly. Chu Feng wasn't entirely sure why this golden core had turned out this way. The originally gray golden core had gradually turned golden, then purple gold under the baptism of the lightning, and finally, perhaps due to the deepening color, it became a vibrant red. He didn't know what quality this red golden core represented. As Chu Feng pondered, he was also planning his escape route because he sensed several powerful presences in the sky. Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Soul Transformation, Void Return. These were cultivators several realms higher than him, and their auras were filled with obvious intent to seize. It was clear they wanted to capture him. Boom! Another lightning tribulation struck down. In the sky, Yuan Ba, the master of the Blood Blade sect, was already somewhat numb. He had completely believed his subordinate's words. Chu Feng had just endured 29 lightning tribulations. Because when he casually counted, the number of times Chu Feng was struck by lightning far exceeded 29. How many tribulations has this kid gone through? Yuan Ba asked casually. He wondered if he had violated some rule. Why did the lightning tribulations show no sign of stopping, and why were they growing stronger? Even as a Void Return Realm cultivator, he didn't dare to easily probe the aura of the tribulations. He didn't even dare to use his soul power to investigate. Could Chu Feng withstand such tribulations? Could he already be dead, tortured repeatedly by the lightning? But he couldn't confirm Chu Feng's exact condition. Master Yuan. Chu Feng has already endured 101 lightning tribulations so far, a subordinate reported. During this time, they had already gathered all the information. Chu Feng was just an ordinary cultivator who had recently joined the Qingyun sect, with no significant background. So, they could easily capture him and even plant a heart demon in him, making him a tool for the Blood Blade sect forever. Yuan Ba nodded, understanding his subordinate's implication. Chu Feng had to be taken away. The strongest cultivator in the Qingyun sect was only at the soul transformation realm, which couldn't change this fact. However, he was still somewhat shocked. Over 100 lightning tribulations. Did this kid have 10 top-tier talents? That was too outrageous. On the Tsanyan continent, there had only been 3 cultivators with 4 innate talents in history, yet this one person had over 10 talents. How could other martial artists even compete? Wait. Yuan Ba suddenly recalled an extremely rare talent. S-level talent gigantification. This talent can double the power of other talents, making the value of a top-tier talent equivalent to 2 or 3. If Chu Feng possesses the 4 life talent and combines it with the gigantification talent, it would be equivalent to having 1 S-level and 9 top-tier talents. Passing through 87 lightning tribulations would be a breeze. Moreover, Chu Feng's gigantification talent might have even been upgraded, making 100 lightning tribulations no big deal. Thinking of this, Yuan Ba's gaze turned sharp. He hadn't expected such a monstrous cultivator to exist. No matter how many talents he has, Yuan Ba must capture him. Of course, that is assuming Chu Feng doesn't get killed by such terrifying lightning tribulations. Only by surviving can he truly be considered a genius. Not far away, Qingyun Jinren, who was also floating in the air, silently observed Qingyun Peak, which had been devastated by the lightning tribulations. His emotions were complicated. He knew that with Chu Feng displaying such powerful talents, it was impossible for him to remain at Qingyun Peak. If only he had known how extraordinary Chu Feng was earlier. Sigh. Over 100 lightning tribulations, such a display of power given Qingyun Peak's weak strength, it was impossible to withstand the changing weather. Chu Feng would undoubtedly be taken away by other sections. There was no choice. Qingyun sect was simply too weak. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been reduced to having only one senior disciple left. As long as Zhou Xiaodao remained, that was enough. As for Chu Feng, Qingyun Jinren truly felt powerless. At this moment, Zhou Xiaodao, who was being kept close by Qingyun Jinren, although young, could roughly guess what was happening from the surrounding environment. Will I not be able to see Brother Chu Feng anymore in the future? Zhou Xiaodao couldn't help but ask. Qingyun Jinren did not answer, merely continuing to silently watch Qingyun Peak. Nearby, Ma Yan, who was more familiar with such matters, spoke up. You'll still have a chance to see him in the future. They'll take Chu Feng away and train him well. As long as you work hard in your cultivation, you'll definitely meet him again, Ma Yang said. Several of his junior brothers had been taken away in the same manner before. Other sects had better conditions, while Qingyun sect had always been subjected to various overt and covert suppression. As a result, most people had already left. Those who were unwilling to leave, especially those with outstanding talents, were forcibly taken away. However, even after leaving, their lives were generally not in danger. At that moment, the final lightning tribulation descended from the sky. Boom! Compared to the previous tribulations, this last one seemed to have only momentum but lacked apparent power. Only Chu Feng knew the truth. Heaven had truly done its best. This final lightning tribulation was enough to instantly kill any nascent soul cultivator. Unfortunately, the ancient divine demon thunder devouring technique was too heaven-defying. Most of the lightning not only failed to harm him but instead became his nourishment. If it had been something like heavenly fire, Chu Feng would have been doomed long ago. As he pondered, the moment the lightning tribulations dissipated, Chu Feng activated the spatial ring in his hand without hesitation and disappeared from this world in the blink of an eye. In the sky, Yuan Ba saw the lightning dissipate, and his aura surged dramatically. His cultivation at the void return stage instantly overwhelmed the scene. He stepped forward and appeared on Qingyun Peak in an instant. He wanted to take Chu Feng away, but upon stepping onto Qingyun Peak, Yuan Ba didn't even see a single hair of Chu Feng. Where was he? Could he have been blasted into ashes by the lightning tribulations? Yuan Ba's face was full of confusion. Over 100 lightning tribulations, leaving not even a shadow. This possibility was quite high. The interference and destructive aura of the lightning tribulations prevented him from probing Chu Feng's exact situation. Thus, he had no idea what had happened to Chu Feng. Judging by the scene, not even a shadow was visible. Where could Chu Feng have gone? A golden core cultivator, no matter how talented, couldn't possibly escape under the watchful eyes of a void return cultivator like him, right? Yuan Ba carefully searched the surroundings, even unleashing the formidable power of the void return realm to completely level Qingyun Peak, scaring everyone into silence. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find any trace of Chu Feng and had to leave with a wave of his hand. What a pity! If Chu Feng had survived, he would surely have achieved great things in the future. But geniuses are always tested, and the so-called heaven's injustice manifested in the form of over 100 lightning tribulations that struck him down. Yuan Ba could feel the power of the final lightning tribulation. It was absolutely at the peak of the nascent soul level, almost breaking through to the divine transformation stage. Chu Feng was merely a golden core cultivator. Disappearing under such tribulation wasn't unreasonable. In the sky, the Bloodblade sect cultivators remained silent. No matter how extraordinary a genius, it was truly a pity. Only the three from Qingyun, especially Qingyun Jinren, had faces full of bitterness. Watching their sect destroyed before their eyes, they couldn't utter a single word. Without strength, there is no voice. Zhou Xiaodao followed behind Qingyun Jinren, silently observing everything. Where is brother Chu Feng? She hadn't seen Chu Feng and felt a bit anxious. Qingyun Jinren wanted to say that Chu Feng had been reduced to ashes by the lightning tribulation but couldn't bring himself to say it. Ma Yang added, Chu Feng should have gone to another world. He casually used this comforting phrase for children. Zhou Xiaodao didn't believe him and knew Ma Yan was just brushing her off. However, she didn't continue to ask, as she had sensed Yuan Ba's unrestrained arrogance destroying other sects with ease. She also felt Qingyun Jinren's cautiousness. The sect was destroyed, yet he dared not speak up. At this moment, the young Zhou Xiaodao gained a clear understanding of power. Only by becoming strong can one protect everything. Senior brother Ma, teach me the profound sword later. Zhou Xiaodao clenched her small fists, her eyes filled with a longing for strength. Profound sword? Ma Yan was stunned. You haven't even started learning the yellow sword, and now you want to learn the profound sword? Moreover, the profound sword requires condensing sword energy with spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, it's impossible to learn. Zhou Xiaodao shook her head. I've already learned the yellow sword pretty well. I can move on to the next stage, the profound sword. Ma Yan was even more dumbfounded. How long has it been? Less than a day, and you've already mastered the yellow sword? That's impossible, even for someone with SSS level talent, which is only slightly better than Maya level talent. It can't be this fast. It took me years to practice the yellow sword. And you mastered it in a day? Is that even possible? Thinking this, Ma Yang took out a wooden sword from his storage ring and handed it to Zhou Xiaodao. Come, let me see your yellow sword. Zhou Xiaodao didn't hesitate, grabbing the sword and thrusting it fiercely at Ma Yang. Ma Yang reacted quickly, catching it effortlessly with his fingers, but his face was full of shock. The force and precision just now were enough to split a wooden log as thick as a thigh. She really mastered it? The gap between people is truly enormous. While he was still struggling to practice the yellow sword, she had merely glanced at the technique and mastered it. Perhaps Chu Feng's talent was only comparable to this. Don't forget, Zhou Xiaodao had SSS level talent. If talent levels weren't considered, Ma Yang even felt Zhou Xiaodao might be far superior to Chu Feng. Qingyun Jinren, standing nearby, also witnessed this scene.
However, he suppressed his inner shock. Only after the Bloodblade sect disciples had completely left did he lead the two down to the ruins of Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, Ma Yang noticed something suspicious. Wait a minute, Xiao Dao, if your talent is so strong, why didn't you learn the Qingyun technique yourself? The Qingyun technique, combined with the Qingyun sword technique, can unleash its maximum power. If Xiao Dao's talent was that good, she would have mastered it all by now. Zhou Xiaotao paused after hearing this. She was illiterate. It was Chu Feng who taught her. Now that Chu Feng was gone, thinking about it inevitably made her feel sad. However, she wanted to become stronger, so she explained, "It was Brother Chu Feng who taught me. I can't read." Besides, Brother Chu Feng learned the yellow sword just by looking at it once. Upon hearing this, Ma Yang's head buzzed. Learned it by just looking once? Can this even be believed? You geniuses, are all of you this abnormal? However, Chu Feng's talent was understandable after all, he had endured hundreds of lightning tribulations. Being this abnormal, Ma Yang didn't envy him at all. Really, not even a bit jealous. Nearby, Qingyun Jinren sighed. I was blind. But now that things had come to this point, there was no solution. Or perhaps, there might still be a way. Qingyun Jinren looked at the tortoise shell in Zhou Zhong's possession, wanting to try divination to see if he could trace Chu Feng's fortune. If he could trace it, it would mean Chu Feng was still alive. If not, regardless of the result, it would give him a definitive answer. Without hesitation, Qingyun Jinren activated his magic power, and Chu Feng's figure suddenly appeared on the tortoise shell. Immediately, continuous magic power poured into the shell. Crack! It seemed as though a great disaster was descending. Cracks suddenly appeared on the tortoise shell. The cracks rapidly expanded, and as they grew larger, a colossal image of a god demon emerged, covering the sky and the sun. The god demon was incredibly ferocious, exuding an awe-inspiring power. This god demon was estimated to be over 100 meters tall, with an extremely powerful fortune. The next moment, crack! The tortoise shell shattered on the spot, and the god demon disappeared along with it. It took a full quarter of an hour before Qingyun Jinren regained his composure, trembling all over. What kind of fortune beast was this? He couldn't analyze it at all. It was simply too powerful, too immense. Zhou Xiaodao's fortune beast was only 5 or 6 meters tall, while Chu Feng's fortune beast was hundreds of meters tall. This fortune was astonishing. A person with a fortune beast of 10 meters could already be called a child of fortune. With Chu Feng's fortune, calling him the king of fortune wouldn't be an exaggeration. Moreover, the fortune was still intact, indicating that Chu Feng was still alive, just hidden right under everyone's noses. It was highly likely that the power of the lightning tribulation was so strong that it tore open a spatial rift, causing Chu Feng to disappear. This also made it impossible for Void Return cultivators to track him. As Ma Yang said, Chu Feng had merely gone to another world. Truly worthy of being the king of fortune, even managing to escape like this. Qingyun Jinren was somewhat shaken. Although the precious tortoise shell was ruined, he didn't care at all. Xiao Tao, don't worry. Your brother Chu Feng has only gone to another world. Zhou Xiaodao, knowing that Chu Feng was still alive, gripped the wooden sword in her hand even tighter. I understand. Teach me how to cultivate quickly. If her strength wasn't enough, situations like today would surely happen again in the future. Therefore, she had to become stronger, at least stronger than the sect master. Blue Star, Dragon Country. Shenzhou University, early morning. When Chu Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his room. It was the place he had left. In other words, the next time he entered the dimensional secret realm, he would directly arrive at Qingyun sect? Chu Feng got dressed, thinking to himself, I need to remember this well. If someone blocks the spawn point, that would be troublesome. Then he checked the time. Although the time difference between the two worlds was slight, it wasn't significant. He had returned just in time to participate in the team competition. Before heading out, Chu Feng organized his abilities. He had just broken through to the Golden Core stage, and according to the Purple Sky Thunder control technique, this stage would grant him a powerful defensive spell, Purple Sky Divine Shield. The Purple Sky Divine Shield could block most damage, such as the previously powerful Great Thunder technique, which was completely ineffective against the shield. With this defense, cultivators could avoid direct attacks on their physical bodies, greatly reducing the risk of injury. Chu Feng activated the surging spiritual power within him. A standard purple sphere instantly appeared, enveloping Chu Feng. The sphere emitted a thunderous aura and looked extremely sturdy. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Chu Feng used his soul power to investigate and found it was teacher Wei Shuhan. With a slight movement of his soul power, the door opened. Wei Shuhan entered the room with Chu Feng's classmates. At first glance upon entering, Chu Feng's body was encased in a sphere that emitted a faint aura of destruction. Is this a new martial art? Wei Shuhan had originally come to call Chu Feng to the team competition, but her gaze couldn't move away from the purple sky divine shield surrounding him. She reached out her fair hand to touch the sphere and could feel its extraordinary sturdiness. Wang Xingyu and the others also gathered around, their faces filled with curiosity as they had never seen a martial art that could completely encase a person. It looks really powerful. Is its defensive power stronger than your Great Thunder technique? What is the name of this martial art? Chu Feng raised his hand, blue lightning gathering in his palm. He was preparing to test whether the purple sky divine shield could withstand the attack of the Great Thunder technique. This is called the purple sky divine shield. Step back a bit, I want to test which is stronger, it or the Great Thunder technique. Hearing this, Wang Xingyu and the others quickly retreated. After all, they were well aware of the power of the Great Thunder technique. Especially Vice Captain Wang Xingyu, whose transformed giant form was almost destroyed by the Great Thunder technique. If it had hit a vital spot, he might have been instantly defeated. Thus, he was the fastest to retreat. As a teacher and a 9th-level martial artist, Wei Shuhan positioned herself to protect the students. If the purple sky divine shield couldn't withstand the attack, she could rely on her own strength to block it. Once everyone had stepped back, the lightning in Chu Feng's hand grew even more intense. He could feel that the ancient god demon thunder devouring technique not only strengthened his physical body by devouring thunder but also enhanced the power of any thunder-based spell. However, the purple sky divine shield hadn't been enhanced by the thunder devouring technique, so this time the Great Thunder technique wouldn't receive any boost, ensuring fairness. With this thought, the lightning in Chu Feng's hand erupted. The Great Thunder technique fiercely struck the purple sky divine shield, triggering a violent reaction. Lightning scattered in all directions, and moments later, the dazzling intertwining of lightning made everyone's hearts race. Such a powerful attack would be unbearable if it hit them directly. Wei Shuhan was also tense. If Chu Feng's attack couldn't be blocked, it would reflect poorly on her as a teacher. Soon, the light dissipated. The power of the Great Thunder technique hadn't penetrated the shield at all. The purple sky divine shield remained intact. Wei Shuhan let out a sigh of relief and praised, "The defense is truly strong." With this shield, there was no need to worry about the team competition. As long as the opponents couldn't break through Chu Feng's defense, he was essentially invincible. Once the opponents were exhausted, he could step in to finish them off, securing victory in the team competition. This was Wei Shuhan's winning strategy. Chu Feng's performance in the ranking match was too dazzling, and he will definitely be targeted. When the time comes, he might be besieged and worn down, possibly to the point of exhaustion. But with such a strong shield, his chances of winning have greatly increased. Wang Xingyu looked at Chu Feng's powerful defense and felt envious. Strong attack power, strong defense. If they were to fight, he feared he wouldn't stand a chance. Perhaps his only advantage would be in strength. Chu Feng had already elevated his combat power by several levels. Inside the purple sky divine shield, Chu Feng extended his right hand and pressed it against the shield. To him, the strongest aspect was still his physical body. The lightning tribulation devoured by the ancient god demon thunder swallowing technique had rapidly enhanced his physical strength. Now, his power had reached an immeasurable level. Chu Feng applied slight force with his right hand, and the incredibly sturdy purple sky divine shield was effortlessly torn open like paper. Then the shield emitted a bang and shattered into pieces. Wang Xingyu was stunned. That shield was supposed to be strong enough to withstand the Great Thunder technique, yet Chu Feng had casually crushed it. Could it be that Chu Feng deliberately retracted the shield and was just pretending to have strong defense? Wei Shuhan quickly stepped forward to Chu Feng. She carefully examined him and couldn't help but pinch his arm, discovering that Chu Feng's muscles were even more solid than hers. And she was a genuine 9th-tier martial artist. Yet Chu Feng was only a 4th-tier martial artist. Wait! At this moment, due to the shattering of the purple sky divine shield and her close proximity to Chu Feng, Wei Shuhan discovered his true strength. 6th tier. When did Chu Feng advance to the 6th tier? Moreover, his aura was stable,
completely unlike someone who had just broken through. Instead, it seemed as though he had been refining his strength at the 6th tier for a long time, with a very solid foundation. Could it be that Chu Feng had been hiding his true cultivation level all along? This would also explain how he was able to easily defeat Ji Xian. After all, even if Ji Xian had temporarily broken through his realm, he was only at the 5th tier, still far from the 6th tier. But if that were the case, how did he manage to hide his strength during the ranking match? At that time, there were more than 10 9th-tier martial artists present, including Jiang Chen, the captain of the Sky Battle Regiment, a top-tier 9th-tier martial artist. It was impossible for Chu Feng to conceal his strength. If he hadn't hidden his strength, wouldn't that mean Chu Feng had broken through 2 realms in just 2 days? Wei Shuhan fell silent. This guy's talent was simply monstrous. Ji Xian had at most broken through from the 9th level of the 4th tier to the 9th level of the 5th tier in one go. But now, Chu Feng, if she wasn't mistaken, should already be at the 4th level of the 6th tier. In just one day, he had gone from the 1st level of the 4th tier straight to the 4th level of the 6th tier, completely leaving Ji Xian behind. Thinking carefully, combined with Chu Feng's past performance, such a breakthrough actually made sense? Behind Wei Shuhan, Wang Xingyu and the others, though slower to react, quickly sensed the unusual aura emanating from Chu Feng. Our captain seems to have broken through to the 6th tier? Even Teacher Wei is stunned. He must be a true 6th tier martial artist. If I remember correctly, Chu Feng was still a 4th tier martial artist 2 days ago, even just at the 1st level of the 4th tier, right? Geniuses can't be measured by common sense. Isn't Ji Xian from Shenzhou University also someone who instantly broke through from the 9th level of the 4th tier to the 9th level of the 5th tier? That makes sense. Chu Feng didn't feel anything special about it. His cultivation speed had always been fast, so he simply reminded them, the team match is about to start, right? Wei Shuhan finally realized that he had specifically brought Chu Feng to participate in the team competition. Glancing at the time, he waved and said, "Hurry up, don't be late." After speaking, he turned and walked away, with Chu Feng following closely behind. Only then did Wang Xingyu and the others react, quickly catching up. Shenzhou University, a spacious gymnasium. The original few arenas had been dismantled and replaced with a massive dimensional portal, connecting to another dimensional space. This team competition would take place in that dimensional space. Wei Shuhan led the group into the gymnasium while explaining the rules of the team competition. Inside the dimensional space, there was a Storm Demon Wolf King with a strength level as high as Tier 9. Whoever could defeat the Storm Demon Wolf King would win the team competition for their school. The competition required participants to first locate the Storm Demon Wolf King, then defeat the Tier 9 Wolf King, and finally guard against attacks from other competitors. For Baichao University, especially since Chu Feng had won the ranking competition and defeated the second-place Ji Xian with an absolute advantage, the Baichao team was bound to become the focus. Being besieged was not surprising. In past team competitions, Shenzhou University was always the one being besieged, but this time it was Baichao University's turn. Being besieged also indicated strong strength, as only powerful teams would be targeted. If you were too weak, no one would bother with you. Wei Shuhan instructed, once inside, you will be randomly placed somewhere. Try to spread out and find ways to hide yourselves. This was especially important for Wang Xingyu and the others. Chu Feng was strong enough that, before other schools formed alliances, almost no one would target him. But Wang Xingyu was different. As Chu Feng's teammate, he was likely to be targeted by opponents until he was eliminated. Listening to Wei Shuhan's explanation, Chu Feng pondered for a moment, realizing the threat was still significant. After all, a Tier 9 beast had been arranged. The talent gap between martial artists was enormous, and a moment of carelessness could lead to failure. It was better to play it safe. While thinking, Chu Feng followed Wei Shuhan into the gymnasium. Numerous teams were waiting there. On the judges' panel, Shenzhou University's principal, Xiang Jin, looked at the teams below with mixed emotions. Shenzhou University had hardly won any team competitions in recent years. Now that there was a chance to win, he didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Because of the upcoming challenge, sigh. It was all his fault for trying to save some money. If he had kept Chu Feng back then, things wouldn't be so troublesome now. Just as Xiang Jin was regretting, he suddenly saw Chu Feng entering the gymnasium. Chu Feng's aura wasn't particularly concealed, and Xiang Jin immediately recognized him. A Tier 6 Level 4 martial artist? Wait,
is this kid really a freshman? Why does he seem more like a senior?
Ji Xian was Shenzhou University's genius, reaching Tier 5 Level 9 after 4 years of training.
But Chu Feng, in less than a month, had already reached Tier 6 Level 4? That's too outrageous.
Beside him, Jiang Chen and Su Jiqiang also noticed Chu Feng's aura at the same time. It couldn't be helped, as the ranking competition champion, Chu Feng was hard to ignore. Baichai University's principal, Su Jiqiang, silently observed Chu Feng for a full quarter of an hour before slowly speaking. "He's just average, brought back with some dragon coins."
Didn't Shenzhou University recruit any talents like Chu Feng? Su Jiqiang knew very well how abnormal Chu Feng's talent was.
However, he also knew that Xiang Jin had given up on a talent like Chu Feng for tens of billions of dragon coins, so he couldn't help but feel a bit sour. Thus, he deliberately said this.
Hearing this, Xiang Jin couldn't help but clench his fists.
"Seriously, could you say something more reasonable?" Unfortunately, he couldn't refute it. The bitter fruit he had sown before could only be borne by himself now. Jiang Chen, the leader of the Sky Battle Regiment, stared at Chu Feng, his eyes full of excitement.
The more powerful opponents, the better.
Chu Feng already had the strength of the 9th tier before, and now he could probably rival top-tier 9th tier martial artists. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen was thrilled. Once Chu Feng broke through to the 9th tier, defeating or even killing those 10th tier fierce beasts would surely be a breeze. There were still quite a few 10th tier fierce beasts on Blue Star.
The strongest ones even reached the 12th tier.
Especially in the deep sea, there might be creatures even stronger than the 12th tier.
But that was still far away.
Currently, there were only 3 12th tier fierce beasts on land.
Once they were dealt with, Blue Star would no longer be threatened by fierce beasts.
And all this hope rested on Chu Feng. As a 9th tier martial artist, Jiang Chen could barely challenge a 10th tier fierce beast, but he was powerless against an 11th tier one. As for 12th tier fierce beasts, he didn't even dare to look at them.
The Dragon Nation was just a corner of Blue Star.
If they accidentally provoked a 12th tier fierce beast, or if one day a 12th tier fierce beast wandered into the Dragon Nation's territory, it would be a catastrophe for the Dragon Nation. This wasn't Jiang Chen trying to scare people. Many countries had been destroyed in this way. He had always felt the looming crisis. He couldn't allow anyone to mess around at his doorstep. Therefore, Chu Feng had to grow quickly, as fast and as strong as possible. In the stadium, as Chu Feng walked in, he immediately attracted the attention of many contestants. There was no helping it. Chu Feng's performance in the ranking matches was too dazzling, making him a priority target for elimination in the team matches. Coupled with his 6th tier martial artist aura, he instantly became the center of attention. In the stadium, many team coaches and strong students noticed Chu Feng's aura.
They looked over in surprise.
Is that a 6th tier martial artist? I knew he must have been hiding his strength, otherwise, how could he have defeated Ji Xian, a 5th tier 9th level, across tiers? When he easily defeated Ji Xian at the 4th tier, I was shocked. I thought Chu Feng was a genius among geniuses, but it turns out he was just relying on his higher level.
Doesn't seem so intimidating now.
A 4th tier 1st level defeating a 5th tier 9th level was indeed astonishing in terms of potential. But a 6th tier cultivation defeating a 5th tier martial artist, relying solely on the advantage of level, was quite normal. So, after seeing Chu Feng's strength, although many people knew they still couldn't beat him, the sense of powerlessness was significantly reduced. At least they had a rough idea of their opponent's level and wouldn't be completely clueless in a fight. Outside the stadium, the Shenzhou University team arrived late. Jiang Hao gradually came to terms with being crushed by Chu Feng yesterday.
Dan Lao kept comforting him.
There's nothing special about Chu Feng, he's just skilled in martial techniques and progresses quickly in cultivation. He's only at the 4th tier 1st level now, about the same as you. As long as you work hard and absorb a few more powerful lightning strikes, you'll definitely surpass him in level. By then, with a level advantage, no matter how strong Chu Feng's martial arts are, he won't be your match. Listening to Dan Lao's words, Jiang Hao seemed thoughtful. Indeed, Chu Feng, at the 4th tier 1st level, could defeat Ji Xian, a 5th tier 9th level, but could he defeat a 9th tier 9th level martial artist in the Golden Body realm? He himself could still improve his level by absorbing lightning and even enhance the grade of the lightning. For example, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder was equivalent to an S-level talent. If he had 2 of them, it would be like having 2 S-level talents. Moreover, after absorbing Divine Thunder, one's realm will soar significantly. His own third-tier 6th-level realm was achieved this way. With enough Divine Thunder, Jiang Hao's talent and power can be greatly enhanced, equivalent to 3 or 4 S-level talents of others. The realm can also rise rapidly, like a train speeding forward. With both talent and realm improving together, combat power will inevitably grow exponentially. It might be slow in the early stages, but later on, he will undoubtedly surpass Chu Feng completely. That's right. I must push harder. Chu Feng is nothing special. Jiang Hao secretly made up his mind. Seeing Jiang Hao's change in attitude, Elder Dan was very satisfied. Good, that's the spirit. Chu Feng's combat power is a mystery. Defeating him at this stage is very difficult. But in terms of realm, you absolutely have the chance to crush him. Jiang Hao clenched his right fist, full of confidence, his gaze firm. Losing now doesn't mean losing forever. Although Chu Feng is formidable now, can he maintain such rapid progress indefinitely? Perhaps Chu Feng will soon encounter a bottleneck. By then, it wouldn't be surprising if he stagnates at the 4th-tier martial realm for 3 or 4 years. And that would be Jiang Hao's opportunity to surpass him. In the team, Fang Yu, the leader, noticed the determination on Jiang Hao's face and felt gratified. What a great student! If it weren't for Chu Feng, with Jiang Hao's talent, he would undoubtedly surpass Ji Xian in the future. It's just unfortunate that the timing is off. Chu Feng is practically like a cheat code, with combat power exaggerated to the extreme. At 4th tier 1st level, he's already this strong. When he reaches the 9th tier, even the martial artists of the Dragon Nation might not be his match. No, judging by Chu Feng's current performance, once he breaks through to around the 6th tier, he might be able to contend with most 9th tier martial artists. After all, Ji Xian at 5th tier 9th level is no ordinary person. At this realm, Ji Xian can easily defeat 7th tier, or even 8th tier, ordinary martial artists. This means that at the 4th tier, Chu Feng's combat power is already approaching the 9th tier. His attack power is enough to threaten the lives of most 9th tier martial artists. So, as long as Chu Feng makes a slight breakthrough, challenging 9th tier martial artists head-on won't be difficult. Sigh. Thinking of this, Fang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Recalling a month ago, Chu Feng was still struggling to fight 2nd tier fierce beasts. Now, he's almost becoming one of the top martial artists in the Dragon Nation. Looking at the history of the Dragon Nation, there's never been a genius as monstrous as Chu Feng. Simply perfect. If only he were a student of Shenzhou University. Thinking about it, Fang Yu shook his head. It's all missed opportunities. It's too late to say anything now. In the team, Ji Xian was also reviewing yesterday's battle. He still felt lingering fear over Chu Feng's terrifying power but believed he wasn't without a chance. After watching the battle footage several times, Ji Xian discovered that Chu Feng's power seemed to be some kind of secret technique, capable of greatly enhancing strength in a short period, rather than maintaining such power consistently. Therefore, either defeat Chu Feng before he unleashes his power, or stall him and strike after his power fades. Another option is to face Chu Feng at his strongest and forcibly win. Ji Xian speculated that no matter how strong Chu Feng is, he couldn't possibly be more powerful than a 9th tier fierce beast, right? After all, he's a 4th tier martial artist, with limited strength. Unless he breaks through to the 5th tier or even 6th tier, his threat is limited. But breaking through in a short time, how difficult is that? From 4th tier 1st level, even reaching 4th tier 3rd level in 2 days would be considered fast. Many people take 3 or 4 years to reach the 4th tier. For Chu Feng to continue advancing, he can't do it without time to accumulate. While thinking, the group slowly entered the gymnasium. As the strongest university in Longhua, Shenzhou University should have drawn all the attention upon entering. However, this time, Baichao University shone even brighter. Or rather, Chu Feng was so formidable that he overshadowed all the universities, including the historically strongest Shenzhou University. Ji Xian and the others walked into the gymnasium and immediately noticed the crowd surrounding Baichao University, especially Chu Feng. Chu Feng knew he would definitely be targeted, so he didn't conceal his aura. The powerful aura of a 6th stage, 4th level practitioner continuously emanated from him, making it hard for anyone to look away. Within Shenzhou University, Jiang Hao's mind was immediately drawn to Chu Feng by the highest cultivation level elder, Dan Lao, who instantly noticed Chu Feng and realized he had broken through to the 6th stage. And not just the 6th stage, but the 4th level. Am I seeing things? Or did I not wake up properly this morning? Dan Lao was incredulous and quietly used his soul power at the Divine Soul Realm to probe Chu Feng's cultivation. The result was clear: Chu Feng had truly broken through. It wasn't he like Ji Xian, who suppressed his cultivation and then suddenly erupted. Chu Feng had advanced step by step through cultivation. Moreover, his entire being exuded a shocking divine and demonic aura, which was utterly terrifying. Chu Feng had advanced 2 levels in just 2 days. It was simply unreasonable. Just moments ago, they were saying Chu Feng was at the 4th stage, and Zhang Hao still had some hope. But in less than 2 days, he had broken through to the 6th stage, 1 stage per day? At Chu Feng's pace, Dan Lao believed he might become a 9th stage warrior in just 1 or 2 months. It was too outrageous. Zhang Hao was no match for him at all. Dan Lao sighed silently. He almost wanted to cover Zhang Hao's eyes to spare him from watching any further. It was too cruel. To be completely crushed in every aspect by someone from the same cohort, to the point of having no chance to fight back, was devastating. Chu Feng's 6th stage cultivation must have dealt a massive blow to Zhang Hao's fragile heart. In the Shenzhou battle team, the team leader, Fang Yu, also sensed Chu Feng's 6th stage aura. He stood there silently. A 6th stage Chu Feng likely had the combat power to rival all the 9th stage warriors present. Allowing a 9th stage warrior to participate in the 100 schools martial meet was a complete dimensional suppression. It was truly regretful. If only life had a reset button, Fang Yu would have loved to travel back in time and give the principal 2 slaps, making him realize just how incredible their specially recruited teacher was. Besides Fang Yu, the other team members also gradually noticed Chu Feng and Bai Chao's battle formation. Ji Xian was the quickest to react. He stared intently in Chu Feng's direction, utterly bewildered. 2 days? Chu Feng had grown this strong in just 2 days? Was that even possible? It took him a full quarter of an hour to gradually understand. So that's how it was. Ji Xian finally understood. Chu Feng, like him, had been suppressing his cultivation all along. When they fought yesterday, Chu Feng wasn't at the 4th stage at all, he was at the 6th stage. As a 5th stage, 9th level practitioner, losing to a 6th stage warrior wasn't shameful at all. There was no need to feel bad about being inferior to someone else. Suppressing one's cultivation had always been like this. Losing to a 6th stage warrior, I accepted wholeheartedly. Ji Xian let out a sigh of relief. As a top genius of Shenzhou University, he had always felt embarrassed when others challenged him across levels. It was a tactic he often used himself. Now that the roles were reversed and he was defeated by someone he thought was at the 4th stage, 1st level, he had been upset for an entire day and hadn't slept well. But now, knowing Chu Feng's true strength was at the 6th stage, he felt much more at ease. Losing to a 6th stage warrior? Fang Yu looked at Ji Xian in confusion. Ji Xian met Fang Yu's gaze, feeling a bit uneasy. Could it be that Chu Feng deliberately hid his cultivation? During the ranking match, could it be that he was already a 6th tier warrior? Ji Xian didn't believe it. If Chu Feng was only at the 4th tier during the ranking match, then breaking through 2 tiers to the 6th tier in less than 2 days, was that even possible? It was unimaginable. So, the answer was clear: Chu Feng had always been a 6th tier warrior, he just hadn't revealed it before. Now that the team competition was about to begin, Chu Feng had no choice but to show his true strength. First, to intimidate other teams. Second, to fight with full force without worrying about hiding his cultivation level. With a bit of speculation, the conclusion was obvious: Chu Feng was a 6th tier warrior who had been concealing his strength. Fang Yu fell silent after hearing this. As a 7th tier warrior, he had awakened his soul power and knew that Chu Feng had never hidden his strength. The key was that Chu Feng's aura was terrifying. It was like the descent of gods and demons, intimidating all directions and instilling fear. This horrifying aura was something Chu Feng didn't have before. In other words, after Chu Feng's breakthrough, his combat power was absolutely monstrous. Moreover, the principal and others couldn't see that Chu Feng was hiding his cultivation level. Chu Feng probably hasn't been hiding his strength. The current him is completely different from a few days ago, Fang Yu said frankly. When Ji Xian faces Chu Feng, he'll be able to see just how much Chu Feng has improved in these 2 days. Ji Xian listened, his brows furrowing even tighter. Breaking through 2 tiers in 2 days, was that possible? He didn't believe it. When the team competition starts, he must personally test Chu Feng. If Chu Feng is hiding his strength, his combat power won't be too strong, and Ji Xian is confident he can win. But if Chu Feng really broke through 2 tiers, his strength might undergo a qualitative change. After all, such a significant leap would inevitably lead to a substantial increase in combat power. At that point, Ji Xian might not even be able to withstand a single move from Chu Feng. This was what Ji Xian thought. He hoped it was the former that Chu Feng was hiding his strength because the martial talent to break through 1 tier a day was too terrifying. The truth would be revealed in a fight. The other team members also heard Ji Xian and Feng Yue's conversation. Yi Fengchen, who had previously lost miserably, originally wanted to regain his dignity during the team competition. Upon hearing that Chu Feng was a 6th-tier warrior, he fell silent. His desire for a one-on-one duel vanished completely. Chu Feng was so strong that it would be more reasonable to gather several people to gang up on him, right? Yi Fengchen's earth-scorching fire had extremely high output and was specifically effective against carbon-based lifeforms. As long as Chu Feng was still human, Yi Fengchen was confident he could severely injure him. At this moment, Yi Fengchen no longer had the courage to challenge Chu Feng one-on-one, but he was confident in defeating him. At the back of the team, Jiang Hao was most concerned about Chu Feng. He had overheard Feng Yu and Ji Xian's conversation. Learning that Chu Feng was now a 6th-tier warrior, his mood became exceptionally heavy. He couldn't help but ask himself internally, Dan Lao, do I still have a chance to surpass him? Dan Lao was silent for a moment before finally speaking slowly, there is still a chance, but it's slim. If Jiang Hao was lucky enough to find 5 or 6 S-grade Divine Thunders at once and absorb them all, relying on the power and cultivation brought by the Divine Thunders, catching up to Chu Feng should still be easy. After all, Chu Feng's cultivation speed was too fast. It wouldn't be surprising if, by the time Jiang Hao had just recovered the Divine Thunders, Chu Feng had already broken through to the 9th tier. The gap was simply incomparable. So, are you saying Chu Feng really just broke through to the 6th tier? Or did he reach it in the past 2 days? Jiang Hao asked unwillingly. When Chu Feng was at the 4th tier, Jiang Hao was already completely outmatched. If it weren't for Dan Lao's help, he wouldn't even have had the qualification to face Chu Feng. Now Chu Feng is at the 6th stage. Even with Dan Lao's help, Jiang Hao probably wouldn't be able to win. Yes. Dan Lao looked at Chu Feng's powerful aura and was almost certain that even if 10 Jiang Haos joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Chu Feng with just one hand. Jiang Hao fell silent. He had previously thought of relying on his cultivation to overpower Chu Feng. Now it seemed that with martial arts alone, he could never surpass Chu Feng. Unless he accidentally entered some secret realm and obtained top-tier inheritance, only then would he have a chance to fight Chu Feng. But is that possible? Does he have such luck? Jiang Hao looked at Chu Feng and felt as if he were facing a mountain that kept growing taller. If he wasn't careful, the mountain would grow so high that he couldn't see the top, leaving him feeling utterly hopeless. Dan Lao, I should focus on cultivating and help you rebuild your physical body as soon as possible. As for Chu Feng, Jiang Hao admitted that even with Dan Lao's help, he still couldn't compare to Chu Feng. At Baichao University, Chu Feng was listening to the tactics arranged by Wei Shuhan. It was actually very simple: rely on speed, quickly locate the Storm Demon Wolf King, strike it down in one blow, and complete the mission. Do not delay. Dragging it out would only be disadvantageous for Chu Feng. Once his stamina was exhausted, the result would be immediate elimination. Chu Feng was well aware that although he was confident in his combat abilities, there was no need to clash with other teams. Their ultimate goal was the Storm Demon Wolf King. Kill it, and they would win. No matter how many people the other teams defeated, they couldn't win the competition. At that moment, the broadcast echoed throughout the venue. The team competition is about to begin. All contestants, please prepare and enter the dimensional space in an orderly manner. Inside the sports field of Shenzhou University, the central grassland was crowded with people, and a massive dimensional portal stood tall in the middle. As soon as the broadcast sounded, Chu Feng prepared to enter and secure victory in this team competition. According to the best-of-3 rule, winning this match would determine the champion of the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. He could also claim the 3 major rewards. However, the 9th stage Storm Demon Wolf King would be difficult to deal with, and he estimated that other teams would target him. Winning wouldn't be easy. Fortunately, Chu Feng had previously purchased an SSS-level talent during a system special offer, the Beastmaster Divine Art. Beastmaster Divine Art SSS level allows you to control fierce beasts you have defeated and grants a beast space to store the beasts you can control.
If he could defeat the Storm Demon Wolf King, he could make this fierce beast his guardian. In future battles, he would have a ninth stage helper. Even if it served as a meat shield, it would greatly enhance his combat power. As he pondered, Chu Feng walked to the portal. A staff member handed him a teleportation wristband. This wristband could help contestants quickly leave the dimensional secret realm in moments of danger, serving as a life-saving tool. Everyone had one. Chu Feng took the wristband and entered the dimensional secret realm with his teammates. The familiar sensation of spatial distortion struck. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a forest, with towering trees reaching the sky. Beside him were Wang Xingyu and the other teammates. Chu Feng grabbed a tree trunk and effortlessly leaped to the treetop, scanning the surroundings. To the south of the forest, there was a massive storm. The storm swept across the land, uprooting trees and grinding them into wood chunks or even sawdust. From a distance, the forces of heaven and earth seemed to converge there like a funnel. That must be where the Storm Demon Wolf King was. Its aura was overwhelming. Chu Feng gazed into the distance. Even across the vast forest, he could feel the storm's oppressive force, as if it wanted to devour everything. At this moment, Chu Feng's soul power detected that someone nearby was quietly approaching him, seemingly setting up an ambush. After breaking through to the Golden Core stage, Chu Feng's soul power had significantly strengthened. Within a radius of 3 kilometers, his soul power was omnipresent, and almost no figure could escape his perception. Chu Feng returned to the ground and called Wang Xingyu over, saying, "You all hide first. I'll go directly to find the Storm Demon Wolf King." The 9th rank ferocious beast arranged for the competition was not meant to be fought alone but required a group effort. However, Chu Feng was now a Golden Core stage cultivator and had condensed a red Golden Core even more powerful than a purple Golden Core. Facing a 9th rank ferocious beast, which was equivalent to the late Golden Core stage in strength, he was still confident. With this thought, Chu Feng transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly flying across the forest canopy, covering hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. The team on the ground, attempting to ambush him, was left dumbfounded. "Wow, he's way too fast. Did he just brush past me? Being ranked number 1 is no joke. He's running so fast, how are we supposed to catch him?" Don't panic. Chu Feng is definitely heading to kill the Storm Demon Wolf King. We just need to block him nearby. Outside the secret realm in the stadium, several massive screens were suspended above the dimensional secret realm, broadcasting the battles within. After a brief adjustment, most of the footage was transmitted, but the scene of the Storm Demon Wolf King's location remained unavailable. Moments later, the equipment was finally debugged successfully. The crowd saw that a massive storm had formed where the Demon Wolf King was. The storm had uprooted the surrounding forest, and even a nearby small mountain had been flattened. In the judges' panel, Jiang Chen, the captain of the Sky Battle Group who frequently entered the secret realm, immediately sensed something was wrong upon seeing the storm. The storm's power was far too abnormal. Moreover, no other ferocious beasts were visible nearby. Logically, the Storm Demon Wolf King shouldn't have attacked. Wait. Jiang Chen suddenly realized something. This wasn't the Storm Demon Wolf King attacking, it was breaking through. Such a phenomenon would occur during a breakthrough. Originally a 9th rank Storm Demon Wolf King, wouldn't it become a 10th rank beast after breaking through? He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Emergency situation, the competition is suspended." The difference between a 9th rank and a 10th rank ferocious beast was immense. If the beast broke through to the 10th rank, a single one could rival 10 9th rank beasts, with terrifying combat power. The key issue was that the strongest warrior on site was only at the 9th rank, and no one could easily suppress a 10th rank beast. Even if Jiang Chen himself stepped in, he would have to be extremely cautious when facing a 10th rank beast and could, at best, force it to retreat. This competition simply couldn't continue. A 9th rank ferocious beast was already difficult to deal with, and even the entire team from Baichao University might not be able to win. If the Storm Demon Wolf King broke through to the 10th rank, the students would have no way to handle it. They would be walking to their deaths, and even retreating would be nearly impossible. Jiang Chen's voice echoed throughout the venue, and the principals beside him quickly reacted, immediately arranging for staff to handle the situation. Inside the secret realm, Chu Feng had just arrived at the edge of the storm created by the Storm Demon Wolf King. The air suddenly solidified, instantly forming a cage that trapped Chu Feng. The team from Shenzhou University quickly appeared, led by Ji Xian.
A group of people surrounded Chu Feng, and soon more teams arrived, completely cutting off Chu Feng's escape route. Chu Feng stood within the air cage, looking at the dense crowd around him and gazing at Ji Xian, who was floating in mid-air. He knew this battle was inevitable. Without wasting words, lightning flickered around him, and terrifying thunder slowly began to gather. At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice echoed across the scene. "Students, due to an emergency, the competition is paused. Everyone, activate your teleportation wristbands immediately and exit the secret realm. The situation is urgent, leave now." Hearing this, Chu Feng didn't say much. Since it was an emergency, leaving was the only option. In the sky, Ji Xian looked somewhat helpless. He had finally cornered Chu Feng, but now the competition was being paused. He felt deeply unwilling. With Chu Feng's speed, he would definitely be on guard next time. Catching him again wouldn't be so easy. Nearby, substitute team member Jiang Hao was also in the group. Dan Lao's voice kept urging him in his mind to leave, as the aura of the Storm Demon Wolf King, after breaking through to the 10th tier, was extremely terrifying, even causing Dan Lao's soul to tremble. He had no confidence in being able to protect Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao, lacking soul power, couldn't sense the terror of the Storm Demon Wolf King and didn't feel any danger. A 9th tier beast wasn't something he thought was unbeatable. Besides, he still wanted to see how strong Chu Feng really was, so he kept following the group, unwilling to leave. At this moment, just as everyone was preparing to leave, the storm around the Storm Demon Wolf King suddenly intensified. Strangely, the strong winds did not attack them. Instead, the wind wall became an insurmountable barrier, directly passing through the crowd and simultaneously enclosing everyone inside. The next moment, someone shouted in panic, "The wristbands aren't working, we can't teleport." Many in the group also noticed the malfunction of the teleportation wristbands. It was clear that the wind wall had caused the problem. The Storm Demon Wolf King had made its move. It wanted to hunt them. Some tried to escape, but after the wind wall passed through the crowd, it solidified into a real wall, blocking all escape routes. Now, they had no way out. At this moment, Ji Xian quickly reacted. He turned to look back, and the massive beast, as large as a mountain, slowly stood up. It was at least over 30 meters tall, with jet black fur, powerful limbs, and sharp eyes exuding a chilling aura. Most notably, the Storm Demon Wolf King floated in the air, surrounded by a cyan storm, looking extraordinarily formidable. However, Ji Xian remained unfazed. He couldn't use soul power to detect the true strength of the Wolf King and assumed it was just a 9th tier beast. Moreover, it was a beast set up for the competition. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't be unbeatable. Surely, they could defeat it. Everyone, stay calm. A 9th tier beast. Given our numbers, we absolutely have a chance to take it down. Hearing Ji Xian's words, the group gradually calmed down. Indeed, with so many people, how could they possibly lose to the Storm Demon Wolf King? If they kept attacking, they could wear it down. Don't be intimidated by a 9th tier beast. It's only slightly stronger than a 7th tier one. Exactly, I've heard the gap between the 7th and 9th tiers isn't that big. Unless the Wolf King breaks through to the 10th tier, there's nothing to fear. If the Wolf King were 10th tier, there would definitely be an emergency notice. I didn't hear one, so it must be 9th tier. We can win if we try harder. Didn't I hear a retreat notice earlier? They didn't say it was 10th tier. It might be about something else. Yeah. And since the teleportation devices are broken, we can't run anyway. We have no choice but to fight. At this moment, Chu Feng also felt the powerful aura released by the Storm Demon Wolf King, causing his very soul to tremble. However, his heart was still filled with the exhilarating battle intent brought by the ancient god and demon thunder devouring technique. Back when he formed his core, the tribulation lightning he withstood was probably equivalent to the nascent soul stage, right? Although the thunder devouring technique countered the tribulation lightning, it also proved how abnormally strong his physique was. Even if a 12th tier ferocious beast appeared, Chu Feng wouldn't be afraid, let alone this 9th tier one. Since this was Chu Feng's first time sensing the aura of a high tier ferocious beast, he couldn't accurately determine whether it was 9th tier or 10th tier. But thinking it through, it was unlikely for the competition to release a 10th tier ferocious beast. A 10th tier beast would be unbeatable, not just for the students but even for the judges. Therefore, Chu Feng only felt that this 9th tier beast had an unusually strong presence but didn't suspect it to be 10th tier. Moreover, the announcement earlier stated that the competition was paused,
and the Storm Demon Wolf King wouldn't count towards the score. No one could retreat now. The task at hand was to unite and take down this Demon Wolf King. Everyone, be careful. This Wolf King is very strong, Chu Feng warned. Ji Xian, hearing this, not only remained calm but even retorted, "That's normal. After all, it's a 9th tier ferocious beast. Chu Feng, you're just a 6th tier warrior, so it's normal to be intimidated by its aura. Don't worry, everyone. I'll take the lead and go all out." Ji Xian shouted, rallying the group. Everyone cheered in response. With someone leading the charge, they could stay back and attack from a distance, which was undoubtedly easier. Except for Chu Feng, even Elder Dan secretly muttered to himself, "My divine soul's spiritual power is trembling. That Demon Wolf King definitely has the strength of a 10th tier, and it's extremely powerful." Ferocious beasts come in different types. Some are naturally docile, and even at the 9th tier, they pose less threat than certain 7th tier beasts. But this Demon Wolf King was of the ferocious type, a 9th tier beast as troublesome as a 10th tier one. Even at Elder Dan's peak, he might not have been its match, let alone now when he was just a soul. The current situation was extremely dangerous. At this moment, Ji Xian had already condensed his air armor. This time, his air armor was nearly 10 times thicker than when he fought Chu Feng last time. He unleashed his ultimate move right at the start. Last time, he hadn't reacted in time and was defeated by Chu Feng along with his armor. This time, Ji Xian had learned his lesson and decided to go all out. After all, this was a 9th tier ferocious beast, and any carelessness could cost him his life. Everyone, seize the opportunity to attack. I'll handle the frontal assault. With that, Ji Xian charged directly at the Demon Wolf King's head. His eyes were filled with confidence. The gap between a 9th tier ferocious beast and a 9th tier warrior wasn't that significant. His armor had previously withstood a full force attack from a 9th tier warrior. Although part of the armor had shattered, he himself was unharmed. The key was that his armor was created by compressing space. As long as he wasn't injured, the air could be compressed infinitely, and the armor could repair itself at any time. So now, facing a 9th tier ferocious beast, Ji Xian was still full of confidence. He took the initiative to charge forward and engage the beast. The reason was simple: confidence. Behind him, the entire team was ready to unleash their martial techniques. Multicolored lights shimmered, and once Ji Xian successfully attracted the Storm Demon Wolf King's attention, it would face the most ferocious attack. Shenzhou University's Yi Fengchen followed closely behind. Flames burned in his hands, eager to strike. As for Chu Feng, the air cage that had restrained him had already disappeared, but he didn't act immediately. He wanted to first observe the strength of this ferocious beast. In case it had some powerful hidden cards, he decided to let Ji Xian test it first. As Ji Xian charged toward the Storm Demon Wolf King, the Wolf King frowned slightly, quickly raised its paw, and struck down fiercely. Like swatting a badminton shuttlecock, it sent Ji Xian flying with one blow. The current Storm Demon Wolf King only wanted to leave this world. If these humans got in its way, it wouldn't mind spending time wiping them all out. Seeing Ji Xian being sent flying, the crowd's spells instantly dissipated by more than half, switching to defensive martial arts instead. This beast is quite powerful. Even Ji Xian, at the 5th tier and 9th level, couldn't withstand a single blow. Yeah. But it doesn't seem to have a strong desire to attack. Should we observe for now? I think that makes sense. Is Ji Xian okay? At this moment, Ji Xian slowly climbed up from the ground, his clothes tattered but his fighting spirit still high. He had been careless earlier and failed to dodge. This time, he was determined to make the Storm Demon Wolf King suffer. S-level talent, Heavy Xian. The powerful gravity of Heavy Xian suddenly pressed down on the Storm Demon Wolf King, forcing it to the ground with immense force. The 30-meter-tall Wolf King, as large as a small building, struggled a few times on the ground before barely managing to stand up. When the gravity was applied, the Wolf King's gaze suddenly because once the 10th tier Storm Demon Wolf King launches an attack, several 9th tier warriors are likely to die. Without certainty, there is no need to risk entering. If they retreat first and others go in to rescue, wouldn't that be sending them to their deaths in vain? At this moment, the headcount was completed. Xiang Jin, the principal of Shenzhou University, looked grim. All the students from his school were inside, and they were the top students of Long Nation, each with the potential to become 9th tier warriors. They must be saved.
Thinking of this, Xiang Jin prepared to rush in to rescue them, but Jiang Chen stopped him. Jiang Chen looked at him and explained, "How will you save them? Can you bring them back alone? If 5 or 6 ninth-tier warriors are sacrificed, is it worth it?" This was a very realistic question. Although they were talented, other universities in Long Nation also had even more outstanding geniuses. Moreover, Ji Xian and the others might already have fallen under the Wolf's claws. Rushing in recklessly would only lead to death. Unless Ji Xian's talent could rival Chu Feng's. Or if Chu Feng was inside, then it would be worth the risk to save him. Chu Feng's talent was extremely important to the entire human race. He carried the hope of humanity breaking through to the 10th tier. No matter what, as long as there was a chance, Chu Feng must be saved. Where is Chu Feng? Jiang Chen finally realized and looked around for his figure. Nearby, Su Jiqiang from Baichao University approached. He discovered that his school was missing an important student, Chu Feng. Chu Feng was still inside. He was the most proud genius of their school in years and must be rescued, no matter what. Su Jiqiang was about to speak when Xiang Jin interrupted. "What if they're still alive? Are we just going to watch them die?" Xiang Jin was unwilling. Who would want their students to sacrifice themselves in vain? Besides, although the 10th tier Storm Demon Wolf King was formidable, it was ultimately just one beast. If everyone worked together, couldn't they defeat it? "Let me think about it," Jiang Chen replied perfunctorily, his attention entirely on finding Chu Feng. Su Jiqiang saw an opportunity and quickly said, "Chu Feng hasn't been found. He is likely still inside." His voice wasn't loud, but to Jiang Chen, it sounded like a thunderclap. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Let us go, follow me to save him." Before the words even finished, Jiang Chen's figure flashed and rushed into the dimensional portal without a second thought. He knew that every second of delay increased the danger for Chu Feng. The situation was extremely urgent. Jiang Chen disappeared in an instant, leaving Xiang Jin standing there in shock. What happened to thinking it over? At the mention of Chu Feng, he just vanished? Was Chu Feng's life important, but his own students' lives weren't? Xiang Jin felt upset but had no choice. Jiang Chen was the strongest, with the power to fight a 10th tier beast. Only with him did they have a chance to win. Without Jiang Chen's restraint, even if all the other 9th tier warriors combined their efforts, they would be like scattered sand. Xiang Jin was well aware of Chu Feng's talent. He admitted that Chu Feng must be saved, but Jiang Chen's actions were hard for him to accept. Beside him, Su Jiqiang patted Xiang Jin's shoulder to comfort him. "Don't overthink it. Quickly gather people. Even for Commander Jiang, dealing with the 10th tier Storm Demon Wolf King alone is difficult." After speaking, he used his position as the principal of Baichao University to quickly gather reinforcements. Soon, more than 20 9th tier warriors entered the dimensional secret realm together. Inside the secret realm, as Jiang Chen entered, he immediately saw the Storm Wolf King unleash its ultimate skill, Arcane Energy Storm. This move could summon a fierce storm, destroying everything in its path. Jiang Chen watched as Ji Xian, who was at the forefront, was struck by the storm. His battle armor shattered instantly, leaving him defenseless, and his body began to disintegrate. Clearly, Ji Xian had rushed too far ahead and was targeted by the Storm Wolf King. Jiang Chen quickly concluded, "No saving him. Just wait for death." He couldn't make it in time, and Ji Xian had no means of resistance. Faced with a power far beyond his own, there was nothing to do but await death. Jiang Chen didn't spare Ji Xian another glance and instead continued searching for Chu Feng. "Find Chu Feng and retreat immediately." Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the scene, seeing many warriors battered and bruised under the onslaught of the arcane storm. They could barely hold on with their martial techniques, but they wouldn't last long. The situation was dire. He estimated they would end up like trees in the storm, torn to shreds and turned into a rain of blood, dying in this otherworldly realm. Sigh. Jiang Chen felt powerless. He could only watch helplessly, unable to change anything. This was entirely the fault of the competition organizers, and he would definitely hold them accountable upon returning. At this moment, Xiang Jin and the others arrived at Jiang Chen's side. Xiang Jin's eyes immediately locked onto Ji Xian, who was suspended in mid-air. At this moment, Ji Xian's entire body was soaked in blood, resembling a lifeless soul drifting in the arcane storm. Blood continuously peeled off his body. As the blood loss increased, the flesh on his skin was also torn away, disintegrating into powder within the storm. It was clear he didn't have long to live. Xiang Jin urgently said, "Quick, save our Ji Xian. He is not going to make it." Unfortunately, almost no one around moved. The distance was too great, and there simply wasn't enough time. Moreover, the risk was immense. Facing a Tier 10 beast, there was no guarantee of success, and it could very well cost one's life. Rushing to save Ji Xian now was undoubtedly a terrible choice. Ji Xian was almost certainly doomed. Xiang Jin understood the situation. Recklessly rushing in to save him would surely be met with desperate opposition from the elders. The key issue was that the chances of saving him were extremely slim. Abandoning him to save other surviving students was the wisest choice. Unless someone near Ji Xian could hold off the Storm Wolf King or had a powerful defensive martial art to shield him from the ongoing arcane storm, Ji Xian had no chance of survival. But was there anyone who could take on the Storm Wolf King? Even Jiang Chen, who had experience fighting Tier 10 beasts, wasn't more than 30% confident. Who else could save Ji Xian? Chu Feng? Don't be ridiculous. He was at most a Tier 6 warrior. Against the attacks of a Tier 10 beast, he wouldn't stand a chance. Moreover, Chu Feng had never used defensive martial arts before. He couldn't possibly help. At this moment, Chu Feng himself might not even be confident in keeping his own life intact, right? Xiang Jin understood this clearly. He was the first to charge toward the Storm Wolf King, gambling for a sliver of hope. Within the arcane storm, Jiang Hao and the others were struggling desperately to resist. Forget moving, it was already fortunate they hadn't been torn to shreds by the storm. Among them, Chu Feng had initially prepared to charge at the Storm Wolf King the moment it launched its attack. However, seeing the warriors around him struggling to hold on, he hesitated. If he rushed in and failed to quickly defeat the Storm Wolf King, wouldn't these people all be torn to pieces by the arcane storm? Although Chu Feng didn't know them, he understood that they were all from the Dragon Nation, having grown up on the same land. So, Chu Feng wanted to see if he could save them. Zzz, purple lightning leaped across Chu Feng's body. The red golden core in his dantian pulsed like a heart, releasing wave after wave of pure spiritual energy. The energy spread throughout his limbs and bones, providing Chu Feng with boundless strength. Chu Feng raised his hand, and a powerful force of lightning spread from his palm. Purple Heaven Divine Shield. Buzz. With a faint hum, everyone felt as if the surroundings had frozen. The wind stopped. The terrifying storm of demonic energy vanished in an instant, blocked by a powerful barrier. In the sky, Ji Xian, who was under attack by the storm demon Wolf King, felt the change most acutely. He immediately felt much lighter, as if someone had lifted the heavy burden off his shoulders, granting him freedom once more. Was it the principal? A 9th-tier warrior was indeed extraordinary, capable of directly withstanding the storm demon Wolf King's attack. Other than a 9th-tier warrior, who else could achieve this? As for a 10th-tier warrior, that was out of the question. This world's highest level was the 9th tier. But even at the 9th tier, one could forcibly resist the attack of a 10th-tier beast. Perhaps only the leader of the Sky Battle Regiment could accomplish such a feat. Ji Xian felt a surge of relief, grateful to have survived, though the excessive blood loss left him dizzy.
He slowly descended to the ground, searching for the benefactor who had saved him. Looking around, he saw no sign of a ninth-tier warrior, only Chu Feng floating alone in mid-air. Explosive lightning continuously surged from Chu Feng's body, as if supporting the entire sky. A thought flashed through Ji Xian's mind. It was Chu Feng. He had blocked the Storm Demon Wolf King storm of demonic energy. But immediately, Ji Xian dismissed the idea. Impossible. Chu Feng was only at the 6th tier. How could he possibly withstand the attack of a 10th tier beast? Ji Xian himself was at the peak of the 5th tier, and even his fully concentrated air armor hadn't made the slightest impact against the Storm Demon Wolf King. Each tier was like a chasm separating warriors, let alone the 10th tier Wolf King. No matter how powerful Chu Feng was, it was inconceivable for him to single-handedly resist the Storm Demon Wolf King's storm of demonic energy. Ji Xian turned to look behind Chu Feng. Outside the Purple Heaven Divine Shield, several 9th tier warriors were rushing over, including Jiang Chen, whom he recognized, and Principal Xiang Jin. Seeing these familiar faces, Ji Xian became even more convinced of his assumption. It had to be them. These senior warriors had intervened, ensuring the safety of everyone. Only they could deploy a defense strong enough to withstand the Storm Demon Wolf King's attack. He resolved to properly thank them for saving his life later. As Ji Xian was lost in thought, outside the Purple Heaven Divine Shield, Jiang Chen and the others witnessed Chu Feng releasing the entire shield, isolating everyone from the storm of demonic energy. Xiang Jin, who was at the forefront, froze in shock. He knew Chu Feng was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. The defensive martial technique Chu Feng unleashed was actually capable of withstanding the attack of the 10th tier Storm Demon Wolf King. Unbelievable. Everyone knew that the storm of demonic energy was a move that even 9th tier warriors might not endure. And even if they could, it was impossible to protect others. Yet Chu Feng's martial skill not only easily blocked the storm but also formed a massive barrier that shielded everyone. The strength and scope of this defense were truly unimaginable. No wonder Jiang Chen had rushed in to rescue him the moment he heard Chu Feng was missing. A genius warrior like this was undoubtedly the hope for Long Nation's rise. Among the 9th tier warriors, Jiang Chen, seeing Chu Feng capable of countering a 10th tier attack, couldn't help but applaud in admiration. Only at the 6th tier, he could withstand a 10th tier attack. When he reaches the 9th tier, defeating a 12th tier ferocious beast would definitely not be a dream. Coming here was the right decision. For Chu Feng, even if the Dragon Nation had to pay a small price, it would be worth it. Just as everyone was marveling, the Storm Demon Wolf King, seeing its attack blocked, let out a furious roar, its aura surging as it prepared for an even stronger attack. Xiang Jin and the others also entered Chu Feng's Purple Heaven Divine Shield and regrouped with everyone. Xiang Jin immediately found Ji Xian to check his injuries. Ji Xian gratefully said, "Was it Captain Jiang? His barrier is incredible. It easily blocked the Storm Demon Wolf King's attack." Ji Xian asked, as the strongest combatant on the scene was Jiang Chen, who had a record of directly confronting a 10th tier ferocious beast. If it wasn't him, who else could have stopped the Storm Demon Wolf King? Chu Feng? A 6th tier warrior? Ji Xian admitted that Chu Feng's talent was exceptional but couldn't believe he could achieve such an extraordinary feat. If it really was him, then he would admit defeat on the spot and withdraw from the team competition. Xiang Jin explained, "It was Chu Feng. If it weren't for him, you all would be dead." He had personally witnessed Chu Feng release the shield and block the Storm Demon Wolf King's attack. There was no time for rescue at that moment. If Chu Feng hadn't acted, most of the people on the scene would have been torn to shreds by the magic storm. Ji Xian listened, incredulously looking up at the sky. In the sky, Chu Feng stood alone, his entire body radiating a violent thunderous aura, as if he were single-handedly challenging the 10th tier Storm Demon Wolf King. The barrier was impenetrable, and the storm couldn't seep through at all. If it really was Chu Feng who acted, then how vast was the gap between him and Chu Feng? With a defense capable of withstanding a 10th tier ferocious beast's attack, was there even a point in continuing the team competition? Jiang Chen, seeing the terrifying power gathering on the Storm Demon Wolf King through the barrier, knew that a fierce attack was imminent. He shouted loudly, "Everyone retreat quickly! This 10th tier ferocious beast is preparing a fatal strike. If you don't retreat, everyone will be dragged down. Low-tier warriors staying here would only be a burden. Even 9th-tier warriors might be powerless to fight back." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone retreated without hesitation. During the earlier clash,
they had clearly felt that they posed no threat to the Storm Demon Wolf King. Jiang Hao ran the fastest, understanding that even Dan Lao might not be able to withstand the Storm Demon Wolf King, let alone himself. With Dan Lao present and after the brief confrontation earlier, he was acutely aware of the Storm Demon Wolf King's overwhelming power. Ji Xian, Yi Fengxian, and the others were nothing more than cannon fodder in front of the Storm Demon Wolf King, completely incomparable. Of course, Chu Feng was an exception. That kid, who knows what he grew up eating, now had strength that could absolutely rival the 9th-tier warriors of the Dragon Nation. In Jiang Hao's mind, Dan Lao's soul silently watched Chu Feng, who was holding up the heavens and earth. He had personally witnessed Chu Feng's growth step by step. From the 2nd tier to now being able to contend with the 10th tier, his growth speed and combat power were astonishing. Even at Dan Lao's peak, he might not have been a match for Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng was only at the 6th tier in cultivation, his speed, attack, and defense had all reached the level of the 9th or even 10th tier. There was no comparison. At that moment, the previously quiet purple heaven divine shield was suddenly broken by the sound of howling wind. The Storm Demon Wolf King had disappeared, replaced by a cyan tornado that shot straight into the sky, violently crashing into the purple heaven divine shield. The shield emitted a heart-stopping cracking sound, as if it were about to give way. In the sky, Chu Feng was currently enveloped in purple lightning, with the golden core in his dantian operating at full capacity, releasing immense power. However, facing the continuous onslaught of the tornado created by the Storm Demon Wolf King, Chu Feng appeared somewhat strained. This 10th-tier ferocious beast had strength equivalent to a nascent soul stage cultivator, while Chu Feng was still a weakling at the golden core stage. Moreover, the range of the purple heaven divine shield was too large, making its defense slightly inadequate. Chu Feng was desperately holding on. At this moment, Jiang Chen and several 9th-tier martial artists arrived at Chu Feng's side. What kind of martial art is this? It can actually withstand the attack of a 10th-tier ferocious beast? Purple Heaven Divine Shield, Chu Feng replied. At this point, the Purple Heaven Divine Shield was already on the verge of shattering, but to ensure the safe retreat of the injured and immobile martial artists, Chu Feng gritted his teeth and persisted. Jiang Chen patted Chu Feng on the shoulder and praised, "Not bad. If I get the chance, I must learn it too." A defensive martial technique that allowed a 6th-tier martial artist to withstand the attack of a 10th-tier ferocious beast was undoubtedly an extraordinary divine skill. If they could survive and return, Jiang Chen not only wanted to learn it himself but also wanted everyone to master it. That way, they wouldn't have to worry when encountering 10th-tier ferocious beasts in the future. He continued, "You go first, leave this place to me." Jiang Chen's mission in entering the secret realm was to find Chu Feng. Now that he had found him, it was only natural to let Chu Feng leave first. They would hold off the Storm Demon Wolf King. Some of the old veterans might sacrifice themselves, and even Jiang Chen himself might lose his life. But it didn't matter. As long as Chu Feng survived, humanity would still have hope. Once Chu Feng grew stronger, he could return to avenge them. Su Jiqiang, the principal of Baichao University, also nodded in agreement. Chu Feng not only had outstanding martial talent but also astonishing alchemy talent. As long as he survived, he was destined to become a pillar of Longhua. These old veterans had to fight for the future of Longhua. Under the persuasion of Jiang Chen and the others, Chu Feng shook his head. This Demon Wolf King's strength is actually average. Even his fully amplified Purple Heaven Divine Shield could withstand it, so how strong could it really be? Don't forget, he had previously shattered the Purple Heaven Divine Shield with a casual grab using his physical body. No matter how strong this Wolf King was, it couldn't surpass his physical strength. Facing the Wolf King, Chu Feng might not be able to kill it instantly, but he was confident he could defeat it head-on. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Average? Are you sure? Jiang Chen could tell that Chu Feng's Purple Heaven Divine Shield was about to give out. If the shield broke, could his frail body withstand the Storm Demon Wolf King's attacks? Among the 9th-tier martial artists present, few dared to claim they could withstand its attacks. Chu Feng was only a 6th-tier martial artist. He should conserve his energy and use the Purple Heaven Divine Shield to protect himself. That's enough. Everyone has evacuated. Put away your Purple Heaven Divine Shield and protect yourself. After saying this, Jiang Chen and the others' bodies began to glow with golden light, as if they were clad in golden armor, transforming into little golden men. This was a special ability of 9th-tier Golden Body Realm martial artists, which could greatly enhance their defense. Xu Feng used his soul power to scan the surroundings and confirmed that everyone had retreated to a safe location, finally letting out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the purple Heaven Divine shield shattered completely with a bang. Immediately afterward, an endless gale swept through, and a tornado 100 times more violent than a magic storm raged toward them. In an instant, everyone's clothes and equipment were torn to shreds, including 9th tier battle armor and storage gear, all disintegrating into nothingness in the storm. They were left completely bare. Xu Feng didn't mind not wearing clothes, he was only slightly upset that his storage ring had been destroyed, along with all the miscellaneous items inside. Fortunately, all the important items like spirit stones were stored in the system space, so losing the storage ring wasn't a big deal. He let the fierce wind sweep around him, his body remaining completely still. The power of the ancient god and demon thunder swallowing technique was truly extraordinary. Especially after devouring a large amount of tribulation lightning, this kind of attack was nothing to him. Jiang Chen and the others, all 9th tier martial artists, faced the fierce assault with their golden auras flickering, as if they might extinguish at any moment. After barely steadying themselves, they each revealed their ultimate moves, preparing to counterattack. Jiang Chen flipped his hand and summoned a nearly 10-meter-long golden blade. Gripping the blade, he slashed fiercely at the tornado that engulfed the heavens and earth without hesitation. The golden blade carried immense power, and as it was swung, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, the blade's intent awe-inspiring. From a close distance, Xu Feng observed the strike and could tell it was Jiang Chen pushing his strength to the limit. Combined with the extraordinary golden blade, the power was truly shocking. In the distance, Ji Xian and the others, who had already left, quietly observed Jiang Chen's battle from afar. They hadn't left because such a duel between top-tier experts was a rare sight. Among the crowd, Ji Xian noticed several 9th tier martial artists standing at the front lines, using their physical bodies to resist the Cyan tornado, and couldn't help but feel admiration. Someday, he too wanted to become a strong warrior like Jiang Chen, standing at the front lines to protect everyone. The Cyan storm's power was astonishing. Even from tens of thousands of meters away, Ji Xian could feel a faint pull. If one were to face this storm up close, they would likely be torn to shreds in the blink of an eye. Such an attack was something low-tier martial artists couldn't withstand. Even Xu Feng's defensive martial arts couldn't completely block it. However, Xu Feng was only a 6th-tier martial artist, and his performance was already outstanding. Ji Xian instinctively searched for Xu Feng's figure, hoping to take the opportunity to learn from his martial arts. As for the team competition, it was no longer necessary. With Xu Feng's strength and defense, no one could break through. He could easily reach the level of a 10th-tier warrior. Moreover, Xu Feng had saved their lives before. A champion of the 100 Schools martial arts tournament deserved some respect. As Ji Xian was thinking, he finally spotted Xu Feng standing quietly behind Jiang Chen, floating in the tornado created by the storm demon Wolf King, completely motionless. Ji Xian stared intently at Xu Feng's figure in the distance. He stood out too much. While the other martial artists were shrouded in golden light, using their golden bodies to resist the storm, Xu Feng was floating there, bare-bodied, as if the surrounding storm had no effect on him. After confirming it was Xu Feng, Ji Xian was utterly shocked. Was this real? With just his physical body, he was enduring the storm demon Wolf King's tornado? It was known that this tornado had shattered Xu Feng's previous protective barrier, showcasing its immense power. Could it be that Xu Feng's martial arts were not only abnormal, but his physical body was also extraordinarily strong? Ji Xian's mind was in chaos, buzzing with disbelief. At this moment, many martial artists who hadn't left also noticed the figure of Xu Feng in the air, standing out without the golden glow. Because he lacked the golden body aura, he was particularly conspicuous among the 9th-tier martial artists. Whoa, who is that? He's not even using a golden body and is relying solely on his physical body to withstand the tornado? This guy's a legend. A golden body can boost defense by at least 3 times, but he's standing firm with just his physical body. His body must be at the level of a 10th-tier warrior, right? When did our human race have a 10th-tier martial artist? Why haven't I heard about it? Wait, that seems to be Xu Feng? Because Xu Feng won the ranking competition, many people recognized him. Especially since some had doubts and couldn't find Xu Feng's figure anywhere, their speculation became even more certain. That's right, it's Xu Feng. He is a 6th-tier martial artist, and his physical defense can rival 9th-tier golden body martial artists. If a 9th-tier golden body martial artist doesn't activate their golden body, they probably wouldn't withstand that Saiyan tornado. So powerful. I originally thought Chu Feng's martial arts were impressive, but I didn't expect his physical body to be even more extraordinary. How exactly does he train? In the crowd, Jiang Hao silently watched Chu Feng in the distant sky. He felt uneasy. He knew that even if he trained to the 7th tier, he couldn't possibly stand calmly in the tornado created by a 10th tier ferocious beast like Chu Feng did. Dan Lao, if you don't activate your golden body, can you withstand the tornado from the Storm Demon Wolf King just now? Jiang Hao asked in his mind. Dan Lao immediately replied, impossible. Dan Lao admitted that Chu Feng's defense was indeed formidable, but that didn't mean his attack was equally strong. For instance, Chu Feng's previous thunder attack was completely ineffective against the 10th tier Storm Demon Wolf King. With his vast experience, Dan Lao explained, it should be a special body refining method that sacrifices attack power for extremely strong defense. After all, Chu Feng's talent lies in the Thunder School, and his attacks don't rely on his physical body. As long as he greatly enhances his defense and ensures his survival, he can win. Of course, this body refining method might also temporarily convert defensive power into strength, like when Chu Feng defeated Ji Xian earlier. The most critical point is that Chu Feng's defensive body refining technique is incredibly abnormal. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a 6th tier martial artist's physical body to withstand the attacks of a 10th tier ferocious beast. However, that's all there is to it just watching the show. For attacks, one still has to rely on 9th tier golden body martial artists. After all, Chu Feng is only a 6th tier martial artist. Having such strong defense is already astonishing, but his attack power isn't as exaggerated. Is that so? What if Chu Feng is strong in both defense and attack? Jiang Hao couldn't understand and speculated. Because Chu Feng's previous performance was too shocking, now whatever he did seemed unsurprising. Jiang Hao pondered in his mind. Dan Lao shook his head and said, impossible. A 6th tier martial artist who can also fly? Unless he has obtained some ancient god demon power, how could he possibly be strong in both defense and attack? Ancient god demon? Jiang Hao was curious, what is that? Dan Lao explained, according to legend, when chaos first opened, the earliest beings were called god demons. Each had unique abilities, and their most notable feature was their exceptionally strong bodies, capable of easily enduring extreme environments. This was something Dan Lao had learned from some ancient texts. However, these are unverified legends. No one can clearly describe what god demons are truly like. As he spoke, Dan Lao suddenly recalled the god demon aura emanating from Chu Feng. Could it be that he really inherited the power of an ancient god demon? It's highly possible. But even so, Chu Feng couldn't possibly master the entire inheritance in a short time. Dan Lao knew that the most precious aspect of ancient god demons was their body refining secrets. He had once seen an ancient text introducing the body refining techniques of ancient god demons. The training process was extremely brutal, requiring constant pressure on the body's limits and breaking through them repeatedly. Without sufficient strength, the results would be poor. Excessive power would cause the cultivator to die on the spot, making the process a near-death experience. Ancient gods and demons have many body refinement techniques, but all are extremely difficult to cultivate. Even if Chu Feng obtained other ancient gods and demons' body refinement techniques, it would be impossible for him to master them. Moreover, Chu Feng might not even acquire other body refinement techniques. The divine and demonic aura on him is likely just a relic left behind by ancient gods and demons, and such relics are numerous and not highly valuable. Dan Lao pondered. He only learned about these things from ancient texts and knew of the aura of ancient gods and demons. As for the actual body refinement techniques, he had never seen them and was unaware of their specifics. In the distance, Chu Feng hovered in the air, silently watching Jiang Chen's battle. Jiang Chen summoned a large blade and swung it down, dispersing an almost invisible tornado. The Storm Demon Wolf King, transformed into a tornado, revealed its form. A deep and terrifying wound was visible on the Wolf King's head, with blood continuously flowing out. Its originally cyan wolf eyes were dyed blood red by the blood. Seeing this, Xiang Jin and several other martial artists did not hesitate to unleash their martial techniques, aiming to finish off the Wolf King as quickly as possible. Chu Feng observed this and felt that 10th tier ferocious beasts were not as powerful as he had imagined, as several 9th tier martial artists were struggling against it. His own body, condensed through the ancient god demon thunder devouring technique, had not even had a chance to be used yet. Moreover, the ancient god-demon thunder devouring technique could continue to grow. By devouring thunder to strengthen the body and comprehending the body through battle, one could awaken the divine and demonic phantom. The divine and demonic phantom is an ability brought by the thunder devouring technique, allowing temporary borrowing of divine and demonic power to greatly enhance combat strength. For instance, Chu Feng's current physical strength is equivalent to the nascent soul level. If combined with the divine and demonic phantom, facing a soul transformation cultivator would be much easier. Through cultivation, the divine and demonic phantom can evolve into the true form of gods and demons, ultimately achieving the divine and demonic manifestation. The divine and demonic manifestation possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The technique states that with just the divine and demonic manifestation, one can withstand ordinary cultivators in the Great Ascension stage, showcasing astonishing combat power. Chu Feng wanted to condense the divine and demonic phantom. The 10th tier Storm Demon Wolf King's combat strength was roughly equivalent to the early nascent soul stage, making it a good target for practice. He also wanted to subdue this 10th tier ferocious beast for his own use, which is why he was observing the battle from the sidelines. At this moment, the injured Storm Demon Wolf King glared angrily, furious about its wound. It remained silent for a moment, gathering its strongest attack in its throat. Then, it let out a furious roar toward the sky. The roar was deafening, and the sound waves spread outward, shaking the air and carrying an immensely powerful storm force. The ground began to crack. All attacks were shattered into dust, especially Jiang Chen's golden blade, over 10 meters long, which emitted a fierce sound under the Wolf King's roar. Then, with a loud bang, it broke apart directly. Jiang Chen watched helplessly as his golden ring mountain crushing blade, which had accompanied him for years, broke into 2 pieces, unable to resist. At this moment, the golden state on his body flickered rapidly as he fully resisted the Wolf King's soundwave attack, unable to focus on anything else. The Storm Demon Wolf King unleashed its full power. The 9th tier martial artists struggled to withstand the attack, with some even having their golden light shattered and being turned into pulp under the Wolf King's roar. Chu Feng wanted to summon the Purple Heaven Divine Shield to help the martial artists on the scene resist the attack, but before the shield could take shape, it was forcibly interrupted by a sharp screech. Too strong. This is the power of a 10th tier ferocious beast? The previous tornado was already hard to withstand, and now, facing the Wolf King's full force attack like an enraged beast, the Purple Heaven Divine Shield was utterly incapable of countering. Under the fierce attack, he found it somewhat difficult to move, but it didn't have much impact. At the same time, there was a faint sense of clarity within his body. A vague shadow of a divine demon was slowly forming inside Chu Feng, and the phantom of the divine demon was about to manifest. At this moment, Jiang Chen, using the last ounce of his strength, swung the broken long blade in his hand and slashed fiercely at the Wolf King's head. Then he roared, "Retreat!" There was no other choice. This wolf was simply too strong, far beyond an ordinary 10th tier beast. Although his previous strike had hit a vital point and achieved some effect, Jiang Chen could clearly feel that his attack had not caused substantial damage to the Demon Wolf King. Instead, it had provoked even greater fury, prompting it to counterattack with full force. Faced with the full-on assault of the Demon Wolf King, neither he nor his companions could withstand it. Even his treasured blade had cracked, and his golden body was on the verge of collapse. This level of attack was not something a 9th tier warrior could endure. In other words, this wolf had extremely high defense and formidable attack power, making it nearly impossible to harm. Continuing the fight would likely lead to the annihilation of the entire team. The mission was already complete. There was no need to fight to the death. As Jiang Chen turned to retreat, he saw Chu Feng at the rear of the team. Chu Feng was struggling to withstand the Wolf King's earlier roar. Jiang Chen froze for a moment. "I came here to save you, and you've been hiding in the back watching the show?" But that wasn't the most important thing. The key was that Jiang Chen saw several 9th tier warriors explode under the Wolf King's roar, yet Chu Feng remained unscathed. Not even a trace of golden body light on him. He had withstood the Wolf King's attack with just his physical body? Was this even reasonable? Even Jiang Chen himself, without the protection of his golden body, would have been instantly shattered by the Wolf King's attack. But Chu Feng, a mere 6th tier warrior, had emerged unscathed under the Wolf King's roar? This physical body was too exaggerated. If it were Ji Xian and the others, they probably wouldn't last even a second. At this moment, Xiang Jin and the others also turned around and saw Chu Feng, who had not yet retreated. Previously, everyone had been focused on the battle and hadn't paid attention to their teammates. Now, seeing Chu Feng, they were all stunned. Setting aside the issue of whether he was watching the show, the fact that this kid was still alive was nothing short of a miracle. 9th tier weapons had shattered under the Wolf King's sonic attack, so how could a 6th tier warrior like Chu Feng possibly withstand it? But Xiang Jin didn't think too much and directly shouted, "Retreat!" There was no time to say more. This Wolf King was too difficult to deal with, far beyond the limits of 9th tier warriors. Even if Jiang Chen continued to fight desperately, it would only lead to death. Just then, an even more terrifying tornado suddenly appeared. The suction force of the tornado blocked everyone's retreat. The Wolf King opened its bloodthirsty maw again, and the same sonic attack as before was about to strike. Jiang Chen saw this and knew that their chances of survival were slim. If everyone tried to escape, not a single one would make it out alive. Someone had to stay behind to hold off the Wolf King. "Take Chu Feng and retreat first, I'll cover the rear." Jiang Chen shouted loudly, charging toward the storm demon Wolf King without looking back. Even without a weapon in hand, his eyes were resolute. Even if he had to use his own body, he would make sure this Wolf King shut its mouth. In the distance, Ji Xian and the others watched from afar and could roughly understand the situation. Several 9th tier warriors had just been turned into blood mist by the Wolf King's attack, which showed how terrifying the Wolf King's power truly was. Not something ordinary people can withstand. Among them, the most surprising was Chu Feng. This guy was even tougher than a 9th tier golden body martial artist, appearing completely unscathed after the Wolf King's attack. Clearly, Chu Feng's strength far exceeded their expectations. In Jiang Hao's mind, Dan Lao suddenly recalled the characteristics of the ancient god and demon body refining technique. If Chu Feng had truly mastered this technique, he should be able to manifest the god and demon phantom with immense power. With the god and demon phantom, even facing a 10th tier ferocious beast, he could fight. Ancient texts say that the god and demon phantom possesses astonishing power, making cross-tier battles effortless once manifested. However, the process of manifestation is extremely difficult, requiring exceptional comprehension and opportunity. Of course, the most crucial factor is having the ancient god and demon body refining technique. Does Chu Feng really possess such a technique? At this moment, the Wolf King, seeing humans not fleeing but daring to counterattack, grew even angrier and once again gathered power in its throat. This time, it was determined to annihilate all the humans before it. Xiang Jin and the others were also preparing to pull Chu Feng back. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was fully focused on comprehending the god and demon phantom. He knew that once he grasped this phantom, defeating the storm demon Wolf King would be effortless. Of course, even as he was now, Chu Feng had a high chance of victory against the storm demon Wolf King. If he could add the god and demon phantom, he was confident he could completely crush the storm demon Wolf King. Some of the 9th tier martial artists, seeing they couldn't pull Chu Feng away, chose to flee directly. The Wolf King's next attack was imminent, and they might not be able to withstand it. Survival was paramount, so they decided to run first. However, Baichao University's principal, Su Jiqian, stood in front of Chu Feng. He understood that Chu Feng was at a critical moment. If he could help him through this, even the 10th tier storm demon Wolf King would be no match. Xiang Jin, though tempted to flee, gritted his teeth and decided to stand by Chu Feng, thinking of his talent. These old folks, even if they survived, were merely ordinary 9th tier martial artists. If Chu Feng could survive, the Dragon Nation might see the birth of its first 10th tier martial artist. At that time, all martial artists in the Dragon Nation would benefit. Therefore, Chu Feng must survive. At this moment, the Wolf King completed its power buildup, and a deafening roar erupted from its throat. The air emitted a piercing wail under this force. Jiang Chen, closest to the Wolf King, had the golden light on his body ripple like water. If it shattered, Jiang Chen would die. Jiang Chen was not afraid of death, he only hoped to buy time for everyone to retreat. Just then, an ancient, primal aura emanated from behind Jiang Chen. This powerful aura, instead, brought him a sense of reassurance. Immediately after, a towering and mighty god and demon phantom appeared behind him. The phantom resembled neither a human nor a demon, its entire body entwined with blue lightning, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. It especially instilled fear in the storm demon Wolf King. Instinctively terrified, its roar abruptly ceased, and it bared its teeth while slowly retreating. This god and demon phantom exerted immense pressure on it. With the roar silenced, Jiang Chen's golden body stabilized. He noticed the Wolf King's unusual behavior and turned to look. He saw the god and demon phantom hovering behind Chu Feng, radiating an intense sense of oppression. Just looking at this phantom made one involuntarily want to submit. It must be incredibly powerful. This was Jiang Chen's thought. After all, the moment Chu Feng's god and demon phantom appeared, it stopped the storm demon Wolf King's roar. Could it not be strong? Xiang Jin and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the gamble paid off. Chu Feng truly has the ability to repel a 10th tier ferocious beast. Su Jiqiang remained unwavering. In his heart, Chu Feng was always meant to be this strong. And he will only grow stronger in the future. In the distance, Ji Xian saw the divine demon phantom behind Chu Feng and felt a surge of panic in his heart. He dared not look directly at this divine demon, let alone imagine fighting against it. Chu Feng's talent was not only astonishing, but his combat power was so overwhelming that it left this top genius of Shenzhou University in despair. Jiang Hao silently observed Chu Feng. With the divine demon phantom, he managed to block the attack of the storm demon Wolf King, a strike powerful enough to instantly kill a 9th tier warrior. At this moment, Jiang Hao was utterly in awe of Chu Feng, admiring him wholeheartedly. In his mind, Elder Dan silently gazed at the divine demon phantom. Only he could recognize what it was and understand its significance. This meant that Chu Feng had already mastered an ancient divine demon body refinement technique, granting him an incredibly formidable physique. Moreover, he now possessed a powerful divine demon phantom. In the future, when facing 10th tier ferocious beasts, simply revealing this phantom would be enough to make opponents retreat. Chu Feng, this kid, had luck that was downright terrifying. To think he could obtain and learn the primordial divine demon body refinement art, it was truly shocking. Meanwhile, Chu Feng continued to condense the divine demon phantom without pause. He hadn't forgotten his goal, to defeat the storm demon Wolf King and completely subdue it. Such a powerful ferocious beast, once subdued, would allow him to dominate in the Dragon Kingdom. With a 10th tier ferocious beast as his protector, Chu Feng would no longer need to worry about threats from other 10th tier beasts. In fact, no one on the entire Blue Star would dare threaten his safety. As Chu Feng pondered, his figure leapt forward, the divine demon phantom following closely behind. In the next moment, Chu Feng appeared before the storm demon Wolf King, and the divine demon phantom raised its right fist, smashing it fiercely toward the Wolf King's head. The Wolf King attempted to counterattack, gathering terrifying energy in its throat to unleash its strongest attack once more. But this time, no roar came out. Its mouth was tightly clamped shut by the divine demon phantom, unable to open. The divine demon phantom's other fist struck the Wolf King's head with immense force. The once powerful Wolf King now seemed like a mere puppy before Chu Feng, completely incapable of fighting back. Moreover, the SSS-level talent beast mastery art began to take effect at this moment. A continuous stream of power surged into the storm demon Wolf King's mind. As long as it harbored even the slightest thought of submission, the beast mastery art would completely subdue it, making it Chu Feng's pet beast forever. The storm demon Wolf King was well aware of this. It struggled desperately, even transforming into a tornado in an attempt to escape. If it had known humans were this formidable, it would have fled far away long ago, never daring to act recklessly. Unfortunately, the divine demon phantom was too powerful, with combat strength comparable to the transformation stage. No matter how the storm demon Wolf King struggled, it was futile. A trace of submission began to emerge in its mind, and under the influence of Chu Feng's beast mastery art, it quickly spread. The divine demon phantom continued to expand, forcibly enlarged by Chu Feng to a height of 50 meters. The 20-meter-tall storm demon Wolf King appeared like a mere puppy before Chu Feng's divine demon phantom, pinned to the ground and unable to move. Furthermore, the beast mastery art continued to take effect. The Wolf King's once furious gaze gradually became clear. Soon, it would completely become Chu Feng's pet beast. Behind Chu Feng, Jiang Chen and the others watched the ferocious divine demon phantom, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. The strength of the storm demon Wolf King was evident to all. Even Jiang Chen's strongest attack methods could not inflict substantial damage on it. Yet, the storm demon Wolf King's strike instantly rendered everyone powerless. This storm demon Wolf King, capable of overpowering 9th tier warriors, was now being pinned to the ground and fiercely struck by a 6th tier warrior, Chu Feng. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel. He had indeed chosen the right person. Initially, he thought Chu Feng would need to reach the 9th tier to challenge 10th tier beasts. But now, it seemed this little 6th tier warrior could actually defeat a 10th tier beast. When he reaches the 9th tier, challenging 12th tier beasts will be effortless. At this moment, Xiang Jin also sincerely remarked, "Your student is truly remarkable." He genuinely praised, as Chu Feng now surpassed all the warriors present. Calling him the strongest in the Dragon Nation would not be an exaggeration. More importantly, the phantom behind Chu Feng was clearly something he had comprehended during the battle. This young man not only possessed astonishing combat power but also had an unbelievable talent. Su Jiqiang from Baichao University nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was incredibly strong. At this rate, Chu Feng would lead the Dragon Nation into a new era. Moreover, Su Jiqiang knew this was just the tip of the iceberg of Chu Feng's strength. Besides his combat prowess, Chu Feng's talent in alchemy was equally astonishing. If he focused on alchemy, he would undoubtedly become a top-tier alchemy master in the future. However, Su Jiqiang also understood that for the current Dragon Nation, combat power was more critical. Only immense combat power could resist the beasts and protect national security. Thus, the topic of alchemy was rarely brought up. Chu Feng only needed to focus on becoming stronger, everything else could be set aside. Upon returning, Baichao University must allocate its resources to fully support Chu Feng in breaking through to the 9th tier. This was the key. Chu Feng's displayed talent was entirely worthy of the Dragon Nation's full investment in nurturing him. If he could break through to the 10th tier, all warriors in the future could follow his lead in breaking through. In Su Jiqiang's mind, Chu Feng's value had become immeasurably significant. In the distance, the observing contestants watched Chu Feng pinning the 10th tier Storm Demon Wolf King to the ground and striking it repeatedly, falling silent. They hadn't expected Chu Feng's combat power to be this strong. Within the entire secret realm, Chu Feng was the true ultimate boss, and the Storm Demon Wolf King was on the verge of being reduced to a wreck. If we had known Chu Feng was this strong, why bother with the team competition? Being able to easily defeat a 10th tier beast, Chu Feng's strength must have surpassed the 11th tier, right? This is too exaggerated. He's only a freshman and has only been cultivating for a month. A month? He must have cultivated for a year during high school. Exactly. How could he break through to the 6th tier in just a month? Even so, that's already incredible. Chu Feng's talent definitely surpasses all the geniuses in the Dragon Nation. It feels like he's using cheats. The world of geniuses is beyond our comprehension. Having a warrior like Chu Feng is a great fortune for the Dragon Nation. Nearby, Jiang Hao silently watched Chu Feng's divine and demonic phantom, unable to calm down for a long time. He still remembered how Chu Feng had created the highest historical record during the Four Schools League. At that time, Chu Feng's talent had already begun to emerge. In Jiang Hao's mind, Dan Lao had fallen completely silent. He hadn't expected Chu Feng to possess not only strong defensive power but also overwhelming offensive capabilities. Moreover, he had condensed a divine and demonic phantom. Dan Lao had seen the appearance of the divine and demonic phantom in ancient texts and confirmed that what Chu Feng had condensed was indeed the legendary true divine and demonic phantom. He had cultivated an ancient divine and demonic body refining technique and successfully entered its initial stage. The key was that Chu Feng was so young. With an absurdly short cultivation time, Dan Lao's perception was repeatedly refreshed by Chu Feng. Now he felt that even if Chu Feng subdued the Storm Demon Wolf King on the spot, it wouldn't be surprising at all. Of course, Dan Lao was just speaking casually. After all, ferocious beasts are difficult to tame. Unless Chu Feng has a special talent, it would be impossible to tame the Storm Demon Wolf King. Chu Feng's talent is the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, and he is only a 6th tier martial artist who has not awakened a new talent yet, so taming the Storm Demon Wolf King is out of the question. Thinking of this, Dan Lao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Kid, there must be something you can't do, right? Although he knew this thought was a bit naive. Chu Feng now was undoubtedly a perfect martial artist. But when he thought about how Chu Feng couldn't tame ferocious beasts, Dan Lao felt that Chu Feng had a slight flaw. In the matter of taming ferocious beasts, he was no different from Jiang Hao and the others. Even geniuses have an ordinary side. At this moment, Jiang Hao spoke up. Chu Feng is practically an all-around martial artist. Looking at the history of the Dragon Nation, I fear no one can compare to him. A 6th tier martial artist crushing a 10th tier martial artist, unprecedented.
Moreover, Chu Feng not only has high martial arts cultivation but is also highly skilled in alchemy and can even guide the top alchemists of the Dragon Nation. No matter how you look at it, Chu Feng seems to have no flaws. Dan Lao, however, shook his head after hearing this. Not necessarily. Jiang Hao was puzzled, and Dan Lao patiently explained, for example, taming ferocious beasts. Some martial artists awaken the beast master talent, enabling them to control powerful ferocious beasts. But Chu Feng doesn't have this talent, so it's almost impossible for him to tame ferocious beasts. After hearing this, Jiang Hao didn't feel reassured either. So what if someone awakens the beast master talent? If they can't control a 10th tier ferocious beast, they still can't defeat Chu Feng. Even with a 10th tier ferocious beast, it might not be a match for Chu Feng. Chu Feng's combat power is simply terrifying. However, Dan Lao's words did make Jiang Hao feel that Chu Feng wasn't so extraordinary. No matter how powerful he is, he's still human, and human abilities are ultimately limited. For instance, in the matter of taming beasts, Chu Feng probably can't master it. Jiang Hao looked up and silently watched Chu Feng in the distance, who was engaged in combat with the Storm Demon Wolf King. Chu Feng's attacks gradually weakened, and eventually turned into gentle strokes. A sense of foreboding surged in Jiang Hao's heart. His premonition was quickly confirmed. From afar, Chu Feng withdrew the phantom behind him, and the ferocious Storm Demon Wolf King slowly stood up. The Wolf King did not launch an attack. Instead, it behaved like a pet dog, sticking out its tongue and obediently squatting in place. Its eyes were clear, devoid of any desire to fight. Only the wound on its head looked somewhat frightening. Jiang Hao was stunned. Dan Lao was also stunned. He clearly saw that this Wolf King had been completely tamed. Otherwise, how could the Wolf King not retaliate after Chu Feng's demonic phantom disappeared? Don't forget, Jiang Chen's attack had just left a mark on the Wolf King's head. If it hadn't been tamed, the Wolf King would have retaliated long ago. But now, the Storm Demon Wolf King obediently squatted, indicating it had been fully tamed. Taming a 10th tier ferocious beast? Chu Feng actually did it? Dan Lao was dumbfounded. Just now, he had casually said it to reassure himself. Who would have thought Chu Feng truly had this ability? Could it be that Chu Feng had awakened two talents? Otherwise, how could he possibly tame a 10th tier ferocious beast? The higher the level of a ferocious beast, the harder it is to tame. Even for 9th tier ferocious beasts, there has been no successful taming case in the Dragon Nation to date. Only a few 8th tier ferocious beasts with gentle temperaments have ever been tamed. Beast tamers are not very strong in combat because they need to reserve their talents for taming beasts, usually having at most one combat talent. However, Chu Feng is not only strong in combat but can also tame 10th tier ferocious beasts. This level of power is beyond comprehension, leaving people baffled. What exactly has he experienced to possess such immense and diverse abilities? The combat power of the Storm Demon Wolf King has already surpassed all other martial artists in the Dragon Nation, except for Chu Feng. With just this Wolf King, Chu Feng could dominate the Dragon Nation. Chu Feng himself is also incredibly powerful in combat. If he could tame a few more 10th tier or even 12th tier ferocious beasts, he might become invincible across the entire Blue Star. The few 12th tier ferocious beasts on Blue Star might not even pose a threat to Chu Feng. His combat power has reached an unimaginable level. Let us go. If we keep watching, we'll lose all motivation to continue cultivating. Dan Lao said. With Chu Feng's strength, who would even think about surpassing him? Jiang Hao understood this as well. He nodded, activated the teleportation bracelet in his hand, and prepared to leave this secret realm. However, the bracelet suddenly malfunctioned, emitting abnormal currents, and the space around him began to distort. When Jiang Hao opened his eyes, he found himself in front of an immortal mountain shrouded in mist, surrounded by people dressed in Taoist robes, completely different from the clothing style of Blue Star. Where am I? Is this still Shenzhou University? To make matters worse, the teleportation bracelet on his hand was broken, and he couldn't return. I'd better figure out what's going on here first, Jiang Hao thought helplessly, deciding to learn about this new world. Soon, he learned from others that this was the Qingyun Sword Sect, the strongest sect in Qingzhou. More importantly, the cultivation system in this world was entirely different from that of Blue Star and was shockingly powerful. In other words, did he now have a chance to surpass Chu Feng through this new cultivation method? Meanwhile, Chu Feng had tamed the Storm Demon Wolf King and tested the effects of the Beast Mastery Divine Art. This SSS level talent was indeed extraordinary, instantly subduing the ferocious beast.
At this moment, the Storm Demon Wolf King would even bite its own tongue and commit suicide at Chu Feng's command. It could be said that this ferocious beast was completely under his control, a true testament to the power of an SSS level talent.
The group behind Chu Feng, including Jiang Chen, was stunned to see the Storm Demon Wolf King become so docile.
They had all witnessed the Wolf King's immense power firsthand. The sense of helplessness and despair it had instilled in them was deeply etched in their memories. Especially Jiang Chen, he still remembered how his top-tier 9th-tier weapon, the Golden Ring Mountain Crushing Blade, had been shattered by a single roar from the Storm Demon Wolf King. The Wolf King's combat power was so overwhelming that it left any 9th-tier martial artist in utter despair. Now, it had become Chu Feng's pet beast, even his mount? This stark contrast was unbelievable to Jiang Chen, but when it came to Chu Feng, it somehow seemed entirely reasonable. At the same time, Jiang Chen immediately thought that if Chu Feng could tame multiple ferocious beasts, the ferocious beasts across Blue Star might all fall under human control, no longer posing a threat to humanity. If Chu Feng could control a few key 12th-tier ferocious beasts, humanity on Blue Star could finally live in peace. This would be a monumental achievement. With this in mind, Jiang Chen walked up to Chu Feng. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to address him. By all accounts, Chu Feng's strength was equivalent to the 10th tier, so he should be addressed as a senior, but the change in status was too fast. Sometimes Chu Feng was still a junior participant, and other times he became his own senior, making Jiang Chen a bit confused. At this moment, Chu Feng saw Jiang Chen and took the initiative to ask, "Captain Jiang, should we head back now?" The Storm Demon Wolf King had already been tamed, and the competition should be over. There was no need to continue the team match, especially since Chu Feng's strength was evident. Not to mention Shenzhou University, even if Jiang Chen personally joined the battle, he might not be a match for Chu Feng. Next, it was time for the award ceremony. Jiang Chen nodded. "Yes, it's time to go back. But I want to ask you, can the Beast Master Divine Technique simultaneously control multiple 10th tier fierce beasts?" "No problem," Chu Feng confidently replied. "Not just multiple fierce beasts, even 20th tier fierce beasts. If they can't defeat me, I can tame them. The Beast Master Divine Technique even opened up a Beast Master space for me, specifically for forming a beast army." "Alright, then let's head back," Jiang Chen praised, first taking out a piece of clothing from his storage equipment and putting it on. Then he summoned a portal, preparing to lead everyone out of the secret realm. Although his storage ring had been destroyed by the Storm Demon Wolf King, martial artists of Jiang Chen's level always had backups. They would typically transform a bone in their body into storage equipment to prevent losing items during battles. After the portal appeared, Jiang Chen was the first to enter. Chu Feng also dressed, retrieved the Storm Demon Wolf King into the Beast Master space, and followed him into the portal. Xiang Jin, Su Jiqiang, and others followed closely behind, recalling the docile appearance of the Storm Demon Wolf King and feeling deeply moved. "This kid Chu Feng really keeps surprising us. We said we were here to save Chu Feng, but actually, Chu Feng saved us, right? If it weren't for Chu Feng, Captain Jiang might have been done for a long time ago. He's incredible. Not only did he defeat the Storm Demon Wolf King, but he also tamed it. With this ability, could our Dragon Nation directly tame 12th tier fierce beasts in the future? Unbelievable. I even suspect Chu Feng has multiple top tier talents at the same time. The more talents, the better. The stronger Chu Feng is, the brighter the future of our human race." In the distance, Ji Xian also saw the Storm Demon Wolf King tamed by Chu Feng. He had almost been killed by this Demon Wolf King and could deeply feel its power. Chu Feng not only defeated it but also tamed it. It seemed that if he encountered Chu Feng again in the future, even Chu Feng's mount might be unbeatable. This disparity left him with mixed emotions. Dragon Nation. Shenzhou University. Chu Feng returned to the familiar place once again. As the homeroom teacher, Wei Shuhan immediately came over to check Chu Feng's physical condition. "How are you? Are you hurt?" Chu Feng was the main force, and the team match depended on him to win. It had been so dangerous just now, especially encountering a 10th tier fierce beast. How could Chu Feng, a 6th tier martial artist, not be injured? A 10th tier fierce beast, if even the strongest Jiang Chen faced it, it would be a near-death experience. For a 6th tier martial artist, even a slight impact would likely leave no trace of their body.
Because the 10th tier and 9th tier are not on the same level.
The 10th tier and 12th tier are one level, while the 9th tier and 7th tier are another.
Once a fierce beast advances from the 9th tier to the 10th tier, its combat power explodes exponentially.
A 6th tier martial artist might barely handle a 9th tier fierce beast, but encountering a 10th tier fierce beast is like facing a stray dog on the roadside. At this moment, Jiang Chen saw Wei Shuhan's worried expression and paused for a moment.
He's fine. The problem is that tier 10 ferocious beast.
A tier 6 martial artist might not seem strong, but who would have thought that Chu Feng, this tier 6 martial artist, doesn't play by the rules at all? Not only did he pin that tier 10 ferocious beast to the ground and beat it up, but he also tamed it as his mount.
This kid Chu Feng, no one can understand him. That's good, that's good. Wei Shuhan finally felt relieved when she saw that Chu Feng was fine and heard Jiang Chen's explanation. In the upcoming team competition, Chu Feng would still be the main force of Baichao University.
With his extremely strong defense and the purple Sky Divine Shield, the odds of winning were high. Thinking of this, Wei Shuhan suddenly remembered the matter of the tier 10 ferocious beast and turned to ask, by the way, what happened to that tier 10 ferocious beast?
Was it killed?
After all, a tier 10 ferocious beast was involved. The strongest combat power in the Dragon Nation was only tier 9, and it was extremely difficult for a tier 9 martial artist to kill a tier 10 ferocious beast, let alone the Storm Demon Wolf King, which was known for its combat prowess. A tier 10 Storm Demon Wolf King could even rival some tier 11 ferocious beasts in strength. Chu Feng shook his head, just about to explain that he had tamed it. At this moment, Wang Xingyu and the others gathered around, asking about Chu Feng's situation.
What was it like inside? Was it a battle that turned the world upside down? Did you see Captain Jiang go all out? He's the captain of the Sky Battle Regiment and has fought tier 10 ferocious beasts before. Was it him who took down that tier 10 Storm Demon Wolf King? Chu Feng helplessly answered their questions one by one. Jiang Chen shook his head. It wasn't killed. Not killed? If the Storm Demon Wolf King is left to wreak havoc inside, won't this secret realm be ruined?
Wei Shuhan was puzzled. Logically, a tier 10 ferocious beast should be dealt with somehow.
Could it be that the Storm Demon Wolf King was too strong to be killed? How could those people have escaped unscathed?
The strength of a tier 10 ferocious beast was terrifying.
If you couldn't defeat it, you just couldn't.
As a tier 9 martial artist, Wei Shuhan was well aware of the strength of tier 9 ferocious beasts. To take on a strong tier 9 ferocious beast alone would require at least half a day of fierce fighting. Not to mention a powerful tier 10 ferocious beast. Wei Shuhan felt that winning would require risking one's life. It wasn't killed, it was tamed, Jiang Chen said, looking at Chu Feng with eyes full of shock.
Tamed?
Wei Shuhan was stunned, unable to react for a moment.
Captain, are you joking? A tier 10 ferocious beast can be tamed?
If a tier 10 ferocious beast could really be tamed, the entire blue planet would have to be reshuffled. Taming a few more tier 10 ferocious beasts would allow them to suppress tier 11 ferocious beasts with sheer numbers. Then, using a large number of tier 11 ferocious beasts to deal with tier 12 ferocious beasts, no one on the entire blue planet would be able to threaten the Dragon Nation.
But that was just a thought.
In reality, the ferocious beasts that could be tamed were at most tier 8, and even then, they had to be relatively docile. Ferocious or stronger tier 8 beasts couldn't be tamed. No one had ever successfully tamed a tier 9 ferocious beast, let alone a tier 10 one. Especially a tier 10 ferocious beast as powerful as the Storm Demon Wolf King, taming it was nothing short of a pipe dream. Seeing Wei Shuhan's face full of doubt, Jiang Chen continued.
He just shook his head. I can't explain it either. It was tamed, and it was Chu Feng who tamed it. You'll have to ask him about it. Moreover, all of us were saved by Chu Feng.
If it weren't for him, almost everyone would have died.
Wei Shuhan's eyes widened, her mouth agape. Everyone would have died?
Just how strong was that tier 10 Storm Demon Wolf King for Jiang Chen to say such a thing? Jiang Chen is a warrior capable of directly confronting a tier 10 ferocious beast, and he also has a large group of tier 9 warriors. Yet, they were completely powerless in front of the Storm Demon Wolf King.
However, that's not the main point. The main point is Chu Feng. Without Chu Feng, no one would have survived.
In other words, it was Chu Feng who saved everyone.
He's only a tier 6 warrior, yet his combat power surpasses that of a group of tier 9 warriors? And it was Chu Feng who subdued the Storm Demon Wolf King?
At this moment, Chu Feng, standing nearby, patiently answered Wang Xingyu and the others' questions.
Captain Jiang did make a move, but that Storm Demon Wolf King was incredibly powerful.
Fortunately, my strength was slightly superior, and I narrowly managed to subdue the Storm Demon Wolf King, preventing a disaster.
Subdued it? Wang Xingyu and the others looked skeptical.
But they didn't say much, as Chu Feng had no reason to lie to them.
However, if he really did subdue it, could it mean that Chu Feng has already reached Tier 10 combat power? If that's the case, is there even a point in continuing this team competition? At this moment, someone couldn't help but ask, if you really subdued it, can you release the Storm Demon Wolf King for us to see?
Yeah, a Tier 10 ferocious beast, I've never seen one before.
I want to see it too.
Wei Shuhan swallowed nervously, looking at Chu Feng with anticipation.
Jiang Chen also nodded in agreement, release it. This is a big deal, everyone should see it clearly.
After speaking, he began clearing the area to prepare for the appearance of the Tier 10 Storm Demon Wolf King. While Jiang Chen was clearing the area, Xiang Jin and the others returned to the stadium. Upon learning that Chu Feng was about to showcase a Tier 10 ferocious beast, they discussed it for a while. They ultimately decided to start a live broadcast, letting everyone know that the Dragon Nation now possesses true Tier 10 combat power.
Humanity is about to embark on the path to conquering the entire blue planet.
With Tier 10 combat power, Tier 12 is not far off. In the future, there will no longer be any ferocious beast threats to the survival of the Dragon Nation.
Soon, the stadium was completely cleared.
Chu Feng glanced around, knowing it was time to release the Storm Demon Wolf King for display. This was also a perfect opportunity to eliminate the hidden dangers of this world and establish this place as his base of operations. In the future, if he were to establish a sect on the Tsangyun continent, he would need the support of these people.
After some thought, Chu Feng released his Storm Demon Wolf King.
A towering Wolf King, 20 meters tall and imposing, obediently sat in the stadium.
A ferocious scar on the Wolf King's head had already scabbed over, looking extremely intimidating.
The moment the Storm Demon Wolf King appeared, everyone present felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Even though the Storm Demon Wolf King restrained its aura under Chu Feng's command, the pressure of a Tier 10 ferocious beast was still inescapable.
The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the sensation.
As a Tier 9 warrior, Wei Shuhan felt a wave of panic every time she looked at the Storm Demon Wolf King. If she were to face it, she would have no chance of survival. She stood no chance against this ferocious beast.
If the Storm Demon Wolf King went berserk, everyone present would likely be defeated.
Yet, such a powerful ferocious beast had now become Chu Feng's mount, obediently sitting in the stadium, awaiting Chu Feng's orders.
If the Storm Demon Wolf King is this formidable, just how strong is Chu Feng? Clearly only a Tier 6 warrior, yet he managed to subdue such a monstrous beast. How did he do it?
Those who had experienced the battle with the Storm Demon Wolf King felt its oppressive presence even more deeply. Jiang Chen silently recalled the fierce battle with the Storm Demon Wolf King. Looking at the Wolf King sitting obediently like a pet, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was no big deal.
No matter how strong it was still a human's pet, right?
Then, he summoned several martial artists with water attribute talents to help clean and heal the Storm Demon Wolf King in preparation for the upcoming livestream. Meanwhile, he also needed to distribute the rewards for the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament to Chu Feng. After the earlier discussion, there was no dispute that Baichao University had taken first place in this tournament. Or rather, Chu Feng was the undisputed champion. There was no room for argument that 10-tier beast was right there.
Even if Chu Feng didn't make a move, it could easily overpower everyone. Not only the contestants but even the judges couldn't stand against this ferocious beast.
Therefore, there was no need to continue the competition. Jiang Chen handed a light blue storage ring to Chu Feng, which contained 3 top-tier rewards, the Immaculate Golden Pill, the Lingxiao Battle God Armor, and the 9-turn Profound Art.
Next, there was also the distribution of the championship trophy.
Jiang Chen added, the Immaculate Golden Pill can be consumed directly. I want to see what you look like as a 9th-tier martial artist.
The Immaculate Golden Pill had excellent effects.
After consuming it, not only could it improve one's physique, but the speed of cultivation would also become astonishingly fast. It could also significantly enhance one's cultivation level. Chu Feng was currently a 6th-tier martial artist, and after consuming this pill, he was estimated to directly break through to the 7th tier and even comprehend a brand new talent. However, Chu Feng shook his head. I want to save this immaculate golden pill for my aunt. This was something he had decided long ago. Breaking through to the ninth tier himself was only a matter of time, and it didn't matter if it took a little longer. After all, his combat power wasn't entirely reliant on martial arts. But his aunt was different, her talent was somewhat lacking. Without the help of the immaculate golden pill, she might remain at the second tier for her entire life. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was moved. What a good child. High talent is rare, but good character is even rarer. How many talented individuals turn out to be scoundrels, doing things that disgust people? The more such people are nurtured, the greater the harm they ultimately bring to the country. There's no choice. The current education system in the Dragon Kingdom is like this, only kicking out those with poor martial skills while ignoring those with bad character. So, when Jiang Chen heard that Chu Feng wanted to save the immaculate golden pill for his aunt, he was deeply touched. Being willing to save such a treasure showed that he was someone who understood emotions and was filial. The Dragon Kingdom's full support for Chu Feng was absolutely the right decision. Thinking this, Jiang Chen took out a delicate small box from his storage equipment and handed it to Chu Feng. Here's another immaculate golden pill. Take it. He knew that with Chu Feng's talent, obtaining an immaculate golden pill was easy. Killing a 9th tier ferocious beast casually would earn him enough money to last a lifetime. With 10th tier strength, the Dragon Kingdom's resources would be open to him, and he happened to have a few immaculate golden pills, so he gave one directly. If there's anything else you need, just let me know, Jiang Chen said kindly while taking advantage of the time spent cleaning the Storm Demon Wolf King. Supporting Chu Feng wholeheartedly was undoubtedly the right choice. In the future, they would rely on Chu Feng to break through to the 10th tier. Chu Feng didn't hold back and directly took out a medium-grade spirit stone from his system space. I need these, as many as possible. Having already broken through to the golden core stage, his future cultivation would only require spirit stones. Spirit stones were essential for cultivation. In the future, even shopping in the Myriad Realms Mall would require spirit stones, so for Chu Feng, spirit stones could never be too many. Jiang Chen looked at the spirit stone and raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this stone very powerful? Having explored dimensional secret realms for years, he had collected quite a few of these stones. However, he always thought they were useless and didn't keep many. Even so, his celestial battle group still had thousands of them, more than enough. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen said, yes, there are many at the headquarters. I'll bring some for you then. If you need more, I can also take people to the dimensional space to collect them. Many? Chu Feng's eyes lit up. He wanted as many as possible. Seeing his excitement, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask, what is the use of these stones? Why do you need so many? In Jiang Chen's view, these stones were at most used for nurturing spiritual plants or refining qi. The cultivation cycle for spiritual plants was too long, and it was hard to achieve significant results in less than a few decades. As for qi refining, although it was another form of cultivation, it couldn't compare to martial arts. Qi refining could at most reach the combat power of a third-level martial artist, which was far from limitless. There are higher realms beyond qi refining, such as Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, all the way to the Mahayana stage, and all of them require these stones, Chu Feng explained. There was no need to hide this. Anyone who had been to the Tsanyan continent would know these basic facts. Higher realms? Jiang Chen wasn't very familiar with this, but hearing Chu Feng's explanation, he felt that the Mahayana stage sounded quite impressive. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen asked, can the Mahayana stage be stronger than me, a 9th-level golden body martial artist? Although Jiang Chen was the leader of the Celestial Battle Group, he had never encountered a stronger human. He only knew that the strongest beings were the 12th-level ferocious beasts, which is why he had this question. Chu Feng was silent for a moment before answering, do you remember the Purple Heaven Divine Shield? That's a golden core stage spell. The Purple Heaven Divine Shield was considered a very powerful defensive spell within the Golden Core stage. It was also the reason Chu Feng could withstand some of the Storm Demon Wolf King's attacks. Unfortunately, Chu Feng's cultivation was still low, only at the early Golden Core stage. If he could break through to the late Golden Core stage, the Storm Demon Wolf King would have a much harder time breaking the Purple Heaven Divine Shield. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes widened. That powerful? He had personally experienced the defensive power of the Purple Heaven Divine Shield. It was almost on par with the Golden Body stage, making it one of the top defenses at the 9th level. Even within the 9th level, there were varying degrees of strength. Although they were both at the 9th level, Jiang Chen could challenge 10th level ferocious beasts, while some 9th level martial artists could only bully 8th level beasts. The Purple Heaven Divine Shield was already considered extremely powerful here. And this was just a Golden Core level spell. If it were Nascent Soul or Divine Transformation level, how powerful would it be? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but get excited. This was the goal he had always pursued, to surpass the 9th level. Can you teach me how to cultivate? Spirit stones are not a problem, I have as many as you need. Xu Feng asked. Xu Feng nodded. It wasn't difficult. He had plenty of cultivation techniques in reserve, all obtained from opening lucky bags before. However, truly mastering them wouldn't be so simple. At that moment, Xiang Jin and the others had just finished clearing the 10th level Storm Demon Wolf King. A majestic giant wolf sat quietly in the gymnasium. Alright, we can start now. Xu Feng, stand on the giant wolf's head for better publicity, Xiang Jin said. After all, Xu Feng was the beast tamer who had subdued this giant wolf, so he naturally deserved to be the main focus. Su Jiqian also walked over and handed Xu Feng a piece of clothing with the words Baichao University printed on it. This was a great opportunity, and since Xu Feng was their student, they had to promote it well. Seeing this, Xiang Jin almost trembled with anger. Shameless, Xu Feng didn't pay much attention and cooperated to complete the entire process. Soon, the filming was finished. A short, imposing video was edited. The main idea was, 10th tier fierce beasts have already been conquered by humans, and in the future, even higher tier beasts will be tamed. One day, 12th tier beasts will kneel before humanity. Initially, they planned to live stream, but a live stream couldn't fully showcase the power of the Storm Demon Wolf King, so they switched to a video with added special effects, which would be broadcast nationwide in a loop for better impact. Xu Feng took a quick look at the final cut and, finding no issues, prepared to start cultivating. Having just obtained the immaculate golden pill, consuming it should allow him to break through to the 7th tier and awaken a brand new talent. When he broke through to the golden pill stage, he hadn't used the opportunity to awaken a talent, so this time he could awaken 2 talents at once. At this moment, Jiang Chen approached him. Instead of asking about Xu Feng's cultivation, he discussed plans to hunt fierce beasts. There were 3 12th tier fierce beasts in the Dragon Nation. If they could eliminate them, the Dragon Nation would become the ruler of the entire Blue Star. Xu Feng said there was no need to rush. The true strength of 12th tier beasts was still unclear. If they had some abnormal abilities, acting rashly could backfire. Since the beasts weren't causing trouble for now, it was better not to provoke them. Once he broke through to the Nascent Soul stage or even the Divine Transformation stage, dealing with a few 12th tier beasts would be a piece of cake. After explaining, Xu Feng handed Jiang Chen the golden pill stage techniques of the Purple Heaven Thunder Command Art. By cultivating according to the techniques, one could learn the Purple Heaven Divine Shield. After giving these instructions, Xu Feng emphasized his need for spirit stones, then requested leave from Su Jiqiang and set off for home. He planned to visit his aunt and bring her the immaculate golden pill. On the way, he also cultivated and broke through to the 7th tier, comprehending his talent. As Xu Feng set off for home, his Storm Demon Wolf King video was already being broadcast nationwide. On major platforms, the clips about the 10th tier fierce beast caused a sensation. Someone actually managed to tame a 10th tier fierce beast? Is this for real? Of course it's real. The official channels released it, which means someone in the Dragon Nation has broken through to the 10th tier. That's incredible. I heard that the 10th to 12th tiers are on the same level. Doesn't this mean the Dragon Nation is close to having a 12th tier warrior? At Nanjing First High School, Principal Chen Ming and Wei Tian were sitting in the office drinking tea. Thanks to Xu Feng's outstanding performance in the 4-school tournament, First High School's reputation had skyrocketed. In just 1 month, over 100 martial artists were willing to pay a high price to study there, earning Principal Chen Ming a fortune. The school's facilities were renovated, teachers' salaries increased, and the atmosphere was thriving. What do you think Xu Feng's current level is? Wei Tian asked curiously. Xu Feng had exceptional talent, breaking through to the 2nd tier after just a few days of cultivation. A month had passed, and if he broke through every 3 days, he should be around the 12th tier by now, right? Chen Ming, aware of Xu Feng's strength, joked with a smile. Xu Feng now is probably already a 9th tier warrior. 9th tier was the highest level in the Dragon Nation, and reaching it was almost the ultimate honor.
Wei Tian couldn't help but laugh at this. Impossible. I can imagine Chu Feng breaking through to the 9th tier, but doing so in just 1 month? That's hard to believe.
Martial cultivation became increasingly difficult as one progressed. In the earlier stages, Chu Feng could advance 1 tier per day, but in the later stages, even advancing a small level in a day would be challenging. In 1 month, Chu Feng could at most reach the 3rd tier, at best.
Wei Tian made this judgment.
The transition from Tier 3 to Tier 4 is a major hurdle and extremely difficult to overcome. For Chu Feng to cultivate to Tier 3 is already considered very fast.
Chen Ming nodded in agreement after hearing this.
Yes, when Chu Feng left, he was only at Tier 2, Level 1.
He has cultivated quickly enough.
At most, he should be at Tier 3, Level 9 now. This was already a generous overestimation. After all, cultivation consumes resources, and the body also needs time to recover.
Breaking through to Tier 3, Level 9 is still very challenging.
Wei Tian said, "That's right, in just 1 month, he's almost caught up to me." Wei Tian was a Tier 5 martial artist, but he didn't feel superior to Chu Feng at all because Chu Feng's progress was astonishing. By the time winter break was over, Wei Tian estimated he might have to call Chu Feng senior. In the martial arts world, only those with greater strength are respected.
Just thinking about it feels a bit strange. Wei Tian took a sip of tea, recalling the first time he met Chu Feng.
That was truly a young man who left a deep impression.
Chu Feng's combat power is also very strong.
At Tier 2, Level 1, he could easily defeat Tier 2, Level 9 ferocious beasts, and not just one, but 2 in a row. Chen Ming also recalled Chu Feng's combat performance and spoke slowly.
Do you think, when Chu Feng reaches Tier 3, Level 9, his combat power might be equivalent to Tier 5, Level 9? Tier 5, Level 9 could just suppress Wei Tian. Chen Ming's implication was that Chu Feng might already be stronger than him now. Impossible.
The gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 is too vast.
A Tier 3, Level 9 is highly unlikely to defeat a Tier 4, Level 9. Wei Tian firmly refuted.
Chu Feng's talent was extraordinary, but surpassing him within a month was simply impossible.
Even if Chu Feng broke through to Tier 4, challenging a Tier 5 martial artist would still be very difficult.
Wei Tian had accumulated years of experience as a Tier 5. His combat experience was rich. Unless Chu Feng's strength far exceeded his own, there was no chance of victory. But to break through so many tiers in just 1 month was absolutely impossible.
Chen Ming, seeing Wei Tian's firm rebuttal, became even more intrigued. What if? Wei Tian fell into rare silence after hearing this. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't even bother to consider it.
Being able to understand martial techniques in a month would already be impressive.
But Chu Feng was different. He couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. Could it really be possible that Chu Feng was stronger than him?
Wei Tian pondered repeatedly and finally came to a conclusion.
1 month was too short.
Even for Chu Feng, it's impossible. If Chu Feng is stronger than me, I'll wash my hair standing on my head right in front of you. At this point, the topic couldn't continue.
After discussing official matters, Wei Tian prepared to leave.
Chen Ming opened his phone and came across a shocking piece of news.
Tier 10 beast?
Nothing impressive. As the principal, he was well aware of what a Tier 10 beast represented. A terrifying creature 1 tier stronger than the highest human combat power. Once provoked, there was almost no one who could save you. If a Tier 10 beast approached Longwa City, the entire city's population would have to evacuate. And now, such a powerful beast had actually been tamed by someone. Chen Ming was curious about how strong this martial artist must be.
He couldn't help but click on the video.
In the footage, a majestic wolf king over 20 meters tall stood proudly. The wolf king held its head high, its body emanating a thick green energy, exuding immense combat power.
However, standing steadily atop the wolf king's head was a young martial artist, wearing the uniform of Baichao University, exuding an extraordinary aura. The video clearly showed that this martial artist had tamed the Tier 10 beast, the Storm Demon Wolf King.
Watching this scene, Chen Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, heroes emerge from the young. This young man really does look young." Then, Chen Ming saw those 2 familiar characters, Chu Feng.
Wait.
He rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken.
After a month of not seeing him, Chu Feng had actually tamed a 10th tier ferocious beast? This was simply too outrageous. Chen Ming couldn't believe it. It must be someone with the same name. He looked at the young man on the Storm Demon Wolf King's head in the video and was almost certain it was Chu Feng. But he still wanted to find more evidence. Reaching the 10th tier in just 1 month? This couldn't have been achieved by taking a plane, right? He continued to search for the video's source and was shocked to discover that the video came from the official accounts of top universities. And Chu Feng was indeed a freshman. In other words, Chu Feng, who came from his own school, was only a 2nd-tier warrior a month ago, and now, a month later, had broken through to the 10th tier? Chen Ming said in disbelief, "Wei Tian, you're going to wash your hair upside down." Just as Wei Tian was about to leave, he suddenly heard Chen Ming say this. Wash his hair upside down? Could it be that Chu Feng had already broken through to the 5th tier? Breaking through 5 tiers in a month, what kind of joke was this? Chu Feng's cultivation speed is so fast, don't talk nonsense, there needs to be evidence, Wei Tian said dismissively. He continued to ask, is it the 4th tier or the 5th tier? Even if it's the 5th tier, Chu Feng might not necessarily be able to beat him. But Chen Ming shook his head. 3rd tier? Wei Tian asked, puzzled. Chen Ming shook his head again. 6th tier. Wei Tian was shocked, breaking through 4 major tiers in a month? That's impossible. The cultivation speed was too exaggerated. Chen Ming still shook his head. Wei Tian's eyes widened. 7th tier? Chen Ming still shook his head. 8th tier? Still shaking his head. 9th tier? Wei Tian was already speechless, breaking through to the 9th tier in a month? This was more absurd than dreaming. No, even in a dream, one wouldn't dare imagine this. However, Chen Ming still shook his head. At this moment, Wei Tian felt like he was being played. If even the 9th tier wasn't correct, could it be that Chu Feng had already broken through to the 10th tier? Don't think that just because we're close, you can fool me. Let me tell you, don't underestimate me, I'm not that easy to deceive. He stopped guessing and directly snatched Chen Ming's phone to see what was going on. The result left him stunned. After watching, Wei Tian's eyes were blank, and he muttered in a low voice, it's actually the 10th tier. And it wasn't just the 10th tier. The video didn't explicitly state Chu Feng's cultivation level, but for Chu Feng to tame a 10th tier ferocious beast, he must have at least 10th tier combat power. Otherwise, how could he defeat the beast and tame it? Moreover, taming a 10th tier ferocious beast might not even be Chu Feng's limit. His combat power might have already reached the 11th tier or even the 12th tier. In other words, Chu Feng had at least 10th tier combat power. Thinking of this, Wei Tian was completely dumbfounded. While he was just washing his hair upside down, Chu Feng had broken through to the 10th tier? Then, he glared at Chen Ming angrily. Stop shaking your head. Chu Feng's 10th tier combat power is definitely stronger than yours. Chen Ming shrugged helplessly. I never said I'd wash my hair upside down. Wei Tian clenched his fists in frustration. But he knew he couldn't beat Chen Ming, so he could only clench his fists tightly. It's just washing my hair upside down, who hasn't done that? Compared to Chu Feng's 10th tier cultivation, I'm nothing. Chen Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, reaching the 10th tier in just 1 month was too outrageous. Even having witnessed Chu Feng's talent firsthand, Chen Ming felt like he was using cheat codes. In a way, even with cheats, the cultivation speed shouldn't be this fast. This kid Chu Feng, I really underestimated him, Chen Ming sighed. Originally, I thought Chu Feng was impressive, but I didn't expect his strength to far exceed my imagination. Wei Tian remained silent. It wasn't just underestimation. A 5th tier martial artist and a 10th tier martial artist aren't even on the same level. You have to understand, no matter how many 5th tier martial artists there are, they can't defeat a 9th tier, let alone a 10th tier Chu Feng. In other words, Chu Feng now could easily defeat both me and Chen Ming. The key is, his cultivation speed is simply astonishing. In martial arts cultivation, the further you progress, the harder it is to break through. Early on, you might break through a level in a month, but by the 5th or 6th tier, it's normal to be stuck for years. But Chu Feng doesn't follow common logic at all. The more he cultivates, the faster he breaks through. In just 1 month, not only did he reach the strongest level in the Dragon Nation, but he also surpassed the highest level. Is he even human? Chu Feng's records only state he's a senior in high school, right? What if the outside world finds out that he only awakened his talent a month ago, starting his cultivation journey as a junior?
Wei Tian suddenly remembered that he had altered Chu Feng's records to hide his talent, to prevent malicious individuals from targeting him. But now, there's no need. With Chu Feng's current 10th tier combat power, who in the entire Dragon Nation would dare provoke him? Chen Ming fell into deep thought. Indeed, cultivating to the 10th tier in 1 month is far more impressive than doing so in a year. Of course, both are extraordinary, but the former is even more so. The subtle differences pale in comparison to the shock of directly breaking through to the 10th tier. After thinking for a while, Chen Ming finally shook his head. Better to let Chu Feng decide. The difference between 1 year and 1 month isn't significant. To ordinary people, or even to the top geniuses of the Dragon Nation, this gap is like stars in the sky so distant they're invisible. That's not important. The key is to immediately erect a statue of Chu Feng. Let everyone know that Nanjiang First High produced a great figure. Our school's reputation will spread across Nanjiang, even the entire Dragon Nation. Chen Ming immediately thought of how to leverage Chu Feng's influence to bring more benefits to the school. There's no need for complicated operations. Just wait. Once everyone knows Chu Feng came from Nanjiang First High, the school's fame will naturally skyrocket. Wei Tian, upon hearing this, immediately agreed to take action. Beyond Nanjiang First High, Chu Feng's promotional video quickly spread across the entire Blue Star. The principal of Nanjiang Second High, along with Lu Wei, who had previously participated in the 4-school league with Chu Feng, finally felt at ease after seeing Chu Feng tame a 10th tier beast. They had initially felt uncomfortable about losing to Chu Feng. But upon learning that Chu Feng was already a 10th tier martial artist, their attitudes completely changed. They even boasted, "You might not believe it, but I once withstood a move from Chu Feng." Lin Zhanfeng of the Dragon Nation's 3rd Corps, a comrade of Chu Feng's parents, was shocked upon hearing of Chu Feng's achievements, his mind racing with thoughts. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, on his way home, consumed the immaculate golden pill and began breaking through his realm. As the pill entered his body, a gentle energy flowed throughout him. Chu Feng's bones and muscles were gradually purified and strengthened under the pill's effects. His martial arts realm steadily advanced. 6th stage, 6th level 6th stage, 8th level 7th stage, 1st level. From the 6th stage to the 7th stage, this breakthrough was as effortless as eating or drinking for Chu Feng. Moreover, his realm continued to rise. At the moment he broke through to the 7th stage, a surge of pure energy erupted from within him. Talent awakened, S-rank Forging Master. Forging Master doubles efficiency and quality when crafting weapons and equipment. A life-related talent? Chu Feng silently felt it. Although this talent couldn't directly enhance combat power, it was extremely practical for crafting equipment. He still didn't have a weapon that suited him. Especially armor 9th stage armor was far from sufficient for him. To be effective, it had to be armor above the 9th stage. With this talent, he could personally forge top-tier divine weapons. More importantly, combined with his talent's gigantification enhancement, the equipment Chu Feng crafted would undoubtedly be of the highest quality. After some thought, Chu Feng decided to set this talent aside for now, as it wasn't immediately useful. Next, he planned to continue awakening the talents within his golden core, which could reach up to SSS rank. Chu Feng calmed his mind and guided the mysterious power within the golden core to awaken slowly. The golden-red golden core pulsed like a heartbeat. Waves of energy spread throughout his body. Then, as if his meridians were being unblocked, a sense of comfort surged from the top of his head to the base of his spine. You have awakened the talent, SSS rank Peerless Sword Immortal. Peerless Sword Immortal doubles the speed of mastering any swordsmanship techniques, doubles the power of sword moves. In an instant, countless insights flooded Chu Feng's mind. The only sword technique Chu Feng had learned was the Azure Cloud Sword technique. He had practiced this technique for a very short time and had only comprehended the yellow sword level. But after awakening the Peerless Sword Immortal talent, in a flash, his comprehension soared, breaking through from yellow sword to profound sword, then to earth sword. Next, he carefully contemplated the Azure Cloud Sword technique, and swordsmanship insights poured in like a flood. The enhancement effect of the S-rank gigantification talent was truly overwhelming. Even the most challenging heavenly sword in the Azure Cloud Sword technique was completely mastered by Chu Feng. This sword technique feels a bit too simple. The Azure Cloud Sword technique was just a basic swordsmanship. Beyond it were the more powerful 4 swords of Immortal Execution and the Immortal Execution Sword formation.
For now, Chu Feng didn't have the corresponding techniques and couldn't practice them. Of course, with his newly awakened Peerless Sword Immortal talent, Chu Feng could forcibly comprehend sword moves. But there was no need. He knew too few sword techniques, and forcibly comprehending them would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, not necessarily making him stronger. Once he returned to the Azure Cloud sect, he could learn more advanced sword techniques from the sect master. While Chu Feng was awakening his talent, on the Tsangyun continent, at the Azure Cloud Sword sect, atop the Immortal Execution Sword Cliff, a few newly admitted disciples were sitting cross-legged. Among them, Jiang Hao, dressed in a white Taoist robe, stood in front of the disciples, demonstrating the yellow sword he had just learned. He had decent talent, successfully entered the Azure Cloud Sword sect, became a servant disciple, and received the Azure Cloud Sword technique, which every servant disciple was required to learn. After half a day of diligent study, Jiang Hao finally comprehended 1% of the yellow sword. Logically, in about half a year, Jiang Hao would fully master the yellow sword. As Jiang Hao thought about this, the wooden sword in his hand drew a graceful arc in the air, precisely slicing a falling leaf in half, instantly eliciting a round of applause. Junior brother Jiang is truly talented. To make such progress in just half a day. Do you all know? Generally, it takes someone with an A-level talent 5 years to learn the yellow sword. But with junior brother Jiang's current speed, he will definitely master it within half a year. With such talent, junior brother Jiang is sure to secure a place in the Qingzhou martial arts tournament in the future. The surrounding martial artists discussed fervently, their eyes full of envy. Jiang Hao felt the admiring gazes of the crowd, and his heart was filled with delight. So satisfying. It had been a long time since he felt so revered by everyone. Without Chu Feng around, I am the protagonist. No, once I master the heavenly sword of the Azure Cloud Sword technique, even Chu Feng won't be able to stop me. You must know, the Golden Core stage here is equivalent to the 9th tier martial artist in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if Chu Feng is currently at the 10th tier, once I break through to the nascent soul stage, I can easily suppress him. If I reach the divine transformation stage, I could suppress 10 Chu Fengs with one hand. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao swung his sword with even more vigor. On the execution sword cliff, 3 elders still stood. One of the elders watched Jiang Hao's performance, unable to hide his satisfied smile. At this moment, another elder spoke, "Congratulations, senior brother Chan Yun, for recruiting such a talented disciple. Tomorrow at the Qingzhou martial arts tournament, Jiang Hao should shine brightly, right?" Senior brother Chan Yun, hearing this, smiled even more happily. Clearly, he enjoyed such praise, but he still humbly said, "Jiang Hao's talent level is slightly lower, but his talent in swordsmanship surpasses even some SSS level talents." Though humble, his tone was full of pride. The elder continued to praise, "Jiang Hao hasn't even condensed his golden core yet. Once he reaches the golden core stage and awakens an SSS level talent, his talent will be unmatched by any disciple of the Azure Cloud Sword sect. Competing for the Qingzhou Martial Arts Tournament Championship in the future will be a breeze." Senior brother Chan Yun, hearing this, was almost floating with joy. The thought of his disciple becoming the Qingzhou Martial Arts Tournament champion, and himself as the master enjoying the envious gazes of everyone, filled him with immense pride. However, another elder snorted coldly, "Jiang Hao hasn't even learned the yellow sword yet. Is mastering the yellow sword in half a year impressive? Many SSS level talents take only half a year to learn the yellow sword. Jiang Hao's level isn't particularly outstanding, comparable to an average SSS level talent." Senior brother Chan Yun retorted, "SSS level talents are very rare. I know that throughout Qingzhou, there are only a few who have awakened SSS level talents. This year, the Azure Cloud Sword sect didn't even recruit a single SSS level disciple. Jiang Hao's talent is undoubtedly the strongest of this cohort, bar none. Moreover, this is just his talent in swordsmanship. Jiang Hao's awakened talent is quite ordinary, but his exceptional talent in swordsmanship indicates immense potential for practicing the sword. Once he becomes a golden core cultivator, his swordsmanship talent will surely multiply several times. With his talent, he can completely stand shoulder to shoulder with those SSS level talents." The elder, unconvinced, said, "Qingzhou is so vast, who knows if there are others with even higher talent and faster cultivation speed?" Jiang Hao is far from being a genius. Clearly, he harbored dissatisfaction and took the opportunity to argue. Especially knowing that Chan Yun had taken Jiang Hao as a disciple, he was filled with jealousy. Holding the mindset of "what you can't have is the best,"
he deliberately belittled Chang Yun. Chang Yun, aware of the elder's dissatisfaction and long-standing resentment, simply chose not to argue further and went along with him. Indeed, Zhang Hao's talent is average. Perhaps there are still geniuses on the Tsangyun continent who have awakened SSS-level talents and are equally strong in swordsmanship, and Zhang Hao cannot compare to them. The elder noticed the subtle implications in Chang Yun's words, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Alright, senior brothers, there's no need to argue about this. The Qingzhou martial arts tournament is held every year, and everyone can clearly see the champion's talent. The champion's talent is usually S-level, with most being a level. It is rare for someone with an SSS-level talent to win the championship because there are so few who awaken such talents. Moreover, even if there are, they may not necessarily have combat-related talents. Winning the Qingzhou martial arts tournament is extremely difficult. Therefore, the champion's talent is generally S-level, not overly astonishing. Zhang Hao's A-level talent is already strong enough, and combined with his nearly top-tier SSS-level swordsmanship talent, given time, winning the Qingzhou martial arts tournament is absolutely within reach. Elder Chang Yun was full of confidence in Zhang Hao. He had even specifically investigated the talents of disciples from other sects and found none as formidable as Zhang Hao. Even those with S-level talents did not possess powerful combat-related abilities. However, there was a rumor from the Bloodblade sect about a cultivator who, during the formation of his golden core, endured over 100 lightning tribulations. That person's talent was simply monstrous. His name was Chu Feng. If Chu Feng were still alive, he might pose a certain threat to Zhang Hao. Unfortunately, his luck ran out, and he was blasted to ashes by the lightning tribulation. No matter how strong he was gone. He could be safely ruled out. With the threat of Chu Feng eliminated, Elder Chang Yun was brimming with confidence in Zhang Hao's chances of winning. I heard that next year's Qingzhou martial arts tournament will grant the top 10 participants spots for advanced studies at the Dasha Academy. Senior brothers, you must give it your all. Dasha Academy. This is the highest institution of the Dasha dynasty, and it is said that almost every student who graduates from there becomes a cultivator in the Mahayana stage, the pinnacle of power. Elder Chang Yun's eyes sparkled. Mahayana stage cultivators are the top-tier powerhouses in this world. There are only 10 spots. If one of them gets snatched by a genius from a small sect, that would truly be laughable, someone reminded with a smile. The other elders didn't take it seriously at all. A small sect? How could disciples without resources or talent compete for spots at the academy? Even top-tier geniuses, like that one from the Qingyun sect who was blasted to ashes by lightning tribulation, couldn't compete with disciples from major sects like theirs. A peerless genius? Just a legend. Dragon Country. On Chu Feng's way home. During his cultivation, time quietly past midnight. The system's special offers store refreshed. Daily Special Zone, Heavenly Craft Codex detailed records of countless ancient weapon forging methods. Shocking price, 9.9 dragon coins. Free shipping. Only one left in stock. Chu Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the special offer zone. It was a perfect match for his S-level forging master talent. With this codex, he could forge ancient divine swords, and combined with his peerless sword immortal talent, he would be an invincible existence. Thinking of this, Chu Feng purchased the Heavenly Craft Codex without hesitation. Such a great item was not to be missed. A simple, rustic booklet with an ancient aura arrived in Chu Feng's hands. He opened the codex, and the first thing he saw was, use the stars as the furnace, the mountains and seas as the anvil, smelt the fire of ages, and forge an immortal blade. Following that, various equipment and forging methods were detailed before his eyes. Sky-splitting halberd, the blade contains spatial rifts, capable of tearing through brief voids when swung. Core materials, void black iron, a fusion of meteorite core and Earth's magnetic mother over 10,000 years, Kuanping ancestral bone, wing bone from the remains of the North Sea giant beast, Thunder Marsh purple copper tempered by heavenly lightning 900 times. Candle Dragon reverse scale divine sword, the blade carries a time curse, causing enemies struck by it to age instantly and lose lifespan. Core materials, Candle Dragon molted scale reverse scale from the depths of the Dragon Tomb and the land of eternal night, eternal ice marrow time crystal condensed from the bottom layer of 10,000-year-old ice, blood phoenix sand residual blood and red sand from a failed phoenix rebirth. One weapon after another, each with astonishingly powerful effects. However, the required materials are extremely rare.
Xu Feng opened the Myriad Realms marketplace and searched for the Candle Dragon reverse scale. A single reverse scale actually cost nearly 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Currently, he only had a few dozen mid-grade spirit stones. He hadn't even seen a top-grade spirit stone before. Although these weapons were powerful, they were simply impossible to forge. Xu Feng continued flipping through the secret manual and finally found the most basic weapon suitable for his current strength to forge. He ultimately chose a flying sword that looked decent. Mountain-splitting flying sword feature. The flying sword can cleave mountains and split the earth, with remarkable armor-piercing effects. The most crucial point is that the core materials are not expensive. Sinking sandsteel, refined iron sand deposited at the bottom of a river for 1,000 years, 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Green ox horn core of a century-old green ox's horn, 18 mid-grade spirit stones. Pine grain charcoal formed by burning spiritual grass and pinewood, 33 mid-grade spirit stones. Altogether, less than 100 mid-grade spirit stones, very cost-effective. Once Jiang Chen's spirit stones arrive, Xu Feng can start forging this mountain-splitting flying sword. Xu Feng calculated in his mind as time slowly passed. Morning came, and the sun was shining brightly. Xu Feng returned home once again. The breakfast shop was quiet, with only his aunt preparing ingredients. On the TV in the hall, a video of him subduing a 10th-tier ferocious beast was playing. As soon as Han Shui saw Xu Feng return, she rushed forward, grabbed him tightly, and stared at him for a long time. "You've lost weight," she blurted out instinctively. Although she wasn't sure if Xu Feng had actually lost weight, she just felt that he had. Then she asked, "Have you become a 10th-tier warrior?" She had just seen on TV that Xu Feng subdued a 10th-tier ferocious beast. Even though Han Shui didn't know much about martial arts, she understood the power of a 10th-tier warrior. Everyone knew that the 9th tier was the pinnacle of martial arts. And the 10th tier? It had already surpassed the pinnacle, making one the strongest person in the entire Dragon Nation. "No, I'm only a 7th tier warrior, still far from the 10th tier. Xu Feng explained. Although his level hadn't reached that point, his combat power already matched it. Hearing this, Han Shui's eyes widened even more. 7th tier was already incredibly powerful. After all, Xu Feng had only awakened his talent a month ago. To have cultivated to the 7th tier in such a short time, how far could the 10th tier really be? Wait, how could a 7th tier warrior subdue a 10th tier ferocious beast? The TV clearly said that Xu Feng subdued a 10th tier ferocious beast, which was why Han Shui assumed he was a 10th tier warrior. But Xu Feng claimed he was only at the 7th tier. Something didn't add up. Then how did you subdue the 10th tier ferocious beast? The TV explained it very clearly. Han Shui asked, puzzled. Xu Feng answered honestly, "I subdued it with my fists. A 10th tier ferocious beast isn't actually that strong." Fists? Han Shui was dumbfounded. "Are you saying that as a 7th tier warrior, you defeated a 10th tier ferocious beast with your fists? The gap is just too vast." Even though Han Shui didn't practice martial arts, she understood how significant that gap was. After a long while, Han Shui finally said slowly, "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. You've already defeated a 10th tier fierce beast, and you're still going to school? There's probably no one at school who can teach you anymore, right?" Her words clearly hinted at wanting Xu Feng to stay. After all, she was Xu Feng's only family, and not seeing him often made her feel very sad. Xu Feng shook his head. "I'm not going to school, but there are realms beyond the 10th tier. I still need to continue cultivating." From his perspective, he was currently at the Golden Core stage, with combat power at most reaching the nascent Soul stage. There was still a long way to go before reaching the strongest stage, the Mahayana stage. Of course, Xu Feng had to keep cultivating. Only by becoming the strongest, living longer, and gaining more freedom could he truly enjoy life with peace of mind. As he spoke, Xu Feng took out a pure golden pill from his system space and handed it to Han Shui. "Auntie, this pill can enhance your cultivation. I saved it especially for you. Try it." After saying this, he placed the pure golden pill into Han Shui's mouth. Xu Feng didn't tell her that this pill could directly help a martial artist break through to the 9th tier, fearing she would worry about its value and refuse to take it. After swallowing the pill, a dazzling golden light radiated from Han Shui's body, illuminating the entire Nanjiang. Her cultivation was too weak to fully absorb the pill's immense medicinal power, and she fainted immediately. However, the pill's properties were gentle,
and even without active absorption, it would eventually integrate completely into her body. Chu Feng picked up the unconscious Han Shui and placed her back in her bedroom. When she woke up, her cultivation would at least rise to the third tier, and she would no longer face bottlenecks in her future cultivation. At this moment, Lin Xiaowei, who was about to head to class, arrived at the restaurant entrance. Seeing the golden light at the door, she became a bit worried and came over to check. As soon as she entered the restaurant, she saw Chu Feng coming out of Han Shui's bedroom. Upon seeing him in person, Lin Xiaowei's beautiful eyes couldn't look away for a moment. The news of Chu Feng subduing a 10th-tier fierce beast had already spread throughout Longhua. Now, seeing him in person, Lin Xiaowei was naturally astonished. She had already thought Chu Feng was impressive, but she hadn't expected him to be so overwhelmingly powerful. You. Lin Xiaowei stammered, unable to form a complete sentence for a while. Chu Feng looked at her, somewhat helpless. Aren't you going to class? Or are you here to help? He asked. Lin Xiaowei's mind finally snapped back to reality, and she nodded. I'm going to class. I just saw the golden light and came to check. As long as Aunt Han is okay, that's good. Her eyes couldn't help but dart around. Did you really tame a 10th-tier fierce beast? After all, videos only showed the surface, and it was impossible to judge Chu Feng's true strength from them. With all the special effects, even a first-tier martial artist could look as powerful as a 9th-tier one. Of course. But that's not really important, is it? Chu Feng said with a smile. In truth, whether or not he had truly subdued a 10th-tier fierce beast didn't make much of a difference to most people in Longhua. Their lives would go on as usual, unaffected by such events. Chu Feng had no intention of explaining further. Right now, he just wanted to stay home and spend time with his aunt. Once Jiang Chen delivered the spirit stones, he planned to head to the Tsangyun continent to continue his cultivation. However, even though Chu Feng said this, Lin Xiaowei's eyes were still filled with curiosity. Despite feeling a bit shy, she mustered up the courage to ask, is there a chance I could see that 10th-tier fierce beast? When I watched the video, the Storm Demon Wolf King looked so majestic. Chu Feng was silent for a moment. Coincidentally, he had some free time these days, so showing it off wouldn't be a bad idea. However, the Storm Demon Wolf King was over 20 meters tall, taller than a 7-story building, so summoning it here wouldn't be convenient. Thinking of this, Chu Feng said, alright, but we need to go to an open area because the Storm Demon Wolf King is too big. Lin Xiaowei, having received his agreement, was so happy that her eyes curved into crescent moons. She couldn't help but exclaim, great! Regarding the size of the Storm Demon Wolf King, Lin Xiaowei thought for a moment and suggested, how about the playground at number 1 high school? It's big enough, and you can also visit the teachers who used to teach you. It was perfect timing since Lin Xiaowei also had to attend class, making the playground the most suitable choice. Alright, let's go. Chu Feng also wanted to see his old friends, as he might not be able to return for a long time. As for the Storm Demon Wolf King, Chu Feng planned to leave it with his aunt. The presence of the Demon Wolf King would ensure his aunt's near absolute safety in the entire Dragon Nation. The two walked side by side toward Nanjing number 1 high school. Chu Feng and Lin Xiaowei were the same age and had only awakened their talents a little over a month ago. However, while Lin Xiaowei was still at the lowest level of martial artists in the Dragon Nation, Chu Feng had already become the strongest martial artist in the entire country. Soon, the two arrived at Nanjing High School. Chu Feng headed straight to the familiar principal's office, intending to visit Principal Chen Ming and borrow the playground. As soon as they entered the office, Chu Feng and Lin Xiaowei immediately saw Wei Tian standing on his head, washing his hair, muttering to himself. Kid, aren't you taking this a bit too seriously? Yesterday, he had casually mentioned it, but he didn't expect Chen Ming to actually prepare a basin in water today, waiting for him to wash his hair upside down. Chen Ming, that old guy, was really too much. At this moment, Wei Tian noticed the two people at the door. Although he didn't recognize Chu Feng, he realized there were outsiders and immediately jumped up, casually wiping his wet hair and pretending nothing had happened. Chen Ming took a closer look at the visitors. Chu Feng, why are you back? This was a 10th-tier martial artist, the strongest in the Dragon Nation. They had just been talking about him yesterday, and now he was here in person. For a moment, Chen Ming was at a loss for words. After all, he didn't have a close relationship with Chu Feng, and now that Chu Feng was the strongest in the nation, there was naturally a sense of distance, leaving him unsure of how to start a conversation. Wei Tian, on the other hand, was much more casual when he realized it was Chu Feng.
Kid, I always knew you'd make it big.
Back then, when Chu Feng had just awakened his talent and killed a 9th-tier ferocious beast, the scene was still vivid in his memory. At that time, Wei Tian already knew that Chu Feng's future was limitless.
He just hadn't expected his potential to be this extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Xiaowei spoke up, "Teacher Wei, can we borrow the playground? I want to see Chu Feng's Storm Demon Wolf King." Since it was her idea, she said it directly.
When Wei Tian heard this, his eyes widened.
"What? You're really going to summon the Storm Demon Wolf King? That's a 10th-tier ferocious beast."
As a 5th-tier martial artist, he already kept his distance from 6th-tier beasts, let alone 7th or 8th-tier ones. Now, being able to see a 10th-tier beast in person, he would even be willing to touch it a few times.
Wei Tian didn't dare to speak recklessly anymore. Who knew what other incredible cards Chu Feng had up his sleeve?
When Chen Ming heard that Chu Feng was going to summon the Storm Demon Wolf King, his eyes lit up. Forget everything else, if he could promote the school alongside Chu Feng and the Storm Demon Wolf King, it would be the ultimate advertisement.
Just think, what could be more attractive than this? Nanjing No.
1 High School, the alma mater of a 10th-tier martial artist.
Parents would go to any lengths to get their children into this school. All right, no problem.
Chen Ming agreed without hesitation. There was absolutely no reason to refuse such a great opportunity.
Shall we go now?
There's no one on the playground right now. Even the Storm Demon Wolf King can run 2 laps without a problem. Chen Ming said excitedly, pulling out his phone to start recording, ready to capture the majestic presence of the Demon Wolf King.
Let's go. Chu Feng nodded.
It was nothing, just wandering around the familiar campus and seeing familiar faces. In a few days, he would leave here completely and embark on his journey to the Azure Cloud continent in pursuit of immortality. On the playground of Nanjiang No. 1 High School, Chen Ming and others had been waiting anxiously, and many students attending classes on the playground were secretly glancing over.
They felt as if something big was about to happen.
Chu Feng raised his hand, summoning a Storm Demon Wolf King that stood 20 meters tall.
The Demon Wolf King was towering and imposing, far surpassing the surrounding school buildings. Its fur was smooth, and as it sat, it exuded an overwhelming aura.
Especially as a Tier 10 beast, it emitted a faintly discernible powerful presence that made Chen Ming and the others feel slightly breathless.
Is this a Tier 10 beast? It's so tall.
Lin Xiaowei's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the nearly 20-meter-tall Storm Demon Wolf King.
She thought it looked far more formidable than it did in the videos. The surrounding students also recognized Chu Feng through the Demon Wolf King.
Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Chu Feng casually had the Demon Wolf King demonstrate a few skills. A gentle breeze arose, and the martial artists on the field felt as if they were about to be blown away. Chen Ming seized the opportunity, holding a phone in each hand, doing his best to capture the spectacular scene before him.
Nanjiang No. 1 High School was destined to shine brightly in the future.
Chu Feng's former homeroom teacher Yang Xiaolei, along with Zhang Kai and others, saw Chu Feng summon the Storm Demon Wolf King from afar in the classroom and felt as if they were worlds apart. A month neither long nor short, but it felt like centuries had passed. They were still struggling at the Tier 1 martial artist stage, while Chu Feng had already reached Tier 10. Finally, Chu Feng gave Chen Ming and the others some brief guidance on their cultivation. Although he was only a Tier 6 martial artist, his combat power far exceeded others of the same tier. Especially with the cultivation of the ancient Divine Demon Thunder devouring technique, Chu Feng had gained a deeper understanding of martial arts.
It wasn't until noon that Chu Feng left Nanjiang No. 1 High School and returned to the restaurant.
At this time, his aunt was still asleep. Chu Feng took out a low-grade magical weapon he had obtained earlier, the frost-condensing flying sword, and began practicing the Azure Cloud sword technique in the room. He had already comprehended the Heavenly Sword, and the SSS-level Peerless Sword Immortal talent endowed him with an exceptionally strong understanding of swordsmanship. With this talent, he could completely continue to deduce realms beyond the Heavenly Sword. Chu Feng sat cross-legged in the room, his eyes slightly closed, the frost-condensing flying sword floating in front of him, emitting a chilling cold aura. There was no wind in the room, yet his clothes seemed to flutter as if blown by the wind. An invisible sword intent spread from his body, and sword marks slowly appeared on the walls. The Heavenly Sword was used to control the sword and kill enemies, capable of decapitating foes from thousands of miles away. However, the power of sword control varied. Some swords had immense power, capable of killing enemies across tiers while maintaining distance. Others had extremely long attack ranges, even capable of slaying enemies tens of thousands of miles away. Chu Feng was contemplating his future direction. In practicing swordsmanship, should he pursue greater attack power or longer attack range? He hesitated almost not at all and directly chose to enhance attack power. Without sufficient attack power, what kind of sword immortal would he be? A long attack range but weak attack power, wouldn't that just make him a delivery man? In just a short moment, Chu Feng determined his direction for enhancement. The attack power of the heavenly sword must be as strong as possible. But how could he push its attack power to the extreme? As Chu Feng pondered, the hovering frost condensation flying sword began to spin rapidly. A gentle breeze swept by. The frost condensation flying sword emitted a crisp, resonant sword hum, like the sound of a glacier cracking, and Chu Feng suddenly had an epiphany. Speed. In the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is unbeatable. With a hum, the frost condensation flying sword seemed to teleport, disappearing from its original position and reappearing on the playground of Nanjiang High School the next moment. In another instant, it returned to Chu Feng's side. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword had traveled back and forth between his home and the school several times, its speed beyond imagination. What if I add my innate talent and the power of the 3000 Thunder movement? ZZZ. A dazzling blue lightning began to flicker on the frost condensation flying sword. As the electricity danced, the flying sword remained in place. However, a single black strand of hair appeared on its tip. It was Chen Ming's hair. Just now, the flying sword had left Chu Feng's side and, right under Chen Ming's nose, taken a strand of his hair. If it could take Chen Ming's hair, it meant it could kill him. This is still not my limit. Chu Feng wanted to see just how fast his heavenly sword could go. Fully unleashing his innate talent. ZZZ. Lightning coiled around the frost condensation flying sword like a serpent. The next moment, crack. The frost condensation flying sword, unable to withstand the power brought by Chu Feng's talent, shattered instantly, scattering fragments everywhere. The flying sword's level is too low. Chu Feng muttered under his breath. He still needed to forge a strong enough flying sword. If the sword broke mid-battle, how could he continue fighting? As he pondered, a sudden thought struck him. Does a sword immortal necessarily have to use a sword to kill? Could a single blade not suffice? A sword is merely a tool. Perhaps he could think outside the box and turn everything around him into his weapon. Hair, souls, even air. Chu Feng continued to develop this idea. Time passed slowly, and the sky gradually darkened. Han Shui awoke from the medicinal effects of the immaculate golden pill. Seeing Chu Feng deep in thought in the room, she didn't disturb him and busied herself preparing dinner. A table of steaming hot dishes was ready, but Chu Feng was still lost in thought. It wasn't until late at night that the air began to hum faintly, as if a powerful force had taken control of all the surrounding air. Under this force, the air emitted a series of sounds, as if crying. In Chu Feng's room, the air around him twisted continuously, as if boiling water. The next moment, an invisible longsword began to slowly take shape from the air. Then, 2 swords, 3 swords, even countless flying swords appeared out of thin air. These invisible flying swords surrounded Chu Feng and were eventually merged into one by him. Let us test the power of these air-flying swords. A powerful innate talent erupted. Boundless thunder surged from Chu Feng's body, and a blue flying sword, brimming with lightning, slowly hovered in front of him. Facing the full release of Chu Feng's 9 heavens divine thunder, the flying sword showed no signs of weakening. The strength of this flying sword left Chu Feng very satisfied. More importantly, this type of flying sword could be condensed at any time, in any quantity. He could send the flying swords directly to the enemy's face, killing them with astonishing speed. Chu Feng let out a long breath. Let us call it the Shadowless Sword. Without the addition of lightning, this sword was invisible, hence the name. Just as Chu Feng was condensing the Shadowless Sword, the daily specials in the Myriad Realms Mall were also refreshed simultaneously. Daily Specials section, Thunderstrike Dragon Slaying Sword, Ancient Divine Weapon, infused with the power of thunder, greatly enhancing the power of sword techniques, a sword that once slew a dragon. Shocking price, 9.9 dragon coins. Free shipping to your door. Limited stock, only 1 left. Chu Feng silently stared at the specials section. He had just condensed the Shadowless Sword, and now the mall was promoting such a powerful divine sword to him? Without much hesitation,
For just 9.9, he bought it immediately. Soon after, an ancient blue sword box appeared in front of Chu Feng, engraved with intricate and exquisite patterns. When the box was opened, dazzling blue lightning illuminated the entire room. Arcs of electricity danced along the blade, which was so sharp it seemed capable of slicing through souls. The aura emanating from the sword was awe-inspiring. Just by looking at it, Chu Feng knew this was undoubtedly a true divine sword. He picked up the sword and tested its feel. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. But there was a small problem: such a powerful divine sword had no place to be used. He needed to find an opportunity to test it. After some thought, Chu Feng finally stored the divine sword in his system space. It was about time to test the strength of this world's 12th tier ferocious beasts. Once he subdued the high-level beasts, Chu Feng could focus on cultivating in the Tsangyun continent with peace of mind. Meanwhile, in the Tsangyun continent, Qingyun sect. The mountain peak where the sect was located had long been destroyed by Chu Feng's previous tribulation, leaving only an empty plain. On the open ground, a new thatched hut had been built. Outside the hut, Bai Xiaotao was wielding a wooden sword, with white sword energy flickering faintly at the tip. Over the past few days, Bai Xiaotao had cultivated the Qingyun sword technique to the level of the profound sword, and her sword energy was now sharp enough to easily cut through steel. Nearby, senior brother Ma Yan watched the scene with a complicated expression. Damn it, he had spent over 10 years painstakingly mastering the profound sword, and this junior sister had learned it in just 2 days? Was this fair? Was this reasonable? Ma Yan looked at the sword energy in Bai Xiaotao's hand, feeling a pang of jealousy. He also wanted to master the profound sword in 2 days and the heavenly sword in 3. At this moment, Xing Yunjinren noticed the jealousy in his eldest disciple Ma Yang's eyes. He patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Bai Xiaotao's talent is extraordinarily rare. In all these years, Qingyun sect has never seen such a monstrous genius. Compared to the top talents of the continent, it's normal to lose. Think about it this way: who could possibly have more talent than Bai Xiaotao? Even my master was far inferior to her. Qing Yunjinren was truly astonished by Bai Xiaotao's talent. He never expected that a genius of this caliber would emerge from the Qingyun sect, which was on the verge of being disbanded. You must know, mastering the yellow sword within half a year was already considered the pinnacle of talent on the entire continent, a rarity even in decades. Records show that even the most exceptional SSS-level prodigy sword immortals took a full week to master the yellow sword. But Bai Xiaotao? She mastered the yellow sword in just 1 day, and now she was close to mastering the profound sword, soon to begin cultivating the earth sword. Her speed was simply unbelievable, even more exaggerated than those legendary sword immortals. And those SSS-level prodigy sword immortals mainly relied on luck to comprehend their skills, with only a handful of cultivators on the entire Tsangyun continent possessing such talent. The key point was, even those SSS-level prodigy sword immortals couldn't match Bai Xiaotao's cultivation speed. Bai Xiaotao's strength was evident. Master? Wait a minute, isn't Chu Feng's talent just as extraordinary as Bai Xiaotao's? Ma Yang retorted that he remembered that Bai Xiaotao's Huang sword techniques were all taught by Chu Feng. Doesn't this mean that Chu Feng's talent should be greater than Bai Xiaotao's? After hearing this, Master Qingyun thought for a moment. It made sense. Chu Feng was indeed remarkable. When he underwent the Golden Core tribulation, he was struck by over 100 bolts of lightning, pushing the limits. However, this doesn't prove that Chu Feng's talent is better than Bai Xiaotao's. After all, Bai Xiaotao is illiterate. Chu Feng's cultivation progressed quickly, but that didn't necessarily mean he was faster than Bai Xiaotao. The two weren't even starting from the same level. Bai Xiaotao couldn't read, so she couldn't cultivate properly in the first place. If Bai Xiaotao were literate, she would probably grasp things at a glance, and her cultivation speed would definitely not lose to Chu Feng's. Moreover, Chu Feng may have multiple talents, but Bai Xiaotao has a single SSS level talent. Her cultivation speed is incredibly fast, and the difference is obvious, said Master Qingyun. He was almost certain that Bai Xiaotao's cultivation talent far surpassed Chu Feng's. As for Chu Feng now, he was probably just beginning to master the profound sword. It should be noted that Bai Xiaotao not only had extraordinary talent but also had the personal guidance of someone at the transformation stage. How could her cultivation speed not be fast? During the time Chu Feng had disappeared, he had been exploring on his own. How fast could his progress possibly be? By the time Chu Feng returned, Bai Xiaotao would likely have already mastered the celestial sword, capable of flying with her sword and taking an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away with ease. Compared to Bai Xiaotao, Chu Feng could probably only rely on suppressing her with his realm. Strength is still strength. I think Chu Feng's cultivation speed is in no way inferior to Bai Xiaotao's. Ma Yang vaguely felt that Chu Feng was truly extraordinary. Just the hundreds of lightning tribulations were terrifying enough, not to mention his absurdly fast speed in mastering the Huang sword techniques. It felt as if he was the chosen one, excelling in every aspect. What good is a feeling? When Chu Feng returns, let him compete with Bai Xiaotao, and everything will become clear. Master Qing Yun said confidently. It should be noted that Bai Xiaotao not only had personal guidance but could also learn content beyond the celestial sword, the four swords of immortal execution. These were four supreme sword intents, and mastering them would allow her to easily defeat a transformation stage cultivator while still in the nascent soul stage. Never mind whether Chu Feng's talent was better than Bai Xiaotao's. Even if his talent was exceptional, without advanced techniques, his cultivation would hit a ceiling at the celestial sword. How could he possibly create his own techniques, comprehend sword momentum, and awaken sword intent? That was simply unrealistic. Creating one's own techniques? Unless one was a founder-level cultivator, it would be impossible. Even then, one would need perfect talent to create an entirely new technique. And Chu Feng, at most a golden core cultivator, how could he possibly continue cultivating, comprehend sword momentum, and awaken sword intent without advanced techniques? To master the sword momentum of the four swords of immortal execution and then comprehend sword intent? Absolutely impossible. Even Master Qing Yun himself hadn't fully comprehended all the sword momentum. After hundreds of years of cultivation, he had only gradually understood the sword intents of the four swords, but this already allowed him to easily suppress cultivators of the same level during the transformation stage. The difficulty of cultivating the four swords was evident. And the difficulty of creating one's own techniques was comparable to this. To create a sword intent as powerful as the four swords of immortal execution was unimaginably difficult. Therefore, Master Qing Yun was almost certain that under his guidance, Bai Xiaotao would undoubtedly surpass Chu Feng, with astonishing future potential. The championship of the upcoming Qingzhou martial arts tournament was practically guaranteed for Bai Xiaotao. On Chu Feng's side, he sheathed the Thunder Dragon slaying sword and felt the surging power within him, his fighting spirit soaring. But he held himself back and had a good night's sleep. The next day, he pushed open the door, walked downstairs, and was greeted by the aroma of delicious food. Han Shui was serving the last dish. Her demeanor was completely different from yesterday, exuding a faint sense of authority in her every move. The effects of the immaculate golden pill had completely transformed her physique, and her cultivation had directly advanced to the fourth tier. Awake? Come eat, the dishes are still hot. Han Shui saw Chu Feng and gave him a gentle smile, clearly surprised by her own transformation. She had no idea what Chu Feng had given her to eat, but it had allowed her to leap from the second tier to the fourth in one go. Her internal energy surged, and her strength was still increasing. Breaking through to the fifth tier seemed just around the corner. Chu Feng sat down and picked up his chopsticks. "Aunt, do you feel any changes in your body?" Han Shui nodded. The changes were significant. However, she pouted slightly and said, "Such a good thing, you should use it yourself. I'm already this old, what's the point of practicing martial arts?" Moreover, Han Shui knew in her heart that her combat ability was weak, and her talent was poor, making her unsuitable to become a martial artist. Compared to Chu Feng, she was far behind. "I've already used it," Chu Feng explained with a smile. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared at the restaurant's entrance. It was Jiang Chen. "Captain Jiang, join us for breakfast," Chu Feng called out upon seeing him. Jiang Chen snapped out of his thoughts and quickly walked in. He took out a heavy box from his storage equipment and placed it on the ground. "Chu Feng, the spirit stones you requested are all here. 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the entire stock of our Sky Vault battle group. Additionally, I've already ordered the group members to focus on collecting these spirit stones while exploring secret realms." Chu Feng opened the box, and a rich spiritual energy immediately spread out, refreshing the air in the entire restaurant. He nodded in satisfaction. 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones were enough for him to cultivate for a long time. "Thank you, Captain Jiang." No need, no need." Jiang Chen quickly waved his hand. "As for that cultivation technique, I've already started practicing it,
but unfortunately, I don't have a lightning attribute talent, so my progress is very slow.
Xu Feng nodded. That was normal even if the technique was suitable. Jiang Chen's cultivation speed couldn't be very fast. Cultivation is indeed not easy, especially when starting late.
Then, Xu Feng continued, give me information on the 3 12th tier ferocious beasts within the Dragon Nation's borders.
Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. Did Xu Feng have the confidence to kill those 12th tier beasts? However, there's no need to provoke them, just let them be. If we can't defeat them, it could lead to disaster.
Unless we have overwhelming strength, it's best not to act rashly, Jiang Chen explained. Currently, the threat posed by the 12th tier beasts was not urgent. Xu Feng nodded in agreement.
Indeed, if they couldn't win, the consequences would be severe. He pulled Jiang Chen to join him for breakfast.
At the table, Jiang Chen spoke while eating. The Purple Heaven Lightning Control True Art you gave me is indeed a top-tier technique, but without a lightning attribute talent, my cultivation efficiency is very low.
I haven't even reached the entry level yet.
He felt like a beggar holding a mountain of gold but unable to find the key, possessing a treasure but not knowing how to unlock it. The energy in his body followed the technique's flow, but it always felt blocked and sluggish, like forcing a river to flow backward. Han Shui listened from the side. Although she didn't fully understand, she still picked up a piece of food and placed it on Jiang Chen's plate.
Commander Jiang, don't rush, take your time, eat more, Xu Feng suddenly said as he looked at Jiang Chen. Stretch out your hand.
Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, not understanding why, but instinctively extended his right hand. His palm was broad, covered in calluses, and every line told stories of battles with fierce beasts. Xu Feng extended his index finger, his movements relaxed, like a child playing, gently tapping Jiang Chen's palm.
Techniques are dead, but people are alive. Just because you don't have the lightning attribute doesn't mean you can't understand lightning. The essence of lightning is ultimate destruction and speed. As Xu Feng's fingertip touched Jiang Chen's skin, Jiang Chen's entire body trembled as if struck by lightning, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints.
There was no pain, no impact, but an indescribable, mysterious sensation. A faint trace of blue energy, so weak it was almost imperceptible, flowed from Xu Feng's fingertip into Jiang Chen's body. This wasn't violent lightning but rather like a masterful mentor. This strand of energy didn't rampage through his body but gently and precisely guided his thick yet stagnant blood and energy, causing it to flow along routes he had never imagined. Meridians that had been blocked like dried-up riverbeds instantly became unobstructed.
Blood and energy that had been as clumsy as a charging bull now moved as agilely as a snake. Boom! In Jiang Chen's mind, it was as if the sound of the universe's creation exploded. He saw it. He saw countless tiny particles vibrating and colliding madly, ultimately unleashing destructive power. He heard it. He heard the piercing shriek of the sky being torn apart, the sound of speed breaking its limits. The cryptic mantras and profound descriptions in the Purple Heaven Lightning Mastery Technique suddenly transformed into the most direct sensations, flooding his soul. So this is what it means. So this mantra means this. So blood and energy must flow this way to simulate the oscillation of thunder. The bottleneck that had troubled him for days, no, it wasn't just a bottleneck, it was a mountain he thought he could never cross in his lifetime, collapsed in an instant under this gentle touch, turning into a smooth path. Zzz. A faint electric arc uncontrollably leapt from Jiang Chen's fingertip, crackling softly in the air before disappearing. It was weak. So weak it couldn't even ignite a piece of paper. But Jiang Chen stared at that arc as if witnessing a miracle, his entire body frozen, even his breathing stopped. He had succeeded. He, who lacked the lightning attribute, had actually cultivated his first trace of lightning power. How was this possible? It completely defied the conventions of martial arts. He abruptly raised his head to look at Xu Feng. Xu Feng, however, said indifferently, "This is just the entry-level energy cultivation stage. For someone like me, a golden core cultivator, it's not difficult. But the road ahead, you'll have to walk it yourself. You. Jiang Chen's voice was dry and hoarse, his throat feeling as if it were stuck with a red-hot iron. He wanted to ask, "What exactly did you do?" but realized the question was meaningless. This wasn't a technique, nor was it the transmission of a cultivation method. This was directly imparting the truth of the Tao. Xu Feng had taken the laws of the Tao, the truths of the world, broken them down, crushed them, and forcibly implanted them into Jiang Chen's mind. Such a method Jiang Chen had not only never seen it before, but he had never even heard of it. This had already surpassed his entire understanding of the term martial artist. Could this be what gods are like? Chu Feng raised his eyes and glanced at him. Did you feel it? I just helped you open the first door. The road ahead, you still have to walk on your own. Jiang Chen's lips trembled, wanting to speak, but he found that all words seemed pale and powerless at this moment. He began to understand what it truly meant to be above the 10th tier. Han Shui looked at Jiang Chen's shocked expression and worriedly nudged Chu Feng's arm. Xiao Feng, what did you do to Commander Jiang? Why is he frozen like that? Chu Feng smiled helplessly. It's nothing, Aunt. Commander Jiang just realized something. Let's continue eating. Jiang Chen, still immersed in his epiphany with Chu Feng's help, let the chopsticks in his hand fall onto the table with a clatter, completely unaware. He stood there motionless, as if under a spell. Han Shui was startled by the sudden noise and looked at Jiang Chen nervously. Commander Jiang, are you okay? Jiang Chen did not respond, his gaze fixed on Chu Feng. His eyes no longer held simple shock but were mixed with reverence, confusion, and a hint of fervent passion. You? Jiang Chen's Adam's apple moved, his voice hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper. He wanted to ask what realm Chu Feng was truly in, but the words stuck in his throat. He knew that even if he asked, he wouldn't understand. Chu Feng finished the last bite of his meal, set down his bowl and chopsticks naturally, and looked at Han Shui with gentle eyes. Aunt, I have to leave for a while. Leave? Han Shui's heart tightened, and the worry she had just set aside surged back. Where to? You just got back. You're now the strongest martial artist in our dragon nation, even the TV says so. What place could be more suitable for you to venture into than here? Her voice carried a faint tremor as she clung tightly to Chu Feng's arm. Can't you stay? Aunt only has you as family. Chu Feng shook his head and gently patted the back of Han Shui's hand. I'm not going on an adventure, I'm going to train. Train? These two words instantly brought Jiang Chen back to his senses. He caught onto the key point and stared intently at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, with your current strength, is there still a place in this world where you can continue to train? Chu Feng's strength was already unfathomable. Even Jiang Chen, a peak 9th tier martial artist, had been enlightened by a casual pointer from him, gaining insight into the power of thunder. For someone like him, who else on Blue Star could teach him? What resources could help him improve further? Chu Feng did not answer directly but slowly raised his right hand. The seemingly ordinary, light gray bracelet on his wrist had no luster under the morning light. In this world, no. Chu Feng's tone was calm, yet it struck Jiang Chen's heart like a heavy hammer. Jiang Chen's breath instantly halted. But in other worlds, yes. Chu Feng's next words made the air in the entire restaurant seem to freeze. Other worlds? Han Shui was completely baffled, unable to understand the meaning behind their words. Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. He thought of those mysterious dimensional secret realms, those passages connecting to unknown domains. The Tsangyun continent, Chu Feng explained. Commander Jiang, your 9th tier golden body realm is equivalent to the foundation establishment stage on that continent. Chu Feng's voice was steady and unhurried, each word striking deeply into Jiang Chen's soul. Above the golden core, there is nascent soul, soul transformation, unity, tribulation crossing, and even higher realms great ascension. Boom! Jiang Chen's mind felt as if countless bolts of lightning exploded simultaneously. Golden Core Stage. He had spent his entire life reaching the pinnacle of martial arts on Blue Star, the 9th tier golden body realm, yet in that place called Tsangyun continent, this was merely the beginning? Nascent soul? Soul transformation? Great ascension? These terms, which only appeared in myths and legends, were now casually mentioned by Chu Feng. What a grand and awe-inspiring path to the peak of the heavens! The end point he had pursued all his life turned out to be the starting point for others. This immense shock made his blood boil instantly, only to cool just as quickly. He saw the higher peak he had dreamed of, but also felt his own insignificance. Chu Feng observed the ever-changing expressions on Jiang Chen's face, the longing and struggle all clearly visible to him. He extended an invitation. Want to come along? At that moment, Jiang Chen's heart almost leapt out of his chest. Go! A voice in his mind screamed madly. Go pursue the true pinnacle of martial arts. Go witness those powerful beings who could make stars fall with a wave of their hand. Go become such an existence. This was the most primal and intense impulse of a martial artist. But another voice, like an immovable mountain, firmly suppressed his impulse. Countless images flashed before his eyes. The comrades in the Sky Battle Corps who entrusted their backs to him and fought alongside him. The ordinary citizens of Dragon Country, billions of whom sought protection from the threat of ferocious beasts. The heavy responsibility and honor he bore as Sky. If he left, what would happen to the Sky Battle Corps? What would happen to Dragon Country? Who would respond when dimensional rifts appeared? Jiang Chen's fists unknowingly clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, veins bulging on the back of his hands. His face was filled with unprecedented struggle and pain. Han Shui looked at Jiang Chen, then at Chu Feng. Although she couldn't understand those realms, she knew Chu Feng was heading to a faraway and dangerous place. Her eyes reddened. After a long time, Jiang Chen's tense body slowly relaxed. He exhaled deeply, the breath carrying endless regret but also resolute clarity. I can't go. He raised his head and looked directly at Chu Feng, his gaze complex yet clear. The Sky Battle Corps needs me, Dragon Country needs me. I can't abandon billions of compatriots for my own cultivation. After saying this, Jiang Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. He gave Chu Feng a bitter yet sincere smile. But your path, I will guard it from here. Help us see the view from the summit of that mountain. Chu Feng nodded. He understood and respected Jiang Chen's choice. Everyone had their own path, and Jiang Chen's path was to protect. He said no more, turning to gently embrace Han Shui. Auntie, I'll be back soon. As he spoke, Chu Feng handed the 9th tier Lingxiao Battle God armor to Han Shui. With this armor, combined with Commander Zhang's protection, almost no one could harm her. Han Shui accepted the armor, tears finally streaming uncontrollably down her face. She hugged Chu Feng tightly, choking on her words, unable to say anything, only nodding repeatedly. Be safe, please be safe. Chu Feng released her, stepped back 2 paces, and stood in the center of the restaurant. He glanced at Jiang Chen, then at the tearful Han Shui. He raised his hand and activated the wristband. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a faint, almost imperceptible spatial vibration. The air in front of Chu Feng rippled like the surface of water disturbed by a stone. Then, a crack appeared out of thin air, rapidly tearing open to both sides. It was not a door but a chaotic, violent vortex of energy, flickering with various strange colors. It seemed to connect to the other end of the universe, deep and dangerous. Through the constantly twisting and shifting vortex, Jiang Chen and Han Shui caught a fleeting glimpse of a scene. It was not mountains, rivers, or stars and moons. It was an expanse of sky so vast it defied description, under which enormous shadows moved slowly, their outlines beyond any creature they had ever known. An ancient, boundless, and profoundly desolate aura surged from the vortex. Just this aura alone made Jiang Chen, a peak 9th tier martial artist, tremble in his soul, feeling as insignificant as an ant gazing up at a dragon. So this is the world of the Great Ascension stage? Jiang Chen felt a yearning but also helplessness. Not only because the Dragon Kingdom needed him, but also because his age was no longer young. No matter how hard he tried, it would be difficult to achieve greatness. The future still belonged to the young. Chu Feng smiled at the 2 of them and finally said, "Help me ask Principal Su for leave." With that, he turned around, took a step, and entered the chaotic vortex. In the next moment, the vortex suddenly contracted into a point of light and disappeared instantly. The entire restaurant returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Only faint spatial ripples remained, along with an empty box and 2 people standing dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. The dizziness from the spatial tear gradually faded. Chu Feng stepped onto solid ground. A powerful, irresistible pressure pressed in from all directions, as if the entire world had become heavy, the air thick like thin mercury. He took a deep breath. Pure spiritual energy, almost liquefied, surged into his body, and his golden core emitted a joyful hum, greedily devouring this energy. Just 1 breath was equivalent to a full day of cultivation on Blue Star. He looked up. The scene before him was so magnificent it defied description. Giant trees towered into the clouds, each one like a skyscraper, their dense canopies blocking out the sunlight and casting dappled shadows on the ground. In the distance, the mountains were no longer gentle curves but sharp swords piercing the sky, glinting with cold light. A long, mournful beast's roar echoed from the horizon, causing the earth to tremble slightly.
Chu Feng followed the sound with his gaze, and a massive shadow with wings spanning over 100 meters flashed through the clouds. The oppressive feeling in that instant was even stronger than when he had faced the storm demon Wolf King before. This was the Tsangyun continent, a world truly belonging to the strong. Chu Feng felt no confusion. Relying on the vague memories from his last soul descent, he recognized the direction. The Qingyun sword sect was to the east. He chose not to fly with his sword, as it would be too conspicuous. With a thought, a streak of lightning appeared beneath his feet. ZZZ, the 3000 lightning movement technique unfolded rapidly, and Chu Feng's figure transformed into a blue arc of electricity, almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, disappearing in an instant. Mountains and rivers quickly receded beneath his feet. Occasionally, he could see some cultivators riding flying swords, leisurely gliding across the sky. To Chu Feng, their speed was as slow as a snail. He could even clearly hear their conversations in the air. "Did you hear? Something happened at Bloodblade Sect a few days ago. Someone underwent the Golden Core Tribulation and attracted hundreds of heavenly lightning bolts." "Stop joking. Hundreds of lightning bolts? Even the lightning tribulation of the nascent soul stage isn't that intense. How could a Golden Core cultivator withstand it? Who knows? Anyway, the Bloodblade Sect was leveled to the ground, and now it's sealed off." Chu Feng's figure paused atop a giant tree 1,000 miles away, listening to the discussions carried by the wind, silently pondering. It seemed the commotion he caused last time was quite significant. However, it wasn't the Bloodblade Sect, it was the 20 Peaks of Qingyun Sect. Without lingering, his figure transformed into a streak of lightning, speeding toward the mountain range in his memory. Half an hour later, the familiar outline of the mountains appeared at the edge of his vision. However, the towering peak that was once the main summit of Qingyun Sword Sect was no longer there. In its place was a massive flattened platform, its edges smooth as a mirror, with remnants of destructive lightning energy lingering. Chu Feng silently landed in the center of the platform. On the vast platform stood only a newly constructed thatched hut, exuding an unusual sense of desolation. In front of the hut, a familiar figure was clumsily swinging a wooden sword. It was Ma Yang. His swordsmanship remained stagnant, every move and technique appearing awkward. On the other side, a petite figure caught Chu Feng's attention. It was Bai Xiaotao. She was also holding a wooden sword, but every swing carried agility and sharpness. The tip of her sword emitted a white sword light about an inch long, slicing through the air and creating subtle ripples. This was the Profound Sword. In just a few days, she had already comprehended the realm of the Profound Sword. Her talent was truly astonishing. Under the eaves of the hut, Xing Yunjinren sat cross-legged. He looked even older than before, his temples touched with frost, his eyes filled with an unshakable weariness. At this moment, he was watching Bai Xiaotao, his gaze full of comfort and hope. The instant Chu Feng landed, Xing Yunjinren's entire body trembled, and he abruptly opened his eyes. His sharp gaze shot out like two unsheathed swords. When he saw who it was, the sharpness in his eyes instantly turned to astonishment. "Chu Feng?" His voice was dry, carrying strong uncertainty. You're back?" Returning so quickly was a bit unexpected for him. Ma Yang, who was practicing swordsmanship, froze upon hearing the name and turned around abruptly. Seeing the familiar face, he was first stunned, then overjoyed. Immediately after, the joy turned into bitterness. There was no other reason Chu Feng was too strong, making him feel like a useless failure. No, he really was a failure. Bai Xiaotao also stopped her movements, blinking her clear, bright eyes. After confirming it was Chu Feng, she rushed over without hesitation. Sure enough, Brother Chu hadn't lied to her. Chu Feng nodded slightly at Ma Yang, then turned his gaze to Qing Yunjinren, bowing his head slightly. "Jinren, I have returned." Qing Yunjinren's gaze swept over Chu Feng repeatedly, his astonishment gradually turning into deeper scrutiny and doubt. His divine sense, like invisible tendrils, cautiously probed into Chu Feng's body. Golden Core. Chu Feng did not dwell on the topic, directly stating his purpose. "Jinren, this time I have returned to seek the technique of the 4 swords of immortal execution." As soon as the words fell, the entire platform plunged into a deathly silence. Ma Yang opened his mouth wide, staring blankly at Chu Feng as if he had heard a fantastical tale. Qing Yunjinren furrowed his brows, the warmth that had just risen in his cloudy eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by a cold scrutiny. "The 4 swords of immortal execution," he repeated slowly, with disbelief.
Do you know the prerequisite for cultivating the four swords of immortal execution?
You must cultivate the Qing Yun sword technique to the heavenly sword perfection realm, Xu Feng replied calmly.
This answer made Qing Yunjinren's expression even darker. He asked in confusion, "How long has it been, and you've already cultivated to the heavenly sword perfection realm?" He pointed to Bai Xiaotao beside him.
Even Xiaotao, under my personal guidance and relentless practice day and night, has only just touched the threshold of the profound sword realm.
How many days have you been gone? Even if you are extraordinarily gifted, you can't possibly be 10 or 100 times faster than her, can you? Qing Yunjinren simply couldn't believe it.
He considered Bai Xiaotao to already be the most talented cultivator in the world, and it was impossible for Xu Feng to surpass her.
However, as a nascent soul cultivator, Qing Yunjinren could only harbor blind doubts.
He gave Xu Feng a deep look. If you have truly mastered the Qing Yun sword technique, then follow me. As long as you can pass the immortal execution sword formation, you will gain access to the cultivation method of the four swords of immortal execution. This was the rule of the Qing Yun sect. If Xu Feng's strength was sufficient, the secrets of the four swords of immortal execution would naturally be passed on to him. But if Xu Feng had not mastered the heavenly sword, entering the immortal execution sword formation would be extremely difficult. Qing Yunjinren's gaze was complex, containing both the scrutiny of an elder and the anger of being challenged by a younger generation. He said no more and turned to walk toward one side of the platform.
Follow me.
Xu Feng stepped forward to follow, with Bai Xiaotao and Ma Yang hurriedly running after him. The edge of the platform was a smooth, mirror-like cliff, shrouded in mist below, its depth unfathomable. Qing Yunjinren stopped at the cliff's edge, forming a seal with one hand while chanting under his breath. His withered fingers traced mysterious trajectories in the air, and with the final word, he suddenly pointed forward.
Open!
Buzz the void ahead emitted a deep vibration, and on the previously empty cliff platform, 4 ancient stone pillars rose from the ground. The stone pillars were covered in moss and sword marks from the passage of time, each sword mark containing a unique sword intent. Between the 4 stone pillars, light and shadow twisted, forming a blurry vortex of energy.
A desolate, ancient, and extremely sharp aura emanated from it.
Ma Yang only glanced at it, and his eyes began to sting intensely, as if countless sharp swords were piercing his soul. Terrified, he quickly lowered his head, not daring to look directly. A trace of solemnity also flashed in Bai Xiaotao's clear eyes, and she instinctively gripped the wooden sword in her hand tightly. This is the immortal execution sword formation, created by the founding ancestor of our Qing Yun sect with supreme sword intent, Qing Yunjinren said in a solemn and reverent tone, filled with respect for his predecessors. Entering the formation, your cultivation level doesn't matter, only your sword heart and sword intent will determine life and death. He turned his sharp gaze to Xu Feng. The formation has 4 stages, representing the 4 elements of heaven and earth. You claim to have comprehended the heavenly sword, so I will activate the trial of the heavenly stage.
However, I must warn you first, Qing Yunjinren's tone suddenly turned stern. If you have truly mastered it, this formation will be your opportunity.
But if there is even the slightest falsehood, the ancestor's sword intent will backlash against you, and suffering will be inevitable. In truth, this was merely a trial, and passing it would also serve to hone one's swordsmanship.
Xu Feng nodded. I understand.
After speaking, he walked straight toward the twisted vortex of light and shadow.
Wait! Ma Yang couldn't help but shout. Xu Feng, you didn't bring a sword? You're entering the sword formation empty-handed? He could hardly believe it. How could someone enter a sword formation without a sword? It was like a soldier going to war without a weapon. Xu Feng didn't stop walking. I brought a sword. Ma Yang froze, rubbing his eyes.
Xu Feng had nothing on him, his hands were empty, not even a toothpick in sight.
Where's your sword? Ma Yang stammered. Master Qing Yun also frowned. He couldn't sense any weapon aura on Xu Feng either. But that was normal. Weapons were usually stored in storage rings and not taken out unless needed. Ma Yang's question was actually unnecessary.
At this moment, Xu Feng, who had already reached the vortex of the sword formation, finally stopped. He slowly raised his right hand, spreading his fingers, palm facing upward, toward the distorted void.
A sword?
Xu Feng's lips curved slightly, his tone carrying a hint of ease.
The sword is right here.
As soon as he finished speaking,
buzz, a faint hum resonated in the air.
Centered on Xu Feng's palm, the surrounding air began to twist and compress in a strange manner, as if an invisible hand was molding all the matter in that space into a new form. Ma Yang's eyes widened abruptly. He saw it. In Chu Feng's palm, strands of air were being drawn together, converging with a mournful wail. Then, a long sword, entirely composed of transparent, rapidly vibrating air, slowly took shape. It had no physical form, no color, not even a sheen. Yet it undeniably existed. The sharp sword intent emanating from its blade fractured the surrounding light into distorted halos. A pure and piercing sword aura radiated from the invisible, formless sword. This is. Ma Yang's throat emitted a choking sound. He pointed at the sword made of air, his mind blank, unable to form coherent words. Making a sword out of air? What kind of technique was this? It was practically divine. No, it's condensing a sword from spiritual energy? No, that's not it. Master Qingyun's eyes narrowed sharply, and he involuntarily took a step forward, staring intently at the sword. As a nascent soul stage cultivator, he could naturally condense weapons from spiritual energy. But those were merely energy constructs, flashy but insubstantial. However, the sword in Chu Feng's hand was entirely different. He could clearly sense that this was not a simple energy construct. This was a true sword in every sense. It had the soul of a sword. It was a manifestation of sword momentum. Sword techniques, sword momentum, sword intent. Even the heavenly sword in the Qingyun sword technique was merely a sword technique. But the sword in Chu Feng's hand was undoubtedly sword momentum. A realm beyond the heavenly sword. Instinctively, he released a wisp of divine sense, attempting to probe the structure of the sword. But as soon as his divine sense touched the distorted halo sizzle, a faint sound. Master Qingyun shuddered as if struck by lightning, suppressing a muffled groan. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. His divine sense had been severed in an instant, completely obliterated. A sharp, needle-like pain pierced his soul. What a domineering sword momentum! Master Qingyun's heart surged with waves of shock. His gaze at Chu Feng was filled with astonishment and disbelief. This was not the heavenly sword at all. It was a sword momentum on par with the legendary four swords of immortal execution, an unstoppable force. The heavenly sword was merely a technique for wielding a sword, a matter of skill. What Chu Feng demonstrated was creating something out of nothing, a transformation from non-existence to existence, the realm of the great Tao. He could imbue the formless air with the force of a sword, turning it into an indestructible divine weapon. Such a realm, let alone during the Golden Core stage, was rarely achieved even by sword cultivators in the nascent soul stage, or even the soul transformation stage. This boy, what kind of monster is he? Bai Shaodao said nothing, her clear and bright eyes fixed unblinkingly on the formless sword in Chu Feng's palm. She felt no sense of oppression. In her eyes, that sword was so pure, so perfect, as if it was the most primordial form of a sword. While Qin Yunjinren and Ma Yang's understanding of the world was being completely overturned, leaving them stunned and frozen, Chu Feng looked at the invisible sword in his hand and shook his head slightly. The strength is still lacking. With a casual wave of his hand, the sword, condensed from air, instantly dissipated, reverting to formless breeze and vanishing into the heavens and earth. Lacking? Hearing this, Ma Yang nearly fainted from anger. A sword made of air, capable of severing the divine sense of a soul transformation stage expert, and it was still lacking? Then what would be considered strong? Qin Yunjinren's mouth twitched. He felt as though his centuries of cultivation and worldview were crumbling bit by bit. But what suffocated him even more was what happened next. After dispersing the invisible sword, Chu Feng flipped his palm again. This time, he did not condense air but instead gently reached into the void. Buzz! Space rippled. An ancient, weighty sword box appeared out of thin air in his hand. The sword box was deep blue, its surface engraved with intricate lightning patterns. The moment the sword box appeared, boom! A muffled thunderclap suddenly echoed across the clear sky. The four ancient stone pillars, which served as the foundation of the sword formation, also began to hum and tremble violently under the influence of its aura. An indescribable, terrifying pressure, as if from the primordial wilderness, emanated from the sword box. It was a pure and destructive force, as though the sword box did not contain an ordinary sword but an ancient divine weapon capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. This was no ordinary pressure. Pressure is the suppression of a weaker being by a stronger one, a tangible energy fluctuation. But what emanated from the sword box was a more fundamental, purer presence. It was like the destruction law itself, born at the dawn of the universe. Thud. Ma Yan, unable to take his eyes off it, felt that this was an unparalleled divine weapon. Qing Yunjinren, as a soul transformation cultivator, was highly sensitive to divine swords. His body trembled violently, his spiritual energy surging madly to protect his heart and veins. Otherwise, attempting to perceive the divine sword would have already caused him to suffer a backlash from its sword aura. Yet his Taoist robe was soaked in cold sweat, clinging to his back as his eyes remained fixed on the sword box. This is not a magical artifact. His voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable as his own. This is a Tao weapon. A weapon containing the complete laws of the great Tao, an ancient Tao weapon. Legends spoke of divine weapons born alongside heaven and earth at the beginning of creation. These weapons themselves embodied a complete law of the great Tao. To obtain one was to attain the Tao. Such things existed only in the oldest records, which he had always thought were mere myths fabricated by the ancestors. But now, a living myth was right before his eyes. Xu Feng ignored their astonishment. He felt that using the invisible sword to break through the formation might not be strong enough. If it dispersed inside, he would have to condense it again, which would be too troublesome. It would be better to use this newly acquired sword, it should save a lot of effort. He reached out and gently flicked open the sword case's latch. Click! A crisp unlocking sound echoed sharply across the deathly silent cliff plateau. The next moment, there was no earth-shattering noise, no explosion. The lid of the sword case slowly opened a crack. A deep blue light, indescribable in words, burst forth from the gap, like a divine sword that had existed since the beginning of time, instantly piercing the sky. Boom! The cloudless sky suddenly erupted with countless thunderclaps. The entire mountain range where the Qingyun sect ruins were located trembled violently under this aura, with countless massive rocks tumbling down, as if bowing to the awakening of this divine weapon. Zap! Zap! Countless thick blue electric arcs frantically shot out from the gap in the sword case, dancing wildly in the air. They had no target, merely instinctively unleashing destructive power. The air was torn apart, space-scorched, emitting waves of agonized groans. On the cliff plateau, the four ancient stone pillars that served as the foundation of the Zhu Xian sword formation simultaneously let out mournful cries. The ancient sword marks on the pillars dimmed instantly, as if in fear, wanting to retreat. Ma Yan was speechless, his eyes unable to open under the piercing light. He could only shield his face tightly with his arms, feeling as though his very soul was being burned away by the lightning. Bai Xiaodao's clear eyes revealed a look of shock for the first time. She was not afraid, instead, she felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if she were witnessing the King of Swords. The wooden sword in her hand began to hum on its own, as if worshipping in that direction. Xu Feng frowned slightly. Was this commotion too much? Without further thought, he reached out and fully opened the sword case. A simple, ancient longsword lay quietly on the blue silk. The blade was slender, entirely deep blue, as if it contained an ocean of thunder. A lifelike divine dragon was engraved on the blade, its body coiled around the sword, with the dragon's head forming the guard. The dragon's horns naturally extended outward, creating a perfect handguard. The blade was unsharpened, yet it carried an innate sharpness capable of cutting through all things. Countless tiny golden lightning runes flowed slowly across the blade, as if alive. Thunder Dragon Slayer Divine Sword. You call this thing a sword? Ma Yang peeked through his fingers, his eyes nearly blinded by the light, and struggled to squeeze out the words. This was no sword. This was divine punishment. The judgment of the gods. The destroyer of worlds. Qing Yunjinren was completely numb. A Tao weapon. It was truly a Tao weapon. And not just any Tao weapon, but one forged from the Tao of thunder and slaughter, an unparalleled weapon. He had lived for hundreds of years and never imagined he would witness something that only existed in myths during his lifetime. Even less did he expect this thing to fall into the hands of a junior in the Golden Core stage. Who was this young man? Was he the heir of some ancient hidden sect? Or the reincarnation of a great power? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, only to dissolve into blankness. Before absolute power, any speculation was meaningless. Xu Feng picked up the Thunder Dragon Slayer Divine Sword and casually flicked his wrist. The blade emitted a crisp dragon's roar, and a tiny electric arc shot out from the tip, striking the distant ground. Sizzle! A bottomless scorched black hole instantly appeared on the ground, its edges smooth and still smoking faintly. Not bad. Chu Feng nodded, satisfied with the sword's power. At least it was sturdier than the swords formed from condensed air. Not bad? Qing Yunjinren nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this. The randomly emitted arc of electricity already has the power to severely injure a nascent soul stage cultivator. You call that not bad? Then what do you think counts as powerful? Splitting an entire continent with one sword? Chu Feng didn't linger much longer. He gripped his sword and walked step by step toward the entrance of the Immortal Execution Sword formation. The distorted vortex of light and shadow sensed the aura of the Thunder Dragon slaying divine sword and became extremely unstable, flickering wildly as if it was about to collapse at any moment. Wait! Qing Yunjinren finally snapped out of his daze, flashed forward, and blocked Chu Feng's path, his expression extremely grave. Chu Feng! Don't rush in! Chu Feng stopped, looking at him with some confusion. Qing Yunjinren pointed at the sword in Chu Feng's hand, then at the unstable sword formation behind him, his voice trembling. This divine weapon of yours, its power is too terrifying, already exceeding the limits of what the sword formation can withstand. Although the Immortal Execution Sword formation was left by the founder, it is ultimately just a manifestation of sword intent. If you take this sword inside, I'm afraid, the entire formation will be directly destroyed by the power of this sword. What he was worried about now was no longer whether Chu Feng could pass the trial. He was worried about whether the last bit of his sect's legacy would be completely wiped out by this sword. Chu Feng listened, lowered his head, and looked at the Thunder Dragon slaying divine sword in his hand. Could it really be that serious? He thought for a moment and said, I'll restrain its power a bit. He still wanted to obtain the techniques of the Immortal Execution Four Swords, so he couldn't just destroy someone else's formation. Restrain its power a bit? Qing Yunjinren's mouth twitched. That sounded as if you had complete control over this sword. But at this point, he had no other options. He took a deep breath, stepped aside, his face full of pain and helplessness. Fine, go ahead. The Heavenly Gate is already open. Success or failure depends entirely on luck now. He had already mentally prepared himself for the sword formation to be destroyed. Chu Feng nodded, hesitated no longer, and stepped into the violently flickering vortex of light and shadow. Buzz! As Chu Feng's figure disappeared, the entire Immortal Execution Sword formation emitted an unprecedentedly intense roar. The next moment, Chu Feng found himself in a gray, misty space. There was no heaven or earth, no direction. Only pure sword intent filled every inch of the air, sharp and fierce. Directly ahead, a humanoid figure formed slowly from countless sword lights. The figure held a sword of light, its features blurred, but the overwhelming aura of controlling the heavens and earth, the sword energy piercing the skies, was the ultimate embodiment of the Qing Yun sword technique's heavenly sword. This was the heavenly gate of the Immortal Execution Sword formation, left by the founder of the Qing Yun sect, the heavenly sword's sword intent, to test the sect's disciples. The humanoid figure composed of sword light floated silently, without facial features, yet it seemed to have eyes that could pierce through time and space, scrutinizing the intruding Chu Feng. This immense sword intent, as vast as mountains and seas, was the perfect manifestation of the heavenly sword realm of the Qing Yun sword technique. Chu Feng weighed the Thunder Dragon slaying divine sword in his hand. The dense lightning runes on the sword's blade flowed slowly, emitting a faint hum that caused the gray space to tremble slightly. He glanced at the humanoid figure ahead, then at the spatial walls that were beginning to show tiny cracks. Using this might really break this place, he murmured softly. With a flip of his wrist, the ancient Dao weapon Qing Yunjinren had mentioned was returned to the system space. On the cliff platform, Qing Yunjinren and Ma Yan, who were staring intently at the entrance of the sword formation, simultaneously felt the terrifying pressure that froze their souls suddenly vanish. The two simultaneously let out a sigh of relief, their entire bodies relaxing. Ma Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked nervously, Master, did he put that thing away? Qing Yunjinren didn't answer, his heart still pounding. Just moments ago, he truly thought the sect he had managed for hundreds of years, its final legacy, was about to be completely destroyed by that sword. As they thought Chu Feng was about to charge into the formation empty-handed, within the sword formation, Chu Feng raised his right hand again. The same motion, 5 fingers spread, palm facing upward. Buzz! Invisible ripples spread out, and the air above his palm was once again forcibly extracted, compressed, and distorted. A completely transparent, invisible longsword took shape once more, its edges shimmering with distorted halos. The Shadowless Sword. Thank goodness, Thank goodness. Qing Yunjinren felt slightly relieved upon seeing this scene. Although the ability to forge a sword out of thin air was equally astonishing, compared to the Dao weapon capable of triggering heavenly tribulations, this sword made of air at least seemed much gentler. Within the sword formation, Xu Feng gripped the hilt of the shadowless sword, the sensation akin to holding a mass of rapidly vibrating energy. Let us test your power first. As soon as he finished speaking, the light projection of the heavenly sword opposite him suddenly disintegrated, scattering into countless points of light. Immediately after, a new, much weaker light projection reformed not far away. The sword technique it wielded was simple and unadorned, the most basic yellow sword technique of the Qingyun sword art. Starting from the beginning, huh? Xu Feng understood. He didn't even move his feet, merely shifted his thoughts. Swoosh! A flash of sword light, invisible to the naked eye, streaked through. The newly formed yellow sword light projection didn't even have time to complete its opening move before it was sliced in half, collapsing into its most primitive specks of light. Almost simultaneously, on the cliff plateau, the stone pillar representing the yellow checkpoint, which had been dim and lifeless, suddenly erupted with dazzling white light. The brilliance lasted less than the blink of an eye before instantly extinguishing, returning to silence. That's it? Ma Yang rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. He just went in, didn't he even have time to catch his breath, and the yellow checkpoint is cleared? Qing Yunjinren's pupils contracted as he stared fixedly at the extinguished stone pillar. Cleared. And in an instant. He recalled his own experience training at that checkpoint, spending half a day in grueling practice on the sword cliff just to grasp the basics of the yellow sword. But Xu Feng, he even doubted whether Xu Feng had actually made a move. Before he could think further, another anomaly occurred. Buzz! The second stone pillar, representing the Xin checkpoint, suddenly erupted with an even more dazzling white light than before. Then, in an instant, the light vanished. Again, cleared again? Ma Yang's voice carried a hint of despair. Master, is this sword formation broken? Why does it feel like someone's just lighting lamps? Qing Yunjinren ignored him, his gaze fixed firmly on the third stone pillar. Sure enough. Buzz! The third stone pillar, representing the D checkpoint, shot out a beam of light so bright it overshadowed the midday sun. Then, the light extinguished. From the yellow checkpoint to the D checkpoint, 3 checkpoints cleared in one go. The total time taken was less than 3 seconds. On the entire cliff plateau, only Ma Yang's heavy breathing remained. Monster, freak! He muttered to himself, unable to find any words to express his shock at this moment. This was no longer a matter of talent. This was outright trampling on everything ordinary people understood about cultivation. It wasn't because Xu Feng had mastered the Qingyun sword technique, but because his cultivation speed was unbelievably fast. Qing Yunjinren's face alternated between green and white, and his hands hidden in his sleeves trembled slightly from exertion. He understood that the sword formation wasn't broken. Precisely because it wasn't broken, the situation was even more terrifying. This meant that within the sword formation, Xu Feng had truly relied on his strength to swiftly and overwhelmingly break through the first 3 sword intents left by the founder. Those 3 sword intents didn't even have a chance to counterattack. Heaven Gate. Qing Yunjinren struggled to utter 2 words, his gaze locked onto the last and tallest stone pillar. The first 3 gates were just to warm up. The real test was the Heaven Gate. Inside the sword formation, Xu Feng still stood in place, his posture unchanged. In front of him, the light and shadow of the Earth Gate had just dissipated, and the initial light and shadow of the Heaven Sword reformed once again. This time, its aura was several times stronger than before. The entire grayish space became incomparably sharp because of it, with every inch of air feeling like drawn sword blades. The final gate. Xu Feng's gaze grew more serious. The light and shadow moved. Without any unnecessary actions, it simply thrust out a single sword. Buzz! The light sword in its hand disappeared instantly. In the next moment, a sword light filled with destructive energy appeared right in front of Xu Feng's forehead. Fast! Breaking through spatial constraints, ignoring distance. This was the true Heaven Sword, capable of killing enemies from 1,000 miles away in an instant. Clang! A crisp, piercing sound rang out, like the shattering of glass. The invisible sword in Xu Feng's hand reacted even faster, precisely blocking the deadly sword light. The tips of the 2 swords collided, and a visible shockwave exploded from the point of impact. The grayish space walls shook violently, forming spiderweb-like cracks.
On the cliff platform, the fourth stone pillar representing heaven finally lit up. Blinding white light shot straight into the sky like a pillar supporting the heavens. But unlike the previous three, its light did not extinguish. Instead, it flickered intensely, alternating between bright and dim, as if engaged in a fierce battle. He blocked it. He truly comprehended the heaven sword. Ma Yang felt the change and exclaimed, his tone filled with both excitement at seeing Chu Feng being resisted and fear of his strength. No. Qing Yunjinren shook his head, his expression extremely grave. This isn't blocking, this is an evenly matched, intense battle. The heaven sword intent left by the founder possesses a certain degree of autonomous consciousness and will continuously strengthen according to the challenger's power. The faster the light flickers, the more intense the battle. Inside the sword formation, Chu Feng frowned slightly. He noticed that after being blocked, the light and shadow's aura did not weaken but instead grew stronger. The light sword became more solid and sharper. Whoosh! 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 The light and shadow moved rapidly, transforming into countless afterimages and launching attacks from all directions simultaneously. Each strike was a perfect heaven sword. The entire space was instantly filled with crisscrossing sword lights, turning into an inescapable cage of absolute death. Interesting. Chu Feng's invisible sword began to dance. He didn't use any complex sword techniques, only simple blocks, slashes, and intercepts. Yet every strike was incredibly fast and precise. Clang! 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 A series of scalp-tingling collision sounds erupted wildly in the space. Each clash between the invisible sword and the light sword unleashed dazzling light and terrifying energy storms. The space cracks grew larger and more numerous, as if it might completely collapse at any moment. On the cliff platform, the flickering speed of the fourth stone pillar had reached its limit, and the entire pillar trembled and hummed violently. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. A distinct crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the stone pillar. Master! The pillar has cracked! Ma Yang exclaimed in panic, his face full of fear. The sword formation is about to collapse. Could Chu Feng be in danger? Qing Yunjinren's face turned pale, a mix of shock, pain, and helplessness. Shut up, he growled in a low voice. It's not the sword formation that's collapsing, but the power inside is too overwhelming, even the stone pillar as its vessel can't withstand it. What is he doing in there? He couldn't fathom what kind of battle could cause the sword formation left by the ancestor to start breaking apart at its core. At that moment, the situation inside the sword formation changed drastically again. The countless light shadows suddenly converged toward the center, condensing into a single figure of light. But this time, the figure was twice as large as before, and the light sword in its hand burned with golden white flames, like a miniature sun. A sword pressure far surpassing anything before almost materialized, descending with a thunderous force. It had evolved. Absorbing the experience of the previous battle and the sword intent of the ancestor, it had broken through its limits. The figure of light raised the blazing light sword high. All the sword intent, light, and energy in the space were frantically absorbed into the sword's body. Then, it slashed down. No sound, no light. Only a pure void. This sword seemed to sever even time, space, and existence itself. Chu Feng's expression was unusually grave. He felt a mortal threat. With a single thought, the Wu Ying sword in his hand let out a sharp, sorrowful wail, its blade covered in countless cracks. It could barely withstand the intensity of this duel. Chu Feng did not retreat. He poured all his sword momentum into the Wu Ying sword and unleashed his strongest strike toward the void. Boom! An indescribable explosion erupted in the depths of Chu Feng's soul. The Wu Ying sword shattered inch by inch under the golden white blazing light sword. It lasted only half a second before it exploded into a chaotic storm of energy. Yet the blazing light sword, its momentum undiminished, slashed straight toward Chu Feng. On the cliff platform, the fourth stone pillar flickered violently, its cracks spreading rapidly like a spider web. Qing Yunjinren and Ma Yang's hearts were in their throats. Inside the sword formation, the blazing light sword, burning with golden white flames and carrying the power of absolute void, slashed down fiercely. The Wu Ying sword in Chu Feng's hand shattered instantly. As the destructive force was about to engulf him, Chu Feng's gaze remained calm as ever. The strength of the air, as expected, is not enough, he murmured softly. He released the broken sword hilt, letting the energy currents scatter. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, actively facing the blazing light sword.
His right hand extended, fingers slightly clenched. The Taiga Shinma Tumli Ju within him roared to life, operating at full force. His surging vitality no longer merely strengthened his body but transformed into a massive furnace, frantically extracting, refining, and compressing the nine heavens' divine thunder within his dantian. Sla! A piercing crackling sound erupted. A long sword, entirely azure and formed from highly concentrated thunder, materialized out of thin air in his hand. This sword was no longer formless or invisible. Its blade was solid, with electric serpents dancing wildly, each arc carrying destructive power. Chu Feng gripped the thunder sword and swung it casually. No elaborate techniques. Just the simplest, most direct slash. SSSHH. The thunder sword collided fiercely with the blazing light sword. There was no expected explosion, the thunder sword sliced through like a branding iron cutting into butter. Silent and effortless. The lightsaber, burning with golden white flames, was cleanly split in two, then shattered into countless points of light. The entire gray space froze at that moment. The massive celestial sword's light projection stood motionless, as if unable to believe what had just happened. Chu Feng did not stop. The thunder sword swung again. A flash of azure lightning streaked past. Fine blue electric marks appeared all over the celestial sword's light projection. In the next instant, it exploded with a roar, transforming into the purest sword intent energy and dissipating into the space. Boom! The sword formation space completely collapsed, shattering like a broken mirror. On the cliff platform, under the terrified gazes of Ma Yang and Qing Yunjinren, the highest stone pillar representing the heaven character flashed to its peak brightness, then suddenly dimmed. Crack! Bang! The entire stone pillar split in two, sending debris flying. It's over. Ma Yang slumped to the ground, his face pale. The ancestral sword formation is completely destroyed. Qing Yunjinren's body trembled violently as he stared fixedly at the pile of rubble, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. The Shu Xian sword formation, the final foundation of Qing Yun sect passed down for countless generations, had just completely collapsed? At that moment, at the entrance of the collapsed sword formation, a flash of light appeared. Chu Feng walked out unscathed. He glanced at the scattered debris on the ground, then at the two people still in shock, hesitating slightly before asking, Jinren, with such a big commotion just now, does this trial count as passed? Qing Yunjinren abruptly raised his head, looking at Chu Feng's calm face. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt as if it were stuffed with cotton. Passed? You destroyed the trial formation left by the ancestors to this extent, and it still counts as passed? Ma Yang also raised his head, staring at Chu Feng with an expression as if looking at a monster. He wanted to ask what had happened inside, but he dared not speak. After a long while, Qing Yunjinren finally squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, it counts as passed. His heart felt as if it were being torn apart. But he also understood that Chu Feng's ability to shatter the foundational stones of the formation with the celestial sword intent had far surpassed ordinary swordsmanship comprehension. This young man's understanding of swordsmanship likely exceeded his imagination. Follow me. Qing Yunjinren seemed to have aged 10 years overnight, weakly waving his hand before turning to walk toward the thatched hut. Chu Feng followed him. Inside the hut was a hidden world. Qing Yunjinren activated a concealed teleportation formation, and with a flash of light, the three of them instantly arrived at a dim underground stone cavern. At the center of the cavern stood four massive, pitch-black stone steels. Each steel bore an ancient character, Zhu, Lu, Sten, Ju. An indescribable aura of terror emanated from the four steels. It was not ordinary sword intent. It was pure power of slaughter, destruction, and finality. Ma Yang took one glance and felt his soul nearly torn apart by the aura, letting out a scream before quickly closing his eyes, not daring to look again. This is the true core inheritance of Qing Yun sect. Qing Yunjinren's voice was heavier than ever. The four swords of Zhu Xian are not ordinary techniques or manuals, but four complete laws of swordsmanship. You must use your soul to comprehend them. How much you can grasp depends entirely on your own fortune. He stared at Chu Feng and solemnly warned, remember, do not be greedy. Any one of these four sword intents can cause the soul of a nascent soul cultivator to collapse. If you forcefully comprehend it, your soul will be annihilated, and no one can save you. After saying this, he took the still trembling Ma Yang and retreated to the edge of the stone cave, leaving space for Chu Feng. Chu Feng nodded. He walked to the first stone tablet. It bore the character Exterminate. As he approached, an incomparably sharp sword intent surged toward him like a tide, as if it could sever all karma and annihilate all immortals. This sword intent was hundreds of times stronger than that within the heavenly gate. Yet, within Chu Feng's perception, a miraculous transformation occurred. His SSS-level unparalleled sword immortal talent quietly activated at this moment. The complex, profound, and ever-changing sword intent of extermination was rapidly analyzed, simplified, and reorganized by his brain. All the intricate appearances were stripped away, leaving only the core, the essence of the truth. It was like an ordinary person reading an incomprehensible tome and feeling dizzy, while Chu Feng was reading a children's book with pinyin and annotations. So that's how it is. Chu Feng reached out and gently touched the cold stone tablet. Buzz! The Exterminate stone tablet suddenly erupted with dazzling blood-red light. The Exterminate character on the tablet seemed to come alive, transforming into mysterious runes that surged madly into Chu Feng's sea of consciousness along his arm. At the edge of the stone cave, Qing Yunjinren was just about to sit cross-legged, planning to wait here for several years. He saw Chu Feng reach out to touch the tablet and was about to advise him not to rush, but the next moment, the soaring blood-red light swallowed all his words. Resonance, resonance? Qing Yunjinren's eyes widened. It's just the beginning. How could he immediately trigger resonance with the ancestral sword intent? Back when he comprehended the sword intent of extermination, it took him 30 years just to get started. And Chu Feng only took 1 second? Ma Yan, summoning his courage, peeked through his fingers and froze upon seeing the blood-red light. Master, what is happening? I don't know either. Qing Yunjinren muttered softly, feeling as though his understanding had been completely overturned and mercilessly trampled upon. The blood-red light lasted less than 10 seconds before gradually receding and merging back into the stone tablet. The first stone tablet returned to calm. Chu Feng withdrew his hand and closed his eyes, carefully savoring the complete sword intent of extermination in his mind. One strike, and all immortals are annihilated. It was the ultimate sharpness and destructive power. He opened his eyes without hesitation and walked toward the second stone tablet. Slaughter. A killing intent even more brutal and frenzied than the sword intent of exterminate rushed toward him. It was as if it sought to slaughter the entire world, staining the sky red with blood. Chu Feng also reached out to touch the stone tablet. Buzz! The second stone tablet erupted with blinding pale white light. Again? Ma Yang's voice completely changed pitch. Qing Yunjinren couldn't utter a single word, only staring intently at the light, his body trembling slightly with excitement. If the first time was a coincidence, a stroke of luck, then what about the second time? The same pale white light slowly dissipated after 10 seconds. Chu Feng walked toward the third stone tablet. Trap. The sword intent was no longer sharp or murderous but an omnipresent, all-encompassing sense of entrapment and despair. It was like being caught in a net woven of rules, with no sky above and no escape below. Chu Feng touched the stone tablet. Buzz! The third stone tablet lit up with a deep black light. Ma Yang had already given up thinking, feeling as though everything before him was an absurd dream. Qing Yunjinren's breathing quickened. 3. In less than a minute, he had comprehended 3 sword intents. This was no longer a genius, it was a god, the god of swordsmanship has descended. Chu Feng walked toward the last stone tablet. Extinction. A suffocating aura of desolation, capable of withering all things and ending everything, enveloped the entire stone cave. The extinction sword, severing all vitality, possibilities, and existence. Chu Feng placed his hand on the fourth stone tablet. Buzz! The fourth stone tablet did not emit light but began to tremble violently. The entire underground stone cave shook intensely, as if it could collapse at any moment. This is bad. Qing Yunjinren's face changed drastically. The 4 swords resonate. He actually did it. As soon as the words fell. Boom! 4 stone tablets simultaneously erupted with 4 beams of different colored light, shooting straight into the sky and instantly piercing through the stone cave's dome. The 4 beams of light converged in the air, merging into an ancient, desolate aura that awakened a terrifying presence capable of making the entire Xiangyun continent tremble. For the first time, Qing Yunjinren showed genuine fear. He cried out, "The immortal execution sword formation is reappearing." Boom! The sky was torn apart. 4 beams of different colored light pierced through the mountain, converging above the ruins of Qingyun sect to form a massive and chaotic vortex of energy. Blood-red killing intent, deathly white slaughter, ghostly black descent, and the stillness of ultimate extinction. Four distinct terrifying auras intertwined, transforming into primordial killing intent that shook heaven and earth. It's over. Qingyun Jinren collapsed to the ground, staring at the phenomenon piercing the heavens, his eyes filled only with despair. The immortal execution sword formation, the supreme killing formation of legend, was said to be impossible to recreate. Even the sect's founder failed to bring it back in his lifetime. Now, it had awakened because of a disciple who had only joined a few days ago. Inside the stone cave, Chu Feng stood at the center of the storm, completely unaffected by the external world-destroying pressure. In his sea of consciousness, the shadows of 4 towering stone tablets slowly rotated. Countless profound streams of information flowed into his soul. He finally understood. What he had just comprehended was merely the sword momentum of the immortal execution 4 swords. This was the outermost form of the sword technique, the most basic framework. Above the sword momentum was the more refined and pure sword intent. This was the soul of the sword, the core that gave life and spirit to the sword momentum. Beyond that was the sword Tao laws, which constituted the fundamental rules of this world and embodied the essence of Tao. So, the road is still long, Chu Feng thought with clarity. As he was comprehending, the shadows of the 4 stone tablets suddenly merged. A formation diagram, so complex it defied description, was deeply imprinted into his soul, the immortal execution sword formation. He had mastered it. Though not completely, he had gained control over it. With just a thought, he could summon the 4 sword momentums and set up the supreme killing formation. This overwhelming aura was like a boulder crashing into a calm lake, instantly stirring up massive waves. Several dozen miles away from the ruins of Qingyun sect, 3 streaks of blood-red light tore through the sky and abruptly stopped. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a grim expression, dressed in a blood-red robe with a sinister curved blade embroidered on the cuffs. He gazed at the distant 4 colored beams of light, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Such powerful killing intent, could it be that some ancient deadly weapon has emerged? Beside him, a young cultivator felt the aura and turned pale. Third Elder, this aura, it's even more terrifying than the sect master's blood sea demon blade. Silence. The Third Elder snorted coldly. The sect master's majesty is beyond your comprehension. He scanned the flattened mountains below, his brows furrowing. This place, why does it look so familiar? Another cultivator quickly stepped forward. Third Elder, have you forgotten? This is the place where that young man recently attracted 100 lightning tribulations during his ascension. Oh? A sharp glint flashed in the Third Elder's eyes. Is it the one who destroyed the Qingyun sect with lightning? Exactly. Let's go and take a look. The Third Elder waved his hand, and the 3 of them transformed into 3 blood-colored streaks of light, swiftly flying toward the source of the aura. In just a few breaths, they descended above the ruins of the Qingyun sect. At a glance, they saw the solitary thatched hut and the terrified Qingyun Jinren and Ma Yang standing in front of it. Further away was the massive hole in the mountain, pierced through by the light beam. Qingyun, old man, who would have thought such a treasure was hidden in this remote place of yours? The Third Elder looked down from above, his tone full of mockery. Qingyun Jinren's face changed drastically. He raised his head sharply, and upon recognizing the newcomers, his heart sank to the bottom. Blood Blade Sect. Yuan Kuei. He recognized the man, Third Elder of the Blood Blade Sect, a mid-stage nascent soul expert, known for his ruthless methods and infamous reputation. The 2 behind him were also early-stage nascent soul cultivators. 3 nascent soul experts. At least you have some discernment. Yuan Kuei sneered, his gaze piercing through the hole, trying to see what lay below. Speak, what's down there? Hand it over willingly, and I might spare your life. Qingyun Jinren trembled with rage. Yuan Kuei. Don't go too far. This is the forbidden ground of my Qingyun sect. It's not your Bloodblade sect's place to act recklessly. Qingyun sect? Yuan Kuei laughed loudly, as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Just you, an old bag of bones barely clinging to life? And a useless brat who hasn't even reached the golden core stage? And you dare call yourselves a sect? As his laughter ceased, his gaze suddenly turned icy cold. Old man, this is my final warning, move aside. At that moment, the towering 4-colored light beam slowly contracted and disappeared into the cave. The terrifying killing intent dissipated along with it. A figure slowly emerged from the cave. It was Chu Feng. As soon as he appeared, he saw the three blood-colored figures in the sky, their malicious intent undisguised. Yuan Kuei's gaze instantly locked onto Chu Feng. He froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up with an incredulous excitement. "It's you! The young man who underwent the tribulation. You actually survived." The two elders behind him also recognized Chu Feng, their faces filled with shock and greed. A golden core cultivator capable of summoning 100 lightning tribulations. What kind of heaven-defying talent was this? If they could bring him back to the Bloodblade sect and control him with secret techniques, the Bloodblade sect would have no trouble dominating Qingzhou. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to take it. Hell has no gate, yet you insist on barging in. Yuan Kuei licked his lips, his gaze toward Chu Feng as if he were staring at a priceless treasure. "Kid, you have great talent. Join me in the Bloodblade sect, and I guarantee your future will be limitless." Seeing this, Qing Yunjinren hurriedly stepped forward to shield Chu Feng. He spread his arms wide, his frail body now resolute and unwavering. "Chu Feng is a disciple of my Qing Yun sect. Anyone who dares touch him will have to step over my old bones first." "Old man, you're courting death." Yuan Kuei's patience ran out. He didn't bother to act himself. With a mere contemptuous glance, a powerful nascent soul pressure descended like a mountain. Ugh! Qing Yunjinren couldn't even utter a sound. His protective spiritual light shattered instantly, as fragile as paper. His entire body seemed to be struck by a heavy hammer, spewing blood as he flew backward like a severed kite, crashing hard into the distant mountain wall, his life or death uncertain. "Master!" Ma Yang let out a miserable cry, scrambling and crawling toward him. With just one glance, a nascent soul stage cultivator was severely injured. "Yuan Third Elder, have you forgotten? This is the place where that kid who attracted 100 lightning tribulations underwent his tribulation a few days ago." "Oh?" A glint of light flashed in the Third Elder's eyes. "The one who turned the Qing Yun sect into ruins? That's right. Let's go, take a look." The Third Elder waved his hand, and the three of them transformed into three streaks of blood-red light, speeding toward the source of the aura. Within just a few breaths, they arrived above the ruins of the Qing Yun sect. They immediately saw the lone thatched hut, with Qing Yunjinren and Ma Yang standing in front of it, their faces filled with terror. They also noticed the massive hole in the mountain, pierced through by a beam of light. "Qingyun, old man, who would have thought such a remote place would hide something so powerful?" The Third Elder's tone was full of mockery. Qing Yunjinren's face changed drastically. He looked up sharply and recognized the newcomers, his heart sinking to the bottom. Bloodblade sect. Yuan Kuei. He recognized the man, the Third Elder of the Bloodblade sect, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator known for his ruthless methods and infamous reputation. The two men behind him were also early-stage nascent soul experts. Three nascent soul powerhouses were pressing down on them. "At least you have some eyesight." Yuan Kuei sneered, his gaze passing over the massive hole as he tried to see what lay below. "Speak, what's down there? Hand it over willingly, and I might consider sparing your life." Qing Yunjinren trembled with rage. "Yuan Kuei, don't push it too far. This is the forbidden ground of my Qing Yun sect. It's not for the Bloodblade sect to meddle in." "Qing Yun sect?" Yuan Kuei laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "An old man barely holding on and a useless brat who hasn't even reached the golden core stage dare to call yourselves a sect?" His laughter abruptly stopped, and his gaze turned icy cold. "Old man, I'll give you one last chance. Get lost." At that moment, the towering four-colored light pillar slowly retracted, disappearing into the cave. The terrifying killing intent also dissipated. A figure slowly emerged from the cave. It was Chu Feng. As soon as he appeared, he saw the three blood-red figures in the sky and their obvious hostility. Yuan Kuei's gaze instantly locked onto Chu Feng. He was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up with uncontrollable ecstasy. "It's you! The kid who underwent the tribulation. You actually survived." The two elders behind him also recognized Chu Feng, their faces filled with shock and greed. A golden core cultivator who could summon 100 lightning tribulations. What kind of heaven-defying talent was this? If they brought him back to the Bloodblade sect and controlled him with secret techniques, how could the Bloodblade sect not dominate the entire Qingzhou? The path to heaven is open, but you refuse to take it. The gates of hell are closed, yet you insist on barging in. Yuan Kuei licked his lips, looking at Chu Feng as if he were a priceless treasure. Kid, you have great talent. Join my Blood Blade sect, and I guarantee you a boundless future. Seeing this, Qing Yunjinren quickly stepped forward to shield Chu Feng. He spread his arms wide, his frail body now exuding an unyielding determination. Chu Feng is a disciple of my Qing Yun sect. Anyone who dares to touch him will have to go through these old bones of mine first. Old man, you're courting death. Yuan Kuei's patience was completely exhausted. He couldn't even be bothered to make a move himself. With a disdainful glance, a powerful nascent soul stage pressure descended like a mountain. Put! Qing Yunjinren didn't even have time to cry out. His protective spiritual light shattered instantly. His entire body was struck as if by a heavy hammer, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing hard into a distant mountain wall, his life or death uncertain. Master! Ma Yang let out a piercing scream, scrambling and crawling as he rushed forward. Just one glance could severely injure a cultivator at the early nascent soul stage. Yuan Kuei's strength was formidable, likely capable of challenging those at the late nascent soul stage, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to seriously wound Qing Yunjinren in a single move. Chu Feng's gaze turned cold. He looked at Qing Yunjinren lying in a pool of blood, then swept his eyes over the three greedy and cruel faces in the air. Yuan Kuei completely disregarded the people on the ground. He fixed his gaze on Chu Feng again, a victorious smile appearing on his face. Kid, do you have any other choice now? Come with me, or die alongside this old man. Yuan Kuei's voice echoed across the desolate ruins. A choice. He gave Chu Feng an opportunity. Chu Feng shifted his gaze away from the blurry figure on the distant mountain wall. He withdrew his eyes and looked at Yuan Kuei in the air. His face was expressionless, his gaze as calm as an ancient, bottomless well. Come with me, or die alongside this old man. Yuan Kuei savored the feeling of controlling someone's life and death, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Beside him, another elder of the Bloodblade sect sneered, Third elder, why waste words with him? These genius kids are always stubborn. Just break his limbs, cripple his cultivation, and plant our sect's blood soul curse in him. He'll be the most obedient dog. Ha ha ha, well said. Yuan Kuei burst into laughter. He thought the suggestion was absolutely brilliant. Chu Feng said nothing. He simply lifted his foot slowly and began walking step by step toward where Qing Yunjinren had fallen. His movements were not fast, each step landing on the rubble with a crunching sound. Yuan Kuei's laughter abruptly stopped. He frowned. Kid, didn't you hear me? I told you to come here. An even stronger pressure descended from the sky, like an invisible hand trying to pin Chu Feng down. But this force, strong enough to crush a mountain, dissipated silently when it came within 3 feet of Chu Feng. His steps did not falter. The smile on Yuan Kuei's face completely vanished, replaced by confusion. This kid, there's something unusual about him. The elder beside him noticed something amiss and stepped forward voluntarily. Third elder, let me handle this. I love crushing arrogant geniuses like him. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of blood-red light, charging fiercely toward Chu Feng. He unleashed the full aura of an early nascent soul stage cultivator, and a blood-red long blade appeared in his hand out of thin air. The blade's edge was entwined with vengeful spirits, emitting a piercing shriek. Kid, remember, don't be so arrogant in your next life. The blood-red blade light slashed through the air like a crescent moon, cutting straight down. Ma Yang, holding the blood-soaked Qing Yunjinren, watched the scene unfold with despair in his eyes. He knew it was over. They were finished. Chu Feng was finished. Qing Yun's sect was destined to disappear from this world today. But Chu Feng still did not turn around. He didn't even glance at the blood-red blade light coming straight at him. He simply stopped walking when he was 10 steps away from Qing Yunjinren. Then, he raised his right hand. His index finger lightly pointed forward. No sound. No light. Not even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. The Bloodblade elder who had charged forward suddenly froze. His movements stopped mid-air. The blood-red long blade in his hand was still 3 feet away from Chu Feng's head. His expression shifted from ferocity to bewilderment. Then to extreme fear. He lowered his head to look at his chest. There was nothing there. But he could feel that something inside his body had been taken away, a life, soul, the essence of existence. A vague sound escaped his throat. The next moment, his body began to silently disintegrate. Not into a blood mist, not into ashes, but like sand blown away by the wind, bit by bit, breaking down into the finest particles and dissipating into the air. Along with the blood-colored long blade in his hand and the robe on his body. A powerful cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul realm disappeared just like that. The wind blew past, as if he had never existed. The entire world fell into a deathly silence. In the sky, the confusion on Yuan Kuei's face froze. The mocking expression of the last elder beside him turned into terror. On the ground, Ma Yang's mouth hung open as he clung to his master's arm, trembling violently, forgetting even to cry. Chu Feng withdrew his finger and continued forward, arriving beside Qing Yunjinren and crouching down. He examined the injuries, shattered internal organs, severed meridians, and a shaken soul. The injuries were severe, but he was still alive. Chu Feng took out a healing pill from his storage space and placed it into Qing Yunjinren's mouth. After finishing this, he slowly stood up and turned his head. For the first time, he looked directly at the two figures in the sky. His voice was calm, as if asking about something trivial. "Have you decided how you want to die?" Boom! The words exploded like thunder in Yuan Kuei and the elders' minds. What did you do?" The last elder's voice was sharp, filled with fear, as he involuntarily stepped back. Yuan Kuei's body also trembled slightly. He stared at Chu Feng intently, his eyes no longer filled with greed but with deep fear and vigilance. That single gesture just now, he had no idea what had happened. No spiritual energy, no laws, no power he could comprehend. His companion had simply vanished into thin air. This unknown power was more terrifying than any earth-shattering divine ability. Who are you?" Yuan Kuei shouted harshly, his spiritual energy surging wildly within him. A larger, more terrifying blood sea demon blade slowly condensed behind him. Though he appeared fierce, his heart was in chaos. Chu Feng did not answer. He merely glanced at the elder who was retreating. "You first." As soon as the words fell, the elder felt the surrounding space suddenly tighten, as if he were trapped in an invisible net, completely immobilized. The spiritual energy within him seemed frozen. No matter how he tried to activate it, there was no response. "No! Third elder, save me!" he screamed in extreme terror. Yuan Kuei's expression changed drastically, and the blood sea demon blade behind him slashed out fiercely, sending 100-meter-long blood-red blade light toward that space, attempting to sever the invisible restraint. However, as soon as the blade light entered the area, its speed immediately slowed, as if sinking into thick mud, and was ultimately torn apart layer by layer by the invisible force, disappearing without a trace. "The force of trapping immortals," Chu Feng murmured softly. Under the invisible pressure, the elder's body began to emit the sound of bones cracking. His body was compressed inward, twisted and deformed. "Aha!" His piercing screams echoed through the skies. Bang! Finally, he was forcibly crushed by the invisible force, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Another nascent soul cultivator had fallen. From beginning to end, Chu Feng had merely moved his thoughts. In the sky, only Yuan Kuei remained. He floated alone, his face pale as paper, his hand gripping the blade trembling violently with fear. Run! This was the only thought in his mind. This boy was a monster, it's a demon. He's not at all in the golden core stage. Yuan Kuei no longer had a shred of fighting spirit. He turned and transformed into a streak of bloodlight, fleeing madly into the distance at the fastest speed. He even burned his vital essence to gain greater speed. Trying to leave? Chu Feng's gaze locked onto his retreating figure. He did not pursue but simply raised his hand, grasping at the distant bloodlight in the void. Buzz ahead of Yuan Kuei, a massive formation diagram suddenly appeared in the space, composed of countless gray sword energies. Exterminate. Slaughter. Trap. Annihilate. Four ancient characters slowly rotated within the formation diagram. A murderous aura that made the heavens and earth change color and caused all things to wither instantly locked onto Yuan Kuei. The immortal execution sword formation. Yuan Kuei howled in despair. He recognized this as the legendary supreme killing formation. He tried to turn and flee, but found himself completely locked in by the formation. No matter where he ran, the formation diagram followed closely. No! No! He frantically swung the Blood Sea Demon blade, sending streaks of blood-colored blade light slashing at the formation diagram, but it was like throwing stones into the sea. No ripples were stirred. Chu Feng's expression remained indifferent as his 5 fingers slowly clenched. The massive formation diagram in the sky also began to shrink. Within the diagram, a gray sword light, infused with 4 types of sword intent, flashed and disappeared. Yuan Kuei, who was desperately fleeing, suddenly froze. A tiny red dot appeared at the center of his forehead. His eyes instantly dimmed. His vitality, his nascent soul Dao fruit, and his soul were all completely severed by the gray sword light in that instant. His body, like a puppet with its strings cut, fell powerlessly from the sky. Bang! It hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The 3 nascent soul stage elders of the Bloodblade sect had all perished. Chu Feng slowly lowered his hand and glanced at the corpse on the ground, his brows furrowing slightly. He felt that his control over the immortal execution sword formation was still not proficient enough. That strike just now had caused too much commotion. At that moment, alarm bells suddenly rang in his heart. He abruptly looked up at the boundless sky. An indescribable, vast and ancient, seemingly transcendent will suddenly descended. It was not divine sense, nor was it a sense of oppression. It was the gaze of the Tao. It was as if the rules of the entire world trembled due to the awakening of some existence. Chu Feng felt his soul frozen by that will. The golden core within him, the 4 sword intents he had just comprehended, and even the immortal execution formation diagram deep within his soul were all frantically warning him of extreme danger. That will swept across the entire Xingyan continent's sky and finally stopped precisely over this ruin, focusing on Chu Feng. A calm yet majestic voice, as if coming from beyond the 9 heavens, resounded directly in the depths of Chu Feng's soul. Immortal execution 4 swords? So, they are with you. That voice echoed in Chu Feng's soul, devoid of emotion or fluctuation, like a piece of ice that would never melt. Immortal execution 4 swords? So, they are with you. As the words fell, that terrifying will, which seemed capable of freezing the entire world, receded like a tide. It came suddenly and left decisively. The sky returned to its clear state, as if everything just now had been an illusion. But Chu Feng knew it was no illusion. He stood there motionless. Who was the owner of that will? Was it some reclusive ancient being? Or a manifestation of some rule within this world? The other party seemed very interested in the immortal execution 4 swords but did not immediately act, leaving only those words. This was more unsettling than a direct attack. It was like a sharp sword hanging over his head, uncertain when it would fall. Chu Feng. Ma Yang's trembling voice interrupted Chu Feng's thoughts. He stumbled and crawled over, his face a mixture of tears and sweat. Looking at the 3 corpses on the ground, he raised his head to Chu Feng, his eyes filled with fear. They're all dead? 3 nascent soul stage experts. Just like that, gone. Chu Feng withdrew his gaze from the sky and refocused on the ground. He walked over to Master Qing Yun. The old man had just taken a pill, and his complexion had regained a hint of color, but his breath was still weak. The ones who died deserved to die, Chu Feng said calmly. Master Qing Yun struggled to sit up, leaning against the mountain wall, gasping for air. His gaze at Chu Feng was incredibly complex: shock, gratitude, but above all, deep worry. You killed the 3 elders of the Bloodblade sect. His voice was hoarse, tinged with despair. Yuan Kuei is the younger brother of Yuan Ba, the sect master of the Bloodblade sect. You killed him. The Bloodblade sect will never let this go. Bloodblade sect? Chu Feng had some impression of the name. Are they strong? Strong? Master Qing Yun gave a bitter smile, one more painful than crying. The Bloodblade sect is one of the major sects in the 3-yin kingdom of Qingzhou. The sect master, Yuan Ba, is a void return stage powerhouse. You may be able to kill nascent soul stage experts, but against a void return stage, you stand no chance. Void return stage. A realm higher than nascent soul stage. Hearing those words, Ma Yang, who had just started to calm down, felt his heart leap into his throat again, his face turning pale. Void return stage, then what do we do? We should run. Run? Master Qing Yun shook his head, his eyes dim. Where could we run? Yuan Ba's divine sense can cover the entire Yin kingdom. As long as we remain here, we can't escape his grasp. He looked at Chu Feng, his eyes filled with guilt. Chu Feng, it's my fault for dragging you into this. If it weren't for you saving my Qingyun sect, you wouldn't have brought such trouble upon yourself. You should leave Qingzhou, and head deep into the Eastern Divine Continent. There are many powerful figures there, perhaps you'll have a chance. As for me, this old body of mine, it doesn't matter if I die. Chu Feng said nothing. He was silently calculating his own strength. Golden Core Stage. That was his current cultivation level. But his combat power far exceeded others of the same level. The ancient god-demon thunder-devouring technique had made his physical body extraordinarily strong, capable of withstanding attacks from magical treasures. The 3000 thunder movement technique was astonishingly fast, making it difficult even for nascent soul stage experts to catch him. His newly awakened unparalleled sword immortal talent had elevated his comprehension of swordsmanship to an incredible level. The most crucial factor was the immortal execution sword formation. In the heat of the moment earlier, when he set up the formation, he felt his control over its power was still rough. Yet, just by merging the sword momentum, he had easily slain 3 nascent soul stage experts. Its power likely already approached the void return stage. If he could integrate the sword intent of the 4 immortal execution swords into it, how powerful would it become? He estimated that with his current strength, if he fully unleashed the immortal execution sword formation, he could probably kill a void return stage cultivator in the early stage. But the cost would be enormous. That strike earlier had already consumed nearly 30% of his spiritual energy. Run? Chu Feng shook his head. Why should I run? He looked at Master Qingyun. If the Bloodblade sect wants to come, let them come. What? Master Qingyun and Ma Yang were both stunned. Chu Feng, are you crazy? That's a void return stage powerhouse. Ma Yang screamed. No matter how powerful you are, it's impossible. Chu Feng ignored it. He only knew that his aunt was still waiting for him in another world. He had no time to waste in endless fleeing. When trouble came, he would deal with it. He walked over to the 3 corpses and took their storage rings. His divine sense probed inside. They were filled with various pills, magical treasures, and a large number of spirit stones. The combined possessions of 3 nascent soul stage elders amounted to nearly 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, along with a few high-grade ones, a considerable fortune. Chu Feng stored the spirit stones, ignored the other items, and burned them all with a single fire. After finishing, he turned to the 2 still standing there in a daze and said, Jinren, this place is not safe to stay. Let's move to another location. The people from the Bloodblade sect will likely arrive soon. At the same time, Qingzhou, the main headquarters of the Bloodblade sect. In a massive palace floating above a sea of blood-red clouds, a disciple tasked with guarding the soul hall was yawning out of boredom. Suddenly, crack! A crisp shattering sound rang out. The disciple was startled and looked up. He saw that among the hundreds of soul jades enshrined at the highest point, one had silently shattered. An elder has fallen? His face changed drastically, and he was about to get up to report. Crack! Crack! 2 more shattering sounds followed in quick succession. The 2 soul jades next to the first one also shattered simultaneously. 3 elders. The disciple was so terrified that his soul nearly left his body. He scrambled out of the soul hall, shouting as he went. Something terrible has happened. The soul jades of the 3rd elder, 5th elder, and 7th elder have all shattered. His piercing cries shattered the silence of the Bloodblade sect. Moments later, a terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the palace. The Bloodblade sect's leader, Yuan Ba, stepped out in a single stride, instantly appearing in front of the soul hall. He stared at the 3 piles of powder, his face twisting with rage. Yuan Kuei! He roared, his voice filled with uncontrollable fury. The entire Bloodblade sect trembled under the weight of his anger. Investigate! Find out everything. Where did they go? Who did they meet? I want to know everything that happened before they died. The order was given, and the Bloodblade sect immediately began operating at full capacity. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a report was delivered to Yuan Ba. The content was simple: the last place the 3 elders were seen was the ruins of the Qingyun sect. Not long ago, signs of a mysterious treasure had appeared there.
Yuan Ba stared at the report, his eyes narrowing slightly as a blood-red light flickered within them. The ruins of the Qingyun sect. The young man who had drawn 100 lightning tribulations. The mysterious treasure. The deaths of 3 nascent soul stage elders. All the clues pointed to one person. Good, very good, Xu Feng. Yuan Ba laughed in his fury. I was wondering how to drag you out, and here you are, delivering yourself to me. Not only did you survive, but you even dared to kill my Bloodblade Sect's elders. He stood up, the space around him distorting violently under the pressure of his aura. The oppressive might of a void refinement stage cultivator caused the blood-red sea of clouds to churn endlessly. He had originally planned to send all the nascent soul stage elders to flatten that area. But considering the mysterious means that could instantly kill 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, he changed his mind. To achieve such a feat, it couldn't be an ordinary nascent soul stage cultivator. It might even be a fellow void refinement stage expert. Interesting. Yuan Ba licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a mix of cruelty and excitement. It's been a long time since I've encountered prey that piqued my interest. He took a step forward, his figure disappearing into the depths of the Grand Hall. A cold voice echoed in the ears of all the disciples of the Bloodblade sect. Pass on my order, seal off all teleportation arrays in Qingzhou. No one is allowed to enter or leave. I will personally go see that boy. On the ruins, the night wind swept by, lifting a few strands of dust. Ma Yang's voice trembled. Where are we going now? He looked at the 3 cold corpses on the ground, then at the human-shaped crater embedded in the distant mountain wall, his entire body feeling as if it had been hollowed out. Master Qingyun struggled to stand with Xu Feng's support. The medicinal pill in his mouth turned into a warm current, repairing his shattered internal organs. But the shock to his soul and the despair in his heart were not something a pill could heal. Leave this place, Master Qingyun said hoarsely, his voice dry. We must leave immediately. Xu Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the mountain range he had personally leveled. Where to? I don't know. Master Qingyun's eyes were filled with confusion, which soon turned into deep worry. The Bloodblade sect's leader, Yuan Ba, is a mighty expert in the Void Return stage. He paused, trying to make the 2 young people understand the weight of the Void Return stage. A Void Return expert's divine sense is like a domain. In a single thought, they can perceive everything happening in an entire nation. As long as we remain within the borders of the Yin Kingdom, we are as clear as the lines on a palm, with nowhere to hide. Ma Yang's face instantly turned pale upon hearing this. Then, what do we do? Are we doomed? Xu Feng did not respond. He simply looked at Master Qingyun. What about outside the Yin Kingdom? Outside the Yin Kingdom lies the vast Qingzhou, Master Qingyun sighed. But to leave the country, we must use the teleportation arrays. And Yuan Ba will undoubtedly seal all teleportation arrays immediately. He won't give us any chance to escape. Ma Yang was utterly despairing, collapsing to the ground and muttering to himself, it's over, all over. Xu Feng frowned slightly. He disliked trouble. He hated being chased even more. Let's find a place to hide first, he decided, his tone as calm as if he were discussing an ordinary matter. This calmness had a soothing effect on the nearly collapsing Ma Yang. He stared blankly at Xu Feng's unflustered face, and the fear in his heart lessened significantly. Beside him, Bai Xiaodao's gaze also grew more resolute. Master Qingyun gave Xu Feng a deep look. He wanted to say something, to tell them that against a Void Return expert, any struggle was futile. But the words stuck in his throat, and he swallowed them back. He recalled that astonishing strike earlier, the supreme killing array set up in an instant. This young man could not be judged by common sense. Follow me, Master Qingyun said, forcing his body to move as he led the way. After all, he had lived here for hundreds of years and was as familiar with the surrounding terrain as the back of his hand. The 3 of them did not fly but moved quietly through the night. Half an hour later, they arrived at a very secluded valley. Master Qingyun pushed aside a stone wall covered by thick vines, revealing a pitch-black cave entrance. This was my secluded cultivation spot in my early years. It's hidden enough. The cave was dry and spacious. Xu Feng helped Master Qingyun sit down and glanced at the dazed Ma Yang. You 2 rest first. With that, he walked to the deepest part of the cave and sat cross-legged. Ma Yang looked at Xu Feng's back, his lips moving as if he wanted to ask, after resting, are we just waiting to die?
But in the end, he didn't dare to say it out loud. The true master Qing Yun leaned against the cold stone wall, staring at Chu Feng. He noticed that this young man had not shown a trace of fear or despair from beginning to end. Did he really have a trump card? Or was he simply unaware of the terror of the void return stage? Qing Yun would rather believe it was the former. He closed his eyes, focusing entirely on refining the medicinal power to recover from his injuries. The more strength he regained, the greater his chances of survival. Deep within the cave, Chu Feng closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his sea of awareness. The vast and intricate diagram of the immortal execution array slowly rotated in the depths of his soul. 4 ancient characters emanated an unsettling aura. The power of the strike earlier was indeed astonishing, but the consumption was equally immense. More importantly, his control over the power was still quite crude. To kill a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, he had activated the sword array, creating too much commotion, even attracting the gaze of some unknown entity. I must learn to control it more precisely. Chu Feng focused his thoughts and began attempting to dismantle the array diagram. He did not delve deeper into the sword intent. For now, the most important thing was to separate the 4 sword forces he had already mastered: execution, slaughter, entrapment, and despair, and recombine them in a simpler, more efficient way, rather than activating the complete array diagram every time. For any sword cultivator, this would be considered absurd. After all, the immortal execution sword array was the embodiment of the Tao itself. How could it be casually dismantled and reassembled? But Chu Feng's talent made it possible. In his eyes, the complex array diagram was like a precision machine. He could clearly see the structure of each component and the flow of every energy line. He began his attempt. He mobilized a trace of divine thought, cautiously touching the sword force represented by the character entrapment. Buzz! An invisible force instantly enveloped his divine thought, attempting to crush it. Chu Feng remained calm. He guided his divine thought along the patterns of the sword force, analyzing the structure of the power. Time passed slowly in the silent cave. At the entrance, Ma Yan leaned against the stone wall and unknowingly fell asleep. The true master Qing Yun focused entirely on healing, his aura gradually recovering. The night grew deeper. When the midnight hour silently arrived, a familiar pale blue screen appeared before Chu Feng. Daily Special Zone, Tao Heart Glazed Pill Divine Grade, crafted by the ancient pill god using the pure essence of the 9 heavens and the heart fire of 3,000 worlds. Upon consumption, the soul becomes transparent, and the Tao heart is clear as glazed glass, significantly enhancing spiritual power and the mastery of laws, with permanent effects. Special price, 9.9 dragon coins. Free shipping. Only 1 left in stock. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Mastery. This was exactly what he needed. Whether it was controlling the immortal execution sword array or performing more refined combinations of sword forces, it required strong soul power and mastery to support it. This pill had come at the perfect time. Without hesitation, he purchased it. The dragon coins in his pocket disappeared, and a delicate jade bottle appeared in the system space. Chu Feng took out the jade bottle and poured out a crystal-clear pill, as if carved from the purest glazed glass. The pill even carried a faint Tao rhythm. He placed it in his mouth. The pill melted instantly. An indescribable coolness washed over his soul, like being drenched with a bucket of ice water on a summer day. Transparent. Clear. His thoughts became unprecedentedly sharp. The previously complex and incomprehensible patterns of laws, like tangled threads, now appeared clear and orderly as he analyzed the entrapment sword force. He felt as if his brain had been upgraded from an old computer to a top-tier quantum processor. So that's how it is. Chu Feng once again activated his mind. This time, he was no longer cautious. He simultaneously split his divine sense into 4 strands, probing into the 4 sword intents of execution, slaughter, entrapment, and annihilation. Boom! 4 completely distinct yet equally terrifying sword intents erupted in his sea of consciousness. In the past, his soul would have been torn to shreds by these 4 forces. But now, his soul was resilient and clear, like a flawless piece of glass. No matter how the 4 forces clashed, it remained unshaken. He was like a top-tier conductor, simultaneously controlling 4 wild orchestras. He attempted to merge the binding force of the entrapment sword intent with the annihilating force of the annihilation sword intent. The moment the 2 forces collided, they repelled each other violently. However, Chu Feng remained calm, relying on the extraordinary control brought by the Dao heart-glazed pill, constantly adjusting the proportions of the two forces, searching for the perfect balance point. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. Outside the cave, the sky gradually brightened. Master Qingyun slowly opened his eyes. After a night of healing, his injuries had recovered by 30%, and he could move without issue. Out of habit, he glanced toward the depths of the cave to see what Chu Feng was doing. At a glance, his pupils suddenly contracted. Chu Feng was still sitting cross-legged there. But a very strange phenomenon had appeared around him. The space to his left had become as viscous as a swamp, with light twisting within it, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire. The space to his right, however, was deathly still, with even the air ceasing to flow, as though all vitality had been drained away. These two completely different spaces, centered on his body, were distinct yet faintly intertwined. This is... Master Qingyun, who had lived for hundreds of years, had never seen such a bizarre sight. This was not an ordinary nascent soul stage domain. A nascent soul stage domain involved spreading one's own laws to influence the surrounding world. But what Chu Feng was doing seemed more like directly altering the rules of space itself. Just as he was puzzled, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes. He raised his right hand and lightly flicked his finger toward the empty stone wall ahead. Sizzle. There was no sword light, no sound. A fist-sized area of the stone wall instantly turned gray-white. It was as if it had undergone billions of years of weathering, with all material structure instantly erased, reduced to the most primitive dust. Master Qingyun's heart tightened sharply. He understood. That was the Annihilation Sword intent. And it had already transcended sword techniques, becoming pure law power. This kid, in just one night, had managed to wield the sword intent of the immortals to such an extent? Chu Feng looked at his handiwork and shook his head slightly. The power was still too dispersed. He withdrew his hand, stood up, and walked out of the cave. As the morning sunlight poured down, he stretched lazily, as if he had merely had a good night's sleep. "Master, good morning," he greeted Master Qingyun, who had also just stepped out of the cave. Master Qingyun opened his mouth, full of questions he wanted to ask. But in the end, he only let out a complicated sigh. "Good morning." Just then, Chu Feng's movements suddenly froze. He looked up toward the distant horizon, his gaze seeming to pierce through the clouds and endless space. "It's here," he said softly. "What's here?" Ma Yang asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes and yawning. The next moment, he didn't need an answer. A terrifying pressure that made the heavens and earth tremble rolled in from the horizon. The sky instantly turned blood red. Every living being in the Yen Kingdom felt a deep fear in their souls. The Void Return powerhouse, Yuan Ba, had arrived. The blood-red sky resembled a massive scar, shrouding the Yen Kingdom. A terrifying pressure descended from the horizon, not like a landslide, but more like the entire world was about to collapse. The air solidified, everything fell silent, and the texture of every leaf in the valley was crushed by this force. "It's over." Ma Yang's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, his face pale, lips trembling, unable to utter a word. He felt as though his soul was being gripped by an invisible hand, ready to be crushed in the next moment. Qingyun Jinren, whose face had just regained some color, turned deathly pale in an instant. The spiritual energy within him flickered like a candle in the wind under the oppressive force. He stared fixedly at the blood-red sky, his eyes filled with endless despair. This was the Void Return stage. Just the mere appearance of its aura could strip a nascent soul cultivator of all will to resist. Chu Feng stood at the cave entrance, looking up at the sky. He, too, felt the pressure. It was a pure and violent force, as if the rules of heaven and earth bowed to that existence. However, this feeling was not unfamiliar to him. Compared to the previous cold and vast sensation, like a gaze from beyond the world, the current force, though violent, seemed somewhat crude. "Go!" Qingyun Jinren gritted his teeth and shouted. He grabbed the still trembling Ma Yan with one hand and reached for Chu Feng with the other. "We can't stay here. He's already locked onto this area." Chu Feng did not move. His gaze pierced through the blood-red clouds, as if he could see the figure standing atop them. "Where to?" he asked, his voice still calm. "I don't know. Anywhere. As long as we can delay for even a second." Qingyun Jinren was almost screaming, his eyes bloodshot, a sign of extreme fear. Chu Feng shook his head. "It's useless." He withdrew his gaze and looked at Qingyun Jinren.
Since the enemy can lock onto this area, it won't matter where we run.
Qing Yunjinren froze, the last glimmer of hope in his eyes extinguished. Indeed, under the divine sense lock of a void return expert, they were like insects stuck in a web, any struggle utterly futile.
Then are we just going to wait for death? Ma Yang asked in despair, his voice trembling with sobs. Chu Feng did not answer. He turned and walked deeper into the cave, sitting down at the spot where he had previously meditated. You?
Qing Yunjinren stared at Chu Feng's back, momentarily speechless.
Had he gone mad? With the enemy at hand, he was sitting down?
Ma Yang was also stunned, staring at Chu Feng's eerily calm back, his mind blank. Outside the cave, the blood-red pressure grew heavier, and the entire mountain groaned under its weight. Inside the cave, Chu Feng closed his eyes. He ignored the world-destroying aura outside, immersing his mind in his own world. The clarity brought by the Dao heart-glazed pill made his thoughts exceptionally sharp, reaching an unbelievable state.
He wasn't thinking about how to defeat the enemy. He was pondering a more fundamental question. The four swords of immortal execution were swords of slaughter. But the essence of power was protection. He had come to this world not to dominate or kill. He was here to return home. To ensure his aunt could live a good life. The Blood Blade sect, Yuan Ba, Void Return Stage, these were merely obstacles on his path home. And obstacles must be removed. How could he remove these obstacles efficiently, with minimal cost? He began to reassess the power he possessed. The trap sword stance was binding, a distortion of spatial rules. The sword stance of absolute signifies destruction, the end of life's rules. After a night of reflection, he could initially merge these two forces. However, the finger strike just now, despite its decent power, also exposed a problem. The output of power was not stable. It was like a novice who had just learned to shoot, possessing a divine gun but unable to guarantee complete accuracy with each shot. Control. Chu Feng's consciousness sank into his dantian. On the constantly spinning golden core, lightning flickered. The power of the Dao heart-glazed core not only influenced his soul but also subtly improved his control over spiritual energy. He began to attempt a more meticulous method to mobilize the nine heavens' divine thunder within him. No longer a violent outpouring, but like embroidery, weaving every strand of lightning precisely into the shape he desired. Outside the cave, Qing Yunjinren and Ma Yang, after experiencing initial despair, surprisingly calmed down. When faced with unavoidable death, people often react this way. Master, are we going to die? Ma Yang asked softly, like murmuring in a dream. Qing Yunjinren leaned against the stone wall, letting out a bitter laugh. Perhaps. He had lived for hundreds of years, indifferent to life and death, yet still felt unwilling. Unwilling for the Qingyun sect's legacy to end here. Even more unwilling to watch a genius like Chu Feng perish alongside them. He looked toward the depths of the cave. Chu Feng still sat quietly, like a stone statue, seemingly belonging to a different world from the aura of destruction outside. What was he thinking? Did he truly have the confidence to confront a void return stage cultivator? Qing Yunjinren couldn't understand. At that moment, a cold, arrogant voice, as if from the depths of hell, echoed throughout the mountain range. The voice did not travel through the air but directly shook their souls. Coward hiding in the shadows. I know where you're hiding. Come out and die. Otherwise, I'll destroy this entire 100-mile radius along with the land beneath it. Boom! As the voice fell, the endless blood clouds in the sky began to spin wildly, forming a massive vortex. At the center of the vortex, a terrifying demonic blade, thousands of meters long and condensed from blood-colored energy, slowly took shape. The aura emanating from the blade made the earth tremble. He's going to strike. Ma Yang screamed. Qing Yunjinren's face turned pale. If this blade fell, not just this small valley but the entire 100-mile radius would likely become a dead zone. Deep within the cave, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was clear and bright, like a calm ancient well. He stood up, dusting off his clothes. Then, he looked toward the cave entrance and asked, Jinren. Is the void return stage powerful? Qing Yunjinren froze. He wondered if he had misheard. At such a critical moment, he was asking this? Ma Yang also stared at Chu Feng with a dumbfounded expression. Chu Feng didn't wait for an answer. Nor did he need one. He stepped forward, walking out of the cave step by step.
Standing in the valley, bathed in the blood-colored light of the sky, he looked up at the heavens, the blood-colored demonic blade capable of destroying the world, and the figure standing in the clouds like a demon god. His expression remained calm. In the sky, Yuan Ba also saw him. This young man, seemingly as insignificant as an ant, dared to confront him directly.
Finally come out?
Yuan Ba's face twisted into a cruel smile. He enjoyed watching his prey struggle in despair.
You dare to kill my brother? As punishment, this blade will turn you and this mountain range into dust.
He raised his hand high.
The demonic blade, 1,000 feet long, followed his motion, locking its edge onto the tiny figure. The aura of destruction reached its peak at this moment.
In the valley, Chu Feng looked at the demonic blade about to strike and gently shook his head. He raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together to form a sword gesture. Then, he casually made a light stroke toward the sky.
No earth-shattering sword energy. No world-destroying lightning.
Not even the slightest ripple of spiritual power.
Just a simple motion.
But in Yuan Ba's powerful divine sense during the void return stage, the world suddenly split into two.
An invisible, intangible line appeared out of thin air.
This line extended from Chu Feng's fingertips, instantly spanning thousands of feet in the sky.
It cut through space. It cut through the laws. It cut through the 1,000-foot demonic blade formed by endless blood energy. Silent and soundless. The terrifying demonic blade, radiating destruction, was sliced in half as if it were a block of tofu precisely cut.
Then it collapsed with a roar, turning into a sky full of blood energy. The blood cloud vortex in the sky paused momentarily before disintegrating. The blood-red sky returned to clarity, as if everything that had just happened was a dream. Above the sky, Yuan Ba's raised hand froze in mid-air.
The cruel smile on his face solidified.
The arrogance and disdain in his eyes turned into confusion, followed by endless terror.
No, impossible.
He muttered to himself. He hadn't even seen what had happened. He only knew that his proudest, most powerful strike, capable of destroying a city, was gone. It had been lightly brushed away by the opponent's fingers. In the valley, Qing Yunshinren and Ma Yang also stood motionless, like two statues.
Their mouths hung open, their eyes bulging as if they might fall out. Their minds had completely stopped functioning.
Chu Feng withdrew his sword gesture. He watched as the faint gray aura at his fingertips slowly dissipated, his brows furrowing slightly.
Still not perfect.
The fusion of power still had flaws.
Too much killing intent leaked out.
The blood-red sky returned to clarity. The 1,000-foot demonic blade, suspended in the sky and capable of destroying the mountain range, quietly vanished as if it had never existed. The wind blew through the valley again, rustling the leaves. But this sound only made the world seem even more deathly silent. Above the sky, Yuan Ba still held his arm aloft, frozen in place like a statue trapped in ice. The cruelty and arrogance on his face had solidified into a ridiculous mask, beneath which confusion and fear gradually cracked through.
He didn't understand. He couldn't comprehend.
Why had his full force strike during the void return stage, combined with the blood sea demonic art and the power of heaven and earth, been shattered like a bubble by the opponent's light stroke?
What was that? An ancient treasure? Or a consumable forbidden artifact? It had to be.
A junior in the golden core stage could never possess such power.
It must be a trick.
In the valley, Qing Yunshinren and Ma Yang stood like statues.
Their mouths hung open, their minds blank, their souls seemingly extracted and floating in mid-air, witnessing this absurd and bizarre scene.
The pressure of that strike had left them unable to stand, forcing them to await death in despair. But death did not come. Instead, it was replaced by a reality more shocking and incomprehensible than death. Chu Feng withdrew his sword gesture, staring at the faint gray aura at his fingertips as it slowly dissipated. He frowned slightly. Still not perfect, he murmured softly. The killing intent leaked too much. He had originally intended only to sever the connection between that blade and Yuan Ba, destroying it. But the slash just now, infused with the sword intensive trap and extinction, had been slightly unstable in control, inadvertently carrying a trace of the destructive power of execution. As a result, not only was the blade disintegrated, but even the laws and blood energy within it were completely obliterated. The commotion was too great.
Moreover, it was a complete waste. Though his voice was soft, in the deathly silent valley, it clearly reached the ears of Qing Yunshinren and Ma Yang. Killing intent, leaked too obviously?
Qing Yunjinren shuddered violently, staring at Chu Feng with an expression as if he were looking at an ancient monster disguised in human skin.
Just now, he was merely practicing his swordsmanship? That demonic blade capable of destroying heaven and earth was merely a hindrance he casually cleared away during practice? Aha! A frenzied roar exploded from the sky. It was Yuan Ba.
His sanity collapsed under extreme fear and humiliation.
You little brat! How dare you toy with me? His eyes were bloodshot, like a madman. No matter what evil trick you used, today you must die. Blood Sea Domain. Activate. Boom.
Centered on Yuan Ba's body, a blood-colored world as viscous as mercury suddenly unfolded. This blood sea instantly covered a 10-mile radius, dyeing the sky red and corroding the earth with a sizzling sound. Countless tormented souls floated within the blood sea, emitting soul-tearing screams. This was the domain of a void return powerhouse. Their ultimate killing move, within the domain, they were the soul god.
Ugh!
Qing Yunjinren had just wanted to warn Chu Feng but was suppressed by the domain's pressure, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His soul throbbed in pain, as if countless steel needles were piercing his body. Ma Yang fared even worse, unable to even cry out before rolling his eyes and fainting.
In my domain. I am God.
Yuan Ba's voice echoed within the blood sea, filled with supreme arrogance and madness.
I will corrode your flesh bit by bit, extract your soul, and burn it in the blood sea for millions of years.
The viscous blood water, like living creatures, surged toward Chu Feng from all directions, extending pale arms to drag him into endless hell. Chu Feng looked at the approaching blood water, his frown deepening.
So noisy.
He disliked this sticky feeling. He also detested the wailing and howling sounds. He raised his right hand again, his sword fingers pressed together. This time, he did not slash but lightly pointed. Facing the surging blood sea, he casually pointed. This gesture carried no complex sword intents. Only the purest, sharpest essence of execution.
One sword strike, and all immortals fall. A faint gray thread, so thin it was almost invisible, shot out from his fingertip.
It carried no aura, no brilliance, resembling an ordinary spider silk drifting into the viscous blood sea.
Hiss. A soft sound.
It seemed as though nothing had happened. But Yuan Ba, suspended in the sky, suddenly trembled. His triumphant smile froze instantly. He felt his connection to the blood sea domain being severed by something.
In the moment he was stunned. Crack.
A crisp sound like glass shattering rang out. Centered on the gray thread, the entire blood sea domain began to show fine cracks.
Then crack. 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 Cracks spread like a spider web, instantly reaching every corner of the domain. Bang!
The next moment, the blood sea domain covering a 10-mile radius burst like a giant blood-red balloon that had been punctured. The overwhelming blood mist and fragmented souls lost their support from the laws, and with a gust of mountain wind, they instantly dissipated without a trace.
Put!
Yuan Ba spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs, his aura immediately weakened, and a deep crack appeared on the Dao fruit of his void return stage, reaching down to the bone. His domain was shattered, and he had suffered severe injuries. No, my domain. He lowered his head to look at his hands, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair.
His strongest killing move had been broken with just a single finger? Fear surged over him like a tide, drowning the last bit of his fighting spirit. Escape! He had to escape. This boy wasn't human, he was a demon. Yuan Ba hesitated no longer, abandoning even his physical body.
A flash appeared between his brows, and a tiny figure identical to his own transformed into a blood-red beam of light, shooting out from his crown and fleeing toward the horizon at lightning speed. Abandoning the physical body, the primordial spirit escapes.
This was his final life-saving trump card.
As long as his primordial spirit survived, he still had a chance to be reborn.
Trying to escape?
Chu Feng stared at the rapidly fleeing blood-red light and gently shook his head.
He didn't even bother to chase.
He simply raised his eyes, locking onto the blood-red light.
Then, he opened his mouth and silently uttered a single word. Trap.
Buzz Yuan Ba's primordial spirit, frantically fleeing, suddenly felt the surrounding space become unusually viscous, as if he had jumped from water into solid amber. His speed, which had been as fast as lightning, instantly slowed to a crawl.
An invisible yet omnipresent binding force locked his primordial spirit firmly in mid-air, rendering him immobile.
Spatial laws. No, this is even more terrifying than spatial laws. Yuan Ba's primordial spirit let out a scream of extreme terror. He struggled desperately, the light of his primordial spirit flickering, but he was completely unable to shake this space where the rules had been altered. Chu Feng looked at the helplessly struggling point of light and spoke again, uttering a second word. End. As soon as the word fell, within the confined space, a force capable of withering all things and ending everything suddenly emerged. Yuan Ba's primordial spirit, which had been screaming, fell silent. The light above his head dimmed rapidly, like a candle flame extinguished by a breath. He felt his consciousness, his very existence, being erased from the root by an irresistible force. I am unwilling. This was his final thought left in the world. The next moment, the blood-red point of light completely vanished, turning into a wisp of smoke that dissipated between heaven and earth. In the sky, Yuan Ba's physical body, now devoid of its primordial spirit, fell powerlessly from high above like a puppet with its strings cut, crashing heavily onto the nearby mountain terrain with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. The master of the Bloodblade sect, a void return powerhouse, Yuan Ba had fallen. The entire valley returned to a deathly silence once again. Real Master Qingyun leaned against the mountain wall, having witnessed everything. From the Domain S activation to its collapse, to the primordial spirit S escape, and finally its erasure from existence, all of it had happened in less than 10 seconds. And Chu Feng, from beginning to end, had only moved a single finger and spoken 2 words. He stared at Chu Feng's still calm figure, his Atom S apple moving tightly. He felt as though his worldview had been completely shattered and then rebuilt. He had lived for hundreds of years, but never had he imagined that killing could be so simple, so effortless that he trembled as he stood up, step by step walking behind Chu Feng. His voice was hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper, filled with reverence and confusion. Chu Feng. He paused, as if using all his strength to finally ask the question that had been haunting him, nearly driving him mad. What realm are you in? Golden Core Stage? What Golden Core Stage could shatter a void return domain with a single finger? What Golden Core Stage could erase a void return primordial spirit out of thin air? And you still call this the Golden Core Stage? Chu Feng looked at Qingyun Jinren's face, filled with shock, bewilderment, and even fear, and calmly replied, Golden Core Stage. He repeated it again. His cultivation level was indeed still at the early Golden Core Stage. Qingyun Jinren's lips moved slightly, wanting to refute, wanting to roar, to say he was lying. But he couldn't utter a single word. Golden Core Stage? He looked at the cold corpse of the Void Return powerhouse on the ground. Then he recalled the invisible sword that tore through the domain, and the terrifying method that erased the primordial spirit out of thin air. Finally, he looked at Chu Feng, whose face was calm and whose gaze was as clear as that of an ordinary youth. A chill rapidly climbed from his spine to the top of his head. This was even more terrifying than Chu Feng admitting he was a reincarnated being of the integration stage or even the Great Ascension stage. Because of the unknown. He had lived for hundreds of years, and all the knowledge he had built about the world's power system was completely shattered at this moment, reduced to dust. This world had gone mad. Or perhaps he himself had gone mad. Ma Yang also heard Chu Feng's answer. A glimmer of light flashed in his dazed eyes, only to be swallowed by even greater confusion. He gave up thinking. Perhaps the Golden Core Stage Chu Feng referred to was not the same Golden Core Stage he understood. Chu Feng ignored the ghost-like expressions of the 2 men. He walked over to Yuan Ba's fallen corpse. Squatting down, he carefully examined it. The body was intact, but it had lost all vitality, like a delicate puppet. So, this is the Void Return Stage, Chu Feng murmured softly to himself. The feeling was just so-so. Aside from the imposing aura when the domain was deployed, the actual strength didn't seem that exaggerated. He removed the storage ring from Yuan Ba's hand and probed it with his divine sense. The space inside was larger than the combined storage of the previous 3 elders, filled with spirit stones, dazzling to the eye. Chu Feng glanced briefly. There were an estimated tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones and dozens of high-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were numerous pills, jade slips, and blood-scented magical treasures. He stored the spirit stones and pills into his system space, then discovered a beast skin map in the corner. The map covered a vast area, encompassing the entire Qingzhou, with different colors marking the territories of various forces. The Bloodblade sect's location in Yan Country was just a small corner in the northeast of Qingzhou. Qingzhou. Chu Feng's gaze swept across the map, firmly memorizing this region. After finishing everything, he stood up and burned Yuan Ba's corpse and the blood-scented magical treasures to ashes with a single flame. The ashes scattered with the wind. He walked back to Qing Yunjinren's side. The old man leaned against the mountain wall, his eyes hollow, clearly still unable to recover from the massive blow.
Jinren, Chu Feng spoke.
Qing Yunjinren trembled slightly, snapping back to reality, his gaze complex as he stared at Chu Feng.
We need to leave, Chu Feng said. Leave. Qing Yunjinren repeated bitterly, where to? Yuan Ba may be dead, but the Bloodblade sect still exists. His death can't be hidden for even half a day.
Very soon, the entire Qingzhou will know that a mysterious powerhouse capable of killing a Void Return expert has appeared in Yin Kingdom. At that time, the enemies we face will not be limited to just the Bloodblade sect. His words were utterly realistic. Someone capable of killing a Void Return stage expert is, in itself, a massive threat.
Those who covet Chu Feng's secrets, like sharks smelling blood, will swarm from all directions. I understand. Chu Feng nodded.
This was also the issue he had been pondering just moments ago. He looked at Qing Yunjinren and asked, Jinren, I want to find a place rich in spiritual energy and sparsely populated to go into seclusion for a while.
Seclusion? Qing Yunjinren was stunned. He had thought Chu Feng would suggest finding a place to hide or finding a way to leave Qingzhou.
He hadn't expected Chu Feng to say he wanted to go into seclusion.
At such a critical moment, he still had the mind to cultivate in seclusion? Are you planning to break through? Qing Yunjinren asked incredulously.
Chu Feng didn't answer directly, only saying, my control over power is still insufficient.
Qing Yunjinren fell silent.
He recalled the phrase too much killing intent exposed. His throat felt dry.
You call this insufficient control? If you had full control, would we, the bystanders, all disappear?
He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and carefully consider Chu Feng's words.
Rich in spiritual energy, sparsely populated.
Having lived for hundreds of years, he was very familiar with Qingzhou's terrain. After a moment, as if recalling something, he took out an ancient map from his storage ring. Pointing to the southwestern corner of the map, a vast, unmarked black area, he said, here. The 10,000 Mountains. This place lies at the intersection of Qingzhou, Laizhou, and Hezhou, and is not under the jurisdiction of any dynasty or sect. The mountains are teeming with beasts, shrouded in miasma, and it's said that deep within, there are great demon kings with strength comparable to the integration stage.
Ordinary cultivators dare not venture deep.
But precisely because of this, the spiritual energy there is several times stronger than outside, and there are many undiscovered ancient caves and precious herbs. After speaking, he looked up at Chu Feng with anticipation in his eyes. This place was both dangerous and hidden. Whether Chu Feng dared to go depended on his decision. Chu Feng stared at the black area on the map and nodded, I'll go here. This place perfectly met his needs. Powerful beasts meant battles, which could help him better control his power.
The rich spiritual energy could aid in rapidly improving his cultivation.
Most importantly, the chaos and lack of order in this place meant he wouldn't attract too much attention.
All right. Seeing Chu Feng's decision, Qing Yunjinren no longer hesitated.
He put away the map and glanced at the unconscious Ma Yang and Bai Xiaotao, who silently followed Chu Feng.
Time is of the essence. We must leave Yin Kingdom before the news spreads.
He activated a hand seal, and a palm-sized flying boat artifact appeared in his hand. The artifact expanded with the wind, quickly transforming into a small flying boat capable of carrying several people.
Get on. Chu Feng supported Bai Xiaotao and stepped onto the flying boat.
Qing Yunjinren also dragged the unconscious Ma Yang aboard, then activated the flying boat, which turned into a streak of light, speeding toward the southwest. On the flying boat, the cold wind was piercing. Chu Feng stood at the bow, overlooking the rapidly retreating mountains and rivers. His mind, however, sank into his sea of consciousness, replaying the battle that had just occurred from Yuan Ba's appearance to his demise, every detail replayed repeatedly in his mind. The first finger combines the sword stances of trap and extinction, aiming to sever the connection between the blade and its wielder. But the power went out of control, carrying the destructive attribute of annihilation, directly erasing the demonic blade. The force was too great, causing severe spiritual energy waste.
The second finger is purely the annihilation sword stance, breaking through domains.
This was done well, precise and efficient.
The final words become law is another application of the trap and extinction sword stances. Trap immobilizes the soul, while extinction erases vitality. However, it has a flaw. If Yuan Ba's soul were stronger, the trap sword stance might not fully control him. Xu Feng silently summarized. He realized that his use of the four swords of immortal execution was still at the most basic level of form. He was merely treating them as special effects of different skills, without delving into their deeper meanings. Annihilation signifies breaking rules. Slaughter represents the most extreme killing. Trap is the distortion of space. Extinction is the end of life. These four forces do not exist independently, there must be deeper connections between them. The clarity brought by the Dao Heart glazed pill allowed him to touch upon levels he had never considered before. Just as he was deep in thought, the familiar warning in his heart silently rose again. Xu Feng abruptly looked up. He gazed at the endless sky. That cold, vast, terrifying will, surpassing this world, descended once more. This time, it did not pass by hastily as before. Its target was clear, a high-speed flying boat. And Xu Feng aboard the flying boat. The flying boat suddenly jolted, as if it had collided with an invisible wall, halting instantly from its high-speed flight. The operator of the flying boat, Qing Yunjinren, was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale. What happened? He was horrified to find that the surrounding space seemed frozen. The flying boat was immobile. Xu Feng ignored his panic. He quietly looked up. He knew that presence had returned. This time, it wasn't just watching. The sky remained clear, no dark clouds, no thunder, but everyone felt that something had changed. A pitch-black leaf appeared out of nowhere, floating silently in front of the flying boat. It hovered quietly, without any energy fluctuations or spiritual aura, like an ordinary fallen leaf. But when Qing Yunjinren saw the leaf, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip, and an overwhelming fear surged in his heart, far stronger than when facing Yuan Ba. He wanted to scream but found his throat blocked by an invisible force, unable to make a sound. He wanted to flee but couldn't move a single finger. He could only watch helplessly as the black leaf slowly drifted toward Xu Feng. Xu Feng did not dodge. He reached out to catch it. The leaf was cold and smooth, no different from an ordinary leaf. But the moment it touched his skin, that cold, majestic voice, as if from beyond the heavens, resounded directly in his soul once again. An interesting application. But, not enough. I'll be waiting for you at the end. As the voice faded, the black leaf in Xu Feng's hand silently turned to ash. The force that froze space and filled Qing Yunjinren with despair retreated like a tide. The flying boat regained its freedom. Huff, huff. Qing Yunjinren collapsed onto the deck, gasping for air, his body drenched in cold sweat as if he had just been pulled out of water. He looked at Xu Feng, his eyes filled with pure terror. What was that just now? He asked in a trembling voice. Xu Feng opened his hand, watching the last bit of ash in his palm scatter in the wind. He didn't answer, only raised his head to look again at the empty sky, his brows furrowing deeply for the first time. The end? Who exactly was that being? It seemed to recognize the four swords of Zhu Xian. And, it appeared, to be guiding him? The flying boat traveled through the silent night sky, like a solitary fallen leaf. The atmosphere on the boat was heavier than the surrounding void. Qing Yunjinren sat slumped on the deck, trembling for a long time before finally calming down. He looked at Xu Feng, his gaze as if he were staring at a being not of this world. That leaf just now. He began with difficulty, his voice dry and grating like sandpaper. What exactly was it? Xu Feng opened his hand, the ash in his palm had long since dissipated. A message, he said calmly. A message? Qing Yunjinren froze, unable to reconcile the soul-freezing terror with the lightness of the word message. What kind of being would leave a message in such a way? What did it say? Qing Yunjinren pressed on. Xu Feng's gaze turned to the distance, the icy sensation from the leaf seemingly still lingering in his palm. It said it's waiting for me at the end. The end? What end? Countless questions surged in Qing Yunjinren's mind, but he couldn't voice a single one. He felt as though an insurmountable chasm lay between him and Xu Feng. What he feared, what he revered, seemed to be nothing more than ordinary scenery in Xu Feng's eyes. The flying boat continued to speed southwest. Ma Yang finally began to regain consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. He looked around in confusion,
his mind still stuck on the shocking scene of Yuan Bai's strike. Master, are we still alive? Qing Yunjinwen didn't answer, silently steering the flying boat, his eyes hollow and vacant. Chu Feng walked to the edge of the boat, letting the bone-chilling wind whip through his robes. His thoughts were already consumed by his own questions. Yuan Bai's death had not brought him any sense of victory. Instead, it had brought immense pressure. The first source of pressure came from the Bloodblade sect and the covetous eyes of the entire Qingzhou. A golden core early-stage cultivator capable of killing a void return stage expert. Once this news spread, he would become a fat lamb in the eyes of all factions. Endless trouble would follow. The second source of pressure came from the mysterious figure who left the Black Leaf. I'm waiting for you at the end. This sentence was like a brand, deeply etched into his heart. The other party didn't seem hostile, perhaps even somewhat guiding. But the feeling of being watched by a higher being made him extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he had been turned into a chess piece, with all his actions under their control. He hated this feeling of being manipulated. The only way to escape it all was to become stronger. Strong enough to overcome all troubles and break all rules. He began to assess his current strength. Cultivation level, Golden Core early stage. This is his greatest weakness. His spiritual energy reserves and recovery speed are far from keeping up with the consumption of his powerful skills. Cultivation method, Ancient Divine Demon Thunder Devouring Technique. This method is very strong, granting him a robust body and lightning power, but it seems there is still great potential left to be tapped. Talents, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, Life Tide, Gigantification Talent, Peerless Sword Immortal. Several S-level talents, each extremely powerful. Especially Peerless Sword Immortal, which is the key to his ability to quickly master the sword momentum of the Immortal Execution Sword. Swordsmanship, Sword Momentum of the 4 Immortal Execution Swords. This is currently his strongest attack method, but his control is poor. Every strike feels like using a machete to kill a chicken, too excessive, exposing flaws easily. I must retreat to improve, Chu Feng decided in his heart. He needs time, a completely safe place to digest what he has learned, enhance his cultivation, and refine his control over power. He wants to turn the 4 Immortal Execution Swords from a skill that can only be used as a finishing move into a regular attack that can be used anytime. He also needs to quickly improve his cultivation, at least to sustain continuous combat. He looked at the system panel. The daily special offers section still had a few hours before refreshing. He opened the events section. Special event, each time you kill a ferocious beast, you have a chance to receive a lucky bag. He had never forgotten this event. The 10,000 Mountains, where monsters run rampant, is not only a good place for retreat but perhaps also a treasure trove for farming lucky bags. Real person Xing Yun pushed the flying boat to its limit, reaching in extreme speed. 2 days later, the flying boat finally crossed the border of Yin Kingdom, and real person Xing Yun visibly breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could celebrate, several powerful auras suddenly rose into the sky in the distance, forming a massive web of laws that sealed the entire sky. It was the Void Return experts from other sections. The news of Yuan Ba's fall had spread, shaking the entire Qingzhou. They reacted quickly, Chu Feng said calmly as he looked at the web of laws. Real person Xing Yun's mood was heavy, and he was about to speak when Chu Feng shook his head. Real person, don't mind them. Keep moving forward. But they can't catch up, Chu Feng said, and said no more. Real person Xing Yun was half convinced but still gritted his teeth and piloted the flying boat close to the ground, slipping through the gaps in the web. Surprisingly, those powerful divine senses repeatedly scanned the sky but seemed not to notice them, allowing them to leave safely. Real person Xing Yun looked back, his heart surging with waves of emotion. He didn't understand but felt deeply shocked. After several more days of flying, they got closer and closer to the 10,000 Mountains. The spiritual energy in the air grew increasingly dense. That day, at midnight, the familiar light blue screen appeared before Chu Feng on time. He glanced at real person Xing Yun, who was focused on piloting the flying boat, Bai Xiaotao meditating nearby, and Ma Yang trembling in the corner. His consciousness sank into the Myriad Realms Mall. Daily Special Offer Zone, Hongmeng Enlightenment Chamber, a small independent world evolved from a fragment of Hongmeng Purple Qi. The time flow rate here is 1% of the outside world, the spiritual energy concentration is 100 times that of the outside world, and it contains Hongmeng Dao rhymes, which can help cultivators clarify their minds, comprehend the Dao, and achieve transcendence. Explosive price, 9.9 dragon coins. Free shipping. Limited stock, only one left. Xu Feng's breath instantly stopped. Time flow rate, 1%. 1 day outside equals 100 days here. Spiritual energy concentration, 100 times. And Hongmeng Dao rhymes, isn't this the perfect retreat artifact tailored for him? Without hesitation, he immediately chose to purchase it. A palm-sized purple gold miniature palace model appeared in his system space. With it, time was no longer an issue. All he needed was spirit stones. And spirit stones were something he had in abundance now. Master, Xu Feng asked, are we almost there? Xingyun Jinren opened his eyes from meditation, sensed the surrounding atmosphere, and nodded. Almost. In half a day, we'll reach the outskirts of the 10,000 mountains. He glanced at Xu Feng, hesitated for a moment, and still asked, are you really planning to retreat here? Yes. There are too many beasts here, it's very dangerous. Precisely because it's dangerous, no one will dare to disturb me, Xu Feng replied calmly. Xingyun Jinren fell silent. He realized he could no longer persuade Xu Feng. Half a day later, the flying boat slowly landed at the edge of a primitive forest. A vast, primal aura rushed toward them, and deafening beast roars occasionally echoed from the forest, each one making Ma Yang's heart race. Here will do, Xu Feng said as he stepped off the flying boat. He turned to Xingyun Jinren and said, Master, from now on, I will be retreating here for a while. What do you plan to do during this time? Xingyun Jinren glanced at Ma Yang and Bai Xiaotao behind him, his eyes filled with confusion. Xingyun's sect had been destroyed, Bloodblade sect annihilated, and now he was alone, unsure of where to go. He was about to say he could guard Xu Feng. Xu Feng shook his head and handed over a storage bag. Inside are spirit stones and pills, enough for you to find a safe place to live. Master, you saved me, and I will remember this kindness. There are no eternal gatherings in the world, let's part ways here. He didn't want to bring these companions along. He had too many secrets, and his path was too perilous. Letting them leave was the best protection for them. Xingyun Jinren took the storage bag, his divine sense probing inside, and his body trembled violently. It was filled with mid-grade spirit stones, a few high-grade spirit stones, and some supreme pills he had never seen before. Most of them were looted from Yuan Batian. This wealth was enough for him to establish a sect 100 times stronger than Xingyun's sect. This is too valuable. Xingyun Jinren hurriedly declined. Take it, Xu Feng's tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. Brother Xu, are you leaving? Bai Xiaotao, who had been quiet, tugged at Xu Feng's sleeve, her clear eyes full of reluctance. Xu Feng squatted down and patted her head. Xiaotao, cultivate well. When you can one day split this mountain with a single sword, perhaps we will meet again. After speaking, he stood up, did not linger, and turned to walk into the endless depths of the 10,000 mountains. His figure quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Xingyun Jinren held the storage bag, staring in the direction Xu Feng had disappeared, speechless for a long time. He knew that from today onward, this young man's name would become a legend in all of Qingzhou, and perhaps even in a broader world. And they were merely insignificant passers-by in this legend. Master, what should we do? Ma Yang asked in panic. Xingyun Jinren took a deep breath, looked at the storage bag in his hand, then at the resolute Bai Xiaotao beside him. Hope reignited in his eyes. Let's go. We'll find a place and rebuild Xingyun's sect. And wait for his return. The scent of the jungle rushed forward. Damp and sticky, mixed with the smell of decaying vegetation and soil. The crowns of towering trees blocked the sky, sunlight fragmented into pieces, sparsely scattered on the thick layer of fallen leaves. The surroundings were so quiet it made one tense, with only the incessant chirping of unknown insects, wave after wave, causing irritation. Xu Feng stopped in his tracks. He turned to look back. The traces left by Xingyun Jinren and the others had long disappeared, leaving only an endless sea of dark green forest. 10,000 mountains, he murmured softly, his voice sounding particularly abrupt in the primitive silence. He did not immediately use his divine sense to conduct a wide-range search. Doing so here would be like lighting a bright lamp in the dark, sure to attract all unknown attention. He restrained all his aura, moving through the jungle like an ordinary person, relying only on his eyes and ears. The fallen leaves underfoot were thick and soft, producing a rustling sound as he stepped on them. The air was saturated with moisture, so damp that his hair and clothes clung uncomfortably to his skin. After walking for about half an hour, he stopped in front of a giant tree that would require more than a dozen people to encircle. The trunk bore several claw marks, deep enough to expose the wood beneath. Each claw mark was over 3 meters long, with smooth edges, as if cut by a sharp blade. Chu Feng reached out to touch the edge of the claw marks. A cold and fierce aura transmitted through his fingertips. He looked up. The claw marks extended upward to a massive tree hollow, pitch black, resembling a gaping mouth ready to swallow someone whole. The entrance carried a faint scent of blood. He did not approach but skirted around the tree, continuing deeper into the forest. He needed to find a sufficiently safe place to set up the Hongmeng Enlightenment Chamber. Ideally, it would be a natural cave, preferably shielded by a waterfall or river. Suddenly, a low beastly roar echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Chu Feng froze in his tracks, immediately darting behind a large tree and holding his breath. After a while, a massive black shadow swept through the forest, stirring up a gust of wind that sent leaves swirling. It was a demonic beast resembling a giant tiger, but it had 3 eyes and an aura so powerful it had reached the nascent soul stage. It seemed to be hunting something and did not notice Chu Feng hidden in the corner, quickly disappearing into another part of the forest. Chu Feng let out a breath of relief. A nascent soul stage demonic beast was merely an ordinary predator here. He proceeded with even greater caution. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the sound of rushing water reached his ears. Chu Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. Passing through a dense thicket, the view suddenly opened up. A massive waterfall, over 100 meters wide, cascaded down from a cliff thousands of meters high like a silver river from the heavens. Water splashed everywhere, mist filled the air, and the sound of the water was deafening. This is the place, he thought. The sound of the waterfall was the best natural barrier, capable of masking all aura and movement. He carefully surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no powerful demonic beasts nearby. Then his figure flashed, transforming into a blur as he darted into the enormous curtain of water. Behind the water curtain lay another world. A vast natural stone cave appeared before him. The entrance was dry, and the interior stretched deep, beyond the reach of sight. Chu Feng stepped inside. The cave was spacious, with a thin layer of dust on the ground and a faint earthy smell in the air. Clearly, it had been a long time since anyone or any beast had been here. He walked to the center of the cave, preparing to take out the Hongmeng Enlightenment Chamber. Suddenly, his toe struck something hard. Chu Feng looked down. He brushed away the dust underfoot and discovered a scale half buried in the soil, its surface glinting with a dim metallic sheen. The scale was only palm-sized, entirely pitch black, with edges tinged with a peculiar azure gold hue. Its shape was highly unusual, not the typical round or diamond shape of ordinary beast scales, but irregular, as if meticulously designed with sharp angles. Chu Feng crouched down and picked up the scale. The moment he touched it, an icy chill pierced to the bone. It was also extraordinarily heavy. This palm-sized scale likely weighed over 100 pounds. He placed it in his palm and examined it closely. The surface of the scale was not smooth but covered with countless intricate and dense patterns. These patterns were clearly not naturally formed, they intertwined and coiled, forming mysterious and ancient symbols. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. These symbols looked somewhat familiar. With a thought, he cautiously probed the scale with his divine sense. Boom! The instant his divine sense made contact, an indescribable sense of desolation and pride, filled with an endless battle intent, surged violently into his sea of consciousness through his divine sense. It was as if a primordial beast that had slumbered for billions of years suddenly opened its eyes in his mind. A soul-shaking roar exploded in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Chu Feng's entire body trembled, and his face instantly turned pale. He felt as though his soul had been struck by an invisible giant hammer. He immediately severed his divine sense, and only then did the terrifying will gradually recede. Chu Feng held the scale tightly, his palm already slick with cold sweat. This was no ordinary beast scale. No beast's shed scale could possibly retain such a terrifying will. This was more like... Suddenly, a thought struck him. With a flick of his wrist, the azure blue Thunder Dragon Slayer divine sword appeared in his hand, its blade entwined with lightning in the shape of a divine dragon. He compared the black scale with the dragon scales on the sword's blade and found that, although the patterns on their surfaces differed in detail, the fundamental runes were of the same origin. Both were extremely ancient thunder glyphs he had never seen before. However, the runes on the Thunder Dragon Slayer Divine Sword were more complete and powerful, while the runes on the Black Scale were more primitive and archaic.
This thing.
Chu Feng stared at the scale in his hand, a wild thought surfacing in his mind.
This scale did not come from an ordinary beast. It likely originated from another artifact on par with the Thunder Dragon Slayer Divine Sword, a divine weapon? Or perhaps it belonged to an ancient powerhouse who had cultivated a technique akin to the primordial god demon thunder devouring art, and it had fallen from their body? How could such an item be found in a cave?
Just as he was pondering this, the scale in his hand suddenly trembled slightly. The ancient glyphs on its surface seemed to be activated by the aura of the Thunder Dragon Slayer Divine Sword, gradually emitting a faint azure gold glow. A subtle, almost imperceptible guidance emanated from the scale, pointing deeper into the cave. Chu Feng furrowed his brows tightly. He glanced at the bottomless darkness of the cave, then back at the faintly glowing scale in his hand.
He did not act immediately.
Instead, he retrieved the Hongmeng Enlightenment Chamber and placed it in the center of the cave. With a thought, the purple gold palace quickly materialized, transforming into a 3-meter-tall exquisite small hall, exuding a faint purple aura of primordial chaos. Chu Feng should have immediately entered to cultivate in seclusion, seizing every moment to enhance his strength.
But he did not.
His gaze returned to the black scale in his hand. The scale continued to tremble slightly, the ancient runes on its surface glowing with a cyan gold light, like a star unwilling to fade away. A faint, almost imperceptible guidance emanated from the scale, pointing toward the impenetrable darkness deep within the cave. Chu Feng furrowed his brows. He could sense that while the powerful wool radiating from the scale had receded somewhat, it had not disappeared. It was like a slumbering giant beast, hidden within this tiny scale and also within the depths of the cave.
Enter? Or not?
Chu Feng weighed the scale in his hand, his gaze shifting to the enticing aura emanating from the Hongmeng Enlightenment Chamber beside him.
Two choices lay before him. One was the absolutely safe sanctuary for secluded cultivation, where his strength could rapidly improve.
The other was the unknown darkness, harboring unimaginable dangers but also possibly concealing a great opportunity linked to the Thunder Dragon slaying divine sword.
Any normal person would choose the sanctuary, Chu Feng muttered to himself. He thought so too.
The mysterious being who had left behind the black leaf weighed on his heart like a mountain. He urgently needed to grow stronger. But he looked down at the scale in his hand, then glanced at the azure divine sword. The two were clearly connected. The will within the scale, though fierce, bore no true hostility toward him.
It felt more like a lonely call? Only by braving peril can one seize opportunity, he murmured.
In this world, burying oneself in cultivation could make one stronger, but never the strongest. True powerhouses emerged from countless dangers and fortuitous encounters. He stored the Hongmeng Enlightenment Chamber back into his system space, gripped the Thunder Dragon slaying divine sword tightly, and clutched the glowing scale in his other hand as he took his first step into the cave's darkness. The moment he entered the darkness, a cold, damp air rushed toward him. The surrounding light was completely swallowed, and even the sound of the waterfall was cut off. The world was reduced to the sound of his heartbeat and footsteps.
Thump, thump, thump.
Each step felt like treading on the heart of deathly silence. He refrained from releasing his divine sense, relying solely on his heightened senses to stay alert. The light from the scale in his hand grew brighter, like a faint lamp barely illuminating a small area beneath his feet.
The guidance became clearer as well.
The cave walls were slippery, covered in unknown moss that felt sticky to the touch. The air carried not only the scent of dust but also a faint trace of sulfur. Chu Feng continued forward for about 100 meters. The temperature around him dropped rapidly, the cold piercing to the bone, as if he had entered a massive ice cellar. He stopped, tilting his head to listen.
Strange sounds came from the darkness.
Not the sound of wind or dripping water. The noise was faint, subtle, like the breathing of some creature slow and heavy.
Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Was there truly something alive here?
His grip on the sword tightened. The power of the nine heavens' divine thunder coursed through his body, ready to unleash a lethal strike at any moment.
He pressed on.
The deeper he went, the stronger the wool emanating from the scale became. It was no longer a vague guidance but a powerful, irresistible pull, as if an invisible hand were dragging his soul, forcing him closer to the depths of the darkness. Chu Feng felt a faint pain in his soul, compelled to divert part of his focus to resist the encroaching will. He walked for an indeterminate amount of time before finally seeing a different color in the darkness ahead. A faint blue glow. The light was dim, like ghostly flames flickering in the dark. Chu Feng slowed his pace, cautiously approaching. When he finally saw the source of the blue light, his pupils suddenly contracted. It was a lake. A massive underground lake deep beneath the earth. The water wasn't blue but black as ink, so deep that the bottom was invisible. The faint blue light was emanating from the lake's depths. Through the pitch-black water, Chu Feng could vaguely see deep within the lake, a vast cluster of enormous blue crystals emitting a faint glow. This is... Chu Feng walked to the lake's edge and crouched down. He could sense an extremely pure thunder energy contained within the water. The entire lake was actually composed of liquid thunder energy. Such a creation was truly astonishing. The black scale in his hand was vibrating even more intensely now, its glow reaching its peak. The direction it pointed to was precisely the bottom of this thunder lake. Chu Feng stared at the unfathomable black surface of the lake, his brows furrowed. Should he go down? The thunder energy within the water was incredibly violent. Even a cultivator at the transformation stage would likely be instantly electrocuted into charcoal if they jumped in. Although he possessed the ancient god-demon thunder devouring technique, he couldn't guarantee he would survive. Just as he hesitated, the Thunder Dragon Slayer divine sword in his hand suddenly let out a clear dragon roar. The divine dragon coiled around the sword seemed to come alive, its dragon eyes shooting out two beams of golden light, staring straight at the lake's bottom. A strong sense of yearning transmitted from the sword to Chu Feng's heart. The sword wanted to go down. It was urging Chu Feng. Even you. Chu Feng took a deep breath. A scale and a sword were both urging him to descend. What exactly was hidden at the bottom of this lake? He no longer hesitated. He put away the black scale, took a deep breath, and began activating the ancient god-demon thunder devouring technique. Dense thunder runes surfaced on his skin. He leapt forward, diving directly into the pitch-black thunder lake. Splash! Cold! Bone-chilling cold. That was Chu Feng's first sensation upon entering the water. Immediately after, countless violent thunder energies, like billions of steel needles, surged into his body from all directions, attempting to tear apart his meridians, bones, and organs. Ugh! Chu Feng groaned, the intense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He quickly activated the ancient god-demon thunder devouring technique with all his might, refining the violent thunder energy into his own power. Simultaneously, his life-tide talent began operating frantically, repairing the damage caused by the thunder. Destruction and repair alternated. Devouring and transformation occurred simultaneously. His body achieved a fragile yet dangerous balance within the thunder lake. He began to sink slowly. The lake was far deeper than he had imagined. The further down he went, the stronger the thunder energy became, and the more terrifying the pressure felt. His skin even started to show tiny cracks, and any blood that emerged was instantly vaporized by the thunder energy. If not for the life tide sustaining his life, he would have died countless times already. He didn't know how long he had been sinking. Finally, he could make out the outline of the faint blue glow. It wasn't a crystal at all. It was a skeleton. A dragon skeleton of unimaginable size. It coiled at the bottom of the lake, stretching across an unknown distance, each bone resembling blue crystal and emitting a faint glow. The extremely pure thunder energy was emanating from this dragon skeleton. Chu Feng's heart was shaken to the core. This was a true dragon skeleton? As he approached the dragon skeleton, the black scale in his possession suddenly flew out, transforming into a beam of light that accurately embedded itself into an inconspicuous gap at the top of the dragon skeleton. It fit perfectly. Buzz, the massive dragon skeleton suddenly erupted with an extremely dazzling blue light. A force 100 times stronger than the wool felt from the scales awakened with a roar. That wool was no longer just solitary and violent, but carried a trace of relief and a hint of liberation. Immediately after, an ancient and desolate voice, as if traversing endless time and space, echoed directly in Chu Feng's soul. I've waited so long. Finally, a kindred spirit has arrived. The voice was ancient and desolate, as if from antiquity, each word resonating like thunder, shaking Chu Feng's soul. A kindred spirit. Chu Feng floated in the pitch-black thunder lake, his body enduring the excruciating pain of being pierced by billions of steel needles, yet his mind was more focused than ever. He gazed at the unimaginably massive dragon skeleton before him, the ghostly blue light casting a heavy aura over him. This was no ordinary beast. No beast could possess such a clear and powerful self-awareness. This was an existence with independent thought, just like him. He suppressed the tremor in his mind and attempted to convey his question with a faint spiritual thought. Who are you? No sound came, only a pure thought. The ancient voice rang out again, this time with scrutiny and a hint of relief. I am the primordial thunder dragon, Ao Xian. You carry the same aura. Devouring thunder, tempering oneself, you have embarked on the same path as I. Xu Feng's heart skipped a beat. The primordial divine demon thunder devouring technique. He immediately understood the meaning of kindred spirit. It did not refer to a fellow traveler or a shared race, but rather that they were walking the same defiant path of cultivation. You too. Xu Feng's spiritual thought was filled with undisguised astonishment. Yes. The dragon soul, self-proclaimed as Ao Xian, spoke with boundless pride and loneliness. This path, throughout eternity, has been walked by very few. Each one is an anomaly of heaven and earth, a rebel against all rules. I thought no one would ever walk this path again. As it spoke, the surrounding thunder lake began to churn. Fragmented images, like movie clips, suddenly surged into Xu Feng's mind. He saw it. A world far vaster than the Tsunyun continent. In the sky, 9 suns of different colors hung high above. A thunder dragon, larger than mountains, roamed the sea of clouds, opening its mouth to devour a purple heavenly tribulation that pierced the heavens and earth, as effortlessly as eating noodles. That thunder dragon was Ao Xian. The scene shifted. It was a world-destroying war. Countless gods and demons exuding terrifying auras battled in the void, stars colliding and exploding like fireworks. Ao Xian's body was pierced by several divine weapons radiating eternal brilliance, its dragon blood staining an entire galaxy. In its final moments before falling, it tore through space with all its might, plunging into an unfamiliar world. Here. I have fallen for 10,000 years, my remnant soul persisting only to await a successor. Ao Xian's voice pulled Xu Feng back from the shocking memories. This thunder marsh is formed from my dragon essence. Do you wish to accept my legacy? Xu Feng fell silent. A legacy sounded tempting. The legacy of a primordial thunder dragon was of immeasurable value. But he knew well that there was no such thing as a free lunch. The greater the opportunity, the more terrifying the risks that often accompanied it. What do you need me to do? Xu Feng asked directly. Ha ha ha. Ao Xian's laughter echoed in Xu Feng's soul, carrying a hint of approval. Not bad, you haven't let greed cloud your mind. I don't need you to do anything. I have long since perished. My only wish is to ensure this legacy does not end. That is all I ask. Of course, whether you can obtain my legacy depends on your own strength. Its voice turned serious, imbued with an undeniable majesty. Approach, my heartbone. It will give you the final test, and also the greatest opportunity. Xu Feng's gaze pierced through the dark waters of the lake, landing on the chest cavity of the massive dragon skeleton. There, a bone unlike the others stood out. It did not emit a ghostly blue glow like the rest but was a deep, light-devouring shade of purple-black. All the power of thunder originated from there and returned to it, as if it were the heart of this thunder lake. The dragon's heart bone. Xu Feng took a deep breath. His life-tide talent surged wildly, repairing his body torn apart by the thunder. The ancient god-demon thunder-devouring technique was pushed to its limit, absorbing the surrounding thunder energy. He swam slowly toward the purple-black heart bone. With every step closer, the pressure of the surrounding thunder multiplied. This was no longer a needle-like pain but akin to being in a mountain of blades, repeatedly sliced apart. His body cycled through breaking and reforming at an astonishing speed. Ordinary cultivators, even those at the void return stage, wouldn't last a moment. But with the support of his 3 S-class talents, Xu Feng moved step by step until he finally reached the heart bone. He extended his hand, pressing it slowly against the purple-black bone. There was no expected resistance. His palm easily made contact. It was cold and hard, like ancient black iron. However, the moment his palm fully touched it, buzz. A surge of pure, primal thunder power, 1,000 times more violent than before, erupted like a volcano that had been accumulating for eons. It did not spread to the surrounding thunder lake but instead surged along Xu Feng's arm, violently invading his body, destroying everything in its path. Arg! Xu Feng couldn't help but cry out in pain. His right arm was instantly blown apart by the force, turning into a mist of blood. And this was just the beginning. The purple-black primal thunder, like a flood breaching a dam, rampaged through his meridians, rushing toward his limbs and bones. A sultan, a tiny black vortex appeared on the surface of the golden core. The raging purple-black primordial thunder within his body seemed to find an outlet, surging madly toward the black vortex. Chu Feng's body became a terrifying battlefield. On one side was the frenzied destruction of the primordial dragon essence, and on the other was the golden core's relentless devouring. His physical body was on the verge of collapse under the pull of these two extreme forces. He couldn't tell how much time had passed. It felt as though an eternity had gone by. When the last trace of purple-black thunder was completely devoured by the golden core, Chu Feng's body could no longer be called a body, reduced to a charred skeleton barely maintaining a human shape. Within his dantian, the golden core that had absorbed an immense amount of primordial dragon essence had swelled to its limit. Its surface was no longer smooth and golden but covered with countless purple-black lightning-like cracks, as if it would explode at any moment. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed from the depths of his soul. The largest crack on the golden core suddenly expanded. A destructive aura leaked out from the fissure. Was it over? Just as Chu Feng's consciousness was about to dissipate, a brilliant purple light suddenly shone from the depths of the crack, as if it contained all the mysteries of the universe's creation. Crack! The golden core shattered. The golden pill that carried all of Chu Feng's cultivation and had devoured countless primordial dragon essences completely disintegrated as his consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion. The destructive energy storm that should have erupted in his dantian and qi did not occur. The pain vanished. The tearing sensation dissipated. The shadow of death receded like the tide. In its place was an indescribable warmth and tranquility, as if he had returned to the very beginning of life, surrounded by a gentle force. Chu Feng's remaining consciousness slowly recovered in this warmth. He looked toward his dantian. There was no golden core nor any energy storm. Only a wisp of breath, a wisp of purple gas that seemed to exist and not exist, its form indistinct. That wisp of purple gas quietly floated in the center of the qi. It emitted no light, no energy fluctuations, yet it seemed to be the center of the entire world. The surrounding shattered meridians, charred bones, and organs reduced to pulp began to reconstruct and regenerate at an astonishing speed under the illumination of the purple gas. No, it wasn't simple regeneration, it was evolution. The newly formed meridians were 100 times tougher than before, faintly flowing with mysterious patterns. The reconstructed bones were as crystalline as jade, seemingly containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. The evolved organs resonated with some profound rhythm with every beat. This is. The ancient and majestic dragon soul Ao Xian's voice appeared for the first time with intense fluctuation. It wasn't shock, it was fear. A fear that came from the depths of the soul, uncontrollable. Primordial purple qi. This is impossible. How could you possess such a thing? Its roar echoed madly within Chu Feng's soul, no longer the lofty deity but like an ordinary person witnessing the end of the world. Chu Feng's consciousness was somewhat confused. Primordial purple qi? He didn't know what it was, only that it seemed incredibly powerful. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ao Xian's voice carried madness. This is the foundation of the great Tao, the origin of all things. It is the first wisp of qi that emerged at the birth of the universe, opening the 3,000 worlds. Don't say you, a mere mortal. Even at my peak, when I roamed across countless worlds, I had only heard of it in the oldest legends. How do you have it? Who exactly are you? Its questioning struck Chu Feng's soul like heavy hammers. Chu Feng was speechless. How was he supposed to explain? Say it was a special effect that came as a bonus when he spent 9.9 yuan in the system mall? Ao Xian nearly had his soul scatter on the spot. Answer me. Its will frantically assaulted Chu Feng's spirit, trying to probe his deepest secrets. But when its will touched the area shrouded by the primordial purple aura, it vanished instantly, like snow meeting the blazing sun, without causing even the slightest ripple. Ao Xian fell silent. This silence was more terrifying than any furious roar. It realized a despairing truth. The kindred spirit before it, the inheritor it had chosen, was a monster it could neither comprehend nor control. Its inheritance? Its trial? Before the primordial purple aura, all of it seemed like a joke. Chu Feng ignored Ao Xian's loss of composure. His entire focus was on the evolution of his body. That strand of primordial purple aura acted like a creation engine. Using Chu Feng's shattered golden core as material and Ao Xian's original dragon essence as fuel, it began to nurture a completely new existence within his Dantian and Qi. It was not a golden core. Nor was it the nascent soul that cultivators should condense after breaking through the golden core stage. It was a womb. A Dao womb entirely enveloped in primordial purple aura, appearing both illusory and real, as if it were nurturing a brand new universe. A primordial Dao womb. As the Dao womb slowly took shape, Chu Feng felt the entire world transform in his eyes. The world's veins, the details of its laws, were crystal clear. He could hear the breath of every strand of lightning in the thunder lake beneath his feet. He could see the life trajectory of every rock on the distant mountain wall. It was an unprecedented sense of power and control over the world. He even felt that, with just a thought, he could make the thunder lake boil completely or calm entirely. The control brought by the Dao Heart glazed pill underwent a qualitative change under the catalysis of the primordial purple aura. Boom! At the moment the primordial Dao womb fully formed, an indescribable suction force erupted from Chu Feng's body. The entire Thunder Lake, formed from the dragon essence of the ancient Thunder Dragon, poured madly into his body. This was no longer destruction but pure submission, merging like river water flowing into the sea. The lake water rapidly receded. The massive true dragon skeleton, losing the support of the thunder power, began to crumble bit by bit, transforming into the purest energy and being absorbed by Chu Feng's body. Ao Xian's remnant soul quietly watched. It watched everything it had prepared for its inheritor over 10,000 years being completely devoured and digested in a way it could not comprehend. It felt no anger, no resentment. Only endless confusion and bitterness. It began to wonder if it had gone too far. No one knew how much time had passed. When the last drop of Thunder Lake water was absorbed, when the last piece of dragon bone turned to ash, the massive underground cavern returned to dryness and deathly silence. Chu Feng slowly stood up from the ground, lowering his gaze to his hands. His skin was crystal clear, like the most perfect artwork in the world, faintly emitting purple lightning and flowing Dao patterns. He could feel it, a power within him capable of destroying heaven and earth. This was a realm he had never heard of before, a brand new frontier. The Hongmeng Dao embryo. You. Ao Xian's voice, weak to the extreme, sounded again. It was no longer majestic and domineering, only deeply fatigued. You have already embarked on a path that even I cannot comprehend. My legacy is meaningless to you now. Chu Feng turned his head to look at the void where the dragon bones had disappeared. He could feel Ao Xian's remnant soul rapidly dissipating. Thank you, Senior. Chu Feng slightly bowed toward the void. No matter what, without the thunder marsh left behind by Ao Xian, he could not have completed this transformation. He remembered this kindness. Don't thank me, Ao Xian's voice was as ethereal as smoke. You and I are merely fellow travelers, each taking what we need. However, there is one thing I must tell you. What? The aura on you is extremely dangerous, Ao Xian's voice carried unprecedented gravity. The Hongmeng purple qi is the source of all paths, but also the disaster of all paths. Its appearance will alarm some beings that should not be disturbed. Before my fall, I once encountered a forbidden existence that controls time and space. Its aura is very similar to the will you previously attracted. The black leaf. Chu Feng's heart tightened abruptly. That mysterious being who left the black leaf. Even the ancient thunder dragon Ao Xian referred to it as forbidden? I don't know what it is searching for. But you are very likely to have become its pawn, or its prey. Be careful yourself. With that, the voice completely disappeared. The last trace of the ancient thunder dragon Ao Xian was entirely erased from this world. In the underground cavern, only Chu Feng remained. He stood there in silence for a long time. Pawn? Prey? He disliked these two words. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the thick layers of rock, looking toward the endless sky. No matter who you are, no matter what you're waiting for, don't think you can treat me as a pawn to be manipulated at will. He withdrew his gaze and stopped thinking about it. The most urgent matter now was to quickly master the surging power within him and leave this place of trouble. He turned and walked toward the cave's exit. His steps were light, but each step stirred subtle ripples in the surrounding space. That was his power resonating with the rules of this world.
He had not yet fully learned to control it. Deep within the cave, silence reigned. Chu Feng stood there, the last words of the ancient thunder dragon Aoshan still echoing in his mind. Pawn, prey. He disliked these two words, hated them deeply. He pulled his thoughts back, no longer paying attention to that distant and terrifying existence. What mattered most now was becoming familiar with this brand new power within him. He turned and walked back along the path he had come. His steps were so light they were almost inaudible. Yet, on the rocky ground beneath his feet, spiderweb-like cracks silently appeared around his footprints. Chu Feng frowned. He stopped walking, lifted his foot, and gently set it down again. Crack! The rock beneath his foot instantly crumbled into powder. He lowered his head, staring at the small footprint, falling into silence. Power was leaking. He hadn't even actively used it, merely the presence of his body was causing intense interaction with the surrounding space and matter. The Hongmeng Dao embryo within him was like a miniature universe, inhaling and exhaling vast amounts of spiritual energy with every breath, while simultaneously emanating an indescribable Dao rhythm. To this world, this resonance was an anomaly, a higher-level rule. So, simply by standing or walking, he unconsciously oppressed everything around him. This is troublesome, he muttered to himself. If he went out like this, let alone hunting beasts, he might leave collapsed mountain ranges in his wake. He had to learn control. He stepped out of the deep underground cave and returned to the area behind the waterfall. The roaring sound of water filled his ears once again. Without stopping, his figure flickered as he passed through the massive curtain of water and arrived in a sunlit jungle. He found an open space without tall trees. Taking a deep breath, he slowly threw a punch. He didn't use any martial arts techniques and deliberately suppressed the power of his Dao embryo, only channeling the pure strength of his reshaped body. He estimated he used about 30% of his strength. The punch struck the air. At first, there was no sound. But then boom! A deafening explosion echoed belatedly. The air in front of Chu Feng was punched into a vacuum, forming a visibly distorted transparent zone. Immediately after, the surrounding air rushed back wildly, compressed by the residual force, forming a white conical shockwave that shot forward like a cannonball into the jungle. Wherever the shockwave passed, shrubs and boulders were instantly shredded into dust. A destructive path, over 10 meters wide and hundreds of meters long, appeared in the primal jungle. Chu Feng slowly withdrew his fist. He looked at his hand, then at the devastated scene in the distance, his eyes filled with astonishment. I only used 30% of my strength. He didn't even feel like he exerted much effort, as if a normal person casually swung their arm. Yet the result was more exaggerated than the full-force strike of a peak void return cultivator. This body, this power, was completely unfamiliar to him. He was like a newborn baby suddenly endowed with divine strength, yet unable to even control his fingers. I must go into seclusion. This thought was stronger than ever. In his current state, forget returning to Blue Star. Even walking through these vast mountains would make him a moving catastrophe. With a thought, the purple-gold Hongmeng Enlightenment Chamber appeared in the open space. He didn't enter immediately. The chamber required a large amount of spirit stones to operate. Although he had seized a significant amount from Yuan Ba, he wasn't one to squander resources. Moreover, he needed combat. Only through battle could he quickly familiarize himself with and master his power. He put away the Hongmeng Enlightenment Chamber, chose a direction, and began searching for his first sparring partner in the perilous mountain range. He deliberately slowed his pace, focusing all his attention on sensing every subtle change in his body, learning how to restrain the power that leaked out unconsciously. The effect was immediate. After walking for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the ground beneath his feet finally stopped cracking without reason. He was like a red-hot iron slowly cooling down, gradually retracting its scorching energy. At that moment, his keen senses detected a trace of unusual movement. It was the sound of a fight, accompanied by human shouts and beastly roars. He didn't approach immediately but instead concealed all his aura, climbing silently like a falling leaf to the crown of a giant tree and looking toward the source of the sound. In an open space several hundred meters away, an intense battle was unfolding. 5 cultivators in matching cyan robes had formed a sword formation, besieging a massive beast. The demonic beast resembled a giant python, its entire body covered in dark golden scales. Atop its head was a spiraling single horn, and its serpent eyes gleamed with a cold and ruthless light.
Each swing of its tail caused a sonic boom, effortlessly destroying a small hill. When it opened its massive mouth, it did not spew venom or fire, but rather twisted black energy spheres that spun like whirlpools. Wherever the energy spheres passed, space itself collapsed. It's the void-devouring python. Chu Feng recognized the beast. He had read about it in the archives of the Qingyun sect. This was a rare and powerful demonic beast with spatial abilities, capable of reaching the void return stage upon maturity. Its scales were incredibly tough, impervious to ordinary magical weapons. The one before him exuded a formidable aura, already at the peak of the void return stage, just a step away from the integration stage. The 5 cultivators facing it, though their sword formation was well coordinated, were clearly outmatched. The strongest among them was a middle-aged man at the late nascent soul stage, while the other 4 2 men and 2 women were only at the early to mid-nascent soul stage. Their sword light struck the python's scales, producing only sparks without leaving a single scratch. Senior brother. We can't hold on. This beast's spatial attacks are too strong. A young female disciple, her face pale, cried out. Her arm bore a deep wound, exposing bone, caused by a spatial rift. Form the 4 symbols protection array. Hold it off, the middle-aged man, addressed as senior brother, shouted sternly. The long sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light, transforming into the phantom of a green tiger that forcefully withstood one of the python's tail strikes. We're here for the 9-orifice soul nurturing lotus. This item determines the rise or fall of our sect. We cannot give up. The 9-orifice soul nurturing lotus? Perched atop the tree, Chu Feng's heart stirred at the mention of the name. He had also read about this rare spiritual herb in books. A divine great herb, it could cleanse the soul and stabilize one's foundation, making it invaluable to any cultivator. For his current state, it was especially useful. Although his primal chaos Dao embryo had already formed, the fusion between his soul and the Dao embryo was far from perfect. With the help of this herb, he could undoubtedly save a great deal of effort. As he pondered, the situation on the battlefield suddenly took a drastic turn. The void-devouring python seemed to lose patience. The horn atop its head glowed fiercely, and a black vortex 10 times larger than before rapidly formed in its mouth. The destructive aura it emitted caused the 5 cultivators' faces to pale. This is bad. It's using its innate divine ability Void Annihilation. The senior brother let out a despairing cry. Junior sister. Run. He shoved the most severely injured female disciple aside and, along with the other 3, poured all their cultivation into the sword formation, creating a massive green light barrier to shield them. They intended to sacrifice their lives to buy time for their junior sister to escape. The female disciple stumbled from the push. Turning back to see the resolute backs of her senior brothers and sisters, her eyes instantly filled with tears. No! We'll die together, she screamed, trying to rush back, but it was too late. The enormous black energy sphere, carrying the power to annihilate everything, shot forth with a deafening roar. Watching from the tree, Chu Feng furrowed his brows. He had not planned to intervene. However, the 9-orifice soul nurturing lotus was indeed of great interest to him. Moreover, he needed a sufficiently strong opponent to test his current strength. He did not reveal himself. Instead, he casually broke off a small piece of bark from the tree trunk beneath him, then, he casually flicked in the direction where the void-devouring python was about to unleash its fatal strike. This time, he didn't use any strength. He merely wanted to use the piece of bark to attract the python's attention and interrupt its divine ability. Swoosh! The small piece of bark disappeared the moment it left his fingertips. Not because it was too fast to see, but because it directly pierced through space. The next moment, the void-devouring python, which was fully activating its divine ability with a ferocious grin on its face, suddenly froze. Its cold snake eyes instantly locked in place and slowly shifted downward. It saw it. On its proud dark golden scales, which even nascent soul stage experts found hard to penetrate, at the position of its heart, there was a small, inconspicuous round hole. The hole was so smooth it seemed as if it had always been there naturally. The void-devouring python's consciousness fell into its final confusion. What was that? What hit me? Its massive body still maintained the posture of unleashing its divine ability, but the black energy ball capable of destroying everything silently vanished from its mouth. The life force within its body began to drain uncontrollably, like a flood breaking through a dam, from that tiny hole. Boom! In the end, this ferocious peak void return stage beast collapsed to the ground like a boneless ragdoll, its massive body raising a cloud of dust. Dead. Completely dead. The entire world fell into an eerie silence. The 4 disciples of the Qingxian sect, who had been prepared to fight to the death to protect their junior sister, still maintained their sword formation stance, all staring in shock. The junior sister who had been pushed aside stood frozen in place, her tear-streaked face still wet. They stared at the massive, motionless corpse, their minds blank. What had just happened? How did that monster suddenly die? Could it have been a backlash from its divine ability? Senior brother, look. A male disciple trembled as he pointed at the python's corpse. Everyone followed his direction. They saw the small hole at the heart's position. That is. The senior brother's pupils contracted sharply. A single fatal strike. And this hole had pierced through the void-devouring python's hardest scales, precisely destroying its heart. How terrifying was this technique? Which senior expert had intervened? Just as they were filled with doubt and scanning their surroundings, a figure gently descended from the nearby treetops. It was a young man who appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, dressed in black, with black hair, a delicate face, and calm eyes. He landed silently. Walking to the python's corpse, he frowned as he stared at the hole he had created, seemingly dissatisfied. The force still wasn't controlled properly. Chu Feng shook his head. He had only intended to interrupt it, but unexpectedly killed it outright. His voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, yet the 5 Qingxian sect disciples heard it clearly. All 5 of them trembled simultaneously. They looked at Chu Feng, then at the hole on the python's corpse, and an unsettling thought involuntarily surfaced in their minds. Could it be? May I ask, Senior? The senior brother mustered all his courage, his voice trembling as he spoke. Was it you who saved us? The senior brother's voice quivered in the deathly silent forest, carrying a trace of reverence he himself hadn't noticed. May I ask, Senior, was it you who saved us? Chu Feng's gaze shifted from the massive python corpse to the giant tree from which he had just peeled the bark. He shook his head. I originally intended to leave one alive to practice. His voice was as calm as if he were discussing something trivial, with a hint of regret in his tone. This sentence struck like a thunderbolt, crashing down on the heads of the 5 disciples of Qingxian sect. Senior brother's face froze. The 3 junior brothers and sisters behind him seemed even more petrified, standing stiffly in place with their eyes wide open. Practice? Leave one alive? Did they hear that correctly? Using a void-devouring python at the peak of the Return to Void stage, about to transform into a flood dragon to practice? And judging by the senior's words, he seemed dissatisfied for not being able to leave one alive? The youngest junior sister, who had just stopped crying after being rescued, almost burst into tears again. She looked at Chu Feng's overly delicate profile, then at the python's corpse, which resembled a small mountain not far away. Her mind felt like it was boiling over, a chaotic mess, unable to make sense of it all. After all, senior brother was a cultivator at the late divine transformation stage, with a steady temperament. He forcibly suppressed the storm raging in his heart and followed Chu Feng's gaze. He saw the small, inconspicuous hole. Then, his soul felt as if it had been struck by an invisible heavy hammer, causing him to stagger. That hole was too perfect. Smooth and round, as if it were a mark left at the beginning of time. One strike had pierced through the void-devouring python's hardest reverse scale, precisely destroyed its heart and demon core, without leaking even the slightest excess energy. How terrifying was this level of control? How unimaginable was this realm? He recalled Chu Feng's words, the force was still not controlled well. A thought that made his scalp tingle and his limbs go cold emerged uncontrollably. This senior, he wasn't dissatisfied about not leaving one alive. He was dissatisfied that the strike's power wasn't restrained and perfect enough. The effect he wanted might have been to silently make the giant python disappear, without even leaving a hole. Thinking of this, senior brother's mouth went dry, and even breathing became difficult. He dared not speculate further about Chu Feng's realm, because he realized his imagination was far too limited. Senior must be joking. He forced out a smile that looked worse than crying and bowed deeply to Chu Feng. Senior killed this ferocious beast with a single finger and saved the lives of the 5 of us. Our Qingxian sect will never forget this great kindness. The 4 behind him also snapped out of their daze, hurriedly bowing in unison, even breathing cautiously, afraid of disturbing Chu Feng. Senior's might is awe-inspiring, we are utterly convinced. Chu Feng glanced at them but said nothing. His mind was still pondering the issue with that strike. The release of power was still too unstable. It was like a faucet, sometimes the flow was small, and other times it was like a raging flood, completely uncontrollable. He walked to the python's corpse, squatted down, and carefully examined the hole. Extending his finger, he probed inside. The inner wall of the hole was as smooth as a mirror, faintly retaining an extremely weak trace of his own energy. It was the intent of that absolute sword stance. He had merely intended to flick off a piece of bark to disrupt the opponent. Yet the primordial Tao embryo had operated on its own, adding a trace of annihilation law to this simple action. Senior brother, seeing Chu Feng's silence, his heart grew increasingly tense. He gritted his teeth, as if making a major decision, and quickly walked to a cluster of peculiar plants nearby that had been affected by the battle but not destroyed. The plant stood half a foot tall, crystal clear and translucent, resembling white jade carved into shape. It had 9 leaves, with a lotus bud in the center, ready to bloom. The lotus had 9 natural apertures, which inhaled and exhaled pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth in rhythm with its breathing. It was the 9-aperture soul-nurturing lotus. The senior disciple carefully used a specially crafted jade shovel to dig it up, roots and soil intact, and respectfully handed it to Chu Feng with both hands. Senior, this beast guarded this place solely for this soon-to-mature 9-aperture soul-nurturing lotus. Now that you have slain the beast, this treasure rightfully belongs to you. Please accept it, Senior, as a token of our respect for you. He said this with a heart full of anguish. This was the 9-aperture soul-nurturing lotus. Their sect had paid a tremendous price to learn of its existence, even preparing to sacrifice several nascent soul elders to retrieve this hope for their sect. But now, he dared not hesitate. Forget the 9-aperture soul-nurturing lotus. If Chu Feng wanted the sect's most treasured artifact, he would have to find a way to bring it to him. Faced with incomprehensible power, any treasure felt as light as a feather. To exchange a divine medicine for 5 lives and to establish goodwill with such a terrifying existence? Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Chu Feng's gaze fell on the lotus. He could feel the gentle aura it emitted, which had a strong attraction to his newly formed, still unstable Tao embryo. I do need it. Moreover, if it weren't for his intervention, these people wouldn't have been able to obtain the 9-aperture soul-nurturing lotus at all. Whether they offered it or not was irrelevant to him. Chu Feng took it without hesitation, directly reaching out to accept it. This item was very important to him. Seeing Chu Feng take the lotus, the senior disciple finally felt half the weight lifted from his heart. Accepting the item meant that the senior would at least not be angry over their previous offense. Chu Feng carefully stored the 9-aperture soul-nurturing lotus and turned his gaze back to the massive serpent corpse. He stood up and walked to the serpent's head. With his right index finger pressed together like an invisible sharp blade, he lightly sliced toward the serpent's head, which was harder than refined iron. SSSHH. There was no resistance at all. The enormous serpent head, along with its sharp horn, was neatly sliced open as if a hot knife had cut through butter. Chu Feng extracted a fist-sized, pitch-black demon core from within, which seemed to contain a condensed miniature starry sky. A demon core at the peak of the void return stage held energy that could drive nascent soul cultivators mad. After finishing this, he walked to the tail and casually made a cut, severing the massive tail that could crush a mountain. The reverse scales on the tail were the perfect material for crafting top-tier defensive artifacts. The entire process was effortless and natural, as if he were not dissecting a terrifying void return demon but merely a fish ready for slaughter. The 5 disciples of the Azure Profound sect stared blankly. They watched as Chu Feng easily sliced through scales they couldn't even scratch with all their strength. They watched him skillfully dissect the terrifying beast like a seasoned butcher. The shock they felt was beyond words. It was as if their worldview had been completely overturned. He got what he wanted and gained a preliminary understanding of his own power, though he was still not satisfied. It was time to find a place to calm down and focus on cultivation. He turned to leave. Say, Senior, please wait. Behind him, the injured junior sister mustered her courage and called out timidly. Chu Feng stopped and turned to look at her. Under his gaze, the junior sister's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, so nervous that she could barely speak. I'm Lin Wan. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. She took out a small sachet embroidered with a green bird from her storage pouch. I made this myself. It contains some herbs for calming the mind and spirit. It's not worth much, but I hope you won't dislike it. She held the sachet with both hands and offered it, her head lowered so much that her face was almost buried in her chest. The senior brother saw this scene, his expression changed, and he was about to scold the junior sister for being thoughtless. How could she use such an ordinary item to taint the senior's eyes? But Chu Feng waved his hand. He glanced at the small sachet and then at the girl's nervous yet sincere face, feeling a slight stir in his heart. He thought of his aunt. If his aunt knew how powerful he had become now, she would surely be very happy. He walked over but did not take the sachet. Instead, he flicked his finger. A barely perceptible strand of green sword intent, carrying a life aura, entered Lin Wanner's body. The girl felt a warm current instantly spread throughout her body. The deep wound on her arm, caused by a spatial rift, healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving no scar behind. You? Lin Wanner stared at her arm in shock, unable to speak for a moment. Focus on your cultivation. Chu Feng left 4 words behind, his figure flickered, and he disappeared into the dense forest as if he had never been there. Left behind were the 5 members of Qingxian sect, staring at each other in bewilderment. For a long time, the senior brother let out a long breath, his face showing the joy of surviving a disaster. We're alive. Senior brother, who exactly was that senior? He's way too powerful. Yeah, he killed the void-devouring python with just a piece of bark. Am I dreaming? The group chattered away, their voices filled with a mix of fear and excitement. Lin Wanner said nothing, only staring blankly in the direction where Chu Feng had disappeared, then looking down at her perfectly healed arm and the sachet she and managed to give away. A wave of indescribable emotion surged in her heart. Meanwhile, after the senior brother's initial joy, he fell into deep thought. He recalled every move and word of Chu Feng. Finally, he came to a conclusion that even he found unbelievable. That senior seems to be only at the golden core stage. What? The other 4 exclaimed in unison. Senior brother, you must be joking, right? Golden core stage? Have you ever seen a golden core cultivator cut through a void-returning demon with just a finger? Yeah, that's even more absurd than saying he's at the Great Ascension stage. I'm not guessing. The senior brother's expression was heavy as he spoke each word clearly. From him, I didn't sense any aura belonging to the nascent soul transformation, or even void-returning stages. The feeling he gave me was like an unfathomable, pure energy. That kind of energy is more condensed than golden core, more fundamental than nascent soul. In the oldest texts of our Qingxian sect, there are scattered records of a legendary realm. He paused, lowering his voice as if afraid to touch upon a taboo. It is said that a very few individuals with extraordinary talent, after their golden core shatters, do not form a nascent soul. Instead, through immense perseverance and unparalleled fortune, they rebuild their foundation and condense a holy embryo. Qingyun Sword Sect, Sword Platform. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, but the sharp sword aura had already torn through the clouds. Break! A clear shout rang out as Jiang Hao's figure moved with the agility of a swallow, the wooden sword in his hand tracing a complex trajectory. Before him, a large green stone the size of a millstone silently split in 2, the cut smooth as a mirror. This was the Qingyun sword technique, the first move of the yellow-level sword art Jade Severing. Success! Not bad. A voice of praise came from not far away. Elder Qingyun, with his white hair and beard, clapped his hands and smiled, his face full of pride. Excellent! Jiang Hao, you truly did not disappoint me. To master the Jade Severing move like this in less than half a month since joining, such talent in swordsmanship is unparalleled among the disciples of Qingyun Sword Sect in the past century. The surrounding disciples practicing swordsmanship cast envious and admiring glances. Senior brother Jiang is incredible. While we're still struggling to study the general principles of the sword technique, senior brother Jiang can already split green stones with his sword. With such talent, senior brother Jiang will surely bring glory to our sect at this year's Qingzhou Martial Arts Tournament. Listening to the surrounding praise and his master's approval, Jiang Hao sheathed his sword and stood tall, a surge of indescribable pride welling up in his heart. He relished the feeling of being the center of attention. Ever since he accidentally arrived in this world and escaped the shadow of that person named Chu Feng, he felt his life was finally back on track. He, Jiang Hao, was destined to be the protagonist of fate. Chu Feng, just you wait, he silently vowed in his heart. When I master the Qingyun sword technique, condense my golden core, and then break through to nascent soul and divine transformation. The next time we meet, I'll show you who the true favored one of the heavens is." In his mind, the voice of Dan Lao sounded at just the right moment, carrying a hint of satisfaction. "Not bad, kid. Your talent in swordsmanship is indeed astonishing. At this rate, within 3 years, you'll be able to condense your golden core. By then, your strength will rival that of a 9th-tier martial artist in the Dragon Nation, perhaps even surpass them. The cultivation system of this world has great potential." The smile on Jiang Hao's lips deepened. He could almost see the scene of himself stepping on Chu Feng and standing at the pinnacle of the world. Just then, a commotion from the direction of the mountain gate broke the tranquility of the sword platform. A few outer disciples who had just returned from the market at the foot of the mountain were flushed with excitement, surrounded by a crowd as they spoke animatedly. "What is going on? So noisy. What kind of behavior is this?" Elder Chang Yun frowned, his face showing displeasure. A disciple quickly ran over to inquire, and moments later, he returned with a strange expression, his face a mix of 3 parts fear and 7 parts disbelief. "Master! Master! Something big has happened." The disciple panted, his voice trembling. "The Blood Blade sect of Yin Kingdom has been wiped out." "What?" Elder Chang Yun was stunned. "The Blood Blade sect? Which Blood Blade sect?" "The one led by sect master Yuan Ba, a great expert in the void return stage." At these words, the sword platform fell silent as death. Everyone stood frozen, as if their throats had been seized. A sect guarded by a void return stage powerhouse was actually annihilated? What kind of joke is this? In all of Qingzhou, void return stage experts are extremely rare, standing at the pinnacle of power. Each one is capable of founding a sect and dominating a region. Nonsense! An impatient inner disciple retorted sharply. "You believe such rumors? Someone like Yuan Ba, who could possibly destroy him?" "It's true." The messenger disciple was so anxious he was about to cry. "The entire Qingzhou is talking about it now. It's said that not only is Yuan Ba dead, but his primordial spirit was forcibly erased in front of countless experts." Primordial spirit erased. These words struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Elder Chang Yun's expression also turned extremely grave. "Explain clearly, what exactly happened?" As a few disciples returning from the marketplace recounted the details, terrifying and bizarre scenes unfolded before everyone's eyes. It's said that the one who acted was just a single person. That person looked extremely young, like a teenager. Yuan Ba's blood sea domain was shattered by a single finger from him. Yuan Ba's primordial spirit tried to escape but was killed alive by just a few words spoken from afar. The most absurd thing is. At this point, the disciple swallowed hard, lowering his voice as if afraid of disturbing something. It's said that the mysterious expert's cultivation seems to be only at the golden core stage. Ha ha! Someone in the crowd burst into laughter first. Then, the entire sword platform erupted in uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha! Golden core stage? This sounds like a myth. Breaking a domain with one finger? Killing a primordial spirit with a casual word? You're telling me a golden core stage cultivator can do that? If you're going to make up stories, at least set some limits. I bet that person is an old monster in the tribulation transcendence stage pretending to be weak. Jiang Hao frowned, instinctively asking Dan Lao in his mind. Dan Lao, is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Dan Lao's voice was firm and resolute. The golden core stage is equivalent to a 9th rank martial artist in your dragon country. The power level of the void return stage far exceeds my understanding. The gap between the two is like a firefly compared to the full moon. Not to mention killing, they couldn't even shake them. In my opinion, that person must have used some treasure to conceal their aura, disguising themselves as a weaker cultivator to mislead others. Jiang Hao nodded, deeply agreeing. In this world, how could anyone be stronger than him? However, the disciple's next words brought all the laughter to an abrupt halt. This isn't a rumor. It's absolutely true. It's said that later, someone went to the 10,000 mountains and discovered the corpse of a void-devouring sky python. That was a peak void return stage demon beast. It was also killed in one strike, with only a small hole in its heart. 5 disciples from the Qingxian sect witnessed it firsthand, and the one who acted was that mysterious young expert. Moreover,
They said that the senior didn't have a nascent soul, nor a Dao fruit. What was condensed in his dantian wasn't a golden core, but something they couldn't comprehend, a legendary sacred embryo. Sacred embryo. These two words caused Elder Chang Yun to tremble violently. The disbelief and disdain on his face were instantly replaced by boundless shock. He recalled the oldest records in the sect's archives. Beyond the golden core stage, there exists an even higher realm. If the core is shattered and fails to form a nascent soul, it can instead refine energy into an embryo. This is the sacred embryo. Once the sacred embryo is formed, it is invincible within the same realm and can even reverse breakthroughs to higher realms. But that was merely a legend. A theoretical existence, a vague and elusive realm. Could it be someone has truly walked this path? The entire Sword Plateau fell into a deathly silence once again. If everyone had treated this as a joke before, the appearance of the words holy embryo made the matter real and terrifying. Jiang Hao's mind went blank. Beyond the golden core, it's not the nascent soul? But the holy embryo? A reversal breakthrough? An indescribable chill rose from the depths of his heart, instantly extinguishing all his pride and ambition. His proud talent in swordsmanship, the little achievements he had just made, seemed so laughable and insignificant in the face of this absurd legend. Dan Lao. His voice trembled slightly. Holy embryo, have you heard of it? Dan Lao remained silent. After a long while, he finally answered in a dry voice, no. Never heard of it. This world, this cultivation system, is far more complex and terrifying than I imagined. Kid, we might have only seen the surface before. Jiang Hao clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood seeping out, yet he was completely unaware. A strong emotion burned in his chest: jealousy, unwillingness, and desire. He had thought he was looking at Chu Feng's back. But now he realized that in a higher sky he couldn't even see, someone had already reached heights he couldn't even dream of. Holy embryo. Golden core killing void return. This is the true strength. This is the true genius. Even Chu Feng, in front of such a genius, was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. Jiang Hao's lips moved, wanting to say something, but his throat felt blocked. He suddenly felt how childish his previous thoughts of surpassing Chu Feng were. In front of a true genius, he wasn't even worthy of polishing their shoes. Don't lose heart. Dan Lao seemed to sense his despair and comforted him in a deep voice. Such individuals are extremely rare, perhaps only appearing once in a lifetime, created by the perfect combination of timing, location, and immense opportunity. You just need to walk your own path. But I'm not willing. Jiang Hao roared inwardly. Why? Why can others reach such a realm, but I can't? Master. He suddenly raised his head, looking at Elder Chang Yun with a complex expression, his eyes burning with unprecedented determination. Please tell me, what is the holy embryo? Elder Chang Yun was jolted out of his shock by the question. Looking at his most prized disciple, whose eyes clearly showed desire, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He sighed and slowly said, it's just a legend. A legend about another possibility during the golden core stage. His voice echoed across the Sword Plateau, reaching the ears of every disciple. From today onward, everyone will double their cultivation efforts. The sky of Qingzhou is about to change. Deep in the dense forest, miasma filled the air. Chu Feng's figure moved silently among the intertwined giant trees. After leaving the group from Qingxian sect, he had traveled deeper into the 10,000 mountains for an entire day. Along the way, he sensed the presence of many powerful demonic beasts, with over a dozen nearing the divine transformation stage, and even 2 faintly touching the threshold of void return. This place was indeed extremely dangerous. And precisely because of this, it was peaceful enough. Finally, he stopped in front of an inconspicuous cliff. Below the cliff was a rushing dark river, its waters crashing against the cliff walls, producing a deep rumbling sound. Without hesitation, he leaped down. Midway along the cliff, he found a natural cave concealed by vines and a waterfall. The entrance was small, allowing only one person to pass through. Inside, however, it was a different world, dry, spacious, and well ventilated, making it an excellent hiding spot. This will do, Chu Feng thought. With a single thought, the purple gold Hongmeng Enlightenment Chamber appeared in the center of the cave. The palace was small, 3 meters square, surrounded by a faint purple mist, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. He did not enter immediately.
From his storage space, he retrieved the 9 apertures soul-nurturing lotus. The jade-like lotus lay quietly in his palm, its 9 apertures gently inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, emanating a warm and tranquil aura that calmed the mind. Sitting cross-legged, he placed the lotus into his mouth and chewed gently. The lotus melted instantly, transforming into a cool, warm current that flowed down his throat and directly into his dantian's qi. At the center of the qi, the newly formed, trembling Hongmeng Dao embryo seemed like a hungry infant tasting sweet milk for the first time. The purple mist suddenly expanded, actively absorbing the warm current. Chu Feng could clearly feel the invisible barrier between his soul and the Dao embryo rapidly dissolving. With each pulse of the Dao embryo, it gradually synchronized with his heartbeat and breathing. The previous sensation of uncontrollable, rampant power was quickly subsiding. An hour later, Chu Feng opened his eyes. He spread his hand, clenched his fingers into a fist, and then relaxed them. This time, the surrounding air remained undisturbed, and the rock beneath his feet was intact. The power capable of tearing through space was now firmly under his control. Interesting, he murmured, standing up and stretching. The unprecedented sense of control made him feel incredibly at ease. He pushed open the door of the enlightenment chamber and stepped inside. The interior was simple and empty, with only the floor and walls engraved with numerous incomprehensible runes. The spiritual energy here was so dense it felt almost liquid. Taking a deep breath, he could even sense his cultivation subtly improving. Even more peculiar was the indescribable rhythm permeating the air. Staying here made his thoughts exceptionally clear, as if enlightenment could strike at any moment. "Let's begin," Chu Feng said, sitting cross-legged. From his system space, he retrieved the storage ring he had confiscated from Yuan Ba. With a thought, a mountain of spirit stones poured out like a flood, instantly forming a small hill in the enlightenment chamber. Most were mid-grade spirit stones, but there were also dozens of high-grade ones, shining brilliantly. Without hesitation, he activated the Hongmeng enlightenment chamber. With a hum, the chamber's door quietly closed. The runes on the walls and floor lit up one by one, emitting a soft purple glow. The pile of spirit stones began to dissolve at a visible rate, transforming into the purest spiritual energy and merging into the confined space. Outside, time passed slowly, but within the enlightenment chamber, time seemed to stretch into an infinitely long thread. On the first day, Chu Feng began familiarizing himself with his Dao embryo. He discovered that the Dao embryo was like a bottomless pit, capable of absorbing infinite spiritual energy and converting it into a higher-level power imbued with the essence of Hongmeng. He temporarily named this power Dao Embryo Force. By the 10th day, he attempted to control this Dao Embryo Force. Extending a single finger, he lightly tapped the empty space before him. A nearly imperceptible wisp of purple mist flickered at his fingertip. A fist-sized black hole silently appeared in the space ahead, lingering for a few seconds before slowly closing. Chu Feng frowned. No, the impact is still too significant. What he wanted was not simply to disappear, but to cut, penetrate, and perform more intricate operations. Day 30. He extended his finger again. This time, the space only rippled slightly, like a calm lake disturbed by a pebble. There's progress. Day 50. He could use the power of the Dao embryo to carve complex runes in the air, and the runes could last for several hours without dissipating. His control over the power was beginning to show results. Day 99. Chu Feng opened his eyes. The small mountain of spirit stones before him had already disappeared by 1/3. His mastery of the Dao embryo's power had reached a new height. He could now control his strength to the point where a single punch would shatter only one stone, rather than destroying the entire mountain. At that moment, the familiar light blue screen appeared before him. The daily special offer had been updated. Chu Feng's gaze fell on the discounted item. Daily Special Zone, the Art of Universal Transformation Level? The Dao is simple, all methods converge into one. This is a top-tier cultivation technique for mastering the transformation of power forms, capable of turning immense power into dust or evolving minute power into a galaxy. Those who achieve mastery can freely decompose an aggregate power, with infinite variations. Special price, 9.9 Dragon Coins. Free shipping. Limited stock, only one left. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Mastering the transformation of power. At will. This was exactly what he needed right now. He possessed world-destroying power, yet he was like a child holding a nuclear button, unsure of how to use it. This cultivation technique had come at the perfect time. Without hesitation, he purchased it directly. Purchase successful. A vast and profound stream of information instantly flooded his mind. It was not just text or images, but a completely new understanding and insight into the essence of power. It felt as though a supreme being was personally teaching him, deep within his soul, how to divide a great river into countless streams, and how to instantly converge them into a flood capable of destroying everything. Xu Feng closed his eyes, his entire being immersed in the wondrous enlightenment. Time lost its meaning once again in the Tao Enlightenment Chamber. Who knows how long had passed? Perhaps 100 days, perhaps 200 days. When he opened his eyes again, the small mountain of spirit stones had completely disappeared. His gaze was entirely different from before. If he had previously been like a sharp, unsheathed divine weapon that no one dared to look at directly, now he was more like a piece of warm jade, with all his brilliance hidden within, appearing like an ordinary boy next door. He stood up. He walked to the wall of the Tao Enlightenment Chamber. He extended his hand and gently traced a line on the hard wall with his finger. There was no sound. No energy fluctuation. Only a hair-thin scratch appeared on the wall. The depth of the scratch was precisely 1 inch. Xu Feng stared at the scratch, and a faint smile of satisfaction finally appeared on his lips. Success! He pushed open the door of the Tao Enlightenment Chamber and walked out. Outside was still the dim cave, with the roar of the waterfall as usual. From the time he entered the Tao Enlightenment Chamber until now, only 3 days had passed outside. But he himself had cultivated inside for a full 300 days, nearly a year of arduous training. He walked out of the cave and into the sunlight outside. Taking a deep breath, he felt the Tao embryo's power within him, gentle as water yet as vast and powerful as the universe. He casually plucked a leaf from a nearby tree. Looking at the leaf in his hand, he recalled the scene of flicking away tree bark and directly defeating the void-devouring python. He smiled then. He flicked the leaf in his hand lightly toward a mountain peak 1,000 meters high in the distance. Swoosh! The leaf turned into a streak of green light and disappeared. Xu Feng watched quietly. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing happened. The mountain peak still stood tall and unmoving. Xu Feng frowned. Failed? That shouldn't be the case. Just as he was puzzled, a gentle breeze swept across the hillside. Suddenly, a straight, slender black line appeared from the top to the base of the 1,000-meter-high mountain peak. Immediately after, boom! A delayed, deafening explosion echoed. The massive mountain peak split neatly along the black line and slid apart to both sides. The cut was smooth as a mirror. In the valley, countless startled birds took flight, letting out terrified cries as they scattered in all directions. Xu Feng looked at his handiwork, silent for a moment. Then he shook his head. Still too much force. His original intention was merely to leave a scratch on the mountain. Instead, he ended up splitting it apart. It seemed the path to mastering his power was still long. He withdrew his gaze, no longer dwelling on it. Fixing his eyes on a direction, his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. The retreat was over. It was time to go out and find a few strong sparring partners and replenish his nearly depleted stock of spirit stones. The 10,000 mountains had no roads. Xu Feng moved through the forest, his feet stepping on a thick layer of fallen leaves, while dense, sky-blocking tree canopies stretched overhead. He was still adjusting to the force within him, which was like a newborn universe, both gentle and wild. The principles of the One transforming into all technique flowed through his mind as he worked to retract the Tao rhythm leaking from his body bit by bit. The ground no longer cracked without reason, and the surrounding trees no longer trembled from the aura he unintentionally released. Still not enough, he muttered to himself. This kind of control was too deliberate, too mentally draining. It had to become as natural as breathing. He needed combat, a sufficiently strong opponent who could allow him to unleash his power freely and then retract it with ease. Moreover, the consumption of spirit stones in the Hongmeng Enlightenment Chamber was astonishing. Although Yuan Ba's spirit stone mountain was abundant, if he truly used it, it might not last through several extended retreats. He had to find a way to earn money. Hunting powerful demonic beasts and extracting their demon cores was the fastest way to make money. He released a trace of his perception, like casting an invisible net, spreading it outward. Soon, he caught a surge of violent fire element energy fluctuations, mixed with several faint traces of human cultivators' spiritual energy. Without hesitation, his figure flickered and drifted like smoke toward the source of the energy fluctuations. In a valley that had been leveled to the ground, the battle was in full swing. A giant beast over 100 meters long was surrounded by 5 cultivators. The beast resembled a lizard, its body covered in dark red armor like molten rock, with golden magma flowing through the gaps in its armor. Each breath it took spewed scorching sulfurous fumes from its nostrils, charring the ground black. This was a powerful fire element demonic beast in the late Void Return stage, the lava giant lizard. It was known for its robust physical body and fiery dominance. The 5 cultivators, dressed in uniform black Taoist robes, formed a 5-element sword formation, struggling to hold their ground. Leading them was a middle-aged man wielding a heavy sword, his cultivation at the late divine transformation stage. His aura was steady, but his forehead was drenched in sweat. The other 4, 2 men and 2 women, were all in the early to mid-divine transformation stage, their faces pale and their spiritual energy severely depleted. Roar! The lava giant lizard, clearly impatient, opened its massive mouth and spewed a house-sized high-temperature magma fireball, aiming directly at the core of the sword formation. The 5 elements rotate, the Kuan character as the shield, the middle-aged man shouted sternly. The sword formation of the 5 shifted, and a thick, earthy yellow light screen rose above their heads. Boom! The fireball smashed into the light screen, erupting with a deafening roar. The screen trembled violently, like a flickering candle about to go out, with cracks spreading across it like a spiderweb. Put! At the end of the formation, a young female disciple was the first to be injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood as her aura weakened instantly. The sword formation was on the verge of collapse. Retreat! Retreat now! A trace of despair and unwillingness flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he roared. If we keep holding on, we'll all die here. But senior brother, the Scarlet Flame Dragon Heartgrass. Another disciple said anxiously. Which is more important, your life or the grass? The middle-aged man bellowed, blocking the lava lizard's sharp claws with his sword, buying his junior brothers and sisters a moment to catch their breath. Chu Feng stood on a nearby hillside, quietly observing. He was like a ghost, blending seamlessly with the surrounding vegetation. Neither the 5 cultivators nor the giant lizard noticed him. He had only been passing by, intending to see if this lava lizard was worth using as a sparring partner. Judging by its thick skin, solid flesh, and immense strength, it seemed perfect. Just as he was about to wait for the cultivators to retreat before making his move, the situation suddenly changed. The lava lizard seemed to sense something. Its massive, molten gold-like eyes abruptly turned toward the hillside where Chu Feng stood. There was no wariness in its gaze, only greed and desire, as if Chu Feng was not a person but a living, miraculous herb. The aura of the primal Chaos Dao embryo, even if only a trace leaked out, was a fatal temptation to these instinct-driven beasts. Roar! The lava lizard abandoned the exhausted cultivators in front of it. Its massive body turned sharply, its limbs pushing off with force, charging toward Chu Feng like a moving volcano. This scene left the 5 cultivators in black Taoist robes stunned. Why did it change direction? The injured female disciple said blankly. The middle-aged man followed the lizard's charge with his gaze and finally noticed a black-clad youth standing on the hillside. The youth looked only 17 or 18, with a thin frame and no discernible aura, like a hunter who had accidentally wandered into the mountains. No! The middle-aged man's face changed drastically. There's someone there. Without hesitation, he flew on his sword, intending to save the youth. Although they were strangers, he couldn't stand by and watch a mortal be devoured by a beast. Senior brother, it's too late. His junior brother grabbed him, his voice full of despair. That beast is too fast. Indeed, it was too late. 100 meters was but a single breath's distance for the lava lizard. Its massive body, capable of crushing mountains, brought with it a scorching wind as it reached the youth. It opened its blood-red maw wide enough to swallow an elephant. It's over. The same thought flashed through the minds of the 5 cultivators simultaneously. That youth was doomed. On the hillside, Chu Feng watched the lizard charging toward him, his brow furrowing slightly. In such a hurry to die? He had intended to wait a bit longer. But since the opponent was delivering itself to him, it saved him the trouble. He extended his right hand, fingers spread wide. He wanted to see if he could use the all transformations returned to one technique to capture the lizard alive. He needed a living target to test his precise control over power, thus, he summoned a faint trace of Dao embryo power, mimicking the motion of a spider weaving a web,
and cast it toward the giant lizard. He intended to create a flexible yet invisible net. But the moment this power left his body, an anomaly occurred once again. The surrounding space seemed to have been paused. The charging lava giant lizard, with its massive body, suddenly froze midair, less than 10 meters away from Chu Feng. Its eyes still carried greed and savagery. Yet in the next moment, these two emotions were replaced by an extreme fear originating from the essence of life itself. It felt that a force that was incomprehensible, irresistible, and even imperceptible, was disassembling its existence at the most minute level. It wasn't tearing or destroying, it was disassembling. Its body began to silently transform into the most basic particles, starting from the tip of its tail. Dark red scales, hardened bones, scorching blood, formidable demonic power, everything was reduced to the fundamental dust that constitutes the world in the face of this force. The entire process was silent, yet it was terrifying to behold. The 5 cultivators in black Dao robes witnessed it. They watched as the ferocious void-returned demon beast that had driven them to despair was gradually scattered like a sand sculpture blown away by the wind. From the tail, to the hind legs, to the torso, to the forelimbs, finally, the ferocious head. In the giant golden pupils of the lava giant lizard, the calm figure of the black-clad youth was reflected, along with a trace of confusion? Yes, confusion. Then, its head disintegrated as well. A mountain breeze swept through. In the spot where it had been, there was nothing left. It was as if the lava giant lizard, as massive as a small mountain, had never existed. The entire valley fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of the wind whimpered softly. The 5 cultivators stood motionless like statues. Their minds had completely ceased functioning. I clearly used the binding force. Chu Feng looked at his empty palm, furrowing his brows and muttering to himself. Why did it turn into the disassembling force again? This myriad transformations unity technique is far harder to control than I imagined. His voice was soft, yet it rang like thunder, clearly reaching the ears of the 5 cultivators. Thud! The heavy sword in the hands of the middle-aged man at the forefront fell to the ground with a heavy sound. His legs gave way, and he involuntarily knelt down. Looking at the youth who was still troubled by his mistake, he felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, making even his soul tremble. Binding force? Disassembling force? You call that disassembling force? That SA power only the Creator God could possess. Say, Senior, the middle-aged man's lips trembled, his teeth chattered, and he tried to say something, but he couldn't form a complete sentence. He could only bow deeply like the most devout believer before the figure who, in his eyes, resembled a god or demon. Thud! Thud! The 4 disciples behind him finally snapped out of their extreme shock. Without hesitation, they followed their senior brother's lead, kneeling down in unison and bowing fervently. Senior, spare us. We were blind and offended your dignity, Senior. We beg Senior to spare our lives for the sake of our arduous cultivation. They were terrified. Truly terrified. This silent and effortless way of killing a void-returned demon beast completely exceeded their understanding. In their eyes, Chu Feng's casual strike just now was 10,000 times more terrifying than any earth-shattering divine power. Chu Feng was somewhat baffled by their sudden reaction. He was just standing there, doing nothing. Why did these people suddenly kneel? He shook his head, not wanting to bother with their thoughts. This sparring session was a bust. It seemed he needed to find someone sturdier. He turned to leave. Senior! Please wait. The middle-aged man, seeing Chu Feng about to leave, somehow mustered the courage to crawl and stumble to Chu Feng's feet, kneeling once again. Junior Li Qingsong, disciple of the Xiantian sect, thanks Senior for saving my life. Trembling, he took out a pitch-black token from his storage ring. This is the token of the Xiantian sect's supreme elder. If Senior does not mind, please accept it. No matter what task it may be in the future, the Xiantian sect will go through fire and water for you. He understood what it meant for the sect to form a connection with such an existence. Chu Feng looked at the token, then at the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face. He sighed. I was just passing by. After saying this, his figure slowly faded where he stood until it completely disappeared, as if he were merely an illusion. In the valley, only Li Qingsong and the other 4 remained kneeling on the cold ground, unable to rise for a long time. After a long while, the injured female disciple murmured dreamily, Senior brother, did we encounter an immortal? Li Qingsong did not answer.
He only raised his head in a daze, staring at the empty hillside, muttering to himself. The wind blew through the valley, lifting a swirl of dust. Li Qingsong remained kneeling, his body stiff, his mind blank. An immortal? The voice of the junior sister beside him was dazed. Li Qingsong opened his mouth but could not make a sound. Would an immortal feel troubled over accidentally killing a demon beast? Would an immortal say, "I was just passing by"? He didn't know. He only knew that he had just narrowly escaped from an incomprehensible and terrifying power. "Senior brother, are we?" A male disciple trembled as he spoke, his voice hoarse. "Are we still alive?" "Alive, alive." Li Qingsong forced out 2 words, his throat feeling as if it had been scraped with sandpaper. He slowly got up from the ground, his legs still trembling. He looked at the empty hillside, then at the pitch-black Supreme Elder token lying on the ground, which he hadn't had the chance to offer. A bitter smile appeared on his face. The Supreme Elder token? In the face of such an existence, not to mention the Supreme Elder token of the Shantian sect, even if all the sect master tokens of Qingzhou's sects were combined, they would be nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. "Let us go." He picked up the heavy sword on the ground, his voice carrying the exhaustion of surviving a calamity. "Senior brother, what about the Scarlet Flame Dragon Heartgrass?" Another disciple asked instinctively. Li Qingsong turned to look at the depths of the valley, at the spiritual herb that had survived the earlier battle and was emitting a tempting glow. He shook his head. "Forget it." "Why? We risked our lives to risk our lives?" Li Qingsong interrupted, his voice suddenly rising, tinged with a nervous tension. "Do you think we really had a chance of surviving against that monster just now?" The disciple remained silent. "Do you think we could have obtained that herb without that senior?" Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to speak. That senior didn't take it away, that was his mercy. Li Qingsong took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "We must not be ungrateful. Today's events, when we return, no one is allowed to utter a single word about it. Say we encountered the lava giant lizard, couldn't defeat it, and had to retreat. Mission failed. But senior brother, wouldn't that mean we..." "Mean what?" Li Qingsong abruptly turned around, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Being able to return alive is the greatest gain. Do you really want the sect to know we provoked someone who could wipe out the entire Xiantian sect with a single finger?" Everyone trembled, lowering their heads in unison, not daring to speak further. Li Qingsong looked at the lingering fear on his junior brothers' and sisters' faces and sighed inwardly. He knew that today's experience would become a nightmare they could never escape. Perhaps, this was the most important opportunity in their lives. In the dense forest, Chu Feng's figure flickered past. He was somewhat irritated. That lava giant lizard, with its tough skin and thick flesh, was supposed to be a good practice target. But he lost control, and accidentally disintegrated it. The demon core was gone, and the materials were gone too. All for nothing. The myriad transformations unity technique still hasn't reached entry level. He muttered to himself, his voice tinged with helplessness. This technique was too profound, emphasizing an understanding of the essence of power. Yet he knew almost nothing about the power of the primal Tao embryo. Right now, he was like a novice who had just learned to drive, suddenly thrown into the cockpit of an interstellar battleship. It was already lucky that he hadn't caused any accidents. "I need to find a sturdier target." He stopped walking and expanded his perception. This time, he extended his range several times over. The Tao embryo trembled slightly, and invisible thoughts rippled outward like waves, instantly covering an area within 100 miles. Mountains, rivers, beasts, birds, everything was captured in his mind, forming a clear, three-dimensional image. He quickly noticed something unusual. About 30 miles ahead to the left, there was an area where the energy field was extremely chaotic. There were no demon beasts, no living creatures, and even the plants had a strange metallic sheen, as if it were a dead zone. His heart stirred, and his figure vanished in an instant. Within a few breaths, he was already standing at the edge of that area. The scene before him made him frown slightly. The ground was scorched and hardened, like it was forged from iron. The branches and leaves of the trees shimmered with a cold metallic luster, resembling man-made artworks. The air was filled with a faint smell of smoke and burnt flesh, like the remnants of an ancient battlefield. He continued walking inward. Soon, a massive circular valley appeared before him. This was not a naturally formed valley, it looked more like a deep crater blasted out by some immense force. The walls of the crater were smooth, glimmering like crystal. At the center of the crater, a colossal figure knelt halfway. It was a humanoid machine, towering 100 meters high. Its body was made of an unknown black metal, with rigid lines exuding a sense of power. It was covered in massive wounds, its left arm severed at the shoulder, its chest pierced by a huge hole. Countless broken circuits and components were exposed, occasionally sparking with electricity. It knelt silently, like a statue of a demon god standing eternally. "This is a puppet?" A trace of curiosity appeared in Xu Feng's eyes. He had seen records of puppet techniques in the ancient texts of the Qingyun sect. However, those could at most create combat puppets at the Golden Core or Nascent Soul stage. The colossal figure before him, even though severely damaged, emitted an aura far surpassing that of the lava giant lizard. At its peak, it was likely at least at the integration stage. Just as Chu Feng was carefully observing it, the massive puppet seemed to sense something. Its enormous single-eyed head slowly turned toward Chu Feng. The dark red, searchlight-like single eye suddenly lit up. Deep unknown high-energy lifeform detected. Threat level, unable to determine. Activating, final elimination protocol. The cold, emotionless mechanical synthesized voice echoed through the valley. In the next moment, the damaged puppet moved. Its remaining right arm suddenly lifted, fingers spread wide, and a black hole-like cannon barrel appeared in the center of its palm, beginning to gather an ominous energy. A blinding white light rapidly formed at the cannon's mouth. Xu Feng's eyes lit up. This thing was sturdy enough. He didn't dodge. Instead, he extended his right hand and grasped at the energy cannon about to fire. He once again used the entangle technique. This time, he compressed the power of his Dao embryo to the limit, using only a tiny fraction of it. Buzz. The energy sphere in the puppet's palm trembled violently. Then, like a punctured balloon, all the energy instantly contracted inward, finally turning into an insignificant speck of light and disappearing. The puppet's mechanical single eye flickered intensely, as if its core couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Energy reaction disappeared, attack ineffective. Re-evaluating target. Evaluation failed, activating melee mode. Boom! The massive puppet suddenly stood up from the ground. Its intact right leg stomped down, propelling its enormous body like a launched cannonball, tearing through the air with a deafening roar as it charged toward Xu Feng. Perfect timing. Xu Feng didn't retreat but advanced instead. Facing the metal giant that resembled a small mountain, he rushed forward directly. Without using any fancy techniques, he simply threw a punch. He wanted to test the puppet's toughness with the raw power of his physical body. His fist collided with the puppet's steel-like chest with a resounding impact. There was no deafening explosion, only a dull sound, like striking thick leather thud. Xu Feng's fist, however, sank into the puppet's chest. Centered around his fist, the indestructible black metal shell cracked densely, spreading like a spider web. Xu Feng felt as if he had struck a slightly hardened block of tofu. Still a bit fragile. He shook his head, slightly disappointed. Just as he was about to try a different approach, the puppet's single eye suddenly emitted an unprecedented red glow. Warning! Warning! Core damage at 73%. Protocol failure, protocol failure. Activating final beacon, coordinates. 739, 441. Requesting highest authority support. An invisible signal shot straight into the sky from the top of its head, piercing through the heavens and disappearing into the boundless void. Xu Feng paused his movements. He looked up at the sky. Beacon? Support? He felt that he might have accidentally stirred up a major problem. At that moment, the midnight chime rang out like a summons of fate, echoing in the silence. The familiar pale blue screen appeared on time before his eyes. Daily Special Zone, Ancient Mechanism Art Fragment Level? Contains part of the core secrets of ancient mechanism puppet techniques, including 1,300 basic mechanism structure diagrams and 3 complete heaven-tier puppet design blueprints. Shocking price, 9.9 dragon coins. Free shipping. Limited stock, only one left. Xu Feng's gaze fell on the massive puppet, then swept over the system panel in front of him. A trace of an excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Heaven-tier puppet? I wonder, compared to this big guy, which one is tougher? Chu Feng's eyes moved back and forth between the broken massive puppet and the system panel. Ancient mechanism art. Heaven tier puppet design blueprints. This thing came at just the right time. He looked at the colossal figure kneeling halfway, its single eye already extinguished, and a thought emerged in his mind. This guy wasn't just a sparring dummy. It was, in itself, a moving treasure trove. Buy it, Chu Feng silently said in his heart. Instantly, 10 brand new dragon coins in his pocket disappeared. The next moment, a vast ocean-like torrent of information surged into his mind. It wasn't a cultivation technique, nor an epiphany. It was pure, cold, and extremely precise knowledge. 1,300 basic mechanism structures, like countless components, rapidly assembled, disassembled, and evolved in his mind. Levers, gears, bearings, pistons, power circuits, rune matrices, spiritual energy conversion cores. This knowledge was ancient and profound, far more complex than any cultivation manual Chu Feng had ever seen. Then, 3 extremely intricate three-dimensional blueprints slowly unfolded in the depths of his consciousness. Heaven Tier Puppet, Xuanwu Guard Heaven Tier Puppet, Vermilion Bird Envoy Heaven Tier Puppet, White Tiger Soldier. Each blueprint consisted of billions of components, with a level of precision that made Chu Feng's scalp tingle. So, this is how puppets are made. He looked again at the broken colossal figure before him, and his gaze completely changed. He could see through the black metal shell, observing the internal structure that, though damaged, was still extraordinarily precise. He could identify the severed arm, which utilized a 72-link self-locking joint design. He could also discern that the chest area, now pierced through, should have originally housed a fusion-type spiritual energy compression core. The craftsmanship of this puppet, though entirely different in style from the 3 heaven-tier puppets on the blueprints, was undoubtedly on the same level of technology, if not superior. Good stuff, Chu Feng couldn't help but praise. If the remains of this puppet were brought back for research, its value might rival that of a high-grade Dao weapon. Just as he was about to approach and examine the materials of this puppet more closely, the sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't clouds blocking the sun, but a higher level of darkness, where light itself was twisted and devoured. Chu Feng abruptly looked up. Above, in the vast sky, a pitch-black rift was slowly opening, as if torn apart by an invisible giant hand. It wasn't an ordinary spatial rift. It looked more like a stable, man-made portal. Then, a diamond-shaped warship made of an unknown silvery white metal, with sleek lines and a futuristic aesthetic, silently slid out of the rift. It hovered quietly in the air, its surface smooth as a mirror, devoid of weapons or windows, yet exuding an absolutely chilling aura. Chu Feng frowned. So this is the highest authority support? Quite a quick response. 3 circular hatches silently opened at the bottom of the battleship. 3 figures leapt down like falling meteors, landing precisely at 3 positions in the ring-shaped valley, surrounding Chu Feng and the broken puppet. They were 3 humanoid puppets, but completely different from the bulky G7 on the ground. Standing about 2 meters tall, their bodies were slender and elegant, covered in dark golden armor with seamless joints, as if they were forged in one piece. Their faces lacked features, replaced by a smooth black mask with a central blue light band that pulsed gently like breathing. Each held a lightsaber composed of pure energy. They stood silently, emitting an aura that caused ripples in the surrounding space. Each possessed energy fluctuations comparable to the early stages of fusion. Beep. The blue light band on one puppet flickered, emitting a cold mechanical synthesized voice. Scan complete. G7 has been completely destroyed, core melted, unrecoverable. Another puppet followed up. Unknown biological entity detected on site, energy level extremely high. Matches G7's final log. The third puppet, seemingly the leader, stepped forward, its smooth mask turning toward Chu Feng. According to Article 3121 of the Skyvault Codex, any individual causing irreversible damage to Sentinel units is classified as a Level 1 hostile target. Execution Protocol, Elimination. As soon as it finished speaking, the 3 puppets moved simultaneously. Their speed was extreme, transforming into 3 streaks of dark golden light, attacking Chu Feng from 3 directions at once. There was no beastly ferocity, no sword intent of cultivators, only absolute coldness, pure efficiency-driven slaughter. The puppet on the left swung its lightsaber in a sharp arc, aiming directly at Chu Feng's back, the sword tip distorting the space around it. The puppet on the right flipped its wrist, turning its lightsaber into a flurry of sword shadows, sealing off all of Chu Feng's escape routes. The leader puppet in front was the most direct, its lightsaber transforming into a massive energy beam, like a spear of judgment, thrusting straight at Chu Feng's forehead. Their coordination was flawless, leaving no gaps. Finally, some worthy opponents. Chu Feng's eyes sharpened, taking the situation seriously. The pressure from these three puppets was far greater than the previous molten rock lizard. He wanted to test his current limits. He didn't dodge. Facing the energy beam aimed at his forehead, he simply extended two fingers, his index and middle fingers, and lightly pinched. The energy beam, capable of easily piercing mountains and annihilating cultivators in the void return stage, was casually caught between his fingers. The beam trembled violently at his fingertips, its energy surging but unable to advance. The energy structure is too chaotic, Chu Feng commented indifferently. Then, he slightly twisted his fingers. The raging energy beam was twisted into a braid, then rolled into a small energy ball. Finally, the ball popped with a soft sound at his fingertips, like a soap bubble, dispersing into countless light particles that vanished into thin air. The movements of the three puppets froze instantly. The blue light bands on their masks flickered rapidly. Target ability analysis, energy dissipation? Energy conversion? Unidentifiable, beyond database parameters. Threat level, re-evaluating, insufficient authority. For the first time, the leader puppet's mechanical voice carried a hint of confusion. Activate linked attack mode. Power increased to 120%. In the next moment, blinding red light illuminated the gaps in the dark golden armor of the three puppets. Their speed and strength surged several times over instantly. This time, they did not use energy weapons but opted for the most direct method: physical attacks. Three massive fists made of unknown alloy swung toward Chu Feng simultaneously from three directions, carrying the force to tear through space. Chu Feng shook his head. Too noisy. He still did not dodge, simply standing there, allowing the three fists to strike his body. Bang! 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 Three dull thuds echoed. Chu Feng remained motionless. His clothes didn't even wrinkle. Meanwhile, the three puppets seemed to have collided with an invisible wall. Their arms began to fracture, starting from the fists. The tough alloy armor and intricate mechanical structures shattered under the recoil, breaking into countless pieces like fragile biscuits scattered across the ground. Alert! Damage to the unit, 37%. Attack ineffective. Physical laws distorted. Target is a rule-level entity. The mechanical voice of the leading puppet carried a hint of panic. It was no longer calm and efficient, turning to flee immediately. Trying to run? Chu Feng's voice came from behind. He sounded disappointed. He had hoped to play a little longer, but it turned out to be just as dull. He reached out toward the fleeing leading puppet, intending to grab it for further study. However, the universal convergence technique played a trick on him. What he intended as grab was interpreted by the primordial Tao embryo as dismantle. Thus, under the gaze of the two broken puppets and the rhomboid warship hovering in the sky, the leading puppet suddenly froze mid-flight. Then, silently and without any explosion or dissolution, it was dismantled in mid-air. It was as if an invisible divine hand had disassembled it into billions of parts in an extremely short time. From massive armor plates to tiny screws, every component remained intact, suspended neatly in the air, forming a futuristic yet eerily spectacular three-dimensional scene. Chu Feng stared at the countless floating parts in silence. Forget it. He gave up, realizing he might never learn how to fight normally in this lifetime. He looked up at the rhomboid warship still quietly hovering in the sky. Next. He beckoned toward the warship with his finger. But the warship did not respond as he had expected by launching an attack or deploying stronger puppets. It simply hovered silently. Moments later, a cold, curious, yet emotionless female voice echoed directly in Chu Feng's mind. An interesting specimen. Your existence violates 13 known fundamental laws of the universe. By the highest order of the Celestial Council, you are designated as S001 Observation Subject. The Heavenly Net has been activated. Until your essence is fully analyzed, please do not leave this area. As the voice faded, Chu Feng saw a massive, semi-transparent energy net composed of countless hexagonal grids slowly materialize in the sky, centered on the circular valley beneath his feet and spanning 100 miles, sealing off the entire area. The rhomboid warship gradually ascended, eventually disappearing into the clouds, as if it had only come to deliver a verdict. Chu Feng looked at the enormous energy net covering the sky and then at the two broken puppets on the ground, now completely shut down and motionless. He laughed. Not allowed to leave? Perfect. Saves me the trouble of finding a place to retreat. He walked to the pile of parts floating in mid-air and reached out to take a fingernail-sized core chip that recorded data. His mind delved into it. Moments later, he raised his head, a peculiar expression appearing on his face. Celestial Council? Sentinel Unit? Milky Way. Third Arm? It seems he had inadvertently provoked a powerful civilization from the depths of the universe.